I have been mining in the richest mine in the world for 10 years, but I have never taken a day off. Not only is the salary so low that it can't even solve the problem of food and clothing, but I don't even have a place to eat and sleep. This is the life of a laborer at the bottom of the immortal realm. However, my colleagues who ascended always tell me, there are plenty of beautiful women in the lower realm, and as an immortal in the immortal realm, I am invincible down there. But hearing this, I can only shake my head helplessly. It's not that I don't want to fly down, but only those in the realm of the immortal emperor can shatter the void and go to the lower realm. I thought I would work in the immortal realm for a lifetime, until one day, I dug up a strange stone, and then a wave of information instantly swept through my mind. Is this actually a cross-border stone? It can take me to the lower realm. I held it half-believingly, with a thought in my mind, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself on top of a mountain peak, actually having crossed realms. Just as I was overjoyed, I suddenly noticed a fierce thunder tribulation above my head. Did my crossing of realms attract heavenly tribulation? However, I was not worried. I just raised my hand and pressed it against the sky. Break it for lousy. As soon as the words fell, a huge palm suddenly struck towards the thunder tribulation, and the world fell silent in an instant. I laughed heartily to the sky. Feeling invincible was so cool. But the next moment, an unexpected incident occurred. A soft and delicate body suddenly smashed onto my head. Who dares to sneak attack me? I had just arrived in the mortal realm and hadn't adapted yet. I forgot to activate my divine sense for a moment, but the response I received was a sweet voice. Thank you, Immortal Senior, for saving my life. I looked down and was stunned by the scene before me. A woman in tattered clothes was kneeling respectfully. Such a beautiful young woman. In the immortal realm, I was just a low-level worker and had never seen such a scene. What excited me even more was that as my divine sense swept over her, I discovered that her true form was a green snake. It turned out that she had triggered the heavenly tribulation while crossing her own tribulation. I had no prejudice against spirits and monsters. After all, in the immortal realm, fox spirits and snake women were highly sought-after commodities that only wealthy and powerful gentlemen could afford to keep, while ordinary immortals could only envy them. Although my heart was pounding hard at the moment, I maintained a calm demeanor and coldly said, "Tie up your hair." Little did I know that this simple sentence carried a strong immortal authority for the green snake, causing her to tremble as she obediently tied up her hair. However, as soon as I saw her face, I was instantly stunned. The damn workmate brother did not deceive me. There are indeed many beauties in the mortal world, and a mere green snake demon is unbelievably beautiful. But I quickly restrained my mind and pretended to be aloof, asking sternly, "How dare you disturb my peaceful cultivation?" Chinger was immediately frightened, her body trembling as she begged for mercy. Seeing this scene, although I appeared calm as a mountain on the surface, my heart was already in turmoil. I thought of the difficulty of your cultivation, so I grant you a piece of immortal fate. Would you like to be my mount? I heard this sentence from a fellow worker who ascended, and he used it to subdue a group of rabbit demons. I didn't expect to use it as soon as I arrived in the mortal realm. Who knew that Chinger's response was evasive? Not knowing the extent of my cultivation, I was stunned. Did this demon woman think my cultivation was insufficient and unworthy of being her mount? Thinking it wise to conceal 3 points in all matters, I replied, "I am a grand Mahayana cultivator. Am I not worthy to take you, a mere tribulation period demon, as my mount?" Unexpectedly, Chinger secretly looked down upon me after hearing this. It turns out that I was only a Mahayana cultivator. No wonder my clothes were so tattered. She probably only had some immortal treasures on her, but she pretended to be pitiful, saying, "I gained intelligence by mistakenly eating a sacred fruit." However, the Vedic sect accused me of stealing their linglong fruit, leading to a pursuit. I am worried that following you, immortal, will bring trouble to you. Chinger originally thought that I would stand up for her, but I unexpectedly nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. There's no need for me to invite trouble. Chinger froze at my words. Why is this person not following the usual script? When did the atmosphere in the cultivation world become so crooked? And my next words left her speechless. No matter what, I have saved your life. Repay me first and then you can leave on your own. Shameless, such a hypocritical human. Chinger cursed in her heart, and her next words almost made me collapse. If I were a man, how would the immortal handle it? I quickly scanned her inside and out with my divine sense, relieved that she wasn't a male demon. But seeing the unwilling expression on this demoness face, I decided to take some benefits. I don't want to waste time with you. Leave all your treasures and pills, and you can go. However, Chinger rolled her eyes, exasperated. Why is it turning into robbery again? Are experts really that unpredictable? She had to whisper. Immortal, I have nothing valuable. Where would I have any pills or treasures? Anson Chan looked at it, and then looked at it again, and then looked at it again. Well, It's true that there's no body. Seeing that Anson Chan's face was cold, he didn't say anything either. Snake Demon is really panicked. This good's a while out. Just like a psychopath. In case he is epileptic, a palm shoot dead their own. How to do it seems to have kicked the can down the road this time. How about submitting to him first and saving your little life before you do anything about it? That, Immortal Chief, it's all because Little Demon was ignorant and annoyed you. As long as Immortal Chief is willing to forgive Little Demon, how do I need Little Demon to repay you? You can just ask. Little Demon will not dare to disobey. Just as well, you know what you're doing. Chen Anqing was excited in his heart. The demon girl had finally gotten the hang of it. It is a heavenly chance that this seed is willing to take you as a mount, so you should grasp it well. The little demon understands. I wonder how the immortal likes to ride. Chen Anqing was dumbfounded. Good guy. Just now there were 100 prevarications. It seems to be pretending. Brotherly honestly does not deceive me. The demonesses of the lower world are all the same. Eating hard but not soft. Well, Chen Anqing momentarily actually shy to answer. Li brother did not tell this paragraph. Directly skipped. Giggle. The immortal seems to be shy it. You don't misunderstand. Oh, the little demon is asking what kind of form you prefer. Is it to let my main body be a mount? Or to turn into a human form? The snake demon laughed repeatedly, but her heart was not as relaxed as the surface. This person in front of me. A ragged coat. Face gray a hall. Black a hall. How to look at it is not like a mighty cultivator, but he can palm out the 3-9 heavenly robberies. This were to reason to go. Also, this man acts in a bizarre manner and has a volatile attitude. So you can't be fooled by his shy teenage appearance. You might capsize if you're not careful. Those words. Anson Chan couldn't help but blush with his old face. So it's about form, not posture. Why didn't you say so earlier? This, depending on the situation and the time of year, will come later. Anson Chan made a somewhat awkward and perfunctory remark. Amit Ba Buddha. Demon. Let's see where you're going to run today. Just at that moment, on the other side of the mountain peak, someone pronounced aloud Buddha's name immediately. A smell of incense filled the air in the blink of an eye. A young monk surrounded by green light stepped into the air from that side. The monk had wanted to offer his magic treasure and directly take down the snake demon, but found that the snake demon side, there is a pimply-faced teenager, cannot feel the real situation. He temporarily did not make a move. Demonis, don't you dare to run away again. I advise you to immediately submit to the law and follow me back to the clan to be punished. The young monk clasped his hands together and roared in a solemn and dignified manner. It's you again. You wise flatulent monk. I've said long ago that fruit is a chance given to me by the heavens, and has nothing to do with your Brahma sound sect. So cut the crap. The moment the monk appeared, the snake demon immediately transformed into a set of gauze dress to wear. She hated the bald donkey the most in her life. How can the body let the bald donkey to see it? Speak properly. No cursing, Anson Chen faintly reminded. I didn't scold him. Then how can you call people retarded? Have a good talk. Misunderstanding can always be solved. The young monk on the opposite side's face turned green, but when he saw that Chen Anqing was quite amiable, he gave a salute and said stiffly, "This monk, the poor monk's dharma name is Yi Swelling, and the moon is long and swollen." Chen Anqing was stunned and stifled a smile. Your Excellency's master must be a great and wise master. Wisdom Swell didn't want to dwell on the matter of the dharma name, which had been misunderstood more than once or twice anyway. Immediately after that, he quietly probed Anson Chen and actually found that the other party was an ordinary person with a mortal body. Of course, Ji Swell knew that there was another possibility in this situation, and that was that the other party's realm was far higher than his own. For safety's sake, Ji Swell didn't dare to act rashly. This woman is in essence transformed by a green snake. Are you being held hostage by her? Ji Swell inquired. Held hostage? That's not so bad. Anson Chen waved his hand, then said, I heard that there is a misunderstanding between her and your clan. Don't you Buddhists always say that it's better to resolve grievances than to tie them up? So how about I help you guys tie this up today? As Chen Anqing spoke, his immortal sense had been resting on the string of Buddhist beads hanging around the neck of the Ji Swell monk. Judging correctly, it was made of Tiantan blackwood, which was exactly one of the scarce materials for refining immortal artifacts. As Li Zhengyang had said, monk Ji Swell frowned slightly. The words are true, but I don't know what skills you have to persuade the snake demon to return the linglong fruit? Anson Chen said indifferently. Don't talk about whether to return it or not. Let's see who is right and who is wrong first. Seeing that the other party was so confident, Monk Shi Swell's timidity in his heart thickened a few more points. So he said, good. The thing is very simple. My master's door after thousands of painstaking loss of a number of high priests in the realm of the fairy realm only to find a linglong fruit seedling in a specific place under the mountain to raise the fruit. That fruit is for my ancestor to renew the life of the use of the snake, but did not want to be the snake demon stole and ate to. Shiryu say she should not be returned. Snake Demon Chinger secretly glanced at Chen Anqing, fearing that he would not protect himself, and hastened to defend. Linglong fruit grows between heaven and earth. You say it's raised by you is raised by you, what is the evidence? Moreover, even if it is raised by your family, I didn't know beforehand. You guys are still reasonable to kill all of them? Amit Ba Buddha. Demonis, don't you dare to argue. Ji Swell glared angrily. Chen Anqing pondered for a little while and said, it's not just a linglong fruit. If you eat it, you can't pull it out and return it to you. Can you? You. Ji Swell was furious and said angrily, don't you talk so much. Now that my ancestor only has 2 years of life left, if I don't take the demoness back to feed her with blood, how can I let my whole clan explain? He. Chen Anqing laughed and said, Wisdom Swell, you do not need to be impatient. This demon has already been accepted by me as a mount. How can I let you catch it to bleed it out? Let's put it this way. She ate one of your linglong fruit. I'll compensate you 100-fold. And we'll all make friends. Compensation? You'll pay for it with your head. Linglong fruit is only found in the forbidden dangerous area. And it is not a big Chinese cabbage. Can you say that you will pay for it? Ji Swell was about to start spraying, but he saw Anson Chan spread out his palm, and a lotus-like, turquoise thing hovered in his palm. Hiss. Ji Swell and Chinger, who was on the side, couldn't help but instinctively suck in a sharp breath. Refreshing. This, monk. Ji Swell stammered a little, saying, Scholar, what is this thing you have? Containing the purity of aura. Rare in the world. Nah. It's just one immortal crystal. Enough to be worth 100 times 1,000 times your linglong fruit. Looking at the monk's shocked to the point of numbness expression, Anson Chan's heart had its own sense of pleasure. I remember when a worker ran an errand for the senior management and was rewarded with an amethyst crystal that was worth more than an immortal crystal. Anson Chan was shocked and envious, and thought that the senior management was really stupid, and the amethyst crystal could be given away for nothing. Only now do I realize that the source of pleasure between being a bottom loser and being a top man is different. Immortal crystals? Who am I to believe? Before the words were finished, Monk Ji Swell's mind shook, and the Buddha's light appeared on his body. Harmonization stage. I've broken through the realm. Wisdom Swell Monk heart rolled up shock waves. He just wanted to check the authenticity, which no just absorb a little bit. The pure aura will help him break the realm barrier into the realm of the merged body. Prior to this, Ji Swell, as a young wizard of the Brahma sound sect that was hard to come by in 1,000 years, had been stuck at the peak of the transitional stage for 3 years, unable to break through no matter what. And now, he no longer dared to doubt the authenticity of the immortal crystal. Amit Ba. Ji Swell felt soothed and relaxed, and his mind was stilled. Monk, this immortal crystal is of immeasurable value. If it wasn't for saving the life of the ancestor, the young monk would never dare to take it. Thank you, monk, there's no harm in it. If you're really over it, give me your string of Buddha beads. Wise inflation. This string of Buddha beads is the clan's most precious treasure, only passed on to the first genius of this clan within 100 years. He would not dare to give it away easily, but the other party had taken out an immortal crystal, and if he hadn't estimated it wrongly, it seemed that the entire Brahma Sound's property turf combined wasn't worth that much. Immediately, Ji Swell no longer had a mental burden and removed the Buddha beads. Forgive me, the monk still suffered a great loss. This generous gift the little monk remembered in his heart, and will repay in the coming day. Anson Chan took the beads. That's just it. Your grudge with her, it's over? Ji Swell hurriedly saluted Chinger, female monastic master. The misunderstanding has been resolved. I hope you will bear with me if I have offended much in the past. Wisdom Swelling is also a person fine. Opposite this young man, easily come up with a grain of immortal crystal. I'm afraid that there is a big head. At this time do not take the initiative to make good. That is the person as the name. Into a real retard. No wonder when I came, I felt a immortal rhyme divine might appear. I'm afraid with this related. Great. Wisdom Swell heart sigh. Fortunately I did not recklessly hands. Otherwise the life must be accounted for in this. As for Chinger on the side, her mind had long since gone blank. This dirty, deranged guy, even took out a fairy crystal to rescue himself. Even if you sold yourself, selling yourself 100 times wouldn't be worth the price. Who the hell is he? What's his story? Am I making a fortune by becoming his mount? Will he abandon me? How exactly does he like to ride? Countless questions lingered in Chinger's mind. So much so that she didn't even care about Monk Ji Swell's apology in order to prevent accidents from occurring. Ji Swell thanked him again and again and then left in a hurry. Chen Anqing carefully examined the Buddha beads. 10 to 9 is Tian Tan blackwood material. A total of 36. The specific value of Chen Anqing is not yet clear. Anyway, it is definitely more than 100 immortal crystals. Earn a fortune. Of course, Anson Chan had also thought about killing people to get rid of them, but this was not his character after all, so he gave it up. Moreover, Anson Chan had a deeper intention with this move. A small monk of the transitional stage was an ad-like existence in Anson Chan's eyes, however. Anson Chan realized that this monk's bone age was only 20, and not only did he possess the Buddha's heart and wisdom, but he was also a double holy body. Sheesh. This qualification, when placed in the immortal world, was also the top of the top grade. It would be a shame to kill it. It was also for this reason that Anson Chan had other plans, that was to cultivate the forces, to take in the world of cultivation and root them out. And once these wizards ascended to the immortal realm and used them for themselves, their position in the immortal realm would change as a result. In the immortal world, ascended masters are the resources that all the major immortal mansions and spirit caves rush to collect, and most of the ascended masters have a high vision, so even the mid-rate immortal mansions have difficulty in retaining a top ascended master without spending a lot of money. The reason for this lies in their heaven-defying qualifications. After all, each of them is 1 in 100 million and has gone through tribulations to have the chance to become immortal. Many thanks to the Supreme Immortal for his kindness. The little demon will never forget it. This time, Xinger no longer dared to have any distractions in her heart and bowed sincerely. What upper immortal? Since you have become my mount, just call me Gongzi in the future. Chen Anqing blandly said. Yes, Gongzi. Xinger knows. Xinger heart don't mention how excited. That, male, today you resisted the heavenly tribulation for me. Must have consumed a lot of essence. Xinger served you to rest to go? Consuming essence? No, not really. Anson Chan turned his eyes to stare at Xinger. 16 or 17 years old, wearing a water green light dress, curves delicate, can be called the best on earth. Does it look good with clothes on? Or does it look good without? Anson Chan felt that each had its own flavor, and both were wonderful. It is not up to you to arrange whether to rest or not, but in the future you will need to follow my orders and not take matters into your own hands. Anson Chan had a serious face. Seeing the serious-faced Anson Chan, Xinger fought a wave of panic in her soul and hurriedly knelt down to admit her mistake. Chen Anqing also did not go to appease or anything. A slave girl should have the appearance of a slave girl. Get up. I have something to ask you. After a few moments, Anson Chen called up Xinger as he prepared to learn about the general situation of this cultivation realm. My lord, you may speak. Anson Chan nodded slightly and began to ask about the basic situation. Half an hour later, Anson Chan had asked almost enough questions. This realm, called the Cloud Dragon Realm, was not the cultivation realm that Li Zhangyang was in at the time. This place is the Cloud Dragon Realm, the northern coast of the Jushu State corner. 3 clans and 18 factions manage the Jushu State across 30,000 miles of earth, which is led by the Yaoyu clan. It is said that there is an earth immortal ancestor sitting in its clan. In addition, there were many minor forces, devil cultivators, demon cultivators, and so on. Your Excellency, I'm afraid it's not easy for you to build a clan. When Anson Chan asked how he could construct a sect here, Xinger was a bit embarrassed. How? Anson Chan frowned slightly. As far as Xinger knows, there are a total of 9 great spirit mountains, 18 spirit springs, and dozens of spirit veins in Juzhou, all of which are occupied by the 3 clans and 18 sects. So if there are no such resources within the clan, it would be difficult to receive disciples yet. Xinger replied, there's no harm in buying a spiritual mountain. But Your Excellency, the spirit mountain is the foundation of each clan. The other party may not be willing to sell it. That's right then. If you are willing to sell, this seat will be too embarrassed to make a grab. Xinger was speechless, staring at Chen Anqing with an admiring face. Gongzi is so domineering. If you ignore his tattered robe and the dirt on his face, Gongzi is actually quite handsome. It's up to you to negotiate this. Negotiate the price before I step in. Go. This kind of small matter, Chen Anqing is too lazy to personally intervene. I am a hallowed immortal 3 higher. I came down to the world to enjoy the blessings, not to run errands. Yes, Xinger will go and do it immediately. After saying that, Xinger mobilized her demonic power and prepared to take to the air. Wait a minute. Anson Chan called out to Xinger. What else do you command? My lord? Cyan blinked with a puzzled look on her face. That, I spoke with you earlier about the rules of my hometown. You should know them. Hometown rules? What rules? Save your life. With your body. Xinger's face rippled with peach color, her little heart pounding. I don't know when Your Excellency wishes Xinger to repay the favor? Xinger shyly whispered, and inwardly there was actually that little bit of small expectation. How can one delay such a thing as repaying one's kindness? I see that there is a cave in that back mountain. It is better to be early than late. Chen Anqing secretly swallowed his saliva. Then, as Your Excellency said, Xinger will accompany you there. Chen Anqing used his immortal power to roll Xinger into his arms. Soft and fragrant, delicate and sheepish. This feeling was much more real than in his dreams, inside the cave. 2 hours later, my lord, it's time for Xinger to go on her errand. There are priorities. First, the matter of repayment is generally thorough. Gongzi, you're so bad. Day 2, my lord, It's time for Chinger to go discuss the purchase of Spirit Mountain. What's the rush? It's not like the Spirit Mountain will run away if you leave it there. Next time. Oh, Duke. 7 days later. Chinger, go and finish buying the Spirit Mountain. Your Excellency, my slave has difficulty moving, so I need to rest for 2 days. Is that okay? Chen Anqing looked at the pitiful Chinger, and suddenly his heart rippled, and he had the intention to give Chinger another chance to repay his kindness, but nah. This little leprechaun really doesn't seem to be working. Granted, not having been out of the cave for 7 days, Chen Anqing put on his tattered jacket and prepared to go out for some air. And by the way, get me back some nice clothes. Chinger knows, the sky outside the cave was clear, and Chen Anqing was refreshed. It's been a damn comfortable couple of days. He now finally realized the bitterness in Li Jingyang's heart. Having such a free day but not running to the immortal world to do hard labor. Who can not regret? And that little sweet spot is just the beginning. Once I stabilize my roots in the lower realm and cultivate a large number of ascenders, I won't have to work so hard to return to the immortal realm in the future. The days are getting sweeter and more promising. Chen Anqing sat on the edge of the cliff. The breeze brushed his face, and he watched the clouds roll in and out. And for the first time in his life, he was so cozy. And now that's how an immortal should live. When I'm rich in the future, buy a top-notch cave residence and bring grandma from the village to enjoy her happiness. Her old man doesn't know how happy she'll be. Chen Anqing has no father or mother and is an abandoned baby adopted by an old woman in the village of Qinjia in the immortal world. From now on, the mother and grandson line depend on each other for life. The days of poverty and hardship. After growing up, Chen Anqing went out to work, working in the mines over the years, and hadn't been back home for more than 10 years, only entrusting someone to bring some immortal crystals to his grandmother every year. It wasn't that he didn't want to go back, but it was a long way to go. And sitting in a teleportation spell didn't cost less than 1,000 crystals, so he really couldn't afford to spend it. Just sit there. Chen Anqing suddenly felt a wave of fatigue, and his heart began to stir with restlessness. What's going on? Could it be that we've been overconsumed these past few days? It shouldn't be. At least it was the immortal 3 realm, 70 or 80 times. Not so much as to drag his body down. Buzz. Suddenly, Chen Anqing's mind shook dramatically as he felt something that was rapidly draining his immortal energy. Oh no! Why is the crossing stone sucking my power? Anson Chan was instantly uneasy. It was hard to believe that one would be swallowed up by this cross-boundary stone. Before Chen Anqing could think about it in detail, a dark door appeared in front of him, and a ferocious force pulled him down, yanking him hard into the door. Over and out. This was the desperate thought in Anson Chan's mind before he disappeared. Unnamed Peak. Chinger rested in the cave for a few hours before finally loosening up. The mail is also too raw. He. Chinger recalled the tragic battle over the past 7 days. And the corner of her mouth unconsciously raised a shy smile. She put on a long gossamer dress, and at the point of her finger, the spring water in the cave condensed into a mirror. Looking at her pink-faced, beautifully shaped self in the mirror, Chinger had mixed feelings. When Gongzi gets tired of it someday, will he drive Chinger away? LOL. In the end, one is only the slave girl of the Duke. Forget it. Why think so much? Let's just be happy one day at a time. Chinger straightened her dress and walked towards the outside of the cave with light lotus steps. There was no way to do it. The tugging hurt if the steps were too big. Where is the mail? Chinger Zhanyan looked around, but there was no sign of Anson Chan. Hinged on an errand. After waiting for 2 days, there was still no Anson Chan returning. She stood at the edge of the cliff, looking out at the white clouds that rolled like waves. When the wind came, she subconsciously tightened her dress. She sat down, her knees on her chin. The dark, waterfall-like hair rose and fell in the wind, and all was silent in heaven and earth. I used to be alone. How come I suddenly feel uncomfortable being alone? A few more days passed. Chinger realized that he was probably really gone and would never come back. So angry, but it's nothing, just think of it as a dream. What's there to cry about? Amit Ba. As he was fuming, someone behind him proclaimed a Buddha's name. Chinger jerked her head back and realized that there were 7 big monks standing behind her, all solemn and dignified compared to before when they always hunted her. That Chi Swell monk. These monks brought another feeling to Chinger and seemed to have a heavier killing aura. A few masters. I have settled my grudge with your Brahma-san sect. I wonder what a few masters are looking for me for. Chinger spoke in a calm and collected manner. Bold Demonis. Don't talk nonsense here. One of the fat-headed monks burst out, and with the point of his finger, he poked a bloody hole in Chinger's shoulder. Harmonization realm. Chinger's heart was white with fear. Bald ass. How can you be so unreasonable? My son has offered immortal crystals against that laborious linglong fruit, which is worth more than 1,000 times more than that. So how dare you make things difficult for me again? The fat-headed monk sneered and said, Unbridled Demonis. You used demonic techniques to confuse Master Nephew Jiswell and deceived him with an ordinary stone. How could you hide it from my eyes? Greenie was baffled. Ordinary stones? Is the great monk talking nonsense? Or is he himself being lied to? Gongzi's immortal power is profound. He must not be a pitiful villain. Xinger murmured in the bottom of her heart. And then she drank. Where is Monk Shi Swell? Call him out to confront him. Demonis. Don't think of playing any more tricks. Taking a 10,000 steps back. We are the righteous sect of Buddha. And we are at loggerheads with you, demon. Even if there is no such thing, it is still incumbent upon us righteous cultivators to put you to death. The monk said with great righteousness. Good you ruthless monk. I was born and raised in the same way as all living things. How come I am incompatible with you? Xinger was so angry that her chest rose and fell. What a natural born and bred the 7 great monks were. In fact, dumbfounded. Senior brothers, don't listen to the demon girl's sophistry. If you don't make a move, it will be much longer. Yes, elder brother. Clang clang clang. For a while, several great monks offered up their magic treasures. The entire peak trembled, and the sound of clashing golden geese echoed between heaven and earth. Immortal world inside a cave in the mountain wilderness. Chenin took a long breath. It turned out that it wasn't the cross-boundary stone that was going to devour him, but rather teleport him back to the immortal realm through his mind sensing. Chen Anqing thoroughly figured out that there was a time limit for the effect of the cross-boundary stone. He spent 7 days in the lower realm and returned to find that only 7 hours had passed. That is to say, the immortal realm and the cultivation realm do not have the same time span. And 1 hour in the immortal realm is equal to 1 day in the lower realm. Chen Anqing felt that it was better on the contrary, so that he would have more time to live in the lower realms. The only drawback is that every time you go to the lower world, you can only stay for 7 days. This was related to his own realm. If he broke through to the true immortal realm, he would be able to stay longer. Exactly how long? Chen Anqing did not yet know. In short, the higher the realm, the longer one stays in the lower realms. Moreover, every time he came back, the cross-boundary stone would seal itself for 12 hours. And if he wanted to go to the lower world again, he would have to wait for the next day. Phew! Chen Anqing exhaled in the cave for a few hours, consuming 3 immortal crystals, and finally recovered completely. Anyway, he couldn't immediately go to the lower realm. So Chen Anqing was prepared to make a trip to the marketplace. For one thing, since he was going to start a sect in the lower realms, he needed to prepare some good supplies. Secondly, Anson Chen was going to ask about the price of the heavenly sandalwood blackwood Buddha bead. And by the way, inquire about the prices of other rare materials in the immortal realm as well. The marketplace was far away from the mining area, and as an ordinary person in the immortal world, Anson Chen could not yet do flight. You can only spend half a grain of immortal crystal to arrive by flying bird. The marketplace was bustling with activity, mostly miners on their shifts purchasing essential supplies. There is an immortal treasures pavilion in the marketplace, with branches all over the immortal realm, rumored to be run by the Wei Yang immortal emperor's brother-in-law. And I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, there is a point. Xianjin Pavilion to do business credibility is extremely good. No matter what your origin, the status of high and low, open the door to welcome customers. A wisp of equality. The magnificent, ancient building area, which covers an area of 1,000 acres, is where the Immortal Treasures Pavilion is located. After inquiring, Anson Chan came to one of the trading areas. It was a wide street lined with stores doing business and vendors setting up stalls. There was a wide array of commodities, ranging from agricultural tools, weapons, magic talismans, to pills, immortal talismans, and clothing. Anson Chan stopped in front of a weapon stall. Don't look at these things in the immortal realm ordinary. If they were to fall into the lower realms, any one of them could be called a top-grade immortal artifact. After all of these things had to be crafted by at least a true immortal level refiner. Boss, how much is this dagger? Anson Chan picked up a piece at random. Guest has good eyesight. 1 top-grade treasure blade. 300 immortal crystals, no counteroffer. Expensive. Anson Chan lowered his dagger. He only made 60 a month, and he couldn't afford to part with 300 for a dagger. Besides, taking it to the lower world for use doesn't require such good quality. After shopping for a while longer, Anson Chan ended up buying 2 scythes, a nail rake, and a hammer. A total of 260 immortal crystals were spent. Agricultural tools, well, a lot cheaper than authentic weapons. In addition, Chen Anqing bought a few immortal talismans, although they were all of the lowest grade, and even some of them were defective. But this thing was just expensive, and it cost more than 700 immortal crystals. He had only saved a total of more than 500 immortal crystals, and to spend so much at once was a real pain in the neck. It's just a matter of spending what you have to spend to earn what you have to earn. Anson Chan consoled himself in this way. Then he bought some common herbs, wild fruits and such from some stalls before entering one of the stores of the Immortal Precious Pavilion's official family. Boss, do you take tantalum blackwood here? Anson Chan opened the door. Take it away. Guests, have a seat. The old man on the counter greeted him with a smile and ordered someone to make immortal tea to receive him. Tiantan blackwood is a scarce thing. We will accept as much as you have, come what may. The shopkeeper said. Chen Anqing knows that Shenzhen Pavilion has an excellent reputation for doing business, and without being wary of anything, he directly took out the string of Buddha beads. Ooh, the shopkeeper's eyes glistened and he couldn't help but praise a good word. 18 generations of ancestral Tian sandalwood blackwood beads. Shopkeeper, you give a price. Anson Chan hadn't done much business. He could still brag about himself. The shopkeeper took the Buddha beads and weighed the weight, and then used his immortal power to check the texture in vintage, and quoted, a total of 3 kilograms and 12 taels. The average price of this number. The shopkeeper stretched out 2 fingers, and Chen Anqing was a bit confused. In a way, only 2 crystals? Didn't they say it was a rare material? It's only worth this much. Blood loss. Not for sale. Chen Anqing was a little depressed and was ready to take it to another house to ask for a price. Sir, don't be in a hurry. 2 amethysts for 1 or 2. Is the market price. You, this blackwood years enough. Texture transparent. The old monument exceptionally give you a little increase. If you are still not satisfied, then there is no way. You also know that our immortal precious pavilion is the most safe and fair in business. So think about it. The shopkeeper persuaded. It turned out to be 2 grains of amethyst for 1 or 2. Amethyst was of better quality than immortal crystal, and the exchange ratio was about 100 to 1. In other words, the price of the heavenly sandalwood blackwood was 200 immortal crystals or 2. Chen Anqing, this string of Buddha beads, 3 pounds and 12 taels weight, equal to the whole 60 taels. It can be sold for a full 12,000 immortal crystals. Get rich, get rich. Anson Chan never dreamed that he could make so much money at one time. Ahem. The immortal precious pavilion is fair to all. I do know this. So I'll sell it to you. At this price, Anson Chan was naturally willing to trade. Of course, if you take it to the black market, the price is expected to be higher, but it's not safe. And I'm just afraid that I'll have a life to make money but not a life to spend it. Good. The shopkeeper laughed and collected the Buddha beads. Does the gentleman accept amethyst or immortal crystals? Immortal crystals it is, heavier and more solid to hold. Chen Anqing laughed. The shopkeeper immediately ordered someone to send a storage bag. A total of 12,500 immortal crystals. More than 500 counted as a premium. Please, the gentleman face to face, point clear. Away from the cabinet, will not recognize the account. Chen Anqing took the storage bag and scanned it with his mind. No more, no less, and then stowed it away. Chen Anqing then asked the shopkeeper for a tome that recorded the prices of the materials and got up to leave. Excited hearts, trembling hands point 1 string of beads against twice his savings from a decade of mining. Crossing stone. Ah, crossing stone. Thank you, ancestor. It's you who changed my destiny. Chen Anqing 10,000 times more excited. Good days. Finally looked forward to. Stop right there. Just after walking out of the trading area, a shout came from behind Anson Chen. He immediately turned around and saw a youth with a familiar face standing behind him with his arms around 2 demonic women. This person was none other than Wang Bo, the chief of that number 1 mining area where Chen Anqing was located, a son of the Wang family from the Great Clan. So it's Master Wang. Are you calling me? Chen Anqing bowed coyly. Wang Bo looked Chen Anqing up and down a few times. What are you doing in the marketplace? Chen Anqing thought to himself, where I am is none of your business. But on the surface he didn't dare to bump into this one. Reporting to the master, my family is far away, and there is nowhere to go during the month of rest. So I came to the market to look for some wild fruits and herbs for spare time. Wang Bo didn't care how Chen Anqing answered and said in a commanding tone, as it happens, this master here has an errand to give you. Come and go for more than a month. You finish and come back will be delayed for a few days to do the work. This steward will not deduct your wages. Anson Chan frowned slightly. Ask yourself to run an errand? For over a month? On the basis of what? The bastard is just bullying himself because of his status. Reporting to the master, the poisonous fury in my body attacked. I need to convalesce for more than 10 days. I'm afraid I can't help you. Next time for sure. Anson Chan finished, saluted, and then turned to leave. Hey, you kid, Wang Bo muttered and didn't give Chen Anqing a hard time. Brainless stuff. Giving him the chance to flatter himself. It's him who doesn't cherish it. Only when Chen Anqing's figure disappeared did a woman beside Wang Bo speak up. Oops, Mr. Wang, you've been tricked by that kid. Wang Bo asked. Why? The woman said. You don't see that kid is the immaculate sword body. His kind of physique, not affected by the poisonous fury at all. He is clearly not give you face. Don't want to help you run errands. Wang Bo suddenly realized. This stinky shrimp. How dare you fool me? The next time I see you, I'll have your ass. Leaving the marketplace, Chen Anqing went to the restaurant near the mine to have a good meal and drink. When he passed by the Lingfeng house where Li Zhangyang often went, Chen Anqing had the intention to go and experience it, but he was afraid of bumping into acquaintances, so he gave up. In reality, ordinary women in the immortal realm had little spirituality, and their temperament was many times worse than that of the female cultivators who had ascended up. This was something that Li Zhangyang had also confided in Anson Chen. Some days have passed in the Cloud Dragon realm. That girl Qinger must have recovered. so I'll go find her again tomorrow and let her continue to repay her kindness. Back in the deserted cave, Chen Anqing lay on a rock. Unable to sleep horizontally, closing his eyes was Qing'er's pair of white wobbly peaks trembling, and for a moment his heart was on fire. Torture! When will I be able to step into the true immortal realm so that I can also stay in the lower realms for more time? Raising the realm was the dream of every immortal realm subject, however. Without cultivating in a blessed cave, one could at most maintain their realm, and it was simply impossible to ascend. In the early ancient times, the immortal world was full of rich immortal spiritual energy, and ordinary immortals could also cultivate and attain the way. However, as generation after generation of upper-class families used the spirit-gathering formation, it had long since drained the ordinary areas of immortal aura to the point where ordinary people no longer had the opportunity to move up the ladder. Nowadays, if one wanted to cultivate and improve, one could either use a large amount of purple crystals, buy a cave, or worship the immortal mansion spiritual cave as a disciple. There was no other way. A lower-level spirit cave requires at least 1,800,000 immortal crystals. Alas, not even close. Staying dry like this, Chen Anqing finally made it through 12 hours. He couldn't wait to take out the cross-border stone. And with a thought, the light door appeared when he opened his eyes. Anson Chan was dumbfounded. In front of me was a bleak land with no grass. How can this be? How can the lower world be deserted after only 10 days of time? Anson Chan was dumbfounded. So, he hurriedly moved to the boundary crossing stone to find the answer. Convinced, the world of teleportation is not fixed? Chen Anqing even rolled his eyes as he realized that there were countless cultivation realms under the immortal realm of the worlds that he teleported across the border were not fixed. Unless he possessed extremely powerful spiritual power, he could lock onto the cultivation worlds that he had visited, but he was now mentally ordinary. In other words, out of the countless cultivation realms, it was like finding a needle in a haystack if he wanted to return to the Cloud Dragon realm again. You can't do this to me. I saved Qing'er's life. She hasn't finished repaying me yet. Anson Chan couldn't help but cry out, holding a fire with nowhere to vent it. Never mind. Let's do this for now and see what's worth something in this world. Chen Anqing had no other way. His immortal sense unfolded. Within tens of thousands of miles, all the winds and grasses were under his probing. Not even a mole. There was no living thing for tens of thousands of miles, but rather a number of devastated zones littered with corpses and bones that had been petrified immediately afterward. Chen Anqing rose up in the air and quickly flew out for tens of thousands of miles, flying all the way and checking all the way. 2 days later, Anson Chan became more and more disappointed. This is a cultivation realm that has been destroyed. There is no other Qing'er in the whole world. There are no materials needed, but only poisonous miasma and barren land without grass, judging from some of the remains. This definition was the result of a tragic great battle that had been destroyed for an unknown number of thousands of years. What kind of terrifying great battle is capable of destroying a realm? Driven by curiosity, Anson Chan continued to explore. After another day, Anson Chen had visited many relics with special sense. I wanted to see what treasures were left behind, but there was nothing. Everything was dust to dust, weathered long ago. However, he had found a number of residual written messages. Most of them were remnants of this realm's cultivation techniques, and some were biographies documenting history, gathering enough only words. Anson Chan probably understood what was going on. The destruction of this realm was related to a demonic cultivator called Candlewind. It was said that this person's origin was unknown, and when he appeared, his demonic aura was so overwhelming that even the strongest Immortal 9 in this world could not match him. Stronger than the Immortal 9 realm? That seems unlikely. Anson Chan had doubts in his mind. It was reasonable to say that cultivators stronger than the Immortal 9 realm did not exist in the cultivation world unless the Immortal Emperor comes in person. It's even more unlikely that it's an Immortal Emperor. If it's really an Immortal Emperor, a single thought would be enough to destroy a realm. It wouldn't be such a fierce fight. This made Anson Chan even more curious. Could it be that so-called devil cultivator also came across the border? Anson Chan thought of such a possibility. Perhaps I'm not the only one who owns the crossing stone. Chen Anqing had his reasons for thinking so, because he didn't believe that God would favor him alone. Mining can dig up cross-boundary stones, and with billions and billions of living beings in the immortal realm, why shouldn't others have the luck to get them? Keep looking to figure this out. Anson Chan continued to explore. A few hours later, Anson Chen arrived in a huge pit that was 1,000 miles in size. The white bones in this place are not petrified, but instead are all polished like jade. Anson Chen judged that every single corpse here was at least an Immortal 8, Immortal 9 level existence, and there are tens of thousands of such corpses. This caused Anson Chen's heart to be extremely shocked. This place was once just a cultivation realm. How could it have spawned tens of thousands of Immortal 8 and Immortal 9 realm powerhouses? It's a pity that these immortal weapons are all damaged. Chen Anqing looked at the broken immortal soldier artifacts all over the ground and couldn't help but feel very distressed, with a feeling of wrong billion. However, even though the things were all damaged, Some of the materials could still be returned to the furnace to be rebuilt, and taking them to sell. They should also be able to make a small profit. Quickly packing up a bit, Chen Anqing put everything that was slightly useful into the storage bag in his head. Coming to the center of the giant pit, Anson Chen saw a particular corpse, that skeleton, black as ink and jade. Even though it had been dead for an unknown number of thousands of years, there was still a fury surviving. If Chen Anqing was an ordinary cultivator and not in the immortal realm, he would only be turned into pus by this baleful chi, dog thief Xin Ku. If I am reincarnated and reborn, I will thwart you. Hate, hate, hate. A line of blood-colored handwriting caught Chen Anqing's eye. This. The dog thief he's talking about can't be the Xian Ku immortal emperor. Anson Chan couldn't help but choke. The immortal realm was vast and boundless, and there were immortal emperor powerhouses in every major domain, among which was the familiar immortal emperor Xian Ku. This Xian Ku immortal emperor, a very young immortal emperor, was said to have risen to prominence 6,000 years ago, almost out of nowhere, and no one knew his true origin. If this fellow had a grudge against the immortal emperor, then he would be too terrifying. It's a dead man after all. There's no need to be afraid. Anson Chan patted his chest and looked for any treasures first. After turning around, Anson Chan didn't find anything useful. The IT made him a little upset. Stayed up for more than 10 hours to come to such a trip. No green child is just. Even the benefits cannot get a little. It is really a blood loss. Anson Chan was annoyed and kicked the skeleton. As the skeleton fell, Anson Chan saw a blood-colored bead manifest. Ha! Chen Anqing didn't even think about it and immediately went up to grab it. The moment his palm touched the beads, he was struck by lightning and his entire body stiffened. A wave of blood appeared. He couldn't move himself. He couldn't escape at all, and watched as the wave of blood drowned him. Before Chen Anqing could regret it, the environment around him had already changed, and at this time, he was in an infinite dark red space. In front of him hovered a man in black with a slender physique and a cold face. You must be curious as to why someone as strong as this honorable man would appear in the cultivation plane and why he would die. A cold, unemotional voice came out. No, you misunderstand. I'm not curious. Anson Chan almost pissed himself in fear and desperately shook his head. However, that cold youth ignored Chen Anqing and ignored his words, continuing, you don't need to be afraid. If you weren't the person I wanted to wait for, you would have already gone up and smoked the moment you touched the blood rosary bead. Being able to see me means that you are qualified to be my heir. Chen Anqing was dumbfounded. This was about to get a chance? But I'm nothing. I haven't done anything. How come I'm the one you want to wait for? You're bluffing me. Don't be so quick to rejoice. Being qualified doesn't mean you can definitely become my heir. Anson Chan was speechless. Where am I happy? I'm not happy. Before I pay my respects, let me answer the first question. Why did I appear in the cultivation world and why did I die? The youth finished speaking to himself, and the scene before him changed. A vivid picture flashed before Chen Anqing's eyes, and he had a lot more information in his head. After about a quarter of an hour, the picture stopped and the youth reappeared inside Chen Anqing's head. There was one more long and painful life, and the whole person was depressed. That's what he's been through? This person's name was Candlewind, a descendant of an ancient immortal family in the northern vast land of the immortal world, with both parents being immortal emperors. A proper super-immortal second generation. A havoc, though, that began when he was still in his mother's womb. He originally had a twin brother from the same mother, but he was taken over by the mother fetus of an undead demon emperor who had been scheming for an unknown number of years. When he was still in his mother's womb, that guy started taking away his emperor root and sucking his essence, causing him to almost die in the womb. Hard to survive to birth, but because of the rotten sores all over the body, paralyzed in bed. Less than 10 years old, was abandoned by his parents. That the old six demon emperor, but the only favor, hijacked everything that should belong to him and his brother later. In the long 10,000 years, Candlewind has suffered many hardships, suffered many sins, but also in the forbidden area of the chance, and finally became a fairy god. On that day, he broke the barrier and wanted to go back to take revenge with his fiancée whom he had met in the Forbidden Land. Unbeknownst to him, his fiancée had set him up and had been using him to gain benefits from the Forbidden Zone for thousands of years. Seeing that Candlewind was about to leave, in the end, she and her true Taoist couple combined their efforts to injure Candlewind, stripping him of his immortal bones, extracting his immortal tendons, and after squeezing out the last of his usefulness, knocking him into the abyssal rift. Drifting in the cracks of the abyss for hundreds of years, he endured both physical and mental torment that would be difficult for anyone to bear, and finally fell into the devil and straight into this world of cultivation. It was a pity that his immortal body had long since corroded, his immortal power had long since dissipated, and he needed to constantly devour immortal spirits in order to sustain his life. In the end, he broke out into battle with tens of thousands of peak powerhouses in this realm, and the moment his immortal soul blew itself up, the world was destroyed and everything was destroyed. How tragic. Chen Anqing's head hurt. This guy, Candlewind, had hardened all of his life's painful experiences into his own mind that was more than 10,000 years of hatred, loneliness, pain and resentment. Where could Chen Ansheng, a fart in the immortal realm, withstand it? Anson Chan broke down and was almost on the verge of life and death, not to mention that Chen Ansheng was a commoner. Even if a different immortal exalt came and instantly received so many painful memories, he might not be able to withstand it. If you can't bear it, you will naturally end up miserable, either that or have a nervous breakdown and go crazy. Either the immortal soul is shattered and dies violently in an instant. Chen Ansheng was, right now, on the verge of having his immortal soul shattered, as he sometimes cried and laughed, sometimes shouted madly, and sometimes rolled over on the ground and convulsed. The pain was worse than skinning a man's face. Right at this moment, a burst of inexplicable grey qi emerged in Chen Ansheng's mind, and when the grey qi descended, the pain brought by those memories actually gradually eased. Only then did Anson Chan regain some of his ability to think. The boundary crossing stone. It was the crossing stone that released some sort of power and preserved my immortal soul. Chen Ansheng was overjoyed. The crossing stone was really bullish. It actually had the effect of protecting the soul. If not, Anson Chan would have cooled off by now. After about 2 hours, those torturous negative emotions finally disappeared almost. Good. Very good. The cold youth, Candlewind, could sense that Chen Ansheng still had a breath of life. The fact that you were able to withstand my memories for 2 hours without dying a violent death proves that your heart is tough and extraordinary, enough to become my heir. Chen Ansheng climbed up, drenched in sweat, and couldn't help but spray angrily. Fuck you. Old me was almost killed by you. Which bastard wants to be your heir? Indeed, if it weren't for the crossing stone protecting his soul, he'd be gone. The real Candlewind has long been grayed out, and this figure in front of me is just an unconscious idea that will not communicate with Chen Ansheng at all. I have been searching for the Tao, wandering in solitude, not realizing that most of my life has been a waste of time. When I was in trouble, I had an epiphany in the midst of the void turbulence and created the True Demon Heart Sutra. But unfortunately, my immortal body was crippled and my immortal power was exhausted, so I was unable to cultivate the supreme divine law. If you worship me as your teacher, I will impart this divine law to you and help you reach the pinnacle. Candlewind said indifferently. Divine law? If there's a benefit to it, then I'll begrudgingly worship it. Chen Ansheng's mood calmed down a little, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing 3 times. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. The ceremony of worship was completed, and Candlewind's residual thoughts were able to sense it. Before transmitting your True Demon Heart Sutra, take this Yuan Shen Dan. This Dan will help you to have strong spiritual power, making your mind and will more resolute and less susceptible to external disturbances. As the words fell, a purple-colored elixir flew in front of Anson Chen. Yuan Shen Dan. It sounds powerful just by its name. Anson Chen smacked his lips. He wasn't afraid to eat and die violently. After all, if the other party wanted to get him killed, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths. As for what take over the body and so on, it is nonsense. The other side is not what residual soul, but it will not think of the idea only after taking the elemental spirit pill. The medicinal power quickly dissolved within Chen Ansheng's body. For a while, he felt like his spirit had doubled, and his immortal sense had skyrocketed by an unknown amount. The depression that remained in his heart from those earlier painful memories also vanished as his spiritual power became strong. It really is a good treasure, Anson Chan exclaimed, sensing Chen Ansheng's mental strength skyrocket. Candlewind proceeded with the next step. Apprentice, relax. Master will pass on the True Demon Heart Sutra to you now. Anson Chan did as he was told, and in his mind, a wave of memories immediately flooded in due to the fact that his mental power was strong enough. This influx of memories didn't make Anson Chan feel half as uncomfortable anymore. Disciple, when I passed on your gongfu, I planted a mark of hatred in your immortal soul's sea of consciousness, and this was an act of necessity. As long as you properly complete the 9 things that your master has explained to you, the imprint will be eliminated by itself, and by that time, you should also have accomplished great divine feats and be invincible in the world. Hearing this, Anson Chen hurriedly checked the memories in his mind to eye in his memory. Candlewind asked him to do 9 things, among which was to kill Xuanku Immortal Emperor as well as to avenge the woman who had harmed him, in addition to several other things. As long as Chen Ansheng accomplished them step by step, he would be able to obtain heavenly benefits. As for the specifics of what the benefits would be, Candlewind didn't give an account of it. There's no such thing as a hate mark. Chen Ansheng checked it over. He now sympathized with Candlewind at most, and did not deliberately hate Immortal Emperor Xuanku and that woman. That is to say, he wanted to plant the seed of hatred in my head and pursue revenge for the rest of my life. However, due to the crossing stone, he failed? Anson Chan speculated. So wouldn't that be the same as whoring out a Yuan Shen Dan and a supreme technique for nothing? Oh master, the death of an immortal is like the extinction of a lamp, so go in peace. As for the matter of revenge, let's take it as it comes. Of course, if you insist that the disciple go to avenge you, the The disciple swears to definitely disassociate from you as master and disciple. Well, that's it. People are dead. What's the point of taking revenge? To make himself an enemy of the immortal emperor? An enemy of the Forbidden Zone master? It's not too long to live. What should be accounted for remained in Chen Anqing's mind, and Candlewind's wish to find an heir had been fulfilled, and he dispersed along with this blood-red space. Well, at least it's your own master. Chen Anqing dug a hole in the ground and buried his blackened bones. Immediately afterward, Chen Anqing sat down on the ground and began to check the gungfu that Candlewind had left for him. In addition to the True Demon Heart Sutra, Anson Chan still had some side techniques in his Sea of Consciousness. For example, Seed Seal Jutsu. This gong method was very simple. As long as the spiritual power was strong enough, one could practice and control it. And it was created by Candlewind when he had just become a demon. After practicing, you can plant 3 kinds of imprints in the minds of people whose spiritual power is inferior to your own. The first, the puppet seal. Once the seed is successfully planted, the opponent will become the caster's puppet and be manipulated by the caster. The second type, master and servant seal. Once the seed is successful, the party that becomes the slave will be permanently loyal to the caster. But there is a prerequisite. Coercion is useless. Must be the other party willing to become a slave to be successful. The third, hate seal. Once a successful seed is planted, the opponent will relentlessly pursue the target set by the caster until one party dies. TSK, what an evil spell. Chen Anqing skimmed his lips. This kind of spell was surely frowned upon by the righteous gentleman, but Chen Anqing does not want to be a gentleman. He just wants to embrace left and right, and get away with his life. Going to other cultivation worlds someday, we can catch a few ungrateful ones to try. In addition to the seed sealing technique, Anson Chan had also obtained the hidden breath technique, wind blast technique, immortal Dr. Xin Jing and other applicable techniques. Chen Anqing did not check them all. Ready to first appreciate the True Demon Heart Sutra. A thought. Candlewind's cold figure then manifested in Chen Anqing's Sea of Consciousness and began the teaching of the first level of the True Demon Heart Sutra. To become a true demon, first cut the root of the scourge. At the first sentence, Anson Chan was confused. Master, what is the bane? Everything in the world is poisonous, of which love poison is the first, and among love poisons, the love of men and women is the first. So, Anson Chan rolled his eyes straight up. By bane, I mean a man's tool of the trade. What kind of crapgong method? I'm not practicing it anymore. Denial. No hesitation in refusing. Damn you. What's the point of making money and what's the point of being invincible if the dick is gone? Chen Anqing couldn't help but burst into foul language. But this is good. Not to repair his gongfu, not to take revenge for him is also peace of mind. If you don't cut it, I'll pass on another initiation method to you. Candlewind's hallowed immortal dignity, and after more than 10,000 years of being honed by the winds and frosts, his wisdom is transcendent. Wouldn't he have predicted that there was a chance that his future heir would not want to cut it? Therefore, Candlewind had taken all possibilities into consideration when he used his immortal thoughts to construct the teaching of feats. Chen Anqing rolled his eyes. There are other methods, and you actually want to cut me, you old thing with evil intentions. Of course, Candlewind couldn't hear Chen Anqing's tirade, but he predicted that the heir who gave up on the first initiation method would definitely question himself. So he explained, the method of cutting off the roots is the fastest way to get started. So naturally, my master holds it as his first choice. Since you are greedy for women and refuse to take the shortcut, the second initiation method is definitely suitable for you. That's more like it. Chen Anqing finally had a little bit of anticipation, and with a movement of his mind, please transmit the Dharma from the master. After getting Chen Anqing's request for advice, Candlewind's immortal thoughts continued to speak down. I have just said that the word love in heaven and earth is the most poisonous, and the love of men and women is the first of all poisons. So I advise you to cut off your roots, which is the method of avoiding poison. This second entry method, but with the opposite, hurt all the world's strange women red face, do a poisoner, can also get into the devil. Chen Anqing's heart is hot, hurting all the world's strange women and red faces, just what I want. However, Anson Chan did not know if he had understood correctly, so he asked, dare I ask master, how is it to be injured? She coldly neglected her when she loved, she deceived her when she hated, she abused her when she changed her mind. She passionately loved her when she was tired, she betrayed her when she was affectionate, and she abused her when she was unaffectionate, repeatedly tormented her with the poison of love, so that she could not live and could not die. This is the general outline, for the teacher to cultivate for more than 10,000 years, to see the red dust, the world thousands of negative men and women of the essence of the key condensed, to get the rules of more than 18,000, and now all pass you. Chen Anqing received the essence of the rules of the love injury into the devil method, but could not help but smack his lips. How perverted does one have to be to come up with such a perverted technique? Anson Chan's scalp was numb and completely unacceptable. Chen Anqing couldn't accept just the idea of sending his beloved to be tortured by others. The list of bylaws goes on and on. He initially thought that he was just being allowed to be a lecher. This was as far as his three senses could take it. The devil's way is really not easy to cultivate. Forget it. I'd better take the right path. Bye you. See you again sometime. Chen Anqing withdrew from the sea of consciousness and gave up practicing the magic skill. There are still some basic techniques that can be practiced. It's not a loss. Anson Chan checked out some other low-level feats. This type of technique could be cultivated as long as one had a certain level of enlightenment and their spiritual power was strong enough, sitting in place. He began to comprehend, after spending a few days. Chen Anqing was the first to complete the cultivation of the hidden breath technique and one of the extreme transportation heavenly deity techniques. The hidden breath skill can hide realm breath and physical characteristics, etc. While the extreme shield heavenly deity is a defensive technique that can drain immortal energy in an instant and form a powerful defensive shield while hiding away for 100 miles, making it a life-saving technique. As for the other techniques, they were slightly more difficult and required more time to cultivate, seeing that the 7-day deadline for the lower realm had come and gone. Chen Anqing did not continue practicing. Immortal world. In a barren cave, this trip to the lower realms didn't result in any blessings. But at least it was rewarding. The value of that Yuan Shendan alone was immeasurable. One must know that an elixir to enhance mental power, even the lowest grade, would require more than 100,000 immortal crystals for a single one. Now that my mental power has skyrocketed, I wonder if I can lock onto the world when I cross the border. The next time he crossed the border, Anson Chan also wanted to go to the Cloud Dragon realm. As for the reason, it's not Tu Ching or repaying the favor. Definitely not. Chen Anqing rested on his arms, lying peacefully on the stone, waiting for the end of the 12 hours of sealing of the crossboundary stone. By the way, completing the task explained by the master may gain big benefits. The task of assassinating immortal Emperor Xuanku and the forbidden woman who betrayed Candlewind was definitely impossible to accomplish. So Chen Anqing looked at what simple ones there were to pick up and do. After a few breaths of time, Anson Chan had a disappointed look on his face. One of the simplest tasks is to join the Snow Lotus sect. The Snow Lotus sect, one of the top 10 sects in the Frost Heavenly Domain, had stood in the immortal realm for hundreds of thousands of years without falling, not to mention the fact that he was moderately qualified, had no power or background, and his chances of worshipping were slim even if the qualifications were heaven-defying and the background was invincible. But they only accepted female disciples. Forget it, there's no such thing as taking advantage of a bargain. I'd better go down to the realm in peace and enjoy my happiness. Anson Chan put everything about Candlewind behind him. Time passes so slowly. Chen Anqing felt like a long time had passed, but in reality it was only an hour. It didn't even feel like years when I was working in the mines. Never mind. Go out for a spin and pass the time. Chen Anqing walked out of the barren cave and went to the bazaar near the mine, ready to eat and drink to pass the time. After all, with money in your pocket, why be stingy and bitter like before? Anson, old man. He was just about to go to a small restaurant to order a few dishes, when one of the workers from the mine tapped Chen Anqing's shoulder in a fiery manner. Brother Zhao, what has made you so anxious? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. What is it? You say, the amethyst extracted from our mine is missing by a full 1,000 pounds. The Wang family's senior management is furious and has sent people to investigate this matter thoroughly, ordering everyone to gather at the mine immediately. Anson Chan was a bit surprised. 1,000 pounds of amethyst missing. How can this be? 1,000 pounds of amethyst crystals, which could be divided into roughly 10,000 grains, would be equal to 1 million immortal crystals. Who is so bold as to steal 1,000 pounds of amethyst from the mine? Chen Anqing felt bad in his heart. This happened in the mining area where he worked. Even if it has nothing to do with him, I am afraid that he will be implicated in no small way. Didn't we all receive inspections when we left the mine? How could this happen? Chen Anqing was a bit worried. How should I know? You hurry up and I'll inform the others. Holler. Chen Anqing had no choice but to put down the other ones and go to see the situation first after this mess. As for walking away and quitting, Anson Chen wouldn't dare to do so now. The Wang family was powerful, and if he angered them, he would end up in a worse situation. The fire came to the mine. Most of the dozens of men who worked in this mine have returned. At the forefront of the crowd, a middle-aged man in green robes, holding a long whip, was in a rage before him. The always arrogant and domineering master Wang Bowan was kneeling on the ground, his body bloodstained, crying and wailing. Pop! The middle-aged man lashed down, and the skin on Wang Bo's back split open. Dog thing, if you don't get back the 1,000 pounds of amethyst today, I'll take your dog's life. Seventh uncle, please spare me. I'll find out. I'll find out. Wang Bo wailed and begged for mercy like a dog. The middle-aged man's anger did not go away, and he rewarded Wang Bo 3 lashes severely. Wang Bo was in really bad pain and suddenly remembered that on the day he left the mine, only one person brought something out. Seventh uncle, don't fight. Please don't fight. I know who stole the amethyst. Wang Bo gritted his teeth. Even though he understood that an ordinary black stone could not possibly hide 1,000 pounds of amethyst without being detected by himself, but there's no way around it. If you don't make him a scapegoat, you'll lose your own life. Snap. 2 more lashes. Asshole. Why didn't you say so? Have mercy. Have mercy. Wang Bo wanted to die. I should have known better than to pay a fortune for this errand. Wang Bo is not a core son of the Wang family. Not without blood money is not able to take this good job. Who knows, only half a year in office. Out of such a big basket, the middle-aged man is also helpless. 1,000 pounds of amethyst. This is a large number. Cannot find back. He had to pay out the old money to compensate. Not only that, but it will affect his promotion in the family in the future. Tell me, did you supervise the theft? Or did someone else do it? The middle-aged man calmed down a little. Wang Bo cried bitterly and kowtowed. Uncle 7, you are borrowing my nephew's 100 guts. My nephew would not dare to steal the family's property. The amethyst in the mine is definitely stolen by that little slicker called Chen Ansheng. The middle-aged man's face sank cold. And he drank. Who knows if you were looking for a scapegoat? Do you have any evidence? Wang Bo even said. Of course there is. The human evidence and material evidence are all there. Chen Ansheng, who was on the side, couldn't help but curse in his heart. This bastard even wanted to frame himself. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, Anson Chen immediately took the initiative to step forward. Master Wang, don't accuse people. The other day out of the mine, it was you who personally inspected and released them. Chen Ansheng defended. The middle-aged man's eyes had a hostile light as he swept a glance at Chen Ansheng. You are Chen Ansheng? Anson Chen saluted. Exactly. The middle-aged man released a stream of immortal power, locking Chen Ansheng firmly in place before looking at Wang Bo. You said that there are all the witnesses and material evidence. Take them out and see. Wang Bo staggered up and said, Gentlemen, on the day we left the mine, this kid took away an odd black stone. I questioned him severely, but he deceived me, and we all saw this with our own eyes. For a while, the crowd whispered, but they didn't dare to take the initiative to answer. The middle-aged man then asked, Is what your master Wang said the truth? Back to Lord Wang. This is indeed the case. The crowd felt an oppressive force, and many of them had no choice but to answer honestly. At this moment, Anson Chan's heart hung in the air. He didn't expect that Wang Bo, this bastard, would take this matter to slander himself. Your Honor, men, take me down for questioning. The other party didn't even give Chen Ansheng a chance to defend himself, as a few of the Wang clan's children from the Immortal Four Realms swarmed up and took Chen Ansheng in their hands. A few moments later, the 2 storage bags on Anson Chen's body were searched out. Open up! The middle-aged man let out an explosive cry, and if it wasn't for Chen Ansheng's spiritual power skyrocketing, he was afraid that he would have been directly shocked into unconsciousness. Storage bags were commonly used in the immortal world, characterized by the fact that they could not be opened by anyone other than the owner. Chen Ansheng was angry and desolate in his heart. The storage pouch contained the cross-boundary stone, as well as the 10,000 or so immortal crystals he had obtained from selling the heavenly sandalwood blackwood. Leaving aside the matter of whether or not the boundary crossing stone would be confiscated, the 10,000 or so immortal crystals of unknown origin were enough to make Chen Ansheng speechless. Lord Wang, the amethyst was never stolen by me. It was this guy Wang Bo who wanted to get off the hook and deliberately framed me. Anson Chan had no other choice but to explain in a hard-headed manner in order to buy time to figure out what to do. I told you to open the storage bag. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, his tone revealing a sense of majestic strength. Can't open. If you open it, you can't argue with it. And with what he knew about the Wang family, if they couldn't find the real stealer, they would definitely take the blame on themselves. This Wang Laochi is at the immortal 6th realm. I wonder if my extreme shield heavenly deity technique can resist his strike. After Anson Chan's spiritual power skyrocketed, he could see the realm of this middle-aged man from the Wang family. As for the defense technique he had just practiced, he did not know if it could carry a strike from the immortal 6th realm. If it really came down to the last resort, Chen Ansheng only had one fight. As long as he could block one strike, he could vanish for 100 miles, and in that case, he still had the possibility of escaping. Under the compulsion of the pressure, Anson Chan remained silent, which surprised the others. It can't really be Anson Chan's doing, can it? It shouldn't be. He's docile and works hard. He doesn't look like a man who's doing wrong. You can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. And he didn't write the word thief on his face, so it would be strange if you could tell. 7th uncle. The amethyst must have been stolen by this kid. Quickly use heavy punishment to interrogate him, not afraid that he won't confess. Seeing this, Wang Bo's heart was relieved, finding a scapegoat. He is at most guilty of incompetence and losing a position, not to the point of losing his life. Wang Yun, cut off his hands for me and escort him back for severe torture, since this kid didn't dare to open the storage bag to check. The theft, in all likelihood, was his doing. Damn it, only fight, no way out. Chen Anqing suddenly erupted and rushed away with extreme steps to seize his 2 storage bags immediately. The extreme shield Heavenly Dipper prepared to invoke it. Unbridled thieves. The middle-aged man became furious and his immortal palm struck out. Slamming into Chen Anqing's head, Chen Anqing extracted his immortal power. And before the Big Dipper's shield around his body could coalesce, a flying sword broke through the air. Dang! With a crunching sound, the flying sword collided with the middle-aged man's palm. The flying sword snapped, while the middle-aged man received a heavy blow and his body flipped backward. Bold thief! You even have an accomplice! The middle-aged man roared with rage. Shut the fuck up! You're the fucking thief! Your whole family is a thief! To the amazement of the crowd, the man with a bearded face and a scruffy description walked over drunkenly to it was Li Zhangyang. Li Zhangyang, how dare you! I told you that this little slip of a man. How did he have the ability to get away with 1,000 pounds of amethyst? So it's you behind this? Wang Bo hurriedly chided, with a teasing smile. Li Zhangyang slapped Wang Bo with a backhanded slap and sent him flying. Spare me the shit on the old man. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man said in a chilling voice, I remember you. You're the ascended person who had his legs broken and begged my Wang family to take him in. The smile on Li Zhangyang's face disappeared and he said in a deep voice, Don't bullshit. Release him. The middle-aged man looked contemptuous. The corners of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. How many heads do you have? Daring to spread your wildness on my Wang family's territory. Don't let go, right? Li Zhangyang's body burst out a shocking killing intent. He threw away the wine pot in his hand, spread his hand and beckoned, calling out sword come. A body of sword in the air burning with flames fell into his hand. The flaming sword rapidly raised the temperature of the surroundings, and all the people around them felt unbearably hot and dry. Even that middle-aged Wang family member could not help but retreat 2 steps, his throat dry. This is the means of the ascended masters. Li Zhangyang used to be in the Immortal 8 realm, and even though his realm had morphed to the Immortal 6 realm after his injury, with his Blazing Sun sword technique, he was enough to kill ordinary immortals of the same realm. In fact, the middle-aged Wang family, how could they not know this? Every ascended one had experienced countless life and death killings, and it was not something that he, a bottom disciple of his family, could resist. That he just couldn't imagine that this Li Zhangyang was so bold that he dared to openly make an enemy of the Wang family. But, if he really let the thieves go just like that, then his Wang family would surely lose face, and he would be severely punished and never be able to turn around again. Thinking about this, the middle-aged man crushed the voice transmission jade slip and asked for help from the strongest members of his family. Anson, come with me. Seeing the other party's silence, Li Zhangyang greeted Chen Anqing and wanted to take him away. Chen Anqing was just about to move when Wang Bo, who had been slapped dizzily, pounced on him. Brat! You dare to steal my Wang family's amethyst. You won't be spared easily. Wang Bo's move was not as simple as keeping Anson Chen alone, but he wanted to kill him on the spot, with no proof of death. The blame for everything lies squarely on Anson Chen. Wang Bo was at the peak of the Immortal 5 realm and had learned some family battle techniques, much more powerful than Chen Anqing. He condensed his palm into a claw and snapped it towards Anson Chan's throat. Wang Bo was really fast, and Anson Chen couldn't avoid it, but Li Zhangyang was so old. Li Zhangyang had experienced this kind of sneak attack and kill too many times. He had already practiced his vigilance as an instinct. Chop! When Li Zhangyang's sword came out and fell, a bloody arm fell to the ground. Wang Bo fell to the ground, his face twisted and howling in pain. And no matter what, Li Zhangyang is not a good man or woman. Since the killing, we have to kill a painful. He dodged and the flaming sword stabbed Wang Bo straight in the throat. Stop! Just at this moment, an old man shrunk into the ground and attacked as if he was instantly moving, his 2 fingers clamping down on Li Zhangyang's sword. Humph! Immortal 8 realm? Think I'm not afraid of you. Li Zhangyang mixed strength on the head. Immortal 8 realm. Lousy also kill. Boom! His body shook, and red immortal light erupted from his body. The flaming sword clanked more than once, and a huge force shook the old man's 2 fingers apart. Li Zhangyang followed the trend and stabbed his sword on the old man's chest. The old man's heart was shaken. This person was worthy of being an ascended person. His kung fu moves were ruthless and decisive, and his power was overwhelming. Just at the realm of Immortal 6, but he was able to threaten his own Immortal 8 realm. Fortunately, the old man's clothes were protected by armor, and he stabilized himself after being knocked back by about 10 feet. Otherwise he would have been seriously injured by now. Stop it for the old man. Let's be clear about what we have to say. The old man wasn't really afraid of Li Zhangyang. After all, this was the Wang family's chassis. He was in the Immortal 6th realm, but he could still single-handedly take on the entire Wang family. His move was mainly because he was afraid of the one who was involved with Li Zhangyang, 4th elder. It was this person who teamed up with that little thief and stole 1,000 pounds of amethyst from us. The middle-aged man hurriedly went up to salute, explaining the reason. Oh, catching a thief and taking the stolen goods. Do you have any real evidence? The old man asked sternly. The evidence is in that little thief's storage bag. and he won't let me inspect it. The middle-aged man said hatefully. Chen Anqing raised his head and said, "It was that Wang Bo who falsely accused me. In good conscience, what ability do I have to steal so many amethysts?" The middle-aged man coldly said, "Don't you dare to argue. If it's not you, why don't you let me check the storage bag?" Chen Anqing didn't argue anymore, but it was Li Zhangyang who sneered, "I suspect that your mother's crotch is hiding a heavy treasure that I lost. Call your mother here and I'll inspect it." The middle-aged man's face reddened. "You, thief, you dare to insult my mother. I'll kill you." Li Zhangyang, however, was unimpressed and said lightly, "You can falsely accuse my little old brother, but I can't talk about you?" The middle-aged man was furious and said, "You say I'm falsely accusing him, then show me evidence to prove his innocence. With this pig's head of yours, it's not too much to lose all the amethyst." Li Zhangyang looked disdainful and said, "The storeroom is guarded by a formation. He's a milquetoast brat. If he's capable of breaking the formation without disturbing others, why does he still need to be a cow here? Then you say, who stole the amethyst? Can it still be eaten?" Li Zhangyang put away the flaming sword and said, "Stupid pig, have you ever heard of the spirit-devouring beast? If you don't hurry to catch it, the amethyst will be consumed by it." Spirit-devouring beast. Spirit-devouring beasts that specialize in devouring amethysts. It dawned on the old man on the side that this possibility was not unheard of. That little gadget, which could ignore formation prohibitions and steal amethyst, could not be defended against, but in the past few hundred years, it had never appeared in the nearby mines, and even the younger generation of the Wang family had never heard of this thing. So where to beware of it? Thinking of this, the old man's figure flashed into the mining area, and his immortal sense unfolded to start searching. After about a quarter of an hour, the old man walked out with a dead purple-furred giant rat in his hand. The cargo's stomach rolled round enough to be as big as a bucket, because it will be hidden techniques. The general public simply cannot find its trail. The old man many years ago, when working in the mining area, had to be taught by an old-timer to catch the beasts of the law to easily take it to hold. Li Zhangyang flexed his fingers and a sword she shot out, slicing the giant rat's abdomen. A large pile of amethyst, tumbling to the ground. So it was really it that stole the amethyst. Anson Chen was wrongly accused, thanks to Li Dahan. Otherwise Anqing would have been in deep trouble. What did I say? The other Anqing is of good character and would never do anything to steal a chicken or a dog. The truth comes out. Chen Anqing silently breathed a sigh of relief, and in his heart, he was extremely grateful for Li Zhangyang's righteousness. The middle-aged man from the Wang family was so embarrassed that his toes were about to buckle through his shoes. "Animal, it's all you're doing, unjustly accusing people for no reason," causing the old man to lose his head for a moment as well. The middle-aged man rushed over and kicked Wang Bo, who was wailing on the ground, a few times in order to hide his embarrassment. "Alright, old seven, this matter is a misunderstanding. No one is to blame. Send him back to heal his wounds. Everyone disperse." The old man snapped. "Yes, fourth elder." The middle-aged man ordered the men to carry Wang Bo away and then wanted to leave with the old man. "Stand still." Li Zhangyang, however, made a sound and called out to the two. "Brother Li, the matter is clear, and I didn't suffer any losses. So why don't we just forget about it?" Chen Anqing was holding back in his heart, but what can be done? The Wang family was powerful, and it was simply not something that he and Li Zhangyang could afford to mess with. Li Zhangyang, however, signaled Chen Anqing not to speak and stepped forward to say, "Return the deed of doing labor for the two of us. We're quitting." When you come to work in the mines, you usually sign a 100-year labor contract, and it is a felony to leave without permission in violation of the contract. "Oh, Li old brother, a small matter only. My Wang family will never be so small-minded. Retaliation against you too. You and other peace of mind. Continue to work is," the old man said like it was nothing. And after that, he no longer paid attention to Li Zhangyang and left in the air. A farce. And that's the end of it. Obviously I was wronged, but it seems like his Wang family has been disgraced. What world? Alas, Chen Anqing was very unconvinced, but his strength did not allow him to seek justice. Outside the mines, small tavern, Chen Anqing ordered a table of good wine and good food in order to thank Li Zhangyang. "What are your future plans?" Li Zhangyang asked while drinking. "What?" Anson Chan was bewildered. "Nerd, you don't still want to stay in the mines as a laborer, do you?" Li Zhangyang had an expression of being convinced. "Is it hard to believe that the Wang family will really retaliate against us?" "Ha!" Li Zhangyang laughed bitterly. "What did you expect? After making such a big joke, do you think the Wang family will spare you? A mole? But I'm not doing anything." Chen Anqing suffocated, was wrongly accused, almost cut his hands. In turn, he is not right, but also to be retaliated against? You really don't understand the hegemony of the world family, and I don't blame you. After all, you're a little chick who's not deeply involved in the world. Li Zhangyang turned to say, "Do you believe that next month, The Wang family will transfer you elsewhere and disappear forever? Gone forever. A deep sense of anger and powerlessness surged through Anson Chen's heart. Is this the sadness of being an underclass pariah? You can be bullied if you want to. You can disappear if you want to. And you can't make a single ripple no matter how much you struggle. Seeing Anson Chan's sad face. Li Zhangyang said, "Kid, if you really have nowhere to go, I'll introduce you to a cave to cultivate." Chen Anqing's eyes immediately lit up. Great, Brother Li. You're not kidding. What a difficult thing it was to worship in a cave and cultivate. Li Zhangyang said, "Don't be too happy. Introductions are introductions. Whether the other party accepts you or not is another matter." Chen Anqing nodded his head. After growing up so much, it was good to finally have someone introduce himself to worship in the cave. Li Zhangyang took out the pen and ink in his storage bag and waved his pen to write a letter of introduction and handed it to Chen Anqing. Linghua Mountain Qianyu Cave. More than 8,000 miles away from here, is the spiritual cave of a late friend of mine. Go there on your own. Chen Anqing took the letter and said, "Brother Li, won't you go with me?" Li Zhangyang waved his hand. "I have other things to do, so I won't go." Chen Anqing picked up the wine cup and said with gratitude, "Thanks to Brother Li for his help this time. Anqing will definitely repay him generously in the future. I'll drink up. Feel free to do as you please, report my ass." Li Zhangyang blankly glanced at Chen Anqing, then said, "If you can really grow some skills, I only have one request." "Big Brother Li, you say? I will definitely do it if I can do it." Chen Anqing had a firm face. "Take back your labor money. With interest," Li Zhangyang said. "Payment? Didn't the wages get settled?" Chen Anqing was puzzled. "Bullshit. We signed a 100-year contract. The Wang family forced you out. The wages must be calculated. This is not excessive, right?" Li Zhangyang slapped the table and said, "Take it. It must be taken back." Chen Anqing realized that Li Zhangyang's intention. Today's humiliation of his return. Wages and what is actually not important. But how the interest is calculated another head. Seeing Chen Anqing gnashing his teeth, Li Zhangyang laughed. "Men should have some blood." Pussy chirping. I Li Zhangyang most despise. Chen Anqing directly drank a big bowl of wine. "Let's not talk about this obscure matter for the time being. Big Brother Li, let's talk about what happened in the lower world." Li Zhangyang glared obliquely at Chen Anqing. "Brat, what's the point of just listening to dirty jokes? Why don't you just go to the Spirit Phoenix house and have a real fight?" Chen Anqing blushed and said, "Misunderstood, Brother Li. I'm not that kind of person. By the way, you made that sword really powerful today. Did you bring it up from the lower world?" At the mention of his sword, Li Zhangyang came to have some interest and said smugly, "My sword, named Blazing Sun, was obtained from a side of the Heavenly Abyss Forbidden Area, and its power is extraordinary. Even with my former Immortal 8 realm, I am unable to fully harness it and utilize its own power." "Oh?" Anson Chan was surprised. "There are forbidden zones in the cultivation world as well? There are still such fierce swords inside?" "That's natural." Li Zhangyang recalled the scene of breaking into various forbidden zones with 9 deaths. He couldn't help but sigh a little. Not only are there forbidden zones, even if the current me is 10 times stronger and 100 times stronger, there are some forbidden zones that I still don't dare to set foot in. This is why. How did the cultivation world's forbidden area come about? Anson Chan was puzzled. How could such a horrible forbidden area exist in the cultivation world? There's no need to think about that. The lower realm forbidden area naturally originates from the upper realm. Li Zhangyang said indifferently. How? Anson Chan was even more puzzled. "Let me ask you, how many years has the immortal world existed?" Li Zhangyang said, This who knows? I'm afraid even those immortal emperors aren't sure. How could I possibly know?" Chen Anqing shook his head. "That's right." Li Zhangyang twisted a dried fruit and placed it in his mouth as he slowly said, "The immortal realm has existed for such a long time that no one can imagine. Throughout these ancient times, countless wars have erupted between the great powers of the immortal realm and between races. These wars were often fought in a shocking manner, with the void shattering. Think about it. Where will those weapons and treasures, or even corpses, that fall into the spatial rift end up drifting down to? Downworld." Chen Anqing came to a sudden realization and blurted out, "Right." Li Zhangyang nodded his head, then said, "Even though the vast majority of things that fall into the spatial rift will fade away, it can't be helped that there have been countless great battles throughout the ages, and there are a lot of things that have fallen in. There are always some extremely valuable items that end up breaking into dimensions where space is not stable enough, and this is the origin of the Forbidden Zone. In that case, the cultivation realm's forbidden areas really can't be underestimated. It's possible to find heavy treasures. Even the legendary Emperor's soldiers and Emperor weapons may exist." "Right." Chen Anqing couldn't help but let his eyes light up. "It's theoretically possible, but practically impossible to exist." Li Zhangyang shook his head, then said, I've heard that those ancient imperial artifacts that fell to the lower realms during the ancient times were long ago collected by some of the younger immortal emperors who came down later. Even if they were next some, they were taken away by immortal emperors to send to their children's relatives. The remaining things are difficult for lower realm experts to obtain if they don't have the chance. Immortal realm experts can't break the spatial barriers and can't get them. Therefore, it is unlikely that something like an imperial artifact will exist, but things such as true artifacts, Xian artifacts, and celestial artifacts are likely to exist. So it is. Chen Anqing was calm on the surface, but secretly happy in his heart. He himself had a cross-boundary stone and could theoretically enter any cultivation realm now that he was in a low realm. He didn't dare to go through most of the forbidden areas. When the realm rises in the future and crosses into the true immortal or even higher realm, he will definitely be able to get his hands on countless good treasures. Why? As Li Zhangyang said, the natives of the cultivation realm could only reach the highest level of the immortal 9 realm, and many forbidden zones didn't dare to go there, and if they did, they would have to die. And the immortal realms such as true immortals, Xian immortals and even immortal kings, the stream of immortal dignitaries, are unable to cross the border, and it is also impossible to get the treasures left in the remains of the forbidden zones. Calculating this way, Anson Shen suddenly had a feeling in his heart that the treasures of the world are all in my pocket. Of course, in order to obtain heavy treasures, raising one's realm and strength was the key. Without strength, everything is fantasy and empty talk. Big brotherly introducing me to cave cultivation is an opportunity. Otherwise, how long would I have to wait before I could save enough money for cultivation? Anson Shan thought to himself. To put it bluntly, even if Chen Anqing looked for materials to sell from the lower realms, it would take a long time to save up enough money for a lower level spirit cave. Moreover, in the lower level spirit caves, the immortal spirit chi is thin, and one may not be able to become a true immortal even after practicing for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Worshipping the cave is different. Caves that could start a sect were at least top grade 1 spirit caves, and the concentration of immortal spirit chi was hundreds or even thousands of times that of the worst inferior grade 9 spirit caves, and the speed of cultivation was incomparable. It was because of this that worshipping the immortal mansion spiritual cave as a disciple was so difficult. It was a drink that lasted 7 or 8 hours. Anson Shan treated the reception as a farewell and a beginning. When it was time to say goodbye, Li Zhangyang handed Chen Anqing a piece of old red cloth. Elder brother Chen, if the master of Qianyue cave really refuses to take you in, you can give this to her, and she will not make things difficult for you since she has seen it, and that's a good thing. Chen Anqing hurriedly took the red cloth, but was puzzled. Brother Li, is it convenient to ask, is the Qianyu cave master someone you are? Li Zhangyang hesitated for a moment, but still said, she was once my disciple in the Kanglin realm. Well, without further ado, I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll leave you here and see you again sometime. After saying that, Li Zhangyang carried a jug of wine and left in style. Chen Anqing is not much of a parting sadness. After all, we are all immortals, at least can live for 5,000 years, as long as the heart will always meet again in the future. Big brother Li's disciple has actually become a party cave master. TSK. Big brother Li and I call ourselves brothers and sisters. In that case, I'm the senior uncle of the Qianyu cave lord. There's no reason for him to refuse. This time it's 9 out of 10. Chen Anqing was excited. Growing up, experiencing the feeling of having a backstage for the first time, that's wonderful. Anson Shan left the restaurant. The counter advised that it had already been checked out. Big brother Li is really quite righteous as a person. After the last drink, Li Zhangyang said that he would treat next time, so he really kept his word. Chen Anqing now had quite a few immortal crystals, but he still wasn't prepared to stay at an inn. It was safer in the middle of nowhere instead. As night fell, Anson Shan walked alone on the deserted trail, counting the time. More than 10 hours had passed, and it was time to use the cross-boundary stone again. Soon after, Chen Anqing returned to the desolate cave and took out the cross-boundary stone. As long as I concentrate and construct the mountains and landforms of the Cloud Dragon realm in my sea of consciousness, I can cross the border and go there. That's the ability of the crossing stones to lock down the world. When the mental power reaches a certain strength and the details of the location you want to go to are perfectly constructed, you can teleport there. Chen Anqing sat down and his spiritual energy surged. In an instant, a lone peak in his sea of consciousness rose up into the clouds. Every detail of the grass and trees on this mountain, the clouds floating on the edge of the cliff, and the breeze of the nameless mountain peak are all manifested in Chen Anqing's sea of consciousness, just as if they were real. This is the result of strong spiritual power. Crossing the border, Chen Anqing's mind moved again, and the cross-boundary stone began to function. The light gate appeared at first, and Anson Chan's figure disappeared in place. Unnamed peak. A cool breeze and a clear sky. The feeling of invincibility. It's back. As soon as he entered the Cloud Dragon realm, Anson Chan could feel his devastating power. Lay low and keep a low profile. I am by no means the strongest existence in this world. It's more prudent to hide my breath. Chen Anqing immediately performed the hidden breath technique. hiding 99% of his breath and only displaying the cultivation of a Yuaning cultivator. Then Chen Anqing's immortal sense unfolded and searched the peak. The goblin has probably escaped. Anson Shan did not find any trace of Qinger and expected that she had already left. Oh demon. There really isn't much love. Anson Shan skimmed his lips and thought no more about it. A small demon is just a small demon. There is no point in caring too much if the old doesn't go away and the new doesn't come in next. Anson Shan was prepared to travel around the Cloud Dragon realm for a few days, relaxing and at the same time getting to really understand the customs. A few hours later, walking between the red and the white, not worrying about your livelihood or your personal safety, walking around made Anson Shan feel relaxed in a rare moment. The only pity was that the food in the mortal world was not good. There was nothing aura about it, and it tasted like chewing wax. After eating a few bites at a large restaurant, Anson Shan was ready to leave. Before leaving, he remembered that he didn't have the spirit stone currency of the cultivation world. Boss, I forgot to bring money, so I'll give you this immortal grass to count as meal money. Chen Anqing had previously bought quite a few herbs at the marketplace in the immortal realm. It was just an ordinary herb, while in the lower realm it was at the level of immortal herb, about the same grade as the linglong fruit that Qinger had eaten earlier. The shopkeeper looked Chen Anqing up and down a few times. Seeing him in a tattered cotton robe, he naturally treated him as a barker who ate bully food. Get lost, taking a weed to mix food and drink. You stinking beggar are tired of living. The shopkeeper roared with rage. Motherfucker, do you want it or not? Believe it or not, I'll smash your shitty restaurant. Chen Anqing was accustomed to being coy in the upper realm, and that was due to the situation. There was no reason to arrive in the lower realm and still let people look down on him. Brat, you also don't inquire. This restaurant is opened by our Tai Hao immortal sect. You dare to make trouble here? How would the shopkeeper be afraid of a beggar's threat? Chen Anqing was about to destroy the broken store with a slap, when a woman's voice suddenly came out. This gentleman, could you sell me your immortal herbs? Looking for the sound, he saw a young girl carrying a long sword and wearing a red brocade robe, walking towards him. How much are you offering? Chen Anqing didn't have any spirit stones on him, so it wasn't impossible to exchange some for spare. The girl in red was about to open the price when a man scurried out behind her to stop her. Little beggar, you picked up this grass, didn't you? Chen Anqing didn't pay any attention to him. The man continued. My senior sister is kind-hearted. She can't bear to see you get beaten up for eating a bully's dinner. Pay for this meal of yours. That grass of yours belongs to us. Go and give thanks. The man was condescending and looked like he had given you a handout and was feeling tightly grateful. The woman in red looked at the man beside her, revealing a strange expression, and whispered, Senior brother, that grass is rich in spiritual chi. It might be a top-grade spiritual grass. Isn't it not too appropriate to pay for only one meal? The man, however, coldly said, This is your chance and mine. We should get this spirit grass. How can we say that we are bullying him? The woman in red pondered for a moment and said, Chance? It makes sense to speak in this manner. The treasures of the world, those who can get them. After saying that, the man took it upon himself to move forward, wanting to take away Anson Chen's herbs. Anson Chen backhanded the man and slapped him. Ungrateful thing, bullying to my head. The red-clothed girl on the side stared with wide eyes. Yuanying stage. Just now, while Chen Anqing struck out, his realm's aura unfolded and was detected by the girl in red. The first year, the man lay on the ground, his mouth twitching. Motherfucker, that's bad luck too. He hadn't been out of the clan for 10 or 8 years, and the moment he came out, he messed with a Yuaning stage expert. Where is this going to be justified? I'm sorry, senior. It was my senior brother who was reckless. This is a kick in the teeth. The girl in red hurriedly went forward to apologize, and took the initiative to pay for Anson Chen's meal. When the shopkeeper learned that Anson Chen was an immortal master, he was also scared and coy, and hurriedly apologized. Chen Anqing's heart is secretly happy. The breath of a small Yuanying stage scares you guys like this. It sure feels good to be the man of the hour. How much are you asking for this immortal herb? Anson Chan's face was expressionless as he asked the woman in red. The red-clothed woman was a bit cowed instead, and said in a small voice, I don't know if senior is willing to sell 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones? Anson Chan didn't bother to bargain and reached out. Bring it. Red girl heart great joy. She is Dan Wu dual cultivation. Can see that this plant is worth more than 1,000. I thought this person will bargain. Did not expect so quickly. Agreed. She immediately took out 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones from her mustard pouch and sent them to Chen Anqing with her spiritual energy. Chen Anqing collected the spirit stones and also put away the herbs, turning around and leaving. Hey, senior, spirit grass. The spirit grass hasn't been given to me yet. The girl in red hurriedly shouted. What spirit herb? Anson Chan spread his hands. Selling me spirit herbs? Ah. The girl in red felt bad. No. Anson Chen nudged towards the man lying on the ground and said, he robbed it. Ask him for it. The red-robed girl was on the verge of tears as she hurriedly said, Senior, my senior is a bit reckless, but he didn't snatch Senior's spirit herbs at all. And you know you didn't snatch it. If you don't have the strength, not only will you be robbed today, but if you dare to argue for a few words, you'll lose your life. And you won't be robbed, however. Chen Anqing was too lazy to kill the 2 mole crickets, and only collected the spirit stones to give a little lesson. If according to Li Jingyang's description of the lower world's ethos, dare to move in the wrong way, he would have long ago slapped these 2 people into mush. If he can't snatch it, he's not capable. What's it got to do with me? Next time, before you do something wrong, weigh your own weight before you do it. Then, with a flash, Anson Shan disappeared from the restaurant. The girl in red stomped her feet in a hurry. This 1000 medium-grade spirit stones was what the clan had told her to purchase talisman seals from the Heavenly Talisman sect to use against the demonic monk that had recently appeared. This is a good thing. I wanted to pour spiritual grass to earn a fortune. The old capital are lost. Blame it on your senior brother. The girl in red kicked the man in anger. The man climbed up, crying, his mouth crooked from Anson Chen's slap. How would I know that he is at the yuaning stage? The man had some regrets in his heart. However, it didn't mean that he was convinced. Senior sister, let's hurry back to the clan and call for people to arrest and torture him, son of a bitch. You still have the face to arrest someone else. Besides, if you look at him, his age is similar to mine. He is estimated to be only 16 or 17 years old, and he reached the yuaning stage at such a young age. Isn't the other person's sect powerful? If you really mess with it, it would be strange if the sect doesn't tie you up and send you to thank for your sins. The woman in red was furious. The man's neck shrank. His senior sister's words were not unreasonable. It appears to have kicked the bucket this time. Then, according to senior sister's opinion, what should we do? What else can I do? You'll pay for that 1000 mid-grade spirit stones. No matter what, you have to buy the talisman seal back. Otherwise you'll be waiting to be scrapped and expelled from the clan. How can I have that many spirit stones? The man was so anxious that his mother chirped and cried. I don't care. The red-clothed girl turned her face away, not wanting to see him in this ugly state, and then added, don't you have a family heirloom ice silkworm treasure cloth? Take it and sell it. How can this be? My father will kill me if he finds out, the man said excitedly. Then you watch. The 2 of them discussed for a while, and the man decided to first take the family heirloom treasure to the Heavenly Rune sect to mortgage it and exchange it for the talisman seal before saying anything else. After Anson Chen came out, he first went to buy a few sets of clothes. Then, leisurely, I wandered the streets for half a day. In the meantime, he'd heard a couple of more interesting bits of news. The first, it is said that in this town more than 10 miles away, appeared a forbidden area. Many sect experts gathered, have prepared to go to check the situation. The second one, recently, in the area under the jurisdiction of the Tai Hao Immortal sect, a demonic monk appeared and killed quite a number of people. And several major sects are joining forces to hunt down that demonic monk. Originally, Anson Shan was not interested in any magic monks. However, when he unfolded his immortal sense and probed the forbidden zone, he found a monk with a deep demonic aura who had actually entered that so-called forbidden zone. The most bizarre thing was that forbidden area range could not even be penetrated by his immortal sense. Interesting, go over there. Soon, Anson Shan arrived at a mountain pass outside the city. 100 miles in front of them, they were all covered by a layer of gray gas. And that was where the forbidden zone was. Outside the forbidden zone, several large clans nearby had sent their experts over to check out the situation. The forbidden area is important. Come on, stop. Chen Anqing had wanted to go in directly, and was still more than 10 feet away from the edge of that gray mist when he was stopped by a green-clothed sect disciple with his sword drawn. There is no need to worry about my safety, Anson Chen said indifferently. Screw you. Who the hell is worried about whether you die or not? This place is classified as a forbidden area by my 3 great clans. Anyone is prohibited from approaching. Hurry up and get lost, the man said arrogantly. Is that so? Chen Anqing raised an eyebrow and said, then I also announced that from now on, this place is classified by me as a forbidden area, forbidden to be approached. So don't give this seat a roll. The green-clothed disciple was dazed and confused by Anson Chen's drink. The others guarding the side immediately sensed Anson Chen's not-so-weak aura. Senior brother. He's going to seek death. Just let him go. A white-clothed youth greeted and signaled the green-clothed disciple to back off. Yes, elder brother. Only then did the green-clothed disciple retreat tremblingly. Anson Chan didn't bother to step in to teach a lesson and headed straight for the penalty area. In the back, that group of sect experts were rather disdainful. A mere yuaning stage. How dare you come to the forbidden area and act like a big-tailed wolf? You won't even know how you'll die later. I guess it's a loose cultivator who doesn't know what's going on. And it's not worth dying for. Amitabha Buddha. What an ignorant man. Let the old lineage overtake him for a while, a monk said. Master Dream Legacy is truly compassionate. By the way, Master Dream Legacy, have you caught that traitor in your sect who has entered the demonic path? An elder from the Tai Hao sect asked. A few people from the old lineage have come for this very thing, the monk replied. Oh, Can't it be that the sinner is hiding in the forbidden zone? Nice. Enter the grey fog area. Anson Chan was a bit wary at first. As he gradually went deeper, Anson Chan did not feel any danger. As for those grey mists, they were merely stronger in isolating immortal sense and did not cause any harm to Anson Chan once inside. Anson Chan's immortal sense was affected to a much lesser extent. It was only 100 miles in circumference, and Anson Chan's immortal sense easily covered the area. And the next moment, his figure disappeared and landed in front of a cave with a dark aura. After not seeing you for just over a month, I didn't expect you, Monk Shi Swell, to have become a demon. What a strange thing. Anson Chan spoke into that cave, his words rushing into the cave like rolling thunder. That's right. The sects had joined forces to hunt down that demonic monk. The very same Chi Swell monk from Nameless Peak over a month ago. The moment Anson Chan entered the grey mist area, he used his immortal sense to lock onto his scent and location, and thus recognized that it was him. In the cave, Ji Swell was sitting in a pool of black water on one side. He subconsciously stood up at the sound of the haunting voice. This time, his face was blackened, and his pair of awkward eyes disappeared, replaced by two hideous black holes. Who are you? Wise Swell, his body agitated with demonic energy, grabbed a skeletal staff that was mortared at his side and flew outside. Boom! Wise Swell didn't care who the visitor was. They should be killed anyway. His staff went down, and the demonic flames were monstrous. The dark torrent of demonic chi transformed into a horrifyingly hideous skeleton and surged towards Chen Anqing. Chen Anqing urged his immortal power and struck a mediocre palm, mainly because he can't do fancy moves at all. The two forces met, and the immortal power destroyed and crushed the morose magic power into nothingness, along with the Monk Shi Swell. He was also shaken back by the immortal power and smashed heavily on the mountain wall behind him. Ha ha ha! The Monk Shi Swell, who was injured by the blow, instead laughed openly and wildly. What virtue and ability do I have that I drew an earthy mortal Highlander to make a strike to kill me? You moralistic traitors! One day you will go to hell for eternity. When he finished, he raised his wand and struck down head-on, facing an earthy mortal powerhouse. Wisdom Swell knew that there was no room for resistance, so he might as well finish himself off and die a decent death. TSK, the eyes have been gouged out. Miserable is a bit miserable, but there is no need to seek death. I give you immortal crystals. You send me Buddha beads. At least there is some friendship, isn't it? There is something we might as well talk about. At these words, the wand hanging over the head of Monk Shi Swell came to a hard stop. You're that senior. Monk Wisdom Swell finally realized, before Anson Chan could reply. Monk Shi Swell knelt down heavily, and from both eye sockets, black tears of blood flowed out. Senior, Elder kneels and begs you to be the judge and return justice to Elder. It wasn't that Anson Chan wanted to mind his own business. He just wanted to know how a good Buddhist genius had turned into this ghost in just 1 month. Get up and talk, Anson Chan said indifferently as Ji Swell did not stand up. Instead, he cowed out and burst into tears. Senior gave me immortal crystals that day. I was going to take them back to the clan to save my ancestor, but unexpectedly I was stopped by a few of my greedy senior uncles. They wanted to share the immortal crystals with me. I didn't agree, so I was abused by a few of them. It's not a big deal for the poor monk to lose his eyes and mortal roots, but it's just that it's a bitter experience for Ms. Chinger. Those few thieves. Monk hard to say seniors give this fake immortal crystal. Will be Chinger sure back to the clan. Town in the True Thunder Tower suffered a lot of destruction. Poor monks want to go to rescue. How can I not help the strength? Anson Chan didn't expect it to be like this. Up top, there was an urge to kill, however. Anson Chan temporarily pressed down his inner frenzy and asked, why didn't they kill you? And why did you appear in the Forbidden Zone? Ji Swell replied, Elder, that day I had indeed been killed by a few thieving monks who threw me in a river. When I woke up, I somehow drifted into a pool of water in a cave, this very cave behind me, and even entered the devil's path because of it. Chen Anqing nodded slightly and asked again, you said that you had gone to rescue Chinger. Why didn't you explain the situation to your family's ancestor? Ji Swell let out a sigh and said quietly, at that time, I had already entered the devil. No one up and down the clan believed in me. If I didn't have magic power to protect my body, I would have long been rounded up by my former fellow teachers and brothers. Got it. Chen Anqing asked about the situation, and his murderous mood was restrained and restless. Anson Chan had heard Li Zhangyang say it before. In the cultivation world, there are threats and deceptions, and they often do whatever it takes for resources. However, he didn't expect that even the elders of the same sect would brutalize a talented disciple like this for a single immortal crystal. I also ask you, senior, to help my junior and Miss Chinger seek justice. Wise Swell cowed out 3 more times in a row. Chen Anqing pondered for a little while and said, if I were to make a move, I could destroy the Brahma Sound sect with a single finger. However, the demonic barrier in your heart is so deep that if you don't unravel it, you will definitely die a violent death in less than 10 days. Therefore, this hatred needs to be avenged with your own hands before it can be resolved. Seniors, At those words, a hint of bitterness spread across the corners of Monk Ji-swell's mouth. Why wouldn't he want to kill those greedy people with his own hands, and return justice to himself and cultivator Chinger? But even if he had entered the devil and his strength had skyrocketed to the late stage of merging, where would he be a match for those few? What's more, the Brahma Sound sect had recruited experts from other sects to jointly besiege himself. He had the intention to kill the thief, but was powerless to do so. Of course Anson Shun understood this and said indifferently, "You don't have to worry. This seat will go with you and be your backer. If people from other sects dare to interfere, I will exterminate them. In addition, I will bestow you with an immortal weapon, which will be enough for you to exterminate those few treacherous monks." After saying that, Anson Shan took out a scythe from his storage bag. The moment the scythe levitated out, the dense immortal light broke through the gray mist and plunged into the clouds. On the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone, the experts of the three great sects were all shocked by this immortal radiance. They had speculated that there was a heavy treasure present in the Forbidden Zone. Each and every one of them rubbed their fists and clapped their hands, all wanting to enter the Forbidden Zone to seize the heavy treasures. In the penalty area, although Wisdom Swell has been blinded, his spiritual sense is still there, sensing the suffocating immortal aura. Ji-swell's blood boiled all over his body. He slowly reached out his palm, and the scythe fell into his hand, and the ferocious demonic chi in his body was instantly suppressed by that immortal chi. And even his mind and spirit were calmed down a lot. Immortal weapon. It really is an immortal weapon. Wise Swell was overflowing with excitement. This scythe, Anson Shen had spent dozens of immortal crystals even in the immortal world. How expensive it was for people in the cultivation world. In the entire Jushu state, the three clans and 18 sects had stood for tens of thousands of years, and no clan had that blessing of obtaining an immortal weapon. Even the strongest Yaoyue sect only had a few pieces of immortal artifact remnants as their clan's treasure. Many thanks for the gift of Senior. I will be a cow and a horse in this life to repay Senior. From this moment onward, Ji Fong no longer called himself Junior or Little Monk, which meant that in his heart he had completely severed himself from the Buddhist sect. There is no need to say more. You first drop your blood and recognize your master. After this matter is completed, I will still have the opportunity to bestow it upon you. Chen Anqing said indifferently. Yes, Elder. Ji-swell was completely at a loss as to what words to use to express his gratitude, with only one firm thought in his heart. From now on, he would only follow the orders of his seniors. A monk has come in. Go on your errand. Together with Wisdom Swell, Anson Shan flew towards the edge of the penalty area. After a few breaths of time, the two met up with the experts coming in from outside. Amitabha Buddha, you sinners are really here. The monk who was the first to open his mouth, with the Dharma named Dream Legacy, was one of the 7 monks who had captured Chinger that day, with the realm of peak harmonization. Ha ha ha. Ji-swell laughed, a crazy and hideous laugh. You thieving monk still dares to come looking for me. If I don't break you into pieces today, it's hard to get rid of my heart's hatred. Daring madman. Before Monk Dream Legacy could speak, the other sect experts beside him were boiling with murderous intent and shouted their rebukes. You are a disciple of the Buddha sect, yet you colluded with demons, and even abandoned the Buddha to become a demon, mutilating our sect disciples. Today, all of our friends have come to do justice to heaven. How dare you speak out of turn? Hearing this, Ji-swell couldn't help but sneer. You and other rats, condoning your disciples to rape and pillage and commit crimes. I can't wait to kill them all. Indeed, during this period of time, even if Ji-swell has become a demon, he did not kill innocents, and all he killed were those who committed crimes. Amitabha Buddha, you this guy's devilishness into the bones. There is definitely no turning back to go. Old lineage, remembering to be with you as a fellow disciple, to send you on your way, to help you get out of the sea of devil's path bitterness. After saying that, Monk Dream Legacy offered a Zen staff and his figure took off into the air, striking at Ji-swell. Ji-swell was covered in black mist, holding a scythe, like a hellish god of death standing. Take your life. Boom! Dream Legacy struck down with his staff with all his might. Golden light exploded and powerful waves of air rolled over, forcing the people behind him to use their energy to resist. At the peak of the harmonization realm, in this corner of the Jushu state, one could definitely be considered a first-class expert. Kill! Wise Swell roared, his side slashing towards the front. Immortal radiance exploded as a curved moon-shaped attack chopped out. Next moment, the Zen staff broke off, and the body of Monk Dream Legacy, which was also cut into 2 pieces, fell down from midair. 1 reaping the peak of harmony. This is the power of an immortal weapon. Immortal weapon. This devil actually has an immortal weapon in his hand. Inside everyone's hearts, wild waves rolled up, palpitating. Anyone else want to come and die? Ji-swell calmly looked at everyone in front of him and spoke faintly. Which one dares to come forward? Peak harmonization. Killed by the other party with a single slash. Who dares to come forward when they are tired of living? I've heard that Zen Master Ji-swell is a rare talent in the Buddhist sect for 1,000 years. How could he have become a demon for good reason? There must be a hidden agenda. Not bad. Not bad. We only rely on the words of the monk Dream Legacy's family. How can we distinguish between right and wrong? It's us who are confused. Your analyses are reasonable. On behalf of the Tai Hao Immortal Sect, I will make a statement here. I will definitely find out the truth and return justice to Zen Master Ji Swell. I will take my leave first today. Dozens of experts at the transitional, conjugation stage, took a stand one after another, saying that Ji Swell was wrongly accused, and that they would help to do him justice later on. In a short time, they scattered and fled. Why don't you kill them all? Anson Chan came out of the shadows behind Y Swell. Elder, I'm afraid that the Flare Moon sect will intervene if we kill them, so I'm letting these wallflowers leave. Yao Yuzong is the strongest clan of the 3 zongs and 18 factions of Zhu, boasting that it is the leader of the righteous path. And there is an earth immortal ancestor in the door. Ji Swell is afraid that if he kills too many experts, Yao Yuzong will step in to preside over the so-called justice and cause dryness. Next time, there is no need to be concerned about so much. If you should kill, kill, Anson Chen said indifferently. Yes, I understand. Senior. Ji Swell gave a respectful bow. The two then came out of the restricted area and stepped into the air. Within a short time, it arrived over the Brahma sect. Dream Void, Dream Mirror, Dream Ancient. Please come to your death quickly. With this roar, over 5,000 people up and down the Brahma Sound sect all raised their heads in horror, looking up at the two figures in the dome of the sky. It's him, Jiho is back. At the front of the large hall, there were dozens of harmonization stage elders, all of them looking serious as if they were facing a great enemy. Report to the ancestor. Among them, the monks who captured Chinger that day, toward the suppression of the demon's True Thunder Pagoda hurriedly traveled to enter the tower. Each floor of the hall was lined with many iron cages, and inside each cage, a demon was imprisoned. Most of these demons were festering and dying. To the top of the True Thunder Tower, inside the house there was a pool on one side with a huge toad lying in it. Above the toad hung a bruised and battered woman of wonderful age, blood dripping from the wound in her arm, right into the toad's huge mouth. Ancestor, it's not good. The demonic Ji Swell has killed back, a toad the size of a bucket, spitting out human words. Just take him down. Why are you panicking? A few monks looked at each other and said, reporting to the old ancestor, that guy's demonic aura is monstrous, and it seems that his cultivation is even higher than some days ago, and named us to go to our deaths. We don't dare to go rashly, so we came to ask the old ancestor. At those words, the huge toad shifted and transformed into a withered old monk. This is the ancestor that is honored by more than 5,000 disciples of the Brahma Sound sect. His original body was, in fact, a toad that had become a spirit for 7,000 years. Up and down the Vanity sect, not many knew his true identity. These monks in front of me are part of it. The toad demon stole and killed the abbot of the Brahma sect, Zen Master Dadian, more than 3,000 years ago and seized his shell. Originally, he planned to eat the monks of the Brahma Sound sect clean, but then he realized that his cultivation grew faster by using the Brahma Sound sect to hide his identity and driving the disciples of the Brahma Sound sect to catch other demons to drink their blood and eat their flesh. Since then, he had been drinking blood and eating meat here for over 3,000 years of enjoyment in his capacity as the ancestor of the Brahma sect. Oof, the toad demon grunted coldly. This seat really doubts if it's as that little monk said, that you and the others have misappropriated this seat's immortal crystals. Several monks immediately heard a burst of apprehension. One of them, bitter face, said, heaven and earth conscience, our old ancestor. Immortal crystal is very rare. Even the big domain family Holy Land clan. Also difficult to take out half a grain. He Ji Swell which has that ability to obtain. The other monk hurriedly said, yes, old ancestor. It was entirely because that guy was greedy for the beauty of the snake demon and was used by the snake demon. Hence the lie. The toad demon nodded slightly. Something like immortal crystals was impossible to think about. That's all. The toad demon pondered for a little while and said, this seat is only half a step away from entering the realm of the earth immortal. You and the others will be here to protect the law. And after I finish the heavenly tribulation, then it will not be too late to kill the Ji Swell child. Old ancestor, you're going to cross the threshold at this time? Several people were surprised. Cut the crap and lay down the earthly deity formation. The toad demon chortled. Yes, old ancestor. Several people simultaneously bent down and bowed. But there was a flash of hostile light in their eyes. The toad demon sat on the ground and gathered demonic power in the demonic pills. As long as the successful passage of the apocalypse, his demonic Dan will be transformed into an immortal Dan. From now on, out of the demon registration. That is, there are Taoists see his body. Also dare not call it a demonic clam, but should be called him an immortal clam. To attain immortality is the lifelong quest of all demons under the effect of demonic power. The toad demon's demonic pills began to metamorphose, and when the metamorphosis was complete, the heavenly tribulation would descend. The toad demon's choice to cross the tribulation here had another heavenly benefit. as this true thunder pagoda could resist the heavenly tribulation, reducing the power of the 49 heavenly tribulation by 40%. In this way, it was almost a nail in the coffin for him to successfully complete the transition. Dozens of breaths of time passed, and the sky above the Brahma sound sect was already gloomy, with thick clouds rolling over the true thunder tower. The toad demon is the weakest at this time. Brothers, kill. At this moment, all of the toad demon's demonic energy had been used to transform the demonic elixir into an immortal elixir. The weakest moment in his life. As one of the monks yelled. The 6 of them had no reservations and killed together. Dozens of bloody holes were instantly poked out of the toad demon's body. His heart and dantian were completely churned up. You guys? The toad demon fell to the ground in agony, staring incredulously at the few monks in front of him. Ha ha ha, you stinking toad. Look who our brothers really are. After a puff of green smoke, the 6 big monks changed in shape and turned into 6 muscular bulging pig demons. It's been more than 2,000 years, and the 7 of my brothers have been hibernating here. Isn't it for this day? The toad demon's eyes were a dead gray. He never expected that there would be a few pig demons hiding beside him, waiting for the right moment to seize his immortal pills. In the sky above the Brahma sound sect, Chen Anqing's immortal sense had long since taken everything in. He was dazzled by that good scene in the real Redari, with several reversals. For the immortal Dan knotted by a demon, it can be ambushed for more than 2,000 years. So damn tolerable, Chen Anqing murmured in the bottom of his heart. This good show once again refreshed his knowledge of deceitfulness and collusion. Elder, those few thieving monks don't dare to come and fight. I'll kill them down here. After waiting for a long time and not seeing the monks come out, Ji Swell lifted his scythe and prepared to fly down. It's not necessary. Anson Chan stopped Ji Swell, and immediately he flexed his fingers. A bolt of immortal power shot out and bombarded the True Thunder Tower. The True Thunder Pagoda immediately exploded, and 6 figures rushed up into the sky carrying the toad demon's corpse in terror. Then, Anson Shen gently beckoned his hand, and a wave of immortal power wrapped Chinger, and in the blink of an eye, Chinger flew into his arms. What kind of divine tactics are these? Snapping his fingers to destroy the True Thunder Tower. This person is at least a peak earth immortal. The monks of the Brahma sound sect witnessed this scene and were so frightened that their livers almost split. The Ji Swell on the side sensed all of this and was also shocked, secretly saying that the strength of the senior was immeasurable as well. Your enemies are out. Go kill them, Anson Shen said blandly. Senior, I only sensed 6 strong pig demons flying out of the True Thunder Pagoda, and another toad demon whose vitality had dissipated. Monk Shi Swell said, those 6 pig demons are your several senior uncles, and that toad is the ancestor you've been bowing to for more than 10 years. Anson Chan told Chi Swell why. Swell snapped. The ancestor he had sincerely bowed to, the elder of the same sect, was actually a demon incarnation. If he had known about this a month ago, when he had not yet become a demon, he would have had his Buddha's heart crumble and suffered. Brothers, that guy has brought help over. We will quickly supplement with immortal crystals and refine the toad demon's inner Dan before we can fight. A few pig demons were so scared by the terrifying attack just now that they almost lost their souls. They didn't know that if Anson Chan hadn't deliberately left their lives behind in order to allow the wisdom swell killers to understand the demonic obstacles in their hearts, they would have been turned into flying ash. Kill, kill, kill. Upon learning the truth, an enraged G-Swell rushed out as a black shadow with his scythe in hand. On the other side, the 6 pig demons refined the snatched immortal crystals along with the toad demon's inner elixir, and their realms went crazy as their breath climbed rapidly the moment Wisdom Swell killed them. The pig demons offered up their weapons to battle with Wisdom Swell. After a few moments of fierce battle, all of the pig demons' weapons were chopped to pieces by the scythe, and G-Swell himself was injured multiple times, his entire body drenched in blood under the bitter battle. G-Swell had an epiphany of the demonic power obtained in the Forbidden Zone, and his strength was further enhanced under the double boost of the immortal weapon scythe and the demonic skill. G-Swell was one slash at a time. In a few breaths of time, all 6 pig demons were killed. The demon blood turned into raindrops and fell on the monks below. They knelt down and proclaimed the Buddha's name loudly. Of this battle, it came to an end. Half an hour later, the monks of the Brahma sect learned the truth about everything and abolished all the high priests who had served the toad demon. Amitabha Buddha, G-Swell master nephew, my Brahma sound sect has been controlled by demons for more than 3,000 years. Thanks to you stepping forward and decimating the group of demons, the old Cossack and the others would like to serve you as the new presiding officer. Please don't excuse yourself, master nephew, several old monks of high seniority said after deliberation. My name is Li Huaizhen. Not some wise and bloated monk. You and others should push for a new presiding officer and find another. Chiswell was 3 years old when he fled due to famine and was coincidentally brought back to the sect by a monk of the Brahma sect, Li Huaizhen, a common name he has never been able to forget. After experiencing this incident, Li Huaizhen heart to Buddha has long been of course non-existent, which will continue to be a monk. In the backyard compartment, Chen Anqing took out a herb and crushed it to feed it to Qinger. In a few breaths of time, the injuries on Qinger's body were healed. She opened her eyes and was greeted by the face of a handsome teenager. Gongzi, it's really you. Qinger knew you'd come back. Oh, Qinger cried with joy, had the intention to jump into Chen Anqing's arms, but remembered that she was only a slave servant. So she knelt in front of Chen Anqing. It is often said that the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid from the spring. I saved your life twice, and if I don't let you finish repaying your kindness, you will surely find it hard to sleep or eat. Don't worry, I, Mr. Chen, am not the type of person without compassion, Chen Anqing said in a grand manner. Qinger broke into a smile and said, slightly shyly, thank you, Your Excellency. Gongzi had taught the slave girl that such things as repaying favors cannot be delayed. So I hope that Gongzi will be gracious enough to allow the slave girl to repay favors now. This seed is granted. Today, Anson Chen hasn't made much of a fight. So when will he wait if he doesn't fight the little goblin soundly for a few hundred rounds this time? A few hours later, the door to the compartment opened. The group of young monks hiding outside fled. Red-face. I in the lobby of the outer courtyard. Li Huaizhen, Shi Swell, saw Chen Anqing and Qinger come out and immediately greeted them. Senior, the old monks have been waiting for a long time to thank you in person. What thanks? A bunch of things that don't know right from wrong, all of them whisked away. From today, this place is renamed the True Immortal Sect, and I appoint you as the primordial patriarch. Chen Anqing deliberately amplified his voice, and the group of old monks outside had a feeling of wanting to cry. I thought that I could get away with a few confessions, but who would have thought that the clan would be robbed? The monks broke the defense, and cursed in their hearts, what the fuck is this high person? Amit Ba Buddha. You can't do that. Scholar, a young monk came over trembling, wanting to argue with Anson Chen. Chen Anqing did not drive him away and said lightly, if you can sit on this spirit mountain, why can't I? I favor it. The young monk said, the Brahma sect has been built here since ancient times. If you snatch it, it will be against heaven's law. Anson Chan said, how long has it been since ancient times? The young monk replied confidently, over 14,000 years. Chen Anqing snorted and said, what about once upon a time? The Cloud Dragon realm was born more than 100 million years ago. So what is a mere 14,000 years? The young monk froze, not knowing how to answer. The group of old monks outside, seeing that the young monk went forward to debate and that master did not make things difficult, have all walked in as well. Amit Ba Buddha. According to our clan's canonical records, this place was once occupied by an evil black bear demon, and after my founding ancestor subdued the bear demon, he established the clan here in order to transcend the souls of the dead. As for who occupied it earlier, there is no way to prove it, so it should be designated as an unclaimed land. An old monk quoted the scriptures and said, well said. Chen Anqing carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently, once upon a time, the old monk subdued the black bear demon in order to occupy this place. Today, I, Chen Anqing, subdued you group of stupid monks. Wouldn't it be reasonable to change the family? The old monk was speechless. Another monk hurriedly said, the monk is wrong. We are righteous monks. Subduing demons and eliminating devils is an act of justice. Your expulsion of the righteous cultivators is brutal bullying. How can we compare? Anson Chen ignored him and turned his head to look at Qinger. What do you think, Qinger? Speaking of this, Qinger's experience could be deeper. She took half a step forward and said, sir, in Qinger's opinion, right and wrong are in the heart, not whether you are a human being or a demon or a devil. As in the case of this Shi Swell young monk, even if he goes off the deep end, isn't it still much better than these old monks who don't know right from wrong? Anson Chan smiled and said, monks, what do you think? The old monk, however, replied, this is strong words and demonic talk. Anson Chan shrugged and said to Qinger, listen, you're wrong. Qinger didn't know what the eunuch's intentions were, so she bowed and said, the slave girl knows that she is wrong. Please teach the eunuch. Chen Anqing turned around, his face sinking cold. Qinger, I will teach you a true great truth today. As long as you are strong enough, your words are law, your words are reason, and right and wrong are all defined by you. Before Qinger could respond, the old monk preempted her. Right is right and wrong is wrong. It is a fallacy for a monk to try to use his power to make people yield. As in the case of the old monk, even if I submit today with my mouth, how can I convince you in my heart? Much less agree that you are right. That's good. Anson Chen smacked his lips and said, I had a big brother who once taught me to kill all the ones who think you're wrong, and you'll be all right. A group of monks, under all the fear. The monks were still undeterred and looked at Li Huaizhen, Zhu Swell's senior nephew. You have grown up in the sect since you were young. The sect treats you well. At this time of crisis, please come forward and speak up for the sect to do justice. And ask this monk to please. Li Huaizhen's spiritual thoughts swept through the crowd, and he didn't feel half a bit of Buddha's heart or Buddha's will from them. They're greedy, terrified, and sophomoric. There is no difference from the rabble of mortals. At this time, in Li Huaizhen's heart, which still had a trace of the so-called fellowship. I'll say it again. My name is Li Huaizhen, not some Ji-swell monk. Furthermore, Senior has an order to kill those who do not obey. I know that you value your lives and do not want to die in my hands. Hurry up and get lost, so as not to upset people. As Li Huaizhen's words fell, the immortal weapon scythe was already in his hand. For a while, the monks were so frightened that they backed up, fleeing while also pronouncing the Buddha's name in a fake manner. The sound of Amitabha Buddha fell into Li Huaizhen's ears, making him feel like vomiting. The monks were ultimately afraid of death and all fled. Senior, with my understanding of them, they will definitely go to the Flare Moon sect to complain. Li Huaizhen somewhat regretted letting those monks go. He felt that even if he didn't kill them, locking them up would be fine. There's no harm in it. Tomorrow when the monks go to sue, you'll go with me to the Flare Moon sect. It saves the other party from coming back to trouble you when I'm in seclusion. Chen Anqing said. Chen Anqing cannot always stay in the lower realm. True Immortal sect will be left to Li Huayuan and Qinger management tomorrow to go to the largest clan in Zhuzu state to take care of the other clans who still dare to disobedience and trouble. As for whether or not to exterminate the Flare Moon sect, it would depend on whether or not they knew what they were doing. Later, Chen Anqing rose up in the air and destroyed the original gates of the Brahma Sound sect with a single palm strike. Then he took out the immortal talisman that he had bought beforehand to build the palace Immortal Hall, and moved his mind.an imposing Immortal Hall. Then rose up on the old site of the Brahma Sound sect, looking at the immortal palace that was vaguely revealed in the clouds and fog. Anson Chen was quite satisfied. These 200 immortal crystals are not a bad thing to spend. Chen Anqing had bought a total of 4 immortal talismans, and this one cost 200, causing him a great deal of pain. It was a relief to see it work so well. Li Huaizhen and Qinger, since they were dumbfounded by this means of constructing an immortal hall out of thin air, the three of them came to the hall together, and Anson Chan took his seat at the top of the hall. In the future, the true immortal sect will be co-managed by you and Qinger. Our goal is to recruit the world's wizards and grow the sect. Anson Chan commanded. Li Huaizhen was flattered, but he didn't dare to agree rashly. So he said, Senior, what virtue and ability do I have? I don't dare to take on this great responsibility. What's more, if I sit on the position of sovereign, where will I put you? I would never dare. Chen Anqing said in a big manner. Don't talk nonsense. Letting you be the patriarch is letting you be the bull and pick the burden. As for me, I have a forbidden palace in the back of the mountain, so I can just drink tea and enjoy my happiness on weekdays. Do you understand? Li Huaizhen understood, as if he didn't, but listened to the tone of the senior. It seems that the position of the patriarch himself must not sit, if then resigned, belong to the face of the face. True immortal sect patriarch Li Huaizhen. Greetings to the ancestor. Li Huaizhen immediately knelt down and bowed, answering the errand. There's no need to call me ancestor. Just call me Gungzi like Qinger. Chen Anqing said. Yes, my lord. Afterwards, Chen Anqing paced down and walked up to Li Huaizhen. Is it a fact that you had your mortal roots chopped off by those pig demons? By Van Root. I mean a man's tool of the trade. Li Huaizhen nodded with some embarrassment. You were originally a monk. That thing would have been useless to you. It's better to chop it off. Li Huaizhen was speechless, thinking, useless is useless, but it always feels incomplete if it's missing. What goes around comes around. As I said earlier, there's still a great opportunity for you. I have a volume of supreme divine power here, which is in need of chopping off the mortal roots before it can come to fruition. So it's cheap for you. What Chen Anqing was referring to was the supreme divine power passed down by his chief master, the True Demon Heart Sutra. This True Demon Heart Sutra was cultivated under harsh conditions, which was completely unacceptable to Chen Anqing. On the contrary, Li Huaizhen's natural talent was stronger than Chen Anqing's, and the rootless conditions were already in place. And more importantly, he was now in the devil himself. Cultivating it will definitely lead to twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, Anson Chan had long had the intention of teaching the demonic skill to Li Huaizhen. As for whether Li Huaizhen would commit a crime in the future when he became stronger, if he hadn't practiced the seed seal extreme art, Anson Chan would have been worried. After all, a cultivator's long life will experience all sorts of unexpected events, and the probability is that they will change one's initial heart. However, Anson Chan practiced the seed seal extreme art, and once a relationship was established, the other party could not be changed no matter how far they had grown. Even if Li Huaizhen became a demon god demon emperor one day, it wouldn't change his loyalty to Anson Chen. I respectfully ask the master to bestow the law. Li Huaizhen did not realize how powerful the demonic power Chen Anqing was about to bestow upon him was, even if it was spelled out for him. He couldn't imagine it. That was a supreme divine skill that could wipe out immortal emperors after its great completion. Good. Chen Anqing nodded his head, then said, before teaching the technique again, you need to establish a master-servant contract with me. If you are unwilling and reluctant, it is not too late to call it quits. Li Huaizhen didn't even think about it and kowtowed. I am willing and have no regrets. Li Huaizhen didn't know the value of that divine power at all, and being able to blurt it out. Naturally, it wasn't an unconvincing word uttered for the sake of coveting the power. Okay, you relax. Immediately, Anson Shen invoked the master-servant contract in the seed seal extreme art. A strand of the great Tao opportunity descended from the chaos, establishing a certain unbreakable connection between Li Huaizhen's soul and Chen Anqing's immortal soul. As long as both parties are willing and there is no pain, the establishment is complete. From then on, loyalty to Anson Chen was a mark engraved in the depths of Li Huaizhen's soul, which could not be violated no matter what. Gongzi, Xing'er wants it too. Xing'er, who was waiting at the side, learned of this contractual relationship, and actually felt a little envy in her heart, and finally couldn't help but beg Chen Anqing to establish a master-servant contract with her as well. You want it? You want more? Anson Shan smiled, noticing that Chen An was referring to something. Xing'er's face flushed red. Whatever the prince is willing to give, the slave girl wants it. Good, you greedy little goblin. There's something else going on today. This seat will punish you another day. After all was said and done, Anson Shen soon established a master-servant contract with Xing'er as well. Then, Anson Shen turned the first volume of the True Demon Heart Sutra that remained in his mind into his own memories and transmitted it into Li Huaizhen's mind. There were 9 volumes in this sutra, and if Li Huaizhen could cultivate the first volume, his power would be at least comparable to that of a true immortal. Of course, in this cultivation world, without the immortal spirit energy to add to it, it was incomparably difficult to cultivate the first volume. It wouldn't be too late to bestow the second volume when he ascended later. Day 2. Chen Anqing's immortal sense unfolded, covering more than 30,000 li jiazu. Longhu Xianshan. The Flare Moon sect was located at the top of this big mountain. The place where the 9 underground spirit veins met, was the best piece of cultivation land in the entire Zhusu state. Such a good spiritual mountain treasure. If there is no reliance behind the Yaoyue sect, even if there is an earthy mortal ancestor sitting in the town, it will not be able to defend it. At this moment, in the main hall of the Flare Moon sect, several old monks were justly and sternly complaining with tears in their eyes, requesting the Flare Moon sect to return justice to them. Several senior monks. The matter is already known to this sect. Yaoyue sect Patriarch Yuan Qingshan was lying on his seat, leisurely closing his eyes. In fact, waves had already rolled through his mind. The devilish little monk, holding an immortal weapon in his hand. How could this make him hold on to it? As for that so-called mysterious Highlander, he was at best an earthy mortal, with old ancestors' background. He would certainly not be afraid of him. Patriarch Yuan. I dare to ask Patriarch Yuan to move immediately and go to punish the rebels and help us retake the mountain gate. The old monk said impatiently. Yuan Qingshan opened his eyes and slowly got up with a difficult look, saying, Several masters, this is an internal matter of your Brahma sound sect. If I, Yaoyue sect, rashly intervene, I am afraid of being spat upon by the cultivators of the world. This is a difficult matter. How could the several monks not know that Yuan Qingshan was trying to negotiate? Patriarch Yuan, as long as you can help us capture the rebels, we will agree to any conditions, the old monk said with conviction. Oh, Yuan Qingshan's eyes lit up and said, as the saying goes, if the name is not correct, then the words will be said. If a few senior monks make it known to the world that the Brahma Sound sect is subordinate to my Yaoyue sect, the affairs of the Brahma Sound sect will be my own affairs, and it will be much more convenient to deal with them. The old monk's eyelids twitched. Yuan Qingshan, this piker, is really greedy. He even wanted to use the opportunity to annex and dominate the Brahma Sound sect, but there's no other way aside from the Flare Moon sect. Who else had the ability to fight against an earthy mortal powerhouse? Returning to the Yu Moon sect is better than having the mountain gate taken over by thieves. Then by what Patriarch Yuan said, we will all be family from now on, and I hope that Patriarch will give us more support. A few old monks bowed and bowed down. Ha ha ha, good, this clan will count the experts today, and we can set out tomorrow to crush the rebels. Anson Shan saw and heard everything. Huaizhen, follow me to the Flare Moon sect. Yes, my lord. Just as he was about to take off into the air, Cyan came out of his room. Gongzi, I'm your mount. If you want to go out, why don't you ride me? Xing'er beamed. Today is excused. There are other things for you to do. Anson Shen said, please show me. Your Excellency. Xing'er felt useful and her mood was less depressed. In my forbidden palace, there is a lack of maids to serve tea and water, so go and buy some knowledgeable ones back. Chen Anqing threw out a few wild fruits and told Xing'er to go exchange them for spirit stones. This kind of thing Xing'er should take the initiative to think of. Xing'er will go and do it. Xing'er spat out her tongue, secretly saying that she is really stupid. This kind of thing still needs to be reminded by the Gongzi, so she has to hurry up and go and do it immediately. Anson Shan and Li Huaizhen took off into the air. Since Li Huaizhen flew slowly, Chen Anqing flew while leisurely enjoying the scenery, and it took half an hour to arrive at Longyu Mountain. The Yaoyue sect's residence. Follow me. Chen Anqing's immortal thoughts moved and locked onto a cave in the back of the mountain that was guarded by a forbidden spell formation die in the cave. A white-haired immortal was meditating and practicing. And he didn't even notice that he had been locked by a strand of immortal sense. Anson Chan's figure descended. Those low-level forbidden spell formations are ineffective against him. An upper immortal. And where the figure passes, the spell formations self-destruct. Who dares to break into my place of purification? It was only when the spell formation was destroyed that the white-haired immortal Wang became alarmed and hastily launched his immortal sense to search, with nothing to show for it. His eyes caught sight of two young men walking towards him. This person's cultivation is unfathomable. The white-haired immortal Wang ignored Li Huaizhen's cultivation, but was extremely jealous of the impervious Chen Anqing. I didn't know that you were coming, so I hope you'll pardon me if I've missed the welcome. The white-haired immortal Wang hastily saluted respectfully. Good to say. Chen Anqing made a big show of sitting down on a rock and opened the door. This seat is building a new true immortal sect on the old site of the Brahmasound sect, and I heard that you, Yaoyue sect, have an opinion, so I've come here to discuss this matter. The white-haired immortal Wang's heart and mind were overwhelmed, and he was sweating profusely. I am always here in seclusion. If this is really the case, must be the door of the gang of ungrateful disciples and grandchildren. I hope that the Taoist brother to appreciate a few points of thin face. Forgiveness. The old monks will certainly deal with this matter properly. White-haired immortal Wang hurriedly cleared the relationship to state. Chen Anqing nodded slightly and pointed at Li Huaizhen beside him, saying, your face is naturally something this seat must give. This is the eldest disciple of my sect, and also the true immortal sect's patriarch. So in the future, we will take care of each other, and harmony breeds wealth. But if someone dares to bully the disciples in my sect, this seat has a bad temper and likes to get rid of the root of our grass. Dao brother should understand. Threats. Naked threats. Understood. The white-haired immortal Wang nodded his head, then immediately took out a spirit pill from his mustard pouch and handed it to Li Huaizhen. First time meeting. The old man has a slightly thin gift. I hope that your nephew won't mind it. Li Huaizhen was in a daze from beginning to end. This white-haired old man with an immortal aura must be the legendary earth immortal ancestor of the Yaoyu sect. Today, when he saw the Duke, he was so coy that he didn't dare to make a half-hearted attempt. One can only imagine how deep the Duke's Tao must be under the senses of the old ancestor of the Flare Moon sect. Senior is polite. How would Junior dare to accept this great gift? Li Huaizhen's nature made him excuse himself. Huaizhen, if you don't accept a gift from a senior, isn't that thinning the face of others? Next time don't allow this. Chen Anqing said in a cold voice. Li Huaizhen sniffed and hurriedly took the elixir with both hands. And the white-haired immortal also breathed a sigh of relief as a result. The two of us have chores to attend to as our clan is in its infancy, so we won't disturb Dao brother's cultivation. We'll have tea together some other time when we're free. When a high person acts, he never drags his feet. After Anson Chen finished speaking, he immediately took Li Huaizhen into the air, letting that white-haired old man be suspicious. Greetings, Dao brother. It was only after Anson Chen's figure disappeared that the old man reacted and saluted towards the sky. This person's cultivation, far more abundant than mine, must be the generation that gets to become immortal. Fortunately, he is elegant and easygoing, and did not make any trouble. I have to hurry to deal with that group of unworthy disciples, and give him an explanation. If Anson Chen had heard the old man's murmur, he would have been unable to hold back his laughter. Goddamn elegant and easygoing. It's true that strength is king. The inner court of the Yaoyue sect. Old ancestor, you summon Qingshan urgently. I wonder what is so important. Patriarch Yuan Qingshan respectfully knelt in front of the white-haired old man. Bastard, kill yourself. Yuan Qingshan was so scared that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, secretly saying that he had violated some heavenly rule. How come the old ancestor let himself die as soon as he opened his mouth? Thus, with a sobbing voice, he said, Old ancestor, Qingshan has been working diligently, bowing and scraping for the clan. Why did old ancestor make such a remark? The white-haired old man grunted coldly. You beast, you've grown in ability. Even immortal realm powerhouses dare to mess with you. If it wasn't for the other party giving the old ancestor a few moments of face, the Yaoyue sect would only have become ruins, and you would have long since been blasted into meat dregs. Yuan Qingshan's entire body was confused. When did I get in trouble with this kind of man? Injustice, our old ancestor. Qingshan nearly 3 years are in the clan. Do not move an inch, which will mess with the immortal realm great powers. There must be a misunderstanding between. I hope that the old ancestor to be clear. How dare you argue? The white-haired old man slapped over and knocked Yuan Qingshan, who was at the Mahayana stage realm, out of his mind. That immortal said that he wanted to establish a true immortal sect at the old site of the Brahma sect, and you, who don't know your weight, dared to go and cause trouble. It's not a big deal for you to die, but you nearly dragged this ancestor into it, and you still don't know the crime. Yuan Qingshan's expression was aghast and his face turned white. It turned out to be about the Brahma sect, and this had actually reached the old ancestor's ears. Moreover, the other party seems to have silently looked for the old ancestor. The old ancestor is so scrupulous that the other party. Yuan Qingshan's scalp tingled at the thought. No wonder the other party had an immortal weapon in their hands. The one behind them was only not an earth immortal, but an immortal. Earth immortal and immortal. Don't look at only one word difference. When it comes to strength, the gap is like a gulf between heaven and earth. An immortal realm powerhouse could destroy all earth immortals and loose immortals with a wave of his hand. After all, one was truly in the immortal realm and the other was just a pseudo-immortal. Old ancestor. Qingshan knows he is wrong. Yuan Qingshan was so scared that he collapsed and cried, saying, "Yesterday, a few elders of the Brahma Sound sect came over to report on the matter of the Brahma Sound sect, and Qingshan only promised to bring people to see it, but he didn't know how the news had leaked out." Hearing these words, a ray of deep scorn flashed through the white-haired old man's pupils. "You stupid ass. People's immortal sense unfolds? Even your underwear can be seen clearly. How can your words and deeds be hidden from the other side?" As an earth immortal realm, the white-haired old man also had immortal sense, but it could only cover 1,000 miles in a radius. Old ancestor. Fortunately, Qingshan hasn't done anything out of the ordinary yet. I still hope that old ancestor will grant the opportunity to pay for his sins. Yuan Qingshan cried and begged. "That's all. If it wasn't for the fact that your grandma Tai has a friendship with me, I would have split you into pieces today." Seeing Yuan Qingshan crying in pain and remorse, the white-haired old man calmed down a bit. "How should you face the true immortal sect in the future? You don't need this ancestor to teach you, right?" Yes. Qingshan understands. Qingshan will order someone to send 100,000 pounds of spirit stones over there. In addition, I have a female disciple named Yao Hongxue, who is 18 years old and looks like a heavenly fairy, and sent it over to that person to make amends. Yuan Qingshan said promisingly. The white-haired old man slapped his hand backhandedly. "Stupid pig, do you think everyone is as greedy for women as you are? I see that Immortal Realm Powerhouse is a person of elegance. If you send a woman over there, you won't piss him off." Yuan Qingshan respectfully kneeled down, condescendingly said, "Old ancestor, you don't know. I heard the monks say that senior has a snake demon companion, in broad daylight, even in the clan temple compartment battle for several hours. So Qingshan boldly guess that senior prefer female sex." Oh, the white-haired old man was slightly taken aback, then looked relieved. Worthy of being an Immortal Realm powerhouse, licentious and free-spirited, the old man is ashamed to be inferior. Even so, you send a few more over and let them pick. At this moment, Yuan Qingshan suddenly had a ray of enlightenment in his heart. No wonder thousands of cultivators in the world wanted to become immortal, become a fairy. Do not like the female sex is elegant. Like the female sex that is free and unrestrained. Horizontal and vertical are not wrong. Aoyama understands. Stand down. Chen Anqing brought Li Huaizhen and landed next to a spiritual spring. But he did not know how much physical and mental trauma he had caused to the patriarch of the Yaoyue sect. "My lord, would that not be a good idea? What's wrong with that? Let's say that his Yaoyue sect wouldn't dare to let out a single fart. I mean the two women who bathed in the spring." Li Huaizhen's eyes were already blind, but he could clearly perceive that there were two women bathing and frolicking in the spirit pool not far ahead. As a former monk, Li Huaizhen felt more uncomfortable than being a thief. Chen Anqing, however, was full of concern and said in a teaching tone, "What is the purpose of immortal cultivation? It's not to become stronger. What is the purpose of becoming strong? It's not for the sake of being free and free to do whatever you want. Of course, this gentleman is not the kind of peeping Tom villain. Just happen to be here. I rest. They are here to bathe. Just everything is karma. You realize it?" Li Huaizhen wanted to roll his eyes, but unfortunately he didn't. "Your Excellency, I do have some enlightenment and need to go over there to meditate and cultivate for a while, so I hope it is granted." Li Huaizhen had trouble convincing himself to stay here, so he tried to find an excuse to leave. "In just a few words from this seat, you have come to an understanding. You are indeed a talent to be made. Go and cultivate." "Yes, my lord." Li Huaizhen held his breath and hid in the rear bushes. I am that spirit pool. Two young girls in their flowering season, pouring water on each other, playing and fooling around, as if they were two joyful fishes. After frolicking for a while, the two women sat down by the pool to rest and gossip. "Alas, I'm so envious of you, Hongxue, to be able to worship in the Yaoyue sect to cultivate. What are you sighing for? It's the same everywhere. You still have to rely on yourself, but if you really don't want to stay in the Tai Hao sect, I'll ask my master in a few days to beg him to take you over as well, and the two of us sisters will cultivate together." "Really, Sister Hongxue, you're so good to me." One of them, a young girl, was so excited that she put her arms around another woman. "Sister Hongxue, You don't know how annoying it is to cultivate in an ordinary sect. Just 2 days ago, I was robbed by a yuaning cultivator who pretended to be a beggar, and robbed 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, but I don't dare to report to the sect, and I don't dare to chase after him to ask for it. So helpless. There is such a thing? Of course. The woman began to ramble on about that day. Chen Anqing, who was lying on the green grass, could not help but be staggered. Feeling that the young girl was talking about herself. He had an instant urge to rush over and theorize, but think about it. He is a person with moral boundaries. Rushing to 2 young girls who are bathing. What is that all about? The sun is just right and the grass is fragrant. Chen Anqing withdrew his immortal sense and let everything go. Looking at the sky as the clouds rolled in, the wind in my ears, the sound of the spring, the song of the birds, and the playfulness of the maidens of the red earth. It's cozy, and there really is heaven everywhere on earth. Then again, if you're strong enough, where can't you get away with this? While he was thinking this, the 2 young girls had long since put on their skirts and bare feet and were trekking through the green. Ah, Sister Hongxue, there's someone under my feet. It was only then that Anson Chan realized that he had been stepped on. Immortals are different, thanks to the fact that Anson Chen had collected his immortal aura. Otherwise the young girl's white feet would have already exploded when she stepped on the immortal body with this foot. Sister Mercy, no wonder you don't like the Tai House sect. There are such shameless people in your sect. Eavesdropping on the 2 of us bathing. The young girl named Red Snow had already drawn her spirit sword at her waist. Another woman called Mercy hurriedly backed away. A closer look. This person is not their own clan disciples. Looks vaguely familiar, and cannot remember where I have seen. Sister Hongxue, he's not my senior brother and sister. I don't know where he came from. Mercy Star explained. Then it's the foreign shameless lecher. Stand up for me. Red Snow droned in a deep voice. Chen Anqing slowly climbed up from the grass with a displeased look on his face and said, "Are you guys blind? Such a big living person is lying here, but you turn a blind eye?" Mercy Star gasped. "Good, you shameless lecher. This spirit spring is my clan's important land. You dared to trespass, and in turn you dare to blame us." Red Snow coldly said. There is no need to talk to him more. This thief ambles between the grass. Just now must be you. And I body peeped all over. Not his pair of thieves' eyes dig out. How to solve the hate. Chen Anqing said in a big way, everything is about first come first served. I came here early in the morning to take a sun bath. It is you who undressed into the spring without noticing. None of my business. That tone. Why is it so familiar? Only then did Mercy Star recognize Anson Chen. Hurrah! It's you! I haven't settled the score with you for robbing me of 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones that day. You say, did you peep at me and Sister Hongxue or not? Chen Anqing lazily said. How about looking? And how about not looking? The eyes are on me. I love to look wherever I want. It's none of your business. Shameless. Mercy Star's body trembled slightly. This shameless thing had really looked at herself and Sister Hongxue, which made her ashamed and angry. At this time, Hongxue on the side had already displayed her killing intent. You lowly embryo. Robbing my sister's spirit stone and spying on the 2 of us bathing. It's hard for heaven to condone if I don't kill you. Unbelievable. Chen Anqing faintly shook his head and said, that's just it. Only the villain and the woman are hard to raise. Today I consider myself unlucky and ate this loss. Next time I dare to be reckless again, I will not be forgiven lightly. You. The 2 young girls shivered with anger. In this world, there are still such shameless people. Simply refreshing the 3 views. In a fit of anger, the young girl, Red Snow, took the lead in stabbing out a sword. She had just been promoted to the Yuaning stage a few days ago, and she had been given the true sword technique by her master, so she was not afraid of this evil thief of the same realm in front of her. Unbeknownst to her, that sword thrust was empty, and when she looked again, Chen Anqing's figure had already flown into midair. Huaijin, don't go yet, Chen Anqing shouted in the air, and in the bushes behind that, a black shadow immediately sprang up, escaping even faster than Chen Anqing. He has accomplices, and he's pissed off. Seeing the 2 figures disappear, it was no longer possible to catch up. I don't know if it was anger or shame, but the 2 women's cheeks were already red after such an unpleasant thing happened. Not long after the Red Snow said goodbye, ready to go back to the clan to call people to track down the whereabouts of that lecherous thief, vowing to catch him in pieces. Unbeknownst to him, Hongxue had just returned to Yaoyue's sect when she was urgently summoned by the sect master. Master, what is it that you are looking for me in such a hurry? Red Snow bowed and inquired curiously of this young girl. Red Snow was the female disciple Yuan Qingshan had mentioned before. Her full name was Yao Hongxue. Yuan Qingshan put down the tea bowl in his hand, gestured Yao Hongxue to take a seat at the lower head, and said, Schwerer, Master has identified a marriage for you. What do you think? When Yao Hongxue was 11 years old, she was accepted by Yuan Qingshan as a close disciple. Due to her outstanding talent and good behavior, Yuan Qingshan valued her very much and treated her like a righteous daughter originally. Yao Hongxue, who had anger in her heart, suddenly heard that her master was going to betroth herself to someone else. She couldn't help but blush slightly and shy up. Master, disciple's age is still young and her cultivation time is also short. I'm afraid it's not quite appropriate if I hurriedly tie a Taoist couple. Yao Hongxue lowered her head and spoke softly. Then she added, by the way, I don't know which Taoist the other party is, and what is his character and appearance. Ha ha ha. Yuan Qingshan saw that this little niece, heart has some expectations, cannot help but smile. The other party is the founding ancestor of the school, elegant and spontaneous character. Since it is a dragon and phoenix among people, Yuan Qingshan himself has not seen that immortal realm high person. This is the old ancestor said. If the meeting is not as good as known, you blame the old ancestor to go. Ancestor of the founding sect? Yao Hongxue froze for a moment and even said, then wouldn't he be a few thousand years old? Like the old ancestor who was a bad old man. No top, no bottom, no nonsense. Yuan Qingshan lightly rebuked and said, listening to your old ancestor. The other party has a slender figure, handsome face, and looks to be the same size as you. If he looks at you, it would be a blessing that you have cultivated in 10 lifetimes. Yao Hongxue was suddenly unconvinced in her heart. Dai and this Zhuzhou zone, how many young talents, from their own 14 years of age, the door to seek marriage abound. There are still people who are not worthy of their own? I'd like to see what kind of person he is. He's not even worthy of this girl. Humph, Yao Hongxue huffed. Tomorrow for the teacher will prepare a thick gift. You personally send. If the other side to see you, you will stay. As for being a wife or a concubine, it depends on your own means. Yuan Qingshan explained. Yao Hongxue, master is out of his mind. What kind of marriage is this? Do you have to bring gifts to beg for it? How in heaven's name is that possible? Master, you honestly, you won't sell your disciple. Oh, nonsense. My master treats you like his own daughter. How could he sell you? This chance, whether you can keep it or not, all depends on your destiny. Tomorrow you will know. Back at the true immortal sex compound, Chen Anqing was lying in his own forbidden palace courtyard, with a few newly bought back maidservants waiting on the side. Chen Anqing opened his mouth, and the pure and beautiful young girl, then picked a peeled grape and sent it into his mouth. Your Excellency. Several of them were bought by the slave girl at great expense. I wonder if your Excellency is satisfied. Qinger was also waiting at the side. Chen Anqing swept a glance at all the maidservants. All of them had beautiful faces in first-class figures, and they were all first-class beauties in terms of appearance alone. It was just that their cultivation was low, and they had a few less auras than Qinger, and were a step behind, for what it's worth. Anson Chan was quite satisfied. If he didn't have the cross-boundary stone, he still didn't know where in the immortal realm he was wandering, or he would be able to enjoy this earthly bliss. People, whether mortal or immortal, should be content. Well, this was done well. Chen Anqing closed his eyes comfortably, then commanded, you few will listen to Qinger's arrangements for everything in the future. As long as you serve this seat well, there will be plenty of benefits to bestow. Yes, slave girl knows. The ladies responded in unison. Qinger was praised by Chen Anqing. Her heart was overjoyed, and she arranged, Zi, today's Gongzi is tired from traveling. Rub his legs. Miao Xiang, you rub the Gongzi's shoulders, and you, soothing, being surrounded by a group of slaves and maidservants to serve. Chen Anqing, a god, finally lived a godlike life. After relaxing for a while, Chen Anqing said, Qinger, your wonderful and marvelous skills, have you passed them on to the maidservants? Qinger froze, secretly saying, where did she have any wonderful arts and wonders? Gongzi you mean, those winding techniques? Qinger red-faced, thinking that she was just a bit of instinctive skill. But it was the male son who had worked out quite a few powerful new moves in the context of practicing against himself time and time again. Knowingly, Anson Chan grinned. Qinger knew what Chen Anqing was thinking at this time, and couldn't help but have her heartbeat speed up a bit. The slave girl has not yet taught them the skills, and while your excellency is not yet closed, I implore your excellency to guide them together with the slave girl. The maidservants helped Chen Anqing up. Chen Anqing's eyes looked at all the beauties one by one, each with their own characteristics. Well, this is a good proposal. This prince will work harder today and personally teach you and others. While Chen Anqing was teaching the maidservants strange and wonderful techniques in the Forbidden Palace, the monks of the Brahma Sound sect still had movements. After they went to Yaoyu sect to ask for help, they went to Flying Immortal sect and Taihao Immortal sect, which are closer to Brahma sect, to ask for help. But they got ambiguous replies from the two sects, so they returned unhappy. At this moment, the Flying Immortal sect's council hall of Flying Immortal sect Patriarch Yu Deji was sitting at the top and was asking the opinions of the elders. Patriarch, my Flying Immortal sect has always been on good terms with the Brahma Sound sect. If we don't help out this time, I'm afraid that we'll be criticized by all the cultivators in the world. An elder said the Flying Fairy sect is already aware of the specifics. Now Yudeji's headache was the attitude of the Yaoyue sect. What do you think, Mr. Long Hatchling? Thinking a little bit, Yudeji turned his gaze to a middle-aged man with an 8-bearded beard, shaking a feather in every clan. There was probably such a wise man or several wise men who gave the patriarch ideas when they encountered troublesome matters. Mr. Long Daisy shook his fan, slowly saluted, and confidently said, reporting to the sovereign, the person who is occupying the Brahma Sound sect, his origin is unknown, and his cultivation is high. This time, he has built a new sect. Our sect should go forward to send a gift to congratulate and befriend, instead of meeting with each other in arms. Which is the best policy? Good. Yudeji was instantly overjoyed and shouted immediately. He ordered, all the elders immediately count the experts in the sect, and tomorrow, we will assist the Yaoyue sect and go ahead to kill the rebels and retake the Brahma Sound sect. After the Yaoyue sect has reclaimed its territory, this sect will ask Yuan Qingshan for the credit, and he won't even be able to get a piece of the pie if he doesn't. Mr. Long Daisy frowned. Patriarch, have you heard wrong? What I mean is that beneficial friendship should not be moved. Ha, Mr. Long Daisy, you are the bright light of my sect's chi, but whenever you offer a high-minded plan, this sect will always be able to do the opposite without any disadvantage. And when this time we divide up the Brahma Sound sect's territory, this sect will remember you as a first-class great merit, Yudeji said joyfully. The rest of the elders, all of them laughed derisively. Mr. Long Daisy blushed so red that he could not wait to find a hole in the ground. Over the years, he had bad luck. As the Flying Immortal sect's wise counselor, he was bound to go wrong every time he offered a plan, and things often turned out to be the opposite of what he had said. In the long run, instead of expelling him, the Flying Immortal sect used him as a reverse beacon of the sect's chi. This made the proud-hearted Mr. Long Xiao very embarrassed and upset, and he shamelessly stayed in the sect, but only to find a chance to prove his talent. Otherwise, he would have long ago abandoned the darkness and defected to another sect. This time, the Long Kong Juzhou finally happened, the big event of destroying the clan and destroying the sect. He knew that his good opportunity to turn over a new leaf had come, and thus, Mr. Long Xiao found an elder of the Yaoyue sect who had a dragon young fetish and sacrificed his sex at all costs before he was able to find out the true intentions of the Yaoyue sect. That elder said that tomorrow, the Flare Moon sect will send a generous gift to befriend the newly built True Immortal sect, and vice versa. There is a danger of the sect's destruction unexpectedly. Yudeji, this idiot, didn't believe in himself. Mr. Long Xiao is really helpless, and do not dare to explicitly say the source of information. If these people know that they sell their innocence, only in exchange for information, will not be even more shame. Patriarch, the more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. Mr. Long Xiao indignantly stood up, took out a jade bottle from his mustard pouch, and held it up. This is the poison of the Blackwater Heavenly Python. If Patriarch doesn't listen to me this time, I will take this poison and die before you. Mr. Longbottom was teary-eyed. He sighed secretly. His death to admonish is how palpitating feet after the completion of his own these years suffered the injustice of shame, should also be cleared. Why is this necessary? Mr. Long Xiao, this clan cannot afford to lose you. Quickly put down the poison. Long Xiao, why are you so thoughtless? My clan can't lack you as a bright light. From tomorrow onwards this elder will double your salary and give you 10 more maidservants. Are you satisfied? Sir, the clan can't live without you. The people were moved to council. The clan's future fortune would still depend on him. Patriarch, if you don't promise to send a generous gift to befriend the True Immortal sect, Long Xiao will immediately die for you. Long Xiao was so moved by his feat that the poison was already at his mouth. Sir, don't get excited. Yudeji panicked, rushed forward, wanting to seize the poison, but did not know that actually touched over the bottle, the poison into the mouth of Mr. Long Xiao. After 5 breaths of time, Mr. Long Xiao died. Death is not an option. Yudeji only sighed softly that the creation of people, and soon let it go. Men, drag them out and throw them away. Yes, sovereign. After throwing out Mr. Long Xiao's corpse, a disciple came to report to sovereign. Elders, the Flare Moon sect is in the process of counting the brigade. Any other news? No more. This time, the Flare Moon sect is strictly guarding against leaks, and in my disciple's estimation, the Flare Moon sect is trying to monopolize the Brahma Sound sect's territory. Yudeji and the elders nodded to each other with an expression that it was all expected by this seat. Pass on my sovereign's order to immediately count the disciples and elders of the Yuaning stage and above realm, and help the Yaoyue sect tomorrow to divide up the territory without fail. Yes, the crowd was excited. The sect's territory hadn't been expanded for thousands of years. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, the Tai Hao Immortal sect. Wrenching girl, you didn't hear it wrong, did you? Taihao sect patriarch Wu Mingdao asked. Red Snow Sister is so said tomorrow Yao Yu sect 10 elders will personally escort 100,000 spirit stone, a number of spirit pills, immortal fruit, to go to the true immortal sect. Congratulations. In addition, my Red Snow Sister said, his master Yuan Qingshan also want to betroth her to the true immortal sect's founding ancestor. Anyway, the general meaning is that, not to befriend will have a big trouble, Mercy said with a serious face. Wu Mingdao pondered for a little while and said, fortunately, Ren Xing, you have this channel to probe the key news. Otherwise this clan will prepare all the manpower to go tomorrow. Not to mention offending the Yaoyue sect, it will also offend that mysterious high person, and the clan will surely be in a dangerous situation. Mercy Star said in disbelief, Lord Sovereign, is the other party really so powerful that even the Yaoyue sect is so afraid? Wu Mingdao slowly said, who knows? Anyway, if you follow the Flare Moon sect to act, there is nothing wrong with it. By the way, Mercy Star, you tomorrow comb and dress up. This clan will also promise you to that mysterious high person. In addition to how many gifts the Flare Moon sect sends, we are the same, not less. You all bring over. Mercy Star was dumbfounded and said, Patriarch, this, how can this work? How can I steal a Dao couple from Sister Hong Shui? Wu Mingdao glanced at Ren Xing and said with hatred, what a silly girl. This heavenly chance. If you don't go to seize it, are you waiting for it to smash on your head? Then again, wouldn't it be better if the other party looks at both of your sisters at the same time? This clan knows that you and Yao Hongxue have a deep love for each other as sisters, so it would just fulfill your dream of being reunited. Hearing this, Mercy couldn't help but blush. It felt so humiliating to share a couple with Sister Hongxue. Then Mercy will try tomorrow. Mercury responded very shyly. Well, I hope you fight for it with all your might. Xinger, if you have a day to soar, don't forget the grace of this clan's cultivation. The day is just breaking. The Flying Immortal sect was led by Patriarch Yu Deji, accompanied by a vast 800 experts, rushing to crush the rebels first before the Yaoyue sect. This is a brilliant move by the Patriarch, an elder said, hearing this compliment. Yu Deji's face colored and deliberately asked rhetorically, where is the superiority? The elder smiled mysteriously, put his hands behind his back and replied, we will go ahead. If we succeed in killing the rebels, our clan will take the credit. Then even if Yaoyue sect wants to rob them, they will have to take into account their face, and I estimate that we will be able to take at least half of the territory. If we can't defeat the rebels, we will fight and retreat, and let Yaoyue sect to clean up the situation. After the completion of the incident, our clan can at least have a third of the credit, and it's reasonable to share 1/3 of the territory. Ha ha ha, the one who knows me is the Grand Elder. Yu Deji was very cheerful, just as everyone was immersed in a wave of joy. A disciple asked, Patriarch, what should we do in case our clan's entire army is wiped out before the Flare Moon sect arrives? Grand Elder, Yu Daji, shut your mouth. The Patriarch as well as the elders personally came out. Even the Flare Moon sect has to be afraid of our sect. A mere few thieves or nothing, a core disciple chided. But, the disciple said fearfully, I got up in the middle of the night yesterday to take a piss, and I found that Mr. Long Daisy's corpse had been pecked by a flock of large crows, and I think that this is an ominous sign. The cheerfulness was lost with this statement. After a few breaths of time, Yu Deji laughed again and said, Gentlemen, don't forget that Long Shao is a reverse bright light. Wouldn't it be an auspicious omen for his corpse to be spoiled? Ha ha ha, the Patriarch has a point. The crowd was relieved. Only the disciple was still worried, muttering, even a blind cat has a day when it encounters a dead rat. Maybe this time Mr. Long Shao was right. Damn you. You've messed with my morals 3 times. Take me down. Put me on the spot and hack me to death with a messy knife. Yu Deji was flustered by this kid's words and couldn't help but burst into a rage. Spare your life, Sovereign. Before that kid could finish his plea for mercy, he had already been chopped into pieces by the chaotic swords. Everyone, the Brahma Sound sect is just ahead. Our sect will win today's battle. Whichever elder goes to test the waters first, the sect will heavily reward them. Distance from the Brahma sect is only a mile away. Yu Deji quietly released spiritual sense, but cannot penetrate the thin layer of white fog. The heart suddenly scorn. Patriarch, I am willing to go and test the waters. Good, Elder Gu. You are a pillar of our clan and a peak harmonization expert. It's just right for you to go. I'm going, old man. Elder Gu lifted his robe behind him and rose up into the air to charge towards the Vanity sect. When they reached the sky above the old site of the Brahma Sound sect, Elder Gu was completely dumbfounded. Between those mountains, palaces rose and fell, and the dense immortal light dyed the mountain mists into rainbow colors. It's beautiful, and what a spectacle. Building such a vast immortal palace in one night is not something that can be done by manpower. The originally ambitious Elder Gu's heart was inexplicably filled with fear. He now regretted it. secretly saying that he shouldn't have been the outlier, but the arrow has to be sent. If we go backward, we'll not let the disciples look at the joke. Thus, he summoned up his courage and roared, "Sins that have overrun the Brahma sound sect, this fourth elder of the flying immortal sect has come to crush you and the others, so why don't you come to your deaths quickly?" Hearing this domineering roar, the old monks hiding in the forest on the side of the mountain were instantly overjoyed. Amitba Buddha, all of you, there is hope for us to restore the clan, so quickly go forward and help. For a while, the 10 old monks at the early stage of harmonization who did not die, took to the air. True immortal sect palace. Forbidden palace, Chen Anqing lying in a few groups of sheepishness. Yesterday teaching the divine power is quite costly energy. Would have liked to have a good rest. Recuperate. I didn't know that there were minions outside the clan who came to clamor. Chen Anqing immediately unfolded his immortal sense to check out the situation outside. Immediately, he put on his clothes and walked out of the forbidden palace. My lord, it's those uneducated old monks who colluded with the flying fairy sect to come and call for battle. Li Huaizhen had long been waiting outside the hall, and when he saw Chen Anqing come out, he immediately went forward to report. Got it. Anson Chan nodded lightly. My lord, I'll go and behead those old guys. Li Huaizhen took the initiative to volunteer. However, Chen Anqing raised his hand to stop it, saying, "These mole crickets, fearing authority but not virtue, this time you are not needed. This seat will personally take action." Li Huaizhen's heart was moved. The Duke was actually going to personally take action to clean up this group of old monks. It seems that he was moved to true anger. "She swell child, you collude with bandits, occupy the clan, deceiving the teacher and destroying the ancestor. Today we have the help of the heroes of the flying immortal sect to eliminate you, but also quickly come to die." The 10 or so old monks, backed by the flying fairy sect, were much tougher than yesterday. Swish! The two figures, transformed into rays of light, rushed up to the sky and landed in front of the flying immortal sect's elders and the crowd of old monks in the blink of an eye. Seeing Anson Chen and Li Huaizhen, the old monks were inexplicably afraid and fell back, looking at the fourth elder on the side, and the fourth elder wasn't relaxed either. He felt, suddenly, as if he was being pressed by countless mountains on his chest and couldn't catch his breath. However, Patriarch Yu's large group had already arrived, so there was no need to run away from this. Tai, you evil bandit, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? The fourth elder braced himself and bellowed. Chen Anqing didn't directly crush him to death, and said with interest, "This seat wants to know, who gave you the courage to dare to come and clamor? Have you asked the Flare Moon sect how to act?" The fourth elder laughed coldly and said, "I, the flying immortal sect, have raised the banner of righteousness and have come to behead you. A curmudgeon. Why do I need to ask others?" "Good." Chen Anqing nodded with a smile before looking at the 10 or so old monks before his face sank. "You old vultures, if you don't take the path of life, and you insist on breaking through the path of death, then you can't blame this seat." The old monk hid behind the fourth elder and laughed rampantly. "Ha ha ha, yellow-mouthed child. Today hundreds of experts from the flying immortal sect have come to crusade against you, and you still dare to speak out of turn. Let's see how you will kneel down and beg for forgiveness later on." Anson Chan was too lazy to talk nonsense with these stupid monks and flexed his fingers. A wisp of immortal might that exploded out. Boo! That old monk exploded with a sound, and his entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, both the rest of the old monks and that fourth elder were all pale and almost out of their minds. Immortal might. It's true immortal might. The fourth elder trembled as his entire body spasmed uncontrollably. This person in front of me. The immortal power is so pure and appalling. Which is what kind of earth immortal? It is clearly an immortal realm power. It's over. The fourth elder was weak and his knees were paralyzed as he tried to kneel down, but a shouting sound came from behind him. "Charge! Kill!" Yu Daji took the lead and commanded. The fourth elder has been calling out for a long time and has finally lured the bandits out. All the elder disciples will charge with all their might. No mistakes. After issuing the order, Yu Daji expected that today's battle must be successful. Hanging Heart fell, cannot help but secretly sigh. Unfortunately lost Mr. Long Xiao. The dragon brood is dead. The party should not have beheaded that outspoken brat. He should have been allowed to take over the dragon brood's position. While regretting, Yu Daji had already rushed to the front of the formation. "Patriarch, kneel down, quickly." Just after meeting the fourth elder, he cried and asked Yu Daji to kneel down. Yu Daji's brows furrowed as he said, "Fourth elder, you're crazy." Patriarch, the other party is an immortal. Hurry up and beg for mercy. After the fourth elder finished speaking, his entire body was already paralyzed in midair. How? On the opposite side, Anson Chan saw that the people had arrived and it was time to erase them. It's not that Anson Chan is ruthless, but the other party made a mistake themselves, so they should pay the corresponding price, right? Thus, Anson Chan turned over his palm and gently pushed it forward. Dense immortal light, illuminating heaven and earth, terrifying immortal might. crushing mountains and rivers. Cien. Feeling the power that was enough to return to the heavens and destroy the earth, Yudaji's eyes immediately lost all their vigor, and he was actually so scared that he urinated incontinence. Long Shao. Ah, Long Shao. I regret not listening to your words. My life is over. Regret. A million regrets, but what's the point? The palm that covered heaven and earth fell, and the 800 or so elder disciples behind Yudaji, without even having time to utter a miserable scream, had already gone up in smoke. As for Yudaji, Anson Chan only shocked the tendons of his entire body and left him breathing. Why? Because there were still 2 other clans that were on their way, leaving him breathless and letting the crowd see his miserable appearance to make an example of him. Also alive were the few remaining old monks. What do you masters think? Do you still remember what this seat taught you the day before yesterday? Chen Anqing stared playfully at the trembling old monks. Immortal. We know we are wrong. Please forgive us. The old monks regretted to the extreme. If they had known that this was an immortal, they would not have dared to come and find trouble even if they had 10,000 guts. Why Jin? Over to you. Anson Chan turned around indifferently. Yes, my lord. Immediately, Li Huaizhen sacrificed his immortal weapon scythe, and with his demonic aura, he walked towards the monks step by step. Master Nephew Huaizhen, do you still remember? I even hugged you when you were a child. Swish! As the black blade flashed, the heads of the old monks fell, and blood rained down into the sky after killing the flying immortal sect as well as the old monk. The time for Anson Chan to descend to the realm had arrived. He only instructed Li Huaizhen to handle the follow-up matters, and he himself had returned to the immortal realm. Not long after Chen Anqing left, the Yaoyue sect's vast procession arrived at the true immortal sect's compound. Wei Tianhong, the supreme elder of the Flare Moon sect, has been ordered to come and seek an audience with Elder Ancestor Chen. A person at the head of the Flare Moon sect respectfully bowed to the true immortal sect's mountain gate before the Flare Moon sect's request for an audience could be answered. Another team flew in from the sky. Taihao Immortal Sect's Grand Elder Zhou Wuya has been ordered to come and congratulate the true immortal sect's new founding, and has prepared a slight gift, so I hope you'll accept it. As the words fell, he only saw more than a dozen huge demonic beasts, pulling carriages and rolling along, landing in front of the mountain gate. Ha! Isn't this patriarch you? You're covered in blood. What are you doing lying here? The 2 clans fell, and the first thing they noticed was Yu Daji, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. Fellow Taoists, I was greedy for a moment and made a big mistake. Please help me beg for mercy and ask that immortal to spare my life. Seeing Yu Daji in this state, the other 2 sect elders cursed a stupid ass. This guy must have come looking for trouble and was crippled by the one from the true immortal sect. He really deserved it. Intercede for someone like that? It was impossible. He might even put his own little life on the line. So the 2 sect elders directly ignored Yu Daji's crying pleas immediately. Wei Tianhong and Zhou Wui once again bowed down and sincerely begged for an audience. The elders of the 2 clans begged for an audience several times. And then Li Huaizhen flew out of the immortal gate. Seeing Li Huaizhen, who was covered in a demonic aura, the elders from both sides could not help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts. This person's strength was also not to be underestimated. This is patriarchly? I have met patriarchly. Zhou Wuya took the lead in saluting. Did you and the others come to congratulate us, or did you come to find trouble? Li Huaizhen asked coldly and drunkenly. The elders of the 2 sects looked at Yu Daji, who was lying on the ground drenched in blood. Their hearts were terrified, and they even said, I dare not look for trouble. We sincerely congratulate you. Unlike some villains who cause trouble under the banner of upholding justice, I suggest that this kind of scum should be immediately executed as a good thing. Put. Yu Daji anxiously sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Long Shao. Ah, Long Shao. You have victimized this clan. Where is the promised reverse bright light? Yu Daji at this time. It is like being gouged out by 10,000 knives in general pain. Where is your son? I would like to see what kind of a man he is. Yao Hongshuad deliberately dress up today. Quite a few fairy attitude. More beautiful than in the past. Sister Hongxue, you're so beautiful today. When Mercy Star saw Yao Hongxue, she immediately flew to her side. When the disciples on both sides looked at it, they couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. This woman is gentle and slender, without powder, but as if the immortal spirit of the flower bloom. See, it is refreshing, intoxicating. Compared to the people love, Yao Hongxue is not lost a little. Mercy, but you are the one who outshines your sister. Yao Hongxue smiled lightly. The 2 sisters grew up together in the same village since they were young. Their feelings were deep. For Mercy Star, she was not half jealous. Where? Mercy Star was slightly shy and lowered her head. Sister Hong Shui, I dare not hide it from you. My family patriarch also betrothed me to the true immortal sect's old ancestor La. Sister, you mustn't be angry. Yao Hongxue was stunned for a moment, her face sinking a few points. Seeing this, Ran Xing couldn't help but be a bit flustered and said, if sister doesn't like it, I'll just excuse myself. Silly girl, How could sis blame you? I'm afraid that guy is ugly and has bad character and will scourge you. Yao Hongxue said. How dare you make unfounded assumptions without ever having met my son? At this time, Qinger and the slave girls flew down and hearing Yao Hongxue questioning Gengzi for no reason. Qinger was displeased in her heart. Everyone's gazes all landed on Qinger and the slave girls for a moment. Jesus Christ. Have I fucking come to a fairy cave? How come every single one of them is so beautiful? The moment they saw Qinger, the crowd was again shocked by the beauty that stunned the world compared to Yao Hongxue and Mercy Star. This young girl in front of her is a few points richer in figure, and her body exudes a little bit of demonic charm, which unconsciously attracts people's imagination. To call it a creature of the earth would not be an exaggeration, even the several plainclothed women behind her. In terms of appearance, we're not far behind the two women. The two women stayed looking at each other for a moment before Yao Hongxue turned from her surprise and said, Who are you, girl? Qinger faintly said, You should be able to see. I'm a demon cultivator. Gengzi great grace to accept me as a mount. Usually do a slave girl to serve Gengzi close just. A slave girl with such a beautiful face. That guy is very lucky. At this moment, the pride in Yao Hongshue's heart had been mostly erased by Qinger's upside-down beauty. To tell you the truth, I was ordered by my master to come and join your son in marriage. I wonder why your son didn't come out to meet him. Yao Hongxue said the it is said to be a marriage, but in fact it is just Yuan Qingshan gifting her to Chen Anqing. It is she herself who failed to understand, and really thought it was a marriage. You can come back in a few days. By the way, my son has a very high opinion and doesn't like gaudy makeup. Rather, this one beside you may be to my son's liking. Qinger at least had overnight friendship with Anson Chen. What he liked, Qinger kept in mind. Yao Hongxue was instantly infuriated in her heart. I wanted to be angry, but when I saw Yu Daji lying on the ground and wailing, I was afraid of the serious consequences. Humph, what's the big deal? If it wasn't for my master's persuasion, I wouldn't have come even if that person in your family had begged me to come, but I'm a girl who prefers heavy makeup. So goodbye. Qinger is telling the truth. It's useless for you to get angry. Qinger shook her head indifferently and left with the maidservants after she finished speaking. The prince is not seeing guests today, so you and the others put your things down and come back another day. Li Huaizhen also spoke up. If he had been in his own character, he would not have taken these things, but the duke taught that if you don't accept a gift from someone, it's not giving them face. Both sides of the elders. The heart is slightly unhappy. Send such a thick gift. Not even a meeting qualification. Where to reason? Not it's just a matter of who told him that he was a high-ranking person that even the old ancestors were afraid of. Then we will take our leave first and come back to visit another day. With no choice but to leave. The two clans had no choice but to leave. Gentlemen, don't go away. Save me. Whoever saves my life, I'll make him a supreme elder, equal to this patriarch. Yu Deji's blood was about to run dry, and he cried and begged with tears in his eyes. You stupid ass. My family's old ancestor doesn't even dare to mess with the true immortal sect. You're good enough to run here to die. You really deserve it. Wei Tianhong kicked Yu Daji. Seeing Yu Daji's miserable appearance, his heart had a few moments of pleasure, and he couldn't help but admire the wise decision-making of the old ancestor and the patriarch. Patriarch Li, I've sinned. I repent. Please ask your family's son for a favor. Just say that I, someone you, am willing to be his ox and horse and serve him for the rest of my life. Swish. Yu Deji's value had been depleted, and Li Huaizhen gave him a scythe and split him in half. The flying immortal sect's territory is fruitful and fertile. Li Huaizhen muttered and flew up, going forward to take the territory of the flying immortal sect under his door. Immortal world. Chen Anqing rested in the barren cave for an hour to recover his strength. The 8th day of March is the day when the Qianyu cave opens its gates wide to accept disciples. I should set off. The trip totaled more than 8,000 miles. The laws of the immortal realm and the lower realm were different. Chen Anqing was unable to fly, and it would take several months if he walked. Let's take the teleporter. It's a waste of money. So he was going to take the beast mobile and go half a month early. A ferocious 8-foot dragon pulling a palace. This is the animal car rented by Anson Chan, of course. He wasn't so posh that he chartered a car, and there were other people from the same direction on the road who would get in 120 immortal crystals. Slightly more expensive, but a few hundred cheaper than taking a teleportation spell. The good thing is that along the way food and lodging are provided by the owner of the car company. Along the way we'll also pass through some ancient towns and villages, spiritual mountain caves, etc. Can be regarded as a trip. There are more than 100 seats in the car, and currently there is only one person. Anson Chan. He slumped back in his seat, his hands resting on his head, and crossed his legs, fantasizing about the scene where he was about to join the cave cultivation. Chen Anqing was in a very happy mood. A few hours later, a rainstorm arrived. Chen Anqing lifted the side curtain and looked at the rain outside the window. The beast mobile stopped. The first guest other than Anson Chan walked in style. It was a white girl carrying a long sword. Anson Chan swept a glance with his afterglow and then continued to stare out the window. In the lower realms, he could be indulgent and let loose, and everything was left to the heart, but it was different in the immortal realm. He was still the same humble-born, obsequious bottom-feeding teenager. He didn't quite dare to meet the eyes of strangers, especially women, who appeared within 10 feet of him, and he had the feeling that he was panicked and didn't know what to do. Stay back. Stay back. Anson Chan heard a gentle footstep and cried out in his heart. There's plenty of seats in the front row. Why are you squeezing in the back? A fresh fragrance wafted into Chen Anqing's nostrils, and Chen Anqing inexplicably got goosebumps. My lord, I'm not disturbing you. The clear and nice voice gently fell into Chen Anqing's ears. He was the only two people in the car. Chen Anqing cannot pretend that the girl is not talking to himself, only to turn his head, showing a you feel free smile. I heard the car owner say that there are more people waiting to get on the car in the town in front, and the back row is more permeable, so I'm bothering. Seeing Chen Anqing's awkward smile that was worse than crying, the young girl could not help but explain. It's fine. It's fine. Anson Chen pretended to look elsewhere and responded lightly. Gongzi doesn't go out much on weekdays, does he? Seeing Chen Anqing's look of deep social fear, the young girl could not help but ask with a smile. Yeah. Anson Chan nodded. He had been mixing in the mining area for more than 10 years, and the furthest he had gone was to the marketplace to purchase supplies, and he hadn't come into contact with outsiders except for the Hans in the mines and the lower-ranked cultivators in the lower realms. The young girl didn't say anything more. It was so much better to sit next to someone who said little than to come and try to pick a fight with you. From the looks of it, I'm afraid I won't be able to go down to the realm on this journey. Chen Anqing sighed in his heart. There must be people in the car all the way. He disappeared out of thin air for a few hours and then appeared again. He would surely attract trouble. Slightly depressed and bored. In order to avoid the woman striking up another conversation with him, Anson Chan had to pretend to be asleep. After 2 or 3 hours, the beast cart stopped again, and a lot of people came up from the noise outside the cart for a while. Do you too mind? When Chen Anqing heard the sound and opened his eyes, he found a young man in green, who had already landed in the middle of him and the girl in white. This position was deliberately left spaced out by the young girl. My name is Li Xiuyuan. My father was the #1 expert in Xingyo town, and there was a true immortal ancestor in my ancestor's family. But sadly, it has since fallen. Anson Chen and that white-clothed girl couldn't help but roll their eyes at the same time. Both hate chatterboxes and just happened to run into each other, introduced in such detail. If you can't figure out the situation, you would think that this one is here to match with the white girl. Brother, I'm going to Jiahua Mountain Qianyu Cave to worship my master. How about you? Seeing that the two did not take care of themselves, Li Xiuyuan was not thick-skinned enough to go and strike up a conversation with the white-clothed girl first, so he patted Chen Anqing's shoulder. Chen Anqing looked helpless, but hearing that this fellow was also going to Qianyu Cave to pay homage to his master, and that he might even become a master and brother in the future, he said, what a coincidence. So am I. Li Xiuyuan smiled and said, it's not a coincidence. These 30 people who got on the train just now are all from my hometown, and all of them went to the Qianyu Cave to pay homage to their master. Chen Anqing froze for a moment. So many? As far as I know, Qianyu Cave only accepts 100 disciples every 10 years, and 30 people went to your town alone? Li Xiuyuan made a big show of saying, hey, it's all about taking a chance, not me. Chen Anqing was about to ask what's different. Li Xiuyuan looked around vigilantly and lowered his voice. We have a backstage, and we've already negotiated that as long as you pass the basic test, you'll be given priority. Not only that, even my future promotion path, the one in our family has arranged it clearly. Anson Chan was silent. Why are you being so secretive? It's like we don't have a backstage. We're the youngest uncle of the master of Dry Moon Cave. Li Xiuyuan turned his head to look at the white-clothed girl again and articulated naturally. Miss, could it be that you are also going to Qianyu Cave? The white girl did not want to pay attention to him. But how can this bastard chat fart? The transition is extremely natural. Then softly and little. Li Xiuyuan looked happy and even said, it is really fate. Maybe the two of us know. The 3 of us will be the same door in the future. You guys don't worry. As long as you guys can pass the basic examination, I'll say hello and the initiation will be wrapped up in me. Li Xiuyuan didn't want to bring Chen Anqing along with him in his words, but that would have been too obvious of a purpose. The white-clothed girl frowned slightly and asked, I don't know what backstage Mr. Li has? Li Xiuyuan mysterious, want to attach to the white girl's ear to speak, but was glared at, only to resentfully shrink back to the neck. My father had inadvertently saved the life of the 3rd elder of the Qianyu Cave. Of course, by virtue of this layer of relations can only send me in. Want to promote the core in the future. The benefits are naturally indispensable. Li Xiuyuan gave the young girl a you-know-what look. The young girl grinned and snorted a little, seeming so disdainful that she stopped talking. Li Xiuyuan's heart secretly cut a sound. Pretend what, noble? When I became a core disciple, you cannot lick on your knees. Brother, what is your name? Li Xiaoyuan ate the closed door and started to pick up with Anson Chen again. Anson Chan, Li Xiaoyuan nodded and said, Brother Chen, honestly, do you have anyone to introduce you to? If no one does, even if I secretly make an effort, it will be difficult to help you get selected. Chen Anqing wanted to get rid of the bastard quickly, then pretended to sleep. There is a big brother who takes care of it and wrote a letter of introduction. Alright brother. Li Xiaoxian slapped his palm on Chen Anqing's shoulder. Show me the letter. I'll help you check it out. That's not very convenient. Anson Chan was somewhat speechless. The letter of recommendation written by Li Zhangyang had been sealed with immortal power, and he himself hadn't dared to open it and read it. That's right. Recommendation letter, this kind of private things, indeed should not show to outsiders. After all, we are not familiar with it. Li Xiaoyuan had a look of deep understanding. How many people are in your family? Is it a family? What is your father's surname? Anson Chan rubbed his temples and yawned, his head tilting. Asleep so soon? Li Xiaoyuan felt uninterested, and cheekily wanted to try to pick up a conversation with the woman in white again. When I turned my head, I realized that my side was empty. With a sweeping look on his face, his eyes inadvertently glanced at a fresh streak of blood on the floor. No wonder this woman is not interested in this male. It's because her menstruation is coming and she's in an irritable mood. But it's justifiable. Li Xiaoyuan smacked his lips. No one was talking anymore. It was boring. Ha, what are you doing back here? Only after dozens of breaths of time, Li Xiaojuan, who was bored and spending his days like years, was surprised to see the white girl fly in from the window. Shut the fuck up. The white-clothed girl's face was pale, and underneath her dress, it had been dyed red with a piece of blood. When Li Xiaoyuan saw this, he immediately realized that this woman must have lost too much blood, could not walk, and came back obediently. Anon. Suddenly, the 8-foot dragon pulling the beast carriage let out a miserable hiss. The beast carriage came to a violent halt, and many people were turned upside down and cursed. Witch, we know you're hiding in the car. Why don't you come out and die? A wild immortal voice came out, shaking one's eardrums to the point of pain. What happened? Anson Chen was also startled by the sound and hurriedly opened his eyes and looked out the window. At this look, Anson Chen was so frightened that he hastily retracted his neck. 10 feet away from the beast cart, surrounded by densely packed skinless blood people, the ferocious stench made him want to vomit all of a sudden. At the same moment, a black fog rolled up inside the car, which spread and quickly formed a hood that covered everyone inside. If you and others dare to attack strongly, this car full of people will be buried with me. There was no one to be seen opening their mouths, and a cold woman's voice was passed out. Ha ha ha. A sardonic laugh came from outside the car. As long as I can kill you, the demoness who has infiltrated my holy land, there is no harm in dying tens of thousands of mole crickets, let alone just a few dozen? Poof. The woman snorted coldly. Try it. What? What's going on here? Who's the demoness? My lord outside. Don't attack by force. We are all simple and kind ordinary villagers. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Oh, the car was in chaos. Chen Anqing was also terrified as he turned his head, his eyes looking towards the calm and collected young girl with a pale face. She was the only woman in the car. The idiots are still looking around for where the witch is. I'm so convinced. Can you not kill me? I'll give you anything. Anson Chan blinked his eyes like an innocent child. Li Xiaoyuan was also dumbfounded at this time. His urine was almost scared out. He shivered and said, Girl, in good conscience, I don't have any prejudice against devils. And there are even rumors that my father had a relationship with a devil's cultivation woman. Shut up. The young girl hit Li Xiaoyuan on the head with a palm. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes widened and he fell down with his head tilted. Seeing this, Anson Chan's heart tightened. Damn it. He's not going to be killed by the demoness just like that, is he? Even if he wasn't killed by the demoness, once those guys outside launched their attack, he himself would follow the demoness into the dust. Crossing seems to be a dead end. Crossing stones. At the moment of tension, Chen Anqing was ready to activate the cross-boundary stone and temporarily hide in the lower realm. By the time 7 hours had passed, the crisis here would probably have long since passed. Damn you! Why are you still half an hour behind? Anson Chan almost cursed. After each cross-border, the cross-border stone would seal itself for 12 hours. And at this time, it was still half an hour short of being unsealed. This is also too unlucky, right? Had I known that it is not so urgent, before leaving to go to the Spirit Phoenix house to try the water, to their own physical condition, half an hour is still more than enough. There's the demoness. Let's all go together. Capture the demoness and we'll be saved. After panicking for a while, finally some of the living Zhuge guessed that the young girl was the so-called female devil. Yes, kill her and we'll be saved. Everybody, the crowd pulled out the weapons they carried, scythes and hoes and whatnot, and swarmed in to kill from the front. Before he could rush over, there were several screams from the crowd. Fucking 2 dogs. You poked me. My ear. What son of a bitch karmed my ear? That's all that's left to say about killing the demoness. A bunch of rabble-rousers. Chen Anqing honestly shrunk in the corner and pretended to be dead, perhaps staying up until the cross-boundary stone was unsealed. He could still retrieve a dog life. Shoo shoo shoo. A few wisps of black mist popped out. Heads were tossed and bodies fell to the ground apart from the demoness. Anson Chan and the fallen Li Shouyuan. There were no more survivors in the car. You won't kill me? The young girl turned her head and stared coldly at Anson Chen. Dare not dare not dare. Chen Anqing even shook his head. Is it that you don't dare, or you don't have that strength? The young girl laughed coldly, then said, if you had some strength, I'm afraid you would have already made a move on me. Anson Chan was panicked. Heaven and earth are kind. I, Chen, have no prejudice against demonic cultivators? That's something he's already said. The witch pointed at Li Shouyuan, who had fallen to the ground. I'm different. Anson Chan forced himself to calm down. How is it different? It's useless no matter how you try to argue, even if I don't kill you. When their killing formation is sacrificed, they'll just as easily blast this beast cart into slag, and it'll be hard for you to escape death. The young girl indifferently said, I am really different because my master is also a devil cultivator. Chen Anqing blurted out. The young girl frowned, secretly saying, in order to survive from her own men. This kind of lie can be said. Do you think you are a fool? You do not believe? The body through 1,000 robberies, practicing the immortal heart, the multitude of evil, killing back to the true. Anson Chan gave the young girl a paragraph like he was memorizing a jingle. This paragraph is the heart of the true demon heart sutra mantra, the subtleties of which Chen Anqing does not know, but just read it. Very magical. Blood Demon Sutra. The young girl was visibly shocked after hearing that part. Chen Anqing's heart was overjoyed. It seems that this woman is a master who knows what she is doing. Exactly. This time you should believe that I am also a member of the Devil's Way crowd. The young girl drew her long sword behind her back and pointed at Chen Anqing. The Blood Demon True Scripture. Even my master only glimpsed half of the scroll by chance, yet you memorized more than 1,000 words. This is impossible. Motherfucker. Accidentally backed out, with regret. Chen Anqing hurriedly said, perhaps what your master has obtained is precisely the remnants of the text passed down by my master. The young girl's expression slowed down, secretly saying that if that was the case, this kid's origin was not small. Just as well. Feel free to show me a few moves. Truth be told, I haven't practiced it yet. Not a single move? Anson Chan nodded silently. If you're really such a waste, which devil cultivator fool would be willing to accept you as a disciple? Full of nonsense. Go to hell. Don't kill me. I have a trick. I just don't dare to use it on the girl. Anson Chan hastily protected his head. Joke. I'm at the realm of Xian Immortal. Would I not be able to catch a single move from a rookie chicken like you? The young girl said with disdain. The girl doesn't know. This move of mine is a means of surprise. If you are on guard, I will have no way to strike. But if you are in a relaxed state, I will surely sneak in and win. Chen Anqing explained. It sounds like my devil sex means. I'll close my immortal sense, and you can use whatever means you have. The young girl was originally a wary person, but just now Chen Anqing recited the complete Blood Demon True Scripture, which really shook her heart. That was the most precious treasure that even her master had begged for. In order to identify the real and fake, the young girl was patient and circled around with Anson Chen. Otherwise she would have killed him with a sword. What's more, she was a Xian Immortal's body, and the other party was only a mole cricket in the Immortal 3 realm. Even if she stood and let him slash at her with his immortal weapon, he wouldn't be able to injure a single hair on his head. Anson Chan assiduously said, relax. I'm going to invade you. Teenage girl? What do you mean I'm invading you? How it sounds has a strong flavor of the word tiger and wolf. Forget it. The white-clothed girl ignored the hint of unhappiness in her heart and continued to shut down her immortal sense spiritual awareness as she waited for Chen Anqing's attack. Anson Chan invokes the seed seal extreme technique. As for choosing a puppet seal, or a master-servant contract, or a hate seal? Thinking for a few breaths of time, Anson Chan chose to plant a puppet seal. Master-slave contract. Need the other party willingly agreed to do their own slave, and mouth to agree cannot be. It must be from the depths of the soul willing to be successful. How could the girl in white willingly agree to be a slave? So it was directly discarded. As for the vengeance seal, it was used to plant the seeds of hatred to go after others. Anson Chen couldn't think of anyone he wanted to go after for a while, and it wasn't very useful if he succeeded, and he wasn't able to control the other party. Therefore, Anson Chan decided to use the puppet seal. This kind of imprint, which was extremely difficult to plant, required the use of spiritual power to completely overwhelm the other party in order to succeed. If successful, not only would Anson Chan no longer be afraid of the demoness, but he would be able to manipulate her into doing anything. On the contrary, if it fails, just say that she's demonstrating a secret art. She asked for it, she can't turn her back on it, can she? Well, that's it. Anson Chan is ready to take a gamble. In a flash, A strand of the great Tao opportunity quietly invaded the white-clothed girl's immortal soul sea of consciousness. Hiss. Ha! In the next moment, the white girl's eyes snapped open. It hurt. Her head hurt like it was going to explode. Almost instinctively, the white-clothed girl urged her spiritual power and went forward to counteract the invading trickster force, feeling the violent confrontation. Anson Chan also had a splitting headache, as if his brain was being churned into a paste. Is this the spiritual power of a Xian immortal? It's frighteningly strong. Anson Chan was appalled in his heart. Immortals. True immortals. Xian immortals. Chen Anqing was only at the ordinary immortal realm. 2 great realms away from his opponent. Immortals and true immortals were not comparable, and the gap was as big as a qi refining cultivator in the lower realms versus a yuaning cultivator, and the gap between true immortals and Xian immortals was even greater. If a Xian immortal was compared to a Mahayana stage, then a true immortal would only be as weak as a refined qi stage that had just been initiated. So one could imagine how big the gap was between Anson Chan and the girl in white. But, after more than 10 breaths of time, Chen Anqing's chest was stuffy and painful, and he could not help but spray out a mouthful of blood. The forced invasion of spiritual power was thus interrupted, and he finally caught his breath. As for the white girl, she only secretly swallowed a mouthful of something unknown, and her face calmed down as usual. Humph. So it's a spiritual attack. It wouldn't be surprising if you were in the same realm, but you're only in the Immortal 3 realm. Yet you were able to sting me for a breath of time with your spiritual power. The power of the technique is indeed not bad. As the white-clothed girl said this, her heart couldn't be still. She was certain that she had suffered a very serious mental attack, and something that was difficult to erase had left a small trace on her immortal soul. Failed. Chen Anqing felt that he and the girl in white produced some kind of connection if nothing else, but it was far from being able to control the puppet to that extent. I don't know what's going on, but failing to take control is tantamount to failure anyway. This time you should believe that I didn't lie to you. Anson Chan stared at the young girl warily. I said earlier that even if I didn't kill you, you would still be killed by that group of people outside. So what are you happy about? The white-clothed girl bristled, then said, by the way, what kind of spiritual feat did you use just now? As long as he wasn't killed immediately, Chen Anqing felt much more at ease and replied, a nameless little spell passed down to me by my master. Let's call it the puppet technique. Teenage girls, puppetry is a minor spell? What are you pretending for? In the entire young generation of the Devil's Way, there are less than 3 people who can truly master the puppet art. Moreover, all of their puppet arts were said to only be used by cultivators of a lower realm than their own, and this one had just almost crushed his own spiritual power. What kind of heaven-defying puppet art was he cultivating? Thinking of this, the young girl was secretly glad that if she hadn't desperately resisted just now, she would have almost become his puppet. Demonis, our killing formation is formed. If you don't come out and surrender, you will surely fly into ashes. There was finally another roar from outside. What to do? Chen Anqing counted the time. There was still a quarter of an hour until the crossing stone was unsealed. Waiting to die, the young girl replied indifferently. No way. Chen Anqing was a bit agitated and said, you're a Xian immortal powerhouse and you can't beat those little brats outside? Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm seriously injured? The young girl glared at Anson Chen. Anson Chen froze for a moment and muttered, you bleeding turned out to be a serious injury. I thought you were menstruating. Hearing Chen Anqing say this, Li Xiu Yuan, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, really wanted to jump up and hug Chen Anqing, and ruthlessly say, brother, the heroes see the same thing. The girl in white, on the other hand, had the urge to strangle Anson Chen. The atmosphere fell into the middle of awkwardness. Anson Chen suddenly said, why don't I pass on your absolute demonic skill, and you'll practice it right away, and maybe you'll be able to slap that group of guys outside to death with a single slap? The white-clothed girl was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Then I'll pass on the Xian immortal level technique to you and you'll try practicing it right away? Chen Anqing spat out his tongue. Isn't that how it's written in the talk books? Epiphany Kung Fu. Desperate for survival. Boom. The beastly vehicle tumbled and moved. Luckily, the young girl released a wisp of immortal power over and stabilized him. Otherwise he would have broken a few bones without dying. Crap crap crap. They did it. Chen Anqing panicked a batch. Then he yelled at the top of his voice. Brothers outside, don't do anything, there are still innocent people inside. A voice replied, kid, your deaths, in exchange for the female demon's life, are for the benefit of the living world. Performing such a feat of sacrificing one's life for the sake of righteousness, you will surely be able to be reincarnated in a good life in your next life. Go in peace. I'll vote for you. You old bastard. Anson Chan couldn't help but curse lowly. Idiot. The young girl looked at the death-hungry Chen Anqing. I really don't know which devil cultivator high up with an iron brain took in such a loser like you. Chen Anqing blankly glanced at the young girl. Fear of death is human nature. You're not afraid of death. You charge out and fight them. The white-clothed girl just wanted to give Chen Anqing a mouthful, but she realized that she seemed to have been struck by some kind of demon, and couldn't lift her hand no matter what, and a sudden urge came over her. He couldn't wait to rush out immediately and have a bloody fight with the gang of Holy Land cultivators outside, even if it was with his liver and brain. Your grandfather. What's going on here? How is it that when he tells me to do something, I get the feeling that I have to fight to do it? The white girl was suddenly uneasy. One wouldn't have already been controlled by this kid and turned into his puppet. No way. Absolutely no way. He was a hallowed Xian expert. How could he be controlled by a mole cricket? Look at that. Blushing, isn't it? But seeing the young girl's face redden and squirm somewhat uncomfortably, Anson Chan smacked his lips in triumph. When it comes to reasoning, we're not afraid of anyone. Isn't she ashamed of that? Unbeknownst to her, the young girl's spiritual power was surging wildly at the moment, only to resist his earlier sentence. You rushed out and fought with them. In a state of near exhaustion, the young girl was finally able to resist the wisp of mystical will in her head that made her rush. Shut up, you son of a bitch. If you dare to say another word, I'll dismantle you right now. Anson Chan found it inexplicable, and just as he was about to continue reasoning, a sword was pressed against his throat. The sword, only 0.1 centimeter from his throat. Chen Anqing could only look at the other party pitifully, not daring to say half a word more. Suffered. Had the feeling that I couldn't get down no matter what, like I was holding a sword against myself. The young girl wanted to cry. She hastily withdrew her sword, simply because if she pointed at him for a few more breaths, she would not have the strength to hold the hilt herself. I've been hit and seemingly become half of his puppet? The young girl was originally an expert in the devil's way, and although she didn't know this puppet technique, she could roughly sense the state she was in. We must not let the nerd find out about this. Otherwise I will be tortured by him and look for a way to break it later. The young girl thought in her heart. Chen Anqing saw the girl calm down, only dared to speak in a low voice. Girl, the most important thing is to save your life. Let's not waste our strength to fight with each other. You and I are in the devil's way. We should share the same enemy, and work together to advance and retreat. The young girl had a numb expression. I'll say it again. Shut the fuck up. I know you're afraid of death. I now clearly tell you, this black air mask of mine is the life-preserving means given to me by my master. Even if it's for 10 days and half a month, the people outside won't be able to break it. Now you're relieved. Upon hearing this, Anson Chan's heart was overjoyed. Why don't you tell me earlier? It made me almost pee in my pants. And what if it's 10 days and half a month later? What should we do? Anson Chan couldn't help but ask again. The young girl glared at Anson Chen, unable to even bring up the energy to lash out due to the excessive consumption of her spiritual energy. Rumble. The group of Holy Land cultivators outside were still sparing no effort in using their killing formations to attack the beast cart. Judging by the level of tremors in the car, it seemed as if the attacks were getting weaker one at a time. About half an hour later, Chen Anqing only heard the outside like thunder roaring, but the car was very smooth. No sense of tremor at all. Anson Chan couldn't help but look at the young girl. The young girl made a stop gesture and took the initiative to say, "This is my master's unique guardian secret formation. It can actively absorb the other party's attack. The more the other party attacks, the more solid the formation becomes until it reaches the limit of the secret formation's ability to withstand it, and then transforms into a killing formation to attack and kill the other party." Are you satisfied with this explanation? Knowing that the other party didn't want to listen to him, Anson Chen nodded happily. Worthy of being a Xianxian level female devil, she really has two skills. This is a relief. Feeling that it was already safe, Anson Chan naturally gave up the idea of crossing the border to hide. Otherwise, if the secret of the crossing stone was discovered by this female demon, she would definitely snatch it from her and might even kill herself. Eyes closed. Several hours later, in a daze, Anson Chen heard a wail of pain from outside. It lasted about half a quarter of an hour, and all was quiet. The young girl who was meditating to recover, the corner of her mouth picked up a smile. Stinking fish and shrimp. Still want to kill me? It's a pity that the identity has been exposed. The Red Lotus Holy Land can't return. The task is also not yet completed. Have to first find a place to metal up and heal, and see the time to move again. Thinking about this, the young girl kicked Li Xiaoyuan, who had fallen to the ground. Li Xiaoyuan didn't move a muscle. If you play dead again, I'll cut off your head and feed it to the dogs. Don't. Fairy, spare your life. Spare your life. Li Xiaoyuan rolled over and knelt down, kowtowing several times and crying. He knows who we are. Won't you kill him to silence him? Chen Anqing's untimely emergence caused Li Xiaoyuan's heart to go cold. You're teaching me things? The young girl coldly glared at Anson Chen, who immediately shut up. I heard that you have a backstage in Xianyu Cave. As long as you can send me in, I will spare you from death. The young girl kept Li Xiaoyuan precisely to utilize his connections to blend into the small immortal sect. On one hand, he could slowly recover and heal his wounds, and on the other hand, he could spy on the situation and wait for orders to be sent from the division side. No problem. I'll take care of it. Li Xiaoyuan let out a sigh of relief. Then he glanced back at Chen Anqing, as if to say, you old six. You still want to kill me to silence me. You wait for me. As if reading his eyes, Anson Chen said, what kind of backstage is that for him? My backstage is harder. Li Xiaoyuan immediately became anxious and said, brother, don't joke. My father is the savior of the third elder of Qianyu Cave. Chen Anqing had his hands behind his back and his face was triumphant. So what? I'm the junior uncle of the Qianyu Cave master. Li Xiaoyuan heart thumped. Can't be. This good's backstage so hard? If you lose your value to the female devil, your life will be over. Report fairy. As far as I know, Qianyu hold discipline strict. Extremely hate backdoor people. You stay one more chance to go in. Moreover, this little brother can put you injured and bleeding, said to come to menstruation. Do not see how resourceful. Snap. The mention of this young girl is angry and mentally cursed. Your mother to menstruation before full of blood. If I can't get at that idiot, I can't get at you? Li Xiaoyuan received a slap in the face. His entire body was confused. He didn't dare to say anything more. He just had to wait quietly for his fate. You too. Whoever can help me blend into Qianyu Cave will keep whoever's dog's life. Remember, don't try to play tricks in front of me. I want to kill you. One thought is enough. This was something that neither Li Xiaoyuan nor Anson Chen suspected. A Xianxian immortal realm powerhouse, or a demonic cultivator who had always been known for his insidious methods. Killing them with a single thought was more than enough. Get out of the beast mobile. The ground was filled with corpses, bones, and broken flesh. And the scene made Chen Anqing and Li Xiaoyuan vomit. That's disgusting. The young girl, on the other hand, had an ancient and unperturbed look as she waved her hand to release a piece of green flame, burning those bones to the ground. Pity. Chen Anqing and Li Xiaoyuan. This thought appeared in their hearts at the same time. I was going to find out if there were any treasures. And what a shame to have them burn cleanly in a fire like that. In order to prevent any further pursuers, the young girl lifted the two of them, Anson Chen, and flew towards a barren mountain. It was night. In a dense forest, the campfire was roaring, and an unknown spirit beast was roasting on the fire. I haven't yet asked how to address senior sister? Chen Anqing boasted that he was a member of the Devil's Sect, and called the other party a senior sister to cultivate feelings first, lest she suddenly have a seizure and karma herself one day. Who is your senior sister? No shouting. From now on, I'll be known as Zhongli, and I'll be your fellow countryman. Oh, so what's your real name? The young girl, who assumed the name Zhongli, glared at Chen Anqing, having the intention to smack him in the mouth, but her instinctive sense controlled her from doing so. You, slap him for me. At Zhongli ordered Li Xiaoyuan, who was on the side. There's such a thing as a good thing. Li Xiaoyuan is now in a competitive relationship with Anson Chen, and can even be said to be a life and death enemy. Smacking him in the face, it would not be a blast. Li Xiaoyuan rolled up his sleeves and slapped him violently. This Li Xiaoyuan, the size is of family origin. The strength is a little stronger than Chen Anqing. Sensing the danger, Anson Chen almost subconsciously invoked the extreme shield Big Dipper Guardian Divine Gong. The immortal energy in his body was pumped out, forming a deep yellow shield. Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Xiaoyuan's palm was bounced back, and there were several more cracks in his palm, wounds that were deep enough to be seen. The extreme shield Heavenly Dipper automatically dissipated after resisting a blow, but Anson Chan's figure was gone. Zhongli was slightly surprised. This kid, how can he know such a defense technique? If he hadn't been at a low realm, the defensive shield that this feat offered up would have been enough to withstand a strike from a cultivator one realm higher. And what's even more outrageous is that this technique also comes with an instantaneous shift effect, going 100 feet away in the blink of an eye. Don't look at this small 100 feet distance. If it is a life and death struggle between experts, dodge speed half a point faster, also enough to share life and death. Instantly moving 100 feet was almost equivalent to ignoring an opponent's strike. How awesome! Get back here! Zhongli sensed that Chen Anqing was trying to escape and lightly shouted, this nerd has supreme demonic power in his body. How can we let him go before we really find out what's going on? I don't. You're going to hit me. A panting voice came from the dense forest. I was just messing with you. If you don't like it, whoever hit you, just hit them back. It wasn't that Zhongli liked to coax Anson Chen. She had no choice. Facing Anson Chen, any unfavorable move she made would be suppressed from the depths of her soul, and forcibly capturing it back would cause her great pain. At those words, Li Xiaoyuan cried out, heaven and earth, fairy, you can't be like this. Obviously you told me to hit him, and now I hurt my hand, not to mention that I have to take a beating from that old six, who is not aggrieved. What are you crying for? Cry again and your eyes will be gouged out for you. Li Xiaoyuan hurriedly shut up and drooped his head like a loyal dog being reprimanded. Chen Anqing did not really want to run. The other party is a Xian level expert. There is no reason not to catch yourself. Just now, he just wanted to be pampered, so that the other party to pity himself soon. Anson Chan walked out from the dense forest. You're not lying, right? I can really beat up this kid? Chen Anqing said, as long as you can fight. Whatever, I won't interfere. Zhongli said indifferently. Chen Anqing hemmed and hawed, following the example of Li Xiaoyuan who had just captured his sleeve. It was your kid who started it. Don't blame brother for being ruthless. Li Xiaoyuan cried and said, Big brother, you can't blame me. I was forced. This kid caused his own undercard feats to be exposed. Chen Anqing only wanted to ruthlessly flatten him and directly pounced over. The two of them wrestled together. And in a short time, Chen Anqing lost the battle and was pressed down by Li Xiaoyuan. Sister, help me fuck him. Seeing that he was about to be beaten up, Chen Anqing hurriedly asked Zhongli for help. When Zhongli heard this, that strange feeling came back. This time she didn't spend a lot of mental energy to resist that wisp of will. It wasn't cost-effective. Snap. A positive and a negative 2 slaps. Smack Li Xiaoyuan's head buzzing. Liar. You said you wouldn't make a move, but you ended up favoring him. You're in cahoots. Get me killed. I don't want to live. Li Xiaoyuan sat on the ground and buried his head between his knees, aggravated like a woman. Wailing and crying. Zhongli on the side was also helpless. The feeling of being half controlled by someone was not pleasant. She currently loathed Chen Anqing 10 times more than Li Xiaoyuan. It's still you, senior sister. Who cares for me? Anson Chan was smug and had a villainous look on his face. Shut up you. There was nothing Zhongli could do. Tearing off a beast's leg and ruthlessly shoving it over. Trying to gag Chen Anqing. Thank you, senior sister. Anson Chan smiled playfully, took the beast's leg, and gnawed on it with a big mouthful. It's so fragrant. This unknown spirit beast, whose meat was filled with immortal spiritual qi, tasted delicious and incomparable, and a few bites of it replenished what Anson Chen had just consumed. If this thing was in a restaurant, wouldn't it be a few hundred immortal crystals apiece? Chen Anqing sighed as he ate it. A few hundred? You won't even see a single hair on your head if the blue blood badger is less than 100,000. Zhongli blankly glanced at Anson Chen. Anson Chan bulged his eyes. 100,000 immortal crystals? Damn. It's actually worth that much. No wonder a bite of it is so refreshing. It's comparable to an elixir. So hungry. Fairy, give me some too. Li Xiaoyuan, who was sitting and squatting by the side in aggression, heard that this spirit beast was worth $100,000, and his eyes shone straight up. Go get it and eat more. In order not to cheapen Anson Chen, Zhongli replied so. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Li Xiaoyuan received the promise and hurriedly pounced over, ripping off a piece of beast meat and gnawing on it in no time at all. A 50 or so pound rare blue-blooded badger was consumed by both of them. Senior sister, why don't you go and catch a few dozen more? Let's take them and sell them for money, and then buy a cave to live out our days. Why bother wandering around all day, fighting and killing? Driven by the mysterious will, Zhongli actually did have the urge to go and catch dozens of more blue-blooded badgers, after using a lot of mental energy to resist the order. Zhongli drew his sword. Are you loaded with shit? If you dare to make such strange requests to me in the future, I will kill you, or my whole family will die. Anson Chen felt the terrifying killing intent and hastily shrunk his neck. Damn you. I'm just making a small, very reasonable suggestion. Why so fierce? Sooner or later, I'll get you. Stuff your mouth. Chen Anqing thought about it, but since he no longer dared to pick up a fight with Zhongli after eating his fill, he leisurely lay on the hay, and sighed quietly in his heart. Or the lower world is good. In the immortal world all day long to be called, if not careful, there is the fear of life, simply not the immortal over the day. Time passed and more than 10 days passed. During these 10 days or so, Zhongli took the two of them, Chen Anqing, and traveled around in the barren mountains. Only later did Anson Chen realize that the woman was looking for something she needed to heal her wounds. Along the way, Chen Anqing was able to enjoy his meal, as Zhongli was always able to get some rare and strange spirit beast meat to eat. The flavor was self-explanatory, and the immortal aura contained was thick enough, without realizing it. Anson Chen had already stepped into the immortal 4 realm. Chen Anqing could not help but sigh. Ordinary people are difficult to raise a realm in their lifetime. He followed the female devil to mix food and drink, and in turn, easily advanced to the realm. Where can this be justified? However, the demoness didn't threaten him much along the way. Chen Anqing himself felt strange. He was just giving a small suggestion once in a while, and the female devil would often get furious and shout at himself, being threatened all the way, forcing Chen Anqing to be careful and not dare to open his mouth easily again. As for what to do if you are really angry, then beat up Li Xiaoyuan and use him as a punching bag. Li Xiaoyuan treated Chen Anqing and Zhongli as a group and didn't dare to fight back at all. In addition, Chen Anqing secretly prepared a small notebook to record all the crimes of the female devil Zhongli, waiting to double the payback later. On February 28th, the demoness wound worsened, and when this male made the reasonable suggestion of washing and disinfecting it with my urine, she immediately stormed out and almost killed this male, which is a great revenge. On the first day of March, because of the distribution of spirit beast meat in female devil small dispute. She cursed and threatened to let my son do eat shit. My son with the same words to scold her. She was angry. Want to murder. Fortunately, her injury seizure powerless paralyzed. My son luckily escaped with his life. This great revenge for the time being recorded. On the 2nd day of March, due to the excessive shock of yesterday, my lord was silent all day and nothing happened. On the 3rd day of March, the hairy thief Li Xiu Yuan make bad. Want to instigate the female devil to take out this male. In turn was the female devil slapped big ear scraping a whole 100. The view of the mood of the comfort. This record female devil a small merit. From the 4th of March to the 6th of March, the female devil to find a healing medicine. During the period of slightly reprimanded this gentleman several times. Do not dare to resist. Remember a small revenge once. On the 7th day of the 3rd month, flying with the female devil, during which several times nearly fell in the air. This gentleman concluded that this is the female devil intentionally. A few hours to fly to the foot of the Jiuhua mountain. In addition to no other risk, temporarily remembered in the hatred once. Jiuhua mountain, miles in circumference. The famous fairy mountain, there are 4 caves on it, and Xianyu cave is one of them. Although it is not comparable to a holy place, it is quite spiritual. Looking at the rolling hills, even Zhongli couldn't help but marvel. Ha! Senior sister, why have you changed? Anson Shan turned his head at the sound, only to find that not only had Zhongli's vital parts become larger, but his face had also changed in appearance. Zhongli looked down at his chest and glared hatefully at Chen Anqing. Pig brain, do you think the people of the Fire Cloud Holy Land are as stupid as you are? How can I avoid tracking them down if I don't change my appearance? Chen Anqing smacked his lips and said, the immortal realm is so big, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be investigated here. Zhongli didn't bother to speak, pointing to the portrait on one of the broken walls in front of him, on which the words demon wanted were written in big letters. Seeing Zhongli's appearance on the portrait, Chen Anqing spat out his tongue and pretended that nothing had happened, saying, I think using a portrait as a wanted person is the most stupid. Don't people know about disguise? Foolish to the core. Bell, Li Xiu Yuan's heart, on the other hand, was contemptuous. This bastard's IQ was worrisome, and he was also shameless. Then he said, Fairy, Miss Xiong, the front is Jiuhua City. I will go to contact my acquaintances to prepare for tomorrow's initiation. Zhongli stretched out his finger and tapped on Li Xiu Yuan's shoulder. I have planted the fury poison in your body. If you dare to play tricks, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I still have a way to make you die a violent death. Is that clear? Li Xiu Yuan cursed straight in his heart, nodded respectfully on the surface, and then went into the city on his own. What about you? Didn't you say you're So-and-so's junior uncle, and you're not going to make some connections? After Li Xiu Yuan left, Zhongli looked at Chen Anqing. There's no hurry, we'll find out tomorrow. Chen Anqing was leisurely, looking like he had a plan. In fact, his heart has no bottom at all. Exactly the current Qian Yu Ho master is not Li Jingyang's original disciple is still not certain. It might have been replaced a long time ago. Afterward, Anson Chen and Zhongli, together, entered Jiuhua City. Legend has it that Jiuhua City was once a gathering place for some failed worshippers, and then more and more people gathered, forming a prosperous city over time. Wandering around the city for a few moments, Anson Chan realized that people often came to ask him if he wanted to deliver a letter. Anson Chan was wary at first, fearing that he would encounter a scammer. Only later did he realize that Jiuhua Mountain has its own rules, and that disciples who are not disciples of the mountain's caves are not allowed to enter the mountain before the test is open. This creates an obstacle for those who want to pull strings through the back door, thus giving rise to the profession of messenger. These messengers, all of whom are connected to the top, have their own channels of entry. Chen Anqing thought about it, but he was still ready to send the letter in ahead of time, or else waiting until tomorrow might lead to something going wrong. How much to deliver a letter? Anson Chan inquired of a man who solicited the business of delivering mail. Divided into levels. Sent to outer disciples, 10 immortal crystals. Sent to outer elders 1,000. Delivered to inner disciples, 15,000. Inner sect elders 5,000. Send core disciples 8,000. Core elders 50,000. Gongzi, which price level are you going to send the epigraph? Seeing business coming, the man cheerfully introduced. It's so dark, it takes so much money to send a letter. But Anson Chan still asked, how much do you charge to send a letter to the cave master? Are you sure, Your Excellency? The man glanced at Anson Chen in surprise. Look at the way this kid is dressed. He doesn't look like he's from a big family, and he can still be involved with a party of cave masters? Forget it, people can't look at each other. Some people are used to low profile. Maybe they have this character. Moreover, if he is a mortal, beside that beautiful woman, will not look at him. Of course, Anson Chan returned. The man pinched a charming smile, respectfully said, Gongzi, to really have this relationship, the villain how dare to charge you money? The villain would like to make a friend with the gentleman to send a letter free of charge, but also hope that you take care of the point in the future. Chen Anqing is happy. There is this good thing, think about it, is not surprising. Do their line of work, always have to make a few relationships, can get acquainted with a character who has a relationship with the cave master? Free to send a letter, and what is it, however? Anson Chan was still worried. How can you guarantee that you can deliver it? In case you run away? The man hastened to explain, Prince, you see, behind you is the small family store, do a few thousand years of old. Can run the monk, cannot run the temple. If the letter did not send you back to smash the store, the villain absolutely no complaints. Anson Chan looked back, there was a long line in front of the small store, all of whom needed to deliver a letter. Good lord, everyone takes the back door? Anson Chan was not only speechless, it's not exactly a back door. These days, without a personal introduction, people's immortal mountain caves simply don't care. Don't you think so, Gongzi? The man said. Anson Chan nodded silently. This was true nowadays. The entire immortal world, only the famous mountain caves still have a strong immortal aura remains, the desire to cultivate the common immortals, and as many as the hair of the ox, without a little background. People, why accept you? Anson Chen stopped grumbling and took the letter out. Handing it to the man took a look. The envelope was written on the disciple Nangong Shou Pro. Open a few words, which really let the man shocked a hand. Nangong Shou is not exactly the dry moon hole master it seems that this kid's origin is really not small, and is actually introduced by Nangong Shou's master. As for whether the letter was true or not, the man didn't even consider it. Who would dare to pretend to be the cave master's relation when he came to pay his respects? Having taken care of the delivery of the letter, Anson Chen was ready to go to the restaurant to have a full meal. Does the Dry Moon Cave Master know you? Don't recognize it. And how will she know the letter is yours tomorrow? After Zhongli asked this question, Chen Anqing was dumbfounded. Seeing Chen Anqing's stupid face, Zhongli rejoiced instead of being angry. Anyway, whoever lets me blend into Qianyu Cave tomorrow will live. There are always some people in this world who will pay a heavy price for their stupidity. While Chen Anqing was dumbfounded, he remembered that he still had the token sent by Big Brotherly, and immediately relieved himself. I'm just teasing you. With my token in hand, I'm still afraid that she won't recognize it? Zhongli put away that contemptuous smile and straight away wanted to strangle Anson Chen. There was no talk all night. The next day, the 4 caves of Jiuhua Mountain. The day of the opening of the mountain to accept disciples arrived. In a square at the foot of the mountain, the 4 major caves had pre-selection tables, and passing the pre-selection would lead to an entrance examination. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the large square, and the 4 major caves combined were only prepared to take in 800 people. What's going on? Why can't I get in? At the edge of that huge square, more than 70% of the people were stopped by the prohibitions, while the others entered unhindered. Those who couldn't get in were unqualified, at least in terms of their physique or bloodline spirit roots, and were directly eliminated. Fortunately, Anson Chen was an unsullied sword body, which was more than enough to pass through the plaza's prohibitions. The huge square featured a passageway, set up by each of the 4 major caves. Thanks to the formation, there was no confusion due to the large number of people. Seeing this pomp and circumstance, Chen Anqing's mood got excited, secretly thinking that after today he could cultivate himself in the spirit mountain, and the days of punching the demon god and kicking the immortal emperor were just around the corner. Boy, what do you see there? While he was mesmerized by his fantasies, Zhongli's cold voice awakened Chen Anqing. Chen Anqing followed Zhongli's gaze, and in front of the passageway heading to the Qianyu Cave's apprentice acceptance platform, there was a banner hanging, which clearly read, Chen Anqing and dogs are not allowed to enter. The banner, with red letters on a white background, was very eye-catching. The people coming and going in the square could see it. Those who saw this line were all guessing who was Chen Anqing, and what kind of heavenly law had been violated to warrant such a large banner in Qianyu Cave. Chen Anqing blackened his face, holding a hint of luck in his heart, and grunted. There are 80,000 people in the immortal realm named Chen Anqing without 100,000. It's just the same name, Zhong Lila said. It's fine if you don't say it, but when you say it like this, it's 9 out of 10 that it means you and the dog are not allowed to enter. Chen Anqing eyelids twitching, so angry that he could not speak. Only this ridicule secretly remembered, and then loaded into the revenge notes when he had time. Right at this moment, Li Shouyuan and an old man locked onto Chen Anqing's aura in the crowd and took the initiative to find him. Uncle Wu, this is my youngest fellow countryman, named Zhongli. I hope that Uncle Wu will be accommodating. Li Shouyuan ignored Chen Anqing and introduced Zhongli to the old man. Seeing this, Zhongli immediately bowed to the old man, deliberately displaying a nervous and formal attitude. Brother Shouyuan, Uncle Wu, Shaoli is here to greet you. Seeing Zhongli pretending to be pure, Li Shouyuan wanted to vomit. But the other party was a Xianxian-level demonic cultivator. Even his own backstage, this third elder, could not be her opponent. so he naturally did not dare to play any tricks. The old man looked Zhongli up and down and nodded slightly, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. This woman was actually a Xianhuang true spirit body, which could be considered a top quality qualification in the entire immortal cultivation world. Where did the old man know that Zhongli had been mixing with the major holy places of the righteous path for many years, and that she had more than enough of this kind of means of revealing false qualifications? Of course, Zhongli's own qualifications were much stronger than the Xianhuang true spirit body. It was just inconvenient to show them. Maiden, you go up the mountain with Xian nephew Li with me. Zhongli's face showed joy, and there were even tears flashing in his eyes. Many thanks to Uncle Wu. Great kindness will never be forgotten. There were too many people here to say much, so the third elder only nodded his head lightly. Anson Chan on the side was depressed to the core. Just one sentence and it's done? What's the big deal about having a backstage job? It's great to have a backstage. What do you do with yourself now? Li Xiu Yuan, this traitor, seems to have really sent the female demon into the Qianyu cave. Will she kill herself later? Just the thought of the demoness killing him made Anson Chan's scalp tingle. Uncle Wu, this is Anson Chan. Mr. Chen. Chen Anqing did not expect that Li Xiu Yuan would take the initiative to mention him. Greetings, elder. Chen Anqing once again had a lucky break. Could Li Xiu Yuan have a conscience and could introduce himself in as well? Oof. The third elder snorted coldly. Kid, Miss Violet Spirit is trying to catch you. If you don't run it will be too late. Anson Chan's body stiffened. Someone wants to catch him? Why? On what grounds? Dare I ask, elder? Who is Violet Spirit? And why is she making things difficult for me? That third elder didn't pay any attention to Chen Anqing at all and greeted Li Xiu Yuan and Zhongli, preparing to leave. Who is Anson Chan? Get the hell out. Suddenly, above that crowd, a woman in purple came up in the air and shouted towards the crowd. Chen Anqing rolled his eyes. This woman was not coming from a good place. It was better to slip away. So, Anson Chan shrank back and pushed his way into the pile. Anson Chen, calling out to you. Why don't you answer? Which nose? That kid Li Xiu Yuan grabbed Chen Anqing's shoulder and deliberately let go of his voice to shout. Fuck you. Chen Anqing turned his head and was about to break into a curse, but he was glared back by a cold and vicious look from that third elder, unable to do anything else. Anson Chan broke away from Li Xiu Yuan and tried to escape into the crowd. Unfortunately, a red diamond, crossing the sky, locked Anson Chan firmly in place. Chen Anqing struggled to no avail, but he saw a woman in purple, who had already flown to him. Greetings, my lady. The third elder bowed and saluted when he saw the woman. The woman stared straight at Chen Anqing and spoke indifferently. The person who delivered the letter yesterday was you. You are Chen Anqing? Chen Anqing knew that it was useless to argue, and said stiffly, if it was a letter to Nangong Cave Master, it was me who sent it. The woman snorted coldly and said, just you. This dirtbag? Don't want to enter the door of my Qianyu cave for the rest of your life. Chen Anqing could do nothing about it. If I'm not allowed to enter, I won't enter is all. Trouble the girl to release me. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she said, release you? How can I release you so easily? Chen Anqing want to cry. Li Zhangyang, this guy in the inn, how to offend this woman? A letter of introduction only. As for this to their own? Girl, don't be impulsive. You and I have no grudges in the past. You won't kill me, right? Chen Anqing said, kill you? That would only dirty my sword, but insulting you is fine. I'll tattoo the word bitch on your face. The woman suddenly laughed. Being a man is a good thing. Why are you doing this? Girl, Chen Anqing grimaced bitterly, preparing to try escaping with the extreme shield heavenly deity. At this moment, everyone was attracted by this scene and were pointing at the scene. There was no one happier than Li Xiu Yuan. As for Zhongli, she hated Chen Anqing in her heart, but seeing him in danger, she unconsciously had the urge to come forward to rescue him. But fortunately that urge was temporarily suppressed by her. Cut the crap. Who told you to take the initiative and be a bitch? As the words fell, the woman joined her two fingers and her immortal energy condensed into a transparent sword, ready to stab words on Chen Anqing's face. Chen Anqing's mind moved, preparing to resist, and if he really couldn't, he could still go to the lower realm to hide for a few hours. Ziling, stop it. Don't be rude to my junior master. Accompanied by a voice that resounded through the square, a figure appeared behind the woman as if it was instantaneous. Mother? What are you doing here? The woman called Violet Spirit couldn't help but be surprised. Humph, if I didn't come, you'd have committed the following offense and bullied your little master, right? What a bullshit little master. He doesn't deserve it. No nonsense. The woman lightly rebuked and waved her hand to release a stream of immortal power, loosening the red diamonds that were tying up Chen Anqing. Nangong Xiu has met Junior Master. I've given Junior Master a fright. Nangong Xiu bowed slightly to Anson Chen and saluted. The course of events has taken everyone by surprise. That kid's status, from being on par with a dog, suddenly became the Nangong Cave Master's junior uncle? Brain's a bit of a turner, not to mention the others. Even Anson Chen himself was in a daze. This, dare not. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I will take my leave first. There is no need to send. Anson Chan couldn't figure out the situation and was ready to go first. Little Master Uncle, stay back. Nangong Shio flashed in front of Chen Anqing and said, I have a few words I would like to talk to young Master Uncle alone. Please. Chen Anqing looked at the situation. The other party still refused to let himself go. However, this Nangong Cave Master's attitude is quite okay, so there should be no danger. So let's chat for a few moments. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoyuan's face was green. He had thought that Chen Anqing would be dead this time. How did he know that he was really Nangong Cave Master's junior uncle? I'm sorry I messed with him, but Li Xiaoyuan hid behind the third elder to lower his presence, hoping that Chen Anqing wouldn't find trouble with him. By the way, Nangong Cave Master, I have something to report. What do you mean? Things don't go your way? Before following Nangong Shio away, Chen Anqing suddenly opened his mouth. Report what? Nangong Shio asked. There's a kid named Li Xiaoyuan who made connections through the back door and gave gifts to a certain elder, and got the inner qualification for entry. After Chen Anqing finished speaking, Nangong Shio's gaze, naturally, landed on the third elder with a cold face. She rebuked. Third elder, you have a good time checking who dares to bad my Qin Kuan Cave's reputation. Find it and bring it to me. If there is any concealment, the consequences will be borne by yourself. At this moment, Anson Chan simultaneously sensed 4 murderous gazes that fell on him. Afterward, under the protection of Nangong Shio's immortal power, Chen Anqing flew up to Jiuhua Mountain with her. Shameless villain. Don't think that just because my mother protects you, you'll have a good time. Ziling gritted her teeth as she looked in the direction Chen Anqing had left. This stupid donkey, how dare you spoil my big event. Sooner or later I'll get you killed. This was the resentment from Zhongli. Chen Anqing, you son of a bitch, if I can't get in, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Li Xiaoyuan cried out with hatred in her bones. This little bastard, I haven't offended you. How dare you expose me? Pissed off old man, I will definitely fight you to the end. The third elder was so angry that his eyes were glaring out. After going up to Jiuhua Mountain and entering Qianyu Cave, Chen Anqing realized what it means to have a different world. The entrance to Qianyu Cave was an ordinary cave, but after actually going in through the forbidden spell formation, the dreamlike wonderland gave Chen Anqing the feeling that the life in front of him had been lived in vain. Standing on the edge of a cliff, Anson Chan raised his eyes and looked out. The earth in front of him was blooming with flowers. There were all sorts of unknown top-level spirit beasts flying and jumping around, and in the strange flowers, bursts of dense immortal light would emerge from time to time. Take a deep breath, from the nose to the heart and lungs. Everything feels sweet and refreshing. Is this the spirit cave? Chen Anqing was so immersed in that intoxicating immortal aura that he was actually a bit dumbfounded. To be precise, it's a top grade 1 spirit cave. How does Junior Master feel? Nangong Shio added from the side. It feels wonderful. Anson Chan had no way to describe it in concrete words. He. Nangong Shio laughed and made a gesture of invitation. On weekdays, I reside in the Green Bamboo Lodge, and all the good teas are placed there. So please ask the young master uncle to go and savor them all together. Chen Anqing was flattered and hurriedly arched his hand. You're welcome. The cave master can just call me by my name, Nangong Shio said. Since I was a child, my master has taught me that there is an order between the young and the old, and that there is a difference between the inferior and the superior. So I would not dare to call out the name of my youngest uncle and mess up my seniority. Chen Anqing smiled awkwardly, unable to see that Nangong Shio still cared about this. He couldn't say anything else. Soon, Nangong Shio brought Chen Anqing and landed in her elegant residence of bamboo forest purification, taking advantage of the moment when Nangong Shio personally went to make tea. Chen Anqing took a big gulp and sucked in the immortal spirit qi, and the whole person was instantly refreshed. If it hadn't been for that business outside the mountain gate, I could have stayed with absolutely no harm done. After the incident outside the mountain gate, Chen Anqing had already beaten a retreat in his heart, and now that he had experienced the wonders of the spirit cave, he couldn't help but feel a great pity. Half a quarter of an hour later, Nangong Shio and Chen Anqing sat opposite each other. Junior Master, but I wonder where my master he is now. Nangong Shio was the first to speak. I and Brother Li were originally mining workers, and that day, Chen Anqing said the events of that day. After hearing this, Nangong Shio had a slight disappointment in her eyes. He didn't tell you exactly what to do? Chen Anqing shook his head. No, by the way, before I parted ways with him, he mentioned a place called the Sea of Sins and Dragons, so I don't know if he went there. Nangong Shio was stunned for a moment and then returned to her normal state. She already understood in her mind where Li Zhengyang was going, without continuing to talk about the issue of where to go. Nangong Shio said, that Wang family is bullying people. If Junior Master has the need, I'll send a few disciples to help you seek justice, okay? Chen Anqing thought for a moment and waved his hand. There is no need to bother the cave master. Big Brother Lee has explained that he will let me go forward to seek justice on my own after I have achieved some success in my cultivation. This is probably a kind of prodding from Big Brother Lee to me as a junior brother. Nangong Shio nodded slowly. Indeed, it is the style of my master's father. By the way, other than that letter of introduction, did my master's father have any other words he asked you to bring? Anson Chan shook his head. No more. Sulking for a little while, Nangong Shio picked up the tea bowl, gently took a sip, and said, just now at the bottom of the mountain you also saw. My daughter is unruly and capricious. If I leave the young master uncle in the cave, I'm afraid that she will offend you by fooling around. So I also asked the young master uncle to forgive me. The other party was giving an expulsion order, but Anson Chen didn't feel very surprised. At the end of the day, he and Li Zhangyang are just workmates who have worked together in the mine, and they are not really sworn brothers. I understand. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Chen Anqing had no intention of staying, and now that the other party was evicting the guests, he was ready to leave. Junior Master, this tea is a good tea that I've treasured for many years, so it's not too late for you to savor some more before I send you back. Nangong Shio said. Chen Anqing picked up the tea bowl and took a sip. The thick and pure immortal aura entered his body and rushed straight to his heavenly aura, soothing him all over. This is not tea. It is clearly an immortal spiritual liquid. Chen Anqing's heart was excited. Well, at least come to the spiritual cave. Spent a lot of effort. Do not drink for nothing. Fong just spoke for a while, but really some thirst. Chen Anqing dried the tea in the bowl, picked up the teapot again, and gulped it down. Nangong Shio just laughed heartily and didn't stop Anson Chen. After all, he was a miner and it was normal that he hadn't seen the world after drinking the entire pot of tea. Anson Chen felt it was worth it. Right. Before leaving, Chen Anqing pulled out an old red cloth and handed it to Nangong Shio. This is what Big Brother Lee asked me to give you. The moment you see the red cloth, Nangong Shio immediately got up, and her eyes actually turned a little red. She took the red cloth, and a scene from the past in the lower realm resurfaced, and her heart was filled with an indescribable sadness and joy. Nangong Cave Master, if it's convenient for you, please give me a ride. You know I can't fly. Seeing Nangong Shio frozen in place, Anson Chen could not help but speak out to remind him. Nangong Shio's eyes, that sad look disappeared. Said, Junior uncle and slow. The master gave you something before. Really did not have any explanation? Chen Anqing thought for a moment and said, indeed there was no explanation about you. His original words said that if anyone gives me a hard time, he will give this red cloth to you. Now I don't know when I will be able to see Big Brother Lee again, so I am returning this to you, Cave Master. Nangong Shio's face was expressionless as he suddenly turned around. With a movement of her immortal thoughts, she unlocked the seal that Li Zhangyang had left on the red cloth ashore. For the sake of master and disciple, before he has no better place to go, please leave him to cultivate in your cave. And from then on, you and I will break our ties, and life and death will not be related to each other. This passage was like a poisonous needle stuck in Nangong Shio's heart. If it wasn't for Anson Chen's presence, I'm afraid that she would have long ago been unable to hold back her sobs. I didn't expect that you would take a token in exchange for a cultivation opportunity for this mountain boy. I, Nangong Shio, will comply with my orders. Nangong Shio meditated bitterly in his heart. She turned her head to face Anson Chen, and her face was already in a state of calm. Nangong Cave Master, please also escort me out of the cave. Seeing that Nangong Shio was silent for a long time, Anson Chan once again spoke out to remind him. Chen Anqing had already made up his mind that he had to leave today no matter what, and find a chance to cultivate in other spirit caves in the future. Junior Master, I'm afraid you can't leave. Nangong Shio's sentence caused Chen Anqing to stare in disbelief. You wanted to drive yourself away just now, but now that you've seen the red cloth, you won't let go? Nangong Cave Master, I know that I don't have that blessing to stay in the cave. I've already delivered the things, so please make it easy for Nangong Cave Master to let me leave. Chen Anqing was a bit depressed in his heart, but he was a commoner, and no matter what, he didn't dare to get angry at a party of cave lords. No! The Nangong Cave Master changed his previous calmness and his tone hardened somewhat. Chen Anqing's heart was in a state of awe, secretly wondering if it was possible that this Nangong Shio was also going to be unfavorable to him. While being apprehensive, Nangong Shio spoke again. I'm not going to hide it from you, Junior Master. I have an oath with my master first. With this red cloth as a token, I must help him accomplish one thing. Since he took out this item in exchange for you to stay in the cave, whether you are willing or not, I need to leave you behind, unless you have a better place to go, or that master's father comes to ask you to go by himself. So, I also hope to sympathize. Anson Chan, is this to force yourself to stay? Chen Anqing pondered for a little while and said, Nangong Cave Master, if you let me leave, when I meet Brother Lee on another day, I will explain the situation. I left voluntarily, not counting as you breaking your oath. Ha! Nangong Shio laughed bitterly and said, Junior Master, the so-called oath is not just empty words. Can't it be dissolved just by saying it? Chen Anqing was a bit anxious and said, Nangong Cave Master, if you force me to stay, if I am killed by your daughter, won't you be breaking your oath even more? Nangong Xiu also knows Chen Anqing's difficulty, then said, Little Master Uncle, don't worry, I will control my family more that girl. In addition, due to your special identity, inconvenient to enter the door and other people to practice together. In the future to stay in my green bamboo fast range, and outsiders are not involved. Do you think it is good? Upon hearing this, Chen Anqing couldn't help but sigh darkly and smiled bitterly. I don't seem to have a choice, so why would the cave master need to ask me? In Nangong Xiu's heart, she was actually very reluctant to leave Anson Chen behind. However, her oath with Li Zhangyang was established a long time ago. Even if she was now stronger than Li Zhangyang, she could not break it and had to follow her orders. Nangong Xiu looked at Chen Anqing, who had a sad face, and said, Later I will send a disciple to come and arrange for matters such as food, lodging, and cultivation for the young master uncle. So I hope that the young master uncle will forgive me if I have offended him. What else could Anson Chan do? If the other side wants to force him to stay, can he still fly away? Seeing Nangong Xiu turn around, Chen Anqing opened his mouth and said, Nangong Cave Master, please stay. Nangong Xiu stopped and turned his back to Chen Anqing. What else does Junior Master have to say? Chen Anqing said bluntly, I have the audacity to say the ugly words up front. It is not my wish to stay here today. It is because of your oath with Brotherly. A piece of goodwill from Brotherly I will not forget. But as for you, Cave Master, I think that I do not owe you favor. Can it be right? Nangong Xiu was stunned for a moment. She understood what Anqing Chen meant, and also felt that he was right. So she said, Yes, it's true that I don't have any favors to say to you. On the contrary, it's you who helped me to complete my vow. Chen Anqing nodded to himself. In that case I would feel a bit more at ease. I hope the cave master is not offended. Nangong Xiu didn't say anything more and flew away on his own. Things have come to this point. Chen Anqing has no choice but to take a step and see what happens. The secluded bamboo forest, Chen Anqing didn't dare to walk around. So he sat on a stone bench and breathed in the rich immortal aura. It's a pity that I don't know any cultivation techniques, and the utilization rate of immortal aura is extremely low. The so-called cultivation methods were extremely precious, and were the treasures of the great immortal mansion's spiritual caves, and it was impossible for ordinary people in the immortal realm to obtain them. Furthermore, even if an ordinary person obtained a cultivation method, without a thick immortal aura, they would not be able to raise their realm through cultivation, relying only on the body to actively absorb immortal aura. The growth rate of the realm was very slow. Chen Anqing had grown a realm the other day by eating spirit beast meat. That was because he had never been exposed to such an abundance of immortal aura. His body was in a state of greed, so he was able to absorb it rapidly. This situation, of course, cannot last forever. Since there's an oath in place, Nangong Xiu should be able to pass on my kung fu, right? Chen Anqing secretly thought that although he was reluctant to stay, since he had been left behind, he couldn't just muddle through. And it was also an opportunity to cultivate. So he put aside the anxious distractions in his mind and waited quietly. After about 2 hours, Anson Chan finally waited for someone else, but he didn't want to see the other side, because the person who came, it was Ji Ziling, the son and daughter of Nangong Xiu. In addition to another handsome man dressed in white with starry eyebrows and sword eyes, Chen Anqing immediately got up and took the initiative to walk forward. Miss Ziling, I don't know what misunderstandings I have with you. We may as well be open and honest. Ji Ziling didn't want to listen to Chen Anqing's nonsense at all, and directly scolded to shut up. Then said, Don't think that just because my mother agreed to let you stay, you think that everything will be fine. As long as you dare not to get out of here, I'll have plenty of ways to clean you up. Anson Chan frowned. This woman is really like a mad dog, catching herself and biting, not even giving a chance to talk. The clay bodhisattva still has 3 temper. Chen Anqing hard across, angrily, You do not like a crazy dog biting people, and it is not my dead face to stay. Is your mother refused to let me go just? When these words were said, Anson Chan immediately regretted them again, because he felt that the man in white on the opposite side was just like a terrifying beast standing in front of him, pressing him a little breathless. Ji Ziling was so angry that her chest rose and fell, and she drew her sword to slash. You son of a bitch, you still dare to scold me. Let's see if I don't kill you today. Chen Anqing was forced backward by that ferocious immortal might. Senior sister, this person is so rude to you. Wouldn't it be cheaper to kill him? Besides, well, at least he is the one that senior sister promised to let him stay. You'd better not act recklessly. The white-clothed man at the side spoke indifferently. But, Ji Ziling wanted to say something else, but the man blocked it. The man said, I know what you hate the most is that person. Since he was introduced by that person and is dead set against rolling away, why don't we just let him stay and humiliate him? And when he goes to complain to that person later, that person will surely be furious and jump out of his skin. What do you think, senior sister? Ji Ziling spread her eyebrows and smiled. saying, "It's not impossible. So let's follow what senior brother said. I'm the best at cleaning up mangy dogs." From start to finish, the two ignored Anson Chen, discussing plans to deal with him out loud in front of him. Chen Anqing was angry, hard, aggrieved, and more than anything else, helpless. "What are you two being so proud of? You're just casting a good birth. If I were born in a worldly family, I'd be 1,000 times better than you, 10,000 times better than you." Chen Anqing secretly clenched his fists in defiance. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the man was dumbfounded. In this world, there are always ignorant ants and frogs at the bottom of the well. May as well tell you, this seed was born in a hunter's family. At the age of 3 without a teacher into the refining of qi. At the age of 4 into the clan foundation. At the age of 8 to cross the tribulation. At the age of 10 to multiply. At the age of 15 to have the opportunity to enter the realm of the immortals. And 18 to ascend. And now the immortal world cultivation area more than 30 years. Has become a true immortal. I need to cast a good fetus? Are you sour? Sorry, you sour not come. The man's purpose of blowing up his cultivation experience was just to hit Anson Chen and make things difficult for him. Damn. So this one is an ascender. Chen Anqing was dumbfounded. And even if he was an enemy, he couldn't help but secretly sigh a bullish sigh, seeing Chen Anqing's stifled appearance. Ji Ziling's heart ached for a few moments. Mangy dog, you must be very envious. My senior brother Morongyan has the stature of an immortal king while you are nothing but a mess of slime. It's useless to be envious. Envious? Anson Chan asked himself honestly. A little bit, but, ever since obtaining the crossing stone, one's fate had changed. In time, it may not be impossible to surpass him. Besides, he was only one of the 10,000 ascended beings, and there were plenty of people better than him. You have to take the long view. Thinking this way, Chen Anqing only had anger in his heart and no longer had any semblance of envy. I envy wild dogs running at ease, old turtles living millions of years, rats not having to work, and scoundrels not being bullied. I envy a lot of things. Anson Chan said lightly. At those words, the handsome man's cheeks puffed out in anger. This guy was clearly pointing the finger. You're arrogant. After a few moments of silence, the man in white calmed down and said indifferently, learn from you guys now. Anson Chan looked straight at the man in white. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? If you dared to do it, you would have killed it long ago. Joke, if I really kill you, will senior mother blame me and senior sister for you? You're too naive. As the words fell, the white-robed man's powerful immortal energy bulged and he raised his palm. The killing intent forced Anson Chen to almost spit out blood. Outside the mountain gate, Zhongli suddenly had a sharp pain in his brain, and he actually sensed that Anson Chen's life was in danger. Crap, that nerd doesn't know what he's gotten himself into, and if he dies, I wonder if I'll die violently. Zhongli knew very well that as a puppet, once the master died, the puppet would follow and die violently no matter where it was, but she wasn't exactly Chen Anqing's puppet now, and wasn't sure that when Chen Anqing died, he would die with him. Can't risk it. After a little thought, Zhongli felt that he could not let Chen Anqing die until he was released from this half-puppet state with him. Moreover, the matter of the supreme demon power was still unclear, so there was still a great use for keeping him. Zhongli utilized the concealment technique to escape the sight of the crowd, and his figure instantly landed in front of the Qianyu cave door. This place was guarded by powerful formations, and even if she was at the Xianxian immortal realm, there was no way for her to enter silently. Xuanhe sword, out. Zhongli immediately pinched his finger and offered his own immortal sword to impact the guarding spell formation of Qianyu cave. Boom. The ground shook. Hundreds of powerful immortal thoughts instantly rushed out from the cave to probe the situation. 18 early Xianxian immortals and 9 mid-Xianxian immortals. I'm still injured, so I won't necessarily be able to defeat them. Zhongli did not expect that there were so many experts hidden in this Qianyu cave. Just as she was contemplating whether she should charge and kill, or run away, the pain in her mind suddenly disappeared. This proved that Anson Chan was suddenly safe. Zhongli did not know what was going on. Anyway, in his heart, he cursed Chen Anqing's ancestors, and then quietly retreated. Dry Moon Cave. In the bamboo forest just now, at a tense moment, the mountain protection formation was suddenly attacked, and Nangong Xiao, who was dealing with affairs in the temple, immediately unfolded his immortal sense to check. When immortal sense covered the inside and outside of the cave, Nangong Xiao discovered the scene where Morongyan was trying to kill Chen Anqing. She then flashed and came to the bamboo forest first, stopping Morongyan, because the oath had already taken effect, and if Chen Anqing died, she would be subjected to a backlash. You two are not allowed to come to the bamboo forest in the future, and you are not allowed to trouble him again, Nangong Xiao said in an undoubted tone. Mother, if you're so protective of this mangy dog, aren't you afraid that father will be angry when he finds out? Don't hold your father against me. It's useless for anyone to come when I say he's not to be touched. Ji Ziling was on the verge of crying in aggravation. Her own mother, but to defend a mangy dog gave herself a cold look. Alright, senior sister, since senior mother said it's not allowed, let's just do as we're told. Murong Yen, who was on the side, comforted Ji Xiling as if nothing had happened secretly. Murong Yen, however, quietly transmitted his voiceover. Elder sister, don't be anxious. Elder mother can't protect him all the time. To clean him up, we have plenty of time and opportunity. Listen to me. Don't hurt the peace between you and elder mother because of a mangy dog. Ji Ziling was only willing to give up when she heard Murong Yan's words. You wait. Ji Ziling dropped a harsh sentence and turned around to fly away. The apprentice takes his leave. Murong Yan bowed and left Chen Anqing with a teasing gaze as he got up. And then he too departed. Ugh, Anson Chan sighed. Nangong Cave Master, can you tell me why your Chen Jin is targeting me so? Nangong Xiu mused. This matter is not directly related to you, so you should not inquire about the reason. Anson Chan was depressed. It's obvious that your daughter wants to kill me, and you're telling me not to pry? That's what makes sense, however. From a series of mere words, Anson Chen could hear that Ji Ziling's targeting of herself was related to Big Brotherly. Guess it was the story about the cuckold that made it hard for her to talk? Anson Chan thought in his heart, seeing Chen Anqing's sorrowful face. Since Nangong Xiu had already forcefully retained him, he should fulfill his oath and keep him safe. Junior uncle doesn't need to be distressed. To the west of this bamboo forest of mine, there is an old house where the previous cave master had resided. There is a powerful prohibition guarding the place. No one can force their way in except me. So how about you commit yourself and go there to cultivate? Nangong Xiu said. Chen Anqing's heart was finally relieved. If there was such a safe place to stay, there would be less anxiety, even though he knew that the other party was very reluctant to take special care of himself. Anson Chan still thanked him and immediately agreed. Not long after, Chen Anqing followed Nangong Xiu to an old, but clean courtyard. The yard was not small. Covering roughly 10 acres, the compound has a huge sycamore tree that has been growing for an unknown number of years. This jade tablet is the key to your access. Don't lose it. Nangong Xiu handed the jade tablet to Anson Chen. Anson Chan took the jade tablet. In order to avoid others from disturbing Junior Master Uncle, I won't arrange for anyone to serve you. In addition, there is a complete cultivation method, the nascent soul skill, in this house, so Junior Master Uncle can look through it and cultivate on his own. Nangong Xiu explained. Nangong Cave Master, this house was once a place where the previous cave master lived. Would it not be inappropriate for me to live there and cause dissatisfaction among the others? Anson Chan himself was quite happy with the place, guarded by powerful prohibitions and not disturbed by outsiders. It was both safe and convenient for one to go to the lower realms. You have not truly joined my sect. You are considered my personal elder guest. There is no reason why it is inappropriate. Just stay at ease. Nangong Xiu's words dispelled the concerns in Chen Anqing's heart. That's naturally good. Thank you, Nangong Cave Master. Chen Anqing's so-called thanks were merely following basic etiquette. Nangong Xiu nodded slightly and drew away. Well, at least you've entered the spirit cave for cultivation. For now. Chen Anqing's heart was mixed with sadness and joy. Being able to set foot in a cultivation place with abundant aura was still acceptable. However, the humiliation received today was not small, and the days to come were even less peaceful. Who cares? A great man can bend and bend. As long as he can cultivate in the spirit cave, what's it worth to suffer a few verbal insults? Anson Chen temporarily put aside the unpleasant emotions in his heart and entered the old room in front of him. The furnishings in the room were simple. A stone bed, a stone table and chairs, a wooden shelf with some books on it, and nothing else. Why is it that all the high and mighty like to live in simplicity? I'm different. When I'm rich, I'll build an immortal palace to live in. Chen Anqing did not dare to dislike this place, but he just had other expectations in his heart. Tidying up a little, Anson Chen went from the bookshelf and found the nascent soul technique that Nangong Xiu had mentioned. This was the basic technique that all the major immortal mansions and spiritual caves had. And only by practicing this technique could the utilization of immortal aura be maximized, according to the book. Chen Anqing tried to cultivate for a few hours. It's a little hard. Anson Chan frowned. It was indeed not easy for him to cultivate on his own without a guide or someone to teach him. Moreover, practicing nascent soul skill enlightenment was only one aspect. The most important consumed a lot of time to practice. The time span between the immortal realm and the lower realm is different. So why don't I go to the lower realm to cultivate? Which will save a lot of time in the immortal realm. 1 hour in the immortal world is equal to 1 day in the lower world. A 12-fold difference between the two. Bringing the technique to the lower realms to cultivate it would take the same amount of time for Anson Chen. But for the rest of the immortal realm, his cultivation time would have to be 12 times shorter than the others. In a short period of time, Nangong Xiu shouldn't come over again. According to Nangong Xiu, there was no way for anyone else to break into this place other than her, and Chen Anqing also understands that Nangong Xiu's surface attitude towards herself is quite good, but in reality, she doesn't really care much about herself. There is no reason for her to come over every now and then to ask for warmth. Thinking about this, Chen Anqing invoked the cross-boundary stone and his figure disappeared into the light gate. True immortal sect. In the Forbidden Palace, Anson Chan opened his eyes and the feeling of invincibility returned. Damn it, if I had this level in the immortal realm, why would I need to suffer that shit? Invincibility makes one swell, having just arrived in the lower realm. Chen Anqing was indignant again about what had happened in the immortal realm. A little calming, Chen Anqing came out of the secret room and lay down on the swing chair in the courtyard. Men, serve. With this call, Xinger, who was meditating and practicing, joyfully opened her eyes and flew to Chen Anqing. Gongzi, you've come out of seclusion. Aha, Anson Chan faintly answered. The slave girl will arrange for someone to come and serve. Soon, several stunningly beautiful women came over to serve Anson Chen with good wine and food. Did anything big happen in the 6 months I was in seclusion? Anson Chen asked while drinking and eating meat. Back to your son. After you closed down that day, Patriarch Li then single-handedly attacked the Flying Immortal sect, crushed the remnants of its sect, and formally incorporated the old site of the Flying Immortal sect into the scope of our sect. As Qinger was speaking, Anson Chen asked, very well, what are the reactions of the other sects? Qinger replied, there's nothing to overreact to, especially the Yaoyue sect. Not only did they not dare to blame, but instead, they notified all the sects that the Flying Immortal sect was insatiable, and that they were bringing about their own demise. Chen Anqing laughed, the haze in his heart dispersing a lot. You continue. Qinger nodded respectfully and said, there's nothing about other major events. It's just that the Yaoyue sect and the Taihao Immortal sect, respectively, introduced you to a Taoist couple, and the two women have already come to the door many times, and the slave girls have all sent them away. Chen Anqing was immediately energized. How is the appearance? Qinger hesitated for a moment and said, both are considered to have beautiful faces. One is pure and beautiful, and the other has a bit thicker makeup. Chen Anqing was curious in his heart about how those two women were, so he commanded, notify them, and say that this seat is willing to meet them. Yes, Your Excellency. The slave girl will go and do it now. Qinger was actually a little reluctant in her heart, but as a slave girl, she knew that she was not qualified to resist her son's decision. After Qinger left, Chen Anqing's immortal thoughts unfolded and searched for Li Huaizhen's figure. I also don't know if Li Huaizhen's cultivation has progressed. Li Huaizhen's cultivation was a supreme demonic skill, and his progress in cultivation was related to Chen Anqing's position in the immortal realm, so there was no room for sloppiness. When Immortal Sense detected Li Huaizhen's figure, Chen Anqing could not help but frown. How are you hurt? In his perception, Li Huaizhen's breath was weak and he had suffered serious internal injuries. Chen Anqing's figure disappeared in place and arrived in the palace chamber where Li Huaizhen was practicing. Li Huaizhen, why are you seriously injured? Upon hearing Anson Chen's voice, Li Huaizhen then noticed his arrival. Your Excellency, I was injured near the Forbidden Zone some days ago. Li Huaizhen hurriedly got up and bowed. What happened to the Forbidden Zone? Anson Chan asked. Li Huaizhen told the story once and for all. It turned out that ever since Anson Chen had left, Li Huaizhen had been pondering on how he could fast-track the True Demon Heart Sutra. Thinking about it, he went to the Forbidden Zone, wanting to use the thick demonic chi there to cultivate and improve, and nothing had happened in the first 2 months. And with Li Huaizhen bathing in the demonic chi, the speed of cultivation and comprehension had indeed increased. However, from the 3rd month onwards, the forbidden area underwent a mutation. The range expanded 10 times, not to mention the intense demonic chi that made it difficult for Li Huaizhen to withstand it any longer as well. In order to practice his demonic skills as soon as possible, Li Huaizhen forcibly continued to stay in the forbidden area to cultivate against the corrosion of the demonic chi. I don't know if it was because he was in a trance or what, but from time to time, Li Huaizhen felt that there was an extremely terrifying presence that was gazing at him. Eventually, he gave up, intending to leave the restricted area, but the change in the forbidden area has caused the attention of the great forces outside of the Zhuhai state, and in the last month, there have been many experts and great powers that have come to the Zhuhai state boundaries. Li Huaizhen went to the edge of the Forbidden Zone a few days ago to check the situation. Unexpectedly encountered a few experts from the outside. The other party saw that he was covered in demonic chi, and without saying anything, he surrounded and injured him. Do you know the origin of the man who injured you? After Anson Chen heard this, he couldn't help but sink his face. You dare to bully someone from my true immortal sect? You don't want to live. Li Huaizhen shook his head. I don't know the origin, but the strength is very strong. Chen Anqing's face sank as he said, you can't deal with it even though you have an immortal weapon in your hand? Li Huaizhen grimaced bitterly and said, back to your excellency. I couldn't feel clear about the other party's specific situation, for fear of exposing the immortal artifact and attracting the covetousness of the other party's stronger experts, so I didn't dare to use it. Anson Chan nodded slightly secretly. Li Huaizhen was right in this approach. If he let the other party learn that he had an immortal weapon, the other party would definitely spare no effort to hunt him down and kill him instead, making it even more dangerous. I'll take care of this matter myself. Chen Anqing suffered a lot of anger in the immortal realm. There is no reason to be a sufferer in the lower realm. This scene must be found back. You take this immortal medicine. It will help you with your injuries. From his storage pouch, Anson Chen took out an ordinary healing herb from the immortal realm and handed it to Li Huai's hand. Li Huaizhen was flattered and immediately knelt, accepting it with both hands. Many thanks for your kindness, Your Excellency. After taking the healing medicine, the feeling of severe pain in Li Huaizhen's internal organs was quickly relieved immediately. Chen Anqing unfolded his immortal sense and covered the entire Zhuzu zone. Under this exploration, Anson Chen found hundreds of cultivators at the Mahayana realm, in addition to 3 Earth Immortal levels. As for whether there were any Immortal Realm experts arriving, Anson Chen did not know, because once one stepped into the Immortal Realm in the lower realm, one would be free from certain heaven and earth rules, and it would be difficult to detect traces with immortal sense alone. Without using secret methods, after collecting his immortal sense, Anson Chen saw that Li Huaizhen's injuries had improved, so he instructed, there are many cultivators of unknown origins, and I don't know which ones are the ones who injured you. How about this? You go to the edge of the Forbidden Zone again to secretly investigate, and once you find out that group of people, report back to me immediately. Li Huaizhen received the order, bowed and saluted, and then left the Great Hall. Instead, Anson Chen sat down in place and began practicing the nascent soul technique. 3 days passed. On this day, Qinger came to the palace and waited outside. Anson Chen opened his eyes and went out from the palace. Your Excellency, those 2 fairies are already waiting in the Lingyan Hall. Okay, I'm on my way. Listening to Qinger said, the other party has taken the initiative to come to the door many times. At least give a chance to see it. Lingyan Temple, Yao Hongxue and Mercy Star were drinking tea. What a poser. Waiting for so long and still not showing up. Yao Hongxue said with great dissatisfaction. Sister Hongxue, after all, we are the ones who took the initiative to beg to see him, so bear with it. Mercy Star said, I endure. Why should I endure him? Sister, do you know my true intention today? Yao Hongxue said irritably. Ha! Mercy Star had a bad premonition and persuaded. Sister Hongxue, I heard that he's not small. Let's not mess around. Yao Hongxue laughed and said, who cares what he's from? It's reasonable for me to meet him and reject him harshly because I can't look at him. He still dares to eat the 2 of us, doesn't he? Mercy then breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, it's not too much. As they were talking, Anson Chen and Qinger came together in the Lingyan Hall. When this came in, both sides looked at each other, wide-eyed. It's you? The 2 women were a little confused. What a familiar face. I'd recognize it in ashes. Wasn't this the same one who had robbed the Mercy Star Spirit Stone and spied on the 2 of her sisters bathing? Anson Chen was also a bit surprised and regretted not using his immortal sense to check out the 2 women first. You 2 are the Dao couples that the 2 clans introduced to me? Chen Anqing opened his mouth. Yes. What do you want? Yao Hongxue huffed. Not good. Ugly reject. Slow down. Chen Anqing left behind a sentence and his figure disappeared from the Lingyan Hall. What the hell? Yao Hongxue's entire body was dumbfounded. Over the past half year, she had made several visits to the door to seek an audience, just to ruthlessly reject this bastard. And for this reason she had prepared many sayings to hit Anson Chen, which no. The other party is even more ruthless. Simply do not give themselves the opportunity to speak. Directly put down a ugly refused and left in style. So angry. Yao Hongxue's chest was about to explode with anger. Compared to Yao Hongxue, Mercy Star had more grievances in her heart. Half a year of anticipation, carefully dressed, in exchange for an ugly refusal. Please both of you. Qinger made a gesture of invitation. The 2 women were so ashamed and angry. How could they still have the face to continue to stay here? Wait for me. Today's humiliation will be returned 100-fold in the future. On the surface, he pretended that nothing had happened. But in his heart, he cursed and left. Why hasn't Li Huaizhen come back yet? 3 days had already passed, and Li Huaizhen had yet to return to resume his orders. Chen Anqing was about to use his immortal sense to check around, but then he realized that a guest had come to the door to pay a visit. Sensing the arrival's aura, Anson Chen raised an eyebrow. One of them he recognized. It was the Earth Immortal ancestor of the Yaoyue sect. As for the other, it was a young-faced character, and even Chen Anqing was unable to truly sense the other's realm. Upon hearing that Dao brother has left the gate, I have come to pay a visit. The 2 stopped outside the mountain gate and waited for Anson Chen to announce his presence. While waiting, the young cultivator was transmitting to the old man. Senior brother Hongji, in this poor mountainous region of Zhuzu, is there really an immortal realm coming to build a clan? You wouldn't have been tricked by an illusion. The old man's real name was Gu Hongji, and only this one, whose status was higher than his, dared to call him by his real name. Ge Hongji transmits voiceover. Eldest senior brother. Although my cultivation is not good, but not so bad as to be fooled by the trick, I sense truly, that person is indeed the immortal realm. As for the immortal a few realms, I don't have the ability to probe into. The young man nodded silently. In that case, I'd like to meet him. Go Hongji was shocked at the bottom of his heart. and even said, "Is eldest senior brother not trying to find trouble with him?" The young man laughed. "He hasn't messed with me, so why would I bother with him? What I mean is to see if this person is worth befriending and if he has the qualifications to enter the Immortal Ascension Alliance." "I see. I was overthinking it." Ge Hongji then understood. Chen Anqing deliberately delayed for a moment, making the other party wait for a while before slowly sending his voice out. "Since Brother Dao is here, come in and have some tea." Only after receiving the promise did the two of them seek the direction from which Anson Chen's voice had come from and flew off. "Ha ha ha, I have heard that Dao brother has left the gate, so I have come to pay a congratulatory visit. I hope that Dao brother will not be offended." Ge Hongji smiled brightly and took the lead. "Please sit." Without any unnecessary words, Anson Chen gestured for the two to sit down. Ge Hongji has a kind of hot-faced to coldest feeling, slightly embarrassed, but this has even more confirmed his strength of Chen Anqing's prejudgment. "Hi people. It is always impossible to you, a low-ranking cultivator nodding in waste. Everything is in the context of reason. Dao brother. This is my eldest senior brother Meng Bufan." Ge Hongji took the initiative to introduce after taking his seat. Chen Anqing nodded his head as a greeting and introduced himself in passing. "Chen Anqing, welcome to the presence of Dao brother. Do the two of you have anything else to do besides coming over for tea?" Ge Hongji said, No. Just came over to meet with Dao brother and have tea and gossip." "Oh." Chen Anqing sipped a mouthful of tea to himself and said, "When I was in seclusion, the cultivator from out of town injured my clan's patriarch. Do you know which cowardly brat did it?" Hearing this, Ge Hongji didn't know how to reply, and that Meng Bufan heart is a slight sense of alienation from this person's speech and behavior. Not like the generation of the Taoist ascension to immortality, however. He had just released his immortal awareness to investigate, but he could not detect his realm, and it was by no means due to any illusion. "This matter, I have heard about it. Due to the Forbidden Zone mutation, recently my Juzu Zone is mixed up with fish and dragons, and I am not good at stepping forward to inquire indiscriminately, so I am not clear about who did this." Ge Hongji pondered for a while before giving an explanation. "I'll just casually ask. There's no need for Dao brother to be nervous." Chen Anqing smiled. Where? Not nervous, they are all acquaintances. "What am I nervous about?" Ge Hongji said repeatedly. Meng Bufan looked in his eyes, and in his heart, he straightly said, "This senior brother of his own is good at everything, but his nature is too cowardly, and it is easy to let people give him a bad name." Thinking of this, Meng Bufan had the intention to test Chen Anqing a bit, so he proposed, "Taoist brother Chen, I've recently been practicing a set of ancient sword techniques, but unexpectedly I've encountered a bottleneck and have never been able to break through. I wonder if Taoist brother Chen can give me some guidance." Chen Anqing put down the tea bowl in his hand and said lightly, "If Taoist brother wants to spar with me, just say it straight out. No need to bend around. I, Chen Anqing, don't like people who go around and around." Meng Bufan's face showed joy as he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Taoist Chen is indeed a refreshing person. Then I'll ask brother Taoist Chen to give me some advice." Chen Anqing also wanted to try to see how strong he was compared to the Immortal Realm cultivators in the lower realms. If it was in the Immortal Realm, the so-called sparring between Anson Chen and Meng Bufan would be equivalent to an ordinary person fighting, but this was the cultivation world, and for him to compete with Meng Bufan would be a duel between two powerhouses standing between the peaks of the world, and how terrifyingly destructive it would be. "Brother Taoist Chen, let's change places and set up formations before we fight, so as not to ruin your palace," Meng Bufan proposed. Chen Anqing smiled faintly and said, "Brother Meng Dao is overly concerned, although the quality of my palace is average. But with just this amount of power from you and me wanting to destroy it is nothing but a fool's errand." This palace, Anson Chen, was immortal talismanized. If it was in the immortal world, it could only be transformed into a hut. However, in the lower realm, the rules of heaven and earth were countless times weaker, and the palace that the immortal symbol transformed into naturally became a top-tier immortal palace. How could a top-tier immortal palace be destroyed by two immortal realm cultivators? Upon hearing this, Meng Bufan and Ge Hongji were secretly shocked in their hearts that he could possess an immortal palace of this grade, so he thought that his background was also extraordinary. Immediately, Meng Bufan smiled brightly and said, "It's my eyes that are clumsy. By the way, brother Taoist Chen, how do you want to compete? Is it point to point, or is it an all-out fight?" Chen Anqing had thought long ago in his heart that he was empty of the immortal four realm, but he had not practiced any killing divine techniques. "It would be easy to show your hand if you were to fight with all your might." Thus, Chen Anqing said, "You and I met for the first time. So as not to hurt the peace, I think it's better to have a palm to palm, just to separate the high and the low. What does brother Meng Dao think?" Before Meng Bufan could reply, Ge Hongji said evenly, "Brother Chen Dao is right in his words. You two immortal realm powerhouses are moving in a real way. I'm afraid that this tiny earth immortal would not even dare to get close. It's a great spoiler." Meng Bufan also felt that the two men had a point. Good. Then let's have a palm to split the difference. Taoist brother Chen. I'm a more serious person, and I will definitely not leave any residual strength, so I hope you'll go all out as well. Anson Chan made a gesture of invitation and said with a serious expression, "That's natural, please." Immediately, the three of them took to the air and landed in the clan's martial arts performance hall. Both sides stood opposite each other, their bodies' immortal energy already in a boiling state. In a flash, the entire hall was bursting with immortal radiance, a powerful aura that caused some of the laws of heaven and earth to begin to be disorganized. Ge Hongji of the Earth Immortal Realm, being in this great hall of disordered laws, actually had the feeling that he was about to be crushed. The realm of immortality. It's truly marvelous. Go Hongji's face flushed red as he couldn't help but marvel. Brother Daoist Chen, I'm going to make a move. Come on. Chen Anqing let out a low shout. But he was the first to strike a palm. That palm of his hand was already covered by a thick layer of golden light. A palm came out and space trembled chaotically. A hint of fear flashed through Meng Bufan's eyes. He hadn't expected that Anson Chen's immortal power would be so majestic, and he no longer dared to be careless in his heart. Break the air crack. Meng Bufan hissed, directly utilizing a supreme palm technique he had found in the immortal ancient Forbidden Land. This palm technique conformed to the rules of heaven and earth, hardening his palm power by a level. 2 palms with the power to destroy the sky and the earth touched each other in an instant. Layers of space rippled, centering on the place where the two palms met and spreading out towards the surroundings. Ooh! Ge Hongji felt the terror of that spatial fluctuation and hastily retreated far away and urged the pseudo-immortal power in his body to offer a protective shield. Boom! An explosive sound like a starry sky rupturing stirred in the great hall. Meng Bufan's eyes widened. The opponent's palm was as powerful as a star falling from deep space. Stomp! He tried his best, but he still failed to melt away the terrifying power and took dozens of steps backward. On the contrary, Anson Chan calmly withdrew his palm. His figure stood still. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Meng Bufan's brain was confused, and the qi and blood in his body were even more rebellious and inverted. He had already suffered internal injuries. A moment later, he turned from his palpitations and smiled bitterly as he arched his hand. Brother Daoist Chen's cultivation is at the very top of his game. I'm out of my depth, and I'm convinced of my loss. Chen Anqing put his right arm, which was about to lose consciousness, behind his back, and his heart was actually not calm because when he made his move just now, with his spiritual power that was comparable to that of a Xian immortal, he probed out Meng Bufan's realm, who had only just stepped into the Immortal 2 realm. That he himself was 2 small realms higher than him. Even so, the other party had only lost by 1 or 2% even when they used their feats. It could be seen how great the increase in his battle power was by utilizing feats. If he's in the same realm as me, I'll lose miserably. While Chen Anqing was surprised in his heart, he also deeply understood the importance of cultivation techniques. It's just a simple competition of immortal power. If it comes to martial arts, I may not be able to beat brother Meng Dao. After a little bit of contemplation, Anson Chan smiled and opened his mouth. Brother Chen is being modest. I am inferior to you in terms of immortal power cultivation, and I wouldn't dare to compare myself to brother Chen in terms of kung fu moves. Meng Bufan thought to himself. The other party even had such a solid immortal palace. How powerful their background was. How could they not have a powerful immortal skill to accompany them? Eldest senior brother, Taoist brother Chen, can the two of you not ignore me as an injured person? Hearing the feeble cry, the two turned their heads at the same time, only to realize that Ge Hongji had already been shaken to the ground by the aftershock of that immortal might just now. This is simply a fight between immortals and a disaster for the Earth Immortals. Senior brother, are you alright? My brother will heal your injuries right now. Meng Bufan walked over to help Ge Hongji up and prepared to use his immortal power to heal his injuries. Chen Anqing immediately pulled out 2 immortal crystals and sent them over with his immortal power. Daoist brother Meng, these 2 trinkets, one for each of you, will be very helpful in healing your wounds. Thank you, brother Daoist Chen. Meng Bufan only thought that Anson Chen was giving 2 pills and took them in passing. It was only when the immortal crystal fell into his hands that Meng Bufan felt something was wrong. This is immortal crystal. Meng Bufan stared at the 2 lotus-like immortal crystals in his palm and exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, he stood up and arched his hand. Brother Daoist Chen, the immortal crystals are too valuable. Mr. Meng and his senior brother, it's a shame to receive them. Chen Anqing waved his hand in a grand manner and said, immortal crystals are certainly expensive, but they are not as expensive as the friendship I have made with you two. So if you two don't accept them, aren't you looking down on me? This Meng Bufan, who was already at the Immortal 2 realm, would most likely advance to the Immortal 6 realm in the future and obtain the qualification to ascend to the Immortal realm. By befriending him at this time, wouldn't he have another friend in the Immortal world? One must know that in the Immortal world, it wasn't easy for an ordinary person to befriend an ascended person. Meng Bufan saw Chen Anqing is so good, also no longer do squirming attitude, brightly laughed. Thank you for brother Chen think highly of. In the future the three of us is a close friend. Brother Chen has something, that is, my brothers and sisters have something, that is, my master's family has something. Right, right, right. Ge Hongji also nodded his head repeatedly. It is the honor of 3 lifetimes for me, my brothers and sisters, to be acquainted with brother Taoist Chen. Cough cough cough. Afterward, Meng Bufan began to heal himself and Gu Hongji. During the process, Chen Anqing noticed that Meng Bufan preferred to use up his immortal energy and prolong the healing time rather than consume all of the immortal crystals. Using up only half a grain, there was no way that he could not use it, as it was also a rare and extremely valuable cultivation material for cultivators at the lower levels of the immortal realm. After the two of them recovered, Meng Bufan stood up and said, Dao brother Chen, it's not polite to come but not to go. I have a volume of the shocking wave sword technique here, which I obtained by chance in the forbidden zone, and I'm gifting it to Dao brother. So I hope that Dao brother won't mind. A volume of ancient immortal sword technique obtained from the forbidden zone. Its value would never be lower than 2 immortal crystals. Moreover, Chen Anqing was originally an immaculate sword body, which was the most suitable for cultivating the sword Dao immortal technique. Brother Meng Dao is polite. Chen Anqing peacefully collected the sword skill and somewhat impatiently wanted to cultivate. Your Excellency, I have found that group of people. Please show me what to do. Li Huaixin's voice was transmitted over. Li Huaixin had been waiting outside the hall for a long time, sensing that the Hall of Performing Arts had calmed down before he dared to speak. Good. I'd like to see what kind of goods dare to touch the people under my seat. Only half a year after establishing the sect leader was beaten up. If this revenge is not avenged fiercely, how can he still mix in the lower realms in the future? Meng Bufan and the two of them, seeing that Chen Anqing looked like he wanted to eat people, had the intention to take their leave. After all, the cultivators who came to the Zhusu state these days didn't have simple backgrounds, not to stir up right and wrong, and to be less involved in karma. This was the truth that Meng Bufan had realized along the way as he grew up. Dao brother Meng, Dao brother Ge. This group of bandits are spreading their wildness in myriad state's territory, and since the Yaoyue sect is the leader, I'd like to trouble Dao brother Ge to come with me and help my sect to do justice. Before the two could bolt, Anson Chan snapped. Meng and Ge looked at each other, both seeing deep helplessness in the other's eyes. This side has just sworn that if there is something wrong with Anson Chen, there is something wrong with them. Can you swallow your words after they've been spoken to? Taoist brother Chen, how dare we talk about presiding over justice in front of you? Those dirty thieves. Taoist brother Chen can solve it with one finger. I think it's better for the two of us not to go and cause you any trouble, right? Meng Bufan was too embarrassed to refuse directly, hence this statement. AI. You don't know, brother Meng Dao. I'm the most disciplined person. Yaoyu sect has been holding the bull's ear of Zhuzhou for tens of thousands of years. How can I clamor to take over the master? That would be too much of a shame. Chen Anqing purposely made a stern face and said, Air. Ge Hongji froze and didn't know how to answer. Let's go. Chen Anqing did not say any more and took Li Huaixin and flew away in the air, and Meng and Ge had a helpless look on their faces and could only follow and fly away. Northwest of Juju, a Wolfsbane sect boundary. At this moment, there were 2 men and a woman who were absorbing spiritual chi from the Wolfsbane sect's spiritual vein. One of the men with a waxy face held a white jade vase in his hand, and in just a few hours, he had nearly sucked this top-grade spirit vein dry, and the Wolfsbane sect dared to be angry. And everyone from the patriarch to the elders went into hiding. There was no other reason. The Wolfsbane sect couldn't afford to mess with this group. Your Highness the Holy Sun, if we do this, will we break the rules and cause trouble? The woman was a little worried. Elder sister, you're overthinking it. This small Zhusu state, there's still someone who dares to turn over the sky? Besides, it's not like this spirit vein was planted by anyone. Those who can get what they don't own. Another man laughed. Jin Feng, I see that within this small sect, there are a few women with good posture. Tonight I will stay here. You ask them to pick a few and send them over to serve the bed. The waxen-faced man at the head spoke softly, as if this Wolfsbane faction was his family. Your Highness, Lord Mother has commanded that you are not allowed to get close to women anymore. The man sniffed, a little embarrassed. If you don't tell me, how will my mother know? But your color has been a bit poor lately. Don't talk too much. I have a rare trip out. If I don't try all the Zhuzu fairies, won't it be a wasted trip? The other man expressed his speechlessness, secretly saying, Gongzi, your face has turned wax-colored. Still playing? In case you die on a woman's belly one day, how can I deliver? So the man passed a wink to the woman beside him, and the woman even said, Your Highness, our main purpose of coming over this time is to explore the newly appeared Forbidden Land, so why don't we put the other things aside beforehand, so as to avoid the Forbidden Land from being preempted by other forces? The man with the waxen face said unhappily, The Forbidden Land is there. No one can move it. Going in later may not be without benefit. Stop talking. Yes, Your Highness. The 2 men were helpless and responded respectfully. My lord, it's them. Chen Anqing, a few people. had already flown over the Wolfsbane sect, 3 Mahayana stages. No wonder you can't beat them. Anson Chan could tell the cultivation level of the three at a glance. 2 of them were early Mahayana and 1 was mid Mahayana. There were 4 people who surrounded me that day. And the other old man didn't know where he went. Li Huaizhen said, let's get these 3 done first. Chen Anqing said while looking at Go Hongji next to him. Brother Godao, I'm counting on you to do justice in this matter. Go Hongji really wanted to roll his eyes at Chen Anqing, but he couldn't pull that old face. So he asked, Brother Chen Dao, how do you wish to handle this matter? Chen Anqing said, assaulting our sect master is, by definition, a capital offense. However, if the other party is willing to admit their mistake and pay a huge amount of compensation, it is possible to consider only chopping off their meridians and abolishing their cultivation. Ge Hongji responded, in that case, things will get big. Is Brother Chen Dao sure? Chen Anqing said indifferently, Brother Good Dao has a point, so I might as well just obliterate it. Jiranzi, Mang Bufan, who was on the side, secretly said, this guy's style doesn't look like an immortal realm cultivator at all. Generally speaking, when one reached the level of the immortal realm in the cultivation world, one would rarely go out and kill someone unless there was a great deal at stake. Killing for favors or righteousness is easily tainted with karma, and few immortal realm cultivators would do so. Meng Bufan was right to think so. After all, in the cultivation world, everyone had ascension as the ultimate goal, and the more right and wrong they incurred, the easier it would be for accidents to occur. Anson Chan had no such concerns because he was originally from the immortal realm. There was a little silence before Go Hongji said, it's better for me to go and talk about it. The other party has a pure bloodline and excellent spiritual roots, so I don't think the background is bad. If we kill it, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. With that, Go Hongji landed in front of the 3 with a flash. The moment they saw Go Hongji, the 3 of them were only briefly surprised and immediately returned to normal. This tiny sect has an earthy mortal powerhouse? The man among them sized up Go Hongji and was not intimidated by his earthy mortal realm. 3 of you. The old immortal has something to theorize with the 3 of you. Go Hongji said indifferently. Theory? Isn't it just taking a spirit vein? Why do you need to come out and terrorize my saint son as an earth immortal? The man said unhappily. This senior, you small sect, using a mere spirit vein to befriend my family's saint son is a blessing for your mountain sect. You should understand this reasoning. That woman faced Go Hongji. Her attitude Jing was still condescending. Ge Hongji frowned. I'm not here to discuss any spirit veins with you guys. You guys injured the true immortal sect patriarch the other day, and now the other party is looking for you guys to make a claim. To remind you guys, the true immortal sect's one isn't as easy to talk to as old immortal. You guys wait and take it easy. Hearing this, the waxen-faced man had a gloomy face. These days we've struck out to teach more than a few straw men a lesson. Who do you represent and what kind of argument do you want? Listening to the tone of these 3 people, it is really a little bit of not putting people in their eyes, and I think that they are also used to running amok in their normal life. Before Go Hongji could speak, the other man said, whoever wants to ask for an explanation, let whoever wants to come do it, and you're the worse for an old horse. Who are you trying to scare? Unbridled. Forgive Go Hongji good temper, but also cannot help being insulted like this. Immediately angry. I spoke kindly, wanting to find a way out for you, but you are so rude. Old thing. You're just a mere earth immortal and you dare to threaten my family's saint son? If you get angry, I'll destroy you and get lost. The man next to him grew more and more arrogant. Unbridled dog. Ge Hongji couldn't help it, and slapped the bar. Dang. This palm, however, struck a ruddy-colored air shield, making a sound of gold and stone clanging together. Defense immortal weapon. Ge Hongji's palm was bounced back and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. In that case, it seemed that these few people were really not small in origin, and they actually carried defensive immortal weapons. Up above, Anson Chan naturally saw the scene. Immortal weapon grade is good, much better than the scythe I bought. Then, Chen Anqing flexed his fingers and a strand of terrifying immortal power shot downwards. Boo! That guardian air shield shattered in response, and light rushed into the sky. Your Highness, it's not good. There's an immortal realm powerhouse. The man and woman beside him panicked. By the time he reacted, a golden palm print was already falling from the sky. Elder, there is something to be said. Boo! The man wanted to beg for mercy, but before he could finish his sentence, he had already been slapped into a bloody mist. Seeing his 2 guards being killed with a single slap, the waxen-faced man shivered in fear. Next moment, Anson Chan's figure landed in front of him. Immortal power, blocking 100 feet in a radius. The waxen man didn't even have the ability to move, let alone escape. Senior, misunderstanding. My name is Su Tianqi. I am the holy son of the Su family of the Heavenly Flame Domain. I still hope that senior. Snap. Anson Chan slapped him across the face. This seat invited Brother Godao to come and speak about this, with the original intention of giving you a way out. but you don't cherish it yourself. Chen Anqing's face was expressionless, and his killing intent was cold. I am known to be wrong. I still hope that Senior will give a chance. If Senior is willing to spare my life, I will be generous, Su Tianqi cried out. Kneeling directly in front of Chen Anqing, it wasn't that Su Tianqi was cowardly. It was really that Chen Anqing's immortal might had forced him to emotionally break down already. Hand over all the items in your mustard pouch, Chen Anqing said indifferently upon hearing this. Su Tianqi's heart rejoiced. As long as this guy wants money and not life, everything is fine, and it would not be too late to find an expert to clean him up when he returned to the clan. Thinking about this, Su Tianqi hurriedly released all the items in his 10 mustard pouches. Treasures of various colors, spirit pills, weapons, and spirit stones were piled up into a small mountain. Most of these things, most of them were useless to Anson Chen, but the sect would have to train disciples in the future, so they couldn't just give everyone immortal crystals to use, which happened to be used as the true immortal sect's first bucket of gold. With a thought, Anson Chen put all the items into his storage bag. The space of the storage bag, at least 1,000,000 cubic meters, was far from being comparable to a mustard seed bag. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life, and when I return, I have a generous gift to give. Su Tianqi was afraid that the other party would be unforgiving, and hastened to promise benefits again. Spare? Did I say spare? The corner of Anson Chen's mouth hooked into a cold smile. At this moment, Chen Anqing's heart was very happy, just as Li Zhengyang had taught him before. Just do whatever you want in the lower realm. Senior, you can't be like this. And even if I die, you have to let me die to understand. In the end, what happened? Senior? Su Tianqi cried. Chen Anqing didn't bother to reply. Li Huaizhen took a few steps forward and said coldly, Nobleman forgets many things. Do you remember the other day? You guys surrounded and killed me? When Su Tianqi saw Li Huaizhen, who was covered in demonic aura, he realized what was going on. It turned out that this immortal realm expert was the backer of this stinking blind man. Brother, I am here to make amends for the previous incident, and I hope you will forgive me. I'm sorry, but I am a demon practitioner. As the words fell, Li Huaizhen held the scythe and the blade quickly wiped past Su Tianqi's neck. Su Tianqi's eyes widened as blood filled his throat and he fell to the ground dead immediately. Li Huaizhen turned around and bowed to Chen Anqing. Your Excellency, if this person doesn't die, he will surely seek revenge, so I have the audacity to kill him. Please punish him. Chen Anqing laughed and said, people who cultivate demonic powers do things with character indeed. When a great man does something, he must never drag his feet. Well done. The other party's power. Anson Chan was not too scrupulous. Even if his Su family had a bunch of immortal realms, he could run back to the immortal realm himself, buy a bunch of killing immortal talismans, and clean up all of them. Fear not is not fear. The concept of cutting off the roots must still be maintained. Ge Hongji and the two of them looked at the corpses on the ground, but they were a bit worried. Brother Daoist Chen, it is indeed right to behead him to avoid his retaliation, but his family will definitely come looking for the truth. This matter, I'm afraid that it can be hidden for a while, but not for a lifetime, Ge Hongji said with a sigh. So what's the harm? It's their luck if they can't find out. If they find out that I did it, his family's fate will come to an end. Chen Anqing said indifferently. Hearing these words, Meng Bufan had another strange feeling in his heart, and secretly said, this person is a ruthless person. His character is rampant, likes to provoke right and wrong, and will eventually cause great trouble. Inviting him to join the Immortal Ascension Alliance is by no means a good thing. It's better not to mention it. A little later, Anson Chen struck out a palm, extinguishing Su Tianqi's corpse into nothingness. A dark green finger ring hovered where his original body had been. This is that defense immortal artifact. Brother Daoist Meng, you can take this immortal artifact. Chen Anqing opened his mouth and said. Meng Bufan had a jolt, thinking that if he took this thing, he would surely be in trouble in the future. So he said, this thing is the trophy of Brother Chen Dao. How would Mr. Meng dare to take it into his pocket? Chen Anqing smiled and looked at Ge Hongji again. Brother Ge Dao, in 2 or 3 years you will be crossing the Immortal Ascension Heavenly Tribulation, right? This defensive immortal artifact is most suitable for you. Take it. Ge Hongji waved his hands repeatedly. How dare I? I am not worthy of this item as I am only at the Earth Immortal Realm. Only Brother Daoist Chen can manage it. Really? Don't. Chen Anqing beckoned, fetching the finger ring and peacefully putting it into his storage bag. With this matter out of the way, Dao Lord Meng, Dao Lord Gu, why don't you follow me to explore the Forbidden Zone? Chen Anqing proposed. This forbidden area has a demonic aura, and even if there are treasures in it, they were left by demonic cultivators, and are not suitable for my senior brothers and sisters. So it's better for us not to go, Meng Bufan said. Alright then, Chen Anqing nodded his head, then said, if you two are free in the future, you can come to the True Immortal sect often to drink tea. Definitely. Let's leave it for today and catch up some other time. Meng and Go arched their hands at Chen Anqing and flew away on their own after the two left. Chen Anqing muttered. Immortal realm cultivators of the lower realms are indeed cautious enough to remain unmoved in the face of a defensive immortal weapon. Awesome. Awesome, my lord. There is an old man with this man. It's best to get rid of him as well. Li Huaizhen spoke out to remind. Chen Anqing nodded and said. Indeed. We need to get rid of it. Otherwise when the other party comes looking for trouble when I am in seclusion, you won't be able to cope well. You go and investigate now. And when you do, you will directly use your immortal weapon to sneak attack and kill him. That old man was also at the mid-Mahayana realm. And in a single fight, Li Huaizhen didn't have full certainty of decapitating the other party even if he used his immortal weapon, but if it is a sneak attack, the situation is different. Aside down. Karma his head like drinking water. Honor the Duke's order. After Li Huaizhen received the order, he took off in the air. Anson Shan then returned to the middle of the palace. He came to the practicing hall and took out the volume of surprising wave sword technique that Meng Bufan had given him. It doesn't seem too hard. Chen Anqing used his powerful spiritual force to scan through it. This sword skill had a total of 9 weights and 18 styles, and after practicing it, he could use the sword to mobilize some of the rule power, thus making the battle power increase. Brilliant heavenly might. Imperial sword by sword. Good. This first sword, Imperial sword style, sounds good by its name. Chen Anqing sat down and closed his eyes. His consciousness transformed into a spiritual individual in the sea of consciousness and began to rehearse the sword technique. An hour later, Anson Shen had finished comprehending all of the 9 heavy sword skills and had blended them together. This sword technique is too simple. I wonder how powerful it is. In reality, it wasn't that this sword skill was simple, but because he was an unsullied sword body, the immaculate sword body, which had an extremely high affinity for the sword Dao, cultivated the sword Dao with half the effort. And it wasn't difficult to create sword techniques even without a teacher. Of course, practicing is one thing, applying it in real life is another. As for how much power this sword skill could exert, Anson Shan would have to find a chance to verify it. A little later, Anson Shan didn't leave, but instead sat on the ground, cultivating the nascent soul technique. This nascent soul skill, which was the root of cultivation in the immortal realm, was not too difficult to practice, but it required running the blood chi for years and years to increase the rate of integration of immortal spiritual chi. 2 days later, sensing that Li Huaizhen had returned, Chen Anqing awoke from his meditation and summoned Li Huaizhen. Your Excellency, that old man has been killed by me. Li Huaizhen resumed his order. Good. Anson Chan nodded lightly. Did it go well? Did it leave any traces? It went well, Li Huaizhen said. I cut off his head with just one slash, and he didn't have time to send a message out. Chen Anqing nodded slightly and said, that's good. By the way, the True Demon Heart Sutra I gave you, how is your cultivation going? Have you touched the threshold of the first level? Upon hearing this, Li Huaizhen smiled bitterly and said, I'm a humble person. I've been practicing for half a year and have only gained a slight understanding, and have yet to reach the introductory realm. Anson Shen said, this is not your fault. This technique is a miraculous feat that takes away the creation of heaven and earth, and the difficulty is extraordinary. If you can be initiated within 30 years, you will have hope for ascension. Hearing this, Li Huaizhen was very surprised. Just the first level of initiation could reach the point of ascension? This gongfu, it's too strong. Thank you for cultivating me. Your Excellency, I will do my best to cultivate. Li Huaizhen said excitedly. Chen Ansheng, however, laughed and said, cultivation of this kind of thing, determination and perseverance is not enough. Less chance. No matter how hard you work you will not reach the peak. Li Huaizhen solemnly nodded his head and said, what your Excellency said is very true, so I'm prepared to go to that forbidden area to explore it again, and maybe I can get a few chances. Anson Chan said, that's what I mean. Come along with me. Yes, my lord. A little later, Chen Anqing first allowed that defensive immortal weapon to recognize its owner, and then checked the remaining 2 immortal talismans. One was a recluse talisman used to escape, and the other was a killing talisman. This was, after all, Anson Chan's first time entering a restricted area, so it never hurts to be cautious. Outside the penalty area, Chen Anqing and Li Huaizhen landed in front of that piece of gray fog. Compared to half a year ago, the gray fog area had expanded outward 100 times, enveloping an area hundreds of kilometers in circumference. A number of these towns and villages were overwhelmed by the gray mist. Because of this, those cultivators from outside the area heard about it and came here, wanting to get some benefits from the forbidden zone. Get in. With a greeting, Anson Shen took the lead and flew towards the gray mist region. My lord, when I came in the other day, there wasn't this much fog in miasma, and my spiritual sense could barely disperse. I can't imagine that only a few days have passed and the gray mist inside is this thick. As soon as he came in, Li Huaizhen said with some surprise, not to mention your spiritual sense, even my immortal sense has been cut off. and can only detect things within a range of 10 feet. Chen Anqing said. Li Huaizhen was even more shocked in his heart. Even the immortal sense of the Duke could block it. It seems that this forbidden area is really not simple. Come on, let's go to that cave. Aha! The two continued on their way to it. Didn't take long for a festering cultivator to pounce out of the gray mist. Help me! Help me! He fell to the ground, his palm of blood and bone attached to rotten flesh. Reaching out to Anson Chan frowned and asked, "What hurt you?" "I don't know. Help me! Help me!" The man cried out in great agony. "Huaizhen, kill him!" Chen Anqing did not want to send any kindness, and this person had already been completely corrupted by the demonic qi. Even if he wanted to save it, he could not save it, so it would be better to send him on his way earlier to avoid the pain. "Ah, beast, I'll fight you." The man sniffed, and his entire body became hostile, violently pouncing on Anson Chen. Wanting to bite him, swish, Li Huaizhen struck, and with a flash of the blade, the man's head crashed to the ground, but his body did not fall and continued to charge forward. Li Huaizhen backhanded another slash, splitting the headless body in half. The black pus and blood splattered all over Li Huaizhen's body. Bared. When the black blood touched Li Huaizhen's skin, wisps of black smoke immediately emerged. Li Huaizhen was afraid that he would be poisoned and wanted to use his spiritual power to get rid of the poisonous blood, which is to say, just as he had transported his energy, the black blood soaked into his flesh and blood, leaving no trace of the original black blood-stained area. Ha! Seeing the situation, Anson Chan was curious and said, "His blood was absorbed by you?" Li Huaizhen's mind moved, felt something, and said, "It's still true. His blood is like pure spiritual energy that is melting away in my body." Anson Chan said, "There is such a good thing? Try absorbing his blood on your own accord." Li Huaizhen immediately spread out his palms and used his spiritual power to roll up the black blood on the ground. And as expected, those black blood were once again completely absorbed by him. Li Huaizhen said happily, "My lord, this black blood is extremely effective. I don't even need to connect and transform it. It's actively integrated into my limbs and bones. The effect is even better than Reiki." Anson Chen didn't understand the mystery either, and only guessed, "Now that you have a demonic body and have practiced supreme demonic kung fu, perhaps devouring is the best way for you to cultivate. The devil's way is to take away the creation of heaven and earth and take shortcuts. If you cultivate in one way, how can you still call yourself a devil's way cultivator?" Aha! Li Huaizhen nodded heavily. In this way, he didn't even need to meditate and cultivate. He only needed to devour and absorb the blood that contained demonic qi to raise his realm, which was simple and quick. The two continued through the gray mist. After about half an hour, Li Huaizhen found a total of more than 100 cultivators corrupted by the demonic qi. Some had already been dead for a long time, and some were still in a state of dying breath. As long as he could, Li Huaizhen didn't spare any of them and absorbed all of their blood. "My lord, I've broken through the realm and officially stepped into the Mahayana stage." "Very well." Anson Chen nodded his head in satisfaction, then said, "As long as this forbidden area exists, there will definitely be a constant stream of cultivators breaking into it, so you only need to come and absorb it once in a while. Now, let's go to that cave and take a look." "As you wish." Walking through the gray mist, Anson Chen actually found it quite exciting. After all, he had never explored beyond the mines before. Soon, the two arrived in front of the cave that Li Huaizhen had previously visited. The entrance to the cave was covered by a thick black fog, and the monstrous demonic aura surged, making people shudder. It was Anson Chan who felt a little uncomfortable. "You go over there and try." Chen Anqing himself didn't dare to touch the black mist, so he commanded Li Huaizhen to go. Li Huaizhen naturally took the order and flew to the edge of the black fog, reaching out to probe first. Hiss! Li Huaizhen felt a sharp pain and hastily retracted his palm. Too bad it's a little slow. Li Huaizhen's palm, which had been corroded by the black mist, had turned into a blood and bone claw. Anson Chan couldn't help but shrink his neck and muttered, "So fierce?" The more this happened, the more curious Anson Chan became in his heart. What exactly was hidden in this cave? "How do you feel?" Anson Chan looked at Li Huaizhen. Li Huaizhen was calm as usual and said, "Your Excellency, although this poisonous fury corroded the flesh and blood of my palms, it did not forcefully invade my body." Anson Chen felt pain even as he looked at it, so he took out a defective healing elixir. "Take this elixir and try it." This elixir was worth 25 immortal crystals. However, Anson Chen was not heartbroken. After all, Li Huaizhen was his loyal slave and would rely on him as a fighter in the future. If he was ruined because of this, that would be heartbreaking. Li Huaizhen sensed the elixir emitting immortal rhythm and knew that it was of great value, so he said in fear, "My lord, you have given me an immortal weapon and an immortal elixir. How could I dare to ask for your immortal elixir again?" Anson Chan said, "Cut the crap. Listen to you or me?" Li Huaizhen was even more terrified, and even said, "Since the only thing I do is to follow the orders of the prince." "That's right." Chen Anqing directly flicked the elixir over, and Li Huaizhen had to take it. At this time, Li Huaizhen was both touched and felt that he was a waste. Wasting so many good things from the gongzi, the elixir melts in your mouth. As the medicine took effect, Li Huaizhen's hand, at a speed visible to the naked eye, regrew flesh and blood. In the end, Li Huaizhen was still a mortal body now, and Anson Chen's immortal pill, which could heal even the injuries of immortals, was not surprisingly effective in the lower realms with the power to produce death and flesh. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness. Li Huaizhen hurriedly saluted. Chen Anqing nodded his head indifferently before saying, I'll use my defensive immortal artifact to protect you, so you can try again. With a thought, Chen Anqing's dark green trigger finger began to absorb immortal energy, a ruddy-colored air shield that protected him and Li Huaizhen without any hesitation. Li Huaizhen once again reached out to touch the black mist. Zzz. The black mist touched the red-colored air shield, like a red-hot iron rod put into ice water making a sound. After waiting for more than a dozen breaths of time like this, the black mist eventually failed to break through the defense shield. Very good. It's worthy of being a defensive immortal artifact, and it's extremely effective when activated with my immortal power. Anson Chan was satisfied with this. Earlier, that Su Tanchi was only at the Mahayana stage, and by using this immortal artifact, he would be able to easily defend against the attacks of an earth immortal, and perhaps even the attacks of the immortal One Realm. Now that Anson Chen had used his immortal power to catalyze it, its defensive ability would naturally skyrocket. Let's go in. Since there was no longer any danger, Anson Chen directly stepped inside, followed closely by Li Huaizhen. This place has changed too. It's actually a space of its own. Passing through the black fog, what unfolded before Anson Chen's eyes was a black earth. Li Huaizhen was incredibly surprised by this. Originally it was just a cave. How could it become a piece of earth? Look, my lord, there are so many giant birds in the sky. Surprised, Li Huaizhen's spiritual sense manifested his vision and found those huge black flying objects in the sky, and cried out with some trepidation. Anson Chan certainly noticed this. There's no blood aura. It should just be an illusion. Chen Anqing's immortal sense could unfold here, and he did not sense vitality or blood chi from those black giants. Continuing to expand his immortal senses, Anson Chen quickly searched for something unusual. He rose into the air and flew towards the center of this land, and Li Huaizhen hurriedly followed. In the center of the earth, a pool of blood bubbled. A huge black figure emerged from the pool of blood, but only half of its body was revealed, only to see that it was covered in pitch black, with a pair of huge wings unfolding behind it. Looking at its body shape similar to a human, but with a pair of horns on its head, and its face had a slight resemblance to that of a cow. So big, Li Huaizhen's spiritual sense probed the half-body that was 100 feet tall and couldn't help but marvel. My lord, what is this? A demon? Guess it's a demon? Chen Anqing looked at it for a long time. He didn't know what kind of thing it was. He only felt that it looked so bullish and domineering. It's awesome just by the looks of it. I don't know where it came from, Li Huaizhen exclaimed. This object should have crashed through the spatial barrier and come from the spatial turbulence. Chen Anqing had heard Li Zhangyang say that there had been countless great wars in the immortal realm from ancient times to the present day, and many living beings and artifacts had fallen into the spatial cracks that had been fought in the great wars, and had drifted permanently in the spatial turbulence. Some of them would crash through the low-level spatial barriers and stray into the cultivation plane. Air. Li Huaizhen couldn't quite understand, and was too embarrassed to ask more. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and look for any treasures. Yes, my lord. The two began to circle this pool of blood, carefully searching every inch of it. After circling around, there was nothing special to be found. My lord, look at the curl of its right hand, as if it were leaning on something. It's definitely holding something in its hand, most likely a weapon. The huge black monster, with its arms submerged in a pool of blood, couldn't see what it was holding without going down to explore. But how could Anson Chan dare to go down there so hastily? One must know that something that could withstand the sweep of spatial turbulence was by no means extraordinary. Just like Chen Anqing's chief master, Candle Wind, he was a great power of the immortal dignity realm. Even his body was ruined by the entirety of the spatial turbulence. It was enough to see how terrifying the spatial turbulence was, and this huge black monster in front of him not only resisted the spatial turbulence, but also had vague signs of rebirth. So it was estimated that it wouldn't be any worse than an immortal exalt when it was alive. If you don't dare to go down, then try draining the red liquid from the blood pool for him. Anson Chan was ready to attack the blood pool and make the liquid inside flow out. In the end, even if this place formed its own space, the main space was still the Cloud Dragon realm, and with Chen Anqing's immortal 4 realm, it was highly likely that his full strength would knock out cracks in the space. Back off. I'm going to do it. Say it and do it. Chen Anqing offered a hoe from his storage bag. Don't look rustic. At least it is an immortal weapon. Chen Anqing catalyzed his immortal power and raised his hoe to dig down fiercely. Boom. Space trembled, and at the edge of that blood pool, a small opening was dug out by Anson Chan. It's easy, just like mining. Chen Anqing smacked his lips. He has been a miner for more than 10 years, and he is comfortable using a hoe. Dig again. Keep digging. Dig hard. After a few hundred hoes went down, the blood pool was dug out of a gap by Anson Chen, and the red liquid inside began to flow out. The liquid level is gradually falling. Sure enough, it's a weapon. Chen Anqing could see that in the hands of the black giant monster. It was holding a broken halberd. Looking closely, on the broken halberd, there were many bizarre patterns engraved on it, like some kind of writing. I don't know what kind of race it is. It should have fallen into the spatial rift in the ancient times. As the liquid in the pool of blood gradually bottomed out, the lower half of the black gargoyle's body was revealed. It had a big, thick tail, except that its legs and tail were still bones and hadn't grown flesh and blood. Click, click. Suddenly, a subtle, like a glass-breaking sound entered Anson Chen's ears. Chen Anqing was immediately on the alert, secretly preparing the escape immortal talisman and the kill immortal talisman. Immediately after, Anson Chen saw tiny cracks appear on that huge body. The cracks gradually extended, and after a few breaths of time, black pieces fell. Rumble. Next moment, that huge body popped and collapsed. An extremely terrifying shockwave swept out with the blood pool as its center. Fortunately, Anson Chen's defensive immortal weapon was powerful enough, and that powerful shockwave only rushed out cracks in the crimson shield and did not break through the defense. The storm lasted only a moment before calming down. Chen Anqing was fine, but Li Huaizhen was shocked to the point that he spat blood from his mouth. The huge black being in front of him had annihilated, and even those blood-colored liquids had disappeared with him. Only the huge broken halberd was still stuck in the earth. My lord, this thing is really strong. The power of the body crumbling is estimated to be stronger than the Ascension Heavenly Tribulation. Li Huaizhen sighed. Terrifying indeed. Anson Chan nodded, then said, go down and see if there are any good things. Chen Anqing leaped into the middle of the huge pit in front of him. The first thing that caught his eye was a palm-sized, bright red piece of writhing flesh. Chen Anqing was shocked and hastily retreated a few steps. After a while, it seemed as if no danger was found, before Anson Chan carefully observed it. What an anticlimactic breath of life. After feeling a bit, Anson Chan marveled. This piece of flesh and blood exuded a constant stream of vitality. Anson Chan guessed that even the huge body from earlier had evolved from the growth of this piece of flesh and blood. Look, my lord, it's spitting blood and water. As expected, all the blood in this pool earlier was spat out by this piece of meat. Li Huaizhen looked at it for a while and had a sudden thought. My lord, I'll try to see if I can devour this piece of flesh and blood. Anson Chan didn't stop him and only instructed him to be careful. Li Huaizhen stretched out his finger and gently tapped the writhing piece of flesh and blood. Nothing different happens. Instead, the blood and water that stained his fingers gradually merged into his body. Hiya! Shame! Sensing this, Li Huaizhen exclaimed. His pitied. He was actually really able to absorb this blood water. The pool full of it had dissipated earlier, and he had a feeling of wrong billion. Unfortunately what? Chen Anqing said indifferently. The blood water in the pool earlier contained an extremely strong baneful poison. Even if I fell into it, I would certainly be ashes and ashes. It is simply impossible for you to use it. What your excellency means is that this freshly spat out blood and water has a weak fury. That's why it didn't hurt me? Li Huaizhen said. It should be. Anson Chan nodded then. Anson Chan also went to touch the piece of flesh and blood. It didn't work for him. He couldn't absorb the blood and water that was spit out. This might be your chance. You put it away. As for how to utilize it, you slowly feel it out. Chen Anqing said. Yes, Gongzi. Knowing that this thing was useless to the Gongzi, Li Huaizhen directly put it into his mustard pouch. Then, Chen Anqing found another golden metal plate in the huge pit, on which very tiny words were engraved, requiring immortal sense to see them clearly. Those words, Anson Chan didn't recognize, so the exact content was unknown. Lastly, there was a broken halberd. Anson Chan touched it lightly with his finger, and his body felt as if he had been attacked by lightning. The spirit of the artifact has been lost. The body of the weapon is crippled, but it still can't hide its dominance and sharpness. I'm only afraid that when this item is intact, it is something that is second only to an imperial soldier. The existence of an artifact spirit in a powerful weapon was common knowledge to Anson Chan. However, he didn't feel pity. If the spirit of this halberd was still there, he couldn't get close at all, and if he touched it, it would go up in smoke. Put it away first. Just the material used to build this divine weapon is of immeasurable value. With a thought, Anson Chan incorporated it into his storage bag, and as for what use it would be, he would slowly study it later. Afterward, Anson Chan and Li Huaizhen left this place. Outside, the gray fog that had covered the earth had quietly dissipated. All of the trees in the strip of hundreds of kilometers around had withered and were desolate. Chen Anqing counted the time. It was almost time to go back to the immortal world again. I'll go back and close my eyes later. Try not to provoke strong enemies while I'm gone. In addition, the matter of the clan accepting disciples, you should also start preparing. Remember, Only accept disciples with excellent qualifications. Chen Anqing commanded. I'm honored to comply with the Duke's order. Li Huaizhen saluted. Two fellow Taoists, please stay. Just as the two of them, Anson Chen, were about to fly away, a large group of cultivators suddenly surged in, blocking their path. What is it? Anson Chan's expression was indifferent. He. One of the old man who looked like the leader, sneered a bit and said, under the Qing Xian domain Lu family's disciple Wei Bai, I was ordered to come to explore the situation of the forbidden area. I didn't think that the two Taoist friends would be the first to get there. I'm afraid that they have already obtained the forbidden area treasures, so the forbidden area has only dissipated. Anson Chen skimmed the other party and said coldly, how about not taking it? And how about taking it? Ha ha ha. The old man Wei Bai snorted and said, is it possible that fellow Taoist doesn't understand the rules? The 7 great domains have regulations, but whenever a new forbidden area appears, only immortal ancient family or great domain immortal sect must be qualified to explore it. You and others trespassing and destroying the forbidden area. What crime should you be held guilty of? Nonsense. Why haven't I heard of this rule? Li Huaizhen roared coldly. If you haven't heard of it, that's your business. The rules are right there. Whoever dares to disrespect them will be executed by the world. What do you Dao brothers say? Yes or no? Wei Bai looked at the people beside him. The crowd said yes in succession. Threatening to arrest the two Chen Anqings for questioning, Chen Anqing indifferently swept a glance at the crowd. You have your rules, I have mine. But any cultivator who trespasses into my Zhuzu zone without permission will be killed. You. Wei Bai froze for a moment. What is this kid's origin? As if he has a lot of momentum. Kid, you don't bother to inquire about my Lu family's heritage. Little harpies, how dare you go wild? Anson Shan didn't bother to talk to him anymore and snapped his fingers. An immortal light shot out, directly poking a bloody hole in Wei Bai's shoulder. Ooh! The crowd was shocked and backed away. Wei Bai was a Mahayana stage cultivator, but he was actually injured by a single finger. What realm was the other party in? And how appalling was his strength? You! Wei Bai's face turned white and his shoulders couldn't help but tremble. Huaizhen, kill them for me. Leave no one behind. Just in time to see if you need sustenance when you get that piece of meat. Immediately, Anson Chan commanded. Yes, my lord. After Li Huaizhen respectfully saluted, he directly offered his scythe immortal weapon. Ah, immortal weapon. 2 seniors, much offense. Swish swish swish. Li Huaizhen had already been promoted to the Mahayana stage, and with an immortal weapon in his hand, his strength had long been increased by several times. He was seen transforming into a black light, weaving across the middle of dozens of cultivators, with heads falling to the ground wherever his scythe passed. In a flash, the sky was showered with a rain of blood. Chen Anqing silently turned around and flew in the direction of the sect. Along the way he wondered if he was being ruthless. It counts. Of course it counts. But Chen Anqing had little psychological burden. No matter if it was the immortal world or the lower world, having strength was the truth. Thinking back to the time when he was in the immortal world, he was wrongly accused and shouted to kill, and he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Wasn't it because of his poor strength and inferiority? Besides, today, if he wasn't an immortal realm cultivator, the other party would be able to take him for questioning if he casually fabricated some rule. Why? By strength. The other party is not strong and still pretending. They just deserve to die. Back to the true immortal sect. Seeing that he was about to return to the immortal world, Anson Chen had yet to relax this time down. So, he instructed Qinger to bring all the slave girls into the hall to serve. Time flew by, and a few hours, and just a few shivers passed. Chen Anqing was not yet satisfied to dismiss the maidservants. This kind of call to come and go, standing at the peak of life feeling, really let him covet immortal world. Inside the old house in the small courtyard, Chen Anqing opened his eyes, his heart still recalling the feeling of being served by all the maidservants just now. Dumb ass, get your ass out here. You're dead. Suddenly, a woman's chorus of voices entered Chen Anqing's ears. Anson Chan had a jolt. There was someone in the yard. He hurriedly looked outward, only to see that in that compound, Zhongli was wearing the costume of a female disciple of Qianyu Cave and was coldly looking towards the house. Damn it! How did the demoness get in here? Chen Anqing shivered in the bottom of his heart. Didn't Nangongxiu say that this small courtyard was guarded by a powerful prohibition? How did she get in? Outside the house. Zhongli really saw Chen Anqing's figure and was shocked. Several hours ago, she suddenly sensed that the aura of this dull ass, Chen Anqing, had disappeared. But then again, she could sense that the bastard was not dead. It's such a strange feeling. Thus, she, who had just successfully joined the Dry Moon Cave, quietly found this place with a trace if any sense. As for the issue of the forbidden system, it was a piece of cake for her. A female devil who had been mixing with various holy places for years. In other words, if she didn't even have the skill, she would probably have died in the Holy Land a long time ago. However, with her means, she could only quietly break through the outside barriers. and could not enter the hut in the courtyard. Except by non-violent demolition, demolition was certainly out of the question. After all, she still wanted to go here to heal slowly. So, she hides out and waits. Finally, a moment before, her consciousness resensed the living, breathing Chen dull donkey. At this moment, her heart was filled with questions. Just now, where did Chen dumbass hide? It's elder sister. What are you fussing about? Come in and chat. Chen Anqing was a little nervous in his heart. He was afraid that the female devil had already discovered his secret, and then killed and seized the treasure. But hiding was not a good thing after all, so he might as well pretend to be generous and find another excuse. Why don't you open the door? Zhongli stared coldly at Anson Chen. Chen Anqing's heart secretly rejoiced. It seems that the female devil can't enter this hut either? That's good to know. Thus, Chen Anqing opened the door greatly. Senior sister is good at this. Not only did she manage to blend into the Qianyu cave, but she was also able to break the small courtyard's prohibition. It's really powerful. Senior brother, I admire it a million times over. Zhongli glared at him and said, cut the crap. Where were you just now? Chen Anqing pretended to be at a loss and said, didn't go anywhere, just meditating and practicing nascent soul technique in this house. Of course Zhongli wouldn't believe it and said, less nonsense. If you were in this house, do you think with my cultivation I wouldn't be able to sense it? Chen Anqing was very calm and gave Zhongli a look at the fool, saying, Senior sister, thanks to you being a mixed devil path, you don't even know such a low-level technique as the hidden breath technique? What if I'm not more cautious and get killed in a sneak attack? Hidden breath skill? Zhongli raised his eyebrows. What hidden breath skill can be so powerful? The feat of concealing her breath. Of course Zhongli knew about it, and she herself knew it as well. However, she was establishing some sort of soul connection with Anson Chen, and even that could be hidden? If someone else had said this, Zhongli would not have believed it, but Chen Dullass was extraordinary. Even the complete supreme demonic technique heart technique was available. Perhaps the hidden breath technique he cultivated was this advanced, since it was passed down by my master. A mediocre gong method. Chen Anqing said in a grand manner, you memorize a section of your heart technique for me to hear. Zhongli said. Chen Anqing rolled his eyes. This is not suitable. Right. Theoretically I can call you a senior sister, but in reality you don't have any semblance of a relationship with my master. His old man's gong method, how dare I feel free to spread it out? Isn't it an act of deceiving my master and destroying my ancestors? Zhongli viciously said, do you have a choice? If I want to kill you, it's just a thought. Whether the kung fu is important or your life is important, choose for yourself. Even though Zhongli had deliberately suppressed her emotions when she spoke these threatening words and did not have any killing intent towards Chen Anqing, that mysterious will in her mind still worked, giving her the feeling that she was about to be deflated, but she has no way. Do not threaten Chen dumbass. He is not honest at all. Can only bite her teeth and pretend to be tough, Chen Anqing lamented. Alas, senior sister, can you not move to fight or kill? It's just that. I'll read it to you, but you can't always take advantage of me. You still have to take care of senior brother a bit, don't you? Zhongli half narrowed his eyes and said, want benefits? Then I promise you, as long as you teach me all the techniques you know, I'll keep you alive, and I'll destroy anyone who dares to touch you. How about that? After saying this, Zhongli felt relieved, because even if Anson Chan couldn't pay anything, she had no choice but to protect Anson Chan's life now. As long as the dumbass is willing to say yes, he'll make a big profit. Chen Anqing pretended to be silent, but in his heart, he was silently counting the female devil's sins, and later on, in his revenge notes, there will definitely be one more major crime. Okay, but I do have a condition. You say. Chen Anqing looked serious and said, you are not allowed to break into my compound in the future. Otherwise, if you are discovered by Nangong Xiao, or others, we will be easily exposed. You being at the Xian realm, even if you are exposed, you are not afraid. You can kill your way out at any time. I am not the same. At this point in my realm, people can slap me to death with a single slap. Zhongli thought that Chen dumbass would offer to exchange something for something. So this was it. Deep down, she had never wanted to see Chen Anqing in the first place. Okay, it's a deal. Zhongli agreed in one bite. Immediately after, Anson Chen recited the hidden breath technique to Zhongli. He didn't memorize and make things up, because the other party was a great master, and it was not worth it to be seen to be broken. After listening to this, Zhongli silently closed his eyes, and a virtual image of himself was condensed in his mind as he began to rehearse the gong method. Only then did Anson Chen dare to recklessly survey the female devil in front of him. Zhongli, the female devil, had a perfect fleshy body. After changing her appearance, however, compared to her own appearance, there was something missing. And Anson Chan didn't know exactly where anyway. Her original appearance was more attractive than this hot body. It would be perfect if I could get her to join my handmaidens as well. Chen Anqing cannot help but begin to imagine fantasizing about his ruthless revenge scene. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhongli opened his bright eyes. Indeed, it is a divine and marvelous technique. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration as she practiced the hidden breath technique. This hidden breath technique, it was truly marvelous. Even the soul aura could be hidden cleanly. It was not many times more superior than the hidden breath technique she had learned. You practiced? Anson Chan was slightly surprised. Or else, Zhongli said faintly, I thought it would take you at least a few hours to practice. Chen Anqing said, you don't think I'm at the same level of qualification as you, do you? No way. No way? Zhongli gave him a contemptuous look. Chen Anqing almost blushed. Yes, the female devil's qualification is not much higher than his own. The small hidden breath skill is naturally effortless to cultivate. Are there any other feats? Zhongli asked. Yes. Anson Chan nodded. Hurry up and pass me, Bell said. No way. Chen Anqing refused, saying, if I pass it all on to you, what else can I do to save my life? Zhongli gave him a blank look. I'll never kill you on my word. Chen Anqing shook his head. Senior sister, we are all in the devil's way. What kind of one-word bullshit? You fool the righteous fools to go. I won't believe it. You can understand, right? Zhongli was dumbfounded. Why did this bastard's brain suddenly become enlightened? It's just that, for the time being, if you push too hard, you are also tired. Well then, for now, I'll stay here to protect you until I've fully recovered from my injuries. But one thing, you are not allowed to make any suggestions to me that you think are reasonable. Understand? Understood. Chen Anqing was speechless in the bottom of his heart. The suggestions he had made to her in the past were all reasonable and sensible. This female devil was afraid that there was something wrong with her that made her so resistant. Forget it. Don't bother with her. Ha right. Senior sister. Why were you taken in by the Chin Ukeva? Didn't I report you and that Bradley show you on? It was only before saying goodbye that Anson Chan remembered this file. At the mention of this, Zhongli couldn't hide his eyes when he wanted to knife people. You think everyone is as stupid as you? It's useless for you to report it. That third elder donated some supplies to the clan and set everything right. You'd better be careful in the future. That third elder hates you with a passion. Zhongli smiled smugly, turned around, and left in style. Chen Anqing secretly said that it was bad luck. He had managed to worship the spirit cave to cultivate, and only on the first day of his initiation. There was one more powerful enemy. Alas, the immortal world is really not a good place to hang out. After Zhongli left, Chen Anqing did not sink into cultivation. The secluded courtyard. Anson Chan was lying under that huge sycamore tree, thinking about life. These days, going down to the lower world by yourself is a blast, but in the upper world, it's also too much of a mongrel. Could it be that I can only cower in this small courtyard forever? What's the point? And in case the Nangong Shou vow is lifted one day, he can't even stay in this tiny corner. Thinking about it, Chen Anqing concluded that the only way out was to rapidly improve his strength. At the very least, he had to reach the true immortal realm first and not be afraid of Ji Ling and that ascended one Morongyan before he could do so. It wasn't easy to reach the true immortal realm. A supreme genius like Morongyan had taken 30 years to go from the immortal 6th realm to true immortal, with Chen Anqing's own qualifications. By following the steps and honestly cultivating, it would take at least 300 years to step into the true immortal realm. I should have known that I should have karma and directly cultivated the true Demon Heart Sutra. Such a thought flashed through Anson Chan's mind. This thought only appeared for 2 breaths of time before the silhouettes of the group of slave girls flashed through his mind again. Cursing himself for being crazy. If only my qualifications could change. Anson Chan thought this in his heart. Qualifications not only determined a cultivator's cultivation speed, but also the upper limit of the realm, such as Chen Anqing. Such an immaculate sword body not meet the fate of the words hold up as a true immortal peak of the life, which still have to be cultivated for tens of thousands of years to become. That's right. Find the demoness and ask her someday. She has a lot of wild ways. She might have a way to improve her qualifications. Anson Chan thought darkly. Anson Chan, you rascal. Shameless. If you want even a shred of face left, get your ass out here. You wimp, hear me. Hurry out and kowtow to your grandpas on your knees, or else let me catch you and skin your dog. Outside the compound, there was a sudden burst of shouting and cursing. Anson Chan scurried up from under the sycamore tree, circled around the huge trunk, and looked out towards the fence, only to see that in front of them, there were a few white-clothed disciples, who were pulling out their voices, laughing and screaming playfully. Anson Chen didn't even need to think about it to know that they were sent by Ji Ling. Moreover, Ji Ling didn't come over personally. She must have known that she didn't dare to go out before she sent a group of minions to abuse and humiliate herself. To be honest, Anson Chan was indeed furious. You can't go out for sure, but can't you curse back? Chen Anqing walked over to the fence and struck a smug pose. Little brute. Fatherborn and motherless contraption. What are you screaming for? Have the guts to come in. Come and beat up your grandpa. A few people didn't expect that Anson Chen not only dared to show up, but also dared to curse back. So they were furious. Little mongrel, If you have the guts to come out, let's see if I don't beat the shit out of you. Get out! Get out! Several people yelled and screamed. Anson Shun turned around, took out a stool from the hut, and leisurely crossed his legs. Your grandpa, I won't come out. If you have the ability to bite me, just you stinking fish and shrimp, I'll crush all of you with one finger. Hearing such arrogant words from Anson Chen, it was instead the ones outside who were so angry that they gnashed their teeth, itching to peel his skin and eat his flesh, but in the end, they couldn't get in, so they had to yell and drink outside. Anson Chan didn't even listen to what the other party said, and just cursed back anyway. Gradually, Anson Chan realized that it was kinda fun. Anson Chen, you little turtle egg, you shall not die. Have the guts to come out and fight with me one-on-one, ha? Damn it, it's that brat Li Xiaoyuan. Anson Chan didn't see Li Xiaoyuan's figure, but he heard his voice. Li Xiaoyuan, you son of a bitch, what are you doing hiding behind an animal? Being a shithead? Chen Anqing yelled at the top of his voice. Behind those people, Li Xiaoyuan instantly exploded. Anson Chan, this son of a bitch, his ears are so sharp, he found himself like this. In fact, Li Xiaoyuan didn't know at first that the task he received today was to insult Anson Chen. He was a bit sullen at first. After all, worshipping in the spirit cave was for cultivation, not doing odd jobs, until he learned that he was going to come and bully Chen Anqing today. His heart immediately opened up with joy. He hadn't been beaten up by Chen Anqing the other day, and he had been reported by this kid at a critical moment, causing the third elder to teach him a hard lesson. How could Li Xiaoyuan not swallow this breath? Chen Anqing, are you really that shameless? If you are a man, be bloody and come out to fight. Li Xiaoyuan walked out from behind a few people and stared playfully at Chen Anqing. Haven't you gotten enough beatings? Beating, you little bastard. One toe is enough, Chen Anqing said indifferently. Don't pretend. You toad, how many kilograms? You don't know yourself? Be quick. Come out and fight with master for real. The loser gets out of Qianyu cave. How about it? Li Xiaoyuan said. Anson Chan's hands were itching to beat up Li Xiaoyuan, that he secretly calculated. Now that he was at the Immortal 4 realm just like him and had cultivated the ancient sword skill, there was no reason why he wasn't his opponent, but getting out is impossible to get out. You're bound to get swarmed, only way to get him kid in.so. Anson Chan walked to the edge of the fence and said, you really wanna fight? Then make them promise not to fight, and I'll fight you. A few people sniffed, and their hearts burst with joy. I thought to myself that this kid is really stupid, cursing a few words and casually provoking him to really dare to come out, just waiting for him to come out. Himself and the others swarmed around him and broke all his bones. Senior brothers, why don't we just do what this kid says? I'll fight him and you guys won't make a move. Li Xiaoyuan was of course just trying to trick Chen Anqing out. Good. A great man's word is his word. You come out. We will never interfere. One of them swore with conviction. Anson Chan said, back off, or I won't come out. Several people immediately stepped back then. Anson Chen beckoned to Li Xiaoyuan. Come over here. Let's set the rules first. Seeing that the great work was about to be accomplished, and that the boy's strength was low enough to pose no threat to him, Li Xiaoyuan walked to the edge of the fence. This time, Anson Chen triggered the jade plate of the switching prohibition, opening the prohibition to an exit. He reached out, grabbed Li Xiaoyuan's shoulders, and yanked hard and fiercely, dragging Li Xiaoyuan hard into the small courtyard, and then immediately opened the prohibition. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Li Xiaoyuan was also confused when he reacted. Li Xiaoyuan laughed wildly. You stupid ass. Do you think you won't get beaten up if you get me in here? Watch me hammer you with my iron fist. The few people who were outside also had happy faces. Today's account of the task is only to ruthlessly humiliate this kid. I did not expect to be able to beat him up. The task is outstandingly completed. The reward will certainly be generous. Anson Chen, you've punched me 132 times and slapped me 77 times. Today I'm going to double it back. Li Xiaoyuan was so excited that he had the feeling that a great revenge was about to be avenged. Remember so clearly? Anson Chan raised an eyebrow. That's for sure. This sum of life and death grudge. Laozi has written it all down in the book. Saying that, Li Xiaoyuan pulled out a zip of yellow paper, on which the crimes of Chen Anqing were densely recorded. Anson Chan was speechless. So this kid also had a revenge notebook? Unfortunately, he had miscalculated, and today was destined to make him write a whole note of vengeance in his little book. The two phases confronted each other, neither one striking first, both secretly calculating. Li Xiaoyuan knew that Chen Anqing had a very powerful shield move, and the last time he hit it with his palm, his hand almost exploded, and after the shield, this kid will instantly move 100 feet. I'll feint at him first, and when he panics, he's bound to use that defensive move. All I need to do is lock on 100 feet away and sidestep him with a flying kick, and I'll knock him boy down. Li Xiaoyuan plotted the details of the strike in his head. Anson Chan was also thinking about how he could beat down Li Xiaoyuan without taking a single hit. This kid Li Xiaoyuan knows that I have the extreme shield heavenly deity and will definitely guard the place where I transiently moved. So I can't use it first. I can only use my defensive immortal weapon first. It should be enough to withstand a strike from him, and then give him a sword to take him by surprise. Let's do it like this. After the two of them thought about their countermeasures with each other, Li Xiaoyuan took the lead. Fighter's fist. Li Xiaoyuan let out a bellowing cry and slammed his fist into Chen Anqing's head. To Li Xiaoyuan, comparing him to Anson Chan was as simple as a person who knew martial arts beating up a farmer. After all, he was from a small family and had practiced a few moves since he was a child. Chen Anqing had long since activated his immortal power, and when he saw Li Xiaoyuan's fist blasting at him, he immediately invoked his dark green finger ring to offer up a crimson defense shield. Brat! Fall for it! Seeing that Chen Anqing's body surface was covered with a layer of defensive chi shield, Li Xiaoyuan was overjoyed in his heart and threw out a flying blade with his left hand to attack Chen Anqing's defensive shield, and then, with his full concentration, he wished to lock onto the direction that Anson Chen had fled from. For his part, Chen Anqing was motionless, and the flying blade impacted on the defense shield, only causing him to suffer a slight tremor. Unharmed, condense the sword. Chen Anqing's immortal power surged and a transparent immortal sword was condensed out of thin air. Brilliant heavenly might. Lead with your sword. On top of the sword body that Chen Anqing had condensed out, there was a cold ice gas attached to it, and as the sword stabbed out, a layer of white frost condensed around it. Not good. This kid didn't instantly move. He even knows sword techniques. This old six. Really not something. Li Xiaoyuan felt that compelling cold air, and his heart was suddenly in a state of flabbergasted. In desperation, he directly used his bottom card, which was also a defensive immortal weapon. Clank. The cold sword stabbed on the defense shield offered by Li Xiaoyuan. Emitting a clanging sword sound, Anson Chan felt his palms go numb, but he did not retreat. Second stance. Extreme air break. Third style. Flying flower sword dance. Fourth style. Fifth style. Sixth style. Chen Anqing chopped out 18 sword styles in one breath. The power was extraordinary. Li Xiaoyuan's defenses were broken, and Anson Chan darted over in the process, kicking Li Xiaoyuan in the chest. Damn it! How did this bastard get such an overbearing sword technique? Lost count. Li Xiaoyuan was shocked, ready to fight with all his might. If he cannot take this kid, he will be miserable. Thus, he drained his body of immortal power and defiantly threw his strongest punch. When Anson Chen felt the fist energy coming, he subconsciously invoked the extreme shield heavenly deity. A deep yellow aura shielded Chen Anqing. Dang! When that punch hit the shield, Li Xiaoyuan's fist cracked and blood flew across the room. The next moment, Anson Chan appeared 100 feet away. Eat my sword! Chen Anqing guided his sword toward the sky and slashed forward. A sword shadow with lightning attached to it shot out, feeling the terrifying aura of thunder and lightning. Li Xiaoyuan was incomparably alarmed and could only force himself to activate his defensive immortal artifact once again. Boo! The sword shadow shattered the defense shield and impacted on Li Xiaoyuan. Li Xiaoyuan's figure flew backwards and crashed into the fence before stopping. Ha! There's also defensive armor? This old six. There are quite a few means of defense. Chen Anqing had thought that this sword went down. At least it could poke a hole in Li Xiaoyuan. Not expecting that this kid still had defensive immortal armor to wear on his body, seeing that Li Xiaoyuan had collapsed to the ground, Chen Anqing directly withdrew his sword. Killing Li Xiaoyuan is impossible. This was not in line with the rules of the Dry Moon Cave, and killing him would surely get him thrown out himself. Besides, this kid can't tell the difference between big and small kings, so it would be more relieving to keep him for a good cleanup. Anson Chen walked over, took off his shoes, and tapped his toes on Li Xiaoyuan's forehead. This seat said that a single toe can crush you. How's that? Li Xiaoyuan wanted to play dead, but he knew that he definitely couldn't fool Chen Anqing, the traitor, so he said with a bitter face, "Brother Chen, your strength is high and your swordsmanship is divine. My little brother is ashamed to be inferior to you. I concede defeat." Anson Chan slapped his foot over. Admitting defeat is the end? Li Xiaoyuan heart thumped, wailed, "Chen brother, we did not say good test it. The so-called test means point to point. You let me go. I will never dare to make you angry again." Chen Anqing anti-sun again a few feet slap. "I am what kind of person? You should be clear. Give me a good kneeling reflection. The mood is good to spare you a dog's life. The mood is not good to directly pick skin, drying into meat jerky." Li Xiaoyuan, he was so sorry now, regretting that he shouldn't be gullible and fall for this kid's trick. Outside the fence, those few white-clothed disciples were so angry that they cursed. However, this time, the one they were cursing was not Anson Chen, but the weakling Li Xiaoyuan. Waste? What a waste! Li Xiaoyuan, you dog. You can't even beat a mangy dog. You'd better die now, or else there will never be a place for you in the outer sect in the future. A few people scolded Li Xiaoyuan for a while, and then aimed their spearheads at Chen Anqing and drank in the curses. Chen Anqing grabbed Li Xiaoyuan with one hand and commanded, "You will squat at the edge of the fence for me in the future. Whoever curses me, you will curse and stink his ancestors. If you can't do it, then I will get you killed. Do you understand?" Li Xiaoyuan wanted to die. The fact that he hadn't been able to beat the other party had already infuriated these senior brothers of the outer sect, and if he scolded them again, how would he still be able to mix in Xianyu Cave in the future? But if he didn't do what Anson Chan told him to do, there was a chance that he might lose his little life. On balance, Li Xiaoyuan felt that it was better to save his life first. He limped all the way to the edge of the fence and exchanged curses with a few people outside. I have to say, Li Xiaoyuan, this broken mouth cursing is really a bit of level, as counting the opposite side of a few from mother's birth to 300 years old. Each sentence is not the same. So angry that one of the white-clothed disciples almost fainted. Chen Anqing leisurely lying under the sycamore tree, listening to both sides shouting and cursing, but also another pleasure. However, this is not a permanent solution. He was going to cultivate a mole who would specialize in prying inside the enemy. There was and is only one candidate for this mole, Li Xiaoyuan. For how to get him to behave? Of course it was torture. Torture until he willingly signed a master-servant contract with himself or with Li Xiaoyuan as a slave. It would be convenient to run an errand, pass on a message or something in the future, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Anson Chan's heart flowed freely. Of course, he knew that the fact that he was able to defeat Li Xiaoyuan today was all due to the surprising wave sword technique. That's the beauty of having power. Dusk is coming. Those few white-clothed disciples really couldn't scold Li Xiaoyuan, and each of them was so angry that their faces turned green and black, and returned in defeat, and Li Xiaoyuan, whose mouth was swollen with curses, finally managed to catch his breath. "Brother Chen, we have a friendship. Look at how hard I cursed today. Why don't you spare me this time? I won't dare to offend you again," Li Xiaoyuan cried out. If it was someone else, he could still rely on that third elder Wu Yoshue to back him up and be tough, but this guy, not only was he associated with the cave master, he was also a fucking demon cultivator. Li Xiaoyuan had learned from hearsay that Devil's Way cultivators were often extremely ruthless and cruel, and were demons who killed without blinking an eye. With all the reasons, there was no way for him not to bow down to Anson Chen. Anson Chen glanced at him lightly. "It's not impossible to want to live. It depends on whether you know what you're doing or not." Li Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up and he sighed in relief. "Brother Chen, as long as you're willing to spare me, it's fine for me to be a cow or a horse." Chen Anqing mentally eeped and said, "Your kid's enlightenment is not bad. Then I'll give you a chance to work for me as a cow and a slave in the future. Are you willing to do so?" Li Xiaoyuan froze. "Damn it. I was just saying that. Are you serious?" However, he didn't dare to disobey Anson Chen now. He just wanted to stabilize him first, so he nodded his head repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. In the future, I, Li, will be your dog. Brother Chen, if you want me to go east, I will never go west." Ru Zi is teachable. Chen Anqing carried his hands behind his back, then said, "Since you have agreed, then signing a soul contract with me is the only thing that counts." Li Xiaoyuan? Soul contract. Li Xiaoyuan understood the name alone. Signed the soul contract. He will not really become his lackey. How could Li Xiaoyuan willingly agree? His mind swirled, thinking that he would pretend that he had already signed a contract with him later, just waiting for the third elder to find him. He would be saved. So let's commit for the time being. Thus, Li Xiaoyuan respectfully said, "Please master, grant the deed. Things are going too well. Anson Chen knows that this kid is a lot of flowers. How can he agree so easily? But let's try it first, immediately." Anson Chan said, "You relax and enter the state of emptiness." Li Xiaoyuan pretended to sit on the ground, pretending that he had already emptied his spirit. Chen Anqing catalyzed the master-servant contract, and a strand of the great Tao will invaded Li Xiaoyuan's sea of consciousness. Failure. The establishment of a master-servant contract had to be done willingly by the other party, and neither coercion nor enticement would be of any use. Li Xiaoyuan, Li Xiaoyuan, it's your own sin. You can't blame me for being ruthless. Since the master-servant contract could not be established, Anson Chen had no choice but to use the puppet seal. With Chen Anqing's current mental strength, as long as Li Xiaoyuan relaxed a little, he would be enough to crush and collapse his mental strength, thus accepting him as a puppet. "Greetings, Master." Li Xiaoyuan didn't even know that the master-servant contract had failed to be established and pretended to kowtow to Anson Chen with a dull expression. Anson Chen did not poke him, and said in a commanding tone, "Very well, now, I order you to completely enter the state of letting go, or else I will definitely let you die a violent death." Li Xiaoyuan was afraid that he would leak a crack, and this time he really did as he was told, leaving only a tiny bit of his consciousness to guard against Anson Chen. Boom! Suddenly, it was like thunder exploding in Li Xiaoyuan's mind as an extremely strong spiritual will rushed straight into the depths of his soul. Ah! Li Xiaoyuan's face turned white and he screamed miserably. At the same time, His eyes were rapidly losing their sparkle and becoming mute, puppet imprints. Easily planted. Get up. Anson Chen faintly commanded. Li Xiaoyuan immediately got up. But his body was as stiff as a piece of wood. That's the bad thing about the golem seal. A person who has completely become a puppet will lose his self-consciousness. Just like a walking corpse, acting only on the orders of his master. Of course, Anson Chen's gong method, inherited from the powerful immortal Zoon-level true demon Candlewind, was different from ordinary puppetry techniques. That is, Anson Chan could attach his consciousness to this puppet shell and manipulate all of his actions including his words and behavior. I didn't expect you to be my first puppet. Chen Anqing looked at Li Xiaoyuan, who was like a wooden stake in front of him, and let out a light sigh. This kid had a lot of bad intentions, but Anson Chan didn't really hate him much. On the contrary, this kid is, in many ways, more like his other self. That's just it. It's your kid's bad fate, but you as my first puppet, give you a privilege. If one day I am strong enough to remove the puppet mark, I will return your freedom. Chen Anqing mumbled and stopped thinking about it. Immediately after that, he summoned Li Xiaoyuan into the house and began practicing manipulating him with his consciousness. About half an hour later, the big job was done. As long as it wasn't Li Xiaoyuan's closest people, under Chen Anqing's conscious manipulation, others would definitely not be able to discover the breakage. After all, Li Xiaoyuan had only joined Xianyu Cave on the first day, and even the third elder who knew him wasn't very familiar with him. After doing this, Anson Chen began to meditate and cultivate. Day 2. It was almost noon when someone arrived. Surnamed Chen's kid, why don't you come out? Listening to that old and angry voice, Chen Anqing guessed that it was most likely the third elder Wu Yoshue who had come over to ask for someone. Anson Chan was worried about how to give the puppet away, so didn't the opportunity come just in time? He walked idly with faith around the huge sycamore tree to the fence. It turns out that it was Elder Wu himself. I wonder what the elder is looking for me for with his aggressive behavior, Chen Anqing calmly said. Cut the crap. Elder Wu was much more calm when he saw Chen Anqing come out. Don't hurry up and hand over my disciple, Chen Anqing said indifferently. The elder is referring to Li Xiaoyuan. Brotherly? Wu Yuxian glared at Chen Anqing. Who else could it be but him? Kid, don't think you're safe just because you're hiding in this compound. If Lao Fu wants to touch you, the prohibitions here will never be able to protect you. Anson Chen was as calm as ever. As far as I know, this was once the former residence of the previous cave master. If you dare to demolish it, go ahead and do it. I admire you for being a man. You, Wu Yoshua, cheeks bulging. Good you a fox fake tiger bully brat. Just, hold me for the time being with your milky brat not yet dry. As long as you hand over Li Xian nephew, this matter is over. In the future, I will not be difficult with you. The corner of Chen Anqing's mouth picked up a smile and said, elder words are so easy to say. Yesterday, Li Xiaoyuan gathered a group of villains to insult me and even threatened to skin me. How can it be settled by your words? So what do you want? Wu Yoshue tried to suppress the urge to kill someone. Not good. Yesterday I suffered a great mental loss, and may even have my Taoist heart clouded, affecting my future cultivation path. Since you're fishing for someone, you should always compensate me for some tonic fees, right? Chen Anqing said. How much do you want? Wu Yoshue was not in the mood to bargain with Chen Anqing. As far as he was concerned, the kid was just making a fool of himself anyway. One day he will fall into his hands, and then I will make him understand why the flowers are so red. Anson Chan faked a little bit of reckoning. The cost of the soup and medicine, plus the subsequent convalescence fee, plus the future loss fee. 000 total compensation of 500,000 immortal crystals is almost enough. Little bastard. You're looking for death. Hearing this figure, Wu Yoshua jumped furiously in anger. 500,000 immortal crystals wasn't much of a number to him, but to a lowly miner like Anson Chen, it was absolutely astronomical. It was this lion's share of his behavior that completely angered Wu Yoshue. Elder, don't get excited. If you ask me, Li Xiaoyuan, this son of a bitch, is not your own son. No need to spend a lot of money to fish him out. Wait for me to slowly torment him for decades. I will eventually let him go. Don't worry, Anson Chan said without a hitch. Wu Yoshua really hated his teeth, and had the feeling of a giant dragon being teased by a mole cricket. But, really giving up on Li Xiaoyuan? That's a definite no. Li Xiaoyuan's father, the man who saved his life. Besides, if one's hallowed third elder couldn't even cover his benefactor's son on his own turf, wouldn't it be a disgrace and a laughingstock if it was spread out? Thinking about it. Wu Yoshue longingly exhaled a mouthful of depressed air in his chest and took out a piece of ink-colored crystal from his storage bag. This piece of ink crystal, it's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Take it and hurry up and release Li Xiaoyuan to me. Wu Yuxian at this moment looked very calm, because Wu Yoshue seems to be this piece of ink crystal, completely pronounced the death sentence of Chen Anqing. He has already made a killing heart. In the future there will be an opportunity to execute this greedy villain. Elder Wu was broad-minded, really willing to spend such a huge price for the little bastard. By the way, Is Li Xiao Yuan really related to you by blood? Chen Anqing said cheerfully. Shut up. Say half a word more, and I will crush you to death even at the risk of being expelled from the cave. Wu Yoshue was trembling with anger. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. I'll go invite Mr. Li. Feeling that crazy killing intent, Anson Shen's neck shrank and he ran inside the hut in a puff of smoke. Soon, he dragged out Li Xiao Yuan, whose face was blistered and skin heavy, and who was tied up in 5 different ways. You put the ink crystals on the edge of the fence and back away a bit, and I'll let him out. Chen Anqing was afraid that this old man would engage in a sneak attack when he opened the prohibition. He had to be more cautious. After all, the other party was a true immortal realm expert. Wu Yoshue knows that today cannot help Chen Anqing. With him too much to calculate, but instead of their own hurt, only to do afterwards. Anson Chan took out the switch forbidden jade tablet. On, off. Anson Chan opened the band for a moment and immediately closed it again. This was repeated several times to make sure that Wu Yuxian was not hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to ambush himself, before he once again opened the forbidden system and used his immortal power to suck the magic crystal over, while pushing Li Xiao Yuan out the moment the prohibition was closed once again. Chen Anqing completely relaxed. An ink crystal arrived. This was a resource that cultivators could only dream of. Seeing that Li Xiao Yuan had been released, Wu Yuxian folded back, and with a single point of his finger, he dissolved the rope that was tying him up. Anson Chan immediately used his consciousness and maneuvered Li Xiao Yuan to stand up. Anson Chen, you stinking piece of shit, you wait for me. If I don't get this revenge, I won't be surnamed Li. Li Xiao Yuan's shell was jumping around outside while breaking into a fit of rage, and actually, it was Anson Chan himself who was scolding himself, which was kinda a strange feeling. However, in order to prevent Wu Yoshue from discovering the end, he could only do so. Okay, Li Xian nephew, it's no use presenting a verbal argument, and follow me. Wu Yuxian greeted. Uncle Wu, this kid has beaten me up. You must do right by me. Don't worry, this guy is not only your enemy. Even if Miss doesn't scrape him alive in the future, I will definitely let him die without a burial place. Yes, yes, yes. Skin his dog and hang him up to dry in the sun to relieve his anger. The two men cursed and left, and the small courtyard fell silent. Chen Anqing's consciousness, on the other hand, has always been attached to Li Xiao Yuan, and because of this, what Li Xiao Yuan sees in his eyes and hears in his ears, Chen Anqing can also see and hear. It's thanks to my strong mental power. Otherwise it would be impossible to separate my consciousness at all times to manipulate him. With Anson Chan's current mental strength, it was easy to manipulate Li Xiao Yuan in a distracted manner, and it didn't affect him from doing anything else. Moreover, even if the two sides were separated by an endless distance, even the heavy spatial barrier could not stop him from manipulating. I haven't seen the real scenery of the spirit cave yet, so it's just right to borrow Li Xiao Yuan's eyes and take a good look. Chen Anqing entered the house, his consciousness following Li Xiao Yuan's footsteps, ready to experience the true elegance of the Qianyu cave. Inside the dry moon cave was a vast self-contained space. If one wanted to occupy such a spiritual cave, just having Xian level cultivation wouldn't do. There had to be a stronger force behind it. As for what forces covered Qianyu cave, Chen Anqing did not yet know. Li Xiao Yuan followed Wu Yuxian all the way, preparing to go back into the Real Mountain Gate. Along the way, various colors of immortal beasts and spirit beasts emerged endlessly, and that cloud-covered Fairylight Zone was situated with a group of palaces. That was where the Real Mountain Gate of Qianyu Cave was located. After walking across a heavenly rift immortal bridge, Li Xiao Yuan arrived in front of the outer gate palace. Along the way, Wu Yoshue didn't leave Li Xiao Yuan behind. Under Anson Chan's manipulation, Li Xiao Yuan cries and admits her mistake, and promises to serve Wu Yuxian well in the future to repay his great kindness. Wu Yoshue listened to a burst of meat numbness. Secretly, this kid seems to be a little bit wrong. It is difficult to have a dragon yang fetish? Then no longer counted him, lest and he involved in other relations. Senior brotherly, you finally returned safely. Congratulations. In front of the outer gate, a few white-clothed disciples stared at Li Xiao Yuan somewhat playfully. Li Xiao Yuan ignored the other party and immediately turned to Wu Yoshue to complain. Third elder, yesterday I went with these several senior brothers to scold Chen Anqing, but unexpectedly I was captured by him alone. A few senior brothers have hatred for me because of this and said they would teach me a lesson. So please save me. Elder, hearing this, those few disciples were instantly dumbfounded. This guapi really doesn't know the rules of Dry Moon Cave, and have the nerve to tell on me to my face. Hearing this, how could Wu Yoshue ignore it? You and a few others, if you disregard the friendship of your fellow disciples and bully the weak, don't blame me for enforcing the law strictly. Wu Yuxian coldly said, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. It's senior brother Li who's being overly concerned. A few white-clothed disciples, immediately frightened to the point of trembling liver and gallbladder. The original intention to retaliate against Li Xiao Yuan was gone. Who told this kid to have such a hard backstage? People are more angry than people. Alright, cultivation edge. You cultivate here at ease. And strive to honor the true immortal realm as soon as possible. And return to your father's hometown with your clothes on your back to give him a long face. Junior nephew will follow the teachings and will definitely do his best to cultivate and never slack off. When Li Xiu Yuan called himself little nephew, he deliberately raised his voice and threw the white-clothed disciples of "Who dares to touch me" look. Well, go ahead. Wu Yuxian waved his hand, and Li Xiu Yuan entered the mountain gate with those few white-clothed disciples. After entering the door, a few white-clothed disciples first pleased Li Xiu Yuan against his will. Then someone said, "Senior brother, cultivation edge. Yesterday we didn't fulfill the task given by Missy well. She instructed us to say that as long as you come back alive, you will immediately roll over to meet her to thank her for your sins, and take the consequences if you are late." A few white-clothed disciples were secretly happy. So what if you have an elder as your backstage, in front of Missy? It's still not as good as a dog. That would be great, Chen Anqing secretly said. Just when he was worried that there was no way to approach that evil woman, she took the initiative to find herself. No, it should be looking for Li Xiu Yuan, and it's all the same anyway. As long as you can find a way to get close to the evil girl and get a handful of information from her, the chances of being assassinated in the future will be much smaller. Senior brother Xiu Yuan, aren't you afraid? Seeing Li Xiu Yuan so calm, the white-clothed disciple was a bit upset in his heart. Afraid of what? Li Xiu Yuan made a big show of saying, "With this relationship between me and the third elder, how dare she eat me?" Hearing this, several white-clothed disciples were happy in their hearts. This kid, he has no idea how scary it is when Missy gets angry, not to mention the third elder. Even her own mother's face was not given a wait for it. You'll see what happens to you later. You'll lose your skin if you don't die. Led by a white-clothed disciple, Li Xiu Yuan carried his hands behind his back, humming a small song under his breath as he leisurely walked towards the palace where Ji Xiling was. Along the way, Chen Anqing saw a lot of beautiful scenery through Li Xiu Yuan's eyes, especially the female disciples of Qianyu Cave who occasionally floated through the air, with their fairy-like postures, were simply beautiful. It would be so comfortable if I could take a few female disciples like this as maidservants. When he thought so, Chen Anqing secretly despised himself. If he let those serious cultivators know that he was full of this kind of thing, he would definitely be very contemptuous and scornful, right? Then I thought, what does it matter? I'm not Li Huaizhen. Why not let think? And those who look like a dog, the mouth of the heart to the road of the guy, behind the scenes may be more nasty. Thinking this way, Anson Chan was really relieved. Unconsciously, Li Xiu Yuan's shell arrived in front of Ji Ziling's palace gate. The palace door was carved with dragons and phoenixes, and one could vaguely sense that there was a powerful killing prohibition guarding it. When he looked up, he saw that in the sky behind the palace gate, there was a wisp of purple chi wandering about, and that was the purest immortal aura. Reporting to the eldest miss, Li Xiu Yuan has been brought. Please send it to the eldest miss. That white-clothed disciple bowed in the direction of the palace gate. With that, the palace doors opened. Get your ass in here. Ji Ziling's voice stirred out from the door. The white-clothed disciple next to him grinned, listening to the tone of the young miss. This brat Li Xiu Yuan was completely finished today. Anson Chan took control of Li Xiu Yuan's shell and walked in without half a second's hesitation. Anyway, it wasn't himself. Even if he was destroyed by a slap, there was no harm. There was no need to be afraid. The palace door automatically closed after Li Xiu Yuan entered. An immortal force instantly locked his torso firmly in place, dragging him to a pavilion in front of him and dropping him heavily to the ground. Due to the other party's use of immortal power, coupled with the fact that there was no hiding, Anson Chen's consciousness sensed Ji Ziling's realm. What a dish! Hitting birth with such rich resources, only at the immortal 9 realm. Bah! Anson Chan secretly despised it. Ji Ziling's bottom of the barrel lousy qualifications. If she hadn't cast a good birth, she would probably have already fallen to a place like Spirit Phoenix House. Despicable as he was, he had to be convinced that casting a good birth was also a kind of chance, wasn't it? Moreover, Chen Anqing had heard people say that some heaven-defying mighty people could actively seek reincarnation when their lifespan was approaching, and were able to set a point to reincarnate. Previously, Anson Chen only thought that it was someone else bragging, but from the memories of his master, Candlewind, it was indeed true that powerful demon emperor not only smoothly reincarnated, but also stole Candlewind's Dao fetus emperor root, and even planted a fatal poison in his body that even immortal emperors couldn't do anything about, destroying his life. Thinking back now, Chen Anqing felt his scalp tingle. This is also from the side to prove that the cultivation of the road is very difficult. Even Cast the Emperor's tire can still be assassinated, let alone other cultivators. Greetings, Missy. Li Xiu Yuan got up from the ground and bowed with his hands. I heard you were arrested by Anson Chan yesterday. Ji Ziling coldly drank. Yes, Missy. Li Xiu Yuan raised his head and said, I owe this face injury to that son of a bitch. Please make a decision. Missy. Ji Ziling frowned and sensed The bastard had a few broken ribs on his body and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Miserable enough. What a head of trash. What's the use of keeping you? Waste your own meridians and get out of the cave. Ji Ziling didn't sympathize. Instead she was angry. Missy, calm down. Li Xiaoyuan calmly arched his hand and said, reporting to Missy. Yesterday's matter. I did it on purpose. I hope Miss will be open. You stupid pig. And you did it on purpose? You let that son of a bitch beat you up on purpose, didn't you? Hearing this, Ji Ziling burst into a rage. Li Xiaoyuan explained. Missy, I'm doing this to penetrate the enemy's interior and take the opportunity to steal the jade token that switches the old mansion's forbidden system. When Ji Ziling heard this, her face instantly eased up a lot. Oh, have you gotten it yet? Li Xiaoyuan respectfully said. Not yet. However, that brat Chen Anqing is already completely off guard with me, and he even ordered me to be at his disposal at all times. So I believe that in the near future, I will have the opportunity to obtain the jade tablet. Ji Ziling frowned lightly and said, nonsense. Do you really think he's a stupid donkey that's even dumber than you? Why would he believe you? Li Xiaoyuan said, reporting to the great lady. The matter is like this. Chen Anqing and I have been acquainted on the road before worshipping in our cave. This kid claimed that he was the cave master's senior uncle and flaunted his power in front of me. So I was afraid for a moment and pretended to be coy and obedient to him along the way. So from the beginning he had no defense against me. And yesterday, I suppressed my cultivation deliberately show weakness, thinking even if to pay the price of life, but also for Miss to do this thing. After that kid beat me up, he thought he was great, and only after I begged him hard did he agree to spare my life, on the condition that in the future he would only look up to him and quietly help him transport supplies. In this way, he can hide in the old mansion and rest easy. Ji Ziling pondered for a little while, then spoke. So, you really gained his trust? Li Xiaoyuan said. On the surface, he should already trust me, but in reality, I guess he will still be guarding against me. As long as I bend over backwards for a while, that guy will definitely let his guard down. At that time, I will definitely fetch the forbidden switch for Missy, and Missy will be able to do whatever she wants with that guy. After hearing this, Ji Ziling's face completely eased and said faintly, you are indeed cunning. As long as you are sincere in doing things for this young lady, when I catch Chen Anqing, I will count you as the first one to get the credit. Of course, if you dare to deceive this young lady, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. Do you understand? Ji Ziling wasn't at all worried that Li Shujian would cheat himself, and in her opinion, how could a minion who had just worshipped at the cave gate have that dog's guts to cheat himself? Besides, there was no reason for him to choose to help Anson Chan and turn to stand against himself. Li Xiaoyuan feigned great joy and said, don't worry Missy, I also have an undying grudge against that brat, and I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Besides, Missy is smart and ice cold. How can I fool you? Ji Ziling snorted coldly. That's true. This young lady will wait for your news. Stand down. Li Xiaoyuan, however, did not leave, but said, Missy, I still have a small request. However, the person Ji Ziling hated now was Anson Chen. As long as he can be outed, what's the point of letting this treacherous villain make some conditions? The big deal is to punish him after the deed is done. You say? Ji Ziling faintly answered. Li Xiaoyuan said, reporting to Missy. That son of a bitch ordered me to help him buy the needed supplies or techniques at any time. With my status as an outer sect disciple, there are many inconveniences in walking. I'm afraid that it will delay the time to get the jade medal. Moreover, the outer sect's senior brother has a great opinion of me because of yesterday's matter. I'm afraid that I won't be able to avoid being put in small shoes. So, at that point, Li Xiaoyuan shut up. Ji Ziling sank her face and said, is it hard to believe that you want this young lady to promote you to inner disciple? Li Xiaoyuan pretended to be panicked and even said, dare not, dare not. How dare I let Missy break the rules because of me? I only hope that Missy will let me not be blocked when I buy supplies in the ordinary area. You see? Ji Ziling returned to her normal color. In that case, it was still counting on this treacherous brat to be sensible. If he really dared to mention the matter of being promoted to an inner disciple, it would be hard not to break a few of his bones on the spot. It wasn't because Ji Ziling couldn't do it, but because she hated people who were greedy and insatiable, especially a treacherous villain like Li Xiaoyuan, seeing as he still had value to utilize. Ji Ziling coldly said, I will command this matter, and wherever the outer disciples can go, you will be allowed to travel unhindered. Thank you, Missy, I'll leave you. Under Anson Chan's manipulation, Li Xiaoyuan bowed and retreated. Senior sister, since you hate that Chen Anqing so much, why don't you have that outer disciple surnamed Li poison him to death? Just as Li Xiaoyuan left, Morong Yan's figure fell into the pavilion. Senior brother, you're here. Ji Ziling smiled and greeted him, then said, poisoning him to death would be cheap. When I catch that brat, I must torture him severely and make him beg for his life before he can't beg for his death. Senior sister you. Moron Yen shook his head with a bitter smile. It's just a mole cricket. You'd better not get too entangled with him. Don't delay your cultivation because of this. How could it be? Ji Ziling looked unconcerned and said, that scum Li Zhengyang has caused my father and mother to be at odds for many years. And there are even some unpleasant rumors that have spread even to the other 3 caverns. I can't clean him up. Cleaning up his brother can also relieve some of the pent-up anger in my chest and help me cultivate right. Don't you think so, senior brother? As you wish. Knowing Ji Ziling's nature of not stopping until she achieves her goal, Moron Yan no longer persuaded her, and turned to say, right senior sister, I asked you to help me inquire about the matter regarding the position of the chief senior disciple. Did you ever do it? No, my mother is defending that mangy dog so much. I'm angry with her. Let's talk about it in a few days. As soon as she said this, Ji Ziling came to be angry. Her own mother actually defended that person's brother so much, making her a bit skeptical that those rumors and gossips were true. Moron Yan's eyes flashed with a complex light, unhappy with this, but did not say much. Northwest of the bamboo forest, inside the old mansion. It's a done deal. In a few words, the wicked woman was fooled. This made Anson Chan's heart very happy with Li Xiaoyuan, the puppet that could travel the outer gate without any problems. It would not be difficult for him to buy supplies and fetch feats in the future. The most important thing is that you can control the movements outside without leaving your home. You also don't have to worry about security. So it's a win-win situation. Let's go to the book depository first. Chen Anqing had heard before that all the great immortal mansions and spiritual caves had huge treasure troves of hidden books that ordinary people could not imagine. All kinds of books. All kinds of books. If ordinary people have the opportunity to have a look, is definitely a great fortune in life. Chen Anqing maneuvered Li Xiaoyuan's shell and went back to the outer sect to report before going to the book collection pavilion. As soon as they entered, those few white-clothed disciples who had been waiting to see Li Xiaoyuan's good show were immediately dumbfounded. This kid, how did he come back unharmed? Senior brother Xiaoyuan, Missy didn't give you a hard time? One of them asked in surprise. Li Xiaoyuan carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently, what? It looks like you want me to be cleaned up by that woman? Unfortunately, you are disappointed. Not only does she not dare to make things difficult for me, after learning about my identity, she instead gave me the privilege of letting me walk freely in the outer sect boundary. No one is allowed to stop me. Are you convinced? A few people froze. This kid is really wild, blowing off steam with Missy's nature. How could she cheapen him and give him privileges? Which was extremely unreasonable. Don't believe me? Just wait and see. The order will be passed down soon. Li Xiaoyuan turned around gracefully before leaving behind a sentence. No wonder a few of you have been hanging out in the outer sect for more than 10 years and are still doing odd jobs. Without some eye candy, rotten wood can't be carved. Several people looked at each other. The minds are thinking, should we flatter this kid a little bit? In case it was really as he said and offended him, it would be hard for himself and the others in the future. Thinking of this, several people shot a glance at each other and rushed over. Senior brother cultivation edge. This is a good wine that his old man rewarded me with when I was working for the ninth elder many years ago, and since senior brother and I met at first sight, the wine will be gifted to you. I have half a bottle of blood revitalizing and tendon relieving pill here. It was serving Elder Gu of the Dan Hall to a banquet at that time. He was accidentally given it when he was drunk. I can't afford to use it on weekdays. I'm counting it as a gift to send it to my senior brother today, and I hope that my senior brother will take more care of it in the future. Brotherly, this is a broken treasure armor I picked up when I was out on a mission. Please smile. Li Xiaoyuan came and accepted them all when it went into Li Xiaoyuan's pocket. It was naturally Anson Chan's. It didn't take long for the outer sect elders to personally pass down the order that no one in the outer sect's non-prohibited area should be allowed to stop Li Xiaoyuan. Those few disciples who licked on Li Xiaoyuan one step ahead of others were all overjoyed, secretly saying that they really had to serve this one well from now on. In the latter hour, Li Xiaoyuan received quite a few meat and Greek gifts. Both explicitly and implicitly, these things might not be considered much of a fortune to a cultivator who had stayed in the spirit cave for many years, but for the penniless Anson Chan, it was a fortune. The outer gate book depository, borrowing the eyes of Li Xiaoyuan, Chen Anqing stayed here for several hours, browsing from some basic feats, to character logs, to regional travelogues, and the 10,000 realms getaway. Among them, that 10,000 realms of prosperity was actually a miscellany. And this book recorded the descriptions of ascended beings of all colors about their respective cultivation worlds, totaling more than 100,000 articles for Chen Anqing, who was in the realm of Immortal 4 and had exceptionally strong spiritual power. 100,000 narratives were scanned without any omissions in less than half a quarter of an hour. There were a lot of lower worlds in which he was very interested. After we get the Cloud Dragon realm done, we'll go treasure hunting in these worlds. After making up his mind, Chen Anqing continued to look for books to read. This collection of books, too many to count. Add more knowledge. There is always no mistake. After a few more hours, even Anson Chen felt mentally exhausted and a little weary before he walked out of the book depository, and then he went to the trading area of the outer gate of the Dry Moon Cave. The trading categories here were extremely rich: weapons and magic treasures, pills and talismans and everything. And the quality was much better than the marketplace outside. What are you doing here? Just as he walked to the trading area, a white palm pressed on Li Xiaoyuan's shoulder, turning his head. It was none other than Zhongli, who had a cold gaze. Seeing that it was Zhongli arriving, Chen Anqing nearly called out a senior sister out of his mouth, but fortunately reacted in time and collected his mouth. Little sister Zhong. So it's you. You scared me. Li Xiaoyuan smiled playfully. Who's your little sister? Zhongli glared at him. Wasn't it you who explained? The two of us are from the same hometown. It's only right that I call out to you as my little sister. Li Xiaoyuan shrunk his neck to explain. Only then did Zhongli retract his cold eyes and faintly said, "What happened to the injury on your face?" Li Xiaoyuan looked furious and said, "It's all because of that bastard Chen Anqing. Little sister, you must hate him too. Some other day when there's a chance, I'll trick him out. How about you clean him up severely?" Anson Chen wanted to know just how much the female devil hated herself, so he probed. Pop. Unexpectedly, Zhongli threw a slap at Li Xiaoyuan's face. "I'm warning you, if you dare to harm dumbass Chen, I will destroy you." As half of Chen Anqing's puppet, protecting her master was an instinct that she could not resist. Of course, if it was a major event that concerned her identity, using her spiritual power to forcibly suppress the impulse would be just that, and how could a mole like Li Xiaoyuan waste his spiritual energy for him and let him run wild? Sorry. Forgot for a moment that you guys are in the same boat. Anson Chan manipulated Li Xiaoyuan to make a perfunctory apology. Behind his back, Anson Chen stole a smile, thinking that this female devil was quite trustworthy, and after reaching an agreement, she would indeed defend herself. Zhongli was too lazy to talk nonsense with Li Xiaoyuan and directly asked, "I just saw you walking out of the book depository. Why were you able to go in?" Newly initiated disciples were not allowed to walk around freely, let alone enter such an important place as the book depository. So Zhongli was curious. Li Xiaoyuan even said, "Little sister, you forget, brother is a person with a backer. This privilege cannot get it. How to mix in the future?" Seeing Li Xiaoyuan's dejected appearance, Zhongli really wanted to give him another slap, but considering the crowd around him, he held back. Then Zhongli said, "Very well, wait for me here at noon tomorrow. I have something for you to do." Li Xiaoyuan looked curious and secretive, lowering his voice. "What is it? Are you trying to rob some treasure?" Zhongli's brows wrinkled as he lightly reprimanded. "The more you know, the faster you die. Understand?" Li Xiaoyuan rolled his eyes resentfully. Behind his back, Chen Anqing also followed and rolled his eyes. The female devil is really arrogant, and she wants to kill people without moving. Anyway, they would know tomorrow, and acting too abnormally would probably be discovered by the demoness to be in control of the puppet's secret. So Chen Anqing did not say anything more. Just as Zhongli was about to leave, Li Xiaoyuan called out to her, "By the way, little sister, Chen Anqing asked you to find him when you have time, saying that there is something going on." Zhongli didn't pay attention to Li Xiaoyuan and left on his own, acting all high and mighty. Li Xiaoyuan muttered secretly. Chen Anqing turned to think, "Anyway, it is not high and cold," to himself. "Forget it." Lazy to spit on her. Later, Anson Chan came to the trading area. This trading area was much larger than the marketplace, but to Chen Anqing's surprise, there was also a branch of the Immortal Precious Pavilion here. Could it be that the Immortal Precious Pavilion is really run by the Wei Yan Immortal Emperor's brother-in-law? It's true that it's good to have a big tree at your back. Get rich. To be able to open a store in this spirit cave, one would definitely not be able to do so if they didn't have a great background. Anson Chan manipulated Li Xiaoyuan's shell and wandered around gracefully. 2 hours later, after some bargaining, Chen Anqing sold a large portion of the meet and greet gifts he received today, leaving only some useful elixirs in storage. A total of over 50,000 immortal crystals were sold. In the old mansion, Chen Anqing smiled from ear to ear. If he was still doing hard labor in the mines, how many years would he have to save before he could save so many immortal crystals? With this huge amount of income, Anson Chan was also willing to spend. He bought some useful immortal talismans, medicinal herbs, and dozens of ordinary weapons, spending a total of 10,000 immortal crystals. While he was manipulating Li Xiaoyuan, Zhongli's godlike figure had already arrived in the compound earlier. When Li Xiaoyuan told her that Chen Anqing had something to look for her, she assumed that Chen Anqing had figured it out and was going to pass on his other techniques. That's why it took some risk and hoofed it. Looking for me for something. It was only when the voice came into the house that Anson Chan realized Zhongli's arrival. Ooh, awesome. Chen Anqing couldn't help but secretly marvel at the female devil's ability to come and go without a trace. This skill really makes people jealous. Senior sister, Please come in. Anson Chan took the initiative to open the door of the hut. Zhongli went in and stood opposite to Anson Chen. Speak up if you have something to say. Don't delay me, Zhongli said in a salty manner. There's nothing else. I know that senior sister you have great powers. I wonder if you have any means to enhance your qualifications? Chen Anqing said directly. That's it? Belle frowned. Yes. Chen Anqing nodded and said. Don't worry. I won't let you help for nothing. I still have gongfa here. I can exchange them. Zhongli's brows stretched as he asked. What technique? Chen Anqing thought for a moment and searched through his mind, finding an inferior gongfu, saying, a gongfu that can transform into a demonic dragon. Awesome. Curious, Zhongli asked. How? Chen Anqing roughly scanned the general outline and said, it is to catch a red training demon snake. Use this secret method to fuse it with you, and then slowly polish and cultivate it, so that it can eventually turn into a spiky demonic dragon that is majestic and exceptionally strong. Zhongli immediately lost interest. She knew that this was called the alienation demon technique. It was extremely difficult to cultivate and had as many drawbacks. It was not a good technique, however. This kind of technique was not something that could be obtained easily. How many good techniques are hidden in this kid's head? No practice. Is there anything else? Can't think of anything at the moment. Chen Anqing has a lot of feats. It is not possible to give her whatever she wants. Hanging her is the best strategy. Oof. Zhongli could naturally guess what Anson Chen was thinking. You are already an immortal body. Washing your essence will not do much to improve your qualifications. But if you shed your bones, you are still saved. The matter of the gongfu. Zhongli is not in a hurry. As long as this kid is alive, he can get it. Shedding and replacing? How do you take it off? How do you change it? And how much can you raise your qualifications? Chen Anqing's heart secretly rejoiced, and on the surface, he put on a calm demeanor, so that when negotiating the conditions, the female devil would not sit on the ground and raise the price. Zhongli was too lazy to beat around the bush with Chen Anqing and said directly, the shedding bones and replacing bones technique, as the name suggests, is to take your original immortal bones and replace them with something else that has more potential. Its process is excruciatingly painful and very human to endure. Are you sure you want to try it? Chen Anqing pondered for a moment and said, pass me the cultivation method first. Maybe that bit of pain is nothing to me. When Zhongli heard this, the corner of his mouth picked up a disdainful smile. Ignorant. There are countless people in this world who try to change their qualifications, but how many of them can succeed? The reason for this is that the risk is extremely high. The risk of death is almost 10%, and even if they succeed by chance, the pain and suffering during the process will easily cause their spirit to break down and turn them into walking corpses. Do you still dare to try? Chen Anqing rolled his eyes, secretly saying that you are the one who talks too much. Dare to try. You bring it to me first to have a look. Zhongli secretly thought, this dull ass is timid and fearful of life and death. The amount of him does not dare to cultivate. There is no harm in giving it to him. She then used her spiritual power to condense the degeneration technique and transmitted it to Anson Chen's brain. Anything else? Zhongli didn't want to stay here much longer, and she had only just started. So if she disappeared for too long she would easily be scrutinized. Nope, Chen Anqing actually didn't want to be alone with Zhongli, and when he faced Zhongli, he always felt like he was facing a magic knife. Bell turned away. After Zhongli left, Chen Anqing began to check out the degeneration technique. The general outline is very simple. Just as Zhongli said, using heavenly materials or spiritual blood and bones to replace all of one's flesh, blood, internal organs, bones, and meridians, in order to change one's qualifications, but the process is extremely complicated even with Anson Chan's mental strength. He was wound up and exhausted even after checking for a moment. Just the auxiliary medicinal herbs alone require more than 17,000 species, and one also needs to find the key immortal devouring insects to bite and devour one's own flesh and blood and internal organs. This first volume of content makes one's scalp numb. Anson Chan shook his head to himself. He thought, is to let himself pick bones and cut meat or something? Did not expect to need a kind of extremely horrible devil worm, repeatedly biting flesh and blood, and then when the new meat grows out, soak in a medicinal bath, so that repeated for 100 years will be able to complete the step of skin for flesh. In addition there are alterations to the meridians, internal organs, bones, brain marrow, etc. I also wonder what kind of pervert could figure out such a perverted method. The thought of being devoured by countless bugs all day long made Anson Chen feel a vicious chill, but resistance is resistance. If there is a chance to get these things together, he still wants to try it after all. The Gongfu also said that once the conversion was successful, one was destined to be an immortal king or immortal exalt. As for the immortal emperor, then don't be delusional. The immortal emperor's posture is born in response to the chances of the great Tao, and cannot be changed by human power. That's just it. There's definitely more than just this one method to change qualifications. I'll try another path first and quickly ascend to the true immortal realm. With Chen Anqing's current qualifications, He was qualified to step into the true immortal realm. Changing to a better qualification was nothing more than breaking the shackles and raising the upper limit of the realm. And there would still be opportunities in the future. Right. There was an ascended person's autobiography that had described his story of going from inferior qualifications, all the way up against the odds, and eventually ascending. Chen Anqing suddenly remembered that in the book that he read today, The 10,000 Realms of Escape, there was a self-reported story of an ascended person named Dragon Void. According to the biography, he was mediocre, but then he was blessed with the fate of immortality, and inadvertently picked up a bottle containing a remnant of his soul. With the help of the remnant of his soul, he could be transported to the forbidden area of the abyss, where there was a pool of blue water in the forbidden area, and by bathing in it, he could improve his qualifications and his realm. Chen Anqing remembered that just before Long Su ascended, he was still soaking in that blue water pool. After ascending, he still regretted that he had ascended early and that his qualifications had not reached peak quality. So it seems even if an immortal body bathed in that pool of blue water, it would still be able to gradually improve its qualifications. That was tens of thousands of years ago. I don't know if the aqua pool in the Chuxian realm is still there. Could it have been discovered by the immortal emperor and gotten rid of? Anson Chan thought for a second. What did the immortal emperor make such a waterhole for? The heir of a family would not be of unusual qualifications. Furthermore, even if the heir's qualifications are a bit poor, the immortal emperor has the means and resources to help him polish and replace them. So there's no need to go to the cultivation world to get a watering hole back, right? We have to go to the Yuxian realm to take a look. If that aqua pool is still there, that would be great. Anson Chan was a little bit delighted in his heart. The only problem now was how to lock down the Yuxian realm. If one randomly teleported, of course it was impossible to pass by so coincidentally. After all, there were countless cultivation worlds in the lower realm. One had to use their spiritual power and outline some scenes of the Yuxian realm before they could be locked. However, in that 10,000 realms getaway record, there was only the portrait of the ascended Dragon Void. There were no mountains, rivers, landscapes, or anything else on display, so it shouldn't be able to be locked. What to do? Chen Anqing, of course, could only go to Long Shu's autobiography to find the answer. Quickly recalling the details of the book, Anson Chan finally found an opportunity. When Long Shu had just ascended and hadn't yet joined the Immortal Mansion, there had been a small period of poverty, and in order to make ends meet he had sold quite a few items to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Among them, there was a space painting from the time of his ascension that he had condensed with immortal rhythm, which he had also sold to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion at a very low price. If you can buy that space painting, you can see the image of the dragon's beard ascending and the location of the ascension. Using this as a basis to come and lock down the Yuxian realm would still have a chance. Discovering this, Anson Chan perked up. I'm such a genius. However, so much time had passed. I don't know if that space painting was still in the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. If it was, then it would be fine, because Chen Anqing knows, all over the immortal world, countless branches of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Storage items, in fact, all with the same huge incomparable storage space. As long as they have something in any one of the sub-pavilion can be transferred out of the sale. Anson Chan acted immediately, maneuvering Li Xiuyuan to return to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Boss, I want to buy a space painting. After Li Xiuyuan arrived at the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, he directly went up and explained. What kind of space painting does the gentleman want to buy? The shopkeeper asked. Tens of thousands of years ago, an ascended person named Long Su sold a space painting that recorded images from his ascension. This, Gongzi, this let the old monks where to find for you. Is it hard to find? Or are there too many of these types of space paintings to tell the difference? Much is not much. The court has only about 1 million of these works in its collection. So if you can provide some details and the painting is still in the library, there is a chance of finding it. 1 million? Not much indeed. If you want to be the treasurer of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, your spiritual power must be strong to make it easy to search for items. The number of searches for 1 million space paintings was a piece of cake for the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's PAL. In that case, it will be fine. Through the mouth of Li Xiuyuan, Chen Anqing described the various details about the painting that he had seen in the book. Are you saying that there is only one Ascension Thunderbolt in that painting? And it's black? Right. The shopkeeper nodded and said, in that case, I'll find a free time to search, and in 3 days' time, Your Excellency will come and ask for the results. Okay? Wait 3 days, not for long. The value of space paintings is generally not high. The shopkeeper is not likely to put down the business to find a loan. Promise to reply in 3 days' time. Has been very facetious. Xianjin Pavilion's business can be so big. Not only does it rely on its background, but the top-notch service is also one of the reasons. Chen Anqing silently chattered after hanging around outside for the whole day. It was time for Chen Anqing to control Li Xiuyuan back to the outer sect. Walk a short distance from the outer gate. A white-shirted young man with a cold face and a long figure stopped Li Xiuyuan's path. It was that Morong Yan. Your name is Li Xiuyuan? Morong Yen turned his back to Li Xiaoyuan and asked indifferently, "Yes, I wonder what this senior brother has to say." In the old mansion, Chen Anqing was surprised by the appearance of this person, and he vaguely guessed that this person stopped Li Xiaoyuan and must have something to do with himself. And Morong Yen turned around and a thumb-sized jade bottle flew in front of Li Xiaoyuan. "No matter what method you use, make sure Chen Anqing takes this poison, and if you fail to complete the task, you will die for him." As Morong Yen spoke, icy killing intent covered Li Xiaoyuan. "Fuck you. This guy even tried to poison himself. It's despicable." Learning of this situation, Anson Chen could not help but curse angrily in his heart. Immediately, he maneuvered Li Xiaoyuan and said, "This senior brother, my uncle Wu is the third elder in the door, and the eldest miss." Before he could finish his words, Morong Yen coldly interrupted and said, "Shut up, that backer of yours is useless to me. If things are done well, there will be benefits for you. If it's not done well, your head will fall to the ground. Do you understand?" Li Xiaoyuan was so crazily suppressed by Morong Yan's killing intent and immortal might that Chen Anqing had difficulty maneuvering him to open his mouth, and could only nod his head numbly. Only then did Morong Yan withdraw his killing intent and immortal might. "Go." There was no point in saying more. Anson Chen maneuvered Li Xiaoyuan to leave at a quick pace. Behind him, Morong Yan's gaze was cast towards the piece of bamboo forest in the distance. A mole cricket, causing the senior sister to be at odds with the senior maiden, and delaying my great event. I'll let you die without a burial place. Morong Yen was eager to kill Chen Anqing for this reason. Of course, on a deeper level, he was just doing it for himself. It was only because in a short while, it would be the day that Xianyu Cave would set its chief great disciple, and there were a total of 7 contenders for Morong Yen. Those 7 people, in terms of natural talent, were no weaker than him, and in terms of cultivation, they were no inferior to him, but Morong Yen had an advantage that no one else could compare to. And that was that he was extremely close to Ji Xiling. With this layer of relationship, Nangong Xiu would naturally be somewhat affected when making the final choice. After all, the chief senior disciple was the cave master's successor, and with not much difference in all aspects, it was only normal for Nangong Xiu to find someone close to his daughter to be the future cave master. But who had thought that Chen Anqing, this mole cricket, appeared, affecting his senior sister's mood, and even more affecting the relationship between her mother and daughter, thus indirectly affecting the process of his becoming the chief great disciple of this matter. Therefore, Morong Yen was eager to let Chen Anqing die in order to ensure that he successfully took the position of chief great disciple, west of the bamboo forest. In the small courtyard, Anson Chan paced back and forth as he pondered. He really didn't expect that Morong Yen would be so despicable that he would want to poison himself. How is this going to work out? It was an ironclad fact that Li Xiaoyuan could not complete his mission. 3 days later, Morong Yen would most likely move to kill Li Xiaoyuan. However, Li Xiaoyuan was now his own puppet, a walking corpse. The moment he was struck down, Morong Yen might notice that he wasn't a normal person, and the matter that he knew puppetry would be exposed. Moreover, losing Li Xiaoyuan as a puppet would cut off one's way to obtain news and buy and sell supplies in the future. As for getting a new puppet, it's hard. The disciples of Dry Moon Cave were all stronger than Anson Chen, and with the other party having defenses, even if he was mentally powerful, it was useless. Who would foolishly wait for you to establish a contract? Slightly sensing the difference, the flying swords came to kill. There was also the most important point. Morong Yen. This person was despicable and powerful. As long as he was still alive, it was always like a sharp sword hanging there, making it difficult for Chen Anqing to feel at ease. And so 2 thoughts appeared in Chen Anqing's mind. 1. Manipulate Li Xiaoyuan to sue Nangong Xiu through the third elder's connections. The second was to find a way to get Morong Yen killed. Chen Anqing secretly analyzed. A few days ago, that Morong Yen was on the verge of killing me. Nangong Xiu didn't even chastise him when he found out, so complaining is probably useless. Brace yourself for Nangong Xiu to say a few words about him. It won't create any consequences for him. After thinking about it for a while, Chen Anqing gave up the item of letting Li Xiaoyuan go to sue. Then there was only the second way left to go, to strike first and kill Morong Yen, and wait until tomorrow, and we'll see. At this time, Anson Chen already had a plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife in his heart. Anson Chan cultivated in the hut for a while. When I think about tomorrow, my mind can't be still. Forget it, no more practicing. Chen Anqing lay on the stone bed. The story of that one ascended one's biography floating in his mind. Those biographies were relatively brief, but the information that Anson Chan gained from them delighted him. The Dragon Void is an example. For example, in addition, Anson Chan has found a very interesting account that Ascender told of a cultivation world that was completely different from the common perception, where people, instead of using swords, would use something called a staff as a weapon. Furthermore, he said that the cultivators of that realm do not borrow the power of heaven and earth, but create them. Unfortunately, he records very little and some illogical, baffling gibberish. A misplaced ascension. What exactly is he referring to? This was the title of that biography, and Anson Chen couldn't figure out what exactly that ascended person was trying to say. If I get a chance to read some more, maybe I'll find the answer. After some sorting out, Anson Chen had already locked many cultivation worlds in his mind that he felt the need to make a trip to, only that he had not yet found a target that he could materialize with his spiritual power. I don't want to cultivate. It's boring to just lay there dry. Better to have some fun with my maidservants. With a thought, Anson Chen's figure disappeared in place, arriving in the forbidden palace of the Cloud Dragon realm. Chen Anqing only notified Qinger and the slaves to come over to serve him, and for these 7 days, he did not intend to hustle and bustle to do other things. The next day, Anson Chen returned to the lodge in high spirits. Around the time when it was almost noon, Anson Chen maneuvered Li Xiuyuan to prepare to go out. Senior brother Cultivation Edge. Is there anything I can serve? A white-clothed disciple playfully came up. Roll. Li Xiuyuan glared at him. The disciple walked away, secretly cursed. Only yesterday sent you a son of a bitch thick gift. Today will not recognize people. Have your kid bad luck day. Li Xiuyuan came to the place where he met with Zhongli yesterday, after waiting for a few moments, but Zhongli did not arrive. Where to look? A mediocre-looking female disciple walked over to Li Xiuyuan. You are? Li Xiuyuan didn't recognize her at all. The female disciple made a wink and said faintly, as promised yesterday, take me to a place. Li Xiuyuan froze. Little sister, the means are brilliant. I didn't see it was you at all. This was Anson Chen's truth. No matter how much he sensed, he failed to realize that the woman in front of him was Zhongli. The demoness is a good tactician. Zhongli glared at Li Xiuyuan. Nonsense. If I could let you see it, I would have died 800 times already. Li Xiuyuan smiled sarcastically and suddenly took out a thumb-sized jade bottle and played with it in his hands, tossing it twice every now and then. That's true. By the way, little sister, where do you want me to take you? Zhongli said. Go to the book depository. Li Xiuyuan continued to play with the jade bottle, put on a wary look, looked around, and lowered his voice. This kind of low-grade cash, you're also interested in it? Zhongli's Hall of Xinxian Realm. This kind of bookstore that is open to external disciples is of little value to her, right? But at this time, Anson Chen didn't have the extra mind to think about what kind of tricks this female devil was going to pull. He only wanted to know if the fish had taken the bait. The outer gatebook depository. Li Xiuyuan took the Zhongli who had changed his appearance and walked inside in a big way. After yesterday's personal announcement by the outer sect elder, Li Xiuyuan's reputation in the outer sect was so great that the disciples guarding the pavilion did not dare to stop him. What are you looking at? Keep a close watch. When that disciple guarding the pavilion looked at Zhongli, Li Xiuyuan rebuked in a tone of superiority, scaring the disciple back. The disciple guarding the pavilion cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled sarcastically and made a gesture of invitation to Li Xiuyuan and Zhongli. It shouldn't be. Is he so relieved? In the old house, Anson Chan muttered. He did not sense the aura of the person he wanted to wait for. No, it's me who can't sense him. He must be secretly monitoring Li Xiuyuan. The person Chen Anqing wanted to wait for was none other than that Morongyuan. Morongyuan forced Li Xiuyuan to poison himself. There was no reason for him to let Li Xiuyuan act without secretly observing. After all, if this kind of thing leaked out, even if he wasn't chastised, it would still affect his reputation, wouldn't it? Wait and see first. Then, Anson Chen maneuvered Li Xiuyuan to follow Zhongli around, and from time to time, he pretended to say something mysteriously, but in reality, he was just moving his mouth and said nothing. Zhongli, on the other hand, was slowly and casually flipping through some books. Her immortal sense, however, had already quietly unfolded. This small sect is hiding 18 early Shenxian immortals and 9 mid-Shenxian immortals. Something is really fishy. This was what Zhongli sensed the other day when he was planning to rescue Chen Anqing and attack the mountain protection formation. The Dry Moon Cave, within a radius of 10,000 miles, had some rows, but if you step out of this South Shan corner, you are just a bottom of the barrel. Orthodox power. From Zhongli's insight, there should never be so many Xianxian realm experts in Qianyu Cave.so. She had quietly checked it out after she was initiated. She realized that the oddity was not elsewhere, but precisely in this outer sect book depository. A room on the west side of the book pavilion was sealed by a powerful prohibition, and Zhongli could vaguely perceive that there were 8 Xianxian immortal realm guards squatting in that room. Could it be that there is a forbidden area like the Red Lotus Holy Land here? Zhongli had been ordered by his division to mingle with the great holy places in order to search for the so-called forbidden zone. If this tiny Qianyu cave had also appeared, things would have been much simpler instead. That was why she had used Li Xiuyuan to come here to investigate. After determining the location of that secret spot, Zhongli prepared to leave. It's not much fun. Let's go. Walking out of the book collection pavilion, Li Xiuyuan directly handed Zhongli the thumb-sized jade bottle in his hand. By the way, this is something that Chen Anqing asked me to pass on to you. Keep it. Chen Anqing waited for such a long time, and could not sense half of that Morongyuan's breath. So he simply handed the poison directly into Zhongli's hands. Then he glanced up and collided with Zhongli's gaze. Hiss! Chan Ansheng, who was hiding in the hut, couldn't help but take a jolt and suck in a mouthful of cool air that he had never seen eyes so cold, so regal, so terrifying, but in the next moment, nothing happened. Zhongli still reached out and took the jade bottle, and without saying anything, he just turned around and left. Anson Chan felt strange. Why would this female devil suddenly show that horrible look? What did she detect? Forget it, it's already failed anyway. Anson Chan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chen Anqing had thought that the demoness Zhongli would do something like stealing and robbing, and had estimated that Morong Yen would be secretly watching Li Xiu Yuan. Thus, he intended to draw these two parties together so that Morong Yen could discover Zhongli's abnormality. In that case, it was highly likely that both sides would fight, and with Zhongli's strength, he would be able to easily obliterate Morong Yen and escape. It was only now that Anson Chan realized that he had overestimated himself. One is an ascended person with experienced survival experience, and the other is a female devil with a knife mouth who licks blood, which is so easy to let yourself succeed in this little trick. Zhongli got the jade bottle and didn't go to the outer sex residence, but traveled to a remote and desolate place. A hidden figure in white followed and flashed in that direction. That guy is really unreliable. He even sent a female disciple forward to tell secrets. Humph. This white-clothed figure was naturally Morong Yan. In reality, just as Anson Chan had expected, Morong Yen had been secretly observing Li Xiu Yuan's every move. The moment he realized that Li Xiu Yuan had handed over the poison, he had already set his mind on killing Li Xiu Yuan and Zhongli, because if this matter was leaked out, those few who were competing with him would definitely make a fuss about it, and it would definitely affect his becoming the chief disciple. Soon, Zhongli walked to a secluded and unoccupied place. Swish! Morong Yan's figure dashed out, landing in front of Zhongli. But Li Xiu Yuan told you to sue? Morong Yan coldly questioned. Zhongli acted calmly. Just earlier, when Li Xiu Yuan handed her the jade bottle, she felt an unusually fluctuating immortal awareness spying on her. So she expected that it was Li Xiu Yuan who betrayed her. That kid told you my identity, didn't he? That was the reason for her palpitating gaze just now. After this remark, both sides felt as if they were a bit bullheaded. Kill. Who cares? Both sides directly started to kill, out of hand. Zhongli blocked off a small piece of space, spread out his palms, and violently grabbed in front of him. A huge demonic palm cupped Morong Yen within it. Ah! You! Morong Yen was shocked. He would never have thought that this woman would have such terrifying strength no matter what. You are the devil. Boo! The powerful and unparalleled force instantly pinched Morong Yen, and Zhongli then waved his hand and wiped out a stream of black mist, devouring Morong Yan's shattered body cleanly. The entire process lasted less than a breath of time. It didn't make a single ripple under the blockade of the prohibition. This was the crushing of absolute strength, which could obliterate a true immortal with the wave of a hand. After killing Morong Yen, Zhongli had of course realized that things were different from what she thought. Her figure flickered and disappeared in place. Not long after, Zhongli's figure appeared in Chen Anqing's small courtyard. There's no use hiding. Come out and give an account. Hearing Zhongli's cold voice, Chen Anqing's heart fluttered. What has this demoness found out? That fierce look in his eyes earlier, was it directed at himself? With questions, Anson Chan walked out. Senior sister, what is it? Chen Anqing had a calm face. Can't see that you still have this kind of mind. Zhongli's tone was more like appreciation. What is senior sister referring to? Chen Anqing was truly unaware of what the female devil was referring to. Zhongli looked Chen Anqing up and down, usually pretending to be dumb in front of people. I never imagined that he is a trickster. Chen Anqing still pretended not to know. What exactly are you talking about? Senior sister, is it possible that that brat Li Xiu Yuan betrayed us? The corner of Zhongli's mouth picked up a smile. Don't pretend. Li Xiu Yuan is already your puppet. How can he betray us? Anson Chan. I couldn't hide it from the demoness after all. That's senior sister. You listen to my explanation. Chen Anqing Nua said. It's not necessary. Zhongli's face turned cold and said. The person you wanted to kill is dead. Next time, don't play any tricks in front of me. You're still tender. As for what you owe me this time, take the merit and pay me back. I will come to you later. After saying that, Zhongli left straight away. Discovered. The demoness is too smart for her own good. Sure enough, it's dumbass Chan playing tricks. I guessed right. On the way, Zhongli mentally murmured a sentence like this earlier. When Zhongli struck out to kill Morong Yen, the other party realized that she was a demonic cultivator. This shows that Li Xiu Yuan did not reveal his identity information at all. Moreover, these two times when she saw Li Xiu Yuan, Zhongli had a strange feeling in the bottom of her heart. She felt as if she and Li Xiu Yuan had become one of a kind then. She unfolded her immortal sense and probed Li Xiu Yuan all over. It was then that she realized that the Li Xiu Yuan immortal soul was embedded with a mysterious will similar to the one in her own mind. Only then did she completely understand that it must be dumbass Chen who had turned Li Xiu Yuan into a puppet. After figuring out the puppet thing, with Zhong Li's experience in the Jianghu, he naturally guessed that the true immortal realm Morong Yen, It's a case of Chen Anqing deliberately luring it in with the intention of killing it by his own hand. However, there was one thing that Zhongli hadn't figured out, yeti in her cognizance. Puppets were emotionless, ignorant, and just walking corpses that followed their master's orders. How did dumbass Chen manage to make Li Xiaoyuan vocally communicate with himself? I'm only afraid that it's some kind of profound secret method again. I must get it some other day. Zhongli thought so, but now was not the time. As Morong Yen was the top heavenly pride of Qianyu Cave and a candidate for chief disciple. His disappearance for no reason would surely cause an uproar, and before exploring the secrets of the Forbidden Zone, Zhongli couldn't leave, let alone be exposed. So she had to immediately return to the outer sect to replace the low-grade puppet double she had left behind in the sect pretending to practice. After Zhongli left, Chen Anqing silently sighed. It's better not to fight with people in the future. I don't deserve it. Immortal world cultivators. The composition is extremely complex, the others were all experienced characters, and he himself had only just been introduced to the cultivation of the immortal world. So where could he play with them? And then, Anson Shan sat down. The nascent soul technique had also been cultivated for some time now, and was slightly accomplished, and when running the blood chi, it could be 2 or 3 times faster than an ordinary immortal. With Morong Yen dead, Qianyu Cave will surely go all out to track him down. I have to be honest and not make any mistakes. Anson Shan thought darkly. However, he didn't worry too much. He was a weakling who had just started. No one could suspect him. As for the demoness, she had more than enough tricks up her sleeve, and Anson Shan didn't have to worry about her being exposed at all. 2 days of practicing in the old house, Chen Anqing didn't feel that the realm had improved much. But it was the physical strength, spirit, etc. that seemed to have changed. Cultivation is not something that happens overnight, such as that Ji Ziling, who grew up bathing in the aura to cultivate, and is only in the Immortal 9 realm. It's the 3rd day. Go ask the Immortal Treasures Pavilion if they've found that space painting yet. Chen Anqing opened his eyes, and with his mind, he manipulated Li Xiaoyuan, who was pretending to cultivate, to get up and march towards that Immortal Treasures Pavilion. On the way to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, Chen Anqing intentionally listened to the conversations of the other disciples to see if he could hear any talk about Morong Yan's disappearance. As a result, nothing. At a true immortal realm like his, he's in closed-door cultivation at all times. Disappearing for a few days probably wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Chen Anqing smacked his lips and cast aside this matter. The Pavilion of Immortal Treasures. The mail is here. When the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's shopkeeper saw Li Xiaojuan, he immediately greeted him with a smile. The shopkeeper still remembers me? Li Xiaoyuan said. Naturally, I remember. The painting that the prince asked the old man to look for has been found. You can see if it's right or wrong. Immortal Treasures Pavilion shopkeepers are mentally powerful people, as long as they have seen a glance for hundreds of years can recall, not to mention 3 days. Good. And unfold it for the next to see. My lord, please look. With a wave of the shopkeeper's hand, a scroll unfolded in the air. On that scroll, a peerless man wearing a straw raincoat and a bucket hat was standing in the air. Thick clouds gathered in the sky, and a lightning bolt, as hideous as a demonic dragon, snaked and circled around him. The Black Thunderbolt is indeed consistent with what was described in Dragon Void's autobiography. After roughly determining it, Chen Anqing then maneuvered Li Xiaoyuan to check the features of the mountains and rivers below the sky dome. The so-called empty painting is a painting that uses immortal thoughts to set the scene in a small space, and the viewer can flip the painting to take in everything in all directions. Beneath the black dome of the sky was a rolling mountain range. In the midst of those mountains, a 100-story tower stood, releasing a golden light that was especially conspicuous. If that tower is still there, I should be able to lock it down so that I can penetrate into the profound Xian realm. Chen Anqing's heart had expectations of then. Anson Shan manipulated Li Xiaoyuan and bought the space painting. A total of 80 immortal crystals. Chen Anqing gave 10 more to thank the shopkeeper. After all, in the future there may be other things to find him to help. Leaving a good impression will not be wrong. After storing the space painting, Chen Anqing maneuvered Li Xiaoyuan to deliver it to himself over a palace in the outer gate. Ji Ziling went to the core hall to look for Morong Yan but couldn't find him, thinking that the chief examination was about to take place and he should have gone into seclusion. When he was going back, he passed by the outer gate area and saw Li Xiaoyuan walking out of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, with nothing else to do. She was ready to secretly observe whether or not Li Xiaoyuan was actually doing anything serious. Thus, she hid her breath and secretly followed Li Xiaoyuan to the bamboo forest. Anson Shan walked out of the house and into the courtyard. Get the fuck in here! Anson Shan yelled at Li Xiaoyuan. It was a rule he had set for himself to treat Li Xiaoyuan's shell, whenever and wherever possible, as a normal human being. After all, there are many great cultivators in this spiritual cave, so it is hard to guarantee that no one will unfold their immortal sense to investigate. Brother Chen, the thing you asked for, villain, has been brought to you. Li Xiaoyuan smiled playfully. Count your blessings and get your ass in here. Holler. Anson Shan opened the prohibition and quickly got Li Xiaoyuan in. then closed it to it. Was at this instant that Anson Chan detected a hint of something strange. Someone nearby is spying on me. Chen Anqing was surprised in the bottom of his heart, but on the surface, he acted as if nothing had happened. The moment I opened the forbidden system, that person seemed to want to rush in, thus leaking out the fluctuation of immortal power. He must have wanted to come and kill me. Chen Anqing unfolded his immortal sense and searched in the immortal realm. Due to the laws of heaven and earth being too strong, Anson Chan's immortal sense could only cover a distance of 10 or so feet. The other party was deliberately hidden, so he searched for nothing, but whoever he was, Anson Chan was right to act as if nothing had happened. He entered the house with Li Shouyuan, and the guarding prohibitions in the house were even stronger, so it was basically impossible for outsiders to infiltrate their immortal sense into the house. Except for Xian immortal level experts such as the Demonis, Chen Anqing collected the space painting with some of the immortal crystals on Li Shouyuan. Then, with a flurry of punches and kicks, he whisked Li Shouyuan out. Get lost. Next time you buy a substandard elixir, I'll get you killed. Yes, I was wrong, Brother Chen. Then, Anson Chan released Li Shouyuan from the yard, not far away in the dense bamboo canopy. Ji Ziling took it all in. Good arrogant son of a bitch. You can't bounce around for long. Humph. And then, Anson Chan maneuvered Li Shouyuan and deliberately wandered around the bamboo forest. He wanted to try and sense whoever was spying on him. Half a quarter of an hour later, just as Anson Chen had found nothing and wanted Li Shouyuan to leave, a purple-clothed figure landed in front of Li Shouyuan. Missy. Li Shouyuan froze for a moment and then displayed a look of panic. Ji Ziling stared at Li Shouyuan and faintly said, "Has the jade token been stolen yet?" Li Shouyuan even said, reporting to Missy, "That kid is treacherous. And now he still has a certain amount of defensiveness towards me. Just now when I went to deliver the elixir to him, he even beat and scolded me. Really not a thing. However, in order to fulfill the task that the great Miss explained, even if I die I would not mind, let alone taking a beating." What Li Shouyuan had said, Ji Ziling had just seen in her eyes. However, she didn't give Li Shouyuan a good look. Just a treacherous rat. Get it for me as soon as possible. My patience is limited. Li Shouyuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I know Missy. I will definitely think of a way. Roll. Ji Ziling rebuked without a good reason, and Li Shouyuan scowled and left. So it's this wicked girl. Knowing who was snooping, Anson Chan was instead relieved and wait for Ji Ziling to leave. After Chen Anqing cultivated in the house for an hour, he once again recalled the details from the Dragon Void autobiography. The Demon Bone Abyss forbidden area mentioned in his autobiography is where that aqua pool is located. In that era before he ascended, the upper echelon cultivators of the Yuxian realm knew of its existence, so it wouldn't be difficult for me to inquire about it if I were able to go there. But according to him, that forbidden area can't even be broken into hard by the Immortal Nine realm, and there's only a spatial vortex passage that leads straight to the aqua pool, which is a bit troublesome. Anson Chan pondered in his mind, that side of the forbidden area must be another spatial turbulence in the fallout of the ancient things and the formation of the Longshu said that even the Immortal Nine realm do not dare to hard to break into. Chen Anqing this Immortal Four realm, of course, also dare not. That only spatial passageway existed tens of thousands of years ago in the forbidden land of the dragon family of the ancient clan lineage. I wonder how that ancient clan lineage has developed now. That ancient clan, the dragon family, had 4 immortal 8 experts who deliberately did not ascend sitting in the town tens of thousands of years ago, in addition to more than 100 immortal realm sons and daughters, and was one of the strongest ancient lineages in the Yuxian realm due to the different laws of the upper and lower realms. The lifespan of the immortal realm in the lower realm is much longer than that of an ordinary immortal in the immortal realm, and living for 100,000 or 80,000 years is not a problem. It had only been more than 40,000 years since the Dragon Void Ascension, so by that reckoning, that ancient clan family's heritage should still be there, perhaps even stronger. Of course, there was another possibility that ancient clan family had been destroyed by other forces of the same level. And no matter what, it wasn't easy for Anson Chen to get to the Long family's territory and go to that secret forbidden area. Coming on hard definitely won't work. Only find a way to befriend. Chen Anqing felt that he had a great advantage of having immortal realm resources in his hands, and some of the ordinary resources in the immortal world were extremely rare top quality items for the great powers of the cultivation world, paying a little in exchange for access to the aqua pool. I thought it would be worth it. Moreover, if he could capture some geniuses for his own use, it would be a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After pondering over this, Anson Chan checked his storage bag. Pills, weapons, and various types of immortal talismans were all available, and there were means of attacking and killing as well as self-protection. When he was ready, Anson Chan opened the spatial scroll. Anson Chen's gaze directly locked onto the 100-story tower. Something so conspicuous and specific, the success rate of locking it down would be a bit higher as spiritual energy surged. The silhouette of a 100-story tower gradually condensed out in Chen Anqing's sea of consciousness. As the details were perfected, the tower gradually became more and more real, and in the end, it was as if the tower in the painting had actually appeared in Chen Haixing's sea of consciousness. Almost there. Cross the border. With a thought, Anson Chen's mind moved and a light door appeared in his eyes. Under the turquoise blue dome. An immortal radiance lifelike figure suddenly appeared. Ah! The feeling of invincibility. It's back. Whenever this time came, Anson Chan felt immense relief from head to toe. It was a sense of freedom that transcended heaven and earth and the rules. Completely free of constraints. Ahem. Forget it. It seems invincible this time. The place that Chen Anqing had crossed into this time was the ancient region of the underworld, and there were quite a few cultivators who were at a higher realm than him, so to say something about being invincible was too much of a pretense. Immediately afterward, Chen Anqing unfolded his immortal sense and probed a range of tens of thousands of miles around. Since immortal realm cultivators in the lower realms had already transcended some of the laws, Anson Chan was also unable to probe, however, those below the immortal realm. He could detect all of them. Damn it, 8,000 Earth Immortals. This realm is much more powerful than the Cloud Dragon realm. Within these tens of thousands of miles alone, Anson Chan had discovered 8,000 Earth Immortals, as well as over 100,000 Mahayana stage cultivators. The amount simply shocked him, whether it was the Cloud Dragon realm that Chen Anqing had been to, or the Kanglan realm that Li Zhangyang was originally in. It was impossible for so many strong cultivators to appear in a small area, you know. This is only within tens of thousands of miles, counting the entire Yuxian realm. Wouldn't that turn the world upside down? It's true that between realms and realms, just like between people, there is also a great gap. Anson Chan couldn't help but smash his mouth while spitting. Chen Anqing was mentally curious as to what caused so many cultivators to grow up. It's impossible for so many high-level cultivators to exist without special circumstances. Looks like I've come to the right place. If they can get benefits, why can't I? Thinking of this, Anson Chan's heart secretly rejoiced. He had come here to change his qualifications and raise his realm. To be on the safe side, it's better to conceal the realm and breath first. Even though he was carrying an attack and kill and life preservation immortal talisman, he couldn't make a wave. Could he? Then, Anson Chen quietly dropped from the air and landed on the edge of that 100-story tower. Someone. Chen Anqing's immortal sense pierced through a prohibition not far ahead. There were two people, a man and a woman. In that prohibition. He couldn't sense the realms of the other two, which was enough to show that the man and woman were both immortal realm cultivators. Similarly, if Chen Anqing could not sense the other party, it was impossible for the other party to sense him, especially since he had also utilized the concealment technique taught by Candlewind. It was even more impossible for the other party to discover his existence. Motherfucker, so shameless, in broad daylight, make a band to do this kind of thing. Dog man and woman. Yuck. Anson Chan found the two men just as they were finishing their illicit affairs. Sister Yun, for the sake of me working so hard, share some of that kid Long Xiaoyan's spirit blood with me. Roll. Old me went through 9 cows and 2 tigers and was almost killed 3 times to capture the Long family boy. With these 2 maneuvers of yours, you want a piece of the pie to go? My good sister Yun, if you still don't think it's enough, I'll just contribute one more time. Just share some of it with me. With that kid's spirit blood, I'll hopefully ascend in the future. Hee. Aren't you afraid that the dragon family will find out and chop you into pieces to feed to the demonic beasts? With you, Sister Yun, an immortal 4 expert. I'm afraid of him. The conversation between the two was completely overheard by Anson Chan. The dragon family? Could it be that what they have captured is none other than the children of that ancient clan? The dragon family? Anson Chan thought it was coincidental. But all coincidences are destined by karma. Here's your chance. As long as you save the dragon family scion yourself, and regardless of his status. There was a reason to contact the Long family. After making up his mind, Anson Chan considered how to strike. A big fight with the other side fair and square? No, that's the rash, stupid thing to do. I can sneak up on you. I'm bright. For the sake of completeness, use 1 killing talisman and 1 forbidding talisman. With Anson Chan's own strength, along with a kill immortal talisman, it was completely sufficient to suppress these two. As for the use of the forbidden talisman, Chen Anqing did not want this woman to send out a message, nor did he want the ensuing commotion to attract the attention of other experts. After thinking well, Anson Chen condensed an immortal power void sword and prepared to strike. The man in that restraint was once again trying to sell out in order to please the woman. Out of hand. Boom! A sword came out, and the immortal power was in turmoil. The restriction laid down by the woman instantly collapsed. Don't move! Pull it out for me! Chen Anqing shouted, and the surprising wave sword technique struck out. The man was stunned and confused and tried to draw back and run away. Swish! Countless immortal sword shadows chopped at him, and he was already dismantled before he could even react. The other woman, being at the immortal 4 realm, And as a lower realm immortal realm, being able to grow to such an extent, must have a heavy treasure in her possession. As expected, the moment Chen Anqing's immortal power was displayed, she offered up a defensive immortal weapon. Go to hell! At the same time, the woman raised a pitch-black rod, and with a flash of her figure, she struck towards Anson Chen's side. But, however, her figure, before she could get close to Anson Chen, was already fixed, and blood was even sprayed out of her mouth, with panic written all over her eyes. She looked down to where the sharp pain was coming from her chest, where there was a fist-sized bloody hole. It was the fist shadow transformed by the slaying immortal talisman that pierced through her body. Seeing that the woman had been seriously injured, Anson Chen instantly moved sideways and pressed down violently with his palm on the woman's neck, pressing her heavily to the ground. Then, immortal power rushed out, locking her firmly in place and sealing her to death. Lord Immortal, spare your life! Spare your life! The woman was both agonized and horrified. In front of her, this person, out decisive and ruthless. Immortal power seems to be above herself. She simply has no possibility of struggling, only to beg for a hint of fluke. That Long Xiaoyan you captured, is he a descendant of the Long family? An ancient family? Anson Chen had heard the woman mention this name earlier, so he asked, "Dare I ask, Supreme Immortal, are you related to the dragon family?" The woman's face was pale and her eyes were a dead gray. She was now extremely regretful. What kind of people are not good to mess with? But to mess with the Long family, cut the crap and give an honest account. Or when this seed searches your soul, you'll suffer 100 times 1,000 times more than you do now. Anson Chan drank LOW. In fact, he didn't know any soul-searching techniques, not to mention him. Even a strong devil cultivator like Zhong Li couldn't practice this heaven-defying technique. He was just scaring the woman. The upper immortal, spare my life. Long Xiaoyan is indeed a son of the Long family. The young woman did not suppress the greed in her heart for a moment and made a big mistake. I still hope that the upper immortal will forgive the young woman for once. The woman no longer dared to answer with the slightest hesitation. There is no other reason. Do not say if people can search the soul, said. Perhaps the other side will first take her back to send off. Will not kill on the spot. As long as you can still live a while, there is still a chance of life to speak. What are you doing arresting him? Anson Chan asked again. The little woman cultivates the blood fiend swallowing skill and needs his spirit blood to assist her, so she had the audacity to capture him. The woman trembled as she replied, "Where do you keep him?" "It's in the underground chamber of the tower." "Good answer. Can the Supreme Immortal spare?" Before she could finish her plea for mercy, Anson Chen lashed out, pinching her neck and lifting her up. A powerful spiritual force that invaded the woman's immortal soul, the golem seal. Kind of. Why didn't Anson Chan use his puppet technique just now? It's simple. Once a woman becomes a puppet, she loses her self-awareness and her memories. Therefore, it was only after Anson Chan asked for the location where Long Xiaoyan was being held that he turned her into a puppet. As for the master-servant contract? Surely not. How could a woman willingly become a slave if she's afraid? A powerful will that invaded the woman's immortal soul, causing her to suffer greatly. After 3 breaths of time, she calmed down into a dull shell. With my current spiritual power, I can control at most 2 puppets. Any more would be chaotic. Anson Chan looked relaxed as he took control of Li Xiaoyuan alone. Now that there's one more, the pressure has risen dramatically. She's dying, so just use it this time. Healing a puppet's wounds consumed a lot of spiritual energy and immortal energy, not to mention a lot of medicinal herbs. Anson Chan didn't think it was cost-effective, so he just waited until he found Long Xiaoyan and then let her perish subsequently. In order to avoid the tower having any powerful killing formations, Anson Chen maneuvered the puppet and entered it. After entering the tower, Chen Anqing's gaze and consciousness traveled along with the puppet. Sure enough, as soon as the puppet entered the underground passage, countless pitch-black blade shadows chopped at it, and at that moment, Anson Chan had already released his confinement on the puppet and maneuvered her to counterattack. A few moments later, the golem received several slashes on its body. Its skin split open, but it finally had the ability to move. After breaking through a few more organ formations, the puppet's breath was dying as it arrived in an underground chamber. A handsome teenager, tied to a metal pole engraved with patterns. Only then did Anson Chan flash toward the tower. Coming to the teenager, Chen Anqing used his immortal power to dissolve a low-grade healing elixir before sending it into the unconscious teenager's mouth. After a few breaths of time, Long Xiaoyan opened his eyes. He struggled and yelled at the sight of the woman covered in hideous wounds. "Young man, don't be afraid. The one who harmed you has been subdued by this seat." Chen Anqing snapped his fingers and broke the secret rope. Only then did Long Xiaoyan calm down for a few moments, and immediately half-kneeled on the ground. "Many thanks to Senior for coming to the rescue." Chen Anqing waved his hand lightly and lifted Long Xiaoyan up. It's just a matter of lifting his hand. Only then did Long Xiaoyan realize that the injuries on his body had greatly improved. So he said, "Senior, you must have spent a lot of precious elixirs to heal my injuries, right?" Chen Anqing pretended to be compassionate and said, "It's just a single immortal pill. No matter how valuable it is, It's still no match for a human life. It turned out to be an immortal elixir. No wonder he was on the verge of recovering from several broken meridians. Immortal pills. What a high value. This senior was actually willing to use it to save his own little life. Thinking of this, Long Xiaoyan's eyes couldn't help but moisten. Senior's great kindness will be repaid generously by the late generation. Long Xiaoyan bowed again. Chen Anqing pondered for a little while, then said, "There is a saying that one does not expect to repay the favor, but I see that you are a person of the utmost emotion and nature. If you are not allowed to repay the favor to end this karma, I am afraid that in the future, this matter will become a calamity for your heart, preventing you from attaining the Tao and ascending to immortality." After Long Xiaoyan heard this, he even said, "What Senior said is very true. Please Senior send me a ride, and after arriving at my family, I will repay Senior's kindness." Chen Anqing said with some difficulty, "I had important things to do, but if I let you return alone, I am afraid that something bad will happen to you. It's just a matter of time. So I'll give up the immortal fruit that's about to ripen and give you a ride." Long Xiaoyan immediately felt that his heart was too much. He owed him a life, not to mention that he had delayed his big event. When he went back, he must let the clan make up for this noble and righteous senior. Before leaving, this female puppet that Anson Chan had taken in had died due to severe over-injury. Chen Anqing took away the defensive immortal weapon from her body. The grade was ordinary, and it was just on the same level as the farming tools in the immortal realm. As for the mustard bag or whatever, even if the other party was his puppet, he couldn't open it and directly destroyed it. Then, after collecting the woman's body with 1,000 holes and beating the body of the man who died first outside into nothingness, Anson Chen went on his way with Long Xiaoyan. Halfway through the flight, Anson Chan asked, "How did you get caught?" Long Xiaoyan immediately blushed, somewhat ashamed to speak, but the other party was an immortal realm powerhouse and a lifesaver, so it was not good to hide it. Back to Senior, the kid fell into the demon girl's beauty trick, and nearly lost his life, not to mention being drained by her. Chen Anqing couldn't help but look at Long Xiaoyan twice more, secretly saying, "This kid was originally a fellow traveler. Can't see that you're not too old, but your mind's eye is quite fancy." Long Xiaoyan awkwardly rubbed his fingers, hastily explained, "Seniors misunderstood. Kid is not the kind of person seniors think. Only because the kid evil fire-possessed body, stubborn disease in the body, need too often close to the female sex, can be dissolved. This point home elders are also aware of." Chen Anqing gave him a blank look. "Don't make things up, you kid. It's not like this seed is going to laugh at you." Long Xiaoyan became anxious and said, "How dare I talk nonsense in front of Senior? Senior, as an immortal realm powerhouse, should know about the spirit pool in my clan, right? I won't hide it from you. It was that spirit pool that caused the trouble." The fact that there was a supreme treasure spirit pool in the dragon family's land had already been an open secret for a long time, so Long Xiaoyan didn't hide it. Chen Anqing's heart moved slightly. The news did not come thus. He faintly said, "Where does this seat know anything about the spirit pool? This seat, in order to ascend to immortality at an early date, has not asked about the world and has been in seclusion for many years. The secret of the spirit pool was leaked out hundreds of years ago, but this senior did not know about it. So it seems, this senior at least has been closed for hundreds of years out of tolerate loneliness. Really admirable." Long Xiaoyan continued, "Senior's mind is transcendent, and he must not be interested in these matters, so the kid will not explain more." Chen Anqing said, "There is no harm. Since this seed has been released from the customs, it is only right that I understand some of the world's major events. So tell us in detail about the spirit pool." Only then did Long Xiaoyan nod his head and said, "Good. Then I'll tell Senior. The so-called spirit pool is actually a cold pool of turquoise water in the dragon bone abyss, and cultivators who bathe in that pool have the efficacy of cleansing their essence and improving their qualifications. It is rumored that an ancestor of my clan discovered this place long ago, but kept his mouth shut and never mentioned it to outsiders. It wasn't until more than 30,000 years after that old ancestor ascended that the secret of the spirit pool became known to my clan's patriarch. Since then, the spirit pool has produced hundreds of thousands of talented cultivators for my dragon clan, and the strength of my dragon clan's underpinnings have thus crushed the other three major ancient world clans, and it was a moment of great splendor. But 1,000 years ago, the spirit pool suddenly underwent a mutation, and unusual cultivators who bathed in it would not only be unable to improve their qualifications, but would instead be subjected to the backlash of the spirit pool, turning them into invalids. Since then, the family ancestors strictly ordered that no more family children should be allowed to enter the spirit pool. After another 300 years, the secret of the spirit pool was known by outsiders, and many forces wanted to come and fight for the entrance. No matter how much my clan explained, outsiders didn't believe it, and in the end, a fight that lasted for 100 years broke out between my clan and other lineages, immortal sects, and holy lands. After listening to Long Xiaoyan's narration, Anson Chan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I came here for the spirit pool. And you're telling me that the spirit pool is not only ineffective in improving my qualifications, but it's also backfired on me? You motherfucker, play me. And then what? What does the change in the spirit pool have to do with your fondness for women? Anson Chan asked patiently. That's a coincidence. In these hundreds of years, I'm the only one who can enter the aqua pool to enhance the qualifications of my bloodline without suffering any backlash. The price is that an evil fire will be created in my body, and I need to do that kind of thing to alleviate it. You know, Senior, Long Xiaoyan said with some embarrassment. Chen Anqing's eyes lit up. Since this kid could not be revolted, it meant that he still had a chance as well. As for that side effect, just let it go. Is there really no one else besides you who can do this without being revolted? No, Long Xiaoyan shook his head. My clan will test each and every one of them, and over the past few hundred years, other than me, no one else can manage to not be affected by the backlash. Of course, my family's old ancestor has said that there is actually a way to solve this problem. Oh, Anson Chan was greatly interested. How is it resolved? Long Xiaoyan replied. Immortal crystals. My family's old ancestor discovered through hundreds of years of probing and research that as long as something with a quality 100 times better than an extremely high-quality spirit stone is sent into the spirit pool, the backlash effect will disappear for a period of time. In this world, there is nothing that is 100 times better than an extreme spirit stone, except for immortal crystals. But under this sky, who could have so many immortal crystals to support the consumption of being immersed in the spirit pool for years and years? Chen An's heart got excited. That's all you've got to say for yourself, isn't it? Lousy storage bag. Big tens of thousands of grains of immortal crystals lying, as well as the value of hundreds of thousands of ink crystals. The whole of the Xianxian world who has lousy rich. Why do I have the illusion that God is opening a back door for me? Anson Chan couldn't help but mutter in the bottom of his heart. However, Anson Chan still had concerns. The dragon family had gone to war with other worldly clans for 100 years in order to guard the spirit pool. So the dragon family hierarchy would be willing to let themselves use it? Thinking about this, Chen Anqing said, in that case, I'm quite curious about that spirit pool, and I really want to try it out. Long Xiaoyan sniffed indirectly said, how difficult is this? Senior wants to go and experience it. Kid will just take you there. Anson Chan said, you can make the call? Long Xiaoyan said with a confident face. Truth be told, Senior, the kid is my family's old ancestor's personally appointed family saint's son, the future heir to the patriarch. This small matter, naturally able to make the decision. So very good. Chen Anqing heart laughed, secretly said, really God is opening the back door for us. What you want to come? Cool. Tianxian domain. Dragon family land. Chen Anqing brought Long Xiaoyan and flew over the clan land. Dozens of immortal senses and tens of thousands of spiritual senses immediately covered this way. Of course, it was impossible for them to sense Anson Chen, but instead, they realized that Long Xiaoyan had returned in a blink of an eye. Each and every dragon family expert rushed up into the sky, densely packed towards the sky. Elder ancestors, uncles, father, mother. Seeing the person who came, the feeling in Long Xiaoyan's heart that he had survived the robbery was like a spring gushing out, making him not only weep. Xiaoyan, you've made mother so anxious. You finally returned safely. Brat, next time you dare to do this, this ancestor will definitely punish you heavily. It's good to have your highness the Holy Sun back. It's good to be back. The crowd was divided between heartache, feigned criticism, and celebration. Chen Anqing could see that this kid, Long Xiaoyan, had a really low status in the hearts of the Long family. Old ancestor, father, mother, my child was not out having fun. If it wasn't for this senior's help, my child would have already died at the hands of Shui Junyang. After a cry, Long Xiaoyan was afraid of neglecting Chen Anqing and hurriedly introduced himself to his elders. Almost died? That's more like it. The people of the Long family sniffed. They are all very worried. Xiaoyan, are you talking about that evil demoness Shui Sanyang who specialized in seducing young boys? The Long family's old ancestor asked with a serious face. Exactly. Long Xiaoyan nodded his head, then explained. That day, my evil fire attacked my heart. My mind was a little confused. Ghostly slipped out of the clan, and met her in a barren mountain. At first I did not know that she was the demoness that everyone was shouting about. So, Long Xiaoyan to one by one to recount the incident. Of course, when it comes to some special episodes, Long Xiaoyan bite, is the demoness Shui Sanyan used demonic techniques on him, coupled with the body of the evil fire, only to fall for the trap. As for how the real situation was, only Long Xiaoyan himself knew. Hearing that Long Xiaoyan was being abused and beaten, had his meridians ripped out, and was about to have his heart ripped out and bled out. Each and every one of the senior members of the Long family had their hearts broken with pain. It was this senior who not only killed Shui Sanyan to save my child, but also used immortal pills to heal my child's injuries, and even gave up the soon-to-be-ripe immortal fruits to escort my child home safely. Speaking at the emotional point, Long Xiaoyan looked at Chen Anqing with tears in his eyes. I thank you, Taoist brother. Many thanks to the Supreme Immortal for coming to the rescue. The top management of the Long family were all moved. All of them arched their hands to thank Anson Chen. I don't know what sect or faction brother is from. And how do you call him? The Long clan's old ancestor flew forward and politely arched his hand at Chen Anqing. My name is Chen Anqing, a casual cultivator. Chen Anqing cupped his fists and returned the greeting. Scattered? The Dragon family executives were surprised. They all knew that Xue Sanyang was a top expert of the Yuxian realm. Having reached the Immortal 4 realm, this person can make a move to kill him. His realm strength must not be lower than the other party. The person with such high strength was actually a casual cultivator, which really surprised the crowd. It was important to know that it was much tougher for a casual cultivator to grow up than a cultivator who had his back to a family or clan. After all, it wasn't easy for a casual cultivator to survive without the support of huge resources as well as forces, let alone becoming an immortal. Because of this, all the major powers respect the high realm cultivators, and even if they pay a big price, they still want to bring these types of cultivators together. Disrespectful. The Long family ancestors' eyes were filled with respect. My name is Long K. I would also like to request that Dao Lord Chen move to the palace so that Mr. Long can do his duty as a landlord and thank Dao Lord Chen for saving the lives of my clan's descendants. For the first time, the Long family crowd had heard the old ancestor report his name to himself, and for the first time, they had seen the old ancestor being so deferential to others. In this, thanking for saving his life was part of it. The most important thing was of course that the old ancestor respected the strength of the other party, which was something that the Long family members knew very well at the bottom of their hearts. Senior, please. Long Xiaoyan also rushed to greet Chen Anqing, afraid of making him feel half-hearted. Ha! Anson Chan smiled faintly. Respectfully, I'll have a cup of tea then. At that, the crowd rejoiced. Please, Long K, the elder ancestor of the Long clan, personally led the way and flew parallel to Chen Anqing towards the cluster of clan earth palaces, entered the palace. Exotic delicacies and aged immortal wine are served. Long K only left the top family executives who could stand up to the stage to accompany them, and the rest were dismissed because they were simply not qualified to be seated with a top-notch master like Chen Anqing. The ancient family is really different. The wine and food are 100 times better than the Cloud Dragon realm by 1,000 times. This banquet, Anson Chen ate extremely comfortably. The deliciousness of the exotic dishes was comparable to that of an Immortal Realm restaurant. As for the immortal wine, it was even better than the ordinary wine that Anson Chen had drunk in the immortal world. This was not surprising. It was reasonable for the dragon family to stand at the top of a realm and enjoy higher resources than the bottom of the immortal realm. Men, present the thanks. When the banquet was almost over, Long K ordered the people to deliver the thank you supplies: a pair of extreme dragon horns, 2 million-year-old mountain ginsengs, 10 million extreme spirit stones, and a pair of protective immortal armor. The gifts were presented one by one and respectfully delivered to Anson Chen. If other cultivators in the Yuxian realm were to see this scene, they would be so excited that their blood would spurt. Each gift was enough to make a large sect go crazy. Taking out such a generous gift to thank for saving his life was one aspect, and it was even more evident that the Long family wanted to befriend Anson Chen's determination. In the face of such a generous gift, Anson Chen had nothing special to say. In his opinion, these supplies were not comparable to those medicinal herbs and weapons lying in his own storage bag, and they were not as valuable as this wine feast. It's just a show of hands, so the gifts are waived. Anson Chen waved his hand lightly, refusing the gift. The top management of the Long family, looked at each other. Brother Daoist Chen, could it be that I have slowed you down? Long K said as he arched his hand. The banquet is generous. Talk about slacking off. Chen Anqing lightly returned the salute and said, Chen Mao just doesn't like these extraneous things. Long Xiaoyan saw the atmosphere as slightly awkward, hastily got up and said, Senior, the kid knows that your state of mind is transcendent, not moved by external things. But you also know, if the kid can't repay you for saving his life, I'm afraid that it will leave a knot in his heart, affecting the kid's cultivation. So I dare to ask the senior to smile and accept the gift, and then help the kid back. These words, in fact, came from Anson Chan himself earlier. As for the impact, influence my ass. Upon hearing these remarks, Long K and the rest of the senior management, they praised Xiaoyan for being a good talker. With the words having come to this, Anson Chen was too lazy to say anything more, so he accepted the gift and then said, It's not a gift if you don't come, since I'm destined to have a relationship with the dragon boy. This immortal pill that warms the chi and blood will be given back to you. With that, Anson Chen offered a purple pill. As soon as the elixir came out, the entire palace was drenched in purple light, and the intoxicating aroma poured into one's nose and went straight to one's head. This elixir, which was the outer disciple of Qian Yu Cave, was given to Li Xiu Yuan as a meet and greet gift, and it was much better than the substandard elixir bought from the marketplace, a total of 10 pills. Chen Anqing did not sell them, preparing to keep them for his own use. Oh, it really is an extreme immortal pill. What a thick immortal spirit purple chi. The very best of the very best. Seeing this elixir, everyone present was moved to the stand, but from the hands of a peak true immortal alchemist. The cultivation world has the best and more resources. It is impossible to refine it. Is it a good idea to return a gift with an elixir of immortality? Anson Shen didn't have to consider this at all. After all, this type of immortal pill wasn't very useful to him. Using one to solidify his friendship with the dragon family was definitely not a loss. After all, a small investment always pays off. As for the financial reveal, will it cause covetousness on the other side? Anson Chan has even less to worry about. He can fight if he wants to, and he can withdraw if he wants to. Everything is under control. There is no need to hide like an imbecilic waste, just do whatever you want. Such a generous gift from Senior. How could the kid dare to accept it? In the face of such a heavy treasure, Long Xiaoyan was truly a bit terrified, not to mention him. Even the top levels of the dragon family's immortal realm present felt a hint of trepidation. It's just something outside of your body. This is also a chance for you. Why don't you grasp it? Chen Anqing faintly said. Right. Xiaoyan. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to thank Senior for the gift? Long K hurriedly spoke out to remind him. As for how to repay after receiving the generous gift, it would be discussed later. Hearing Chen Anqing say so, and his family's oldest ancestor also gave the word, Long Xiaoyan did not dare to excuse himself and knelt down to receive the salute. In the meantime, Long Xiaoyan moved to kowtow 3 times to Chen Anqing. I still hope that Senior will accept the kid as his disciple. Take an apprentice? This Long Xiaoyan's physique was close to a saint body, and his bloodline was extremely good, which counted for a lot. If you don't die young, you will surely ascend to immortality, and even if he reached the immortal realm, his qualifications were still superior. There was another point. This kid was the treasure of the entire Long family. After accepting him, it would naturally be more convenient for himself to walk in the Long family in the future. What's more, not only did the Long family have many immortal realm cultivators as their backbone in the lower realm, they had also formed a not-so-small force in the upper realm, which Anson Chan had read about in Long Su's autobiography. When you do the math like that, you don't lose out in any way by befriending at a deep level. Can't see that you kid still has some heart. Anson Shen said calmly. Long K and the others were moved in their hearts, secretly saying that Xiaoyan, this brat, had gone too far. How could he play small-minded in front of such a high priest? Just when he wanted to rebuke, he heard Chen Anqing add, however, this seat has always disliked the dull and clumsy person. If your family's elders promise, this seat will also promise you. Foolish brat, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and perform the salute of worship. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. An old ancestor Long K also rushed to make Long Xiaoyan salute. Being able to let the Xiaoyan kid worship under such a high-ranking person, he will definitely benefit greatly in the future. What's more, for the dragon family to make friends with a loose cultivator above the immortal 4 realm as a result was a good thing to seek. My disciple has met master and bowed to him. Long Xiaoyan was overjoyed and hurriedly kowtowed to Anson Chen a few more times. Get up. Chen Anqing waved his hand lightly and lifted Long Xiaoyan up. Yes, master. Long Xiaoyan got up and waited for Chen Anqing to take his seat, standing respectfully by the side himself. Taoist brother Chen, from now on, the Xiaoyan brat is counting on you. If there's anything he's not doing well, feel free to scold him. Long K said with a smile on his face. Chen Anqing only nodded his head lightly, and Long K ordered another person to bring good wine to drink with Chen Anqing. From now on, if you see Taoist brother Chen as if you see old man, if you are half-hearted, get yourself out of the dragon family. Do you hear me clearly? Long K announced in a loud voice. We respectfully follow our old ancestors' orders. The crowd rose to state their position after eating and drinking for a while longer. Long Xiaoyan said from the side, by the way, master, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to go to the spirit pool to have a look? After the wine banquet, my disciple will take you there. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, the senior officers present all put down their wine cups, and one of them said, Xiaoyan, the old ancestor had an order the other day to close that passageway for 50 years, and no one is allowed to re-enter it. Before the words were finished, Long K angrily slammed the table. Bullshit, this ancestor just had an order. Chen Dao brother acted as this ancestor acted. Are you deaf? Get out of here. Shut up and think. For 3 years, the man wanted to cry without tears, hated himself for what he said, and immediately left the table and went to face the wall. Long K turned his head and replaced it with a smiling face, saying, Dao brother Chen, that matter of the Bisui cold pools mutation, I'm sure Xiaoyan has also told you about it, so you should be careful when you go there, and Mr. Long won't be accompanying you. Chen Anqing said, Brother Long Dao, you're busy with your business. I'm just curious to go and take a look. After the banquet, Long Xiaoyan led the way in front. Passing through a formation barrier to the bottom of the dragon family's forbidden area, there was an early ancient stone chamber in this place that had existed for an unknown number of thousands of years. In the center of the stone room, there was a dustpan-sized spatial vortex, which was the passageway to the aqua pool. Master, my family ancestor was afraid that the evil fire would become even more intense after I went, and ordered me to rest for a few months before going to the spirit pool, so I can't accompany you in today. Long Xiaoyan apologized. There's no harm. I'll just go myself. Chen Anqing secretly said that it was better without outsiders. Long Xiaoyan nodded. Then said, by the way, master, in case you are also poisoned by that evil fire, disciple or prepare some antidote for you. You can rest assured that it's a good and complete antidote. What do you think? Anson Shan almost blushed in his old face. This kid, he's quite a catch of us. With a serious face, Chen Anqing said righteously, the poison of evil fire does need to be guarded against, so go ahead and make arrangements. Long Xiaoyan bowed and saluted. Apprentice will go prepare. Apprentice will leave. After Long Xiaoyan left, Chen Anqing did not immediately enter the spatial channel. After all, one should not be on the defensive. He took out a palm of puppet immortal talisman and transformed into an immortal realm soldier puppet, attaching his mind to it and sending it into the spatial channel. After the immortal puppet entered, there was no abnormality and it landed smoothly on the edge of a cold pool on one side. In this way, Anson Chan was relieved to go in the blink of an eye. The scene in front of Anson Chan's eyes changed. This was a stone cave with many unknown tree roots attached to the surrounding stone walls. In the middle of the stone cave, a 10-foot square pool of turquoise water bubbled eerily with cold air. Finally, after a lot of effort, Chen Anqing finally found this biscuit cold pool and was a little impatient to try it out. Chen Anqing moved his steps and walked into the edge of the cold pool, gradually bathing his body in it. It's cold. Even if Chen Anqing was an immortal body, he felt a gust of coolness piercing into his bone marrow. I'm losing my immortal power? After staying for a small while, Chen Anqing realized that the pool water was extracting the immortal energy from his body, which in turn caused him to feel a slight sense of exhaustion. The dragon kid really didn't lie to me. Not only is this pool no longer improving my qualifications, it's backfiring on my physique. And then, Anson Shan took out some immortal crystals from his storage bag. The Long family's ancestor studied this pool for hundreds of years before figuring out the solution, so it shouldn't be wrong. Chen Anqing took a grain of immortal crystal and placed it into the aqua pool. As the immortal crystal fell, it instantly melted away, and the temperature of the pool water began to change. The effect was immediate. Within a short time, the water in the pool had warmed up from its icy cold and bone-chilling state. Comfortable. The previous discomfort of extracting immortal power was certainly gone, replaced by a soothing sensation of tingling throughout the body. The process lasted about half an hour. Feeling the water of the pool begin to cool down, Chen Anqing put a few more immortal crystals into it. The warm and soothing feeling grew stronger as more immortal crystals were released. So it seems that the more immortal spiritual chi this pool obtains, the better the effect will be. So, Anson Shan put more immortal crystals in it. Several hours later, Chen Anqing put a total of 3,000 immortal crystals into the pool before he felt that the spirit pool was no longer greedy and seemed to have reached some sort of saturation. Cool. What a blast. Anson Chan bathed in the water of the pool, experiencing a sense of relief that he had never experienced since birth. 3 days passed in a hurry. The immortal crystals that had been put into the pool were once again consumed. Chen Anqing opened his eyes, his immortal sense catalyzed, checking out his body. Not anymore. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Chen Anqing did not expect that his physique would change so quickly and so greatly. It's only been 3 days. My physique should be able to be called the true immaculate sword body, for knowledge of physical qualifications and the like. Anson Shen had long had an understanding, especially for a sword body like his, which he understood more thoroughly. There were lower, middle, upper, true, Xian, extreme, king, saint, honored, and the 1 in a billion emperor. Chen Anqing's immaculate sword body could be considered upper middle class among the masses of the immortal realm, but compared to the descendants of those immortal ancient families, heavenly pride and a portion of the ascended, it was the bottom of 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 the bottom. And now, Anson Shan had only spent thousands of immortal crystals, and in just 3 days, he had upgraded his physique to the true grade. How could this not surprise him? The improvement of qualifications was a big problem in the immortal world. Even if those immortal ancient inheritance lineages wanted to improve their qualifications for their family disciples, they would have to pay a huge amount of resources and price. Other than that, it's just going off the beaten path. Just as the Demoness had given Anson Shen's bone removal technique, it was a matter of taking one's life to gain a sliver of qualification enhancement. I wonder if there's an upper limit to this aqua pool's qualification enhancement. While Anson Chan was elated, he began to think about the problem. Although the true grade physique was good, the upper limit of cultivation stopped at the Xian immortal realm. not even reaching the middle Xian immortal stage. Keep trying. In this situation, of course, Anson Chen would not be able to part with that little bit of immortal crystals and was prepared to continue to invest into the aqua pool of first cast 100 grains. After the immortal crystal melted away, the soothing feeling returned, but after a quarter of an hour, the temperature of the aqua pool gradually dissipated and began to backfire on Chen Anqing's physique. The duration is much reduced. Chen Anqing frowned as he mentally analyzed that it should be the reason why he would consume more and faster immortal spiritual qi if he continued to ascend after reaching the true great physique. That is to say, as my physique continues to improve, the amount of immortal crystals consumed will become faster and faster and more. This is still acceptable to Anson Chen after all. Without the existence of this aqua pool, even if he had endless resources, it would be impossible for him to raise his physique so safely and quickly. Figuring this out, Anson Chen increased the amount of immortal crystals he invested. 60,000 immortal crystals before the pool reaches saturation. The first time, Anson Chen saturated the immortal spiritual qi absorbed by putting in 3,000 immortal crystal pools. And this time, it had doubled 20 times before saturating. Let's not worry about that for now. Chen Anqing's entire body sank into the water of the pool, enjoying the process of physique change. After a while, Chen Anqing had a sudden thought. If he bathed in the spring water while practicing the nascent soul technique, would there be a special effect? Thinking of this, Chen Anqing immediately operated the nascent soul technique. Of course, cultivating the nascent soul skill outside of the immortal realm was only to increase proficiency, and without enough immortal aura to absorb, one could not elevate the realm. The blood qi began to run. Guru. Amazing heat radiated from Anson Chen's body, and the water of the pool began to boil. The body's blood qi. A breath of 3 turns, 4 turns, 5 turns, a day and a half passed. 60,000 immortal crystals were consumed, shortening the time by half from last time. 36 revolutions of blood qi in a single breath. My nascent soul technique has progressed more than 10 times. This result made Anson Chen rejoice once again that he had been cultivating the nascent soul technique for some time, and before he came here, it was probably around 3 revolutions in a breath, which was 3 times the rate of an ordinary immortal, and now, his blood qi operation was already as high as 36 revolutions a breath. What kind of concept is that? This had already surpassed most of the ordinary disciples who worshipped the Spirit Cave Immortal Mansion, calling it excellent. This should be the effect of the dual effects of my improved physique in the pool water. Chen Anqing now was unable to express his excitement in words. This aqua pool was nothing short of a supreme treasure to him. No wonder there is the saying of the cycle of karma in the path of cultivation. If I didn't meet Big Brotherly, I wouldn't have been able to get the chance to enter the Spirit Cave. And if I gave up on entering the Spirit Cave because of a few words of humiliation, then I might never see the 10,000 realms of prosperity, and I wouldn't have been able to know about the story of the Dragon Void, and I wouldn't have been able to find this supremely valuable aqua pool even if there was a boundary crossing stone. Chen Anqing was secretly glad that he didn't give up because of Ji Xiling's insults and threats in exchange for today's result. He told himself that as long as he could be strong, what revenge could not be avenged? What grudge can't be extinguished? A mortal's life needs to go through frosty and rough times. Not to mention the bottom immortal with a long life and no power or influence. Thinking of this, all the haze in Chen Anqing's heart was swept away, feeling that his future was bright. My physique has reached the peak of the true grade, and the time to cross the border is almost up, so the next time I come over, I will be able to easily raise my physique to the Xian grade. Anson Chen intended to leave from the Bishop's Pool. One was because he was about to return to the immortal realm, and the other was that the immortal crystals on his body had been consumed, leaving him with only 1 ink crystal. A piece of ink crystal, equivalent to hundreds of thousands of immortal crystals. If you throw it down, within a few hours, Chen Anqing will definitely not be able to use it all, and it will be a waste. Chen Anqing flew out of the pool and entered the spatial channel in the blink of an eye. He arrived at the forbidden land of the dragon family. No matter what, we must guard this aqua pool and not let anyone else hog it. Anson Chen knew that there would definitely be Immortal 8 and Immortal 9 experts present in this realm. By himself, if he wanted to guard the aqua pool, he couldn't do it at the moment, and since the dragon family had fought with the major powers of the Yu Xian realm for hundreds of years and still managed to remain undefeated, it must be due to their deep heritage. Therefore, one only needed to help the Long family. What if the Long family didn't allow themselves to use the aqua pool anymore in the future? Chen Anqing felt that it was a good solution. When his strength increased, getting some high-level immortal talismans to kill back would be it anyway, no matter how you count it. In and out, the advantage is mine. And then, Chen Anqing used the hidden breath skill to hide his physical aura as well as his realm aura and went out from the Forbidden Land. Master, my disciple has been waiting for a long time. As soon as he came out, Long Xiaoyan greeted Anson Chen at the entrance. Aha! Anson Chen nodded lightly. I'm sure you've already bathed in the spirit spring. How do you feel? Long Xiaoyan inquired. As with you, there was no backlash. only evil fire invading the body. Chen Anqing did not pretend that the spirit pool was useless to him. After all, he would use it every time he came over in the future. So who would believe him if he said it was useless? Hearing Chen Anqing's reply, Long Xiaoyan revealed a delighted expression. I didn't expect that you, Master, would not be affected by the backlash of that spirit pool either. My disciple congratulates Master. Chen Anqing laughed and said, things have their own causes and effects. It seems that your and my master-disciple destiny is not a coincidence. Long Xiaoyan nodded and said, yes. By the way, Master, the antidote has been prepared for you. It was personally selected by me. You will be satisfied. Chen Anqing's heart is hot. This kid can do it. Reward him with an immortal weapon then. Anson Shan offered a long spear from his storage bag. This is not a farming tool. It was bought from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. A real weapon. Normal farming tools could be called immortal weapons and heavy treasures to the immortals of the lower realm. And this kind of actual weapon was no different from an extreme immortal weapon to them. After all, there was only one way for the cultivation world to obtain immortal weapons. The only way to obtain them was through the Forbidden Zone. And what was obtained was often a smattering of ancient immortal weapon remnants, which were then rebuilt back into the furnace. The quality, since it was not comparable to the weapons created by the immortal refining immortal masters of the immortal world. This isn't too good. Master, you've given the most precious treasure again. The disciple is ashamed to receive it. Long Xiaoyan was able to sense the extraordinary nature of the lance since he was staring at the immortal radiance lifelike lance. His eyes were about to fall out. Don't be fake. You'll keep it if it's given to you. Master will go into seclusion for a period of time later, so you'll guard the spirit pool well for me. Got it? Chen Anqing faintly commanded. Yes. Disciple obeys the master's order. Long Xiaoyan took down the lance with one hand, and the earth immortal power in his body was triggered by the lance, erupting into a strong immortal might. He felt that at this moment, even if an immortal one realm killed him, he would be able to fight with one. Alright, and take Master to get rid of the evil fire in his body, after which Master will go into seclusion. Anson Chan mentally reminded. Under Long Xiaoyan's leadership, Chen Anqing arrived in front of a secret room. Master, go in on your own to resolve the evil flames. My disciple will be outside the door at your command. Long Xiaoyan understood in his heart that his master was a master with a transcendent mind, and that he did this kind of thing just to get rid of the evil fire, so he didn't feel embarrassed. No need. You go and inform your family's old ancestor about Master's retreat. Also, there is no need to hide the fact that Master can use the spirit pool. Just tell the truth. Chen Anqing waved his hand and secretly said, damn, if you guard the outside, you are not embarrassed. I am embarrassed. In that case, the apprentice will leave first. Long Xiaoyan bowed to Chen Anqing and then retreated. Anson Chan walked in a big way inside the gorgeously decorated big house. Several stunningly beautiful Mahayana stage women had been waiting for his visit for a long time. And at this moment, Chen Anqing did not know that in that demon bone abyss, there was a pair of golden pupils with their eyes projected onto him through the layers of space. Immortal Realm, Qianyu Cave. The old house on the west side of the bamboo forest. Comfortable. Chen Anqing lay comfortably on the bamboo chair, reminiscing about the process of dispelling the evil fire just now. I'm afraid that the Qianyu Cave will be in an uproar lately, so I'll just hide here and cultivate for some time before going down to the realm. The matter of Morong Yan's disappearance was probably about to be noticed, and Chen Anqing was afraid that someone would come to investigate, so he was not going to go down to the realm for the time being. Try how fast I can cultivate with this peak true grade physique of mine. Chen Anqing rested for half an hour, rolled over and began to cultivate and run the nascent soul technique, the peak of the true grade, coupled with the nascent soul skill of 36 revolutions in a single breath, was incomparable to what he had been before. The nascent soul technique was in operation, and the immortal spiritual chi from the heavens and earth was inhaled into his body, and as his blood chi ran, it was integrated into his limbs and bones, his organs and bowels, as well as his meridians. 7 days later, the air inside the old mansion trembled. On Anson Chan's body, there was a flash of immortal charm. Immortal fifth realm. Chen Anqing opened his eyes and his heart was filled with joy. In just 7 days, raise one realm. Of course, to be able to improve so quickly, the skillfulness of the Gong method and the change in physique was one aspect. On the other hand, Chen Anqing had lived in a place where immortal aura was scarce since he was a child. His body was in a state of starvation, and after entering the threshold of cultivation, it would have been much faster. This kind of rapid improvement was unsustainable unless his physique and Gong methods were further improved. As he was about to continue cultivating, Anson Shen sensed that someone had arrived in the small courtyard. He had thought it was Zhong Li arriving, and when he looked outward, he realized it was Nangong Xiao. Why is she here? Chen Anqing was slightly apprehensive, secretly wondering if she had come here because of Morong Yan. There's no reason. Even if she found out that Morong Yan was dead, there's no reason to suspect herself of thinking so. Anson Chan calmed down and got up to walk out of the house. Nangong Cave Master. Chen Anqing nodded his head toward Nangong Xiu. Nangong Xiu didn't have many mood swings and said, Junior Master, how have you been in recent days? Anson Chan smiled and said, plain and quiet. Not bad at all. Nangong Xiu said, that's good. Chen Anqing took the initiative and said, Cave Master suddenly came over. Looking for me for something? Nangong Xiu made a gesture of invitation, signaling Chen Anqing to sit down in front of the stone table in the courtyard. Then said, 3 days from now, it will be the day when the 10-year installment of the Jiuhua Grand Festival arrives, and I have specially come to ask Junior Master to participate in the event, and liven things up together. Anson Chan froze for a moment. Cave Master, I'm not an official disciple of Dry Moon Cave, so I don't need to participate in the grand event, right? Chen Anqing does not know what is the Jiuhua event, but he does not want to go out and show his face. He just wants to quietly nestle in this small courtyard to cultivate. And by the way, also good to the lower world. Nangong Xiu sniffed and said, Junior Master doesn't need to hastily refuse, and listen to me before making a decision. Since the other party had said so, Chen Anqing could only nod his head. Cave Master, please speak. Nangong Xiu waved her hand, and a pot of tea and 2 tea bowls appeared on the stone table, and she personally mixed the tea for Chen Anqing before she said, the Jiuhua event is an event jointly organized by the 4 major caves of my Jiuhua mountain. The younger generation disciples of the 4 families will compete on this day to compete for the prize. Of course, this has nothing to do with you, Junior Master Uncle, but at the end of the event, the Xianyang Immortal Mansion will send an emissary over to collect a few disciples, and by participating in it, Junior Master Uncle will also have the chance to become a disciple of the Immortal Mansion. Anson Chan was speechless. The Immortal Mansion that was a higher level of power than the Spirit Cave, the 4 caves of Jiuhua Mountain. Talented disciples like clouds. With this qualification of his own now, how could he be chosen? Is Nangong Xiu making fun of himself? Thus, Chen Anqing said, Nangong Cave Master, with this qualification, how am I qualified to be an Immortal Mansion disciple? If Cave Master Nangong is willing to let me leave, I will leave now. Nangong Xiu, however, said, you're mistaken, Junior Uncle. You know I can't let you go. According to past experience, the criteria for Xianyang Immortal Mansion to accept disciples is not based on qualifications alone. As long as one is a cultivator of the Jiuhua Mountain, one may be selected. Just like the last time the Xianyang Immortal Mansion came over, a total of 8 disciples were chosen to go away. 2 of them had superior qualifications, 4 of them had moderate qualifications, and the remaining 2, one of them was an old man from the next door Purple Heavenly Cave who was doing odd jobs, and the other one was an outer disciple who had been paralyzed in my cave for more than 300 years. That's why, when the Xianyang Immortal Mansion accepts disciples, everyone can be selected, and the exact criteria are not clear to any cultivator in the Jiuhua Mountain. Therefore, that's why I asked Junior Master to try out as well. Nangong Xiu knew that even so, the chances of Anson Chan being chosen were slim to none, but if Anson Chan was lucky and was really chosen, that would be great. For one thing, by sending Chen Anqing to a better place, she wouldn't break the oath she had made with Li Zhangyang. Secondly, it would also allow that daughter of hers to be at peace, no longer messing up her mind over the small matter and affecting her cultivation in future. All in all, after all was said and done, sending Anson Chen away saved her the most. Anson Chan wasn't really dull. He probably understood Nangong Xiu's intentions. If one can leave the Dry Moon Cave, even if it is at a lower level than the Dry Moon Cave, it is better than being forced to stay here and suffer. In that case, I will participate on the day of the event. However, Nangong Cave Master, if your daughter, Miss Ziling, knows that I walked out of this small courtyard, Chen Anqing said and stopped. Please don't worry, Junior Master. I have ordered that girl to shut down and go forward to impact the true immortal realm. She won't show up on the day of the grand event. Nangong Xiu understood Chen Anqing's worries. As for the so-called impact on the true immortal realm, it was not that she had deliberately arranged it, but rather, the time for Ji Ziling's 3rd impact on the true immortal realm had arrived, and she had to go into seclusion. That's very good. Chen Anqing nodded. Oh right, there's also that 3rd elder, as well as your senior disciple, Mr. Morong, who seems to have an opinion about me as well. When Nangong Xiu heard this, a few moments of guilt also arose in his heart, understanding the heartache of being ostracized in this way. Junior Master, I'll put my words here. Whoever dares to touch you on the day of the grand event, I'll never show any mercy. Do you still have any worries? Nangong Xiu said with conviction. No more, no more. Chen Anqing picked up the tea bowl and took a few large sips to himself. 3 days later, I'll send someone to pick you up, so I'll take my leave for today. Nangong Xiu nodded his head in greeting before getting up and leaving. After Nangong Xiu left, Chen Anqing controlled the puppet Li Xiuyuan to the courtyard. Chen Anqing gave some of the materials he had collected from the lower realms to Li Xiujuan and told him to go to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion to sell them for amethyst crystals. As for why you want the amethyst and not the immortal crystal? Chen Anqing is so considered. Immortal crystal from the cultivation point of view. Then the amethyst is worse than the grade. The reason lies in the amethyst crystal, and the immortal spirit of the purple gas is more pure, more easily absorbed. In addition, on top of the amethyst there was the ink crystal, which was the highest quality immortal stone that Anson Chan knew of. Li Xiuyuan took the storage bag provided by Anson Chan and went to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion never asks for the source of the item, and the price is also fair and reasonable. What's more, Anson Chen himself didn't show up, so there was no security issue. After some valuation by the shopkeeper, the items that Anson Chen had collected were sold for a total of 2,700 amethyst crystals, which when converted into immortal crystals was equivalent to $270,000. And most of these things originated from the destroyed cultivation realm where Candlewind was located. Even if they were salvaged weapons, they couldn't help but be in large quantities. They were still worth the price. After the amethyst was sent back, Chen Anqing cultivated for a few hours to make sure that no one was coming to find him before invoking the crossboundary stone once again. The light door appeared and Anson Chan disappeared in place, the realm of the spectral Xian. According to the time in the lower realm, Anson Chan had already left for 3 months. 3 months was just a blink of an eye in the cultivation world, which could easily close its doors for decades. When Anson Chan came, he had wanted to directly lock the aqua pool. However, he unexpectedly realized that even with his powerful spiritual power, he could only condense the virtual shadow of the aqua pool, and there was no way to condense it at all. Therefore, Anson Chan locked onto the forbidden land of the dragon family and re-entered it through the spatial passage. Chen Anqing entered the spatial passageway, and the people of the Long family failed to notice his arrival. The figure landed at the edge of the blue water pool. Chen Anqing did not hesitate to cast 600 amethyst crystals. 600 amethyst crystals, equal to 60,000 immortal crystals, was equal to the amount used to bring the pool to saturation last time. Chen Anqing walked into the pool and immersed his entire body in the water. An incomparably soothing sensation instantly swept through his entire body, and even his immortal soul felt a tingling sensation. It's so cozy. The feeling of being able to improve his physique without having to suffer was a feeling that Chen Anqing would never forget. After about half an hour, Chen Anqing's physique improved once again, reaching the Xian grade entry level, Xian unsullied sword body. The Xian pin unsullied sword body was already not low, and the growth ceiling could reach the heavenly immortal realm. One must know that the heavenly immortal realm could be called a party of great power even in the immortal realm. A normal immortal mansion master would only be at this level. However, after crossing into the Xian level physique, Chen Anqing clearly felt that the sense of relief diminishing, and the consumption of immortal spirit chi in the pool was alarming. After another half an hour, the immortal aura that had been transformed out of the 600 amethyst crystals was consumed. What to do? Keep stuffing it in, of course, and don't stop until it's full. Chen Anqing put the remaining 2,100 amethyst crystals, all of which were thrown into the aqua pool. To his surprise, with more than 2,000 amethyst crystals, which was approximately equal to more than 200,000 immortal crystals of resources thrown down, the aqua pool had failed to reach saturation. The resources needed after raising your physique by 1 grade skyrocketed. Chen Anqing sighed. This aqua pool was simply a bottomless pit, but this is a bottomless pit of immense pleasure. Input more. Anson Chan willingly point one way or the other. Chen Anqing directly put the piece of ink crystal that he had pitted from the third elder into the aqua pool. It feels a little short of saturation. It's amazing. Anson Chan couldn't help but smack his lips secretly this time. Anson Chen, based on the principle of not wasting anything, bathed in it to enhance his physique while cultivating the nascent soul technique. 36 turns of blood and chi. 37 turns. 38 turns. 7 hours passed and the pool cooled down. 108 turns. Anson Chan was so excited that he screamed out of his mouth. According to the general outline of the nascent soul technique, if one could cultivate the nascent soul technique to 108 revolutions in one breath, one could be called a genius. Cultivation is hundreds of times faster than normal people. Why not 108 times? This is the qualitative change caused by quantitative change, not simply a one-to-one conversion. After all, after reaching 100 turns in a breath, it is a genius who wants to improve again will need to spend a lot of time to polish their cultivation. To think that Morong Yen, a heavenly genius who ascended from the lower realms, cultivated a nascent soul skill similar to mine. Chen Anqing had read a book in the book collection pavilion, which recorded the progress ranking of the Qianyu cave disciples cultivating the nascent soul skill, and Morong Yen ranked the 800th place in history, with 112 turns in one breath of the nascent soul skill. Don't underestimate this ranking of over 100,000. This was the total ranking of all cultivators since the establishment of the Qianyu cave. Moreover, Morong Yan's cultivation time in the immortal world was only a mere 30 years. and to be able to reach 112 revolutions was already quite remarkable. In addition to this, what impressed Chen Anqing the most was the one who ranked first, the nascent soul skill cultivation for 100 years. 600 revolutions in one breath. It was said to be a record set by a genius predecessor in the ancient times, and later on, that person had already become an immortal. Exalt this record. Not to mention the small Qianyu cave. Even in a large domain of the immortal realm, it was a heavenly existence. Those who come later are only out of reach. With this contrast, the joy in Chen Anqing's heart became even stronger. With this aqua pool and getting enough resources, one's own cultivation speed surpassing Moron Yen and surpassing other geniuses would be a matter of course. As for surpassing that legendary genius, even with the existence of the aqua pool, Chen Anqing did not dare to think about it for the time being. After all, he still didn't know if there was an upper limit to how much the aqua pool could enhance him. Who cares? I've already stepped into the ranks of geniuses anyway, so as long as I'm careful to survive, I won't suffer any more in the future. Anson Chan put aside his distractions and began to inspect his body. The physique was raised to about the level of a medium Xian product. In addition, the blood veins, meridians, and spiritual power were all raised to a certain extent. The only thing that bothered him now was that the resources had been depleted and he needed to find a way to get more. The dragon family's disciples are spread all over the world. Letting them help me seek those alchemy and weaponry materials should make a big profit. Chen Anqing so intends, but he will not let the Long family members to work for nothing. The so-called water flows slowly, not to reward some benefits down. Others may not do their best, is not it? In addition, Anson Chen was going to have the Cloud Dragon realm side also begin to take action, collecting materials to resell to the immortal realm for money. As more and more lower realms are entered in the future, the immortal crystal amethyst, since it will not be as lacking as it is now. After a short rest, Anson Chan went out from the aqua pool, but before leaving, Anson Chen's heart was inexplicably tight, always feeling that a pair of invisible eyes behind him were watching him. I guess it's because my physique and spiritual power changed and I haven't adapted yet. Anson Chan shook his head and didn't think much more about it. Coming out from the Forbidden Land, Chen Anqing's immortal sense unfolded and searched for Long Xiaoyan, who was meditating and cultivating. Disciple, the master has come out of the gate. Come and meet me quickly. Chen Anqing directly used his mind to send a voice message to inform Long Xiaoyan. Long Xiaoyan heard the news and came immediately. Master, you've only been in seclusion for 3 months. Why did you come out so early? Master is out of the gate only because he needs to find some materials for alchemy and refining weapons. This is the list of materials. You order people to go and find them. The more the better. This 10 million extreme spirit stones you take. How much reward should be paid? Not a penny less. Chen Anqing instructed while handing over the 10 million extreme spirit stones that the Long family had given him as a token of appreciation last time to Long Xiaoyan. Extreme spirit stones were very precious to the cultivation world, but they were of little use to Anson Chen, and it was just the right time to use them as payment for the work, so that the Long family's children would do their best to find materials for themselves. Long Xiaoyan only took the list of materials and respectfully said, Master, you don't need to pay for the spirit stones. I'll take care of it. Chen Anqing said with a cold face, as a teacher, I have my own principles, so in the future, I shall not take matters into my own hands. Long Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a chill down his back, secretly saying that he was overthinking it. Master is a transcendent master. What qualifications does he have to sway his thoughts? Yes, master. Disciple knows his mistakes. Anson Chan nodded lightly. Well, go ahead. Long Xiaoyan bowed and said, by the way, master, my family's old ancestor said that if you were to leave the gate, he asked me to notify his old man. I don't know if that's appropriate? Chen Anqing said, go about your business. I'll go find your family's old ancestor myself. Only then did Long Xiaoyan retreat. In the next moment, Anson Chen's figure flickered, and he arrived at the place where the aura of the dragon family's land was the most abundant. The place was lush with greenery and beautiful scenery, and that wooden house in the mountains was the location where Long K lived. Regardless of the upper and lower realms, how is it that people of high realms like to live in humble dwellings? What kind of bad habits are these? Chen Anqing couldn't help but spit out. With that, Chen Anqing faintly shouted, what is it that fellow Taoist Long seeks from me? Hearing the voice, Long K, who was meditating in seclusion, realized that Anson Chan had arrived. Long K opened his eyes. A flash of shock flashed across his eyes. I am in the Immortal 8 realm, but I didn't even notice fellow Taoist Chen approaching, and I don't know what kind of divine skill he possesses to conceal his breath. Shocked, Long K flashed into the air, and smiled brightly from a distance, arching his hand and saying, Taoist brother Chen. The old man went into cultivation and did not greet Taoist brother. I hope that Taoist brother will bear with me. Chen Anqing arched his hand to return the salute and laughed. Family, no need to talk about those empty rituals. When Long K heard this, his heart rejoiced. Ha ha ha, brother Taoist Chen has a point. so I won't be polite with you. Please move to my humble abode. We will drink tea together. Anson Chan nodded. Please. The two of them landed in a green bamboo pavilion. Long K brewed the precious tea he had found from the Forbidden Land and sat opposite to Chen Anqing. Good tea. Chen Anqing took a sip. The tea made him feel amazing. Only slightly inferior to Nangong Shou's tea in the cultivation world. Being able to take out such a good tea leaf really surprised Anson Chen. This tea is the old immortal in the periphery of the demon bone abyss. A heavenly danger found. A total of 8 taels. Treasured for 1,900 years also did not want to drink. Long K smiled. Let brother Long Dao break the bank. Chen Anqing sniffed and his impression of Long K was a few points better. Long K waved his hand slightly. If Daoist Chen doesn't mind being slow, I'm satisfied. By the way, I heard from Xiao Yan that you don't suffer from backlash even when you enter the spirit pool? Chen Anqing nodded his head undeniably. It doesn't backfire, but the enhancement to me is also minimal. It's better than nothing. Long K said. Qualification enhancement. How difficult it is. To be able to enhance a little is also a chance that is hard to buy with 10,000 crystals. I hereby congratulate brother Chen Dao. Chen Anqing took a sip of tea and said, I'm afraid that brother Long Dao's search for me wasn't just to congratulate me. Was it? Ha ha ha. Long K laughed and said, I can't hide it from brother Daoist Chen. It's something like this. In recent years, that northern ancient Holy Land has been coveting the Spirit Spring Passage, and my dragon family has had a few small battles with it, and after a scoreless draw, that northern ancient Holy Land temporarily retreated. But in recent days, the northern ancient Holy Land has another strange movement, repeatedly beating and killing my dragon family's children without any reason in a vain attempt to stir up trouble. The old man estimates that it is only that old man from the northern ancient Holy Land who has broken the realm. Hearing this, Chen Anqing took the initiative and said, What does brother Long Dao mean? But do you want me to help? Long K hurriedly waved his hand and said, Brother Chen Dao is a casual cultivator. I know that casual cultivators always do not take advantage of karma and do not like to get involved in right and wrong. How would I dare to bother brother Chen Dao to take action? What I mean is, if my Long family suffers a great disaster this time, I still hope that Taoist brother Chen will think of the fact that he is the master and disciple of Xiao Yan and bail him out. I wonder if Taoist brother Chen can agree. Hearing these words, Chen Anqing secretly said that he had underestimated Long Quebec. This person was worthy of being a character who had lived for tens of thousands of years and knew the ways of the world. Thus, Chen Anqing responded, If anything does happen, there's no need for brother Long Dao to explain. I will keep my disciple safe. Long K arched his hand. I've thanked brother Daoist Chen first. From now on, Xiao Yan will be in your hands. Chen Anqing felt that this old man was like explaining his last words. It seemed that the Long family had really encountered a big problem this time. Brother Long Dao, are you worried that someone from that northern ancient Holy Land has broken into the Immortal Nine realm? And that's why you're so worried? Chen Anqing asked. I won't hide it from Dao brother. That's exactly it. Long K turned his head to look into the distance and slowly said, My dragon family has also produced a few Immortal Nine realm ancestors before, but they could not resist the call of the heavenly might and have long since ascended. The same is true for the remaining Immortal Nine powerhouses of the several top forces, except for the unknown powerhouses hibernating in the Forbidden Zone. All told, the Yuxian realm hasn't seen an Immortal Nine powerhouses for 70,000 years. This time, that relic of the northern ancient Holy Land, if he has truly broken into the ninth realm, with my dragon family's heritage, he will definitely not be able to withstand it. The dragon family's base was a few Immortal 8 realms, and if the other party really had an Immortal 9 realm present, a few Immortal 8s combined would be no match. What's more, the other party also had 2 experts from the Immortal 8 realm. Anson Chan sniffed and fell into the middle of silence that he pondered in his heart. The level of Immortal 8 and Immortal 9. It was not suitable for him to get involved right now. After all, there was a difference of several realms, but just because you're not involved yourself doesn't mean you can't help. Chen Anqing's advantage lies in the weapons and magic treasures. If the big battle really starts, borrow some powerful weapons to the Long family. Several Immortal 8 realm experts may not be unable to compete with each other. Thinking about this, Chen Anqing said, Brother Long Dao doesn't have to worry too much. The Immortal 9th realm is certainly strong, but not invincible. After all, the battle power of a cultivator doesn't just depend on the realm. Weapons, battle armor, talismans, and formations are all key to victory or defeat. Long K smiled bitterly and shook his head as he said, Although brother Daoist Chen's words are reasonable, the quality of the immortal weapons possessed by my dragon family is conversely inferior to that clan-suppressing immortal weapon of the northern ancient Holy Land, and it's really impossible to win from this aspect. Ha! Chen Anqing laughed and said, Brother Long Dao, could it be that boy? Xiao Yan didn't show you his Jiao scale gun? What Jiao scale gun? Long K was at a loss. Chen Anqing secretly said, Long Xiao Yan, this kid actually hid the immortal weapon he bestowed on himself. Even his family ancestor is not allowed to know. True metal it's nothing, Chen Anqing said indifferently. It's just a very high-grade immortal spear that I bestowed upon him a few days ago. In addition, if Brother Long Dao needs something, I have some weapons here that I can temporarily lend to you, so you can see if they fit. With that, Anson Chen waved his big sleeve. The 4 extreme immortal weapons were then suspended in front of the 2 of them. This. Long K was shocked by the impact of the wildly dominating immortal might on the weapon, and his heart palpitated, so he couldn't help but stumbled out a knife, a sword, an armor, a seal. 4 immortal weapons, suspended between heaven and earth. Fatally had great Tao light emerging. Long K stabilized his figure, unable to hide the shock in his heart, looking at the 4 immortal weapons. For a moment he was unable to speak. After a few moments, he snapped back to his senses and said in shock, Brother Daoist Chen, this 4 endowed immortal artifacts are considered to be of the highest quality. Are you really willing to lend it to an old immortal? Long K was not stupid enough to open his mouth to ask Chen Anqing how he got the immortal weapon. After all, hundreds of millions of cultivators in this world, there are always some who can get the unspeakable chance, and venturing to inquire will only offend the other party. Chen Anqing faintly said, What are you talking about, Brother Long Dao? If I refused to lend it to you, would you be able to see these 4 immortal weapons? Ha ha, Brother Long Dao, just take them and use them. Upon hearing this, Long K's heart couldn't help but feel a little more grateful and touched. I'll remember the kindness of Taoist Brother Chen. Anson Chen laughed. If you don't take the weapons, the immortal realm of the northern ancient Holy Land will sense the aura of these 4 immortal weapons. Yeah. Long K raised his trembling palm, fully utilizing the immortal power in his body, and grabbed towards the front. The 4 immortal weapons emitted the sound of the great Tao humming, seemingly resisting the Dragon K. But these 4 immortal weapons were still masterless after all, and in a few moments of effort, they were subdued by the immortal 8 realms Dragon. Quebec. Long K offered up the war knife engraved with the Xiantian spirit Xianwen, gently stroked the body of the knife and muttered, This knife must have taken over the creation of heaven and earth to become. It's not worse than that Monlong hammer in the northern ancient Holy Land. It's truly a supreme treasure. Chen Anqing secretly laughed. If you were to wait until after you ascended, you wouldn't think so. Does Brother Long Dao have the confidence to fight the northern ancient immortals now? Long K pondered for a moment and said, By myself alone, even if I possessed this extreme great immortal weapon, I wouldn't be a match for the immortal 9 realm. However, there are 3 other immortal 8 realm members of my clan, and if one of them has an immortal artifact of this grade, the victory will be unknown. Chen Anqing said, If you want to fight, a 50-50 split between victory and defeat won't work. We'll see what happens then. And if we're not defeated, I can still lend you a few more immortal weapons. Long K, his mind was in a daze. Brother Chen Dao even had an immortal weapon? No wonder that day he gifted him a pair of handicapped immortal armor as a gift of thanks. He did not have any mood swings, so it was his own offering. Thinking about this, Long K can't help but secretly celebrate. Lesian Child suffered a disaster. Is indeed to bring the dragon family a great opportunity, when it is really a blessing and a blessing. On second thought, Long K's heart was again a little painless. Taoist Brother Chen was originally the Shaoyan brat's savior, and after failing to repay the gift of saving his life and taking on the kindness of borrowing the supreme immortal soldier, it was a little difficult for him to feel at ease. How should I repay Brother Chen Dao? Darkly pondering for a little while, Long K arched his hand and said, I am grateful to Brother Daoist Chen. By the way, Taoist Brother Chen, that day when you first arrived at my clan's land, I seemed to sense that you were a sword body? Chen Anqing didn't completely hide his physique's aura at that time, so Long K was able to sense a few things. Not bad, I am indeed a sword body. Is there any problem, Brother Long Dao? Long K hurriedly waved his hands. Which would be a problem? It's just that in my clan, there is an ancient sword skill that has been passed down for more than 100,000 years, and I would like to gift the sword skill to Brother Dao. Anson Chan took a sip of tea and said, Such a coincidence? I can try it then. Long K laughed. In fact, it is not a coincidence. When the ancestors from a forbidden area to find quite a lot of gongfu, only this sword know how my dragon family generations of children are unable to comprehend, so it is left to this day. Chen Anqing was curious as to what kind of sword skill it was that had prevented generations of Long family disciples from comprehending it. Why don't you take me to take a look at it this time, Brother Long Dao? Long K spread out his palm, and with a thought, he offered up a dark brown jade tablet. The sword skill is amongst this inheritance jade tablet. Brother Daoist Chen can just check it here. Anson Chan nodded and accepted the jade tablet. Spiritual energy surged into the jade tablet. Boom! In his sea of consciousness, there was a roar. The shadow of an ancient black skeletonized pattern sword coalesced and took shape in his sea of consciousness. What is the meaning of this? That sword shadow just stood there in Chen Anqing's sea of consciousness. Without any other information coming out, Chen Anqing gathered his conscious body in the sea of consciousness and went up to touch the sword shadow. The moment the body of consciousness came into contact with the sword shadow, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. So it is. Anson Shun understood that the sword shadow contained an inherited sword skill, but one had to be at least a Saint-grade sword body to be qualified to obtain the sword Dao inheritance. It was no wonder that the descendants of the Long family generation after generation were unable to comprehend it. The probability of coming up with a sacred sword body was much lower than other sacred bodies. What's more, even if there was a Saint-grade sword body born in the Long family, it was impossible for him to have such a powerful mental power as Chen Anqing had right now that he couldn't even see the shadow of this void sword, let alone bear the information contained within. Anson Chan's mind withdrew. If it were in the past, this thing would have been chicken feed for him. It was different now. His physique could be upgraded through the aqua pool, and it wouldn't be too late to obtain the inheritance sword technique when he reached the Saint-grade sword body later. Nice stuff. I'll take it. Chen Anqing put the jade tablet into his storage bag. Good. It's good that it's useful to brother Taoist Chen, so that the old immortal can have some peace of mind. Long K was happy from the bottom of his heart. Just at that moment, Long K sensed a few not-so-weak breaths descending to the edge of the dragon family land. Anson Chan naturally sensed that someone was coming. His immortal sense unfolded, but he saw two old men, escorting a pair of young men and women, were confronting the dragon family guards. How dare such a mole come to my clan's land to spread wildness? Long K was instantly furious, wanting to strike to wipe out those people. Brother Long Dao, stay calm. The other party has brought the younger generation to call for provocation, so why don't you let me go and meet them and give them a good time? Chen Anqing clearly heard the man and woman who came over clamoring to challenge the strongest member of the young generation of the Long family. So such a wicked idea was born in his heart. Long K was stunned for a moment. I can't imagine that Brother Chen Dao still has this hobby of bullying the small and molesting people with the big. Interesting. The juniors nowadays are indeed getting more and more arrogant and unlikable. So let's bother Brother Taoist Chen to take a shot and teach them a little lesson. Long K laughed. I'll go too. Anson Chan's figure flickered and disappeared in place. Greetings to the Supreme Immortal. All the people of the Long family, regardless of seniority, bowed to Anson Chen. Supreme Immortal, what are you? One of them, not knowing the reason why Anson Chan had come over, boldly inquired. Then there's someone outside calling for battle. You guys just think of me as a dragon family descendant. I'll go and teach them a lesson. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Supreme Immortal Chen was actually going to personally take action, so the other party wouldn't die without any dregs left. Then I'm grateful to the Immortal. In fact, there were quite a few Earth Immortal Realm experts present among the descendants of the Long family, qualified to deal with the people who were calling for battle outside. However, their ancestor had ordered them to see Immortal Chen as if he were coming in person, so how could they dare to spoil his pleasure? Has the young generation of the Long family died out, and they still don't come out to answer the battle? Across a forbidden wall came the man in green's openly drunken voice. What son of a bitch dares to come and holler? The forbidden door opened, and Anson Chen stepped out with his feet in the air. Seeing someone come out, the corner of that green-clothed man's mouth hooked into a cold smile. The woman, on the other hand, had no change in expression. Her gaze was indifferent, as if she regarded Chen Anqing as nothing. Are you a candidate for battle? State your name. The man surveyed for a moment, found that he actually could not see through the other party's cultivation realm. The heart will be a little vigilant, and beside the two of them, the old man wearing a black brocade robe quietly transmitted his voice. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. This person must have a secret treasure on his body to hide his breath, and even the old slave cannot see through his cultivation. The youth responded indifferently. There is no harm. His bone age is not more than 100. He must be a young descendant of the dragon family. This saint's son is not afraid of anyone from the young generation of his family. The bone age was something that Anson Chen had deliberately displayed. Otherwise, when he suppressed these few people later, they would find an excuse to be unconvinced. The black-clothed old man said, the bone age is indeed not more than 100. In the next battle, please be more careful, saint's son. This is the territory of the dragon family after all. The youth laughed coldly. I have come here but just to insult the young generation of the Long family. I won't kill them painfully. The old guys of the Long family won't be so shameless as to take a shot at me. The black-clothed old man no longer said anything more, only secretly vigilant. Once there was any big commotion, he had his own way to bring the holy son and holy daughter safely away. If you want me to give my name, it depends on how much weight you have, Anson Chen said indifferently. Northern Ancient Sacred Son Zhu Ji, is the portion enough? As the Northern Ancient Sacred Son, Zhu Ji's reputation resounded through the region, and he was even called one of the 100 contemporary heavenly prides. When he announced himself, he had a few moments of complacency in his heart, expecting the other party to reveal a look of panic after hearing his name, but Zhu Ji was disappointed. He did not feel any emotional fluctuations from Anson Chen's face. So it's the Holy Sun, even if you're qualified. You've been clamoring here for half a day. How do you want to fight? Chan Anqing said. I have heard that. Cut the crap and just tell us how to fight. Zhu Ji had wanted to find a grand excuse for his door-to-door provocation this time, but he didn't know that the other party was so unforgiving. Seeing how arrogant Chan Anqing was, the woman on the side then began to look at him squarely. Then she spoke out. The two of us, my senior siblings, are just here to meet friends through martial arts, so just point it out. Anson Chan grinned, his gaze falling on the woman recklessly. This woman's bone age is not more than 100. Her appearance looks 17 or 18 years old, and her cultivation is in the middle stage of Earth Immortal. As for looks, it's not on par with Chinger. Oh, in that case, you and the others came to the door and called out just to show off your little strength and make a spectacle of yourselves? Chan Anqing said. Right, the woman actually didn't deny it. Ha, Anson Chan said. Who am I to give you a chance? If your long family doesn't want to be cheeky, you cannot give the two of us a chance. The woman looked like she was taking things for granted. That's right, this saint's son doesn't want you to kowtow. Doesn't want you to kneel. Just one sentence from you. The Long family is full of losers. And then I will spare your family's younger generation this time. Zhu Ji stared at Chan Anqing very playfully. The two of them, this time, had come here to humiliate the descendants of the Long family. So naturally, they could say anything. Kid, don't you dare go wild. Hearing this, Anson Chen didn't have much of a reaction. But the Long family members were furious. As hard as if they had been viciously slapped with a few big slaps in the face. What? Are you so enraged that you're going to bully the little ones with the big ones? Zhu Ji said with great disdain. You filthy little child. You are not worthy of the old man's hand. My son will clean you up. That person calmed down. Secretly Chan Xianxian in. The two of them were to get a bargain today. They should not talk too much. Seeing that Chan Anqing was unmoved, the woman was a bit impatient and said, if you don't dare to fight, get lost and come with someone else. Can't it be that all of the descendants of the Long family are things that don't carry seeds? Anson Chan leisurely said, see how anxious you are. Why don't I call them out and let you see them? The woman's face suddenly gloomy down. Good called out to this holy lady. Look, do not bring the seed on the mercy, if with cowards, all cut off is. With these words, even Zhu Ji who was on the side almost rolled his eyes, secretly saying that it's still you, senior sister, who has sharp teeth. Chen Anqing was happy and said, my Long family youths, all of them are dragon and tiger. I'm afraid that you won't be able to lay your hands on them if you look at them. The woman completely did not expect that the Long family still had such nasty, lowly goods, and was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. Son of a bitch, nasty embryo, if you have the ability don't play with your mouth, and fight with this holy maiden with a real sword. On the side, Zhu Ji's face turned blue as he reminded in a low voice, senior sister Murwan, use more elegant terms. Don't let that son of a bitch take advantage of you. By the time the woman realized the ambiguity of her words, a roar of laughter had erupted around her, exasperating her and making her blush scarlet. Chen Anqing, on the other hand, said carelessly, you think beautifully, with this point of your posture and strength, at most you will be a foot-washing maid for this gentleman. Do you want to bet on it? The woman was furious and said, this is what you said. You and I will fight. If you lose you will cut off your nasty root. If I lose, I will follow what you said. Chen Anqing still looked like an old man, saying, don't be anxious, my lord has no shortage of slave girls. If you lose, cut that kid off. Do you dare to bet? Bet. The woman didn't hesitate to agree, because in her mind, there was no way she could lose. On the contrary, it is the side of the Zhu halberd. Angry face is green, the heart curses, today is obviously to humiliate the dragon family. This son of a bitch. 3 words and sister bet on their own life root. This fucking count how a thing. Come here. Anson Chen scowled at the woman named Murwan and hooked his finger. Nasty bastard. Go to hell. Murwan urged her immortal power with all her might. And even more so, she directly sacrificed her own immortal weapon. A cucumber-sized black poisonous thorn. She vowed to defeat Anson Chen in a single blow before ruthlessly humiliating him. Anson Chen flipped his hand and pressed down with a light wind. All of a sudden, space trembled and a fierce wind rolled back. The terrifying immortal might forced those 2 Dao protecting elders to retreat back and forth. Not good. This guy is in the immortal realm. The 2 old men were instantly shocked. They could not have imagined in any way that a youth with a bone age of no more than 100 would be at the immortal realm. Holy maiden, retreat. The 2 old men shouted as they tried to rush over to rescue them. It was a pity that they were simply too late. As for Murwan, who was under that violent pressure, she was even more terrified. And in that instant, she felt that her immortal soul was about to burst. Boom. The pseudo-immortal power that Murwan had offered was blasted apart. And even the remnant immortal weapon poison spike in her hand was crushed by the palm force. The clothes on her body burst and shattered, and her snow-white body crashed into the earth, smashing a deep pit into the ground. You, said good point to point. That Zhu Ji was horrified and wanted to reason with Chen Anqing and theorize a bit. Cut the crap and care about caring for your lifeblood. This time, it was Anson Chen's turn to look at the blushing Zhu Ji with a teasing face. I didn't expect you, the dragon family, to be so shameless as to send an immortal realm powerhouse to disguise the younger generation. When it's really shameless. The two old men stared at Chen Anqing with incomparable indignation after they rescued myriad. In fact, according to the standards of the Holy Land, anyone under the age of 500 could be counted as the younger generation. After all, Holy Land cultivators stood at the very top of the cultivation world, with extremely long lifespans, moving to live his more than 10,000 years among the younger generation. The watershed of cultivation was the Earth Immortal Realm. To be able to reach the Earth Immortal Realm under the age of 500. One could be called a genius cultivator. If one could reach the Earth Immortal Realm within 100 years of age, one would be among the celestial pride. The two in front of them were the holy sons and daughters of the northern ancient Holy Land. And not only did they have excellent natural talent, the cultivation resources they possessed were far from being comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. Thus reaching the Earth Immortal Realm in less than 50 years, he belonged to the upper echelon of the heavenly pride, which was why he was arrogant. You're not as skilled yourself, so you say that my son is in disguise? It turns out that you, the northern ancient Holy Land, are all villains in name only. As the saying goes, there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. So how can you and other rats, with their blinders on and frogs in the bottom of the well, be able to recognize the true heavenly pride in this world? A little bit of qualification and then do not know the heights of heaven. Just like the old saying, those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. Let's ask you to serve or not. Seeing the dilemma of those people from the northern ancient Holy Land who were in a hurry, but could do nothing about it, the Long family immediately seized the opportunity to ruthlessly taunt the other party without mincing words. Impossible. Your dragon family's young generation could never have the existence of a heavenly pride that has become immortal in 100 years. Today, you and the others are so bullying my family's holy son and daughter. Aren't you afraid of spreading the word and making the world laugh? That black-clothed old man, who didn't believe that the Long family would have such a genius in existence, was so angry that veins rolled on his forehead. It wasn't that the old man hadn't seen the light. 100 years of becoming an immortal. There were only a handful of people on the entire Yushin continent's nearly 100,000 years of recorded history. Besides, which one of those people didn't become an immortal by obtaining an amazing inheritance in the Forbidden Zone? He, the Long family, could never have this blessing. I'm not convinced. At this time, the holy maiden Murwan had already awakened under the rescue of the immortal power immortal medicine. She put on a new set of clothes, and a trail of blood soon stained her white dress red. Disobedience? If I hadn't exerted only 0.5% of my strength, you would have been vaporized. So what nerve do you have to say you don't want to obey? Chen Anqing's gaze swept over Mayan, and what came to his mind was the image of the moment her clothes burst open. Your cultivation time is by no means within 100 years. So who am I to serve you? Muwan gritted her teeth in shame and indignation. Oh, you want to be convinced, don't you? Then this gentleman will fulfill you. Check your bone age. Chen Anqing this time. This is to suppress the arrogance of the other side. Not in the other side of the road to leave some shadows on the heart. Will not be a waste of time? Inspection. If you guys' bone age doesn't exceed 100, this holy son will kneel down and apologize to you. Zhu Ji on the side was even more disbelieving that in this era, there was still the existence of a heavenly pride that completely crushed him. If he didn't figure it out, he would definitely be unstable in his Tao heart, and would have trouble sleeping and eating. Your pair of cheap knees are not worth anything. I don't care about your kneeling. After checking your bone age, just honestly let your senior sister fulfill the bet. Chen Anqing stared at Zhu Ji playfully. Yizhu halberd suddenly scalped numb. He secretly said, in case this kid bone age is not more than 100, then what do you do? No way. Never. Test it first. Thus, Zhu Ji's face was grim, and he put his face aside, neither actively agreeing nor refusing. Holy maiden, do we really need to check his bone age? The white-clothed old man who had been silent for a long time on the side was a bit uneasy in his heart. He thought that if he retreated now, the northern ancient Holy Land would not be considered a disgrace. After all, he could still spread the word and just bite out the dragon family's deception. But if you really check the bone age, the other party is not more than 100 years old, then the face of the North Ancient Holy Land can be a big loss. Why don't we test it? Our testing stone can even measure the bone age of our old ancestor, so we're not afraid of him cheating. Muwan responded coldly. Indeed, I am not afraid that he will make a fraud, but I am afraid that, in case he really is worried, said the white-clothed old man worriedly. There are no eventualities. Murwan interrupted the white-robed old man with a deep voice. Then let's follow the holy maiden's words. The white-clothed old man could only comply immediately. He offered a palm-sized stone. which was obtained by the northern ancient sacred land from the remains of an ancient sect, and could accurately test anyone's physique and bone age. In total, tens of thousands of stones like this were found in the northern ancient Holy Land, so the old man also carried one with him. Use the test stone from my Holy Land. Do you dare? The old man took a few steps forward and said in a deep voice, "Why wouldn't you dare?" Chan Anqing said lightly, "Okay, you just need to hold this stone and we'll see." The old man threw the test stone over. Anson Chan cupped it in his hand immediately. Two types of light shot up from the test stone. One was a discontinuous 3 red lights, representing that Anson Chan's bone age was no more than 40. The other was a green light that condensed into the shape of a sword and rushed into the sky. Xianpin sword body. Bone age is less than 40. Seeing this scene, several people from the northern ancient Holy Land were all wide-eyed. The Xianpin sword body. It didn't shock them much. After all, the northern ancient sacred ground hosted the world's wonders, and even higher sword bodies had appeared among the disciples, but this bone age of less than 40 was like a poison arrow stuck in their hearts, making it hard for them. How can? Twilight One's entire body was confused, her mind buzzing, feeling like a mortal drowning. Bone age no more than 40. Zhu Ji froze in place, his face twitching involuntarily. He did have the intention to lie and say that the 3 red lights represented a bone age of 300 or more, but is that possible? The tests of the various Holy Lands and ancient world families were not much different, and anyone could see what those 2 rays of light represented, and could not be concealed. Not only the few people from the northern ancient Holy Land, even the people from that dragon family, up and down, were stunned. They had thought that Immortal Chen was a loose cultivator who had practiced for tens of thousands of years, and the party was just trying to anger the other party, but they didn't know that he was really not even 100 years old, which really shook their immortal souls. Senior sister, what should we do? Shu Ji transmitted his voice to Mir Wan with a sobbing voice. I don't know. How do I know? Wow. Twilight One's brain was a mess, and in the heat of the moment, she let out a wow. The 2 frozen black and white-clothed old men forced themselves to calm down. The white-clothed old man stepped forward and arched his hand at Chen Anqing. This time it was we who were rash, not knowing that there are people outside of people, and I hope you will bear with me if I have offended your excellency. Admit your mistake and apologize. But does it work? You want to settle for a soft word when you lose? It's not that simple. Moreover, this white-clothed old man came out to apologize, and did not necessarily be genuinely bowed, most likely because the situation is forced, in order to get out of the way. This point Chen Anqing since can see. It's time for whoever made the bet with me just now to carry it out. Chen Anqing stood with his arms folded, his clothes and kind stirring in the wind, his own temperament of an absolute immortal spirit dispersed. As the saying goes, where there is forgiveness, if you refuse to give up, aren't you afraid of bringing things to an unmanageable situation? That old man in black spoke out, but it didn't sound very pleasant to the ear. Threaten my lord? Anson Chan swept his cold eyes. Clank. The immortal power sword, already condensed in his hand. The black-clothed old man's pupils shrunk. That immortal power sword of the opponent had even invoked the power of the rules of heaven and earth. The space around them all became somewhat distorted under the pressure of that immortal might. Kid, even though you're on top of my family's holy maiden, it doesn't mean you're qualified to compete with the old man. The black-clothed old man was at the immortal 4 realm, and in his opinion, even if the other party was a supreme heavenly pride, it would be impossible for him to reach the immortal 2 realm within 100 years, much less rival himself. Try? Anson Chan raised an eyebrow. Poof. The black-clothed old man snorted coldly and said, "This is your long family's territory. If the old man injures you, your family's elders will definitely be unforgiving and too lazy to bother with you." Tisk. What excuses are you looking for? Anson Chan bristled. You don't really think you can walk through a move under me, do you? No way. No way? Chen Anqing remembered that when Zhongli mocked his natural talent at that time, it was this kind of tone, which was very hurtful, and lived to learn from it. Expected. The black-clothed old man was scorned by Chen Anqing, and his heart was filled with rage. Kid, you're too crazy. I can't help but to bestow you with a few strokes so that you'll remember. Chen Anqing's gaze sank. A mouthful of brats. I'd like to see if you're worthy. Clank. Chen Anqing guided his sword towards the sky, and the power of the Tao rules was added to the immortal power sword. Fancy, let's see the old man slap you. Swish. The surprising wave sword technique struck out. As soon as the sword came out, immortal light exploded, and the icy cold and bone-piercing rule sword shadow rushed towards the old man. At this moment, the black-clothed old man finally sensed the extraordinary nature of that sword. How can he be so strong? No good. His realm might be above mine. Thinking of this, the black-clothed old man's face suddenly turned white, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble. The defensive immortal armor, instantly pushed to its limit, defended him from head to toe. At the same time, the black old man offered up an immortal artifact dragon headstaff in an attempt to block the incoming terrifying sword shadow. Boo! When the two touched, the immortal light exploded, and the violet energy rolled up spatial ripples, forcing everyone around them back. Moreover, on the dragon family's side, if it wasn't for the dragon family's immortal realm experts sheltering them, those young sons and daughters would only have been seriously injured or exploded to their deaths. As for that Mirwan and Juji, under the shelter of the white-robed old man, they retreated in a sorry state, both of their hearts curled up in shocking waves. He's, well, strong. Mirwan stared blankly at the mass of immortal radiance in front of her, her heart bitter to the core. All along, she had been shrouded by the aura of heavenly pride, but she had never thought that she was like a mess compared to the one in front of her. It was too much for her to take in by beating her soul. Put. Mirwan's heart twinged and she couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of essence blood. Holy maiden. Seeing this scene, the white-clothed old man's brows deepened. He knew that the holy maiden's Tao heart had a crack, and he was afraid that it would be difficult to advance half a step in the future. Ugh! The old man in white sighed hopelessly, not to mention the uninitiated holy maiden. Even he, an old man who had been cultivating for 10,000 years, was affected by that dragon family's heavenly pride's Tao heart and was jealous and hateful. As for Juji, he is even worse. Resentment, jealousy, anger, unwillingness, and despair, all kinds of emotions are intertwined in his immortal soul, making him have a splitting headache, and almost going crazy. The crowd stood still for a few moments, and there was no movement in front of that. The immortal light dispersed. In midair, one of the black-clothed old man's arms disappeared, and immortal blood couldn't stop spilling down from the air, and across from him, Chen Anqing still has a fluttering coat of kinds and stands lightly between heaven and earth. Old Black, you. When the white-clothed old man saw this scene, his throat felt like it was being pinched by a large invisible palm, and he couldn't say a complete sentence at all. Old Black lost. In one move, the arm was chopped off. What was even more frightening was that the other party didn't even use an immortal weapon at all, and only used immortal power to condense the sword to crush the heavily armed Old Black. This shows that the difference between the two is too great. At least the immortal 5 realm, the white-clothed old man muttered, but in his heart, he did not dare to accept this result. Immortal 5? Put. Hearing the white-clothed old man guess Chen Anqing realm, the holy son and holy daughter again several mouthfuls of essence blood sprayed out of their mouths. The heart of the Tao completely collapsed. You don't really think you can have a back and forth with me, do you? No way. No way? Anson Chan knew that the black-clothed old man was having a hard time to the extreme, and casually added a knife. The black-clothed old man's eyes rolled white, and with both his body and mind heavily injured, he actually planted himself out of the air. What a powerful northern ancient holy land! The first immortal realm expert to pass out in a hurry since the beginning of time. Admiration, admiration, admiration. An elder of the Long family sneered loudly, causing the crowd to roar with laughter. Immortal realm experts, how powerful their immortal souls were. Being directly vaporized was truly rare. Your Excellency's posture against the heavens. Little immortal admires it. Please be magnanimous and let my family's saint son and saint daughter leave. We are willing to make compensation. The white-clothed old man was helpless to the extreme and could only go forward to humbly plead for mercy. The juniors couldn't beat the others. The seniors even had their hands chopped off. They lost face for sure, and now they only begged to be able to leave quickly. As for the fear of losing your life, the white-clothed old man wasn't afraid. After all, if the Long family dared to kill them painfully, it would mean going to war with the northern ancient sacred ground, a price they could hardly bear. This Gongzi doesn't look at your 3 melons and 2 dates. Let your family's holy maiden fulfill the bet first to speak. Anson Chan spoke faintly. The white-robed old man looked aghast and said, My lord, this competition, after all, is only a sparring match, the so-called bet. My holy son also did not agree to it, so it should not be counted. I also hope that my lord will give my holy son a chance. That Zhu Ji's immortal soul was cracking at this time, and when he heard that the other party was going to let his senior sister cut his lifeblood, his soul injury was even more severe, and he had a feeling of being in pain. When you, the northern ancient Holy Land, secretly attacked and killed the disciples of the dragon family, did you ever give them a chance? Chen Anqing had heard Long K mention this earlier, and the northern ancient Holy Land had recently killed quite a few of the dragon family's sons and daughters outside in a vain attempt to stir up trouble, and today, the holy son and holy daughter of his holy land took the initiative to come to his door to provoke him, planting his head and still not honoring the bet? If they were spared, it would be a crime. This, the old man's speech plug, stammered half a day before saying, Gongzi, there is absolutely no such thing. There must be a small person from the obstruction, framing my holy land, presumptuous attempt to destroy the relationship between my holy land and your Long family. Please Gongzi, clear investigation. What's the use of wasting words? So old, live on the dog? In front of strength, what's the use of you resisting? Chen Anqing coldly said. It seems that today's matter is no longer negotiable. Sensing Chen Anqing's coldness and killing intent, The white-clothed old man put away that humble attitude and with a wave of his large palm, he actually carved out a spatial channel. Little son of a bitch, today you have no one in your sight. You are rampant and overbearing. All the consequences that the dragon family will endure in the future will be caused by you. You will bring about your own demise. There is no one to blame. The white-clothed old man beckoned and used his immortal power to roll up the black-clothed old man who had landed on the ground. And together with the half-dead holy son and holy daughter, they rushed towards that spatial passage. Want to go? Chen Anqing's gaze sank as a forbidden immortal talisman was invoked. In a flash, space froze, and the spatial channel that had just appeared immediately closed and disappeared. Oh no! This person has no idea where he comes from, but he has such appalling means. The moment the passage was closed, the white-clothed old man truly felt despair, desperate at the same time. The old man also 10,000 regrets. Had I known that I would not put that harsh words, now awkward to live not, unable to fight, and unable to escape. The white-clothed old man awkwardly stayed in place, secretly transmitting his voice. Old Black, have you woken up yet? The black-clothed old man's eyes narrowed into a slit, and he transmitted his voice in a bad mood. What can I do if I don't wake up? It's not that I'm talking about you, old boy. You've always been calm and steady in your work. What are you scolding him for at the end of the day? What kind of harsh words are you putting out? The white-clothed old man sighed secretly and said, alas, this is not the heart of the Tao is messed up. I thought that there is a spatial channel to escape. So I pulled down my face to scold him for a few words to relieve my chest. Let's not talk about it. What should we do now? Old Black, if I arrogant, you think there is still room for discussion? The old man in black replied decisively. You're asking me? I'm most tired of villains who are arrogant, and I'll kill everyone I see. Old man in white, Uncle Black, Uncle White, quickly think of something. I don't want to fall into his hands. Saintess Murwan transmitted her voiceover. Your Highness the Holy Maiden, for today's solution, only if you comply with the bet, there is still room for discussion. The white-clothed old man reluctantly transmitted his voice. I'm nothing, just willing to bet, but the bet is Senior Brother Zhu's. 1. I'm only afraid that he won't. Nurwan replied. His Highness the Holy Son is currently in a state of insanity with his immortal soul nearly collapsed, so I guess he can't feel any shame or pain. So I still ask the Holy Maiden to make a decisive decision. Old Black gave a small suggestion. This way, to tell you the truth, these years, Senior Brother Zhu has wasted too much time on women. Fellow disciples, this Holy Maiden can't bear to see him fall any further, and has long had the intention to help him out of his misery. So what do you and the others think? An act of great kindness. The two old men, black and white, transmitted their voices at the same time. Of the next moment, the hand rose and cut with great precision. Sure enough, that Zhu halberd's eyes were lifeless, dull and twitchy, with no extra reaction at all. Senior Brother Zhu, why is he shedding tears of blood? It must be the result of a grateful heart. Speaking here, the two black and white old men themselves felt their scalps tingling and couldn't make it up. But what can we do? We have to find some grand reason to convince ourselves, don't we? Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the Long family members were very cheerful. A hallowed holy son actually cut off his lifeblood by the hands of a fellow holy maiden. This was already enough for the world to laugh at for hundreds of years when it was spread out. I've kept my bet. Now it's time to let us go. Nurwan was so ashamed and angry that she lowered her head, not daring to touch Chen Anqing's gaze at all. Those three losers can fuck off. You can't. Anson Chan spoke faintly, hearing the word waste. The two old men were so angry that their blood churned. But the good man was not forced to do anything but swallow his anger and pretend that he didn't hear it. You? What do you mean? Nurwan's heart sank as she became alarmed and apprehensive. Literally. The corner of Chen Anqing's mouth lifted into a smile before he turned around and instructed the dragon family's immortal realm experts. Do as you are told. Yes. A few senior members of the dragon family led the order and flew out, forcing the white-clothed old man back. There was nothing the two old men could do but watch as Muwan was grabbed. Why don't you thank me and get lost? A dragon family senior chided the white-clothed old man. The white-clothed old man was so angry that his heart was twisting, but the situation forced him to bow his head, bowing at Chen Anqing's back. Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Excellency. This time ruthlessly insulted the North Ancient Holy Land senior. The Long family crowd heart is refreshing. That is. The juniors also yelled and cursed to let the white-clothed old man and other people roll. If it were usual, the other party's immortal might alone would be able to crush them. So how would they dare to be reckless in front of an immortal realm power? This is completely in the light of immortal Chen. It hurts. After the white-clothed old man and his trio stumbled and flew away, an immortal realm senior of the dragon family said, Senior Immortal, you've helped my dragon family get out of a bad mood this time. However, I expect that the Northern Ancient Holy Land will not let up and will definitely come back to my door again. I wonder what countermeasures the Senior Immortal has in mind. Chen Anqing said indifferently. There is no need to worry much. Your family's old ancestor has his own arrangements. At this time, a junior member of the dragon family timidly spoke. Supreme Immortal, why didn't you kill those three just now? What is your deeper meaning? Daring, there's no place for you to speak here. The elders of the Long family hurriedly rebuked, but in their hearts, they said that you brat really has no brain. How dare you casually question Supreme Immortal Chen? That elder was about to punish this junior for facing the wall. Chen Anqing raised his hand to stop it and replied, there's nothing deeper. If I kill them, outsiders will surely think that it's the Long family's experts who rounded them up and killed them. So how will my mighty deeds be spread out? The crowd froze. Ha ha ha. The upper immortal is wanton and unrestrained, doing as he pleases and as he pleases. I think the realm of the heart must have reached the realm of returning to the realm of transcendence. It is really admirable to me and others. After the Long family immortal realm elders interpreted it like this, the Long family's children's reverence for Anson Chen increased. Chen Anqing, however, muttered in his heart, there is no such thing. I simply want to pretend to be a pussy. After a few days, according to the scouts' returns, the northern ancient Holy Land is quiet with little movement. Chen Anqing was drinking tea with Long Ke, and Long Ke also found it very strange. So he asked, Taoist brother Chen, even if the northern ancient Holy Land doesn't want to hastily start a war with my dragon family, it has to send someone to ask for the return of his family's holy maiden. So why is it delayed? Chen Anqing said, I expect that the expert from the northern ancient Holy Land who impacted the Immortal Nine realm has not succeeded at the moment and is still in the critical moment of breaking the realm. So he doesn't dare to make a big deal out of it. Long Ke slapped the table and said, Brother Chen Dao has a point. So what should we do next? Is it to press on, or to take advantage of the opportunity? Chen Anqing sipped a mouthful of tea and slowly said, I don't know how the northern ancient Holy Land's underpinnings are. How to act? Brother Long Dao take it on his own. I won't get involved blindly. Chen Anqing said in his heart, bullying leaked chickens he can make a move. As for things that require risky fights, it is better for you guys to go on your own. Sorry for not accompanying you. Long Ke of course understood what Chen Anqing meant and nodded his head. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Chen Dao is a transcendent person who does not like strife and fighting. Look at me. A moment of impatience before I ask offhandedly, and has no other meaning. I hope that Brother Dao will not be offended. Chen Anqing lightly waved his hand. It's nothing. That northern ancient sacred maiden has awakened, so I'll go and meet her. So excuse me, Brother Long Dao. Long Ke made a pleased gesture and watched Chen Anqing leave, looking at the distant back. Long Ke's heart was suddenly a little confused. With less than 40 years of cultivation, his cultivation had already reached the Immortal 5 realm. This kind of absolute heavenly pride was unheard of. As for the heart, it's even harder to figure out. Say that he is a modest person, but he likes to pretend and play hard to get in front of a mole cricket cultivator, saying that he is transcendent. He is attached to the wind and dust, and the antidote medicine cultivated for the little child of Shaoyan is almost exhausted. And now he goes to find that northern ancient sacred maiden. Spare a thought, and he still manages to give the impression of being an unattainable superior. Perhaps this is the legendary true self state of mind, which the old man is not as good as. It wasn't until Anson Chen completely disappeared that Long Ke sighed. A dragon family dungeon. Twilight One had just awakened after being tied up 5 ways to a pattern iron pillar. What do you want? When she looked up, she saw Anson Chan standing in front of her, looking at Nirwan's wary and panicked look. Chen Anqing bristled. Don't look at me like that. If this male wanted to do something, he would have done it while you were unconscious. From this, we can see how noble and righteous this male is. Get it? Ugh. Nirwan cursed straight in her heart. This bastard is shameless. It was agreed that it was just a sparring match, and I've honored the bet. So if you're really a decent man you should let me go. Don't you want to know why I'm so powerful? Hearing these words, a surge of excitement ran through Nirwan's heart. It should be said or not, this kid is more powerful than he knows. Cultivating for no more than 40 years, he was actually able to reach the Immortal 5 realm. In the past, this was something she wouldn't have dreamed of. Could it be because of that spirit pool in your house? In the bottom of her heart, Nirwan was really extremely curious, so she even temporarily put her own situation behind her. Nonetheless, Chen Anqing shook his head lightly and said, if you want to know the answer, you have 2 choices. 1. Willingly become my slave girl. The second, I will turn you into a puppet. But in that case it would be useless for you to know, as you would become a walking corpse. Slave or puppet? If you have to choose one of them, any sane person knows how to choose. Aren't you afraid that I will falsely agree and then wait for an opportunity to backstab you? Nirwan said. Ha! Chen Anqing laughed and said, if I don't even have this means of control, what's the point of keeping you? Upon hearing this, in the bottom of Nirwan's heart, an indescribable feeling surfaced. Ever since she could remember, she had been shrouded by an aura of celestial pride, and it wasn't until she met this one 2 days ago that she realized how ridiculous her proud self was. The moment Chen Anqing displayed his overwhelming beauty, She had indeed broken down and even cracked her Dao heart, but later, when he saw the real strength and realm of Anson Chen, the feeling of collapse instead gradually disappeared, replaced by a sense of unattainable admiration. Twilight One was silent for a long time and spoke. I have a question, Anson Chan said. Ask. Nirwan summoned up the courage to raise her head and looked at Chen Anqing. If you want to control people to do things for you, I, senior brother Zhu, am more suitable. Why did you arrest me? Chen Anqing looked up and down at Nirwan and said, what am I doing catching a pig for? As for you, of course, you don't just serve as a slave girl. You also have another use. Another use? At those words, Nirwan had a jolt, and her body had a paralyzing feeling of being electrocuted. Is there really another use for it? As one might think? Thinking about this, Nirwan felt her cheeks burning a little. I won't betray the Holy Land to help you. It's better to be a senseless puppet rather than betraying. Nirwan lowered her head and whispered, what a backbone. Then I'll fulfill you, Anson Chen said decisively. Hey, wait a minute. Suddenly, Nirwan let out a soft cry before uttering a sentence that Chen Anqing didn't even dare to think about. That, Gongzi, I have been cultivating hard for dozens of years, and I have spent countless bleak and lonely nights alone, and so far I haven't met a Taoist couple that makes me fall in love. So before I lose my immortal soul and consciousness, I would like to experience having a Taoist couple's feeling. Can Gongzi fulfill it? Anson Chan was dumbfounded. What the fuck kind of request is that? I wonder if what I understand by fulfillment is the same as what you are talking about. Chen Anqing's heart suddenly itched a bit. After all, this kind of request hadn't occurred to him yet. Probably. Yes, whether Gongzi thinks I'm lowly or prodigal. Anyway, I'm about to lose my soul. So what else is there to cover up? Morwan blushed and whispered, this eunuch has always liked to help people. Seeing that you are so lonely and cold, I will fulfill you. And wait for me to untie the immortal binding rope. Chen Anqing's small hands trembled, as if he had returned to that mood and state when he first met Chinger. Don, need to untie the fairy rope. What does the gentleman think? She raised her head, a shy smile on her stunning face, her eyes a mixture of tenderness and longing. Good suggestion. Just what I need. Several hours later, two figures walked out of the dungeon. I'm a bit curious. You actually willingly and successfully established a master-servant contract with me. Why is that? A master-servant contract. Bullying won't work. After fulfilling Twilight One, Anson Chen couldn't bear to directly turn her into a puppet, so he tried to use the master-servant contract, and didn't expect it to be successful. Wanner doesn't know. In that instant, Wanner didn't think of anything. She just followed her heart, and then it was done. Nirwan said with a red face. Chen Anqing nodded thoughtfully. It seems that people, whether mortals or immortals, all have emotions. As long as one is willing to communicate deeply, any knot in the heart can be dissolved. And this is heavenly justice. Your Excellency has a point. In the future, please have Your Excellency communicate with your slave girl more often, so that your slave girl will not regenerate the knot in her heart. Nirwan playfully spat out her tongue. Chen Anqing was about to communicate with Nirwan some more when he sensed that Long Xiaoyan had returned. Something happened today. I will order someone to send you back to the Holy Land. In the future, if there is any news, you need to pass it on to the dragon family's old ancestor in time. Anyway, in a word, whoever dares to hit the dragon family's spirit pool passageway, you will hasten to inform them. Is that clear? This was something that Chen Anqing had explained earlier, and it was also another use for him to take in Nirwan as a slave girl. Slave servant remembered. Nirwan nodded and said, by the way Gongzi, if I establish a soul contract with you, will I be probed when I go back? There is no need to worry much. This deed, not to mention the small immortal realm, even the great powers of the immortal realm can't detect it. Just go without worry. Seed sealing technique is not a heaven-defying technique. It is better than hidden. If it can be easily detected, with the candle wind level, it would have been discarded. The slave girl knows. Then, Anson Chen told the crowd that he had only released Mu Wan in order to avoid causing a big war between the two parties, and the dragon family naturally complied with the order and escorted her outside of the clan's land. After sending off Nirwan, Anson Chan recruited Long Xiaoyan. Master, only a portion of the materials you asked for have been collected, and some of them have yet to raise an eyebrow. Bring it to me. Yes. Long Xiaoyan respectfully presented the storage bag that Chen Anqing had given him, and Chen Anqing took it. As his mind swept through the storage bag, Chen Anqing was pleasantly surprised. Inside were tens of thousands of pounds of all kinds of rare alchemy and weaponry materials from the immortal world. Where did you get so many? Chen Anqing thought that getting a few £100 would be almost enough, but he did not expect Long Xiaoyan to directly get tens of thousands of pounds, which is really an unexpected pleasure. Reporting to Master, Disciple's family has merchant houses in all the major regions of the Yuxian realm. Disciple instructed all the merchant houses to search together and found these. Fine. Keep collecting for me later. The more the better. Apprentice knows, Long Xiaoyan answered. But he had a question in his mind. Master, these materials are ordinary. Some of them are even unattended. What are you collecting so many for? The master has its own wonderful use. Not to mention even you can get the light in the future. Go, step up your collection. And wait for the next time the master comes out of seclusion. He will have his own rewards to give. Chen Anqing was in a happy mood and was ready to give a little bit of amethyst to his disciple so that he could quickly raise his cultivation level. The apprentice does not dare to expect a reward. The apprentice will go and do it. Long Xiaoyan said on his mouth that he didn't want it, but in his heart, he was looking forward to it. After all, what the master took out was a supreme treasure. Well, go on, for the master has gone into seclusion. After Long Xiaoyan retired, Chen Anqing flew to Long Kei's residence, informing him that Myriad had become one of his own, and that if there were any movements on the side of the northern ancient Holy Land in the future, she would pass on the news. Long Kei's heart was quite excited, praising that it was still Taoist brother Chen who had high skills. Even the other party's saint daughter could be taken down. He really admired it. After another hour, Anson Chan returned to the immortal realm. After returning, Chen Anqing was the first to wake up Li Xiaoyuan, who was pretending to be in closed-door cultivation, so that he could come and fetch the materials to exchange for immortal crystals and purple crystals. Dumb ass, what are you doing bad again? Just after Li Xiaoyuan left, the godly Zhongli came to a small courtyard. Anson Chan rolled his eyes to himself, then walked out of the house. I say, senior sister, aren't you afraid of being discovered if you float around all day long? What a lousy thing to say. Do you think I'm a wandering ghost? Anson Chen didn't bother to pick up her words and asked, what are you looking for me for? Zhongli cocked his head and gave him an oblique look. What bad things did you do earlier by manipulating the puppet? Chen Anqing had a bored look on his face. I'm stuck in this small courtyard and don't dare to go out. Letting him help me transport something is just a matter of what bad things can be done. Zhongli felt bored and sat down in front of the stone table in the small courtyard and said, do you know that there will be a Jiuhua festival in 2 days? Anson Chan also sat down, propped his chin on his hand, and said, I know, I'll be there. Zhongli, a stream of disdainful eyes. Are you thinking of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion's apprentice quota? Don't even think about it. You're definitely not qualified. Chen Anqing said, the Xianyang Immortal Mansion doesn't look at qualifications when accepting disciples, so how can you be sure that I'm not qualified? Don't talk nonsense with me. Quickly tell me what you're looking for me for. Zhongli eyes have knife light. A few days do not see. This kid how to feel the change is quite big. The specific where the change and cannot say. Since there are benefits to find you. Chen Anqing lack of interest. If there is really a benefit, the female devil will be willing to find himself to share? She must be trying to pull herself to do something to give away her head however. In order not to annoy the demoness, Anson Chan said indifferently, speak, what benefits? Zhongli lowered his voice and said, on the day of the Jiuhua event, the vast majority of people from Qianyu Cave will be attending the event, and some of the remaining high-level elders will be going to receive the honored guests from Xianyang Immortal Mansion. So let's take this opportunity to do a big job. How about it? Chen Anqing shook his head. I'm a weakling immortal fifth realm. How could I be capable of doing such a thing? Senior sister, you've got the wrong person. Zhongli Zunzan said kindly. Knowing that you're afraid of death, I won't let you risk your life. Just manipulate the puppet to keep watch for me. Anson Chan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, that simple? Zhongli looked like he was taking it for granted. Of course, look at you. You're such a pussy. You're so scared of death. Do you still want to sharpen your spear and go into battle? Chen Anqing was speechless. The female devil's mouth is too cheap. Must make a note in the small book, to plug her stinking mouth in the coming day. In order to avoid the female devil from annoying him. Anson Chan had no choice but to agree and said, okay then, time, place? Zhongli grinned a light smile and said, the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Just have the puppet go to the front of the book depository. I will explain the specifics when I get there. Oh, Anson Chen still had little interest. First things first, don't involve me if something goes wrong. Zhongli glared at him and said, when I helped you kill people, I wasn't afraid of being implicated by you, was I? Anson Chan said, that's different. That's when you fell for my scheme. Che, retard. Zhongli was very disdainful and turned around to walk out of the small courtyard. Chen Anqing hated to put the female devil on the spot, but unfortunately, his strength was low and it was not the right time. After Zhongli left, Chen Anqing returned to the hut and sat down to cultivate nascent soul technique. Running, the blood qi, at a speed of 108 revolutions in a breath's time, was running through his body. Immortal aura converged towards the hut, actually forming a strong wind. Is this what genius feels like? Cool. Immortal aura into his flesh and blood, meridians, internal organs, limbs and bones. This soothing feeling was not as good as bathing in a pool of blue water. But it was not far off, the only bad thing about it is that it consumes too much mental energy. 2 days passed, and Anson Chen stopped cultivating as he felt tired. My physique has increased dramatically in a short period of time, just like cotton cloth that has been squeezed dry, and with the nascent soul skill being cultivated to the genius level, it makes me cultivate dozens of times faster than someone with the same qualifications. 2 days of cultivation had allowed Anson Chen to be about to cross into the immortal sixth realm. So he summarized and analyzed the situation and came up with this. That is to say, if I raise my physique another level, there's still a chance of rapid growth. As Chen Anqing reckoned like this, he couldn't help but look forward to saving up enough resources to enter the aqua pool again, since tomorrow was the day to participate in the Jiuhua event, and Nangong Xiu might send someone over to look for himself at any time. Chen Anqing did not plan to go down to the realm the next day. Early morning. 2 white-clothed disciples. Calling out to Anson Chen outside the small courtyard, Chen Anqing walked out and didn't immediately open the forbidden system, secretly saying that in case it was the Ji Ziling who had sent them, even though Nangong Xiu said she was in seclusion. Who knew if she would arrange it in advance? What is it that you are looking for me for? Anson Chen opened his mouth to inquire. Reporting to Junior Master, it was the cave master who sent us to come and greet you to attend the Nine Huas festival. A white-clothed disciple appeared to be respectful, but his gaze revealed much reluctance. Are there any vouchers? Anson Chen said indifferently. There. The 2 white-clothed disciples were a bit impatient, but they did not dare to disobey the cave master's order yet, so they took out a note and showed it to Chen Anqing. I have sent 2 of my disciples to come and ask Junior Master to attend the meeting. Don't doubt it. From that handwriting, Chen Anqing could sense some intentional breath left behind. It should be Nangong Xiu's handwriting, right? Nangong Xiu is smart enough to know that I will have my doubts. Chen Anqing Wood smiled, and then opened the prohibition. The 2 outer disciples who came to greet him were both at the immortal sixth realm, so even if there were any variables, Anson Chen was not that worried. After all, he was also close to immortal 6, and he also had the forbidden zone sword technique that he had plucked from the lower realms, unlike in the past when he had no power to fight back. Please, the 2 white-clothed disciples, on the other hand, are very impatient in their hearts, secretly, not just to go to a meeting to make so suspicious of it? This good's deliberately pretending to make things difficult for their own 2 right. Bah! Under the leadership of the 2 disciples, Chen Anqing walked out of the green bamboo lodge's range and once again saw the flourishing flower scene. Soon, a huge flying bird landed in front of the 3 of them. Anson Chen, please. The white-clothed disciple didn't bother to address him and made a gesture to Anson Chen, signaling him to sit on the flying bird. Chen Anqing pointed his foot and a surge of immortal power came out, leaping up more than 10 feet and gently landing on the back of the flying bird. The 2 outer disciples froze for a moment. They had wanted to see the awkwardness of Chen Anqing not being able to get on the flying bird, but they had no idea that the other party had a cultivation level similar to theirs. It must be that the cave master is favoritism and gave him cultivation enhancing pills. A disciple disdainfully transmitted his voice. No wonder Missy was so angry that she wanted to kill him. This kind of dirt old man, by virtue of having some relationship with the cave master's lover, can get the light of day. Who else wouldn't be angry? Another disciple transmitted his voice. Forget it, it's all fate. You and I can't envy it. Che, who envies him? People live a life with no face. They might as well die. Chen Anqing didn't know what these 2 were thinking, but seeing them glance at themselves with contempt from time to time, his heart was a little angry, shaped like a lazy donkey. What's the point of dilly-dallying? If you let Nangong Xiu wait for a long time, let's see if you 2 can afford to be offended. The 2 white-clothed disciples could not have imagined that this guy would actually be godly. What's wrong with being godly? Nangong Xiu had given an explanation, and the 2 of them hadn't dared to do anything to Anson Chen. Sorry, little master. The 2 men reluctantly apologized to Anson Chen with an arch. Chen Anqing grunted lowly with a cold face and didn't say anything more along the way. These 2 disciples were peaceful and didn't dare to give Anson Chen another look. During the flight, Anson Chen maneuvered Li Xiuyuan and continued to sell the collected materials in batches. The first time he went over, the immortal precious pavilion shopkeeper was surprised at the amount of materials Li Xiujuan brought with him and couldn't help but ask where he got them from. Chen Anqing controlled Li Xiuyuan to return. The family specializes in looking for ascended beings to do business with, and has accumulated quite a lot over the tens of thousands of years, and there are still plenty of such materials to follow. The shopkeeper just casually asked, which go to care about his true and false? This is the principle of Xinjiang Pavilion doing business, regardless of his black and white. No more true sources. In these 3 days, Li Xiuyuan cleared out the materials, earning a total of 17,000 amethyst crystals, equal to 1,700,000 immortal crystals. This was a number that only existed in dreams for the former Anson Chen. If it was before, with this batch of amethysts, he would have taken it to buy a low-grade cave house and live a leisurely little life, but now that his qualifications had improved, a low-grade cave was far from enough to fulfill the expectations of his heart. Taking it to improve his physique was the most correct choice. It's a fortune. I wonder if this 10,000 plus amethysts will allow me to upgrade to an extreme physique. Chen Anqing had consumed 2,000 amethyst crystals last time to raise his physique to Xian grade medium, and even if the consumption of the later enhancements increased, he should still be able to cross over to extreme grade. If he grew into an extreme unsullied sword body, coupled with a nascent soul skill of more than 108 revolutions, Chen Anqing would be enough to worship any spirit cave below the immortal mansion even if he didn't have a background. After all, such a qualification was no longer inferior to about 50% or more of the ascended ones. After putting the amethyst away, Chen Anqing maneuvered Li Xiaoyuan back to the outer gate to wait. As for the outer gate elders there, Li Xiaoyuan only explained 2 sentences, saying that he was not feeling well and not going to participate in the event, and the outer gate elders did not dare to say anything more. After all, with Li Xiaoyuan's background, it was not something he dared to control carelessly. To the west of Dry Moon Cave, there is an exit. Beyond the exit is a huge platform plaza. This square, which was built by the 4 caves of Jiuhua Mountain, was where the Jiuhua Fest was held every 10 years. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, immortal beasts that were either oddly shaped or colorful circled overhead. The endless square was already crowded. I didn't expect there to be so many cultivators from the 4 caves of Jiuhua Mountain. Anson Chen looked around and roughly estimated with his mind that there were about 100,000 or so. This was only a cultivator from one of the immortal mountains in the South Shan borderlands, a corner of the northern wasteland. Among these cultivators, a small number of them were middle grade, top grade qualifications. The vast majority of them were true grades, with a large portion fewer metaphysical grades than true grades, and the number of extreme grades of qualifications was not much more. In that case, my Xianpin medium sword body is ranked among the 4 great caverns. After this comparison, Anson Chan's heart was very pleased. Junior Master. After watching for a moment, Nangong Xiu came to Anson Chan's side. Cave Master. Chen Anqing nodded his head in greeting. When the event begins, the elite disciples of all the major caverns will compete. So in order to avoid Junior Uncle from being affected, arranging your position in the last row is something Junior Uncle thinks is feasible? Nangong Xiu said bluntly. It's all up to the cave master to arrange it. Anson Chan knew what position he was in and was only a bystander, sitting wherever he was. Good. Afterward, Nangong Xiu arranged for a disciple to lead Chen Anqing to his seat, while she herself went to meet with the other 3 cave executives. This location, it's a little too remote. When he arrived at his seat, Anson Chan realized that his seat was in the nook and cranny of the last row, with several huge metal sky pillars in front of him blocking his view. Good thing too, lest we get a shock later. Chen Anqing smacked his lips. He wouldn't think that it was Nangong Xiu deliberately humiliating him or anything. After all, they were all party cave masters and had concluded an oath with Li Zhenyang. They wouldn't have to play small tricks like that. Hey, brothers from the Dry Moon Cave. Nice to meet you. Just after taking his seat, the only neighboring youth beside him greeted Anson Chen with a smile. Pleased to meet you. Anson Chen did not like dealing with strangers, and only gave a perfunctory cry. Brother is actually a sword body? Chen Anqing returned to the immortal realm and did not completely conceal his physical aura. After all, if you are a nameless cultivator with a hidden means that the elders can't even see through, won't you be even more suspected? Yeah. He, you're also a sword body. As Chen Anqing responded, he slightly sensed and realized that the opposite party was a true spirit sword body. This is not strange. My Bayan cave is full of sword cultivators and only accepts sword bodies. Brother wouldn't be unaware of this, right? That youth laughed. Just started not long ago. Didn't recognize your costume. Sorry. Chen Anqing pretended to be calm. He actually didn't really know that Jiuhua Mountain had a specialized sword cultivator cave. No harm. The youth waved his hand and said, brother is a sword body. Should have come to my Bayan cave to participate in the examination in the first place. Maybe we are the same door. With my qualifications and no one to introduce me, I'm afraid I'm not qualified. What Chen Anqing displayed was still a middle grade upwards immaculate sword body. There really isn't much of a chance if no one is introduced. The youth muttered, then said, anyway, you've already entered the Dry Moon Cave, so it's not a pity. Chen Anqing shook his head and said, truth be told, I am not an official disciple of the Qianyu Cave, and am only temporarily residing in the cave. Oh, the youth was obviously a bit surprised, not being a formal disciple, but still qualified to stay in Qianyu Cave, which was a bit strange, but he didn't bother to get to the bottom of it. Then you are a free agent? Even if you participate in my Bayan Caves assessment, it doesn't violate the rules set between the 4 caves. Chen Anqing froze for a moment and said, indeed, but I have a meager physique and no one to introduce me, so I'm afraid I won't have a chance. The youth smiled mysteriously and stared at Chen Anqing. Brother, you are really low-key. In fact, I know that you are a Xin grade medium unsullied sword body. Ha. Anson Chan couldn't help but feel a jolt. This bastard could actually see through his own hidden true physique. However, Chen Anqing had a calm appearance on the surface and said, "This little means of mine to hide my aura is not something that I can hide from you, brother." The youth said, "I'm not sure if your means are high or not, but do you want to know how I can tell your true physique?" Anson Chan said, "I wish to hear more." Ha ha. The youth laughed and said, "In addition to my true spirit sword body, I also have a pair of delusion-breaking sword eyes that can see through all sword-related qualifications. How about that?" Awesome. So it is. Chen Anqing didn't know what broken delusion sword eyes were. Anyway, the other party had already seen it, so it was better to pretend to understand. It was also because of this that Anson Chen realized why this fellow had struck up a conversation with himself for no apparent reason. Chen Anqing was forced to stay in Xianyu Cave by Nangong Xiu, according to her words. As long as there is a better place to go, she will not be considered to have broken her oath with Li Zhengyang. Note, this is a modified version of the previous article. See details at as one of the same spiritual caves of Jiuhua Mountain. Bayan Cave was thought to be no worse than Xianyu Cave. What's more, he himself was a sword body, so of course he was more suitable to cultivate in a sword cultivation cave. Thus, Chen Anqing sized up the youth and arched his hand. "I haven't yet asked your brother's name?" The youth was greatly generous and said, My name is Yao Jianyuan." Chen Anqing nodded. "My name is Chen Anqing. Nice to meet you." However, if Chen Anqing wanted to worship Bayan Cave, I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible to trust this person to introduce him. His seat was arranged in this nook and cranny, so he must not have much of a status in Bayan Cave. Yao Jianyuan arched his hand and said, "Brother Chen, if you are interested in joining Bayan Cave, I can help introduce you." Also as an aside, Bayan Cave Master Yao Qingtian is our second great-grandfather. Anson Chan. Really? The caveman has to be your second master. Can you sit in this crappy seat? Seeing Chen Anqing's hardened expression, Yao Jianyuan knew that he didn't believe it. So he said, "It's true. If Brother Chen doesn't believe it, I'll call my second great master here." Immediately, Yao Jianyuan stood up and shouted towards the main seat of the battle platform in the square in the distance. "Second Grand Master, if I call out to you, do you dare to say yes?" Anson Chan. This one's nuts. However, to Anson Chen's surprise, that far away from the battlefield, a Shen realm sword fairy really passes the voiceover. "Little bastard. Shouting for what? Is not the skin with itchy?" This voice, avoiding the vast majority of the people in the square, was heard clearly by Chen Anqing, who was sitting beside Yao Jianyuan. "Nothing, just giving your old man a treat." Yao Jianyuan grinned widely. "Be honest with me. Dare to fool around in the assembly and break your dog's legs." A good-natured chiding voice came. Yao Jianyuan pretended not to hear and raised an eyebrow towards Chen Anqing. "Did you hear that, Brother Chen? That person just now is my second great-grandfather, the master of Bayan Cave." Chen Anqing almost fell head over heels and said, I heard you, but I don't know why Brother Yao wants to help me?" Yao Jianyuan said in a big manner. "This is not called helping. Brother Chen, you are a Xianpin sword body, or a superior immaculate sword body among sword bodies. Isn't it reasonable to recruit you and grow my sect?" Chen Anqing was a bit unsure of himself and said, "This Xianpin sword body of mine, it's barely good enough. If Brother Yao is willing to introduce me, I would like to dare to try and see if I can pass the examination." Yao Jianyuan nodded his head and said, "Good. It's a deal. When this assembly passes, I will help introduce you. But physique is one thing, whether or not you have the enlightenment and potential is another. Whether or not you can pass the examination is still up to you." Chen Anqing immediately arched his hand. "I understand. Thank you, Brother Yao." As the two of them chatted about this, the immortal beasts in the sky above the square almost dispersed, and the people who should have come basically arrived. The Jiuhua Fest is about to begin. "Brother Yao, with your status, how could you come to this nook and cranny to watch the assembly?" Anson Chan was bored, so he asked in one way or another. "Che." Yao Jianyuan looked disdainful and said, "I've participated in this shitty conference no less than 10 times. There's nothing to see. It's better to hide behind these pillars and sleep comfortably." So it was a deliberate act by Brother Yao. Chen Anqing instantly understood, but he himself was a bit curious as to what kind of spectacle a competition between the talented cultivators in the spirit cave would be like. Yao Jianyuan lazily half reclined on the seat and said, "Brother Chen, have you seen Ji Xiling when you lived in the Qianyu cave?" Chen Anqing stiffened for a moment and slowly said, "I have seen her. What are you doing mentioning her?" Yao Jianyuan seemed to have come to his senses all of a sudden and said, "That evil bitch, motherfucker, destroying my Dao heart. Sooner or later I'll get her killed and settle the score with her." Anson Chan rolled his eyes. This was quite a coincidence. "What grudge do you have against her?" Yao Jianyuan almost jumped up and said, "The hatred is as deep as the sea." He, right. You wouldn't have any relationship with her, right? Chen Anqing seemed to sense the slightest hint of malice from Yao Jianyuan's eyes. That person is the eldest miss of Qianyu Cave. How am I qualified to get involved with her? That's true. Yao Jianyuan's expression relaxed. Strange. Why didn't that bitch come to the conference? With her showy and smelly personality, she shouldn't have been absent. Yao Jianyuan released his immortal sense to search for a while and did not find her figure. Brother Yao. As far as I know, Ji Xiling has gone into seclusion to impact the true immortal realm. Chen Anqing said. Went into seclusion? Yao Jianyuan seemed to be greatly relieved. With a frown on his face, that bitch's qualifications are as bad as shit. Both times she impacted the true immortal realm she failed. This time she will definitely not be able to make it either. Ha ha, yeah. Chen Anqing's mouth was perfunctory, but his heart was stealing joy. It seemed that this one really had a grudge against Ji Xiling, so he was a good brother who was on the same side as himself. Ha? Where did that Morong Yen bitchskin go? Yao Jianyuan went to sense some more and grunted with some doubt. Brother Yao, there's no need to look for it. I heard that Morong Yen won't attend the meeting either. Chen Anqing thought to himself, Morong Yen, that kid, has already been sent to karma by my old man. It would be strange if he would come. Yao Jianyuan's face showed joy before he said, Brother Chen, this bird-like place is inconvenient to watch the competition. Let's go. The two of us will go to the front row. Chen Anqing froze for a moment. He then saw that this bastard was cowering in the corner, mostly to avoid Ji Xiling and Morong Yen. Presumably, it was some kind of triangular cuckold relationship again. A little later, Yao Jianyuan led Chen Anqing out of the corner, and he shook his six-parent pace as he made his way across the street. Grabbing two good spots in the front row that were fortified with defense formations. As the two of them took their seats, Anson Chen said, Brother Yao, were you bullied by Morong Yen? Chen Anqing thought to himself, with Yao Jianyuan's qualifications and status, this fellow's strength would definitely not lose out to Ji Xiling, and he was so scornful earlier, presumably because he had suffered a loss at the hands of Morong Yan. As soon as this was mentioned, Yao Jianyuan really had a wave of anger emanating from him. Bullying can't be talked about. It's just that Lao Zi's Taoist heart was damaged. His strength progression slowed down, and he was beaten up by that guy 2 or 3 times. Anson Chan, if it were anyone else, I'm afraid that this kind of disgraceful thing would not be easily told to outsiders. This guy, Yao Jianyuan, was a bit different. Anson Chen pondered for a little while and said, You're stupid. If he beats you up, you call for someone. Find a chance to ambush him and beat him up in a group. Yao Jianyuan's eyes lit up as he said, Brother Chen, heroes really do see eye to eye. It's just that guy is always in seclusion in the Qianyu Cave, so I haven't found a chance to get my hands on him yet. Chen Anqing said, There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When I join the Bayan Cave one day, let's get together and deal with that pair of dogs. Hearing this, Yao Jianyuan felt more and more that Chen Anqing was the right kid for his appetite. So he said, It's a deal. In the future, Brother Chen will pit and gully with this Gongzi, rampage and work in a lopsided manner. What a level of literary talent. Anson Chan was speechless. 2 people chatting and chatting half a day. The main seat of the battle platform. The 4 cave masters have also finished the opening speech. An old man announced the official start of the 9 China event. At the same moment, Chen Anqing detached a stream of thoughts and maneuvered Li Xiaoyuan to travel toward the side of the book depository. The large Qianyu cave was very empty today, aside from some low-ranked disciples or slaves who kept the basics running. It was rare to see people. In front of the book depository. Li Xiaoyuan waited for a few moments before the disguised and transformed Zhongli came over. Dull ass. Later I will use secret method to seal the whole book collection pavilion. Unable to perceive the situation outside. You will be on sentry duty here. If there is any strange movement, use this jade card to transmit sound to me. Understand? What Zhongli handed to Li Xiaoyuan was a sound transmission jade that contained a secret method that could penetrate the prohibitions and formations she had laid down. Senior sister, you've been coveting this book depository. Could it be that there are heavy treasures inside? Zhongli had sneaked in last time and didn't do anything special, but this time he came again, so he couldn't help but make Chen Anqing curious. I'll tell you when I come out. Zhongli made a perfunctory remark. That won't do. Chen Anqing didn't trust the female devil at all, so he said, If you take the heavy treasure, you definitely won't share it with me. I risked a great deal to stand sentry for you. You have to mean it, right? Zhongli frowned. This dull ass who was greedy and afraid of death, reaching out for favors only when the arrow was on the string. If there wasn't that mysterious will restriction, a slap would have killed him. However, thought for thought, as long as this trip goes well, there's no harm in giving him a favor. What do you want? Chen Anqing said, Give 100,000 or 80,000 amethysts. Just mean it. Who told us to have a great relationship? Seeing Chen Anqing controlling Li Xiaoyuan and grimacing, she had the urge to vomit. Screw your grandfather. Do you think I have mines? 3,000. You don't even need to risk yourself. Rewarding you with 3,000 is already the limit. Chen Anqing pretended to ponder. A difficult look, said, do not say that. In case you are caught, the other side along the trail will certainly pull me out. But based on our relationship, cheap you a time. 3,000 on 3,000. Zhongli hate to 3,000 amethyst to the puppet. Chen Anqing will be its income storage bag. The heart is happy. This to money is not easier than mining 10,000 times? Guard it. Zhongli glared at him viciously before entering the book depository. And when the secret spell prohibition unfolded, Anson Chan could not sense the situation inside at all. On Zhongli's side, she went straight to the front of one of the innermost rooms of the book depository. In that house, only 2 early Xianxian immortal cultivators remained to guard it. Boom! Zhongli struck out with a palm strike and shattered the guarding prohibition. Then, her figure flickered and she had already arrived against those 2 Xian immortal experts. Bold! Learning that someone had forced their way in, the 2 Xian immortals simultaneously activated their weapons and their immortal power surged away. Zhongli, however, scorned, the corner of her mouth picking up a cold smile. As a late Xian expert, she had not arbitrarily taken down these 2 in the case of a sneak attack. Shun. She flipped her hand and pressed down. A huge black palm shadow covering the 2. Bang bang. The immortal power defense on the 2 men was crushed. The 2 of them were horrified beyond measure, wanting to forcefully break through the wildly exploding palm shadow and fight to the death. However, Zhongli had been killing for a long time, and there were at least hundreds of Xianxian immortals who had died under her, so it could be said that she was experienced in killing immortals. So how would she give the other party a chance? Bear! 2 highly poisonous immortal nails, shot out of nowhere, had penetrated the heads of 2 Xian immortals. Soul suppression seal. In the end, Zhongli sacrificed a side of a great seal of arcane patterned red gold and suppressed it towards the 2 men's shells. Hiss! Ah! Too sad! Throbbing, hostile chirps came out, and the 2 Xian immortals' corpses and bones were nowhere to be found. And even their immortal souls were crushed. The entire process of killing the 2 Xian immortals was smooth and flowing, without the slightest delay or breakage. Then, Zhongli looked at the blood-colored cross seal on the ground. It really is a forbidden zone. Zhongli's face showed joy. She used to mix into the Holy Land just to enter such a forbidden area. I didn't realize that this small Chenyu cave had the same forbidden area. So it was effortless. Drive me. Zhongli took out a blood-colored jade tablet and pressed it onto that cross seal. At that moment, the blood light was so great that the ground collapsed, and a bottomless black hole appeared. At this time, Zhongli offered another object, that is a black, engraved with tiny array pattern hooded shirt. If there is no defense, enter the forbidden area will be poisonous fury erosion, and then die violently thousands of miles away from the Qianyu cave. A group of elders were waiting to greet the arrival of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion's upper immortal. Suddenly, an old man's face turned pale and he actually covered his head and vomited. Not good. My brother is dead. Something has happened in the forbidden zone. That elder, against the severe pain in his skull, hurriedly transmitted his voice to the other Xianxian realm elders. Zhongli's organs had counted on her formation, which could even block the sensing of soul contracts. But she hadn't counted on the existence of a pair of twin elders who were connected by blood and mind among the elders of the Qianyu cave. That kind of sensing, without exchanging through any laws, was an innate transcendent sensing that was not blocked by forbidden formations. This side of the square, the extravaganza had already begun, with the 4 great caverns, each side sending 8 elite disciples to participate in the competition. Brother Chen, look. That one is my Bayan Cave's #1 expert of the younger generation. Gu Jia. Practicing for more than 100 years, he has already reached the late stage of true immortality. Yao Jianyuan pointed at the handsome young man who thought his breath was overwhelming and introduced him with his hands. It really is an extraordinary temperament. From that youth, Anson Chen sensed a sharp aura, as if there were countless immortal swords against him. Senior brother Gujia this time is again against the first master of Qianyu Cave, Feng Wujiu. These two have been fighting since 20 years ago and have never been able to distinguish a winner from a loser. Let's see if we can distinguish a winner this time. It could be seen that Yao Jianyuan was very interested in the grand event competition, and usually he only cowered in the corner because he was afraid of Morong Yen. Then Feng Wuyo is also a late-stage true immortal? Chen Anqing asked. Naturally. Yao Jianyuan stared intently at the battle stage. In that case, Feng Wuyo is quite a bit more powerful than Morong Yen. Chen Anqing murmured to himself. He knew that Morong Yen was only at the early stage of true immortality, 2 levels behind this one. Although he was reluctant to mention Morong Yen, Yao Jianyuan still replied. You can't calculate it like that. It depends on the number of years of cultivation. Morong Yen, that bitch's skin, only cultivated for more than 30 years before stepping into the early stage of true immortal, and now it is even about to advance into the middle stage. The natural talent is not worse than these two. Of course, this young man was not worse than them in the beginning, just later. Not to mention it. Chen Anqing nodded silently, listening to Yao Jianyuan's tone. Even if Morong Yen was his enemy, the evaluation was still quite objective. From this, Chen Anqing secretly compared with Morong Yan once again. Blood Qi operation, he was only one step behind Morong. Physique. The other party was a king grade physique, 2 grades behind. As for enlightenment and whatnot, Chen Anqing had a powerful spiritual power added, so he thought that he wouldn't lose much to the other party, putting it all together. As long as one's physique and blood Qi operation improved again, one could catch up with Morong Yan's qualifications, and in turn be included in the top qualifications of the 4 caves of Jiuhua Mountain. Anson Chan fumed this moment. The main battle stage also changed. On one side, the 2 young generation masters began to duel, and on the other side, Nangong Shou's face was gloomy and hurriedly left the table. As if something big had happened, Chen Anqing, who was originally looking forward to witnessing the duel between the 2 great masters, detected a scene that was not this unusual. The grandness of this event aside, just the fact that the Xianyang Immortal Mansion would send someone over should make it worthwhile for Nangong Shou to wait here. Instead, her face was grim and she hurriedly left without even greeting the other several cave masters. Thinking of this, Anson Chan's heart sank. Not good. The demoness actions may have been discovered. Chen Anqing hurriedly maneuvered the puppet and sacrificed the secret sound transmission jade. Are you well, senior sister? You might have been discovered. Immediately, Zhongli's slightly dull voice came from the jade sign. It doesn't matter. You're not needed here anymore. Keep your puppet away. Chen Anqing breathed a sigh of relief, secretly said that the female devil had many means, and thought that she would not be captured so easily. But it was his own puppet that if he was captured, he would probably be found out. Thus, Anson Chen hurriedly maneuvered Li Xiu Yuan and traveled in the direction of the outer gate. It seems like I helped the female devil do something, and it feels like I didn't do anything. Whatever. Anyway, 3,000 amethysts have arrived. Chen Anqing couldn't help but mutter. After only a few moments passed, dozens of powerful auras descended steeply, shrouding and covering the entire Qianyu cave. Nangong Shou also came to the front of the book depository. Seniors, how is the situation? That group of Xianxian Immortal Realm old men were not actually from Dry Moon Cave, but from the forces behind Dry Moon Cave. They stayed in Qianyu Cave specifically to guard the forbidden area. Elder Lu's sibling has been killed by the thieves. I think that the thieves have opened the forbidden area, an old man said with a serious expression. A few days ago, when an expert attacked the mountain protection formation for no apparent reason, I felt that something was not right. I'm only afraid that a demonic cultivator has been mixed in Qianyu Cave. Another old man frowned. Nangong Shou also frowned lightly, his heart a little agitated. I only blame myself for being too careless. At that time, I should have thoroughly investigated the newly initiated disciples. Seniors, this matter must not be made known to the remaining 3 caves, and must not be leaked out. The old man nodded slowly. Nangong Cave Master, as I see it, this matter is also not to be reported to my family head for the time being. We only need to guard the entrance of the forbidden area and wait for that demonic cultivator to come out and capture him. When something happened on this side of the forbidden zone, these Xianxian elders were also afraid of taking the blame, so they naturally didn't dare to easily report it. For the sake of today's plan, this is the only way. Nangong Shou expressed his agreement. Then I would like to thank you seniors for holding down the fort here, and my juniors will go and greet the people coming from the Xianyang Immortal Mansion themselves. We honor our orders. The old men arched their hands in command. A little later, adding up to more than 20 Xian immortals teamed up to lay down prohibitions and began to attack the secret formation left behind by Zhong Li. The outer gate. Li Xiu Yuan's shell had just walked back when he was stopped by a man. Xian nephew Li, what are you doing here if you're not going to the grand event? This person was none other than third elder Wu Yoshua. This Wu Joshua's sudden appearance had surprised Chen Anqing behind him. Uncle Wu, I was a little unwell, so I didn't go and join in the fun. What are you looking for me for? Chen Anqing tried his best to mimic Li Xiu Yuan's original accent as he spoke. Brat, such a great opportunity to observe. Yet you are pretending to be sick and lazy here. I think you are looking for a fight. Wu Yoshua said with a stern face. He. Li Xiu Yuan showed his teeth and smiled, saying, still can't hide it from Uncle Wu. Okay, don't make it up. Knowing that this kid would make up a bunch of lame excuses, Wu Yoshua impatiently interrupted him and said, do you know that little son of a bitch? Chen Anqing went to the grand event? What? Li Xiu Yuan pretended to be surprised, then gritted his teeth. That son of a bitch, he still dares to come out. Uncle Wu, what you mean by looking for me? Do you want me to go get him killed? Poof. Wu Yuxian snorted coldly. Your little 3-legged kung fu. If you want to kill him, you're bound to make a commotion. You find a way to go and lure that kid out. Find a place where no one is around, and I'll personally kill him. Sensing Wu Yoshua killing intent austere, behind the back of the Chen Anqing cannot help but a cold back. Cursing, this old man, not just to get you a piece of ink crystal, as to so want to get killed himself? Thus, Anson Chen borrowed the puppet's mouth and said, Uncle Wu, that kid has a great relationship with the cave master. If we really do him in, Will there be trouble? Wu Yuxian coldly said. With the strength of the old man, it is completely possible to kill him, a mole, without leaving any traces. So just do as you are instructed. Li Xiaoyuan nodded his head noisily. Yes, nephew will definitely do as he is told, so that you can exterminate the little son of a bitch and export your bad anger. Wu Yuxian was very satisfied. Said, good. In the future, follow me well. To ensure that you have learned something, the glory of the ancestors, go with me. Wu Yuxian took Li Xiaoyuan and sent him into the venue, then left on his own. In the front row of the plaza, Anson Shen's face was calm and cold as he pondered on how to solve this. Wu Yoshue, old piker, you still dare to count on me. Sooner or later I'll let you die by my hand. Chen Anqing went down to the world so many times, after experiencing the swelling feeling of controlling the power of life and death. His character has long been not that coy and fearful mining boy. It's just as well to take the opportunity to put away the amethyst first, so that there won't be any accidents. Anson Chan maneuvered Li Xiaoyuan and slipped around for half a day before getting him to come over to his side. Then, after pretending to chat with him for a few moments, Anson Shen retrieved the storage bag, which contained a whole 20,000 amethysts. Is that your friend? After Li Xiaoyuan left, Yao Jianyuan, who was next to him, asked. Not really, Chen Anqing responded indifferently. Digressing, brother Yao, if I join the Bayan cave, I'm afraid that it will cause dissatisfaction among some of the people in the Qianyu cave. Will the brothers in the cave cover me a bit? That goes without saying. Yao Jianyuan made a grand gesture and said, the senior brothers of my Bayan cave are the most righteous. As long as they are not the ones who cause trouble and commit crimes, the senior brothers will cover them. Don't worry, that's good. Otherwise I'm afraid that the villain will be jealous and secretly do bad things to me. Anson Chen laughed. I'll see who dares. Especially the little mongrel from the Qianyu cave. If he dares to come and spread his wildness, I'll make sure to let him have it. Yao Jianyuan had a face of indignation. He wasn't being falsely polite, but he himself had a grudge against Qianyu cave. On the battle stage in front of them, Gu Jie and Feng Wujiu had already tried a few moves on each other, and both sides were starting to really power up, only to see that Gu Jie sacrificed a blazingly brightly glowing immortal sword that surrounded his body. On the opposite side, Feng Wujiu was condensing his hands into claws, making a gesture of clasping each other in the air, and between the palms of those hands, there was a green-colored light mass condensing. And the next moment, the two figures flashed and collided together. Berserk bursts of sound emanated from the protective shield, shaking Chen Anqing's ears. Sword shadow weaving, green lightning, palm shadow flying. Both sides had fought for half an hour, with mutual damages, but they still hadn't been able to distinguish a winner from a loser. When Anson Chan saw half of it, he was not as interested as he was earlier. Just from the point of view, it wasn't as impactful as when he had blasted against Immortal Realm cultivators in the lower realm. It wasn't hard to understand. In the lower realm, Chen Anqing was able to harness the laws with his immortal power, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, he had the power to crush heaven and earth, so he naturally looked a bit more fancy. In the corner of the square, Wu Yuxian was reprimanding Li Xiaoyuan. What an elm brain. That kid is greedy by nature. Wouldn't you have tricked him out by giving up some benefits? Li Xiaoyuan had an aggrieved look on his face and said, Uncle Wu, you know that he has a beef with me, and that kid is treacherous as hell. Would he trust his nephew so easily? Treacherous. This point, Wu Yoshue is experienced. He slowly spat out a breath. Look, Dark, you will take this talisman. Wait for the opportunity to stick on him. I will pass you a secret order. Order up when he will be temporarily under your control, and call him out. I'm waiting for you in the barren mountains over there. Li Xiaoyuan pretended to be skeptical and said, Uncle Wu, that kid actually has two tricks up his sleeve. Will this talisman be able to subdue him? Wu have regret own a few points of complacency. Said, this talisman is the old man for Go Shangxian work. Begged him to give, not to mention he's a small thief. That is, then the old man's strength is slightly higher than the person. Can also be held down more than 10 breaths. Such immortal talisman. I would like to keep the emergency use. Who called your kid stupid to deceive him? Had to waste on that guy. Li Xiaoyuan did not leave immediately, but asked, Uncle Wu, if this talisman subdues him, he will definitely be stiff in his actions, and I'm afraid that it will be noticeable. Afterwards, if the Nangong Cave Master investigates, he is afraid that he will find out the clues. Wu Yuxian glared at Li Xiaoyuan. Idiot, you just stick on it and use the secret method I passed down to control it. To outsiders it will look no different from a normal person. How would it reveal itself? Don't be so maudlin. Hurry up and do it. After getting the words out, Anson Shen maneuvered for Li Xiaoyuan to come over and find himself. The old piker is set to watch me from the shadows, and this time I'll finish you off no matter what I say. How could Wu Yuxian have counted on Li Xiaoyuan being Chen Anqing's puppet? All of his plans had been known to Chen Anqing, and he had even given Chen Anqing a chance to kill him. Anson Chan controlled Li Xiaoyuan and talked to him condescendingly for a while, then asked Li Xiaoyuan to put the immortal talisman on his thigh.as for that secret control method. Of course Anson Chan would not foolishly read it. Brother Yao, I have some business to attend to with this little brother, so excuse me for a moment. Chen Anqing arched his hand. Fine, go ahead. Yao Jianyuan was watching the bout with his full attention, so he waved his hand and said no more. Chen Anqing followed behind Li Xiaoyuan. There were quite a few people coming and going, and the two of them couldn't draw the attention of outsiders at all. In the distance, Wu Yoshue used his immortal sense to take in everything and saw that Li Xiaoyuan had won. With a flash of his figure, he flew away from the rear exit and landed in the mountain pass where he had explained to Li Xiaoyuan beforehand. Within a short time, Li Xiaoyuan brought Chen Anqing and arrived at the barren mountain pass. Ha ha ha, Xian nephew Li, good job. Finally got this brat out. Wu Yuxian sealed the surroundings with his immortal power, and if not for the deliberate probing of an expert, he would not be able to discover the situation over here. Die for me. Wu Yoshue raised his palm, wanting to quickly subdue Chen Anqing to death. Uncle Wu, it's too cheap to kill him just like that. This kid beat me up several times, not to mention that he caused you to lose a great deal of money. Doesn't Uncle Wu want to recover his losses? Li Xiaoyuan seemingly unintentionally blocked in front of Chen Anqing and said so. Wu Yuxian really withdrew his palm. Words are reasonable. This guy has repeatedly pissed me off and even got an ink crystal away from me. How can he be cheaper? Uncover the immortal talisman and awaken him. This immortal talisman would become ineffective after it was used, so Wu Yuxian did not reveal it himself, but ordered Li Xiaoyuan to do it. Li Xiaoyuan removed the immortal talisman as instructed and secretly squeezed it in his hand. What's going on? Anson Chan shook his head, a confused look on his face. Brat! This whereabouts in the old man? Ha! Wu Yuxian was about to vent some anger in a spray of rage, but he didn't realize that Li Xiaoyuan had already stood beside him and coldly pressed the immortal talisman on his back when he was just about to react. That secret order had already been invoked, and Wu Yoshue immediately lost control of his own body, completely unable to move. Only then did Anson Chan grin that he had made such a risky move, but he had also planned it carefully. If this immortal talisman and secret order didn't work, he would instantly use the extreme shield heavenly deity to instantly move to the square. In front of so many people. Would he, Wu Yoshue, dare to come after them? What's more, Wu Yuxian didn't know that Li Xiaojuan was a puppet, so how could he be so careful to watch out for a low-level immortal realm ant? All the factors combined were the reason why Anson Chan dared to take the risk. Old piker, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me. Anson Chan chimed in. The cause of the grudge between the two sides. Chen Anqing no longer think about it. He only knows that the other party wants to kill himself. He has to kill him. Clank. Chen Anqing sacrificed a pattern longsword and used 10% of his strength to stab into Wu Yoxian's throat where his defense was the weakest. Then, it took more than 10 more swords to cut off his arm. A true immortal realm's body defense is so strong. This Wu Yoshue, just a native elder of Qianyu Cave, with a cultivation level close to the late true immortal stage, was not as good as the top-ranked talented disciples in the cave. He was able to sit in the position of third elder all because of his father's inheritance. Rather, his body defense was also very strong, and Anson Chen tried his best to cut off one of his arms, keep chopping, switching weapons and taking turns. An hour later, Wu Yoshue was finally dismantled in a big way. As for his immortal soul, it was still suppressed by the immortal talisman, and Anson Chen's spiritual power surged wildly, condensing into a shadow that invaded his sea of consciousness. Kid Yu, Wu Yoxian's immortal soul. His consciousness is still alive. At the moment he was filled with anger, suffocation, and remorse. He could not have imagined, no matter what, that Li Xiaoyuan kid would backstab himself and in turn cause himself to fall into the hands of a brat. Pit bull. Never thought you'd die by my hand. Chen Anqing looked at Wu Yoshue's agonized and hideous immortal soul. His heart was refreshed. Little friend Chen, please also raise your hand and let my immortal soul go. How would Anson Chen listen to him pushing? If he delayed, he might let his immortal soul escape. Kill. Chen Anqing urged his spiritual power with all his might, and his spiritual power transformed into countless sword rains, stabbing at Wu Yoxian's immortal soul. Ah! A tragic to twisted hostile whistling sound resounded through Wu Yoshue's sea of consciousness. No! I'm not willing. His roar of rage was to no avail. The spiritual power sword had cut his immortal soul apart inch by inch, and his soul was scattered. Anson Chan withdrew his spiritual power, his face calm. During this process, Anson Chen had also played a small game, thinking of forcing him to hand over his resources after seriously injuring him, but he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, the other party was in the true immortal realm, or an old thing that had been mixed for thousands of years. and could not be assured of having other deadly means to kill himself in seconds. You can't bury your little life for this moment of greed. Coming out clean and decisive is the way to go. This was also something that Li Zhangyang had talked about many times when he was chatting with him about the lower realm. A little later, Chen Anqing used his immortal power to completely obliterate Wu Yoxian's corpse, wiping it clean. Maneuvering Li Xiuyuan to explore the path first, he made sure there wasn't nothing out of the ordinary before leaving the place himself. Another enemy, smoothly resolved. This time, Anson Chen was quite proud of himself, exterminating the other party by his own means without relying on the demoness. Playing this kind of tactic is not a permanent solution after all. On the way back, Anson Chan thought this again. This kind of thing often has a few coincidences and flukes in it. On the contrary, if you do it often, there are bound to be unexpected surprises. Therefore, Chen Anqing secretly made up his mind, if not the critical moment of life and death, and then never go to play tactics, tricks, so that it is easy to get yourself killed. Well, at least 2 hidden dangers have been solved, and there's just that bitch Ji Xiling left. Chen Anqing did not want to kill anyone in his bones, and since he was about to have the opportunity to leave the Qianyu cave, if the other party would stop from then on, he would be able to cultivate in peace and would no longer go looking for trouble. But if the other party always refuses to let go, then fight with her to the end. No matter what, she must be killed. As for the face of Nangong Xiu, it can't be more important than his own life. Besides, he did not owe any favor to Nangong Xiu. Besides, she knew that Ji Xiling had tried to kill himself many times, but she did not control him strongly. So who was to blame? Without realizing it, Anson Chan returned to the huge square. The fight on that battle stage had already ended. And as for the winners and losers, Chen Anqing didn't care much. At the same moment, a golden carriage pulled by a 9-headed immortal augur stopped in the sky above the square. Ooh, Anson Chan couldn't help but look up. The frame was huge like a palace, golden and brilliant, immortal radiance vivid. At a glance it was clear that it was made of top-grade immortal treasure. Looking at the 9-headed immortal gel pulling the cart, its aura was comparable to that of a late Xian immortal. It was truly domineering. It must be the Xian Yang immortal mansion's people coming. While Chen Anqing was shocked in his heart, he inexplicably had a few moments of anticipation in his heart. The Xian Yang immortal mansion accepted disciples without looking at their qualifications. Would he himself have this piece of chance? If one could really enter the immortal mansion to cultivate, one would be able to stay away from right and wrong as well as grow faster, which would be much better than nesting in the Zhohua mountain. Anson Chan looked up and stared. That immortal palace carriage stopped in the air. The door curtains slowly opened, and a middle-aged man stepped into the air and appeared in the crowd's field of vision. He was dressed in a green-gray Taoist robe, holding a jade dish, with a majestic breath, just like an immortal peak standing between heaven and earth. Greetings to the special envoy. The masters of the various caves of Mount Zhohua as well as the high-level elders all bowed to the man. You are all courteous. The middle-aged man had a kind face and smiled as he arched his hand at the crowd. This person was one of the elders sent by the Xian Yang immortal mansion to select disciples. I wonder what realm he is in. Has he reached the heavenly immortal realm? The man in the air was the strongest immortal cultivator Chen Anqing had seen with his own eyes. So far.at this time, Yao Jianyuan jumped out from nowhere and patted Chen Anqing's shoulder. I've seen him a few times. His name is Mo Mist, a peak Xian realm powerhouse. Chen Anqing was coldly startled by this one, moved 2 steps to the side and turned his head. Your delusion-breaking sword eyes, can you penetrate his realm? Yao Jianyuan said. See through my ass. It's my second great master who told me. Oh, Chen Anqing nodded. Peak Xian immortal, only one small level higher than late Xian immortal. The aura is actually quite different. Chen Anqing knew that the female devil Zhongli was the late Xian immortal, but the gap between the two gave him a tremendous feeling. Just like the immortal realm and the cultivation world compared to the earth immortal, Yao Jianyuan voiced out. As the saying goes, one realm in one day. People at the peak of Xian immortal may already have half a foot in the heavenly immortal realm, and the late Xian immortal is incomparable. While speaking, Yao Jianyuan blasted away the 2 sword cultivation disciples next to him. Hogging the seat and sitting down in a grand manner, Chen Anqing followed and took his seat. Then said, I wonder which lucky ones will be favored by the immortal mansion today. Hearing this, Yao Jianyuan revealed a rather disdainful look. What lucky boy? Lucky pig is more like it. Chen Anqing was a bit puzzled. Yao Jianyuan looked like he was very disdainful of this. Brother Yao, what makes you say that? Yao Jianyuan leaned back against the seat, resting his hands behind his head, and said indifferently, it's nothing. Anyway, if I were chosen, beating me to death I wouldn't agree to go with him. Anson Chan frowned for a moment, then said, why is that? Hearing Chen Anqing's question, Yao Jianyuan lowered his voice and said mysteriously, think about it. Which of the major powers in the ancient world did not look at the qualifications of their disciples? Why would they take in some broken goods? And I'm telling you, anyone who was taken away by the Xian Yang immortal mansion will never hear from them again. So weigh it yourself. At those words, Anson Chan couldn't help but feel a jolt. Come to think of it, there really shouldn't be such a good thing existing in the immortal world. Chen Anqing secretly thought. Xianyang Immortal Mansion got someone over there. It couldn't be for the purpose of refining medicine. However, it couldn't all be based on speculation. So he said, if there were truly anomalies, wouldn't the four great caverns be willing to send their disciples there? Yao Jianyuan blankly glanced at Chen Anqing and said, Brother Chen, you are overly simple. If you were a cave master, and someone else's hallowed immortal mansion came to ask for a few irrelevant disciples, would you dare to turn over a deadbeat and refuse to give them? Moreover, if the other party was doing some unseemly deeds, would they easily let outsiders know? After Yao Jianyuan said this, the sense of anticipation in Chen Anqing's heart suddenly plummeted. Before Chen Anqing could answer, Yao Jianyuan added, logically speaking, year after year, those disciples who were chosen away from Jiuhua Mountain should have come back to thank and visit their masters and elders. As a result, after so many years, one of them has not come back. Not being karma, what else can it be? Scalp numbness. No wonder the Xianyang Immortal Mansion was able to take away even those who had been paralyzed for hundreds of years. So I guess it really wasn't a good thing. Chen Anqing was silent for a little while before speaking. Who cares? It's not my turn anyway. I'd better think about how I can pass the Bai Yin Caves examination. Yao Jianyuan smiled and said, that's right, don't think about things that fall out of the sky. It's easy to lose your head. Chen Anqing arched his hand and said evenly, Brother Yao has a point. I have been taught. During this period of time, the middle-aged man with two attendants had landed on the main seat of the battle platform. The purpose of this seat strip must be known to all of you, so I won't babble anymore. Now, please empty your minds and wait for this seat's jade disc to check. If you are qualified, then you can voluntarily join my immortal mansion to cultivate. The moment these words came out, the middle and low-level disciples of the four great caverns were all excited. As for those top genius disciples, there was nothing special about them. After all, with their qualifications to cultivate in the cave mansion of the Nine Huashan, they were the geniuses in the limelight, and the good resources were all tilted towards them. But once they entered the immortal mansion, their aura of genius was probably not as dazzling, and they might not be able to receive more benefits. This is just like the saying that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. The middle-aged man, ink mist, threw the jade butterfly in his hand. 7-colored immortal light scattered down from that jade butterfly, enveloping the entire square. The vast majority of the 100,000 or so disciples of the various caves of Mount Jiuhua had their knees and eyes closed, sinking into a state of emptiness, waiting for good fortune to come their way. About a quarter of an hour passed. In the crowd, the first dark red light rushed out from a disciple and went straight into the sky. I hit it! Ha ha ha! I hit it! That disciple was so excited to find out that he had been chosen that he yelled and screamed, to the point where his appearance became a bit maniacal. It wasn't long before, one after another, ruddy rays of light that rose up to the sky also appeared on the other 6. Each time the Xianyang Immortal Mansion only accepts 8 people, and now there is still one missing. Countless gazes, all searching through the crowd, waiting for the last lucky one to appear. Your grandfather, how could it be me? Hearing this cry of alarm, Chen Anqing subconsciously turned his head, only to see a red light emerging from Yao Jianyuan's body on the side. Anson Chan's heart was violently shocked. More than 100,000 people, and this Yao Jianyuan was actually chosen. At this moment, Chen Anqing's feelings were complicated. He had just met someone who could introduce him to worship in another cave, and he was chosen away just like that? Brother Yao, congratulations. I'm afraid you were overly concerned about what we talked about earlier. Chen Anqing arched his hand and said tentatively, congratulations my ass, old man won't go. Yao Jianyuan rolled his eyes. These words just fell, but he gazed at Anson Chen with wide eyes. Brother Chen, how come you've been chosen as well? It was only then that Anson Chen noticed that on his own body, there was also a red light emanating from him. Chen Anqing immediately froze. Didn't he say that there were only 8 places? How was he also selected? Not only were the two of them unable to understand Chen Anqing, when the 9th red light rushed into the sky, the rest of the people were also surprised, and the scene became somewhat tumultuous. Silence. On that battle stage, an elder bellowed, and the turbulent immortal might silence the voices of the crowd, silencing the entire square. This time, the one from Xianyang Immortal Mansion, Mo Mao, only slowly got up and opened his mouth. That little friend at the end must have a great affinity with my Xianyang Immortal Mansion, so the jade butterfly will make an exception for its selection. You all don't have to interpret it indiscriminately. In the crowd of people in the square, Anson Chen's heart had become a mess. Turning. Mo Wu smiled and said to the several cave lords, all cave lords, and call out these 9 juniors. This seat will have a meeting with them. The 4 major caves, each cave picks 2. Xianyu Cave has an extra. Chen Anqing this time. Nangong Xiu looked towards Chen Anqing's side, surprised by this, but also happy. She wasn't so much happy because Anson Chen had a good place to go, but because she finally didn't have to be hurt by the oath anymore, and her daughter wouldn't be bothered by it anymore. We honor the orders of the Lord's ambassador. A few people bowed and then flew towards their respective disciple camps. Nangongsho was the first to land right in front of Chen Anqing and smiled. Congratulations, young master uncle. With this chance coming, in the future, young master uncle will surely be able to soar. Chen Anqing woke up at her voice and revealed a very forced smile. I didn't expect the luck to be this good either. And actually, Anson Chen was now torn to death. Whether to join the immortal mansion or not. Yao Jianyuan, who was on the side, looked at Chen Anqing with a dumbfounded expression. Junior uncle? Nangong Cave Master called you little master. You brat. Yao Jianyuan immediately had the feeling of being teased. He had thought that Chen Anqing was really just an ordinary identity. How did he know that it was Nangong Shou's elder? He himself also spat with him. Xiling. This goods is really a bitch. Chen Anqing looked towards Yao Jianyuan, and was not in a position to explain anything in front of Nangong Xiu, so he could only reveal a helpless look. Lord Mo of the Immortal Mansion has asked you and others to come forward for a meeting, please, Junior Master. Nangong Xiu was afraid that the other party would wait for a long time, so he urged. Good. Chen Anqing nodded his head and stiffly followed Nangong Xiu. Yao Jianyuan stared hatefully at Chen Anqing and cursed brokenly. Damn you! How dare you fool me, bitch! He was then also called away by his second great master to go to that main battle stage after the 9 selected disciples arrived. Mo Mao waved his hand and laid down a ban, and this side of the battle platform was isolated from outsiders. Why don't you pay your respects to Lord Mo? A cave lord spoke out, and only then did the crowd rush to salute. There is no need to be polite. All of you are talents that meet my Xianyang Immortal Mansion's disciple selection. From now on, you will follow this seat to cultivate well, and in time, you will be able to soar to the heavens. Ha ha ha. Ink missed this person, as a peak Xian Immortal, raised his hands and feet to show his easygoing, but there is nothing to stand. Thank you, Lord Mo, disciples and the like. In the future, we will surely cultivate with all our might and live up to your expectations. Some of these resourceful disciples swore to state their position in order to leave a good impression in front of Mo Mist. Good. You and a few others go and pack up. Say goodbye to the elders in the sect, and then return to the Immortal Mansion with me tomorrow. Mo Wu nodded in satisfaction. He then passed a glance to the attendant beside him, who then offered up a few items from his storage bag. Cave Masters, these are the gifts given to you by Elder Mo. All of them are precious Xian treasures. Please choose one of your own. In the past, when Xianyang Immortal Mansion came to collect disciples, there was also this link. It was considered as taking something and exchanging away the disciples from each cave. Several cave masters, on the other hand, only as this is a windfall. After all, even if the other side does not give anything, can pick disciples from their own cave, is also a great fortune. Thank you, Lord Mo. Each of the 4 took a Xian treasure and thanked them with a big smile. At this time, Yao Jianyuan finally couldn't help but step forward and bow to Mo Mist, saying, reporting to Lord Mo, disciple can't go with you to the Immortal Mansion. Hearing this, Yao Jianyuan's second eldest, Yao Qingtian's face was the first to sink, cursing that this brat was the most unsettling, and now he dared to talk nonsense even in front of Lord Mo. Jianyuan, stop fooling around, Yao Qingtian hurriedly rebuked, and turned his head towards Mo Mist to compensate for the smile, said, Lord Mo, this kid is my grandson's generation. Since childhood, he has been a bit mischievous. In the future, when he enters your seat, I still hope that Lord Mo will be strict with his discipline. Oh, Mo Wu smiled and waved his hand. Young people active nature is a good thing. The cultivation of a road. Follow the heart to get the road. This seat to him what? Wonderful. Lord Mo's words have enlightened us. A cave master hurriedly patted his ass, which caused the rest of the disciples to not be able to help but secretly despise it. But Yao Jianyuan's heart has long been firm. Never risk going to that Xianyang Immortal Mansion. So he said, reporting to Lord Mo, disciple's Taoist spouse will be in labor and give birth to a son in a few months. Disciple wants to wait for the dog's son to be born, and then go to the Immortal Mansion to report. I hope that the Lord would agree to it. Hearing this, Yao Changweather's face turned green. This kid has not been very normal in the brain since he was repented by G-Girl. He has a fart of a Taoist couple. I am afraid that it is only a fantasy again, but this kid has already made up his words. If we expose him on this, not only will it expose his nervous nature, but it will also offend Lord Mo. Sure enough, Mo's face sunk a bit and he looked at Yao Qingtian. Cave Master Yao, but is there such a thing? Yao Qingtian thought of electricity, ultimately did not dare to reveal, so as not to offend each other, then said, indeed, my family this kid is the most heartbroken, so rest assured that his couple, Chan Ansheng, who was still calculating on the side, but secretly admired Yao Jianyuan. This cargo is really resourceful, not directly refused to accept, only to find excuses to delay. so that at least will not provoke the other side. Mo pondered for a little while and slowly said, "From this, you have a good character. So this seat will allow you to enter the immortal mansion after your child descends into the world." A smile appeared at the corner of Yao Jianyuan's mouth. "Many thanks for your gracious permission, Your Excellency." At the same moment, Chen Anqing also stepped forward. "Your Honor, disciple's parents died unexpectedly. Now 3 years of filial piety has not yet expired. I hope that Your Honor will be gracious and wait for disciple to finish his filial piety before entering the immortal mansion." Nangong Xiu was confused by Chen Anqing's words. This kid is so lucky to have been chosen. And he's going to stop worrying about him. And he's making up lies to get out of it? What the hell is he doing, stupid? That ink fog face sang some more. Was selected by the Jade Butterfly. Is there great honor? In the past there has never been a resignation to enter the house. How come today there are two? And this one of them, still being chosen extra, must be of great use. Nangong Cave Master. Is he a disciple of your cave? Ink Mist's tone was flat. Exactly. Nangong Xiu nodded and said, "It is not true that his parents died, but there is still a sibling in mourning, so it is reasonable for him to leave temporarily." Chen Anqing's body stiffened, and he could not help but curse. "Your grandfather Nangong Xiu, if the front is really a fire pit, you can get me killed." Yao Jianyuan, who was on the side, secretly threw a gloating look at Chen Anqing, as if to say, "You brat dare to fool me. You deserve it." "Aha." Mo Wu nodded lightly and said, "Nangong Cave Master's words are reasonable. You have younger siblings at home to observe filial piety, so there is no need to delay your entry into the mansion, lest you miss your cultivation and delay your future." "But Lord Mo." Chen Anqing raised his head, and was about to find another excuse to try and delay, when a movement came from the voice transmission jade that Zhongli had given him. Immediately, Chen Anqing's mind moved. Connecting to the voice transmission jade from inside came Zhongli's panicked cry, "Run, dumbass! Leave Johua Mountain quickly!" Chen Anqing's heart was flabbergasted. And just as he was about to quietly transmit his voice to ask a question, he heard a palpitating, hostile chirp come from that jade tablet. It was a kind of, as if the phoenix had risen from the sky, emitting a mournful sound that penetrated straight into Chen Anqing's soul. When he tried to transmit the message again, the laws in the voice transmission jade were already taught, turning it into a piece of waste jade. "It's too oozy. The female devil is probably in trouble and has already died." Chen Anqing's heart was pumping hard. He didn't know what had happened, but he could sense the seriousness of the situation from the female demon's eager and terrified voice, "Must leave." "But the entire Johua Mountain is guarded by a ban. No one is allowed to enter or leave at will. How can one run?" At the same moment, Nangong Xiu's face also changed drastically, as she had also received a transmission from the group of elders in the suppression forbidden area. "Lord Mo, I have some business to attend to, so excuse me for a moment." Nangong Xiu told a sentence and immediately had to fly away. Ink Mist's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly sensing something unusual as well, and immediately his immortal sense radiated out, covering the entire Johua Mountain. "No good." In the next moment, Ink Mist's eyes burst open, and he actually shouted in shock immediately. With a grab of his palm, his immortal power locked Nangong Xiu firmly in place. "Nangong Xiu, make things clear before you leave." Imo Mist stared coldly at Nangong Xiu, and there were even a few points of killing intent attached to his tone. "The laws of heaven and earth? How did they get disorganized? The restraints in my cave, why are they starting to crumble? Oh no! It's hard to believe that there are devil cultivators besieging my Johua Mountain." The rest of the crowd, who had also sensed something bad, all looked at Nangong Xiu for a moment. Nangong Xiu had a bitter look on his face, knowing that he couldn't hide it anymore. So he said, "Gentlemen, something has happened in the forbidden area." "Forbidden zone? What forbidden zone?" Nangong Xiu, it's hard to believe that a forbidden area has appeared in your Qianyu cave and you're hiding it from the public. This, Nangong Xiu, how dare you? The remaining 3 cave masters, as well as the high-level elders of each cave, all glared angrily at Nangong Xiu. "Gentlemen, this is not the time for accountability. The forbidden area has been opened by an expert of unknown origin. It is better for us to escort all the disciples to leave Johua Mountain for the time being." Nangong Xiu said. Boom. Click, click, click. Nangong Xiu's words just fell. The entire Johua Mountain darkened down. Thunder raged. The law taught, and even the sky also vaguely appeared in the void cracks. Sensing this, Mo Wu's entire body sank down and drank hostilely. "The laws of heaven and earth are totally broken. We have been cut off from the outside world. There is no way to escape." Nangong Xiu, you bitch. Dying 10,000 times is not too much. Nangong Xiu sensed a bit. His face was pale, also knew that there was no way to escape. Bitterly said, "Elder Mo, things have already come to this. What's the use of you killing me? What's more, with this small status of mine, Am I qualified to hide and dominate a forbidden area? Upon hearing this, Mo converged his killing intent a bit. He knew that Qianyu Cave had the backing of the ancient immortal family Zhu family, and concealing the matter of the forbidden zone must have been done by the senior members of the Zhu family, and now that everyone was trapped and isolated, they had to find a way to survive. Killing her would be of no use except to vent her anger. Keeping her, perhaps she could still be used as a shield in times of crisis. So, Ink Mist didn't make a move. Lord Mo, what should we do now? Please take an idea. My 4 caves of the Jiuhua mountain. More than 100,000 disciples. Are we going to be buried here? Cave Master Yu, don't be so pessimistic. We are merely trapped in the alien law heaven and earth. We are not lifeless. Speaking lightly, that forbidden area demon can totally break the laws and block heaven and earth. Once it kills out, who has the ability to block it? Can you, Yao Cave Master, resist it? Don't argue. Please also ask Lord Mo to show us how we should act. Several cave masters bickered for a few moments before Ink Mist snapped. You and the others have dragged the seat into being trapped here. And you still have the face to ask this seat for help? Get lost. With a big wave of his hand, Ink Mist shook the crowd back, and then his figure took off into the air and flew into the frame that hovered in the sky. This palace-like frame was made of top-grade immortal treasures, and Mo hid in it alone, obviously only for self-preservation, and the lives and deaths of the others had nothing to do with him. Jian Yuan, go! Seeing that Mo had already hidden in the immortal treasure, Yao Chengtian took the lead and flew away with a cry. Preparing to temporarily return to the cave for refuge, Yao Jianyuan sniffed, but he turned his head, his gaze glancing at the dumbfounded Chen Anqing. What are you waiting for? Come with me. Yao Jianyuan grabbed Chen Anqing's shoulders, and as he took off into the air, he took him with him. This move, however, was not expected by Anson Chan. Yao Jianyuan previously thought that he was teasing him, and he had not yet had time to explain himself, but at this moment of crisis, he actually took the initiative to help himself, which really made Chen Anqing feel surprised. At this time, Nangong Xiao, the mood has long fallen to the bottom, since there is no time to care about the whereabouts of Chen Anqing. Listen to the order of the disciples of Qianyu Cave. This huge change in heaven and earth, I am afraid that there will be a great disaster. You and others will seek refuge. After issuing this call, Nangong Xiao turned around and flew away. The only thing she was thinking about now was her daughter, who was in seclusion in the underground palace. On the huge square, more than 100,000 disciples from various caves were at a loss for words in panic, seeing that their own cave masters and elders had all flown away. It was a mess for a while, and quite a few disciples with a slightly higher realm rose up into the sky and also flew towards the outside of the square. The sky was completely overcast, and only in the depths of that ink-colored sky dome, there were occasional flashes of hideous blood-colored thunderbolts, illuminating the dark and gloomy Jiuhua mountain. The cold wind whistled past his ears, and Anson Chan's mind buzzed. He cursed. That female devil didn't know what kind of unspeakable thing she had done, but she had actually caused the sky to collapse. Damn, had I known this was the outcome, I might as well have sent Li Xiaoyuan to report her. Not long after, Chen Anqing had been brought back to the Bayan cave by Yao Jianyuan. Brother Yao, thanks for the help. Chen Anqing immediately arched his hand at Yao Jianyuan, no matter if he could survive or not. This gesture from the other party was a favorite. Yao Jianyuan disdainfully skimmed his mouth. I almost forgot. You are the junior uncle of Tang Nangong Xiao. You don't need a minion like me to make a move. Chen Anqing shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, if I really had that high of a seniority, I wouldn't have been shouted at and forced by Ji Xiling all day long. Yao Jianyuan frowned and said, Ji Xiling wants to kill you? And you're her mother's junior master? Your Majesty, why is it so messed up? Chen Anqing spread his hands and said, briefly. Jia said, I was originally working as a laborer in a mining area 8,000 miles away. Anson Chan told his experience as briefly as possible. Only then did Zhao Jianyuan spread his eyebrows and smiled, saying, so that's how it is. A misunderstanding. I told you how Nangong Xiao could have such a weakling junior uncle like you. By the way, Brother Chen, Nangong Xiao's matter has long been rumored in several caves. Is that wild man of hers really that big brotherly of yours? Anson Chen rolled his eyes. How would I know? But Ji Xiling is targeting me so much, so I guess it's true. Yao Jianyuan squeezed his eyebrows and said, good. Great. Brother Chen, you must live well and be angry with that bitch. Chen Anqing sighed quietly and said, you see, the day is about to collapse. I would like to live, but I'm afraid that I don't have the chance. By the way, Brother Yao, why did you help me just now? Yao Jianyuan thought about it. If Chen Anqing was really playing with himself, how could he trust his judgment and choose to refuse to enter the immortal mansion? Therefore, he said, it's probably because you and I made up excuses together and refused to enter the Xianyang immortal mansion. But you're really poisonous. You dare to curse your parents to death. Aren't you afraid of being struck by heavenly thunder? Admire, admire, admire. Anson Chan revealed a bitter smile and only shook his head without answering. Anyway, He was an outcast. What did it matter if he cursed or not? For hours past, the Johua mountain is still shrouded in darkness. Except for the thunder and wind and rain, there is no crisis coming. The disciples of all the major caves calmed down quite a bit and returned to their respective caves. Dai and the Bayan cave, Yao Jianyuan and Chenanxing, were in the secret room on the top floor of the book pavilion. These two men are looking for records about the no-access zone. Brother Yao, in this jade slip, there is information about the forbidden zone. The two of them examined countless pieces of jade slips before Chenanxing finally found a piece of jade slip about the records of the forbidden zone in a corner. Let go and see. Yao Jianyuan signaled Chenanxing to release the jade slip information using his spiritual power. Anson Chen broke the jade seal, and an ancient book hovered out in front of the two of them. Both of them swept through quickly with their spiritual power at the same time, checking out all the information. So the forbidden zone is so terrifying. After reading it, Anson Chan couldn't help but sigh. There is a very large variety of forbidden areas recorded in this book. As for the origin of the forbidden zone, there were also many speculations and claims, among which was the claim of a spacetime rift. It probably means that the forbidden areas of the immortal world were also caused by the great wars of the immortal world in the ancient times. Unlike the lower realm forbidden zone, that kind of great battle was even more terrifying. Not just as simple as shattering space, but even the long river of time was shattered. Some powerful ancient immortal beings and items fell into the long river of time and space and drifted for an unknown number of years. Some great powers speculated that the long river of time and space did not flow calmly, but that there were quite a few temporal waves and vortexes, and that coincidentally, some of the things that flowed in the long river of time and space would fall into the immortal realm and form a forbidden zone. Of course, this is just one speculation. There are also great masters who believe that the immortal realm where the world is located is not the only one. In addition to this immortal realm, there are other parallel immortal realms that are just as solid as this one, and the so-called forbidden zones are formed by the spirits or objects that fall out of the broken space of the parallel immortal realms. There was even a saying that above the immortal realm, there were higher-level worlds, and that those forbidden zones were formed by things left over from the Great War in the upper realm. However, there are not many great powers who agree with this statement, because throughout the ages, we have never heard of any immortal emperor ascending. So the claim of the upper realm, everyone thinks it is unreliable. In any case, these are just speculations of the mighty. 1.1 thing, however, was a fact recognized by the mighty, and that was that all things that appeared in the forbidden zones were destructive, and whether they were living beings or objects, they were made up of laws that were very different from those of today's immortal realm. Once the forbidden objects are released, they can break the laws of heaven and earth in a small area, and create a different kind of heaven and earth. In serious cases, it could destroy 1,000,000 miles of space and time. After some inquiries, Chenanxing and the two of them determined that the forbidden zone mutation they encountered this time was a very low-level one, which only tensed off a small range of heaven and earth laws, forming a very small alien law heaven and earth of its own. Luckily, with this kind of mutation, it usually goes away within a month. After continuing to understand, Anson Chan was slightly relieved. The laws of heaven and earth would repair themselves, and it was usually only a month before the alien laws were wiped out. Don't be too happy. Yao Jianyuan, on the other hand, was frowning. We are isolated from the normal heaven and earth at this time. Our immortal energy will rapidly drain away, and due to the change in the laws of the heaven and earth, we don't have any method to replenish our immortal aura to sustain our lives. In a month's time, we will have long since dried up as adults. At those words, Anson Chan proceeded to look down. Sure enough, being in a world of alien laws is dangerous. Not only was it possible to be attacked by the laws of reversal and chaos, but the immortal power would continue to drain away, and the immortal crystals and amethysts, for example, could not be replenished at all. And there was also the most terrifying possibility that if any forbidden zone beings appeared, the trapped person would be in a situation where he or she would have no chance of survival, because the forbidden zone beings could exert their normal battle power in the lawful heaven and earth it created, whereas immortal realm cultivators, who not only couldn't harness the power of heaven and earth, but whose own strength would also continue to diminish as their immortal power dissipated, simply couldn't possibly be the opponents of the forbidden zone beings. I hope no forbidden zone beings appear. Anson Chan chimed in. News and information. As soon as the words fell, an ear-piercing sound of sorrow resounded through this heaven and earth boom. The entire Johua mountain shook the ground and the sky, and the Bayan Cave's book pavilion, too, was close to collapsing. Ravenous you, go! The two of them were instantly alarmed, and Yao Jianyuan pulled Chenanxing and flew outside. Go outside. Chenanxing looked up and gazed, only to see a giant blackbird in that ink-colored sky dome, traversing through the thick clouds and red lightning. Dozens of Shenxian realm cultivators were charging back and forth around it, and both sides were in a stalemate. What is that monster? Looking at the huge black bird with an extremely bizarre aura, Yao Jianyuan could not help but feel a sense of shock. He felt that if he were to go into battle, He was only afraid that the other party would be able to slap him to dust with a wave of their black feathered wings. Looks a little familiar. Chen Anqing looked at the giant bird and murmured to himself in his heart. Immediately, an image flashed through his mind. The giant bird looked the same as the one he had seen in the forbidden area of the Cloud Dragon realm. Only then, the giant birds flying over the black earth were all illusions. This one, on the other hand, is real. Boom boom boom. A terrifying blast woke Anson Chan up under that dark sky. A number of Xianyi mortals fought against the giant bird with their physical bodies, but they were ultimately undefeated and fell down in defeat. Jian Yuan, the 4 great cave masters have joined forces to open the ancestral ground. Everyone has gone to the ancestral ground to take refuge. Why don't you go now? At that moment, that Gu Jie, who was in the late true immortal stage, shouted out towards Yao Jianyuan, the ancestral land is open? Good. You go first, senior brother. I'll follow. Yao Jianyuan responded, and then prepared to bring Chen Anqing along to take refuge in the ancestral land. Brother Yao, what is the ancestral land? While escaping, Anson Chan asked. That is the burial ground of the successive generations of ancestors of the Jiuhua mountain, forming a small world of its own, which might help us escape this calamity. Yao Jianyuan explained. There's still this kind of good place. The 4 great cave masters didn't open it up earlier either. Chen Anqing grunted. As far as I know, the ancestral land. Buzz. Before Yao Jianyuan could finish his sentence, a spatial vortex appeared in front of the two of them. Damn you! Law turbulence! Yao Jianyuan let out a cry of surprise, and his figure was sucked into it. Chen Anqing was so scared that his soul was about to crumble, and almost instinctively, his spiritual power surged wildly. Invoking the cross-boundary stone, his figure, just after being swept to the edge of the vortex by the law turbulence, disappeared into thin air. Cloud Dragon Realm. Forbidden Palace. Hoo. Chen Anqing lay on the exquisite dragon chair, panting heavily. Luckily old me reacted quickly. I wonder if Yao Jianyuan is dead. Chen Anqing's entire being was in a chaotic state, secretly glad that he had escaped with his life for the time being, while at the same time feeling sorry and helpless for what had happened to Yao Jianyuan. Ugh! Only after a long time did Chen Anqing slow down and couldn't help but let out a sigh. He couldn't bring anyone else along with his boundary crossing stone. Otherwise, he had all the heart to save Yao Jianyuan's life. Regardless of anything else first, I can only hide in the lower realm for 7 days, which is 7 hours in the immortal realm. What next? The fear in Chen Anqing's heart was not eliminated. After 7 hours in the immortal world, he would return, and what would he do then? A few moments later Anson Chan calmed down. He secretly analyzed that if that alien law heaven and earth would really disappear within a month, he would be able to hide in the lower realm for some time by virtue of the cross-boundary stone, and his chances of survival would definitely be greater than others. Therefore, the most dangerous part was the giant black bird. If you can get it dead, you have a better chance of surviving. Thinking about this, Chen Anqing made a thought and released a huge broken halberd from his storage bag. This broken halberd, which was about 100 feet long and as thick as a large tree that was hugged by 100 people, was the same broken halberd that was obtained from the forbidden area. This weapon, taken from that black giant, I wonder if it has any strange effects when used against the giant bird? Anson Chen was able to sense that the black giant that had crumbled earlier shared the same aura of law as the forbidden area giant bird in the immortal realm. Using its weapon against the giant bird, I thought it would be better than an unusual weapon. How do I control this broken halberd? Chen Anqing had tried it before, and he was so uncomfortable when he touched the broken halberd that he didn't know how to make it recognize its owner and be controlled by himself. After studying it for a while, Anson Chen couldn't figure out a way to control it, so he simply put the weapon away first. If you encounter a giant bird attack, it's fine to use it as a shield. Anson Chan thought so, and then, his immortal sense unfolded, checking out the situation within the sect. It's only been a little over a year and Li Huaizhen has taken in 24 disciples. Not bad. These 24 disciples, 20 of them had good qualifications and had the qualifications to reach the Earth Immortal Realm within 500 years. When they themselves were assisted with some Immortal Realm resources, their growth would be even faster. And reaching the Immortal Realm within 200 or 300 years would not be a difficult task. And when the true Immortal sect grows in the future, there will be more disciples with excellent qualifications, and these people will be their own capital in the immortal world in the future. Of course, if these disciples want to ascend smoothly, Anson Chan will definitely sign a contract with them first. After all, whether it is a mortal or an immortal cultivator, there are numerous examples of the following violating the law and rebelling. In addition to the disciples matter, Chen Anqing also found that in just over a year's time in the lower realm, Li Huaizhen's realm of strength had improved no less, and had stepped into the realm of the Earth Immortal. Li Huaizhen, come and meet me at this seat's forbidden palace. Chen Anqing summoned Li Huaizhen with his immortal thoughts. Li Huaizhen, who was in the middle of cultivation, heard the news and immediately flew up and landed outside the forbidden palace before changing to walk. Greetings, Your Excellency. Li Huaizhen knelt down on one knee and bowed respectfully. In this year or so, you've made a lot of progress, Anson Shen said. Your Excellency. I was able to make such progress thanks to the piece of flesh and blood I obtained from the Forbidden Zone, Li Huaizhen said back. Chen Anqing pondered for a moment. That odd piece of flesh and blood, which had almost evolved into a complete black giant monster at that time, was indeed not an extraordinary object. What happened to your arm? At this time, Anson Shen noticed that on Li Huaizhen's arm, a few pieces of black scale armor had actually grown, probably because of the absorption of the blood-colored liquid. Some black armor similar to dragon scales grew on my body, and apart from the occasional itch, there is no other harm. Li Huaizhen replied. Anson Shan frowned. This is a mutation for Li Huaizhen. Come on. You put out your full strength and slap against me, Anson Shen commanded. Yes, my lord. Immediately, Li Huaizhen spread out his palms. A layer of black mist lingered between his palms, emitting a bizarre and powerful aura. Boom. Li Huaizhen struck out with his palm. He was only at the beginning of the earth immortal realm, and his palm force actually launched a few shallow spatial ripples. Chen Anqing raised his hand, slightly exerting some immortal power, and palmed against Li Huaizhen. Boom. Immortal power collided with the black aura, and Li Huaizhen's figure thumped back a few steps. Li Huaizhen's power is indeed different from ordinary immortal power, containing a few hints of otherworldly laws. Anson Shan was secretly surprised in his heart. If he is allowed to develop, I wonder if he will completely change into the kind of beings that appear in the Forbidden Zone. At that time, will the master and servant contract he established with him still be valid? Anson Shen wasn't sure about all of this, so he was prepared to let Li Huaizhen stop first and observe for a period of time on his own. Give me that piece of flesh and blood, and don't go back to absorbing that blood-colored liquid for the time being. Li Huaizhen didn't understand the reason for this, but he didn't have any hesitation as the mustard pouch was unrecognized and handed over to Chen Anqing. Chen Anqing used his mind to check. In the mustard bag, there were actually 10 vats of blood-colored liquid already stored. Alright, you retire. By the way, there's no need to inform Qinger that I've come out of the gate so that she doesn't have to come and serve. Anson Shen was in no mood for anything else right now. Little man obeys. Li Huaizhen was ready to retire. Wait a minute. Chen Anqing called out to Li Huaizhen again and instructed. Here is a list of materials. You send people to all the major sects and all the major merchant houses to acquire as many as possible. These 10 immortal crystals, count them as funding. You figure out how to exchange them yourself. Knowing Chen Anqing's character of saying one thing and not another, Li Huaizhen honestly accepted it before saying, Your Excellency, under my clan's name, there are more than a dozen veins of spirit stones nowadays. Together with the congratulatory gifts sent by other clans, there is actually no shortage of spirit stones. Chen Anqing responded indifferently. It wouldn't hurt to have some more. In addition, you take those disciples with fair qualifications, let them have enough motivation to cultivate. And for those who are at the top of the heap, there's no need to skimp on resources. Little man understands. Li Huaizhen nodded his head. Go. Anson Shen waved his hand and dismissed Li Huaizhen for the next few days. Chen Anqing stayed in the Forbidden Palace to cultivate. On the 7th day, the time had come to return to the immortal world. Rumble. As soon as he returned to the immortal realm, Chen Anqing was shaken out of his mind by the roar of the thunder. Before he had time to get used to it, Anson Shan felt that his shoulder was clasped by a strong hand and claw. Damn you! Chen Anqing's heart panicked, and before he even had the chance to invoke the extreme shield heavenly deity, he was dragged into the vortex of laws by that clawed hand. Anson Shen felt his head spinning, just as it did when he invoked the cross-boundary stone. It's over. It's over. Chen Anqing was paralyzed and waited helplessly for the vortex of laws to churn him to pieces. Brother Chen. But the destruction that he had imagined did not occur, and there was one more familiar face in front of him. Brother Yao? What is this? Chen Anqing's 2 feet were weak, and only when he saw that it was Yao Jianyuan did his heart settle down a little. What's the situation? Ha ha, Brother Chen, you and I have met a great opportunity. Yao Jianyuan patted Chen Anqing's shoulder and said with a joyful expression. Chen Anqing looked around in confusion. It was a white space of nothingness. There was no up and down. He and Yao Jianyuan were just suspended in the air. What kind of chance is that? Without waiting for Chen Anqing to ask, Yao Jianyuan spoke again. Brother Chen, how long has passed outside? This Chen Anqing knew, so he replied, about 7 hours. Yao Jianyuan's face grew even more joyful as he said, well, 7 hours, do you know how long I have been cultivating here? Tell you what, it's been 7 years. Anson Shan? Seeing Chen Anqing's blank expression, Yao Jianyuan explained, still don't understand? The place we are in is not a spatial vortex, but a time vortex that has been squeezed out. In this vortex, time flows faster because it is being squeezed, and when practicing, you can't feel tired at all. 7 years seems to have swept by in a flash. Anson Chan probably heard it. No wonder your aura is much stronger than before. You've entered the true immortal realm? Aha! Although Yao Jianyuan's Dao heart had been traumatized, he was originally at the peak of the immortal 9 realm, and the 7 years he spent in this time vortex was enough for him to step into the true immortal realm. What luck! Anson Chan turned his worries into joy. However, he still had questions in his mind. So he said, "Brother Yao, how did you figure out that you have been cultivating for 7 years? Moreover, the Jiuhua mountain has long been isolated from the immortal world. How can you cultivate to break through the realm without immortal spiritual qi?" Yao Jianyuan explained. "How do I put it? Anyway, it means that you feel like you've only stayed for a few hours, but counting by pulse beats, number of breaths, etc., it's almost equal to 7 years. As for immortal aura, you can use amethyst and ink crystals here." Chen Anqing now figured it out and said, "So that's it? Then this is really a great opportunity. I just don't know how long this vortex will last." Yao Jianyuan pondered for a moment and said, "The flow of time doesn't feel as stable as it did when I arrived, so I guess it will dissipate in a short while. Brother Chen, step up your cultivation. These few ink crystals, take them and use them." Seeing Yao Jianyuan handing over a few millstone-sized ink crystals, Chen Anqing hesitated for a moment, but still took them in his hands. After all, the amethysts in his storage pouch were not always enough. "Many thanks, Brother Yao. I'll borrow them for a while, and return them to you as soon as I have the ink crystals." Yao Jianyuan said, "Cut the crap. Hurry up and cultivate. Missing a quarter of an hour is the same as missing a few months of cultivation." Anson Chan nodded and stopped talking nonsense, crossing his knees and closing his eyes. He gazed at his heart, and the nascent soul technique began to catalyze. The blood qi flew, and the ink crystals dissolved little by little, turning into immortal spiritual energy and integrating into Chen Anqing's body in the blink of an eye, breaking into the immortal 6 realm, immortal 6 middle stage, late stage, peak, immortal 7 realm. When those few pieces of ink crystals were consumed, Anson Chan opened his eyes. Peak immortal 8 realm. Phew, cool. In Anson Chen's perception, almost 8 hours had only passed. Instead, it was the equivalent of 8 years of practice in the time vortex. 8 years, from peak immortal 5 to peak immortal 8. This speed was quite good. Yao Jianyuan, who was on the side, also woke up from his cultivation. He had not improved much. He had only stabilized the early true immortal realm after all. At the true immortal realm, cultivation would be much tougher and the resources consumed would be much more terrifying. It was worthwhile for him to be thankful that after stabilizing the true immortal realm, his originally damaged Dao heart had been restored as it was, and his cultivation qualifications were restored to the level he deserved. Scattered. It wasn't long before the flow of time in the vortex began to level off, and within half a quarter of an hour it simply dissipated. The two returned to the darkness. Yao Jianyuan sensed that Chen Anqing was already at the peak of the immortal 8 realm, and he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This guy's cultivation qualifications were completely no less than his own and the other geniuses in the cave. That Nangong Xiu is also stupid. Brother Chen, you have such a qualification, but do not incorporate under the door focus on cultivation. Let Ji Xiling that bitch to play evil against you. Simply stupid to the extreme. When he thought of what had happened to Anson Chen, Yao Jianyuan could not help but break into a curse. He, however, could not have imagined that this qualification of Anson Chen was only raised later. Chen Anqing smiled and said, "Anyway, I've resolved to join Bayan Cave. As long as Bayan Cave doesn't dislike me, who dares?" Yao Jianyuan blurted out. "Even if you're not my friend, Brother Chen, with this kind of qualification, you should be treated like a genius by the stars. Who would dare to dislike it? It would be great if this is really the case, so I can also calm down and dive into my cultivation." Chen Anqing said, "Definitely. Don't worry. With your qualifications, you don't even need to take the test. Those elders will rush to take you as their disciple. However, right now, it's still important to save our lives. Let's go to the ancestral land to hide for a while." Yao Jianyuan said. After coming out of the time vortex, Chen Anqing felt the rapid loss of immortal power in his body, which was very hard to bear. Before leaving, Anson Chen sensed the condition of the puppet Li Xiuyuan in passing, and he realized that Li Xiuyuan's shell was not dead, so he also manipulated him with his mind, seeking his own pace towards the ancestral land. About a quarter of an hour later, Yao Jianyuan led Chen Anqing to a barren mountain. Originally, this place had a prohibition added to it, but now the prohibitions had all collapsed. Hurry! Hurry, the ancestral grounds will be closing soon. At the entrance of the ancestral ground cave, several true immortal realm disciples were on guard. Good. Yao Jianyuan and Chen Anqing arched their hands together, and their figures disappeared into the ancestral cave ahead. The ancestral ground, which was established by the 4 founding ancestors of Mount Jiuhua with great power, formed a small world of its own, and thus was not eroded for the time being. Entering the ancestral land, Anson Chen realized that this place was just separated from the outside world by a mountain. And from inside, He could completely see everything in the sky outside. More than 100,000 disciples and elders from various caves were sitting around the graves of the ancestral land, all of them paying attention to the situation in the outside world, under that dark sky dome. The black giant bird was still circling, and the Xianxian realm elders of the major cave houses took turns, but they were unable to kill the other party, and instead, a few elders fell, and the rest were all seriously injured. Look guys, that's Lord Inkmist. He made a move. Just at that moment, a purple light streaked across the dome of the sky, charging straight at the giant bird to kill it. Great! Lord Inkmist will definitely be able to kill that Forbidden Zone monster bird with his strike. As long as that strange bird dies, we will have a chance to make it through and escape. The crowd gazed eagerly at the battle in the sky, and hope for survival flared up in their hearts. Everyone, stay put and be reviewed. At this time, the four great cave masters appeared together. Among them, Yao Qingtian let out an explosive cry, startling the crowd into commotion. All shut up and don't move. Another cave master chided, then said, this heaven and earth catastrophe is due to the intrusion of the Devil's Way bandits into the forbidden area. From now on, everyone must be scrutinized until the Devil's Way bandits are uncovered. It was the work of the devilish bandits. Son of a bitch, put the old man through the ringer. Must find out. When you catch them, lynch them. All the disciples of Mount Johua, when they learned of this matter, rose up in anger. Nangong Cave Master, you also have a great responsibility in this matter. Give everyone an explanation. At this moment, the remaining three great cave lords, again, turned their spearheads towards Nangong Shio. After all, if she hadn't concealed the matter of the Forbidden Zone, how could she have allowed the demonic cultivators to invade so easily? Obviously it is the devilish demons that are causing trouble. Who are you to blame my mother? Before Nangong Shio could open his mouth, Ji Ziling, however, looked like she had a sword drawn and rushed over to question. Stand down. There are no rules. You yellow-haired girl has no right to talk here. Yao Qingtian's immortal power stirred, directly forcing Ji Ziling back tens of feet. Coincidentally, Ji Ziling happened to crash down next to Anson Chen. Ji Ziling was furious in her heart, but there was nothing she could do in the face of a cave master level expert like Yao Qingtian. She angrily jumped up from the ground and turned her head in hatred, but her eyes collided with Anson Chen. Ji Ziling's eyes narrowed slightly and her face sank, but before she could open her mouth, a familiar voice came from beside her ear. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you, Miss Ji. Ji Ziling glanced faintly. Her heart couldn't help but tighten. Why was this bastard Yao Jianyuan here as well? From her heart, she was unwilling to face Yao Jianyuan. After all, she had done something dishonorable and was guilty. After a moment of silence, Ji Ziling averted her gaze from Anson Chen and said coldly, if you don't want to be embarrassed, hurry up and get out of the way. I have to run some errands. Yao Jianyuan picked up the corner of his mouth and sneered. What am I embarrassed about? I heard that Miss Ji is in seclusion to impact the true immortal realm. I guess she has already succeeded. That hen-pouncing style just now, is that the new divine power move you have comprehended? Some of the disciples next to him couldn't help but let out a light laugh when they heard this. Ji Ziling's face was gloomy as she pointed at Yao Jianyuan. Don't be shifty here. This young lady doesn't want to get entangled with you today. If you're sensible, hide yourself away to avoid embarrassment. Yao Jianyuan put away that disdainful sneer and said in a deep voice, what? Are you going to personally strike to teach me a lesson? Or are you waiting for your brother Morong to come? Ji Ziling frowned. Yao Jianyuan, this guy today is very wrong. In the past often saw himself and Morong's senior brother are avoiding. Why are you so tough today? Moreover, as soon as Morong Yen was mentioned, Ji Ziling's heart was a bit flustered. There had been no news of him these days, and even at this time of chaos, he was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell did he go? Thinking of this, Ji Ziling became even more annoyed and angry. There's no need for me, senior brother Morong, to make a move against a shameless griffin like you. Under her anger, Ji Ziling urged her immortal power and her figure pressed towards Yao Jianyuan. You won't know shame until you're taught a lesson. Ji Ziling let out a low cry and used the Qianyu Cave's mastery, the Qian Koan poem. Teach me a lesson? Do you deserve it, you bitch? Yao Jianyuan let out a chorus of curses, his figure not moving at all. Clank. Just when Ji Ziling's palm was about to slap on Yao Jianyuan's chest, a light green sword shadow suddenly sprang out from his chest. Dang. That palm. Hitting the body of the sword. Ji Ziki felt a sharp pain in her palm as countless tiny sword elements pierced into her meridians. You. Under great horror, Ji Ziling was busy drawing back. True immortal realm. You broke into the true immortal realm. Shock was written all over Ji Ziling's eyes. Rumor had it that didn't he have a collapsed Dao heart because of what happened between himself and senior brother Morong? How could he still break through the realm? You know, breaking the boundary is very tough, such as Ji Ziling herself. She had already impacted the true immortal realm for the third time, but unfortunately, this time, at the critical moment, the laws of heaven and earth broke, and she ended in failure again. Therefore, she was currently still at the peak of the immortal 9 realm when Yao Jianyuan saw Ji Ziling's surprised face. His heart couldn't help but feel a few points of relief. Is it strange? My lord's qualifications are heaven-defying. Breaking a true immortal realm is a breeze, so why make a fuss? Forget it. When this calamity is over, this Gonzi has plenty of time to clean up you and Morong Yan's bitchy skin. Get lost. Ji Ziling was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. When you break a true immortal realm, your tail goes up to the sky. You're really a maggot boy with no pattern. With this amount of qualifications and strength, you dare to threaten to deal with my senior brother Mayan? Go cultivate 10 more lifetimes. Chen Anqing took advantage of the moment when the two of them were cursing at each other, and his figure shrank towards the back there, wanting to avoid it for the time being. Stop right there. How could Ji Ziling let go of Anson Chen so easily? Anson Chan turned around and shrugged lightly. You're calling me? Ji Ziling stared at Chen Anqing with hatred. If I'm not calling you a mangy dog, who else can I call? Anson Chen said coldly. You'd better not have a foul mouth. From today onwards, don't mess with old me or suffer the consequences. Ji Ziling froze on the spot. Even a rascal like Anson Chen, a lowly miner, dared to give himself a look today? Bastard! I'll kill you. Under the repeated disobedience, Ji Ziling's killing intent was fierce, and she raised her palm to slap Chen Anqing's head. No nonsense. At this time, Nan Gongxiu's figure flew in first, stopping Ji Ziling, and then, Yao Qingtian's figure also swept in and said with a sullen face, Jian Yuan, are you alright? It's fine, Yao Jianyuan responded with a smile. As I watched you strike just now, you seem to have reached the true immortal realm? Yao Qingtian asked with some excitement in his heart. Well, a breakthrough has been made and the injury to the Dao heart has been recovered. Yao Jianyuan spoke truthfully. Good. Yao Qingtian turned a look of delight and said, Laozi said long ago that a manly man can't be hurt by small and lowly people. It seems that you've realized it. Yao Jianyuan rolled his eyes, secretly saying I'm my ass. It's just that the time vortex has washed away that Dao heart scar. And then, he straightened up and said, reporting to the cave master, disciple formally proposes a sword Dao genius to you, hoping that you will incorporate him into my sect for cultivation. Hearing Yao Jianyuan refer to himself as a disciple in such a serious manner, Yao Qingtian could not help but be stunned for a moment before he looked at Chen Anqing. At this moment, Chen Anqing let go of his hidden means, and his Xianpin medium sword body was revealed. Immaculate sword body. Not bad. Not bad. Superior qualifications. Yao Qingtian was able to sense the grade of Chen Anqing's physique since he was able to sense the grade of Chen Anqing's physique. Although it could not be said to be heaven-defying, it belonged to a first-rate physique for the Bayan Cave. Xianpin. Immaculate sword body? Also discovering this were Ji Ziling and Nan Gongxiu. Mother and daughter. Ji Ziling was surprised in her heart while adding a few more points of embarrassment and embarrassment. She, herself, was only a genuine qualification, and she had completely not expected Anson Chen's physique to be a major level higher than her own. On the other hand, Nan Gongxiu's mind was different, and after a short period of surprise, a lot of anger was born. Chen Anqing, what do you mean? Why are you hiding your qualifications from this cave master? Chen Anqing's expression was flat, saying, Nangong cave master, why do you have to ask so many questions? My qualifications are mediocre, and your daughter is already trying to kill me by all means. If she knew that my qualifications were better than hers, she would still try her best to kill me. And you, cave master, are you really willing to turn your back on your daughter for this cheap life of mine? I'm afraid not. Anson Chan speaks the truth in every word. How many times before, when Nan Gongxiu knew that her daughter was targeting and even trying to kill Anson Chen, had she ever really stopped her? Moreover, she had left Anson Chen behind only because of the oath that Li Zhangyang had made with her. Chen Anqing left that day had explicitly said, he owes Li Zhangyang big brother a goodwill favor, but does not owe her Nan Gongxiu. Hearing these words, Nan Gongxiu was ultimately speechless, even though she didn't admit it with her mouth. She knew in her heart that she hadn't taken Chen Anqing's life seriously from the beginning to the end, and if she hadn't been bound by the oath, she had instead felt that it would be better for everyone if she let her daughter kill Chen Anqing. Nangong Cave Master, is this person a disciple under your discipline? Yao Qingtian was satisfied with Chen Anqing's qualifications, but there had been a rule on Jiuhua Mountain since ancient times that the four caves were not allowed to rob each other of their disciples, and even more so, the disciples of the caves were not allowed to betray their masters and deceive their masters. Therefore, Yao Qingtian had this question, not an official disciple of my cave. Nan Gongxiu understands Yao Qingtian's meaning, and there is no way to lie about this kind of thing. After all, if Chen Anqing has worshipped the Jiuhua ancestor or not, it will be known once he checks. That's good. Yao Qingtian smiled and said, Jian Yuan, your recommendation is very good. From this moment onwards, this friend of yours is an official core disciple of my Bayan Cave. As for which elder's door he wishes to worship under, let's wait for this calamity to pass before we discuss it again. According to the formal rules, even if Chen Anqing had a Xianpin sword body, he still needed to participate in an examination and pass it to become the core, but Yao Qingtian had to be angry with Nan Gongxiu's mother and daughter, and directly accepted Chen Anqing as a core disciple, when this pair of mother and daughter came to the door to withdraw from the marriage. But the Yao family's face was swollen. Yao Qingtian was also like a fish in the throat. Difficult for a long time. Disciple Chen Anqing. Meet the cave master. Chen Anqing had long had the intention of joining the Bayan cave, and now that Yao Qingtian had personally taken him in, he naturally wouldn't have any objections then. Chen Anqing turned his head to look at Nan Gongxiu. Bayan cave is no worse than Xianyu cave, so without violating the oath between Nangong cave master and my big brother Li, I haven't made things difficult for you, have I? Nan Gongxiu said with a cold face. It is not difficult, so it is very good. However, this cave master reminds you that you are a disciple chosen by the Xianyang Immortal Mansion, and if you randomly defect to the sect without asking Lord Mo, be careful that you won't be able to eat it. Chen Anqing said gently, I have my own ideas, so I won't bother you. Hearing Chen Anqing's words to Nan Gongxiu that were so bland and unassuming, Ji Xiling, who was on the side, felt like she had been greatly insulted. A lowly miner is just a lowly miner. How dare he speak to his mother with such an attitude? You lower bitch. Don't think that this lady can spare you. Shut the fuck up. Before Ji Xiling could finish her sentence, Chen Anqing angrily drank it off. For the sake of your mother, I'm warning you, don't yell at me from now on, or don't blame me for turning the other cheek. After saying that, Chen Anqing turned to Nan Gongxiu again and arched his hand. Nan Gongxiu, I have no enmity with your daughter, yet she has repeatedly tried to beat and kill me. As you can see, in the future, if she dares to do so again, no matter what happens, it is not my fault. End of speech. These words had been bottled up in Chen Anqing's heart, causing him to be suffocated and annoyed for a long time. Hearing these words, Nan Gongxiu's face couldn't help but sink as she said, Anson Chen, are you threatening my mother and daughter? This time, Anson Chen, never showing weakness, said, I can't talk about threats, but whoever wants my life, I want her life. That's all. Nan Gongxiu's face sank a little deeper as he said in a cold voice, you know that my oath has been lifted, so how dare you be so reckless again? The corner of Chen Anqing's mouth picked up a smile and said, no other, had enough, can't stand it. Furthermore, I am now a Bayan cave disciple, and will more than likely be a Xianyang Immortal Mansion disciple in the future. So if I allow others to bully and humiliate me, won't I lose the face of the division? The face of the division is more important than this little life of mine. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yao Qingtian laughed brightly. Kid, good job. Today, this cave master puts his words here. Whoever dares to touch a disciple under my door, this seed will fight her to the end in blood. The fluffy killing intent in Nan Gongxiu's heart eventually subsided. She hadn't been able to give an explanation to the other three caves as well as Mo Mui's side about the Forbidden Zone, and now if she forced a conflict with Yao Qingtian, she was afraid that it would be even more difficult to get a good deal. Chen Anqing, it's this seat that has misjudged you. You have qualifications, backbone, blood, and heart. Very good. This seat lastly send you a sentence. The bottom of the origin should have the bottom of the consciousness behind you, and does not support enough to your arrogant capital. Do not make a cocoon. Nan Gongxiu said seemingly calmly, you'd better take care of your daughter and stop laboring over a bottom-feeding pariah like me. Anson Chan said with a leisurely face. Mother! Ji Ziling was so angry that her heart was twisting, saying, now you see what kind of virtue this bastard has. If it wasn't for you stopping him in the first place, I would have killed him with a sword long ago. Where else would it be his turn to be a villain? Before Nan Gongxiu could say anything, Yao Jianyuan, who was on the side, said with great disdain, Ji Ziling, I can't imagine that there is someone as brazen as you in the world. You grew up bathing in immortal spiritual qi and have obtained resources 10,000 times better than Brother Chen. Yet your strength may not be superior to his. So what face do you have to look down on him? Ji Ziling was furious and said, put your mother's fart. He is such a pariah. How dare he be compared to this young lady? If you have the ability, don't stop. This young lady will crush this maggot of his to death with one finger. This Ji Ziling did not half converge, and Chen Anqing's heart curled up with no small amount of anger. At this time, Yao Jianyuan quietly transmitted his voice, saying, Brother Chen, I just injured her meridians with my sword Yuan. Her battle power must be greatly reduced. With your peak Immortal 8 realm, you definitely have a chance to win. Give me a hard fuck and humiliate her. Yao Jianyuan knew Ji Ziling's character very well. No matter how much he defeated her, she would not be convinced or feel shame, but if Anson Chen defeated her, it would be a different story. With her narcissistic and arrogant character, she would definitely not be able to withstand such a blow, and this would truly humiliate her. Chen Anqing secretly calculated that his realm had skyrocketed and his spiritual power was far more powerful than Ji Xiling's. Plus the ancient immortal sword technique that he had obtained from the Forbidden Zone. It might not be impossible to fight with Ji Xiling, who had suffered internal injuries. It's time to put an end to the bullying and insults that have been going on for some time now. Thus, Chen Anqing coldly said, Ji Xiling, you are nothing more than flaunting your power behind you against me. If you fight alone, what are you worth? Tough words were released. Ji Xiling was about to explode with rage. Ji Xiling was furious, but on the surface suddenly calmed down, pretending to be calm. Good. This young lady will not play smart with you. Chen Anqing Chen Gongzi. Now this young lady officially put down a war letter to you. Fair and square battle. No one is allowed to help from outsiders. Do you dare to answer the battle? A cold smile flashed across the corner of Chen Anqing's mouth as he looked toward Nangong Xiu. I will fight your daughter in a fair and just battle. Will you promise? Nangong Xiu said in a deep and cold voice. What do you mean? You are afraid that this cave master will make a move? Don't worry. You're not worthy yet. At the same time, Yao Qingtian, who was on the side, after quietly transmitting his voice and asking Yao Jianyuan, also took a stance. Since there is an agreement between the two sides, this seat also agrees to this competition cut. Kid Chen, don't worry about going to battle. No one dares to bully you with this cave master here. Disciple, understand. Chen Anqing arched his hand at Yao Qingtian. The coaxing situation over here had long attracted the attention of countless people, and when the two battle packs came down, everyone was incredulous while the crowd was talking. The person with the most complicated mood was none other than Ji Xiling. Her original intention just now was to force Anson Chen to concede and continue to humiliate him. Who would have thought that the other party would dare to agree to it? He was a mere minor, so how could he have the strength to fight with himself? Ji Xiling was not the only one who thought so. From the day Chen Anqing entered the Qianyu cave, he became famous in the Qianyu cave, and almost everyone knew that Chen Anqing was nothing more than a mole at the Immortal 4 realm, and today, he dared to agree to an appointment with a peak Immortal 9 powerhouse? This is clearly a death wish. The other disciples from all the other caves, with the mindset of watching the fun, were also inquiring about Chen Anqing's situation. That kid is really crazy. Can this be considered a date? Even if he is in the Immortal 9 realm, he may not be Miss Ji's opponent. After all, she is the daughter of the cave master, and his gungfu and weapons alone are not something that he, a tiny minor, can compare to. That kid was chosen by the Xianyang Immortal Mansion's Jade Disc, so he was probably overjoyed and oblivious. How can I see that he's only at the Immortal 5 or so realm? Where does he get the nerve to fight with Immortal 9? He doesn't want to die. Countless thoughts, falling on Anson Chen, were secretly detecting his realm cultivation, and the result they got was just the Immortal 5th realm. This was thanks to that hidden breath skill that Chen Anqing cultivated, including the Xianxian level cave masters, who didn't see his true cultivation, let alone the other disciples. That was why the rest of the crowd felt that Anson Chen's move was tantamount to eggs touching stones and looking for death. When Yao Jianyuan saw that there were so many people paying attention, he had achieved his goal. The more people who paid attention, the more embarrassing it would be for Ji Xiling to lose later. Taking a step back, even if Ji Xiling won, the crowd would only think that she won and was bullying. Within one move, if I don't kill you, I won't be called Ji. The more people who paid attention, the more Ji Xiling felt that she had suffered a great humiliation. You just have that foul mouth to show off. Today I have to teach you a good lesson on behalf of your mother. Chen Anqing had already set up his stance, seeing that the two sides were about to fight. Yao Qingtian and Nangong Xiu dismissed the crowd and used their immortal weapons to draw out a sparring area so as not to affect the ancestral tomb. One leaf shocking sword. Go to hell. Ji Xiling sacrificed a red immortal sword, striking out with a killing move that went straight for Chen Anqing's throat. However, when she struck the sword, countless tiny sword elements pierced through her meridians, causing her pain, and the power of her sword did not reach 10%. Do you think you're the only one who knows swordsmanship? Chen Anqing's eyes sank. His robes bulged, spreading his palms to grab from the air, and a sword fell into his hands. Extreme Air Sword Dance. That sword was actually split into no less than 100 sword shadows under the urging of his immortal power, crisscrossing both offense and defense, making this sword. Chen Anqing's own heart was also shocked, not expecting that after the realm elevation, the power of this surprising wave sword technique would suddenly increase by an unknown number of times, worthy of being an ancient sword skill obtained from the Forbidden Zone. With my current realm, I'm afraid I haven't utilized 1/10,000th of its power. Anson Chan sighed darkly. In an instant, Ji Xiling's sword had arrived in the air, colliding with the sword shadow that Chen Anqing had chopped out. Clang clang clang. The sound of the sword's roar was heard 100 times in a single breath. The two powerful immortal forces attacked each other, and Chen Anqing only slightly lost the wind, his figure evading backward by half a zhang. What? That Chen Anqing? He actually managed to receive a sword from Ji Xiling. How is this possible? Even I, who have just entered the Immortal 8 realm, cannot possibly block that sword. This Anson Chen, he's hiding so deeply. There's going to be a good show now. After only one move between the two sides, those disciples who had been following the battle all became excited and marveled at Chen Anqing's strength. What had seemed like an uninteresting matchup seemed to have a bit more of a sense of anticipation. Thrilling wave-piercing cloud sword. After the strike, Chen Anqing took the initiative to execute his sword skill and attack Ji Xiling, his entire person, as if he had transformed into an immortal sword, was instantly against Ji Xiling's heel. Ji Xiling was shocked and furious, but she was unwilling to retreat and dodge. Even though she was sparing her body's sword element to tear, the pain was abnormal. She also chopped out a sword with all her might. The red sword body chopped forwardly on the sword shadow that Anson Chen was killing. Dang! A strong aftershock radiated out, and both figures were shaken back. No contest. Seeing this scene, Yao Qingtian couldn't help but feel a dark joy in his heart. This Chen kid was really unexpected. He was able to fight with the Ji family's girl. This kind of qualification, that Nangong Xiu but do not know to enlist. Really stupid. I think she must be regretting it now. Ha ha, brother Chen. With one blow, crush her aura and she will be powerless to fight again. Yao Jianyuan guided from the side Nangong Xiu, however, turned pale and glared fiercely at Yao Jianyuan. A fair fight. How can you interrupt? Yao Jianyuan rolled his eyes and just ignored it. It was just a reminder. And Nangong Xiu couldn't do anything about Yao Jianyuan other than chortle. What's more, she was too messed up inside to care about that much right now. She hadn't thought at all that this kid, Anson Chen, would hide so deeply. Xianpin sword body, comparable to the strength of his own daughter. This is actually nothing. After all, she is a party of the cave master. The genius is not rare. Will not deplore because of missing Chen Anqing this one. What she was most concerned about was that Anson Chen had only just transformed from his status as a miner to a cultivator. How had he reached such a high cultivation level in such a short period of time? If he really relied on his qualifications to cultivate to such a level in a short period of time, it would be too terrifying. Unimaginably terrifying. This was the root cause of Nangong Xiu's disturbed heart. That side of the battlefield, with anger, Anson Chen brought his might to the limit of his realm with every move. Under the pressure of several strong attacks, Ji Xiling quickly lost the upper hand and was struck by Chen Anqing with several palms. Ji Xiling's heart, surging with humiliation, fear, and unwillingness, she could not accept the fact that she was being pressed by Chen Anqing at all. She was about to collapse. Bastard! I defy you. Die for me! Ji Xiling went crazy. She recklessly drained the immortal power in her body. Even if she damaged her foundation, she wanted to destroy Chen Anqing with a sword. Here's your chance. Feeling the suddenly stronger aura, not only was Anson Chen not afraid, he was secretly delighted. Therefore, Chen Anqing bullied his way up, pretending to fight, but in fact secretly activated the extreme shield Big Dipper, luring Ji Xiling to reveal a fatal flaw. Clank! That strong sword stabbed at Chen Anqing's extreme shield protection, and when the shield broke, Chen Anqing's figure had instantly moved behind Ji Xiling, stabbing the air. Ji Xiling's eyes widened as she realized that it was not good. A terrifying killing intent had already come from behind her. Chen Anqing decisively struck out, his body's immortal power pumping out as he chopped down with a sword with all his might. Boo! The light scattered in all directions, and Ji Xiling's body slammed into the ground, which cracked open inch by inch. Defense immortal treasure. Chen Anqing's sword, which was absorbed by 90% of the power by the defensive immortal treasure, did not kill Ji Xiling. The sword didn't kill her, and I don't think I'll get the chance. After all, how could Nangong Xiu watch his daughter being killed? Enough! As expected, Nangong Xiu's figure flashed and blocked in front of Ji Xiling. As it is a contest, point blank, Nangong Xiu's heart was racked with pain. In this bout, she had thought that her daughter could crush and kill Anson Chen, but she had not expected the opposite result. With her daughter almost being killed, Nangong Xiu was very clear about his daughter's character. This defeat brought her humiliation, will certainly destroy her completely. What a point! Chen Anqing was overwhelmed by killing intent and faced the Xianxian Immortal Realm's Nangong Xiu directly. If I had been the one to lose today, you wouldn't have declared point blank. At those words, the anger and killing intent in Nangong Xiu's heart could no longer be suppressed. Chen Anqing, you are too unbridled. Boom! Coldly, Nangong Xiu slapped out. Nangong Xiu, how could you be so shameless? How dare you break the rules and strike at a junior, when I, Yao, am dead? Yao Qingtian had long been keeping an eye on Nangong Xiu, and just as she struck out, Yao Qingtian dodged out and cupped Nangong Xiu's palm. Both of you, we are still in danger. How can the two of you fight internally? The remaining two cave masters and quite a few elders all flew to stop the two. On the ground, Ji Xiling's head was puffy and covered in blood. Her face had a few grimaces of its own. Mother, kill him, help me kill him. Oh, At this point, Ji Ziling's killing heart is still unabated. Even if Chen Anqing is a clay bodhisattva, he should not be able to hold back thus. He took advantage of the fact that the rest of the cave lords were circling around with Nangong Xiao and rushed towards Ji Ziling in a flash. At the same time that Chen An moved vividly, Yao Jianyuan also moved, directly pouncing on that Ji Ziling. Snap! Yao Jianyuan kept slapping Ji Ziling, causing her to scream and shrink like a dog. Instead, Chen Anqing slammed his fist into Ji Ziling's chest, and after venting for a while, he condensed a sword of immortal power and ruthlessly pierced through her abdomen. The shadow of death loomed over her since she was a child. She was the favorite of her parents' knees, the proud daughter of heaven that no one dared to mess with in Xianyu Cave, and today, not only was she defeated in public by a bottom-feeder miner, she was abused recklessly and fell into the risk of death. At this moment, she was remorseful, regretting that she should not seem to be as arrogant and domineering as before. Senior Morong, save me, save me. In this moment of danger, Ji Ziling subconsciously began to call out Morongyan's name. This shouting irritated Yao Jianyuan even more. In the beginning, Yao Jianyuan and Ji Ziling were married, and after this woman understood things. Through this relationship, she tried to get resources and benefits from Yao Jianyuan. When she went out to practice, Ji Ziling was conceited and impulsive, and Yao Jianyuan had even saved her many times without regard for her life. Only later did Yao Jianyuan realize that this woman had long since hooked up with Morongyan, and that the resources she had gotten away from himself had all been given to that bitchy skinny Morongyan. The moment he learned the truth, Yao Jianyuan almost went crazy. His Dao heart cracked as a result, and his person became somewhat neurotic. Then later, Ji Ziling not only do not take shame, but also Yao Jianyuan qualification is too poor, not worthy of her reason door to withdraw from the marriage. As for getting those benefits, all do not return. This caused the Yao family, as a whole, to lose face, and Nangong Xiao, as Ji Ziling's mother, instead of blaming it, supports her in her crime. Because of this, Bai Yen Cave and Xianyu Cave were heading towards a break. Let you be a bitch. Let you be a bitch. Yao Jianyuan kept whipping Ji Ziling, venting out the indignation in his heart. Nangong Xiao saw her daughter being whipped and her abdomen being pierced by a sword. Her entire being had stormed out. Boom! Her Xianxian immortal realm cultivation exploded out in defiance, actually forcing all three cave masters of the same realm back a bit. Chen Anqing, Yao Jianyuan, you two brutes, how dare you touch my daughter? Boom! She slapped her palm over, a furious palm shadow of immortal power covering the two. At this moment, among the more than 100,000 disciples, a beautiful-looking female disciple suddenly rose, her eyes covered with killing intent. Bitch! Looking for death. The woman had wanted to dodge away and kill Nangong Xiao with a single strike, but the three great cave masters of that party had already stepped in and blocked Nangong Xiao's attack. Only after seeing this scene did the woman sit down again, pressing down the urge to kill Nangong Xiu. In the meantime, the elite disciples and elders of the two caves had all arrived and confronted each other. Jian Yuan, Chen Kid, stand down. Yao Qingtian dodged and blocked in front of the two of them, fatally chiding. He knew that Nangong Xiao regarded her daughter, as more important than her life. If Ji Ziling were to die in the hands of the two of them today, the two sides would definitely not be able to avoid a bloody battle. And once the battle started, both sides would be killed or injured, and blood would flow. It was for the sake of the greater good that Yao Qingtian stopped the two. After Yao Jianyuan was stopped, his mind cleared up a lot and he knew the consequences of killing Ji Ziling. Ha ha, brother Chen. I had such a good time slapping that smelly bitch just now. Did you get over it? Yao Jianyuan looked at Chen Anqing. Not bad. It's more of a relief than killing her with one sword. Chen Anqing also calmed down quite a bit, and thought to himself, killing her was just a moment of anger. How could it be more relieving than letting her live in pain and suffering for the rest of her life? What are you doing? Don't move. Who dares to mess around? Disciples from both sides, heckling each other, swords drawn. Humph. Nangong Xiao, I advise you to calm down and hurry up to bring your daughter to heal her wounds, or else she will truly be hopeless. Yao Qingtian said indifferently. Oh good. Good enough. Nangong Xiao was forced to collect his immortal power and appeared incomparably calm. She squatted down and picked up Ji Ziling, who was covered in blood, and immediately took out the healing pills and fed them in her mouth. This side of the storm seemed to have come to an end. But another situation occurred outside the ancestral land, under that dark dome of the sky. Mo Mist, who was in the Peak Xian realm, fought a fierce battle with the giant black bird, and was actually defeated, and his figure fell down. Fresh. The giant bird seemed to sense the ancestral ground and swooped down with a dark thunderbolt on its body, crashing straight towards the ancestral ground side. Not good. Everyone, quick defense. Boom. The giant bird crashed into this small world, the alien law in it, tearing through the spatial prohibitions and transferring the darkness in. Are you waiting to die? Follow me and attack the strange bird. Yao Qingtian shouted. And the remaining 3 caves responded, there was no way. Once the small world was breached, everyone would have to die. And they would have to make a move even if they didn't want to. Even the Nangong Xiao, who was so angry that he lost his mind, could only hand Ji Xiling over to the 2 elders and the disciples to guard her, and rushed out with the other 3 great cave masters. 2 boys, Ji Ziling's Dao heart has been shattered, and she will definitely fall into a miserable and unbearable situation in the future. So you and the others should be at peace for the time being. Before leaving, Yao Qingtian sent a message to Yao Jianyuan and Chen Anqing. Yao Jianyuan and Chen Anqing looked at each other and smiled. They were both calm now, since they would not risk rushing to kill. After all, there were still tens of thousands of disciples in Xianyu Cave and some injured Xianxian elders. It would be hard to escape from killing Ji Ziling himself and the 2 of them. 3 hours later, somehow, the black giant bird actually disappeared. Back to the forbidden cave. Ah, it's so hard. Amethyst crystals, ink crystals, neither of them can replenish immortal power. What should we do? Senior, I'm dying. Save me. The small world of the ancestral land broke open with cracks. Darkness and alien laws invaded, and everyone was losing their immortal power. Anson Chan was no exception. He felt like he was, right now, like a mortal about to die of thirst, helplessly. He instinctively searched his storage bag to try and find something to replenish his immortal energy. That blood-colored liquid. How did it become so clear? It was only when Chen Anqing probed that he realized that the 10 vats of blood-colored liquid that he had collected from Li Huaizhen had turned into an incomparably clear and sweet spring. Noticing the change, Anson Chan secretly took a few drops of liquid to check. Absorbed. Chen Anqing slightly operated his blood qi, and the droplet melted away, turning into something similar to a mortal aura and incorporating it into his body. Not so hard. Anson Chan was overjoyed and hurriedly absorbed some more. After only a dozen or so breaths of time passed, the negative feelings brought about by the loss of immortal energy all disappeared. However, the negative feeling disappeared, but when Anson Chen tried, he was unable to catalyze that power in his body to form a battle force. That is to say, this thing can be used as a substitute for immortal aura to keep you alive, but it can't be used to restore your strength? This made Anson Chan ponder. A moment later, a guess came to him. The change in these blood waters should have been caused by the change in the laws of heaven and earth. Under normal immortal realm laws, it couldn't be absorbed by normal cultivators, but now that it was an alien heaven and earth law, it changed back to its original form. That is to say, these liquids were, in fact, the immortal spirit liquid of another world. Only when it was under the corresponding laws of heaven and earth would it be able to fulfill its proper function. But why can it only be used to save lives, but not to form a war chest? Chen Anqing thought about it and had an answer in his mind. It had something to do with the cultivation technique. The immortal realm cultivator's gong method did not fit the laws of the alien heaven and earth, and thus could not harness the immortal spirit power born under the laws of the alien heaven and earth. No matter what, it's good to be able to save my life. Chen Anqing no longer explored the root cause. After all, being able to survive was more important than anything else. As for what to consider after your life is safe, that, of course, is screwing with resources. 10 large vats of spirit liquid. I simply can't use it all. Once the alien law disappears, it will become worthless to me. I have to find a way to sell it at a high price and realize it. Chen Anqing secretly thought. He still owes Yao Jianyuan a few large pieces of ink crystals, and still needs a lot of resources to improve the qualification. Not to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune can not even pay back the debt, but also to improve the fart. However, to take it out in such a big way is certainly not common sense, and it is easy to draw fire. Li Xiaoyuan, let this guy sell it. Even if something goes wrong, the big deal is losing a puppet. Now that everyone had lost their immortal power and their various abilities had been greatly reduced, Anson Chen was not worried that anyone would find out the point that Li Xiaoyuan was a puppet. Moreover, this kind of spiritual liquid could only save one's life and could not restore one's battle strength. Even if there were big brothers who wanted to hog the spiritual liquid, the others would definitely not agree to it. We all have little battle power, and if you swarmed in, even if you were a peak Shen immortal, you wouldn't necessarily be able to get an advantage. Well, that's it. After thinking about it, Anson Chan used his mind to maneuver Li Xiaoyuan over, then he quietly separated out some of the spiritual liquid and placed it in his empty storage bag, secretly handing it over to Li Xiaoyuan. Now that everyone had their knees and eyes closed and were recuperating, no one would even notice who was doing what. Hiya, this kind of mountain spring can actually replenish your strength. It's really great. A few moments later, Li Xiaoyuan let out a startled cry that woke everyone up. What? It replenishes energy. Who is it? Where is it? Everyone's gazes converged on Li Xiaoyuan. Several cave masters and some elders immediately dragged their tired bodies towards Li Xiaoyuan. Little waif, what mountain spring? Bring it to me. The person who opened his mouth was the one who had been injured and carried back. Ink Mist at first thought that hiding in the immortal treasure would be safe and sound, but as a result, the alien laws soon eroded the immortal treasure, forcing him to come out and fight with the giant bird, and ultimately losing and being injured. He hid in this ancestral ground to come immediately. Anson Shen maneuvered Li Xiu Yuan and took out a few drops of transparent liquid. Lord Mo. This is the spring water that I obtained from a hole in the ground in my hometown, and it has existed in my storage bag for a long time, but I never thought that this spring water would have the effect of replenishing my physical strength. Li Xiu Yuan said with a look of surprise. Quickly let this seat try. Ink Mist was the first to grab over and absorb all of the few droplets. Phew! Sure enough, after absorbing it, Ink Mist's face was flushed, and the whole person was much more refreshed. Ha ha ha, good. Little waif, how much spring water do you have left? Give it all to this seat. No, not much. Li Xiu Yuan had a timid look on his face and said, Lord Mo, this is my life preservation item. Are you going to take it away out of thin air? At those words, Ink Mist was first stunned, then his face sank. Humph, in such a time of danger. How dare you kid be selfish and not hand over the mountain spring? Ink Mist said coldly, hand it over. The kid will definitely hand it over. But now that everyone's life is in danger, who would you have me hand it over to? It's impossible for someone to take it all. Li Xiu Yuan argued, hearing that, those cave masters and elders could not hold back. This mountain spring is everyone's life. How can we let Mo Wu alone to monopolize it? At this moment, when Nangong Xiu saw that Li Xiu Yuan was a disciple under his own door, he said weakly, you are a disciple under my door. The ancestral training says that everything should be done with the teacher in mind. Do you understand? Li Xiu Yuan nodded his head and said, reporting to the cave master, the ancestral training of the division. Disciple naturally kept it in mind, but the ancestral training also says, my generation of cultivators, when the world's living beings first, now more than 100,000 lives are at stake. If the ancestor is alive in heaven, I think it will not allow disciples to only focus on the division, selfishness, and turn a blind eye to the living beings' lives, right? This talk, let the Nangong show was very embarrassed, cursing this stupid ass, but also really believe in what the world's living first bullshit, foolish over the top. This little friend has a very valid point. Another cave master surnamed Yu stepped forward and said, the mountain spring water is this little friend's personal belongings. He can give it to whomever he wishes, and whoever dares to use his status to suppress it, or even forcefully snatch it, is an enemy of all of us? Don't you all think so? Yes, 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 Cave Master Yu is right. Whoever the senior brother is willing to save is his job, and no one should be forced by his status. Cave Master Yu has a point. Almost all of the disciples expressed their support for the simple reason that if the mountain spring water was hijacked and monopolized by the higher-ups, they would not be able to live. And if they didn't fight for it at this time, wouldn't it be tantamount to complete stupidity? Everyone be quiet. Li Xiu Yuan raised his voice and the scene instantly quieted down. His current call to arms was stronger than any cave lord. I'm not a little mountain spring water here. Let's set a rule. All people, no matter elders or disciples, we all treat the same. Limited purchase. So on the contrary, fairer. What do you all think? This statement was embraced by all. Mo Wu listened to the waves of support. How could he dare to violate the anger of the crowd again? He was now seriously injured and had almost lost all of his immortal power. Even if his body was strong, he was no match for more than 100,000 people. Well, little waifu, you have a point. Then let's buy them in order of status. Little waifu, you make a price. This seat first. Ink Mist said, 1 drop, 10,000 amethysts. When Li Xiu Yuan said the price, everyone was confused except for those rich and powerful executives. 10,000 amethysts. It's too dark. Those cave lord elders, and their descendants, were able to take it out, but ordinary disciples, who can take out 10,000 amethysts? Therefore, once this price was announced, it immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the vast majority of disciples. It's not robbing people. How can you sell it for so much? No, absolutely not. Please ask the elders to make a decision and set a reasonable price. If that's the case, we might as well fight to the death to get it. We're all going to die anyway. Li Xiu Yuan, however, looked as if he had turned a deaf ear, and after a long time of silence, he spoke in a loud voice, Senior brothers, I will make sure that everyone can afford to use the spiritual liquid, and as for the price, I have taken into account the fact that some of my brothers and sisters are more strapped for cash, and the high price is used to subsidize them, and the majority of you will be able to get the spiritual liquid free of charge. What? Get it for free? Okay, that's more like it. The youngest senior brother is doing a good job, and he's deep in the people's hearts. Anson Shan is thinking about it this way. If the pricing is too low, not much oil can be raked in, but the pricing is extremely high and is sure to draw ire. Therefore, He was prepared to pinpoint and specialize in raiding those rich elders and cave masters, and then distribute some free spirit liquid to most of the disciples to keep them alive, so that they could embrace themselves. Anyway, those poor disciples couldn't squeeze much oil out of them anyhow. Once this statement was made, those disciples were satisfied, and it was the turn of the higher echelons of the sects to be upset. Little friend, you just said that everyone is treated equally, and the price should be lowered to a level that everyone can afford to consume. So why are you selling high prices to all the elders? An elder said angrily. Ha! Li Xiaoyuan smiled faintly and said, "This elder, as I said, your high prices are paid for those who are strapped for cash. Could it be that at this moment when lives are at stake, do you elders not care about disciples' lives at all? The amethyst crystals are more important than the disciple's life? Humph. Strong words. Isn't it better if you sell it at a low price and everyone can afford it? I'm sorry, the spiritual liquid is limited and the price is too low. If all the elders forcefully buy it, the other masters and brothers won't be able to buy it even if they have money." That elder was ultimately speechless, while Li Xiaoyuan gained another huge wave of support. "All give this seat shut up." At this time, Mo Wu was already very impatient. He just wanted to quickly get rid of the pain caused by the loss of immortal power. "You selling 10,000 is really not very reasonable. This seat will set a price for you. 500 amethysts per drop. No objections. First give this seat to 100 drops. 500 amethyst crystals. Roughly 10 times the price of an unusual drop of immortal spirit liquid." Those elders were able to withstand it easily. "Well, Lord Mo set a reasonable price. What do you all think? Not bad. That's a very reasonable price." With Mo Mao giving the word, even if the other elders weren't satisfied, they only had to recognize the price. "Alright, just as Lord Mo said. 500 amethysts per drop." Li Xiaoyuan promised. Chen Anqing had thought that these elders would join together and press the price down to 100 amethysts. And now that it was priced at 500, it was simply an unexpected surprise and a big profit. However, Anson Chan did not intend to sell it like this 100 drops at a time, because once he let others find out that he had an extremely large amount of spiritual liquid, the price would seem unreasonable, directly cutting off his wealth. "I'm sorry Lord Mo, each person is limited to 3 drops per day. Otherwise, we won't last more than 10 days. Li Xiaoyuan said. Ink mist sniffed and his face sank violently. "Little waif, are you clear about what this seat is?" Li Xiaoyuan had a difficult look on his face as he said, "Kid knows that your status is honored. So let's do it this way. In order to show your respect, you can purchase an additional 7 drops of spirit liquid per day, and I hope that you, Lord Mo, will be considerate. More than others 7 drops. Ink mist heart satisfied. This is more or less. This seat remember you kid. Ha!" Immediately, Li Xiaoyuan offered 10 drops of spirit liquid, while Mo Mao took out a jade bottle and carefully packed the spirit liquid into it, and 5,000 amethysts were paid on the spot. "Give this elder 3 drops. A supreme elder took out 1,500 amethyst crystals and said with great eagerness, "Good." 3 drops of spiritual liquid fell into the hands of the supreme elder. He immediately absorbed it, and the painful feeling of losing that immortal power was immediately alleviated by most. It's this cave master's turn. This round by round, Chen Anqing sold a total of more than 2,000 elders, more than 1,000,000 amethysts in his pocket. Moreover, he knew that the 3 drops of liquid would only last for half a day at most, and after half a day had passed, Li Xiaoyuan would definitely be forced to sell another round of spirit liquid further on. Those disciples of the true immortal realm purchased for $250, with 2 drops free for those below true immortal. In total, Chen Anqing earned 2 million amethysts. The amethyst from this first round of income was enough for Chen Anqing to pay back Yao Jinyuan's debt. 3 drops aren't enough at all. I'm still a bit hard to use. I really want to snatch that kid, Yao Jinyuan muttered and complained after absorbing the 3 drops. "Brother Yao, I have quite a bit of spirit liquid here. I'll share some of it with you." Chen Anqing secretly transmitted his voice. "Where did you get that?" Yao Jianyuan asked in surprise. "I know that kid Li Xiaoyuan. He secretly gave me quite a lot. It's enough for both of us." Chen Anqing transmitted his voice while secretly loading a small altar of spirit liquid to Yao Jianyuan. Yao Jianyuan hid the spirit liquid in his storage bag and immediately absorbed 100 or so drops. All the pain was swept away. "Brother Chen, many thanks." Yao Jianyuan squeezed his eyebrows and said, "Who are we to each other? What's the point of being polite?" Chen Anqing laughed. Just then, a female disciple with a clear appearance approached Anson Chen. "Dumb ass, give me more spirit liquid." The woman's voice entered Anson Chen's mind. "Your ass." Anson Chen was so agitated that he almost cursed that voice. Who else could it be if not a demoness? "I'm surprised she's not dead. Senior sister, where are you? I don't have any spirit liquid." Chen Anqing searched for the voice and transmitted a response. "Pretending with me? Li Xiaoyuan is your puppet. What are you pretending with me?" Zhong Li's voice came out. Anson Chen rolled his eyes. He had forgotten about the fact that the female demon knew that Li Xiaoyuan was his puppet. Alright, but I can't give it to you for nothing, or else if someone else finds out, I'll be in deep shit. Zhongli said, cut the crap, don't you just want benefits? Give me the spiritual liquid, and I'll share your Forbidden Zone heavy treasure when the time comes. Anson Chan, the penalty box reboot. Looks like the demoness got something out of breaking into the Forbidden Zone despite her life however. Anson Shen didn't believe her that easily. How could a female devil be so stupid as to take the initiative to exchange a Forbidden Zone heavy treasure for spiritual liquid? There must be other plans. So she said, who knows if you'll renege, and I don't know what a Forbidden Zone heavy treasure is. Zhongli looked helpless and said, you give it or not? If not I'll expose you in public. After Zhongli threatened Anson Chen, it was very hard on himself. This was a backlash from the Supreme Will. Chen Anqing was taken by this and said, fine, I'll give it. Let's find a hidden place. I'll hand over the spiritual liquid. You hand over the heavy treasure. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Zhongli returned. Look back, behind that high grave. I'll wait for you, just go. Just in time to see what the demoness is up to, Anson Chan got up and prepared to go behind the high grave in the distance. Senior brother Chen, where are you going? Yao Jianyuan asked. Find somewhere convenient. Ahem. Anson Chan casually made a perfunctory remark. Then walk farther away. Don't defile the ancestral tomb or you will be severely punished if you are discovered. Yao Jianyuan reminded. Understood. Chen Anqing left on his own. The scope of this ancestral land is extremely large. More than 100,000 disciples. 3 by 3 moving around quite a lot. So Chen Anqing does not need to cover up. Slowly walking to the back of that high grave, Chen Anqing saw a woman with a pretty appearance. Squatting over there. Must be the female devil after the disguise. Chen Anqing concealed his breath and wandered over furtively, squatting next to the woman as well. Senior sister, it's not that I'm talking too much. Look at what you've done. The woman heard the sound, turned her head, and immediately lost her color. A look of wanting to cry. Said, I'm sorry, people, can't do anything about it. You don't tell the elders, okay? The woman looked around in panic. If the elders found out that she was disrespectful to the old ancestor, she was only afraid that she would be abolished from her cultivation and expelled from the cave, and her life would be over. I promise you, you can do whatever you want. Don't ever report me. Oh, the woman said with a sobbing voice. Chen Anqing froze. Which play is the female devil playing, pretending to be so pitiful? It must be molesting himself. Humph, you want to act, right? I'll go along with you. Then I'm not polite. Senior sister. Anson Chen pounced over and accidentally pressed the woman to the ground. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. How she was so weak. How she closed her eyes and didn't fight back. Dang. Chen Anqing received a blow on his head. Before a deep and cold voice came out. Dead dumbass. Are you so cheap that you can do it in public? Only then did the woman cover her mouth and shriek, hurriedly rising from the ground, lifting her skirt and running away in a puff of smoke. Chen Anqing looked at the puddle of water stains on the ground, probably understood that he was mistaken. So that little sister was not a female devil. She just hid here to take a leak? Then, she was afraid that she would report her for insulting her ancestors. So she agreed to. Your great master, little sister. Don't go. Listen to my explanation. Chen Anqing's old face flushed red as he tried to chase out, but he was pulled back by Zhongli behind him. Alright, stop pretending. How nasty you are, that's your business. I won't interfere. Zhongli had a look of contempt. Chen Anqing was speechless, only to sigh quietly, secretly that the pretty little sister would not dare to spread out anyway. Misunderstanding on misunderstanding. Only a pity that the female devil came half an hour earlier. Bah! After a little silence, Chen Anqing righteously said, Senior sister, it's not that I'm talking about you. Look, what have you done? Zhongli's face sank for a moment. She had previously taken in every word and action of Chen Anqing. She had only heard this before. I'm sorry, please don't tell the elders. Is this how I should answer? Anson Chen couldn't help but feel a jolt of excitement and smiled sarcastically. Just kidding, let's get down to business. Zhongli glared at him hatefully before saying, Give me the spirit liquid. Anson Chan said, Where are the heavy treasures? Share some with me. As if receiving an order, Zhongli somewhat reluctantly took out a small piece of metal plate. What a coincidence. I have a piece of it. As soon as Anson Chen saw the metal plate, she remembered that she had also gotten a piece from the Forbidden Zone in the lower realm, which was much larger than this fragment of hers. A female demon laying down her life for this? I don't know what purpose it serves. What are you waiting for? Spirit liquid. Zhongli was already injured, and now that his immortal power had dissipated, it was very difficult to bear, which was why he wanted the spiritual liquid so desperately. What's the rush? Chen Anqing was old and calm as he said lightly, You tell me first, what is this and what is the use of this thing? Zhongli couldn't wait to rush up and strangle this dull ass. Mr. Chen, do you believe that I'll burn with you? Chen Anqing looked at Zhongli's terrifyingly calm demeanor and knew he couldn't mess with her anymore. Fine, fine, I'll believe you for once. Don't you dare cheat. Then, Anson Chen took out 10 drops of spirit liquid, and Zhongli hurriedly grabbed it in his hand and refined and absorbed it. Phew, after most of the pain disappeared, Zhongli's face was flushed with a look of great enjoyment, looking like he had recovered. I know you must be hiding a lot of spirit liquid. Don't be stingy. Give me a jar. Zhongli thought that he still understood Chen Dumbass better. With his greedy character, he must be hiding a lot of spiritual liquid. Otherwise he wouldn't have taken it out to sell. Seeing Chen Anqing looking east and west, pretending not to hear, Zhongli added, think clearly. When this heaven and earth anomaly passes, the experts of Qianyu Cave will surely clean up after you, so don't blame me for not helping at that time. Anson Chan said, then you swear that you will safeguard my life no matter what the situation is. This oath, Zhongli was begging for it, and in the future, when he came out to save him, he wouldn't have to cover up and make excuses. Good. I swear by my soul blood that no matter what kind of crisis, I will live and die with senior brother Chen Anqing, and if I violate this oath, the gods and men will be executed. Now you are satisfied. Chen Anqing froze for a moment. So it seems that he has always misunderstood the female devil. Ah, she is really a righteous master. Such an oath dare to swear then. Anson Chen laughed and said, I just casually said that. Senior sister, you still took it seriously, instead making me look like a villain. Out of the ordinary, Zhongli said breathlessly. Shut the hell up. Spirit liquid, master has plenty of it, and can make that piece of flesh and blood spit out continuously. No big deal. Anson Chen directly filled 3 small altars and gave them to the female devil. Now it's time to tell me what the Forbidden Zone's heavy treasure is, right? After Zhongli absorbed some of the spirit liquid, her entire body was completely relaxed, and she didn't beat around the bush with Anson Chen, lest she wind herself up depressed. So she said, Kung Fu. Just now, on that metal piece, it was engraved with the Kung Fu of the otherworldly immortal realm. Just this? Chen Anqing had thought that it was something good that could skyrocket a few realms if eaten, but it turned out to be just the Gong method. Not to mention, what the hell is the realm of the other immortals? That Gong method doesn't fit the laws of the heavens and earth, so bringing it in would be of no use. Stupid, Zhongli blurted out, saying, if one practiced the feats of the otherworldly immortal realm, when the otherworldly heaven and earth opens, one will be able to utilize a certain amount of battle power. Do you think it's useful? Anson Chan frowned. It does work a bit if you do the math that way. Just imagine, if one knew the techniques of the immortal world and had a huge amount of spiritual liquid in hand, wouldn't those elder cave masters or whatever who had lost their immortal power outside be at one's mercy? However, Chen Anqing had a question. Senior sister, it seems that this Gong method is only useful under the rules of alien heaven and earth. Why do you need to work so hard to get it? Zhongli blankly glanced at Chen Anqing and said, you're really dull. It's not like there are only techniques in the Forbidden Zone. There are other heavy treasures that don't exist in our immortal realm. Once you've accomplished your cultivation, you can go to other Forbidden Zones to search for treasures, and the chances of raking in the benefits are much higher than others. Only then did Anson Chan nod slowly. That makes sense. The question is, do you recognize the words on it? Bell replied, recognized and unrecognized. Chen Anqing, speak human. Don't be impulsive. I mean to explain. Zhongli paused and said, the words of the Fey immortal realm were actually deciphered a long time ago. It's just that their meanings are controlled in the hands of the mighty ones, and are considered to be forbidden, and are never to be spread out. But, the old-timers of my master's clan, by some unknown method, obtained the true interpretation of these words, and I also learned this kind of writing since I was a child. Only that when I went out on a mission, the memory of the meaning of the words was sealed by my master's father. Sealed? It seems that these words are indeed important, otherwise they wouldn't be considered taboo by the immortal realm's great powers. What then? Help me force through the seal. In fact, this was the fundamental reason why Zhongli had sought out Chen Anqing. She knew that Chen Anqing was strong in spirituality, and perhaps the two of them, with their combined efforts, would be able to break open the memory seal so that they could practice the techniques of the Fey immortal realm. How do I punch it? I don't know how. Anson Chan spread his hands. You just need to release your spiritual power with all your might and be guided by me. Don't worry about the rest. Zhongli said. Chen Anqing hesitated. Would he be in danger by doing so? What if the demoness used some secret mental method to control herself? Zhongli saw Chen Anqing's misgivings and said, don't think about it. Not everyone has such a perverted demonic skill as you do, and with the strength of your spiritual power, I can't control you. Chen Anqing thought about it. His spiritual power was not weak, and the crossing stone also had an extremely powerful spiritual power defense, so he shouldn't be sneak attacked by the female demon. Well, shall we start now? Aha! After discussing the matter, Anson Chan joined Zhongli and invoked his spiritual power under Zhongli's pull. Anson Chan's spiritual power, in some very complicated trajectory, entered her spiritual sea of consciousness. In her sea of consciousness, there was a red ball of light suspended, which was the sealed memories. Concentrate fully on impacting the seal. Zhongli's voice was transmitted, and Anson Chan did as he was told. The spiritual energy of the two, fused together, formed a golden arrow of spiritual energy that shot towards that seal. That golden arrow, just as soon as it touched the red light cluster, it turned into light and flew away in all directions. Broken? Zhongli didn't feel any pain and unexpectedly broke just like that, which was completely beyond her imagination. Chen Anqing also felt surprised, but after he thought back carefully, it seemed that it was again the crossing stone that had worked, releasing some sort of extremely powerful aura that melted into his spiritual energy, and only then did he break the seal so easily. So many text messages. Not only had the seal been broken, but that mysterious aura from the cross-boundary stone had also taken the initiative to help Anson Chen capture Zhongli's memories of the words of the otherworldly immortal realm. Afterwards, both of their mental powers withdrew at the same time. Well, the situation is complicated now, so I'll teach you the meaning of those words when it's safe. Zhongli said so, but she didn't know that Anson Chan already had her complete memories of the words of the other immortal world. You're a big man, you rascal. However, on the surface, Anson Chan pretended to look angry. Don't worry, I will never go back on my word. Once the time is ripe, I will pass you on. Given the situation, I can give you some compensation. This piece of ink crystal is yours. Zhongli dropped an ink crystal the size of a millstone and turned to walk away. Ha bah, rascal, who cares about your ink crystals? Chen Anqing spat while carefully putting away the ink crystals for fear of touching even a tiny corner. After Zhongli's figure disappeared, Anson Chen took out the metal plate he had obtained. Immortal Sense unfolded, checking out the dense, tiny text on there. It really reads. When Anson Chen saw those words, he didn't even need to think before he understood the meaning. Just like reading and understanding the words of the immortal realm. Tao Fetus Nurturing Spirit Method, 9 Orifices Opening Kung Fu, Blood Cross Chopping Immortal Technique. On this metal plate, surprisingly, from low to high, there were over 100 complete sets of otherworldly immortal realm techniques recorded. At this time, Chen Anqing himself was a bit skeptical that he was not God's illegitimate child and a bit lucky. That huge black monster that crumbled apart. At a glance you can tell that it was of an extraordinary grade in life. And it's not surprising that it has so many feats. A moment later, Anson Chan murmured in his heart, try this 9 Orifices opening technique first. With so many feats, Chen Anqing would definitely not be able to practice them for a while. He just wanted to try out the feeling while preparing to cultivate. Something interesting happened on the side of Li Xiaoyuan that Anson Chen was manipulating. Li Xiaoyuan sat cross-legged in the camp of the Qianyu cave disciples. At this time, Ji Ziling, who had recovered slightly, approached him. Senior brother Li, you come with me. Ji Ziling was secretive and quietly sent a message to Li Xiaoyuan unbeknownst to her. The words reached Anson Chan's ears. Chen Anqing wanted to see what she wanted to get up to, so he maneuvered Li Xiaoyuan to go with her. The two of them traveled separately and came to a remote place in the ancestral land. Missy, what did you call me for? Li Xiaoyuan asked. Senior brother Li, from the moment you entered the Qianyu cave, I have treated you well, and you know this clearly. Missy, where are you getting this from? Ji Ziling looked like she was taking it for granted as she explained. Can't you experience it? There are so many outstanding disciples in the cave. Why did I choose to assign you a task? It's not for the sake of cultivating you. If other people know that you work for me, won't your status rise? You have to understand my good intentions. God, you have good intentions. If Li Xiaoyuan, this kid is still conscious. His broken mouth, not to your ancestors' 18 generations of cursing the strange. Yes. In that case, Missy has really taken good care of me, which has moved me a lot. Li Xiaoyuan had a flattered look. It's good that you understand. Ji Ziling finished and cut to the chase. That son of a bitch, Chen Anqing, is a common enemy between the two of us? From tomorrow onwards, you're not allowed to sell him any more spirit liquid, and since your cultivation is still shallow, it's best to give all the spirit liquids to my mother for safekeeping, so that no one else will think ill of you. Do you understand? It's fine to deal with Anson Chen, but if Missy wants to take my spiritual liquid, forget it. While Li Xiaoyuan said this, Chen Anqing had already figured out how to fix Ji Ziling and the others. What? You can't trust me? Ji Ziling said. You don't even trust your own master. How can you take on a big role in the cave in the future? My mother said, like you are such a down-to-earth and excellent talent, we need to focus on cultivation in the future. In 10 years or 8 years at least, we can also be promoted to the outer sect elders. You weigh it yourself. Hearing these words, behind the back of the Chen Anqing could not help but want to vomit. Secretly this woman is really cheap enough. No wonder it was able to coax Xiao Jianyuan around in the beginning. Missy has a point. But I have a condition. Li Xiaoyuan made a show of pondering, then stared straight at Ji Ziling. If senior brother Li has any conditions, just ask. Ji Ziling had suffered a heavy setback this time, and now she was trying to cheat Li Xiaobian out of his spiritual liquid, so she naturally wasn't as haughty as she was in the past and pretended to be humble. Li Xiaoyuan's gaze never moved away from Ji Ziling's chest. A moment later, Li Xiaoyuan pointed at Ji Ziling and said, I want this. Ji Ziling instantly trembled. Infinite anger ignited in her heart. Just you kind of toad. Stinky fish and shrimp. How dare you crave for this young lady? Scram. Dream on. Ji Ziling angrily rebuked. Then said, Li Xiaoyuan, this little storm will eventually pass. I advise you not to be delusional and uneducated. Li Xiaoyuan indifferently shrugged his shoulders and said, Missy, if you don't give it, you don't give it. What's the use of threatening me? I'd better submit the spiritual liquid to Lord Mo and please him. Farewell. Hey, you. Stop right there. Ji Ziling hurriedly called Li Xiaoyuan. Heart struggled for a moment, ready to make some sacrifices, then said, It is often said that the heart cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry. This young lady is not a casual person. Since the senior brother you are interested in, you should strive for. Everything is possible. Well, if you are really anxious, I can let you touch it. Only one. Hearing this, Anson Chan behind him froze. Damn it, this is human nature. Even such an arrogant shit like Ji Ziling is willing to do this kind of thing for resources. However, Anson Chan was disgusted to the core. And besides, Li Xiaoyuan's hand, it wasn't his own, so it was better to forget about it. What are you talking about, Missy? Li Xiaojian pretended to be confused, then said, I mean, Missy's defensive immortal armor is good. Lend it to me for defense. But you. At those words, Ji Ziling's face swished red. Turns out he wanted the immortal armor he wore on his body. Not himself. Embarrassed. Just now said such cheap and shameless words. Ji Ziling hated to find a crack in the ground to drill in. I what? Ji Ziling forced herself to be calm and said, I'm referring to the defensive immortal armor. Then why did you say I was interested and tell me to strive for it? Li Xiaoyuan said, don't talk nonsense. The immortal armor can be given to you, but you must first give all the spirit liquid to me for safekeeping. Ji Ziling digressed. It's better for you, Missy, to give the immortal armor first, and I'll submit all the spiritual liquids to the cave master later, Li Xiaoyuan said with a distrustful look. Ji Ziling secretly said, the amount of this kid would not dare to play any tricks, so she first handed over the immortal armor and lifted the recognition. Li Xiaoyuan directly put the immortal armor into his storage bag and then violently pounced on Ji Ziling. Li Xiaoyuan, what are you doing? Ji Ziling was not lightly injured, and with the loss of her immortal power, her physical strength was at best comparable to Li Xiaoyuan's. What for? In a minute you'll know. Li Xiaoyuan had a cheap smile on his face, and then yelled at the top of his lungs. Help! Come on people! Someone is trying to kill me and force me to hand over the spiritual liquid. Everyone come quickly. Li Xiaoyuan's shouts quickly traveled out and echoed in this ancestral land. Li Xiaoyuan, you son of a bitch! You're crazy! Ji Ziling's entire body was confused. Where would she have expected Li Xiaobian to dare to do this? Bitch! Lousy spiritual liquid, which is of immeasurable value, can't be cheated away by you in just a few words, Li Xiaoyuan said, swung his big palm and slapped her several times. Put! Ji Ziling's Taoist heart was already damaged, and now that she was being teased by this underhanded trickery of Li Xiaoyuan, her injuries were compounded, and a mouthful of essence blood spewed out. Why did you do this to me? Oh, Ji Ziling felt aggrieved and cried miserably. Pretend you're a man. Li Xiaoyuan swung over with another slap and kicked her. You! Sooner or later, I'll dismantle you son of a bitch. But, Ji Ziling's trick of feigning pity failed and furiously tried to choke Li Xiaoyuan, but she received a few more punches on her stomach and sprayed blood furiously. Who dares to rob the spirit liquid? Quickly, everyone, get on and protect that senior brotherly. Kill, charge me. Just this moment, thousands of people had already rushed over, and the leader was none other than that Imomo as well as the elders with their lives on the line. Of course they ran fast because once Li Xiaoyuan died, the storage bag wouldn't open and the spirit liquid would be gone. How dare you, you female thief! How dare you commit murder! Take me down! Imomo's status was the highest, and as he gave the order, several people immediately rushed over and apprehended Ji Ziling, who was pressed on top of Li Xiaoyuan. It's not like that. Ji Ziling's breath was dying as she tried to explain. Snap! Several people immediately rewarded a few ears over, beating her face blistering and swollen, bleeding from 7 holes. Ah, that's senior sister Violet Spirit. At this time, The true immortal realm disciple from Qianyu Cave recognized Ji Ziling and rushed over with a group of people. Let go of my senior sister. The Qianyu Cave disciples snatched Ji Ziling back. Nangong Xiao, who arrived late, looked at her daughter, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and her heart was dripping blood. Who did this? I, Nangong Xiao, swear to the heavens that I will not return this revenge. Nangong Xiao let out a mournful and shrill roar, as if he had entered a demon. Shut up! Ink Mist didn't spoil her and chided her. Then said, Kid Li, tell us what's going on. Li Xiaoyuan shrunk his neck, like a frightened pheasant, trembled and came forward, said with a sobbing voice, reporting to Lord Mo, just now Miss Ji tricked me to this wilderness, lured me with her beauty and asked me to turn over all the spirit liquid to the Nangong Cave Master. I refused, so she threatened me that once this crisis is lifted, she will dismantle me. I was scared and wanted to run away but she held me in her arms. Nonsense, son of a bitch, you're talking nonsense. Ji Ziling argued feebly. Hoof, Mo Wu snorted coldly. If you don't covet her beauty, why did you sneak with her to this secluded place? Report Ink adults. The kid is Dry Moon Cave outer door disciple. Miss usually in power and blessed inertia. She has a command. The kid do not dare not follow and the kid also did not expect her to do this kind of lowly thing too. Helpless to call for help. Saying that, Li Xiaoyuan took a few steps forward and stared sadly at Ji Ziling, crying, Missy, I dare to swear by my soul that you just said letting you touch it or something nasty like that. Do you dare to swear by your soul blood that you didn't? Hearing this, the young disciples around them were all moved. The great Miss Qianyu Cave was actually really so lowly. Seeing the surrounding people talking, Li Xiaoyuan bulldozed forward again and roared with tears in his voice. Do you dare? Do you dare to swear? Ah. Ji Ziling was stimulated by Li Xiaoyuan step by step, and the sharp pain in her brain was unbearable. As if her soul had been torn open a few times hard that way. Ha. Woo hoo hoo. In the next moment, Ji Ziling cried and laughed, obviously falling into a state of insanity. Ji Ziling pretended to be crazy and didn't dare to swear, so it seems that this is mostly true. It's not like she's greedy and snobbish overnight. Yao Jianyuan has been cheated by her less. Yes. I heard that the things she cheated Yao Jianyuan with, she took them to support that little white boy Morongyan. Ha right, why didn't I see Morongyan? Isn't that guy the most publicized? The crowd was talking, all of them picking up on some of the dishonorable things Ji Ziling had done in the past. Please also ask Lord Mo to do justice and decide for the kid. At this time, Li Xiaoyuan turned around and bowed respectfully to Mo Mist. Well, no, Ink Mist faintly responded. Said, this matter is not discussed for the time being. In order to guard against any more small curiosities to plot the spiritual liquid, this seat suggests that you will be handed over to this seat. By this seat to equitably distribute. Fuck you, the spiritual liquid is everyone's. Whoever dares to take it all for himself, I'll fight him to the death. Spiritual liquid is originally a personal item of Master Li. It's most prudent to put it in Master Li's place. If others dare to covet it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before Li Xiaoyuan could refuse, those disciples who used the spiritual liquid for free yelled and shouted, their voices rising and falling, so that even if Mo Mao wanted to get angry, she couldn't find a target. Lord Mo, the kid would have wanted to turn it in, but it would have violated the public's anger. You see, Li Xiaoyuan bowed his head and said, that's just it. Mo Wu waved his hand. This seat was only thinking about your safety. Since everyone insisted on letting you hold the spirit liquid, this seat complied. Kid must take good care of everyone's spirit liquid. We'll never have any more losses. In addition, Li Xiaoyuan came closer, arched his hand and said, in order to show the punishment, the kid thinks that those who covet the spirit liquid will no longer have the purchase of the spirit liquid qualifications. What do you think, my lord? Yeah. If something had happened to senior brother Li in the party, everyone would have had to wait for death. How can we not be impunity? Humph. Not giving her the spiritual liquid is considered cheap. Support senior brother Li's decision. The crowd was yelling again. Everyone's life was in his hands. Not supporting Li Xiaoyuan was the same as going against their own little lives. 3 cave masters, what do you think? Mo Wu looked towards Yao Qingtian and the others. I thought that the spiritual liquid concerns everyone's lives, and those who do wrong should be punished for it. Yao Qingtian took the lead in stating his position, and the remaining 2 cave masters claimed to be in agreement. As for the Dry Moon Cave crowd, they only felt that their faces were disgraceful and humiliated, and they had no way to refute it, so they could only lay down and remain silent. And Nangong Xiao? She is very angry, but even if she is her, she does not dare to guarantee that her daughter did not do that kind of stupidity. After all, she is too capricious, and in order to achieve her goal, she tends to do whatever it takes. Nangong Xiao is more clear than anyone else. Nangong Xiao, will take note of your insults today. Then, she threw Li Xiaoyuan a look filled with murderous intent and hugged Ji Xiling to leave. While driving Ji Xiling crazy, Chen Anqing was still figuring out how to cultivate the 9 orifices opening technique. This 9 orifices opening technique was a basic technique, but in reality, it also included the opening of the 100 skeletons and the 6 viscera. Only when these parts are opened up, the foundation for cultivation is in place. After firmly imprinting the gongfu in his mind, Chen Anqing got up and left, because as long as he memorized the gongfu, he could cultivate it anytime, anywhere, and there was no need to hide to attract suspicion. Senior brother Chen, you were not there just now and missed a good show. The first time he saw Chen Anqing, Yao Jianyuan told the story of Ji Xiling's slutty behavior with his eyebrows raised, telling it so vividly that it sounded even more exciting than Chen Anqing, the one who had experienced it. The two of them chatted for a while, only to see that the sky in the outside world was still dark, and they didn't know when this otherworldly heaven and earth would be dispersed. By the afternoon, as expected from Chen Anqing, the effects of the spiritual liquid dissipated, and the crowd practically forced Li Xiaoyuan to sell another round of spiritual liquid. 2 million or so amethyst crystals in the bag. Chen Anqing was overjoyed, and then the top brass of all parties gathered to discuss the matter of tracking down the demonic cultivator. Regarding the matter of the demonic cultivator, if you all have any clues, you can provide them to your own elders, and we will jointly track them down. After the discussion, Ink Mist announced to everyone, the disciples and elders of all parties, gabbing and discussing for half a day. The number of people who were reported up was as many as 30,000. They were all disciples who usually had friction, and were reporting on each other, causing the higher-ups of all parties to have a headache. I have one person to report. At this time, a core disciple of the Qianyu cave, under the authorization of Nangong Xiao, said in a loud voice, "Who did you report? And do you have any evidence?" Ink Mist asked indifferently. Chen Anqing, the man blurted out, then said, "This guy is a mining pariah, but for no apparent reason, he has reached the realm of Immortal 8, and before that, no one from the top to the bottom of my Qianyue cave could see his realm. Isn't this person suspicious? Suspicious? Of course it's suspicious. Without the need for this person to mention it, there were already many people who were skeptical of Anson Chen's realm of strength. Chen Anqing, come forward." Mo looked at Chen Anqing coldly. Chen Anqing was not afraid at all and directly walked forward. Disciple has met Elder Mo. Since Anson Chen was the one chosen by the Jade Disc, he directly addressed Mo as Elder. Ink Mist said indifferently, "What explanation do you have regarding your realm?" Chen Anqing straightened up and gazed at the crowd of Qianyu cave, saying, "Disciples will explain themselves, but before I explain, disciple will also report one person." "Oh, who are you going to report?" Ink Mist asked. And the rest of the cave lord elders, too, paid attention. The person that disciple wants to report is named Morong Yen. He is one of the 8 core disciples of Qianyu cave. He was nowhere to be seen at this Jiuhua event, and he didn't show up at the time of the heaven and earth change. So disciple suspects that the so-called devil cultivator is actually Morong Yen. Earlier, when the several great cave masters had clamored to find out about the demonic cultivator, Anson Chen had already thought of this speech. At the mention of Morong Yen, all the people in Qianyu cave were moved. Thinking back carefully, Morong Yen had indeed disappeared for some time, and since before the Jiuhua event, there had been no news. Due to Morong Yan's reputation, the remaining 3 caves, many disciples also knew of his existence. Now that Chen Anqing mentioned him, it was only then that the crowd suddenly realized that Morong Yen, who had made a name for himself at the Jiuhua festival in the past, had really disappeared. Nangong Xiao, Morong Yen is your favorite disciple, maybe even your family's son-in-law. Where is he now? Won't you explain a few things? Yao Qingtian nonchalantly snapped. Nangong Xiao, you concealed the forbidden zone in the first place, and your beloved disciple disappeared inexplicably. In my opinion, the so-called demonic cultivators don't exist at all. It was certain people who got greedy for the forbidden zone and sent people in to look for treasures that caused this crisis. Another cave lord said, "You must give everyone an explanation for this today." The cave master surnamed you said in a deep voice. In just a few short sentences, Anson Chen managed to turn the spearhead towards the Qianyu cave. Dry Moon Cave is so despicable and shameless. Not a single good thing. As the saying goes, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Isn't Ji Ziling's lowly and greedy nature adhering to the character of certain people? No matter what. This time I can't say anything to spare the bitch from Dry Moon Cave. Most people, for the most part, began to rage with indignation. Quiet. Ink Mist raised his hand and the crowd quieted down. Then he said, "Chen Anqing, you should first make clear the matter of the origin of your realm before talking about anything else." "Yes, Elder." Chen Anqing saluted, then told the matter of entering the space-time vortex honestly and originally, and then Yao Jianyuan came forward and testified for Chen Anqing. Moreover, There were many disciples who had seen that space-time vortex before, only that they had all avoided it, not daring to mess with it. Everything is explained logically. Qianyu cave side. Nangong Xiu's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. She had wanted to instruct her disciples to defame Chan Onqing a hand, even if it did not work out, so that he could not defend himself, and it was good to be angry with him, which no. This kid actually encountered great chance, learned about this, but in turn, her breath-dying daughter, to the gas and spit a few mouths of blood, looked to the life of the Yellow Springs. Chan Onqing, have you made enough of a scene? Looking at her daughter who was about to die of gas, Nangong Xiu's eyes filled with blood as she stared angrily at Chan Onqing. Chan Onqing, on the other hand, had a salty expression. I made a scene? It was Elder Mo, as well as the cave masters, who demanded that I explain the source of the realm. What did I make a scene about? Nangong Xiu's heart twisted, and once again he was speechless. At this moment, in addition to anger, there was more regret in her heart. If I had known, I shouldn't have treated him like that before. And Nangong Xiu understood that he did not need special care at all. Just let him become a disciple normally, and then ruthlessly discipline his daughter a little bit. Then there would not be any of these things happening later at all. And now, my daughter's heart is shattered and her life and death are uncertain. The other party, however, has transformed into a genius, has a backstage, and opposes himself at every turn. Alas, repentance is not an option, but in this world, there is no medicine of regret to sell. Such a great hatred has been knotted. Nangong Xiu now has only one thought. No matter what, cannot let go of Chan Onqing. Alright, you stand down. After explaining clearly, Mo waved his hand to signal Chan Onqing to step back, then coldly stared at Nangong Xiu. Nangong Cave Master, if you don't take words this time, even if this seat wants to spare you, the others will definitely not be convinced. Nangong Xiu put his face aside and said coldly, my disciple Morong Yen has indeed been missing for many days, but the matter of the opening of the Forbidden Land was in no way the work of my Qianyu cave. Whether you believe it or not, this cave master will no longer give any explanation. Unbridled. Seeing Nangong Xiu with such an attitude, Mo immediately became furious. Poof! Nangong Xiu snorted coldly and said, Lord Mo, although you are an elder of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion, I'm afraid that it's not your turn to be the judge of the affairs of the Zhuhua Mountain. After this calamity, I, Nangong Xiu, will report everything to the Zhu family master and let his old man decide. The Zhu family, the backer behind the Qianyu cave, one of the three major ancient immortal families in the South Zhan zone, with an underlying strength not inferior to the Xianyang Immortal Mansion. To say, not only is the dry moon hole behind the mountain, the remaining three holes also have some dependence. Otherwise, if you cannot keep the spirit of this Zhuhua mountain, it was just that the other three caves relied on them. Slightly weaker than the Zhu family. Nangong Xiu, did you think that this seat would be afraid of you when you moved out of the Zhu family? Ink mist rose in anger. In the end, was Mo afraid of the Zhu family or not? If he was working for the Xianyang Immortal Mansion and encountered the Zhu family's obstruction, he could not be concerned. However, if he was doing things on his own, with just his status as an elder, he could not afford to mess with the Zhu family and had to be afraid. Obviously, this incident had nothing to do with the Xianyang Immortal Mansion, and Mo was only angry because he was trapped here for no reason. So this was a private matter for him. You're not afraid of the Zhu clan, and this cave master isn't afraid of you either. Nangong Xiu suffered blows again and again, has long been disoriented, no longer care about who to give face. You, Mo flipped his hand and condensed his palm, wanting to teach Nangong Xiu a lesson. What are you doing? Back it up or don't blame me. Elder Mo, we all have no immortal power right now. If you want to touch my cave master, you still have to weigh it up. The elders and disciples of the Dry Moon Cave added up to close to 40,000 people. Mo Wu's injuries had not yet healed. Even if his body was strong, he would not be able to stop the attack of so many people from Qianyu Cave. Humph. Good for you, Nangong Xiu. This matter is no longer a matter for this seat to inquire about. You Zhuhua mountain cultivators deal with it on your own. Ink Mist eventually wimped out and slipped away with a wave of his big sleeve, giving himself a leg up. Seeing that Mo Mist had gone soft, the other three cave masters, for the time being, were not in a good position to force Nangong Xiu. After all, once the war started, the losses of all parties would be incalculable, and it would be a bloodbath. From this moment onwards, no one from Qianyu Cave is allowed to step foot within the boundaries of my Bayan Cave's ancestral land. Violators will be killed on pain of death. Yao Qingtian droned coldly. Ancestral land, divided into 4 pieces, one for each cave. Since this is the case, all the elder disciples of the Red Reaching Cave will listen to the order. From this moment onwards, cut off communication with the Qianyu Cave, and the people of the Qianyu Cave will not be allowed to set foot in the range of my ancestral land, and violators will be killed on pain of death. the red-reaching cave master announced. And my 9 lives cave, from today onwards, will also be severed from the dry moon cave. The 9 lives cave's cave master. You followed the announcement. The crowd of Qianyu cave felt an incomparably great shame and anger. Good. Very good. The dry moon cave supreme elder smiled coldly and said, I hope you won't regret it. Regret? This cave master would like to see just who will regret it. The 3 cave lords all had a teasing look on their faces. Men, arrest the unworthy disciple Li Xiu Yuan for me. That supreme elder barked out an order. Since you guys are going to break off the spirit liquid, you guys don't have any delusions. Who dares? Yao Qing Tian. The 3 of them took the lead and rushed out, stopping in front of Li Xiu Yuan, saying, Little Friendly is in charge of everyone's life. How can you capture him? This son is my Qianyu cave disciple. This elder can take him if he wants to. It's not your turn to interfere. That supreme elder had a stern face. 3 cave masters, the rules of the sect cannot be violated. If they want to take me, let them. At this time, Anson Chan manipulated Li Xiu Yuan and said this that he was preparing to sacrifice the puppet to make Qianyu cave pay an even worse price. Li kid, it's not up to you. A cave master hadn't finished speaking, but he saw Li Xiu Yuan rushing to Chen Ansheng. Senior brother Chen, I admire you very much. All of my spirit liquid is gifted to you, so you must distribute it well. After saying that, Li Xiu Yuan took out the storage bag and pretended to make a move to unrecognize the owner, then handed it over to Chen Ansheng. Chen Ansheng pretended to be surprised. This senior brotherly, why did you give me the spiritual liquid? Because you're not afraid of the beasts of Qianyu cave. You won't be bullied by them. That's all. Li Xiu Yuan said. Bold traitor, do you want to die? Quickly hand back the spirit liquid, or I'll let you die without a burial place. When the people of Qianyu cave saw this, they shouted angrily, Want to kill old me? You beasts aren't worthy yet. Putting down this sentence, Anson Chen overrode Li Xiu Yuan and ran towards the ancestral land beyond. Catch that traitor for me and put him on the spot. Who dares? The people of Qianyu cave wanted to go and arrest Li Xiu Yuan, but they were stopped by the people of the other 3 caves, only after a slip of smoke. Li Xiu Yuan had already rushed out of the range of the ancestral land, and the people of Qianyu cave did not dare to chase after them. Anson Chen, hand over the spirit liquid. The elders of the dry moon cave all turned their gazes to Anson Chen. Who do you think you are? Brother Li gave me the spirit liquid. It is my private property. Even if I use it to wash my feet, I won't give it to you filthy peasants. Chen Anqing stood in the Bayan cave camp, not fearing Qianyu cave at all. All disciples of the Bayan cave, listen to the order. Protect your senior brother Chen at all times. If anyone dares to approach, kill them directly. Honor the order of the cave master. All the disciples of the Red Training Cave listen to the orders and act according to the orders of Cave Master Yao. Honor the order of the cave master. All disciples of the 9 lives cave, listen to the order. Those who touch Chen Anqing are equivalent to touching this cave master. Honor the order of the cave master. For a time, the entire ancestral land echoed with the clanging oath to protect Anson Chen. It's a trio of parties, killing each other. For a time, it pressed the crowd of Qianyu cave, somewhat breathless. You're really going to fight? Even if you kill Anson Chen, it won't help, because the storage bag, which only the owner can open, can't get the spirit liquid just the same. This setting in cease and desist. There is nothing to be done. In this way, Anson Chen would no longer have to sell the spirit liquid through the puppet. Come, there's a total of half a tank of spiritual liquid here. Let's share it. Saying that, Anson Chen offered a large vat containing half of what was left from the sale. Give it away for free straight away and gasp at the dry moon cave. Let this seat come first, and the others will be arranged by the cave masters of each cave and added in turn. Ink Mist, who was depressed on the side, rushed over at the first opportunity. After all, he was the elder of the immortal mansion, and when this calamity was over, he would still be the same towering lord. And the 3 great cave lords listened to the arrangements. Hiss, phew, cozy. Ink Mist absorbed about 200 drops of spiritual liquid at a time. All the discomfort was eliminated, and it was truly refreshing. Chen kid, you are more generous than that kid surnamed Li. This seat appreciates it very much. Grant you an immortal sword. Take it. Mo was so happy that he casually offered an immortal sword and threw it to Chen Anqing. Chen Anqing's eyes lit up and he immediately took the immortal sword in his hands. This sword was snow white, engraved with law formations, and there was a sword spirit in the sword. But it was a rare immortal treasure level immortal sword. Elders really take good care of disciples. Disciples, thank you. Chen Anqing hurriedly recognized the sword as his master and then put it into his storage bag.as for the others, especially the Bai Yen Cave sword cultivation disciples. They all gulped with envy when they saw that immortal sword. Even Yao Jianyuan couldn't help but want to look at that sword twice more. Got rich senior brother Chen. Yao Jianyuan walked over and patted Chen Anqing's shoulder. Then he arched his hand at Mo Mist. Elder Mo. I am also a disciple selected by the immortal mansion. You see. Scram. Ink Mist chortled without a good mood. No merit. No reward. Do you think this seat's immortal sword is molded in clay? And you want to take it? Yao Jianyuan secretly rolled his eyes and wisely backed away. Ha ha ha. Lord Imo was really generous. We have used little friend Chen's spiritual liquid. We should return the favor. This is a soul restoration grass. It has the effect of bringing back the dead, so we will gift it to little friend Chen. This ink crystal is considered a little bit of old man's heart. Little friend Chen, take it. A piece of ink crystal. Elder Zhou, you can also take it. This bottle of jade clear pill, which has the effect of fixing the root and cultivating the vitality of the body, is given to junior friend Chen. After Ink Mist had made a start, many elders took the initiative to gift Anson Chan items. That's something that's worth a lot, but it's just a drop in the bucket for them old guys, happy to receive the gift. Chen Anqing heart secretly happy, really cannot be too stingy, which is more than directly sold out but also earn more, and can also fall a good reputation. The best of both worlds. This side of the crowd was cheerful, but that side of the Qianyu cave was difficult. Each one had a drooping, dead, breathless look. With the loss of immortal power, they didn't have the strength to put up a fight even if they had the heart to do so. I'm so hard. Mother help me. I'm so hard. Ji Xiling's eyes were tightly closed. Her tears could not stop flowing. While her mouth was murmuring and raving for help, Nangong Shou's lips were white and she was also feeling bad. But she didn't have any spirit liquid. Mother, kill me. I'm in so much pain. I don't want to live. After a while, Ji Ziling struggled and convulsed. Somewhat returning to her senses, it was at this time that Nangong Shou completely panicked. What's the point of living if your own daughter dies? Linger, hold it in. There's mother. Don't be afraid. Nangong Shou finally couldn't help but cry. The scene awakened her former memories, remembering when she and her master, Li Zhangyang, broke into a forbidden area. That day, she was wounded by a demon and was on the verge of death. Master was also like today, holding himself in his arms, comforting constantly, and secretly wiping his tears. Mother, I'm going to die. Gradually, Ji Xiling's breath grew weaker and weaker, and her voice was no longer very clear. Daughter, you can't die. Mother won't let you die. Nangong Shou cried out. Then, she put down Ji Xiling and headed towards the Bayan Caves camp. Her target, of course, was Anson Chan. Coming to Chen Anqing's front, a haggard Nangong Shou said, give me some spiritual liquid. As long as you are willing to give me the spiritual liquid, I promise that everything that has happened since these days, I will treat it as if it has never happened, and you will still be my little master. I will strictly restrain my little daughter, and I will treat you with respect. It had to be done. At this moment, there was no other way to save her daughter's life other than the spiritual liquid. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. No, Anson Chan refused outright. Little master uncle, you really so desperate it? Nangong Shou suddenly kneeled down on one knee, seems to have made a decision, murmured and opened his mouth. Good. I admit that my mother and daughter cannot afford you, but your big brother Li is truly helped you. Can you really bear to see his own daughter died? When these words came out, Anson Chan froze. Ji Xiling is brother Li's daughter? From everything Ji Xiling did, Anson Chen had long guessed that Nangong Shou and Li Zhangyang were more than simply master and disciple, but he didn't realize that Ji Xiling was big brother Li's real daughter. You lied to me? Trying to use brother Li's kindness to me to save your daughter? Anson Chen questioned. Junior master, as a woman, I won't joke about my innocence. Nangong Shou said bitterly. It wasn't like she hadn't heard all kinds of gossip over the years, but from start to finish, she never admitted to having any other relationship with Li Zhangyang, and today, she had no other way but to reveal her daughter's identity and save her life. Anson Chan was silent. He himself had been alone since childhood, dependent on his grandmother, and had never been favored by anyone, and Li Zhangyang big brother not only taught himself a lot of reasoning as a human being, but also in their own moment of distress to come forward, is tantamount to saving their lives. In addition, it was even more so to use a vow to exchange for a chance to cultivate oneself. All this is a great favor. If there is a chance to see Li Zhangyang big brother in the future, he learned that his own daughter, indirectly killed by himself, he has to have how cold heart. That's all. Thinking for a little while, Chen Anqing sighed. Nangong Cave Master, what happened in these days is not my will. If you are sincerely willing to stop and make peace, I will not watch brother Li's flesh and blood die. Junior Master, I swear, from now on. Boom. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The giant bird of the forbidden area, at some point, flew and charged out again, ruthlessly crashing into the ancestral land prohibition. Click. The dome of the sky shattered. The thunderstorm was 10,000 feet high, and a terrifying storm was set off, and the ancestral grounded stones and tombstones were flying around. Boo. There happened to be a 100 000 Xianshi tombstone that smashed into the unconscious Ji Ziling. Protect the lady. Seeing this, one of the elders cried out. However, the crowd did not have any immortal power at this time. Plus the storm was just too rigid. No one could even go to the rescue. Boo! A muffled sound. 100,000 pounds of stone tablets engraved with the Xian ripple killing formation smashed onto Ji Ziling, who was seriously injured and dying. The most crucial thing was that her protective immortal armor had also been gotten away by Li Xiaoyuan. How could she carry it off? Daughter! Seeing this scene, Nangong Xiao cried out miserably. Unfortunately, Ji Ziling had long since been smashed into flesh by the tombstone, and even her immortal soul had been crushed into nothingness. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Anson Chen secretly sighed. He was not feeling sorry for Ji Ziling's death. He just felt a little let down by Li Xingyang's kindness. It's just that she was smashed to death by the tombstone of the ancestral land. It's probably the will of heaven. It's not my fault. After a few moments, Chen Anqing was slightly relieved and only sighed that he was a self-made man. The giant bird was still crashing into the forbidden system, and the entirety of this small world began to crumble and disintegrate as the storm swept on, growing fiercer and fiercer. Cave Master, quickly retreat! Seeing that Nangong Xiao was frozen in place as if she was demented, several elders of Qianyu Cave rushed over against the storm and dragged Nangong Xiao away. Ah! Spirit! Nangong Xiao whistled caracally, her disheveled hair dancing wildly in the wind, just like a female devil. Chen Kid, Jian Yuan, you and the rest of you, along with all your brothers and sisters, go ahead and open the old ancestor's tomb to take shelter. No mistakes. Seeing that the giant bird was about to rush into the ancestral land, Yao Qingtian ordered, Second Grand Master, you're really asking us to dig up our ancestral graves? Yao Jianyuan was surprised. It's important to save your life. Go! Yao Qingtian drank in a deep and cold voice. On the other hand, Chen Anqing had already carried a hoe and ran towards the biggest tomb in that Bayan Cave's ancestral land. Yao Jianyuan froze for a moment. Senior brother Chen is worthy of being a minor professional. Immediately, Yao Jianyuan passed on Yao Qingtian's orders, and all of them went forward together to dig up the old ancestor's grave. On the other hand, Yao Qingtian and the other Xian Xiantian realm experts, they took healthy steps and dashed, killing that forbidden area giant bird together. Ancestral graves. Chen Anqing raised his hoe as fast as he could and soon dug out a hole in the ground next to the tombstone. Senior brother Chen, honestly, have you done the digging of other people's ancestral graves before? Yao Jianyuan said with a surprised look on his face. Don't talk nonsense. It's all practiced in the mines. After Anson Chen finished speaking, he offered up some hoes, shovels, and other tools. What are you waiting for? Let's dig together. Okay. The crowd rolled up their sleeves and worked hard, and soon dug to the ancestral tomb's forbidden range. Senior Yao, you are a direct descendant of the ancestor. Quickly drop your blood to open the restriction. A true immortal realm disciple of the Bayan Cave said. Yes. Yao Jianyuan immediately forced out a drop of essence blood from his fingertip and dripped it onto the ancestral tomb. Prohibition rumble. A dark passageway appeared, and one after another, the crowd drilled into it. Anson Chan collected his tools and subconsciously glanced towards the dark sky before entering the passage. Of this glance, however, caused him to be alarmed, and he saw in a trance that there was a familiar figure sitting on that forbidden area's giant bird. Is that Li Xiaoyuan? Before Chen Anqing could go and take a closer look, the chaotic rocks pierced through the air and smashed over towards him. He was so busy, he dove headfirst into the passage. There was more than enough room for tens of thousands of people in the huge catacombs. Senior Yao, the ancestral tomb is the last place of refuge for us. If it is also destroyed, we can't just sit back and wait for death. We have to find a way to defend ourselves. After he was temporarily safe, Bai Yan's eldest senior brother, Gu Jie, led the top 10 ranked geniuses in the cave to find Yao Jianyuan. Eldest senior brother is right. Yao Jianyuan nodded his head slightly before saying, but if all the cave masters are defeated, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to defend ourselves. Indeed, it's not easy. But do you remember the 12 absolute immortal sword formations in the 33rd floor of the examination tower? Senior brother Yao? Gu Jie said. Yao Jianyuan suddenly came to the realization that 12 absolute immortal sword formation, being able to briefly fuse the 12 true immortals' battle power, was many times stronger than fighting alone. However, Yao Jianyuan noticed a problem. The 12 Jedi immortal sword formation required at least 12 true immortal realms to cooperate in its execution, and now the disciples hiding in the ancestral tomb, together with Yao Jianyuan, were only 11 true immortals, and there was still one more person missing. Eldest brother, there aren't enough people. Gu Jie scanned the crowd behind him. Among the tens of thousands of disciples, there are quite a number of immortal 9-realm existences. Finding one to temporarily replace might also be possible. Why don't I come along for the ride? At this time, Anson Chan, who was on the side, was the one who took the initiative to volunteer. Gu Jie looked at Chen Anqing and shook his head. Senior brother Chen, although your sword body is strong, your realm is slightly inferior. I'm afraid it's not right. Another true immortal realm disciple called Sun Shinhao said, the realm is still secondary. The most crucial thing is the blood chi operation. Apart from me and the others, there are really not many senior disciples whose blood chi operation can reach more than 80 revolutions in one breath. 80 revolutions per breath? It's not too much to ask. Chen Anqing arched his hand at Sun Shinhao and the others. Senior brothers, if blood chi operation is the most crucial, senior brother, I am qualified. Oh, Gu Jia and the others looked at Chen Anqing in surprise. Senior brother Chen, how many revolutions of your blood chi per breath? Reporting to the senior brothers, 108 revolutions. Chen Anqing did not hide it. After all, when the storm passes, the blood chi running sect will also be recorded. The stronger, the more generous the resources obtained. Ooh, nice guy. Senior brother Chen is awesome. One more turn than me. At those words, the crowd was astonished. They had thought that Anson Chen was just quite lucky. How could they have known that he was actually a true genius? Yao Jianyuan, who was on the side, smiled and patted Chen Anqing's shoulder. You can do it. Almost catching up with senior brother Sun and I. Chen Anqing smiled and said, how much are you and Master Sun respectively? Yao Jianyuan said, I have 136 revolutions. Senior brother Sun has 149 revolutions. Eldest senior brother is awesome. 248 revolutions in one breath. Chen Anqing couldn't help but exclaim, all of you are powerful. Senior brother, I am ashamed to be inferior. Everyone laughed, and senior brother Gu Jia said, senior brother Chen, your cultivation time is much shorter than ours. In the future, I'm afraid that I won't be as good as you. Chen Anqing hurriedly said, how can I dare to compare myself to eldest brother? I hope that you all will give me more support in the future. Sun Shinhao laughed, alright senior brother Chen, after joining our big family, there's no need to use those polite words. Anson Chan returned the smile, I'll just be fake polite. He. A moment later, Gu Jia announced, senior brother Chen's blood chi has reached 108 revolutions, so he is indeed more suitable to enter the formation than the other senior brothers. Senior brother Yao, you can pass the sword formation to senior brother Chen, and after senior brother Chen comprehends it, we can practice matching it. Yao Jianyuan nodded his head and looked at Chen Anqing. Senior brother Chen, this sword formation is quite complex and extremely mentally draining to practice. If you can practice it, then practice it. If you can't practice it, don't be impatient. Don't hurt your immortal soul. When Chen Anqing heard this, he understood that repairing this sword formation mainly depended on whether the spiritual power was strong or not, so he was more confident. I understand. Brother Yao, pass the sword formation. Without further ado, Yao Jianyuan used his spiritual power to transmit the cultivation method of the 12 absolute immortal sword formation to Chen Anqing. After obtaining the sword formation Dharma Gate, Chen Anqing immediately sat down, and in the sea of consciousness, the spiritual idea body coalesced and began to rehearse and practice. I estimate that it will take at least 10 days for senior brother Chen to practice for initiation. I don't know if it's too late. Perhaps senior brother Chen's spiritual power is also strong enough to only take 5 days. It's unlikely. Among us, it's senior brother Yao who has the most powerful spiritual power. I remember that senior brother Yao even used a day. If senior brother Chen, 10 days would be considered good to be able to get started. 1 hour later, Chen Anqing opened his eyes, which were covered with a layer of sword intent aura. 1 hour. The crowd was somewhat shocked when they sensed the aura of sword intent emanating from Anson Chen's body. Senior brother Chen, you've comprehended it? Ancient Jia was the first to ask. Canon introductory. Anson Chan nodded non-committally. Good. Senior brother Chen is truly a heavenly genius. Gu Jia couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Others marveled a bit. A true genius. Qualification. Enlightenment. One or the other is indispensable. At this moment, Anson Chen was considered a true genius in the eyes of the crowd. Alas! Suddenly a little heartbroken Nangong Xiao. Yao Jianyuan sighed in a fake manner. Such a genius. She, Nangong Xiao, not only did not cultivate it, but instead allowed her daughter to suppress it. What an oddball. What's the point of feeling sorry for her? We should be thanking Nangong Xiao. Otherwise how would senior brother Chen join my Bayan cave? Ha ha. Sun Shinhao laughed. Alright. Gu Jia was a bit more serious and said, since senior brother Chen has already comprehended the sword formation, it would be good for us to start cooperating with the rehearsal immediately. Chen Anqing, however, said, eldest brother, I've only just begun, so I still need to spend some time consolidating and familiarizing myself. You see? Ancient Jia nodded and said, you have a strangely high level of enlightenment, and now that it's safe for me and the others to wait, then it's fine to wait a little longer, as senior brother said. So, Anson Chan fell silent again. However, he wasn't cultivating the sword formation. Instead, he was using his mental intent. sensing where the puppet Li Xiaoyuan was going. I also wonder if that person riding on the back of the giant bird is Li Xiaoyuan. Normally, Anson Chan's control over the puppet was not limited by spatial distance, but that was under the laws of homogeneous heaven and earth, and at the time when the alien heaven and earth laws were rioting, everything was filled with unknown changes, even affecting Anson Chan's control over the puppet. After concentrating on the search for about a quarter of an hour, Anson Chan finally locked onto Li Xiaoyuan's shell idea. Go forward and take control. In his eyes, the scene suddenly changed. Gentlemen, kill for me. Elder Wu, quickly step back. Cave Master beware. Around the giant bird, dozens of Xianxian immortal realms circled around, immortal weapons chopping at the giant bird's body from time to time. But it was difficult to cause fatal damage to it, and at this moment, in Anson Chan's eyes, those attacks were as if they were slashing at his own body. What's going on? The giant bird and my puppet seem to be one. Chen Anqing's heart was filled with surprise and doubt. Fresh. Just as Chen Anqing was fuming, a mournful hissing sound came from Li Xiaoyuan's spiritual sea of consciousness. A black shadow that pounced on the spiritual idea body that Chen Anqing had condensed in Li Xiaojian's sea of consciousness. Not good. It's fighting me for control over Li Xiaoyuan. Chen Anqing reacted at once. But that giant bird's spiritual idea body was far more powerful than Chen Anqing. He didn't even have time to withdraw before the giant bird's mental intent body already charged over. Awful. Chen Anqing's heart was flustered, and he was already prepared for his immortal soul to be heavily damaged. Ka-ching! Suddenly, in Li Xiaoyuan's sea of consciousness, a supreme will, transformed into a golden thunderbolt, fiercely struck the giant bird's spiritual idea body. Boo! The spiritual idea body that the giant bird had illuminated was directly split into pieces, transforming into alien law fragments and disappearing. Only then did Anson Chan let out a sigh of relief, muttering in his heart, it seems that it's still my puppetry that's more powerful. Fresh. After the mental idea body shattered, the Forbidden Zone giant bird's main body seemed to be quite traumatized as well, dancing wildly with sad cries and releasing a rain of law arrows that injured and repelled all the Xian immortals that surrounded it. Then, the Forbidden Zone giant bird swooped down sharply and crashed towards the entrance of that Forbidden Zone. Boom! The giant bird's hardened body crashed into the edge of the Forbidden Zone, causing the earth to shake and smoke to rise in all directions. The giant bird appeared to be in pain, tumbling and flopping as it fell into that dark hole in the ground. Crimson electric lines flashed at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. The earth trembled violently once more, and after about 10 breaths of time, the entrance of the Forbidden Zone closed and disappeared, and there was only darkness in Anson Chan's eyes, his hold on Li Xiaoyuan once again becoming iffy. I wonder where the giant bird took Li Xiaoyuan. After a few moments, Anson Chen completely failed to sense Li Xiaoyuan's presence and had to withdraw his thoughts. The same moment the entrance to the Forbidden Zone disappeared, a beam of immortal light pierced through the darkness, and the rift in the dome of the sky grew wider and wider. After a burst of turbulence, the darkness disappeared completely, and on the blue sky dome, there were ethereal white clouds suspended. But the Jiuhua mountain below was full of devastation. It's over? Ha ha ha. Good. Great. We finally escaped with our lives. Gentlemen, hurry up and heal your wounds. The laws of heaven and earth were restored, and a rich immortal aura escaped from the underground immortal veins, and the immortals hurriedly took the healing pills and sat on the ground, exhaling to heal their wounds. It's restored. Everyone come out. Heaven and earth are restored as before. I don't know who shouted, and immortal sounds rushed into one ancestral tomb after another, and Tao figures swarmed out. Everyone was cheering, sucking in large gulps of the rich immortal aura. Senior Brother Chen, the calamity has subsided. We don't need to rehearse the sword formation. Ha ha ha. Gu Jia and the others, all of them were overjoyed and rushed to wake up Chen Anqing. Chen Anqing opened his eyes, and he was grateful when he realized the changes in the outside world. These days, it's suffocating the old man. It feels so good to have strength. The Forbidden Zone is truly terrifying enough. If it wasn't for that Senior Brother Li's spiritual liquid, I'm afraid we would have already perished. Yeah, but that Senior Li is probably in a bad way. Humph. Qianyu Cave is too much of a bad thing. I'll slowly find them to settle the score later. Senior brothers, quickly follow me. The cave master is in conflict with the Qianyu Cave. What? Senior brothers, follow me forward to help. Under Gu Jie's leadership, the Baiyan Cave's crowd of disciples quickly flew towards the outside of the ancestral land outside. Over Mount Jiuhua. A golden dragon carriage, stationed in mid-air, and in front of that dragon carriage, a youth with an aura like an abyss hovered. Behind him, there stood two old men with equally strong breaths. As for Nangong Xiu and the several elders of the Dry Moon Cave, they all stood after these three. Opposite the three, there was Mo Mist as well as Yao Qingtian, and both sides seemed to be in the middle of some kind of confrontation. Mo Mist, Elder Mo, do you really want to meddle in the affairs of the Jiuhua Mountain? The youth spoke faintly. Young Lord Zhu, This elder was trapped here for no reason and nearly lost his life. So he naturally wants to ask for an explanation. Mo Wu carried his hands behind his back and said with a cold face, listening to Elder Mo's meaning, "Is he looking for trouble from my Zhu family?" The youth's face was somewhat disdainful. When did this elder say that he would find trouble with your Zhu family? This matter, which arose because of Nangong Xiao, and these days she has disrespected this seat many times, so this seat will not be able to spare her. At this moment, Mo Mo's cultivation was restored, and he was a different person from when he was trapped earlier. The youth only smiled coldly, ignoring Mo Mao for the time being, and turned to Yao Qingtian and the others. Yao Qingtian, you know that Qianyu Cave is my Zhu family's power, so why do you dare to bully the lesser with the more? Take the words. Seeing that the youth was coming from a bad place, Gu Jie from below explained, "Senior brothers, you wait here, don't move around." Then, Gu Jie flew up and rushed into mid-air. Young Master Zhu. Gu Jie landed beside Yao Qingtian, arched his hand and saluted, wanting to say a few words, something that doesn't know the rules. "This young master is having a lecture with your family's elders. Where are you to interrupt? Get lost." The youth chortled, and immediately turned over his palm to press down the majestic palm force, accompanied by the might of the laws, violently struck at Gu Jie. Feeling that terrifying pressure, Gu Jie was immediately startled and hastily urged his sword element. 8 immortal power swords condensed around his body to protect his body. Boo! The palm force crushed Gu Jie's defensive sword in an instant, and his body took a heavy blow, falling to the earth like a meteor. This person, so strong, that youth was able to crush Gu Jie with the flip of a hand, which really shook Chen Anqing below. Senior brother Gu. When Gu Jie staggered down with blood at the corner of his mouth, the crowd rushed to surround him. "I'm fine." Gu Jie wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes stared deathly into the sky above. Yao Jianyuan also stared at the young man above him and said angrily, "Zhu Min, this guy, his natural talent is not better than ours. Relying on his mother to find a few dragon bone pills to elevate his cultivation to the early stage of Xianxian immortal. What is so godly about it?" Zhu Min was the name of this youth, who was the 17th young master of the Zhu family of the ancient immortal family. In terms of natural talent, he couldn't compare to the likes of Yao Jianyuan, but he had a good mother who could give him more generous resources than others. Sun Xinhao, who was on the side, also expressed his unconvincedness. 100 years of Xianxian immortals can be called heaven's pride. Zhu Min, this guy sacrificed his potential for this false name, and he still has the face to fool around. The so-called 100 years of heavenly pride refers to reaching the Xianxian realm under the age of 100, but that refers to natural cultivation, not forcibly elevating the realm with the help of external objects. And there were quite a few disciples of worldly families who, in order to fight for a position in their families, would often choose to sacrifice their future growth potential and pull up their realms. Sky Yao Qingtian grimaced and said, "Young Lord Zhu, the matter of the forbidden area was caused by Qianyu Cave's concealment, which nearly killed everyone. Moreover, we have never struck out at the Qianyu Cave, so how can we say that we are bullying the few with the many?" Before Zhu Min could say anything, an elder of Qianyu Cave on the side angrily rebuked, saying, "Nonsense! That Li Xiaoyuan was originally a disciple of my Qianyu Cave, and the spiritual liquid spring he was carrying should also belong to my Qianyu Cave. But you and the others, relying on the number of people, hijacked the spiritual liquid, causing my Qianyu Cave disciples to be unable to avoid the storm, killing and injuring thousands of people, and you still dare to argue." Yao Qingtian sank his face and said, "Old piker, don't turn black and white upside down here. The spiritual liquid is that brat Li's personal belongings. Who he likes to give it to is his business." Lord Mo was also a personal witness to this incident. If young Master Zhu doesn't believe me, he can ask Lord Mo. Ink Mist nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. This seat can testify that the remaining 3 holes did not deliberately oppress the Qianyu Cave. As for how many people died, it was their own fault, no one to blame." Behind Zhu Min, an old man teasingly opened his mouth. "Elder Mo, my young master is dealing with family matters. You are most definitely not to meddle." Mo Wu immediately became angry and roared, "How dare you? When is it your turn for this old lackey to speak to this seat?" The old man's face sank as his immortal power stirred. Then let the old man, "A lackey, try you, Elder Mo, to see how many kilograms you have, daring to be so arrogant." "Stop." The old man was just about to strike, but was stopped by Zhu Min waving his hand. "You can say a few tough words, but to really clash with Ink Mist? It's not worth it." "Yes, young lord." The old man respectfully retreated, and Mo Mist snorted coldly without further consideration. "We can discuss this matter later." Zhu Min paused for a moment, his eyes looking downward toward the devastated earth below, and then he asked, "Who is called Chen Ansheng? Come up here for this young lord." Below, Anson Chan frowned, this time in the alien heaven and earth. He had avenged himself and made some headlines, I think the Qianyu cave had already told the Xu family's young master what had happened, and if he wanted to hide, he was afraid that he couldn't hide Immortal 8 realm. Just enough to be able to ride in the air. Anson Chan was ready to fly up. Senior brother, we'll join you. As Chen Anqing stepped into the air, Yao Jianyuan, along with the other 9, followed him up. I wonder what young Lord Zhu has to say about meeting me by name. Chen Anqing lightly arched his hand. You fellow, you killed thousands of disciples in Qianyu cave. Do you know the crime? Xu Min stared at Chen Anqing indifferently. His tone was not like a question, but a pronouncement of judgment. If it were in the past, with Chen Anqing's obedient character, I'm afraid he would have already admitted his mistake and begged for forgiveness, but times were different now. Anson Chen had traveled in the lower realms and had been an invincible powerhouse, and knew that the more cowardly one was, the more they were bullied. Whether it's a crime or not, I'm afraid it's just not your turn to be in charge. Young Master Zhu. Chen Anqing was also very calm. Zhu Min's face sank as he said, You're arrogant. Chen Anqing remained flat. What I said is the truth. Zhu Min laughed coldly. Qianyu cave is my Zhu family's power. It is not under this young man's charge. Who is qualified to manage it? The corner of Chen Anqing's mouth also picked up a cold smile as he said, You mind your Qianyu cave. What does it have to do with me? A disciple of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion. Mentioning the identity of Xianyang Immortal Mansion's disciple, Mo Wu's eyes did light up. He was worried about losing face just now and didn't have a proper reason to intervene in this incident. Didn't the opportunity come to him, thus? Mo Wu carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Not bad. Chen Anqing is my Xianyang Immortal Mansion's chosen disciple, and it's not your Zhu family's turn to be in charge of him. At those words, Xu Min's few people were all slightly surprised. This kid is actually a disciple chosen by the Xianyang Immortal Mansion? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. After a little silence, Xu Min said, The Xianyang Immortal Mansion selects 8 wastes from the Zhohua Mountain every 10 years, and there are still people who take pride in this. It's really ridiculous. Ha ha ha. The crowd of Qianyu cave. All of them laughed out loud. Yao Jianyuan on the side, who was also a disciple chosen by the Xianyang Immortal Mansion, but he couldn't stand the verbal insult and said, mentioning the word waste, who is better than certain people who rely on pills to pull up their realm? When these words came out, they immediately poked Xu Min's sore spot. He very much minded that someone was talking about pills to enhance his realm. Once someone mentions it in front of him, they are violating his taboo. Which son of a bitch spoke out of turn? Roll over to this young lord and kneel down to die. Anger erupted in Xu Min's heart, and his eyes stared deathly at Yao Jianyuan. Waste and still not letting people say it? Yao Jianyuan, however, snorted and said, If you didn't rely on those pills, this prince would be able to suppress you with a single finger. Where would you be able to flaunt your power? Other people might be afraid of Xu Min, but Yao Jianyuan was born with an iron head, plus his godfather was also the head of a family, so he was afraid of him. Son of a bitch, looking for death. Xu Min became furious and raised his palm to slap him. Young lord, this son is a direct descendant of the Yao family, the god-grandson of Zhou Taixian. He must not be killed without authorization. The Zhou family, the backer behind the Bayan cave, was slightly less powerful than the Zhu family, but it was not something that could be easily messed with. This young master doesn't care if he is a dry grandson or a dry bastard. If he touches my scales, he will kill them all. Xu Min's character has always been more impulsive, and this time he was touched by the scales, so he was furious and didn't listen to advice at all. Young lord, rest your anger. The old man, however, once again transmitted his voice, saying, If you kill him, the crowd will only think that you are annoyed and bullying others. But if young lord can suppress that brat at the same realm, it would be him taking his own humiliation, and spreading the word would be beneficial to your reputation. The old man was afraid that Xu Min would kill someone in a fit of rage and cause a dispute, so he had this to say. As expected, Xu Min calmed down slightly at his words. Ever since he had used the elixir to pull up his realm, he had not been secretly mocked by his family peers, and it had almost become his heart disease that he dreamed of proving himself. Today, it's an opportunity. A little calmer, Xu Min withdrew his palm and said, You minion, what's the use of being jealous of this young lord? Even if you and I were in the same realm, this young lord would be able to suppress you with a flip of his hand. Yao Jianyuan glanced at him disdainfully. So, you want to suppress your cultivation to fight me? Xu Min said indifferently. This young lord does have this intention, to let you know what it means to make a fool of yourself. He, Yao Jianyuan said coldly. You used pills to forcefully pull up your realm to the Xianxian realm, and even if you suppress your cultivation, you are still a Xianxian immortal. You are just trying to use your physical strength to suppress me. Indeed, even if Xu Min suppressed his cultivation to the true immortal realm, his physique was still at the Xian immortal level, and there was a huge gap between the two. Looking for an excuse? Xu Min teasingly smiled and said, This young lord will suppress you with a few moves in the air. So how do you need to rely on your body's defense? Yao Jianyuan pondered for a moment and said, let me ask you, if you don't suppress your cultivation, how many true immortal realms do you think you can defeat? How many true immortals can you defeat at the early Xianxian stage? Those who were there were thinking about it. Among them, the old man behind Zhu Min was the first to open his mouth, saying, kid, are you an idiot? The difference between great realms is like a chasm. Even if you have 100 true immortal realms, how can you defeat a Xian immortal? Poof, Yao Jianyuan snorted coldly. In that case, if this one in your family were to face the true immortal realm, he would be able to defeat at least 100 with one? The old man froze for a moment. Not knowing what Yao Jianyuan's intentions were, Zhu Min frowned. But he had some understanding. Do you guys want to gather a number of true immortal realms to fight against this young lord? It seems that you are not too stupid. Yao Jianyuan continued. You are at the Xianxian immortal realm, so take out the strength of a Xianxian immortal. Suppressing cultivation for such a stupid act, even if I win, it won't mean much. This time, only 12 of my master and brothers will be able to suppress you. Do you dare to answer the battle? At those words, everyone was surprised. Everyone present knew that the highest cultivation of the younger generation of Bayan Cave was that Gu Jie, who was only in the late true immortal realm. Yao Jianyuan was so bold as to try to gather 12 true immortals to fight against a Xian immortal. What's the difference between that and giving away your head? Yao Jianyuan, are you crazy? Do you really not understand the gap between true immortals and Xian immortals? A disciple from the Nine Lives Cave on the side spoke out. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that I, the Bayan Cave sword cultivator, can't do it. Don't talk too much here. Yao Jianyuan gave a sentence back. You're too conceited. The man only shook his head and said no more. As soon as the words fell from this side, the disciples from the Qianyu Cave side sneered and scoffed. Something that doesn't know the heights of heaven. Where did you get the courage to threaten to challenge young Master Zhu? The frog at the bottom of the well is ridiculous. None of you curmudgeons are my enemy, let alone challenging young Master Zhu. You really don't know what you're talking about. The crowd mocked, but in the bottom of their hearts, they all hoped that Zhu Min would respond to this battle, and that all those top geniuses from Bayan Cave would be crippled before it was too late. Dare to fight. Seeing that Zhu Min did not respond, Yao Jianyuan fiercely chortled over here. Gu Jie and the others did know Yao Jianyuan's intentions. He dared to issue a challenge like this, relying on the 12 absolute immortal sword formation. This formation was inherited from the ancient times, and its power is extraordinary. As for whether he could defeat the Xianxian Tian realm, Gu Jie did not have any idea in his heart. After all, this 12 absolute immortal sword formation, he had not really used it in conjunction with it yet. You guy, what arrogance! Facing Yao Jianyuan's provocation, Zhu Min could not suppress the anger in his heart again. A mere true immortal realm mole cricket. So what if there were even 100 of them? This guy, however, threatened to challenge himself with 12 true immortals. That's just insulting. However, if he didn't answer the battle, this mole bastard would only despise himself even more. Thus, Zhu Min said in a deep voice, this young lord doesn't need to use 50% of his power to waste all of you griffins. Let's see how wild you are. With a wave of his big sleeve, Zhu Min had already set up his stance, indicating that he was ready to fight before the battle started. The old man behind him stepped forward and said, gentlemen, this time it's him, a mole who doesn't know how to die, who took the initiative to provoke my young master. So if he's wasted and crippled, it's no one's fault. His words, since he was speaking to Mo Wu, Yao Qing Tian and the others, the meaning is clear. You are the one who came to deliver it, caused the bad consequences, and swallowed them yourself. Yao Qing Tian had a few concerns of his own, transmitting his voice to Yao Jianyuan. Why can't your kid change the stinking problem of head iron? I know that you want to use the 12 Jedi immortal sword formation, but where are you going to find 12 true immortals to combine in a formation for you? You, are going to piss me off to death. Yao Jianyuan responded. Second Master, why are you panicking? Who said it has to be the 12 true immortals? Master Chen can just enter the formation. Yao Qingtian really wanted to slap Yao Jianyuan and angrily rebuked. Stupid. The 12 absolute immortal sword formation. The most important thing is blood chi operation. How long has Kid Chen been practicing? It's just that his realm is insufficient. How can he be competent in terms of blood chi operation? Yao Jianyuan, however, laughed and said, you old man, that what I to see people low is not it. Chen Master Brother Blood Chi 108 turn. This kind of thing need to publicize it. Need it? Yao Qingtian was about to slap his face when he heard the first half of the sentence, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, he directly stopped. Chen Kid's Blood Chi 108 revolutions? Yao Jianyuan said. What else would it be? You think I'm really stupid? Yao Qingtian's worries in his heart suddenly subsided quite a bit, saying, this Chen Kid, I didn't expect to be a true genius. Ha ha, good. Since we can gather the number of people, I don't care about you. Whatever consequences you will have to bear on your own. By the way, I will pass on a secret skill to you, which will increase your chances of winning. After saying that, Yao Qingtian used his spiritual power to transmit some of the subtle battle techniques of the 12 absolute immortal sword formation to Yao Jianyuan. If you're going to die, what's the point of dilly-dallying? Xu Minji droned impatiently. Gugf flew forward and stared coldly at Xu Min, saying, "You struck me with a palm just now. I will return the favor." Immediately after, Sun Xinhao stepped forward, holding his immortal sword in his arms. This battle, count me in. One after another, the 11 true immortal realm disciples of Bayan Cave had all stepped forward and stood opposite Xu Min. Who is the other one? Ha ha, Yao Jianyuan, this muggle. Can't you read numbers? Where can he get together 12 true immortals in Bayan Cave? Simply idiotic. Can't even get the numbers together. Wouldn't that be a laugh? The crowd of Dry Moon Cave, seizing the moment, jeered madly. I can't figure it out. It's just as well that Yao Jianyuan is conceited, but he's also dragging the other brothers and sisters to give it away? True immortal versus Xian immortal. It's like hitting a stone with an egg. And Cave Master Yao didn't stop it. Are all the people up and down Bayan Cave oddballs? What do you know? This is called looking for a step. Not to take the initiative to send up to let the Zhu family won out of anger. Only to be afraid of the consequences are more serious. He is called a great wisdom is like a fool. Hiss. That makes some sense. In that case, Yao Jianyuan is prepared to sacrifice himself to help everyone avoid trouble. Great righteousness. A model for my generation. The remaining disciples from the two caves discussed and guessed, but in the end, they actually felt that Yao Jianyuan's image was a few points taller. When the people were almost all together, Yao Jianyuan turned his head to look at Chen Anqing and said, "Senior brother Chen, please." At those words, Chen Anqing stepped into the air and stood side by side with Yao Jianyuan and the others, standing in front of Xu Min. Him? Surprise! The crowd was not surprised. This last person to join the war was Anson Chan? How could a griffin of the Immortal Eight Realm dare to join the ranks of a battle against a Xian immortal? Anson Chan stood quietly, paying no attention to the various gazes as well as the teasing words. Gujie transmitted his voiceover. Senior brother Chen, you're in the lowest realm, and when the battle starts, I'm sure Xu Min will treat you as a breakthrough, so I need you to be the eye of the formation. Chen Anqing's realm was really low, but as long as he could serve as the eye of the formation, he would fuse the realms and abilities of the remaining 11 due to the heaven and earth sword system laws, so that he wouldn't be crushed as a breakthrough. Yao Jianyuan also transmitted his voice. Senior brother Chen, after you became the eye of the formation, you took up the main attacking task. You need to face Xu Min directly. You must be in high spirits and must not slack off. Chen Anqing had practiced the 12 absolute immortal sword formation, something he himself was well aware of. To put it simply, having him as the eye of the formation was actually him fighting Xu Min with the help of the rest of the 11 as well as the power of the laws of the sword Dao. Next moment, a layer of boundary was formed, blocking the two opposing sides from the outside world, and the great battle was about to start. Under the vault of heaven, Zhongli was hidden amongst the crowd, always keeping an eye on the situation above her. Once Chen Anqing was in danger of his life, she would not hesitate to strike to kill that Xu Min. You mole crickets, eat this young lord's palm. Boom! Xu Min exploded. The power of the Xian immortal condensed on the palm, causing space to tremble. Senior brothers, form a formation. Clang clang clang. At the same instant, Chen Anqing and the others instantly activated the formation as they transformed into 12 immortal swords, running and hovering in the air in a bizarre manner. The laws of the sword between heaven and earth suddenly descended, constantly adding to them. Ah, what kind of formation is this? The sword Dao Law's breath. It's actually so terrifying. No wonder Yao Jianyuan dared to challenge Xu Min. It turns out that he has heaven-defying means. Those 12 immortal swords were becoming more and more powerful, truly shocking the crowd. Young lord, be careful. This sword formation actually invokes the laws of the sword Dao. Don't be careless. The old man outside the boundary couldn't help but voice out a reminder when he felt the majestic aura of sword intent. True immortal griffins are just ants. Even if they form a formation, how can they be a match for this young lord? Xu Min didn't put this sword formation in his eyes. Break it for me. Xu Min roared and pressed down with a palm. Similarly, his family's mastery, the Dark Destruction Palm, was able to invoke some of the power of the laws. A huge palm seal composed of countless tiny fiery blades covered Chen Anqing and the others. Lifeless extreme killing sword. Out. At this moment, Anson Chen had inherited the battle power of all of them, and with the enhancement of the laws of the sword Dao, his battle power was once again elevated. The first sword killed. Dark red sword shadow exploded towards that palm shadow. Boom. Bloodlight waved and pierced the dome of the sky. The disciples of the various caves outside the boundary were all shocked by the violent and unparalleled momentum, and almost instinctively retreated back a bit. Good. These brats. They were able to utilize the power of the sword formation to such an extent that their battle power is completely not weaker than an early Xian mortal. Ha ha ha. Yao Qingtian couldn't help but feel pain in his heart when he felt the majestic sword intent. This sword formation is truly not bad. Mo on the side also secretly nodded his head in appreciation of this, plus the middle of the battlefield, the attacks of both sides were hedging against each other, and the immortal power sword intent burst out in all directions, forming a storm of sword intent that spread out. Zhu was instantly horrified and hurriedly offered up his defense. Boom. The sword intent continuously charged at his defense, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, and his chest was even more stuffy and painful. If it wasn't for the strong defense of his Xian immortal body and the immortal armor protection, he would have burst. On Chen Anqing's side, he transformed into a sword. His attack power was enhanced, not to mention that his defense was also raised to a level far beyond that of a true immortal. But there is a flaw. That is, Anson Chan had to desperately run his blood qi to maintain this state. Once the blood qi did not operate at a sufficient speed, he would even suffer a backlash from the laws of the sword Dao and burst into flames. Senior brother Chen, can you hold on? For the first time, Yao Jianyuan and the others could feel the pressure that Chen Anqing was under, and could not help but feel a little worried. Don't worry, senior brothers, I can hold up. Chen Anqing Fang's internal organs were subjected to not a small tremor, but fortunately, his spiritual power is strong. The ability to withstand pain is extremely strong. This small trauma cannot affect his play. Good. Let's run our blood qi with all our might, and with the next sword, we'll make him lose. Eldest senior brother is right. Once the entanglement continues, the situation will be extremely unfavorable for us. We must explode with all our might and win in one blow. Senior brother Chen, we're going to explode with all our might, so find the right moment to strike. Immediately after. Gu Jia, Yao Jianyuan, and the others, utilizing the laws of the sword Dao, exploded their cultivation to its peak, and all of them channeled it to Chen Anqing. Chen Anqing felt himself getting stronger at a terrifying speed, but the consequence was that his unsullied sword body was about to be unable to withstand the raging sword intent. Phew, if my physique hadn't reached Xianpin medium, I would have been propped up a long time ago. Anson Chan gritted his teeth and held on, building up his strength. On the opposite side, Xu Min had slowed down. He then realized that he had underestimated the power of the sword formation, and if he didn't go all out, he was afraid that today would end in defeat. If he lost to an opponent of the same realm, he could still make excuses, but if he lost to a few true immortals, then he, Xu Min, would be marked with a mark of shame on his head, and would not be able to raise his head among his family peers for the rest of his life. Mirror God Fist. Thinking about this, Xu Min didn't dare to have any more reservations, and while doing his best to defend himself, he forcibly executed the forbidden jutsu that he had not yet practiced to a great extent. In a split second, the sky was covered with glazed-colored fist shadows, each of which carried the power to shatter space. Kill. At the same time, Xu Min himself turned into a glaze and transformed into hundreds of bodies. Not good. This guy even has the mirror image divine skill, creating hundreds of fake bodies with indistinguishable breath. Everyone, quickly use your spiritual power to lock on, or else we won't be able to injure him even if we run out of power. Rumble rumble. Fist shadows descended, and the void trembled. Chen Anqing's poised strike suddenly lost its target. We must find out who he really is. Chen Anqing didn't panic. His spiritual power surged wildly, instantly covering this side of the battlefield. Humph. Thanks to my strong spiritual power. Or else I would have fallen this time. In less than a breath of time, Anson Chen's mental power locked onto Xu Min's aura fluctuation. Why? Because Xu Min's mirror image incarnation had no way to mimic his true anger. Kill me! Chen Anqing roared explosively, and behind him, 11 immortal swords erupted with intense immortal light. As for himself, he was carrying a layer of dark red light as he charged towards a glazed silhouette. Boom boom boom! Countless fist shadows, attacking on top of Chen Anqing's sword body, unfortunately did not break the sword Dao Law defense on his body surface. So strong. Did you guys see that? The sword shadow that Chen Anqing transformed into actually pierced through space. Such a sword is no less powerful than any early Xian immortal battle power. Xu Min is in danger. Sword cultivator. Worthy of being a sword cultivator? To be able to form such a heaven-defying sword formation, it's really not something to be messed with. The crowd that was shocked by that terrifying sword intent aura had their hearts pounding as they talked. As for the crowd on the Qianyu cave side, their faces were not very nice, especially the Nangong Xiu with her messy hair and haggard face, who hated her so much that her teeth were almost clenched from the moment her daughter died. She felt like she had lost everything, and the person who killed her daughter was none other than Anson Chan the Scrudge. No matter what, cannot be eliminated. No one could stop the desire for revenge in Nangong Xiu's heart, only Nangong Xiu knew that at the moment, even if he put everything he had into it, he might not be able to kill Chen Anqing. because Mo missed and Yao Qingtian would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Besides, even if she could kill Anson Chen, it wouldn't erase the pain and hatred in her heart. What she needed was to see Anson Chen suffer more than herself, living in eternal pain. Battlefield side, Chen Anqing transformed into an immortal sword and impacted on top of a glazed figure. You guys? Xu Min palpitated in shock. He could not have imagined in any way that his true body would be locked by Anson Chen. Fuck you. Go to hell. With no way to escape, Xu Min drained his body of immortal power and fought with all his might. Next moment, from his figure, a dragon shadow swooped out and rushed towards Anson Chen. Chen Anqing at this time, the pressure he endured came to the limit, and in this situation, he desperately operated his blood qi, surprisingly breaking through once again, raising his blood qi operation to 116 revolutions. Kill. Chen Anqing was almost blurred in consciousness, with only one thought in his head, and that was to kill. Rumble. The attacks from both sides finally collided together. Click here. In the boundary, countless electric snakes curled up, and the space became distorted due to the huge force. Light and splendor rushed to the sky, and blood mist filled the air, obscuring the line of sight and disrupting immortal sense. So much so that those below the Xianxian immortal realm had no idea what the situation was like in the battlefield. Ka-ching! With an explosive sound, a figure crashed through the boundary and flew out backwards. Young lord. Sensing the scent, the two old men immediately darted over and caught the bruised figure. This young master. Lost. Xu Min was also now blurred in consciousness, spitting blood out of his mouth, having difficulty accepting this reality, and in a moment of urgency, he actually passed out. Wait until the blood mist dissipates. Chen Anqing's figure appeared. His clothes were ragged and his body surface was left with a trail of blood. Jiu Jia, Yao Jianyuan, and the others, also returned to their normal state, each so weak that they almost fell from the air. Win! We win! The people looked at each other and smiled. In this battle, although they were not array eyes, they felt the same as Chen Anqing about everything they experienced during the battle, because when forming the formation, the 12 were originally equal to 1. Senior brother Chen, was this battle enjoyable? Yao Jianyuan stumbled over and smiled as he patted Chen Anqing's shoulder. It's so fucking over the top. The entire fight might not be as fancy as when they fought in the lower realm, but the sense of the impact of the laws and power was incomparable to the battles in the lower realm. When such a sparring match would make anyone's heart pound and blood boil. The rest of the disciples from the various caves witnessed the scene, but they had mixed emotions. I had thought that the true immortal realm versus the Xian immortal realm was an act of giving away one's head by striking a stone with an egg. A sure defeat. Who knew that they had won? Many people silently sighed. The sword cultivator was truly heaven-defying. That Chen Anqing, with a mere immortal 8 realm, taking the brunt of the attack and turning his sword to meet the enemy. How damn excellent. Yes, I thought that he was just lucky and encountered a space-time vortex to raise his realm a bit, but it's my eyes that are too narrow. In the future, if you mess with anyone, don't mess with these guys. You really can't afford to mess with them. At this time, Qianyu Cave's Feng Wujiu flew up and said coldly, relying on formations to temporarily increase one's combat power. What's the difference between that and taking medicine to elevate one's realm? After all, it is not your own strength. Do you still have the face to feel proud? When Gu Jia heard this, his face sank as he said, if you're capable, you can also study a formation and let's split the difference. Feng Wujiu, on the other hand, had a disdainful look on his face as he said, this Gongzi doesn't care to use those sideways. Next time in the Nine Huas festival, I will never spare you. Gu Jia and Feng Wujiu, having been rivals for 20 years, it was difficult to distinguish between them, so how could he dare to have the face to say the words to spare or not to spare? Gu Jia laughed coldly. Just buy you? If you want to fight, why wait for the Jiuhua event? See you on the battle stage in a month. Feng Wuyu's eyes sank as he said, oh, it's a deal. However, it's too meaningless for just the two of us to fight. How about adding another person? 2 against 2? Gu Jia frowned a bit. 2 against 2. There was a chance to break the stalemate between him and Feng Wuyu, to discuss the winners and losers. Thus, Gu Jia nodded. Agreed. Feng Wuyu laughed and looked towards Chen Anqing, who was the most noticeable person in the entire arena at the moment, and turned to speak. How about you take that Chen Anqing with you, and I won't bully you. Just an immortal 7th realm. How's that sound? It was only then that Gu Jia realized that this guy, Feng Wujiu, was targeting senior brother Chen. Get out. Gu Jia immediately refused. He knew that Feng Wujiu did not have good intentions, and when the battle started, if he laid a black hand on senior brother Chen, he himself might be able to find a break in him and win the battle as a result, but he would not be able to guarantee the safety of senior brother Chen's life. Therefore, of course, he disagreed. This time, Anson Chen walked over and stared at Feng Wuyu indifferently. Trying to fix me? Feng Wuyu had a condescending look. You were so majestic just now, but now you're afraid? The corner of Chen Anqing's mouth picked up a cold smile and said, Don't use provocation. I don't eat this. As he was speaking, two old men supported Zhu Min, who had awakened from his coma, and came to Chen Anqing. You and other curmudgeons use side channels to assassinate this young lord, but you don't dare to respond to a battle of your peers? A bunch of rats. As Zhu Min spoke, he secretly transmitted his voice to Feng Wujiu. Get him killed. Make sure you find a way to make him answer the battle. Get him killed for me. Zhu Min acted in such a way because he understood that it was almost impossible to forcefully kill Chen Anqing because he was already the chosen disciple of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion, and if Mo Mao didn't make a move to protect him, wouldn't the Xianyang Immortal Mansion be discredited? Mo Wu and Yao Cheng Tian, among others, also probably guessed that it was Zhu Min who wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, sulking for a little while. Ink fog is open, this forbidden area mutation thing. Each say each have reason. According to this seat, how about both sides should be the appointment war? Whoever wins who will have reason. The losing party must compensate. How do you all think? Yes. Zhu Min was the first to agree before any of the parties involved could make a statement. Elder Mo's proposal is very good. Both sides will fight to the death. No refusal. When Chen Anqing heard this, his heart was extremely unhappy, saying, Elder Mo, my disciple's cultivation is shallow, so you should find someone else to answer the battle. I won't participate. Mo Wu faintly swept a glance at Chen Anqing and transmitted his voice. Kid, at this time, you still think of staying out of it. Is it possible? Do you think some people will let you go? For today's solution, only this seat for you to step forward to set an agreement. In the future if someone dares to break the agreement to hunt you down, Xianyang Immortal Mansion will have a full reason to do justice for you. Do you understand? Chen Anqing frowned slightly as he transmitted his voice and inquired. I wonder what kind of covenant Elder Mo wants to make for his disciple. Mo Wu carried his hands behind his back and looked at Zhu Min and the others, saying, Young Master Zhu, to resolve this matter, this seat will make an appointment with you. You tell. Zhu Min looked a little eager. Ink Mist pondered for a moment and said, First, both sides will fight. Outsiders are not allowed to intervene in any way, and the losing side will bear all the evils caused by this forbidden zone mutation. Secondly, the losing party needs to pay 50,000 ink crystals, and in addition needs to cede half of its territory to the winner as compensation. Thirdly, if any of my Xianyang Immortal Mansion's chosen disciples are involved in this competition, regardless of whether they win or lose, all parties must not threaten their lives afterward, or else this seat will go all out to crush them in the name of the Immortal Mansion. These 3 points, do you agree, young Master Zhu? These 3 points are summarized simply. The losing side pays, and no further recourse is allowed in any form. Good. These 3 items coincide with this young lord's thoughts. Zhu Min had no problem with this and agreed immediately. In addition, the top echelons of the 4 great caverns were also conferring in whispers this side of the Bayan Cave. Cave Master, this calamity has resulted in great losses for the caves, but if we really start fighting, blood will surely flow, and it will only be a worse situation for the caves. In my opinion, this covenant fight is feasible. I agree with Elder Wen's opinion, although Qianyue Cave is the initiator of this incident, but with the Zhu family forcibly defended, we will not be able to claim justice. It is more likely to be bitten back. To resolve this matter with a fight, all parties have a step, can minimize the loss of all parties. The cave master thought how? Hearing this, Yao Qingtian nodded his head slightly. Competing in response to an appointment is a way to avoid bloodshed. However, the losing party will not only have to pay out 50,000 ink crystals, but will also need to cede half of its territory. The stakes are too high. Yao Qingtian was a little guilty. The exchange ratio of ink crystals to amethyst crystals was about 1 to 1,000. 50,000 ink crystals was almost equivalent to 50 million amethysts. This was an enormous amount for each cave, almost equal to 10% of the public savings of each cave. On top of that, the value of that half of the land is immeasurable. The stakes were too high, and Yao Qingtian was really hard to make up his mind. Over at the Dry Moon Cave, Ijuman looked at Nangong Xiu. Nangong Xiu, you have already committed an unforgivable sin by failing to guard the forbidden area. In this competition, if you lose the territory again, this young master will settle old and new scores with you. Nangong Xiu's eyes were full of haggardness and he muttered, Don't worry, young lord, if I lose the territory, I will kill myself to thank for my sins. Hoof. Zhu Min snorted coldly, then I'll leave you a dog's life for now, and wait until after the appointment fight. In that case, it was not up to Nangong Xiu to decide whether or not the Qianyue Cave side would participate in the competition. As for the other 2 holes, they were also conferring in whispers. In the end, the 2 caves concluded that the incident was resolved by a bout with minimal risk. Brother Yao, what are you still hesitating for? Just agree directly. You cave master flew over and said, if we really lose, the 3 of us will make up the ink crystals, and each of us will give up some of our territory. That's exactly what I intend to do as well. Otherwise the war will come together. And it's a much bigger loss than losing the competition. The 9 Lives Cave Master also came over and said it wasn't because these 2 cave masters were generous. After all, if the Zhu family were to find trouble the hard way, it would be impossible for them to stand alone. Yes, since the remaining 2 great cave masters were in favor of the match, Yao Qingtian didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Then Yao Qingtian transmitted his voice to Chen Anqing, saying, "Chen kid, that Zhumin obviously holds a grudge against you and wants to kill you with a borrowed sword. Do you dare to answer the battle?" Chen Anqing said helplessly, reporting to the cave master. "To be honest, I don't want to answer the battle." Yao Qingtian didn't want to give Chen Anqing any lectures, and directly said, "This cave master promises you that if you participate in the battle and win the match, all 50,000 ink crystals will be yours." Anson Chan's heart was suddenly in awe. 50,000 ink crystals, all for yourself? Knowing that this incident in the Forbidden Zone, all parties' caves were damaged into ruins, 50,000 ink crystals should be shared by the victorious party. Yao Cave Lord, however, directly promised this huge amount of compensation to himself. It was no wonder that Anson Chan was unmoved. He secretly calculated in his heart that 50,000 ink crystals was equivalent to his former reward of 70 million years of mining. Fuck it. This calculation made Chen Anqing's blood boil. It's not like I'm fighting winless alone. There's still ancient Jedi around. It's definitely worth the risk. Chen Anqing secretly thought. This 50-50 situation of winning and losing is not much more probable than sacrificing one's life to break into the Forbidden Zone and reap the benefits. Thus, Anson Chan no longer hesitated. "Good. I shall fight. Ha ha ha, good." Feng Wujiu laughed and said, "For this competition, apart from the 3 rules set by Lord Mo and young Master Zhu, there will be no other rules. Life and death. No matter how many deaths there are. Do you 2 dare? Why not?" Anson Chan was the first to agree. "You do have the guts. This Gengzi assures you that the day the battle starts, I will definitely tell you to go up and smoke." Feng Wujiu revealed a teasing smile. "Don't be so confident. It's not certain who will destroy who." Chen Anqing, on the other hand, had a frank-faced. Feng Wujiu gave Chen Anqing a look filled with murderous intent and turned back behind Xu Min. "Let's go." Xu Min had long been somewhat unable to hold on, and after this matter was agreed upon, he couldn't wait to go back and heal his wounds. Young Master Zhu wait. Ink Mist, however, flew forward and stopped directly in front of Xu Min's trio. "What for?" The 3 of them glared angrily at Ink Mist. "Word of mouth is not proof. All parties need to swear to honor their agreement with the Soul Blood Jade as well." With that, Ink Mist took out a piece of blood-colored jade. "You're right." Xu Min sneered with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "When the time comes that certain people lose and deny their accounts, this young lord will still have more trouble." Immediately afterward, Xu Min and Mo Wu gathered the 4 major cave masters together, and all of them made a soul blood oath before this covenant fight ended. Within a short time, the parties dispersed. In the Bayan cave, the palace collapsed, the vegetation withered, the earth cracked, and there was a scene of devastation in all directions. "It's a big loss." Seeing this situation, Anson Chan could not help but sigh. Losing some houses is just nothing. It's nothing, as long as the underground immortal spirit vein is still there. Yao Jianyuan, on the other hand, was full of concern. "Senior brother Yao is right. Nothing is as important as the immortal spirit vein. Let's go. Let's find a place to drink and receive a toast for senior brother Chen." Sun Xinhao proposed. However, this proposal was directly negated by Gu Jie. "What kind of wine to drink? Senior brother Chen is shouldering a heavy responsibility this time. It is best to go into seclusion and cultivate first, and wait for the return of the victory in the competition in January. Then it is not too late to celebrate." The remaining few looked at each other helplessly. This eldest brother of theirs, who had always been more serious and extremely conscientious in his work, gave the word, and there was no need to mention the drinking. Chen Anqing also did not have the heart to drink, and had his own calculations in his heart. In a month's time, if one were to cultivate normally, one would definitely not be able to improve much. One had to hurry up and use seclusion as an excuse to go to the Yuxian realm and ascend through the aqua pool in order to do so. Thus, with a serious face, Chen Anqing said, "Still, eldest senior brother has thought it through. This appointment is of great importance, so there is no room for error. I'd better listen to eldest senior brother and go into seclusion, but I just don't know. Where is the place where I won't be disturbed?" Gu Jia responded, "Inside our cave, there is a specialized retreat grotto. I'll send you there." Chen Anqing arched his hand and said, "Thank you, eldest brother." Afterwards, Chen Anqing bid farewell to Yao Jianyuan and the others for the time being and followed Gu Jie as he flew towards the place of seclusion. Not long after, Chen Anqing followed Gu Jie and arrived in front of an earth crevice gully. Gu Jie took out a jade slip and said, "Senior brother Chen, Take this jade slip and go in. The grotto with the golden a character is your place of seclusion, and no one will disturb you within the month of January. Chen Anqing accepted the jade token, then said, eldest senior brother, if something big happens in our cave during this period, how can I reinforce it in time? Ancient Absolute said, which will have what big event? Everything in the outside world has nothing to do with you. The master's side also has a strict order. No one is allowed to disturb you. You can feel at ease with the cultivation. To be able to improve a point is a point. Aha. Anson Chan nodded. I see. Go. Gu Jie waved his hand and Anson Shen stopped talking and jumped into that crack in the ground through that jade slip. Chen Anqing quickly found the golden A character retreat grotto, with the jade slip as the key to open it up and enter. After closing the underground grotto, Chen Anqing muttered, the laws of heaven and earth have been restored, the underground grotto's prohibitions have been restarted, and no one can enter without the jade slip, so it's a safe place to go down to the realm. Immediately afterward, Anson Chan took stock of his storage bag. There were more than 4 million amethyst crystals, 10 or so ink crystals, and a number of immortal talismans, weapons, and pills. Doing the math, I reckon I'm richer than the vast majority of the elders. These resources, which were earned by selling spirit liquid, earned the life preservation money of the higher-ups of the various caves. I wonder how far I can raise my physique this time. Chen Anqing secretly longed for it, and couldn't wait to invoke the cross-boundary stone. The realm of the Xian, the dragon family's forbidden land. In front of the spatial passage, Anson Chan's figure suddenly coalesced. He wasn't worried about anyone seeing him. With his immortal realm power cultivation, it was normal for him to be a god in the lower realms. What's more, the guards of the dragon family, who were all outside the forbidden area, were not allowed to approach the passage immediately afterward. Anson Chan stepped into the passageway, arriving at the cave where the aqua pool existed. Chen Anqing first released his immortal sense to probe and make sure that no one else was around before showing himself into the pool. Then, he lightly dropped the amethyst into the aqua pool for the first time. Drop 100,000 bucks straight up. The temperature of the ice-cold pool of water gradually rose until it boiled. Chen Anqing's entire body was bathed in it, and began to transform his blood qi while improving his physique. The process, as with the previous two, went smoothly and gradually. Anson Shen became completely silent and sank into a state of oblivious cultivation. A pair of eyes, glowing with a ghostly light, surfaced at the top of the cave, watching everything in the blue water pool. It's unbelievable. This son has so many amethyst crystals. Where exactly does he come from? A surprised voice murmured from the depths of the dragon bone abyss. Should we meet with him or not? The unknown being, it seemed, was caught in a contradiction. Phew. Several hours later, after the 100,000 amethyst crystals were consumed, Chen Anqing opened his eyes. It's time to rejoice again and take stock of the harvest. Anson Chan took the lead in checking the physique. Extreme, unsullied sword body. Ha ha. The physique was undoubtedly raised by 1 grade to extreme I in the entire Johua mountain. I'm afraid that there are less than 15 disciples whose physique has reached the extreme grade. As for the blood qi operation, Chen Anqing also had a drastic increase. 187 revolutions in one breath. This kind of speed was only second to the first genius of Bayan Cave, Gu Jie. But Gu Jie's physique, which was only the peak Xin grade Song long sword body, was a step behind Chen Anqing's current extreme unsullied sword body. Calculating it all together, Chen Anqing's current natural talent had roughly surpassed that of Gu Jie. This was because, while physique was almost impossible to improve for normal people, blood qi could be improved more or less as long as one practiced diligently. However, Anson Chen had a feeling that after reaching the extreme physique, the resources consumed would be enormous if he wanted to further improve. Whatever. No resource is as important as improving your physique. Chen Anqing was prepared to continue investing in amethyst crystals to enhance his physique. 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 1,600,000. Your ass. It was only after 2,200,000 amethysts were invested that the aqua pool reached saturation once more. Even though Anson Chan was mentally prepared, he could not help but curse. It's too dark. That is more than 2 million amethysts. How many cave houses can be bought? How many fairy Dao couples can be married? The good thing is, Anson Chan doesn't desire a daughter-in-law or anything at all now. It's no fun. Really, forget it. It's a pit stop for others anyway. No need to be concerned. Anson Chan comforted himself in this way and entered the aqua pool once more. Ah, cozy. That incomparably refreshing feeling instantly made Chen Anqing throw away all his worries. Feeling that this amethyst was incomparably worth spending, time passes. Several more hours passed. Extreme peak physique. After checking his physique, Anson Chan was even more delighted. He secretly thought to himself, this rate of improvement of his physique, is there no bottleneck? As long as the resources are given enough, in a short period of time is sure to improve a big. I don't know what the origin of this aqua pool is, that it would be so magical. Anson Chan was very curious in his heart. It was reasonable to say that with the existence of such a divine aqua pool, even if the immortal emperor knew about it, I'm afraid he would be moved, right? Why? It's very simple. The immortal emperor himself can't use it. He can use it to train his disciples, train his subordinates up. Moreover, the immortal emperor would definitely not lack resources such as amethysts and ink crystals, and was expected to have as many of those as he wanted. Casually, one could cultivate a whole bunch of Zune-ranked physiques that were second only to the emperor level, right? I guess it hasn't been discovered yet, or it would have been gotten rid of for sure. The cultivation world was vast and numerous, and the immortal emperor probably didn't have that kind of effort to check them out one by one. Of course, this was all Chen Anqing's own rambling thoughts, which might be the same as the thoughts of a mortal fool. The emperor must be working with a golden hoe. Putting aside his distractions for the time being, Chen Anqing checked the blood qi operation. 1 breath. 204 revolutions, not much elevation. This pool of water mainly enhances the physique. The blood qi operation still needs to rely on one's own diligent cultivation. Chen Anqing was slightly disappointed. He had thought that he could rely on the aqua pool and impact the 600 revolutions that could only be attained by the legendary immortal king's posture. But it seemed that he had overthought it. Then again, even that legendary level, who possessed the posture of an immortal king? It took 100 years for people to run their blood qi to the limit of 600 revolutions, so it was evident that the difficulty was high. Then Anson Chan checked the storage bag. There was still more than 1 million amethysts left in it, and he wasn't going to invest them for the time being because, the next time you want the pool to reach saturation, this 1 million or so is far from enough, and if you get that 50,000 ink crystals and come back, the effect will be even more. Next time, I'll be able to impact the king grade physique. It's exciting just thinking about it. The king grade physique. Don't look at it as only one level higher than the extreme grade, but the difference was very obvious. The kingpin was a true 1 in a billion physique, representing the qualification to break the shackles of the heavenly immortal realm and become an immortal king. Of course, this king's physique only represented the threshold. It did not mean that with a king's physique, one could definitely cultivate into the immortal king realm. There were still many complex and difficult factors that stood in the way. Young friend, may I have a word with me? Suddenly, an old voice came from the back of Chen Anqing's head, frightening his back. Talk? I'll talk to you. With a jolt, Chen Anqing first offered the extreme shield heavenly deity, and then immediately invoked the cross-boundary stone. Disappear in place. From the time he heard that voice to the time Anson Chen disappeared in place, it was less than 1/10 of a breath. This, on the side of the waterhole, an old humanoid tree, was staggered. Ugh, halfway through the day, the old tree sighed. The ethos of this realm is also too bad. Is there such a thing as defense against people? Immortal world. Buy-in cave, retreat cave. Phew. Anson Chan patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Just now, Chen Anqing was really startled and chose to run away with the cross-boundary stone at the first opportunity for safety's sake. The person who spoke out just now, even my immortal sense couldn't sense him. He's by no means a cultivator of the Yuxian realm. He's more than likely a forbidden existence in the Dragon Bone Abyss. Chen Anqing was now at the Immortal 8 realm, and it was impossible for a lower realm cultivator to approach silently. Both from the perspective of immortal sense and spiritual power, the Aqua Pool itself existed in the Dragon Bone Abyss Forbidden Zone. So Chen Anqing deduced that the owner of that voice just now was a Forbidden Zone being, regardless of whether the other person is acting and being nice or not. It's better to run away first. The big deal is to wait for 12 hours and then go down again. If he says he wants to talk, then just get a puppet to talk to him. No need to take the risk yourself. Let's try my current cultivation speed first. After making his plans, Chen Anqing crossed his knees and closed his eyes to start running the nascent soul technique to cultivate. 1 breath. 208 revolutions. The speed of immortal aura absorption increased not just by a factor of 1, but by a factor of 3. This is called quantitative change causing qualitative change. 12 hours later, Chen Anqing opened his eyes, and there seemed to be sword intent flowing in his pupils. At this rate of absorption, I expect to ascend to the Immortal 9 realm in January. Chen Anqing was already at the peak of Immortal 8, and now that his physique and blood qi operation had both increased dramatically, impacting the Immortal 9 realm wouldn't actually take more than a month. After reaching the Immortal 9 realm, the real difficulty came, impacting the true Immortal realm. The true Immortal realm was the first threshold in the true sense of the word for Immortal realm cultivators, and if they wanted to break through, they had to comprehend a single law, or else they wouldn't be able to succeed, such as that has died a tragic death of GZ Ling. Qualifications are not good. The impact of 3 times the true immortal realm all ended in failure. Subsequently, Chen Anqing to get from GZ Ling their defensive immortal armor put on. Immortal armor. This thing form can be arbitrarily transformed, regardless of men and women. After wearing are hidden in the skin, the onlooker cannot see. Putting on his immortal armor, Chen Anqing again prepared the immortal treasure-grade immortal sword gifted to him by Ink Mist, which could be summoned in his hand when his mind moved. In addition, he also prepared high-grade healing pills, killing immortal talismans, and so on. Making all preparations, Chen Anqing invoked the cross-boundary stone and once again arrived at the Yuxian realm. This time, instead of teleporting to the Dragon Family land, Anson Chen randomly locked onto a large mountain that he had swept with his immortal sense. Go get a golem first. The Long family was quite good, so of course Anson Chen would not lay his hands on the Long family's children. So he chose to go somewhere else to get puppets. Immortal sense unfolded and the coverage area expanded directly from the original tens of thousands of kilometers to hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This was the result of reaching the Immortal 8 realm, where both immortal awareness and spiritual power had been elevated. Yo, isn't that the northern ancient saint Sun Juji? It's all karma'd off and still greedy? More than 10,000 kilometers away. Chen Anqing's immortal sense probed the one who had come over earlier to provoke the dragon family and had his life root capped off. At the moment, he was trying to find a way to fight a demon girl. Half unsuccessful. Anxious red face. Sweating. Looks like it's not karma clean. It's just him. After Anson Chen selected his target, he flew in the direction of the Northern Ancient Holy Land, which stood in the Yuxian realm for an unknown number of years, and the protective mountain formation was also very strong, and it was difficult for the immortal 9 great powers to break through. Chen Anqing landed on the periphery of the protective formation and transmitted his immortal thoughts. More one. This seed is here. Quickly come and greet. As the Northern Ancient Holy Maiden, Nirwan could freely enter and exit the Holy Land, and it was a trivial matter to bring Chen Anqing in to in fact, this is all secondary. Since the last dungeon a goodbye, Chen Anqing brain often surfaced her refusal to unbind the appearance of Nirwan, who was meditating in the holy ground, received this immortal sound in her mind and was overjoyed. Gongzi ah Gongzi, you made my slave wait so hard. Oing oing oing. This parting had to be almost a year. After the first taste of the Taoist couple, Nirwan would even dream of being immersed in that infinite beauty, and looked forward to the next reunion even more than Chen Anqing. Immediately afterward, Nirwan sought the guidance left to him by Chen Anqing and arrived in a barren mountain outside the Holy Land. Greetings, Your Excellency. Nirwan's body was slender and well-proportioned, and her face looked like a fairy spirit in a painting. Aha! Chen Anqing nodded lightly, but his heart could not help but ripple. After dressing up seriously, this nymphette was even more moving than when she was in the dungeon. I don't know what orders the prince has summoned the slave girl for. Somehow, as soon as she saw Chen Anqing, Nirwan couldn't help but tremble a little. Just like when her power was exhausted and she was powerless to fall down that way. There is a little something for you to do. But before that, I need to do something big. Chen Anqing wore a smile as his gaze covered the trembling Nirwan. Coming into contact with Chen Anqing's gaze, Nirwan could not help but feel a heat in her heart and softness in her body. Her cheeks were slightly red and she smiled shyly. The so-called great event of your son, is it related to my slave? Anson Chen raised an eyebrow and laughed. Knowingly, immediately, he waved his hand and used his immortal power to set up a boundary. Please wait a moment. My lord, my slave has a bundle of fairy ropes. With her. Ooh, you demoness. Wait for the seat to fight you for 300 rounds and take you down. 2 hours later, Twilight Wan was defeated. Wailing and begging for mercy. How would Anson Chen be deceived by this little trick of begging for mercy? And after another hour, he finally subdued him completely. What has the Northern Ancient Holy Land done during my absence? Anson Chen had his hands behind his back, his eyes not slanting, and he looked like a saint. Yuan's long hair was slightly disheveled, and she said somewhat weakly, Your Excellency, the Northern Ancestor managed to advance to the Immortal 9 realm a month ago, and has already begun to liaise with all parties to attack the Dragon family, preparing to seize that spatial passageway. My slave has already reported this matter to the Dragon family's old ancestor. Got it. Anson Chen nodded slightly. What is the strength of the Immortal 9 realm in the lower realms? Regardless of how he was, Anson Chen was now equipped with immortal armor and immortal sword at the immortal treasure level, so there was no reason to be afraid of a tiny lower realm Immortal 9th realm. But Anson Chen didn't plan to do anything now. But let's get a golem to check out the aqua pool first. After all, this was about his future, and there was no room for error. Subsequently, under the leadership of Nirwan, Chen Anqing had a smooth journey to Zhu Ji's palace. Son of a bitch, it's all because of you. I swear that I won't take this revenge in this life. In the palace, after many fruitless attempts by Zhu Ji and a demoness, they had fallen into a state of insanity and were roaring furiously. You want revenge? Suddenly, a white-clothed figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of his eyes. You! Zhu Ji's entire body froze when he saw Anson Chen. I was just fucking venting. I didn't ask you to actually come. Twilight One. You? Why did you lure him here? What are your intentions? Zhu Ji knew that the Holy Land had the immortal 9 hard to break mountain protection formation, and if it wasn't Myriad who brought him in, who else could it be? Moreover, since that day when he was karmaed off by Myriad, there was quite a bit of resentment towards Myriad in his heart, and several times he wanted to secretly sneak attack and kill Myriad, but ended up giving up due to his Dao heart being too injured and his lack of immortal power. There's nothing intentional. Don't you want to take revenge? The person has been brought to you. Muwan coldly said. Revenge for what? This saint's son has never thought of revenge. Someone save me. Zhu Ji's fear of Anson Chen originated from his soul, and he subconsciously began to call for help. This gentleman, let's talk things out. The fox demoness, who had no strands on her body, came forward charmingly, wanting to stick to Chen Ansheng, whom, the corner of Chen Ansheng's mouth picked up a cold smile. A small little fox demon, even presumed to cast charm spells to confuse himself. Share, come on, finish him off. Thinking that the fox demon's charm had been effective, Zhu Ji ordered in a hurry. Yes, master. The fox demon's white palm turned into a sharp claw and grabbed at Anson Chen's throat. Chen Ansheng flexed his fingers and a strand of immortal power shot out. Boo! The fox demon transformed into a mist of blood, which in turn was crushed into nothingness by the immortal power. Zhu Ji was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. Senior sister, the two of us are from the same sect. You can't be like this. You can't see death to save Ah. Zhu Ji's face was pale, and he only regarded Myriad as the last straw to save his life. Scram! Who is your senior sister? You deserve to die after offending Gongzi. Myriad said icily. Gongzi? What Gongzi? Zhu Ji froze on the spot. Can't you understand human language? I am now the slave girl of Gongzi. When Myriad spoke, Chen Ansheng had the intention to gas the Shu halberd, and his large palm ruthlessly covered Myriad's mountain peak. Seeing this scene, Zhu Ji's eyes dropped out. That was the senior sister that he had longed for and dreamed of. But he had even become that kid slave girl and was at his mercy. Zhu Ji's entire body was on the verge of collapsing. His Dao heart almost shattered. Forget it, this seat still has a use for you. I can't piss you off. Saying that, Anson Chen's spiritual power surged and rushed into Zhu Ji's mind. Ah! Zhu Ji was in excruciating pain. Yelling and screaming and rolling on the ground, after more than 10 breaths of time, he stopped moving. My lord, has he become your puppet? Last time, Myriad heard Chen Ansheng say that he wanted to turn her into a puppet, and he didn't expect to end up becoming a maidservant because of that fight. Himself. So it's really lucky. Aha. Anson Chan nodded. Does he do whatever he's told to do unconditionally? Of course, Anson Chan said, maneuvering Zhu Ji to slap himself a few times. Gongzi, if my slave had turned into a puppet in the first place, would you be able to do it? Myriad said shyly. Che, what's the point of a dead fish? What my lord appreciates is your good kung fu. Chen Ansheng said. Really? Then I can't help but say that my slave will have to learn a few more moves from you. Let the horses come. Dragon Family Land. Chen Ansheng bid farewell to Myriad for the time being and brought the puppet to the forbidden land of the Dragon Family. Along the way, they did encounter some Dragon Family disciples, but how dare they care about Anson Chen acting? Immediately afterward, Chen Ansheng intentionally maneuvered the Zhu halberd and entered that spatial passage with a flash of light. The Zhu halberd landed next to the aqua pool. I don't know which senior said he wanted to talk to me and come out to meet me. Anson Chan spoke directly. Puppet? This kid, doesn't he know how many hurtful things he has done? And he is afraid to this extent. In the forbidden area, a withered old man shook his head to himself before a wisp of ghostly mist descended into a withered tree next to the blue water pool. The withered tree took human form and landed in front of the golem. Elder is so skillful. He can even control a withered tree. Anson Chen witnessed the wisp of spectral mist descend. It was an aura that he could not perceive at all. No wonder he was able to silently appear behind him last time. It's just a small sculpture. The withered tree spoke, then said, Little friend, are you still satisfied with the efficacy of this spirit pool? Satisfied. Since I am. Chen Ansheng nodded his head, then said, Can it be that this spirit pool was set up by you, senior? Ha! The withered tree laughed dryly and said, It is indeed from the old man's hand. Chen Ansheng couldn't help but be staggered. This old fellow could create such a divine spirit pool. Could it be that he was an immortal emperor, staying in this lower realm for some unavoidable reason? Thus, Chen Ansheng said, Senior is highly intelligent. I dare to ask, what is Senior's origin? The withered tree pondered for a moment and said, There is no need for you to ask. The old man will also explain it to you. Why don't you and I be honest and share a drink? No. Chen Ansheng hastily shook his head and said, It's fine to just chat like this. By the way, Senior, the first 2 times I came to the aqua pool, why didn't you show up? What are your orders for finding me this time? Anson Chen tried to be as polite as possible. After all, if he couldn't use the aqua pool in the future, it would be too big a loss. You this kid. Ha! The withered tree gave a helpless laugh. secretly sighing that this kid is too defensive. The old man will not hide from you. I was originally a cultivator of the law immortal realm. Due to the encounter with the law storm when crossing the threshold, causing time and space to reverse the chaos, and mistakenly entered the martial immortal realm. What? Anson-chan was confused. What Dharma immortal realm? What martial immortal realm? I haven't heard of it. After a little silence, a biography and misplaced ascension suddenly flashed through Chun Anqing's mind. In that biography, it was recorded that there was a special cultivation realm where the cultivators there would not use swords and knives, but instead used something called a staff as a weapon. At that time, when Anson-chan read it, he was very curious, but due to the confusing logic of the biography, he didn't see any useful information just now. When this withered tree mentioned that he had mistakenly entered the martial immortal realm, it caused Chen Anqing to connect the old man with that biography. What senior means is that within the vast expanse, there exist two immortal realms, a Dharma immortal realm and a martial immortal realm? Chen Anqing arched his hand and asked. Exactly. The withered tree nodded and said, the old man was originally supposed to ascend to the Dharma immortal realm. Two immortal realms? Chen Anqing murmured, then said, Senior, as far as I know, I'm afraid that not only are there two immortal realms in the vast expanse, but there are also other immortal realms that exist. The otherworldly immortal realm was the immortal realm where the giant black bird was located. Upon hearing Chen Anqing's statement, the old tree was stunned for a moment, obviously a bit surprised. Good boy. You really aren't a cultivator from this lower realm. You must be from the martial immortal realm. Ever since the withered tree had seen Chen Anqing's expansive outburst, he had speculated that Chen Anqing was from the martial immortal realm. After all, it was simply impossible for that many amethysts to exist in this cultivation realm. When Chen Anqing mentioned the realm of other immortals just now, the old man knew very well that this was a saying only known to cultivators of the martial immortal realm, and thus was certain of Chen Anqing's origins. This was the fundamental reason why he stepped in to talk to Anson-chan. Anson-chan's heart fluttered. I can't believe this old guy found out. However, it didn't seem to matter. He didn't really know how he got down from the immortal world. Thus, Chen Anqing blandly said, Senior has good eyesight. I won't hide it from you, but I have discovered a mysterious spatial passageway that happens to lead to the Yuxian realm. Oh, the old tree was obviously interested and said, there is such a magical passageway that exists. In my opinion, it must be a spatial passageway that was created by chance during a great battle at the level of an ancient immortal emperor. Senior's high opinion. Chen Anqing's heart was straight happy, secretly saying that it was still you who were superior, helping me to make up a reasoned argument. Immediately, Chen Anqing was a bit puzzled. Senior, according to you, you mistakenly ascended and should have been in the immortal realm, so why have you appeared in this tiny Yuxian realm? The old tree pondered for a long time, sighed quietly and said, it's a long story. To make it short and clean, after the old man mistakenly entered the martial immortal realm, due to the laws of the heaven and earth being very different, he struggled to make his way and it was extremely difficult for him to survive. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on me, and I created my own fusion immortal law, accomplishing 2-1 immortals, and was finally able to resist the supreme pressure from heaven and earth. Later, the old man had a conflict with someone and exposed the fusion immortal law, attracting the covetousness of powerful people, and was knocked into a spatial rift during the fight, and hundreds of years later, by a fluke, I broke through the spatial avoidance barriers and landed in this Yuxian realm, and only then was I able to survive. And according to the time of the martial immortal realm, it has already been more than 70,000 years since then. Another one that got knocked into the spatial turbulence, having seen Candlewind's experience. Anson-chan didn't find it strange. It seems that Senior's life is truly not easy. Chen Anqing sighed, then said, right, Senior, you said just now that there is a strong person who covets your divine skill, so if you are not defeated, you can just pass it on to him, so why put your own life on the line? Ha ha ha. The old tree shook his head and laughed bitterly, saying, such a simple truth. How could the old man not know? The problem lies in the fact that throughout the ages, there is only one person, the old man, who has coincidentally realized the fusion immortal law, which has a great deal of mystery, and there are also hundreds of millions of years of unforeseen coincidences that exist. It is not as simple as passing the law on to be able to cultivate it. That immortal king wants to seize is the old man's Origin Dan Palace. If the old man loses the Origin Dan Palace, he will definitely die. How can he not put up a fight? So it is. Anson-chan roughly understood this old man cultivated into the first dual position 1 immortal in the ancient times. The gong method does not apply to other people. The key is in that Origin Dan Palace. Across the board is a dead end. Had to fight. Then what are the elders' specific intentions in seeking me out? Understanding the general origin of the old man, Chen Anqing arched his hand inquiringly. Immortal aura. The old tree spoke bluntly, saying, the old man fell into the lower realm for more than 70,000 years. and the immortal crystal amethyst has long been consumed. If not for the large amount of immortal crystal amethyst that little friend has brought in recently, the old man would not have lasted more than 500 years. He would have died and his soul would have flown out of his body. Therefore, the old man has appeared to confer with the young friend, hoping that the young friend will continue to bring in immortal stones in the future, so that the old man can use this to live on. After hearing this, Chen Anqing was a bit puzzled. Senior, if you only need immortal aura to sustain your life, even if you don't meet with me, I will continue to throw immortal stones into the water pool. On the contrary, if you show up this time, aren't you afraid that I will have bad intentions? Why bother to be redundant? The old tree slowly said, little friend is wrong. The old man waited for 70,000 years, only to wait for people like you who have a large number of immortal stones to appear. In case you feel that the physique is enough not to come, the old man will not cry to death. As for the mischief, little friend, you immortal 8 realm, it is impossible to shake the double boundary laid by the old man, since there is no need to worry. Ha ha. Chen Anqing realized that he had overestimated himself, and could not help but let out an awkward laugh, saying, I just casually said that. Whoever knows me doesn't know that I, Chen someone, have a pure heart and am most charitable. This cause and effect, I already understand. Senior, please rest assured, as long as I can earn immortal stones, I will still come to this aqua pool. The first half of the sentence the old tree did not really believe. This kid is so defensive. It must be due to the fact that he has caused a lot of enemies. The second half of the sentence he did believe. After all, usually, who can resist the temptation of physical enhancement? Only that was not enough for the old man. Thus, the old tree spoke. Little friend, the old man still has a request. If little friend is willing to agree, the old man will not treat little friend poorly. Chen Anqing's heart warmed, secretly thinking that he knew it wasn't that simple. The old man seemed to want to make a deal. Senior, please speak, the old tree slowly said. Now that my body is crippled and my immortal soul is weak, I urgently need to remake my body and nourish my immortal soul, so I need a large amount of materials, and I hope that little friend can help me collect them from the martial immortal world. As for the remuneration, the immortal stone old man certainly cannot take out, but weapons and magic treasures still have a lot. Small friends just pick the eye. In addition, if little friend doesn't mind, old me can take you as a disciple and pass on the fusion immortal laws. Anson Shan's eyes lit up, but this old man was not killed in the former battle with the immortal king. I think there must be a lot of immortal weapons and treasures to protect themselves, if he is willing to take it out, since it is a joyful thing. For another, the fusion immortal method, a unique divine skill in ancient times, would be wonderful if he learned it himself. Elder, you can't be fooling me, right? You just said that the fusion immortal laws cannot be passed on. So how come you're saying that you want to take me as your disciple? Chen Anqing was not overwhelmed by the old man's words and questioned. Not the same, not the same. The old tree was afraid that Chen Anqing would misunderstand, and hurriedly explained, saying, that immortal king, born with an emperor-level physique, has long been beyond transformation. You, on the other hand, were born with a low-grade physique, and have experienced the baptism of the old man's spirit turning pool several times. So you actually have the opportunity to create a Dharma palace in your body. As long as you can create the Dharma palace, I have my own means to make it fuse with your Dantian, so that you can practice the fusion immortal law and become one in two. Anson Shan still had concerns in his mind. Who knew if the old man was making up stories and fooling himself into being a cow or a horse? Senior, I'm a more realistic person. You'd better tell me what materials you need first. After I find them, you can just exchange them with immortal soldiers. As for the matter of cultivating the fusion immortal technique, I'll consider it later. Chen Anqing said, well, so it's good. Being in the martial immortal plane, the risk of wanting to build an internal Dharma palace is indeed also big. The old tree can see that Chen Anqing has concerns in his heart, and only intends to slowly go and sensitize this child in future contacts. Otherwise, he is such a greedy and fearful character. What if he runs away then? The old tree condensed a message that was transmitted into the sea of consciousness of the puppet in front of him. Good lord! More than 10,000 kinds of materials. Anson Shen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This 10,000 plus materials were still a bit familiar to him. Immortal devouring insect? Senior. This is very much like the bone removal technique. Chen Anqing carefully examined it and instantly remembered that the materials needed for the bone removal technique that Zhongli had given him back then overlapped with most of the list of materials provided by the old man. Little friend has great insight. It is precisely the old man's improved bone removal technique. The old tree was slightly surprised, then added, little friend, when you are looking for materials, you can prepare more of each. At that time, if little friend intends to be my successor and open the Dharma Palace, he will also use most of these materials. Okay, I get it. Chen Anqing nodded. if he really had the opportunity to create an inner body Dharma palace and cultivate fusion of immortal Dharma, Chen Anqing would definitely be willing to do so. In that case, the old man is all dependent on little friend. The old tree arched his hand at Anson Chen. Then space flickered and a blue crystalline body flew to him. Little friend. This is a Nianli stone that the old man has created by combining the soul power laws of the martial immortal realm. You can also call it a spiritual power stone. And it is given to you as a meeting gift. If it was Anson Chen's body, he would not have dared to pick up the blue crystal. But now that he was manipulating the doppelganger, of course, he did not hesitate to take it. Thank you, senior, for gift giving this kind of thing. Chen Anqing has always been to come. Have to give people faces, not it? I don't know what is so wonderful about this thought power stone. Anson Chen asked. The old tree slowly said, it's not much use. This stone incorporates a few shallow strands of soul power laws, and can increase your original spiritual power by 50%. Chen Anqing rejoiced in his heart and said, Senior is a good tactician. By the way, Senior, if my realm improves in the future, and my spiritual power grows naturally, will this thought power stone still be useful? The old tree responded, below the immortal king realm, it has an increasing effect on you. The old man observes that you are now in control of a puppet, and after using the idea stone, you can easily control 2 to 3. Eek. No. Strange. You are actually in control of a half puppet? Chen Anqing froze for a moment and said, what does senior mean? What a half puppet? The old tree pondered slightly, then instantly understood something and said, your puppet art is very subtle. It's no wonder that even you don't know that there's such a thing as half a puppet. Hearing the old tree's words, Chen Anqing was even more confused and hurriedly asked, can senior clarify? The old tree smiled faintly and said, little friend, have you ever used the puppet technique on a cultivator whose spiritual power is much stronger than yours? The number of times Chen Anqing had utilized the puppet technique was only a handful of times, and he didn't even need to think back carefully before Zhong Li's appearance surfaced in his mind. Only, this old man is really a bit powerful. His real body is not even in front of him. He can also see it. Regardless of that first, Chen Anqing responded, I have indeed cast a puppet technique on a Xianxian immortal realm cultivator. Of course, that was under the condition that she volunteered and let go of her defenses. Otherwise I didn't stand a chance. The old tree slowly nodded. Well, it's the same as what I expected. It's just that you don't know that your puppet technique has carved some imprints on his immortal soul, and he has not been reduced to a puppet, but is subject to your commands. Of course, if the other party uses their spiritual power to forcefully resist, they can also disobey your orders. There's such a thing. Anson Chan was dumbfounded then. Naturally, a scene from his time with Zhong Li came to his mind. No wonder she went ballistic when I suggested she go catch spirit beasts to eat. No wonder I scolded her and told her to go eat shit. She tried to take me apart. No wonder when Li Xiuyuan tried to beat me up, she instead helped me slap him hundreds of times. No wonder she won't allow me to make any suggestions in front of her. And no wonder whenever she gets all huffy about punching me, she immediately looks weak and tired. Chen Anqing finally understood now. So it turned out that he hadn't completely failed when he had used his puppet technique at that time, creating a rather interesting half-puppet. Damn it, the female devil herself must be clear. She still dares to aggressively bully me and trick me into making a deal with her. This is the end of you. Chen Anqing understood this, and couldn't help but think of the vengeful little book, noting down a large amount of revenge. When he returned, he had to clean up the female devil a bit. Seeing Chen Anqing frozen for a long time with a bitch's smile on his face, the old tree spoke out. Little friend, are you alright? Chen Anqing came back to his senses and even said, it's fine. Thank you, senior, for pointing it out. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that I was in control of half a puppet. Then again, how did you see it, senior? The old tree smiled faintly and said, the old man was originally a pure law cultivator, possessing a law soul and law eyes. This puppet technique of yours is certainly subtle, but when you manipulate it with your soul, it will cause the threads of law to vibrate. So it was detected by me. Chen Anqing probably understood the old man's meaning. Anyway, it was to say that this kind of small spells could not be hidden from him, the otherworldly magic cultivator. Cough. At this time, the old tree coughed weakly as he said, little friend, the old man needs to rest for a while, so let's talk here today. Good. Chen Anqing nodded, then said, I still have some amethysts here, so I'll throw some more into the spirit pool later, so that you can replenish your body. Senior, Chen Anqing was not so wary at this time, because if this old man really needed immortal stones to save his life, he certainly would not kill himself to cut off his own source. Taking a step back, in case he was fooling himself, he didn't need to be so afraid. His cross-boundary stone had a soul protection effect. Once he tried to use a spell to control himself or something, the cross-boundary stone would protect his master, and he would have enough time to react and escape back to the immortal realm. Many thanks. Little friend. The old tree nodded slightly, then said, by the way, little friend, this spirit pond can, at most, purify your physique to sacred grade. Only after the old man recovers and repairs the broken laws will there be a chance for little friend to advance into a Zoom pin, or even an emperor pin physique. The supreme sacrament? Anson Chan felt satisfied as well. An extreme grade physique was the threshold for cultivating into an immortal king. A saint grade, on the other hand, was the threshold for a cultivator to impact a peak immortal king or something? Chen Anqing didn't dare to think about it right now. Even if he possessed the corresponding quality of physique, it would still be too dreamy. That's enough for now. I understand. Go rest now. Senior. Anson Chen arched his hand at the old tree. The wisp of ghostly mist inside the old tree flew away, and he retrieved the puppet, and then Chen Anqing personally came to the side of the aqua pool, his mental intent always communicating with the cross-border stone, and once there was any abnormality, it was immediately transmitted away. A few moments later, Chen Anqing invested hundreds of thousands of amethysts into that blue water pool. He entered the pool and carefully felt the changes in the water. The one that purified my physique really wasn't immortal aura, but some kind of unknown aura. Chen Anqing could roughly sense that the immortal aura had merely replaced some unknown aura to help him improve his physique. As for how the old man benefited from it to sustain his life, Anson Chen did not know. While Anson Chen was cultivating in the aqua pool, the dragon family had a major enemy. Outside the dragon family's land, several vast teams flew in from the sky. Old ancestor, it's not good. The northern ancient Holy Land has gathered several forces and is coming to attack our clan. An immortal realm cultivator from the dragon family came to report in a panic. Long K opened his eyes. With that much commotion, would he not be able to sense it as an immortal 8 realm? What's more, Twilight One had quietly told him about this as early as January. You and the others go and secure the forbidden spell formation. This ancestor will come later. Yes, old ancestor. Then, Long K's figure took off into the air and went to the Long family ancestral hall. 3 clan brothers, foreign enemies are coming. Quickly come out to defend the clan. As soon as Long K's words fell, the ancestral shrine trembled and the 3 statues cracked open, revealing 3 figures. KD, what kind of god is the offender that requires you to summon us out? One of them asked with a grave expression. That legacy elder of the Northern Ancient, who has broken into Immortal 9, has come to attack our clan this time. So I've come to ask the 3 clan brothers to come out. Long K calmly responded. Immortal 9. Upon hearing Long K's reply, these 3 Long clan ancestors all had a shocked and grave look on their faces. Is it negotiable? Facing the Immortal 9 realm, these 3 hearts were self-scrupulous. If they could avoid the battle, even if they had to pay some price, it would be worth it. There is no need to discuss. It's not like we don't have the power to fight. 3 clan brothers, please look. With that, Long K waved his big hand, and 4 extremely high-grade immortal weapons floated in front of the 3 of them. A knife, a sword, an armor, a seal. For extremely high-grade immortal weapons, Immortal Radiance Shining Moon emitted the sound of the great Tao humming. KD, where did you get such an immortal soldier? The 3 of them were all shaken as they felt the intense immortal rhythm. Borrowed it from a loose cultivator Taoist. Long K said. The 3 of them looked at each other, finding it a bit unbelievable. In their perceptions, loose cultivators had no backers behind them and were often the poorest of the bunch amongst the cultivators, and could actually come up with 4 extreme immortal artifacts. Moreover, an immortal weapon of this level, even a father, son, or brother might not be willing to lend it out, and he just lent it out like that? Seeing the 3 of them look dumbfounded, Long K laughed. That loose cultivator friend of the road can not be normal reasoning? The 3 clan brothers or quickly choose weapons. Good. I major in the forbidden inflammation technique and my defense is weak. This immortal armor belongs to me. This great seal, containing the rules of the way of force, fits perfectly with my 10 heavy immortal suppression Jedi. I'll choose it. I am a sword cultivator. This immortal sword has the power to cut through the laws, so it belongs to me. The 3 of them each chose an extreme immortal artifact according to their needs, and the remaining battle sword went to Long Quebec. Sword come. That sword cultivator spread out his palm and the immortal sword fell into his hand. In an instant, the Tao appeared in the sky above the dragon family ancestral shrine, forming a flashy sword shadow that traveled through the void. The remaining 2, when they collected their immortal weapons, all had heaven and earth visions floating in deep space. With extreme immortal weapons in our hands, we are fully qualified to touch base with that relic of the Northern Ancient Era. Brothers, follow me on my journey. Today I will cut down Immortal 9 with my sword and raise the prestige of my clan. Kill. The 4 Long K people rose up in the air, all of them spirited, and flew to the edge of the clan land outside of the clan's forbidden land. The 4 parties of forces stopped in the AIR. The head of the group was a crane-haired old man, precisely the Immortal 9 legacy elder of the Northern Ancient Holy Land. In addition, There were also 3 Immortal 8 Realms Jinshi powerhouses to its left and right. Elder Yuan. Just now, immortal light rushed to the sky and visions appeared frequently. The dragon family is afraid that they have all their reserves. We need to be careful. An old man of the Immortal 8 Realms said with a grave expression. The Northern Ancient Legacy Elder, Li Qingyuan, had his hands behind his back and his gaze was calm and peaceful, as if he had not placed that vision just now in his heart. After a few moments of silence, he spoke faintly. The path of cultivation ultimately falls on the word realm, and the rest, such as arts, armor, medicines, and charms, are all side issues, and you have been cultivating for 10,000 years. So how can you not understand such a shallow truth? The 3 seemed to be thinking. One of them laughed. Elder Profound's unstinting advice has opened our eyes. As the saying goes, one realm, one day. Now the old man has broken into the Immortal 9, standing under the great Tao, the top of all living beings, any of his 10,000 immortal soldiers, and how can it be shaken? All of you say yes or no? Ha ha ha, Brother Gu has a point. With old man Yuan here today, if he, the dragon family, dares to not hand over the spatial passageway, I will definitely let him raise his clan to extinction. We, this time, are truly fortunate to have been invited by Elder Profound to come over and assist in the battle. The other 2 Immortal 8 Realms also hastily agreed. Everyone, follow this seat to attack the forbidden system. An Immortal 8 Realm shouted out, his immortal power bursting out as he prepared to attack. Slow, the Northern Ancient Legacy Elder, Li Qingyuan, however, raised his hand to stop it. Do not make a move for now, and wait for Lone Immortal's best friend to come before ordering you to attack. Lonely Immortal. Is Li Qingyuan based on the mortal emperor called himself Lonely King adapted? Since he broke into the Immortal 9, he felt that only this title, worthy of his current status and realm. A good friend? Elder Profound. Is there anyone else in this world who dares to be your equal? Someone asked in astonishment. As soon as the words fell, a figure wearing black immortal armor with a dragon scale mask covering his face appeared out of thin air in front of Li Qingyuan. Brother Li, it's been a long time, the man spoke faintly. Today, I have the honor of joining forces with His Excellency the Dragon Father. It's worth it for how long the lone immortal has waited. Ha ha ha, Li Qingyuan laughed cheerfully. Dragon Father. Ah, he is the Black Dragon Emperor. In the Blackwater Abyss, that forbidden demonic father. He has actually appeared in the world. It seems that the dragon family will be destroyed today. When everyone heard the name Dragon Father, they were all shocked. The legend of this person had been circulating in the Yuxian realm for tens of thousands of years. Rumor has it that the Blackwater Abyss imprisoned a Blackwater basilisk snake, which swallowed the innate purple lotus in the Blackwater Abyss one day and transformed into a dragon, becoming a taboo legend from then on. However, all cultivators of the profound Xian realm, no one knew about the legend of this forbidden dragon father. Even when women coax children, they often say, if you keep crying, the dragon will come and eat you. I, the old ancestor of the Imperial Extremity Heavenly Sect, have met His Excellency, Dragon Father. One of the Immortal 8 realm came forward and saluted the Dragon Father. Wanting to make friends, however, Long Zun did not look at him with an unblinking eye, and did not even look at him. That old ancestor immediately felt that he could not hang on to his face, so he looked at Li Qingyuan and said, Elder Yuan, this friend of yours, he is really all arrogant. Get out. Dragon Zun knew that he was disgruntled, and with a cold and hostile drink, the majestic demon immortal power rolled out, directly shocking that Xian 8th realm old man out, coughing blood from his mouth. It's strong, it's overbearing. This was everyone's impression of Dragon Father at the moment. Dragon Father, calm your anger. They haven't seen much of the world. If they have any impulses, please forgive them for the sake of Lone Immortal's thin face. Li Qingyuan stepped in and said, if it wasn't for Brother Li's face, that guy in the party would have been annihilated long ago. Dragon Zun said coldly, that's true. Li Qingyuan looked at the pale-faced Immortal 8 old man and chided, don't quickly make amends to Long Zun. That old man was terrified and hurriedly came forward. It was my abruptness that upset Dragon Father. I hope to be forgiven. When Long Zun directly ignored it, the old man didn't dare to say anything more and bowed and retreated back. Afterwards, the pair of dark gray pupils of the Dragon Zun looked towards the dragon family land, an indelible rage igniting in his heart. Little child Long Su, you couldn't have imagined that there would be a day when this seat would see the light of day again and kill all the descendants of your Long family. In the beginning, this dragon is still a basilisk when, once with the dragon family ancestor dragon virtual fight for heaven and earth spirit fruit, it lost, was accompanied by a remnant of the spirit of the dragon virtual subdued into the black water abyss, permanently sealed up. Even if later transformed into a dragon, ascent to immortality also cannot break that prohibition. Until a few days ago, he sensed that there was an immortal 9 present in the outside world, so he tried his best to send a message to ask for help, and Li Qingyuan, in order to get the root of the innate purple lotus to repair the Taoist injury. Agreed to make a move to break the prohibition that sealed the Dragon Zune from the outside world. He finally saw the light of day again, this time. Li Qingyuan had led the crowd to seize the spirit pool, while he, Long Zune, had come to avenge the bloodshed of the Long family. Brother Li, quickly make a move to break the ban, and wait for this honorable man to kill the Long family without leaving a single chicken or dog behind. Good, Dragon Father, be at ease. After saying that, Li Qingyuan took a few steps forward, his immortal power catalyzing his Dao robe hunting just by reaching out and grabbing it. He ripped a Dao rule into his hand, which transformed into a long black whip and fiercely struck the guarding prohibition of the dragon family's land. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, and although the guardian prohibition had not been breached, the power of the Dao that had been transmitted over had actually shattered the palace of the dragon family's land. Pitbull, don't go wild. While the earth shook and the sky shook, with a wild cry, a sword shadow chopped down from the depths of that heavenly domed eye in the blue water pool. Chen Anqing practiced for about an hour, hundreds of thousands of amethysts, which at the moment already seemed insignificant, with little improvement in physique. Instead, it was the blood chi operation that was raised a few revolutions to 212. Get up and leave. Chen Anqing came out of the spatial channel and immediately realized that the Long family was under attack. Immediately, he flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared above the dragon family's land. Immortal Chen has come out of the gate. The entire Long family was in a state of jubilation when they saw Anson Chen arrive. They didn't know the realm of Anson Chen, but anyway, as long as they saw him, their hearts would be much more peaceful. Master, you're here. Long Xiaoyan flew to Chen Anqing at the first opportunity and bowed. Chen Anqing nodded his head indifferently before his gaze locked onto Li Qingyuan and Long Zune outside the clan land. There are actually two immortal ninth realm experts here. In that case, Long K and the others must not be opponents. In the lower realm, generally speaking, one could not see through the other's realm when they reached the immortal realm, but at this time, those two had not completely concealed their aura. So with Chen Anqing's immortal awareness and spiritual power, he was naturally able to see through it. The crowd was shocked at the words. "2 Immortal 9 Realms. Gosh, how can this be? Immortal Chen, please take the Xiaoyan brat and leave first." An immortal 6th realm senior immediately arched his hand in request to Anson Chen. "Xiaoyan, in the future, follow your master to learn the skills and avenge our clan." Long Xiaoyan's father seemed to be giving his last words. "Dad." Long Xiaoyan gritted his teeth. He wanted to say stay and survive with the family, but on second thought, if he didn't escape, he was afraid that the Long family would even lose its roots. How could he take revenge? "Hold it back for me." Chen Anqing see Long Xiaoyan eyes red, a look to tears cry, immediately rebuked a sound, and said, "Today is precisely the good time for you to kill and practice, and so on this seat will be with your family's 4 old ancestor. Control those immortal 8 immortal 9. The rest of the offender, you and so on, must be given to the old man. Cut down the whole thing. Understand it? Chopped up." The top management of the Long family was shocked by Anson Chen's domineering aura. However, the other side of the immortal realm cultivators are also many. How can they let themselves and others cut the melon and cut the vegetables? What are you looking at? This seat knows that you guys alone can't do it. All Long family immortal realm cultivators, come over here. Chen Anqing faintly commanded. Upper Immortal Chen has an order. All the immortal realm cultivators of our clan come over and wait for orders. An immortal 6th realm senior of the Dragon clan immediately conveyed the order. Soon, dozens of immortal realm cultivators from the Long family were all gathered around Anson Chen. Immediately, Chen Anqing released a forbidden immortal talisman, isolating the crowd from the outside world. Clang clang clang. A single immortal weapon, suspended in this small world, caused all the Dragon family's immortal realms to be so shocked that their eyes fell out. Extreme immortal weapons. All extreme immortal weapons. Outside, that sword cultivator ancestor of the Dragon family, with his heaven-breaking sword, had actually severed the Dao divine whip that Li Qingyuan had condensed. Afterward, he swung his sword and invoked the Dao of the sword. A side of sword abyss suddenly condensed, trapping Li Qingyuan within it. Kill. In the next moment, the Long clan's sword cultivator ancestor instantly moved into the sword abyss. A sword stabbed out, ignoring the spatial distance, approaching Li Qingyuan's heart. The power of the immortal sword is good, but it's a pity that you yourself are too weak to hurt lone immortal. Li Qingyuan was calm and composed. A layer of earth yellow defense Dao condensed in front of him, blocking that sword. Click. The two connected, and the aftershocks rolled up, crushed the space with fissures, which were instantly recovered again. The tremendous recoil shook the Dragon family sword cultivator ancestor back several feet, and his internal organs ached as if they were burning. The strength of the immortal 9 realm truly lives up to its name. The Dragon family sword cultivator ancestor marveled. However, this first sword of his was just a test attack. He did not use his full strength and did not invoke the laws of the sword contained in the immortal sword. Long Yu, your little son has quite a few qualifications in the sword path. If he had ascended earlier, he wouldn't have died at the hands of the lone immortal. Li Qingyuan said indifferently. Pit bull. It's not yet known who the deer will die today. How dare you speak so loudly? Long Yu coldly rebuked. Is that so? Frog at the bottom of a well. Lone immortal will let you see what it means to stand at the top of all beings. Li Qingyuan grabbed a Dao rule with his bare hand, transformed it into a long whip, and lashed it towards Long Yu. Where the long whip passed, the space ruptured, and Long Yu had been locked and imprisoned by immortal power, so he could not move to avoid it at all. The abyssal breaking sword. With no way to avoid escaping, Long Yu urged his immortal power sword element and infused it into the extreme immortal sword. In a flash, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be covered by sword intent, countless flashy sword shadows, rotating around Long Yu, eventually even fused together and attached to the immortal sword. Chop! The terrifying black sword shadow also cut through the void and collided with that Dao Rule long whip. Click! That long whip of Dao Rules was cut off by the immortal sword, and the space around it was immediately filled with a hideous thunderbolt. Ooh! This sword is against the heavens. When Li Qingyuan felt the sword intent law that had the power to open up the sky, he could not help but be shocked. Death to the piker. The moment he cut through the Dao, Long Yu also broke through the immortal power confinement and instantly moved behind Li Qingyuan. Immortal power stirred, and with a full-force sword, he chopped at Li Qingyuan's head. Clang! With a crunching sound, that sword, however, chopped on the defensive immortal weapon, only chopping out cracks in the defensive immortal weapon, but failed to kill Li Qingyuan. Instead, Long Yu was shaken away. Immediately afterward, Li Qingyuan backhanded a palm, striking a black palm print that violently covered Long Yu's chest. Ryuga's chest was punched through and through. In the void, Long K's trio had been hibernating for a long time, waiting for the right moment to strike. The moment Long Yu fell, was the moment Li Qingyuan revealed his cracks. Brothers, kill for me. At that instant, the incomparably furious Long K's three immortal powers completely exploded, all of them urging their extreme immortal weapons to instantly move to Li Qingyuan's front, sacrificing killing moves from three directions. Li Qingyuan snorted coldly and was about to strike back. Unbeknownst to him, the Long Yu, who had been struck through his chest, once again exploded in a desperate attempt to die, and the sword abyss coalesced, transforming into a shocking killing sword that descended from the sky. No good. Li Qingyuan was finally feeling a crisis in his life. Old man, today, my four brothers, let you be buried here. Rumble rumble. The crushing waves of space slapped against Li Qingyuan's body, and even though he was protected by immortal armor, he was rushed to the point where his blood and chi were tossed around and shook. The four directions of killing moves descended in an instant. Li Qingyuan bear anyone will be seriously injured. If hit on two will be in fear of life. Dragon Father, help me. At this moment, Li Qingyuan also had to ask for help. Die for me. Long K's battle sword, with the law of blade intent attached to it, chopped down to Li Qingyuan's neck as if it was broken. Suddenly, a black dragon claw stretched out from the shattered space in front of Long Quebec. Clang! The battle sword was actually pinched by that dragon's claw and could not advance an inch. Long K was recoiled backward by the immortal power and spat out blood from his mouth. His heart cried out that he was finished. Who would have thought that the strength of that dragon Zun was not only no less than Li Qingyuan, but his defense was even more terrifying than the immortal armor. This slash of his own didn't even manage to break through his dragon scales. After Dragon K's attack was parried, the remaining two were each sent flying by the dragon's claws. The remaining sword shadow that had fallen from the sky was shattered by Li Qingyuan's raised palm with the Dao. You and other curmudgeons, borrowing the benefits of immortal weapons, have managed to threaten the lone immortal, and this time it's even more important not to leave you behind. Li Qingyuan was slightly in a sorry state, and his killing intent swept out like substance. Immortal 9, after all, is Immortal 9. Long Case 4 failed to land a single blow. All of them had been injured, and were only too weak to fight with Li Qingyuan again. What's more, there was also a demonic dragon watching from the sidelines. Kill for me. Suddenly, a furious shouting and killing sound resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. The Long family's immortal realm cultivators, each holding an extreme immortal weapon, surged out like wolves and rushed into the opposing camp. What kind of sword is this? Elder, help. Those dozens of immortal realms were able to harvest thousands of cultivators with a single swing of their swords, and the earth immortal realms among them were not spared. Only immortal realm powerhouses of a similar realm were able to barely dodge it. On the other side of the battlefield, Li Qingyuan naturally sensed the change of events. He looked at the disciples and grandchildren who were constantly being split up, shock and anger written in his eyes. Extreme immortal weapons. Why are there so many extreme immortal weapons? Li Qingyuan's heart rolled in shocking waves. He had lived for so many years and had only seen a total of 2 extreme immortal weapons, one of which was also taken away by his predecessor when he ascended, and today, not only did all 4 of the Long family's old ancestors have extreme immortal weapons, Even the ordinary immortal realms in the family had one in their hands. Not to mention him, Li Qingyuan. Even if it was the northern ancient mountain opening ancestor who came back to life, he was afraid that his jaw would have to drop in shock, since Li Qingyuan was in a state of shock. He momentarily forgot to make a move to kill Long K and the others, which in turn allowed the four of him to take a breather. KD, what's going on here? Why are there so many extreme immortal weapons amongst my clan? Aside from Li Qingyuan, several of the Long family's old ancestors were also stunned and stared in disbelief. Long K pondered for a little while. His immortal sense unfolded and soon searched for Chen Anqing's figure. He instantly understood. Taoist brother Chen has already come out of the gate. My clan's immortal realm manned a superb immortal artifact. It must be from him. The remaining three only felt their scalps numb when they heard this. A loose cultivator who possessed so many extreme immortal weapons. It was truly appalling. Little Long K, it seems that your Long family has gained a lot of opportunities over the years. It's a pity. After today, the Long family will cease to exist. Everything is a dowry for my northern ancient holy land. The lone immortal is here to thank you for your Long family's gift. Ha ha ha. When Li Qingyuan saw so many extreme immortal weapons, he was delighted instead of angry. In his opinion, losing some disciples in exchange for dozens of extreme immortal artifacts was something worth every penny. Old piker, don't be complacent. Even if we die, we will never let you have a good time. Brothers, prepare to self-destruct and fight this piker. Yes. As soon as the words fell, Long K's four began to forcefully burn immortal blood, preparing to fight Li Qingyuan again at the cost of their lives. Even if they couldn't kill him, it would be worth it to give him an injury. Brother Long Dao, why be so impulsive? It's not worth it to lay down one's life for this filthy piker. At this time, a white-clothed figure instantly moved to Long K's side and faintly spoke out. Taoist brother Chen. Long K didn't expect that Anson Chan would personally join the battlefield. As if remembering the last meeting, this Chen Dao brother had said that he didn't get involved in fighting and killing. Long K himself did not want to involve Chen Anqing in the strife. His only wish was that Chen Anqing could save Long Xiaoyan's life and leave a root for the Long family. Dao brother Chen, this time you helped with an extreme immortal artifact. Mr. Long is already grateful. He definitely does not dare to involve you again. Dao brother please leave quickly. Long K arched his hand. Even at the immortal 8 realm, those old tears in his eyes could not be wrapped up and were about to flow out. Is brother Long Dao not looking down on this bit of cultivation of mine? Chen Anqing laughed. I dare not dare. Long K was slightly terrified, not knowing how to explain it for the best. Just kidding. Seeing this, Chen Anqing lightly waved his hand and said, Xiaoyan is the great disciple that this seat personally accepted. As the saying goes, one day as a teacher and lifetime as a father. How can this seat watch his family in trouble and stand by idly? In this matter, brother Long Dao doesn't need to say anything more. This seat has its own measure. Ugh, Long K was speechless. Brother Chen Dao knew that there were 2 immortal 9 realms coming to attack the dragon family, yet he still insisted on standing up for himself. This great righteousness and kindness, Long K felt that he could not repay it in this life and in the next. His heart was filled with guilt. The remaining 3, after getting to see Chen Anqing, also arched their hands. Brother Daoist Chen is highly righteous. Please accept a bow from us. After saying that, the 3 of them arched their hands and bent over, bowing deeply to Anson Chen. This was already considered the highest etiquette among cultivators of the same generation. TSK, that Li Qingyuan looked at this scene, smacking his lips after a long time, revealing a look of disdain. The lone immortal originally thought that it was some kind of world-defying character who killed out, but it was an immortal 8-realm minion who came to send death. Knowing that he will die without a doubt, he still makes that sympathetic attitude. It is really disgusting. Chen Anqing turned his head, immortal charm flowing from his body, his spread hand holding a snow-white immortal sword out of thin air. This sword was none other than the immortal treasure-grade immortal sword gifted by Momo. However, he didn't pay attention to Li Qingyuan, but first offered a few healing pills and used his immortal power to send them to Long K's 4 followers. For Taoist brothers, take this Dan. 4 people looked at each other, all from each other's eyes to see the shock. This Dan grade is high. I'm afraid that beyond their own and other people's cognition, even that Li Qingyuan, smelling the immortal fragrance emanating from the elixir, his spirit could not help but be invigorated. Such an immortal Dan, to give it away casually. What exactly is the origin of this sun? Li Qingyuan was calm on the surface, but his heart was once again rippling. Extreme immortal artifacts, extreme immortal pills given away at hand. This is just like a fucking dream. If it wasn't for the help of the Dragon Father today, Li Qingyuan would have had the heart to back out. After all, it never hurts to be cautious. After the 4 of them took the immortal pill, the immortal spirit medicinal power instantly melted away, and even the injuries of Long Yu, who had been pierced through his chest, were instantly healed. It was important to know that at the immortal realm, the body was extremely unlikely to be damaged. On the contrary, if one's flesh, blood, sinews and bones were damaged. It would be extremely difficult to heal. Elixirs such as Born Dead and White Bones existed for cultivators below the immortal realm. But for the immortal realm, it was like a daydream. On the contrary, today, such a divine immortal elixir had appeared. 4 pieces of immortal armor, 1 for each person. Put them on. Giving the extremely high-grade immortal Dan was not enough. Chen Anqing threw out 4 pieces of defensive immortal armor for Long K and the others to recognize and put on. The grade of this armor was much higher than Li Qing Yuan's inherited defective immortal armor. Many thanks to brother Daoist Chen, Long Yu 4 people, has been shocked to speak shivering, if not at this moment is facing a strong enemy. The 4 people are afraid that they cannot help but kneel down and kowtow to thank you. Carelessness is carelessness. The lone immortal should have made his move earlier. At this moment, Li Qing Yuan's heart finally panicked. However, it was useless for him to strike earlier. Anson Chen casually flinging a defensive immortal talisman would be enough to blast him for half a day. Dragon Father, things have changed. You and I need to join forces and kill these ants quickly. Li Qing Yuan transmitted his voice to Dragon Father with some trepidation. There's no need for Brother Li to panic. If you make a test shot, this father will make a move to help you at the right time. Dragon Father responded with a voice transmission. Yes. Li Qing Yuan didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately urged his immortal power, preparing to strike. Brothers, kill. The 4 of them, Long K, once again ascended to the pinnacle, and with the support of the defensive immortal weapon, their comprehensive battle power went even further. You guys go first, wait for the seat to observe what kind of fancy moves the immortal 9 realms have. For his part, Anson Shan wrapped his arms around himself and prepared to watch a fight. However, that dragon dignitary was restless, his dragon claws piercing through space, sneaking in from behind and grabbing at Chen Anqing's neck. How powerful was Anson Chan's immortal consciousness and spiritual power? How could the Dragon Father succeed in this little sneak attack trick? When he noticed it, he did not show any emotion and secretly urged his immortal power to add to the defensive immortal armor. This immortal armor, which was considered immortal treasure level in the immortal realm, was not something that could be breached by a district of the lower realm immortal 9th realm. Click! The dragon's claws impacted on Anson Chen's neck, but the claws almost broke. How? The dragon Zun was fearful and instinctively wanted to withdraw and retreat, but Anson Chen moved at that moment. His blood chi flew, and his immortal power condensed in his immortal sword, backhanding it. Anon! A shocking cry of pain shattered the space in 100 feet radius. In that shattered space, a black shadow scurried into the air, and hot dragon blood scattered, causing the earth to burn as well. You guy, how dare you break through my father's defense? As Long Zun gazed at the snow-white sword in Chen Anqing's hand, the palpitation in his heart skyrocketed 100-fold. Chen Anqing gazed at the dragon Zun, who had broken one of his claws, and said indifferently, "It's just a bedbug. Dismantling you would be a breeze. What's the surprise, you?" In the heart of the Dragon Father, a strong sense of uneasiness suddenly curled up. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. This person's origin is too strange. Perhaps he is a forbidden zone being. He can't be messed with categorically. It's better for my father to run away first today. Dragon Zun was trapped for tens of thousands of years, only to get out of the trap less than half a month. He did not want to commit a risk and lose his life thinking about this. The Dragon Zun did not hesitate. His figure crashed through space wanting to escape first. Escape? Chen Anqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Today made such a big commotion. I have not yet had a good time. How can I let you escape? Chen Anqing's immortal sense locked onto the Dragon Zun and instantly chased after him, thousands of miles away. Chen Anqing's figure appeared, slashing down towards the front with a sword in one hand. He rumbled. Space cracked open, and the purple dragon breath shield on Dragon Zun's body was cut through by the immortal sword, and his figure fell out of the shattered space. Flying backwards for several kilometers, the Dragon Father looked to his chest in shock. Under one sword, the immortal armor shattered, not to mention that even his own dragon scales broke quite a bit. Oh no! He has strong immortal armor and immortal swords in his hands. It's impossible for my father to be his opponent. Today is in danger. The Dragon Zun's body, a black dragon of the immortal 9 realm, was reasonably said to have dragon scales that were a step above the defense of an extreme immortal artifact, which was also its greatest dependence. However, he had never thought that there were still immortal swords that could break through his dragon scales existing in this world. Brother and sister, wait to do it. I have something to say. In the midst of his thoughts, the Dragon Zun no longer had any semblance of condescension, and wanted to bow down and beg for peace with Chen Anqing. You tell it. I'm not listening. Anson Chan teased. Long Zun was dumbfounded, and after a long time, he shamelessly said, Brother Dao, you and I don't have any grudges, so why should we fight to the death? I am willing to be a brother with Brother Dao today and share the world. You will be the big one and I will be the small one. I don't know what brother thinks. Anson Chan wrapped his arms around himself and pretended to close his hearing without answering. Long Zun was a bit anxious. He really didn't want to fight for his life. So with a pleading tone, said, "Good Taoist brother. Little brother here has a number of innate purple lotus roots. You take it, let's make a friend." Innate purple lotus? Anson Chan's heart stirred. This was a very precious medicinal herb, the so-called innate, meaning a life that was birthed by the innate great Tao, and it was extremely difficult to find, both in the immortal realm and the lower realm. Its root is also one of the most important medicinal materials in the bone removal technique, and its value is no less than that of the immortal devouring worm. What a way to get here. Present it to this seat. Chen Anqing beckoned. He secretly said, it was fortunate that he didn't strike immediately, or else he wouldn't be able to get this medicinal herb even if he killed the demonic dragon. The reason for this lies in the laws added to mustard bags and storage bags. It was said that this law was created by the 10 immortal emperors of ancient times, in order to prevent cultivators from killing each other and grabbing treasures. If not for this, I'm afraid that no matter whether it was the cultivation world or the immortal world, after endless years of killing, the species would have long been extinguished. Dragon Zunherd, finally relieved, with immortal power to send the 4 roots and whiskers to Chen Anqing in front of him. Good Taoist brother. I have some small grudges with that dragon family, but that's because I don't know that brother you're guarding the dragon family, and therefore have offended. After this, I guarantee that, with the dragon family grudges are written off, and will never offend again, but also ask for forgiveness of the Taoist brother then. Chen Anqing collected the purple lian root beard and examined it. It did contain some sort of unknown rule. It shouldn't be a fake. Seeing that this dragon Zun was full of sincerity and bowed his head to beg for peace, Chen Anqing's heart felt free. You're quite treacherous and can judge the situation. Chen Anqing's gaze was indifferent. Then he said, as long as you bring this collar with you, and only follow the orders of this seat from now on, I will spare your little life. This collar that Chen Anqing offered was a gift of thanks from one of the supreme elders when he was trapped by the otherworldly heaven and earth some days ago. This circle has the function of subduing demonic immortals. Chen Anqing had wanted to keep it to collect a fox charming child of the immortal world or something in the future, but at the moment it was useful, so he had to take it out and use it. This, Dao brother, you're going overboard. Aren't you treating this honored one like an animal? It wasn't true that Dragon Zun had the intention to retreat, but he thought to himself that he hadn't been reduced to the point of being a pet for someone else. Anson Shen laughed. Is this seat not that kind of person? Befriending with this seat will only benefit you. How would I drive you as an animal? However, if you are unwilling to do so, then let's fight. With that, Anson Shen directly invoked 2 immortal talismans. One a spatial lock that firmly imprisoned the dragon father. The other was a high-level killing immortal talisman. And when it was invoked, the laws of the heaven and earth sword condensed into a dark sword body that hovered above the firmament. Your grandfather. This guy is too terrifying to have such tactics. Long Zun looked at the killing sword hanging in the sky and had a feeling of wanting to see a wide eye in itself. He felt that he might not be able to beat the one in front of him. And now that the other party had used a destructive killing tactic, how could he still have half a chance? Alas! Resign yourself to your fate. Taoist brother, wait. Don't make a move. Dragon Zun had no other way to save his little life but to lead that collar. After obediently putting it on, the laws in the collar worked, and in the Dragon Zun's consciousness, Anson Shan became his supreme master. Anson Shan was very satisfied with the situation. After all, at this time, if the master-servant contract is used, the other party will definitely not submit willingly. As for the puppet contract, after using it, this little dragon will lose its self-awareness, and there will be no more room for growth, which is tantamount to being wasted. Very well, your essence is a black dragon. From today onwards this seat will call you Little Black. Chen Anqing said. Dragon Zun looked like he wanted to die and said, Master, can you change your name? This name sounds like a mortal's dog. Really? Chen Anqing raised an eyebrow and said, allow this seat to consider. There, your body is big, black and thick, so let's call you Black Pillar. It's a good name. There shall be no objections. Once again, Black Pillar wanted to cry and rolled his eyes. Black Pillar, listen to the order. Chen Anqing began to issue his first order. Immediately transform into a dragon body and fight this seat with all your might. Black Pillar? The black dragon sniffed and went into a ball of gooseflesh. Master, your immortal sword slices my dragon scales as if it were a melon or a vegetable. How would the little dragon dare to fight with you? It was afraid. If it wasn't afraid of Chen Anqing's various immortal weapons, immortal symbols, how could the black dragon easily bow its head and submit it with a thought? Chen Anqing collected the immortal sword, and the talismanic sword that was hanging in the dome of the sky was wiped away as well. Don't worry, this seat won't bully you and will only use normal immortal soldiers to fight you. Also, the title master is not pleasing to this seat. From now on, call this seat Gongzi. Chen Anqing said indifferently. Only after hearing this did the black dragon let out a sigh of relief and said quietly, Little Dragon understands. In addition, Gongzi, if Little Dragon wins by chance, can Gongzi promise Little Dragon a request? Chen Anqing's face sank slightly as he chided. You still dare to make demands with this seat? The black dragon shrank his neck in fear and hurriedly said, I don't dare. Humble slave doesn't dare. Chen Anqing's expression eased, secretly saying that it would not be impossible to let this black dragon make a request. Otherwise he would definitely not dare to do his best to fight with himself if he had no hope. Just this once. No more. Speak. What request do you have? The black dragon glanced at Chen Anqing and timidly said, Your Excellency, as your lackey, Xiao Long would lose your prestige if he were to take Black Pillar as his name. And I hope that if my humble slave is lucky enough to win the battle with your Excellency, I hope that your Excellency will give him a new name. Anson Chen laughed. He took this name, originally out of having a flirtatious meaning. Did not expect this guy to care so much. Good. This seat here has a gong method suitable for you, named Nine Spectres Xin Sha Gong. As long as you can beat this seat, the gong method will be given to you and the name Nine Spectres Devil Dragon will be bestowed upon you. How about it? Hearing this, the Dragon Zun was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, sir. The name, Nine Devilish Dragons, was also rather earthy, but it was always 1,000 times better than Black Pillar. Strike! Chen Anqing made this move because he wanted to try out the gap between himself and the immortal nine-realm beast immortals. My lord, please be careful. Without that terrifying immortal sword's intimidation, all of Long Zun's scruples were swept away when he faced Anson Chen. Anon! Without saying a word, he directly incarnated himself. 100-foot black dragon came out horizontally, pressurizing the space with layers of ripples. Chen Anqing looked at the black dragon and couldn't help but sigh a domineering sigh in the bottom of his heart. It was much more majestic than Chinger's small snake body. Come and fight. The ferocious dragon's breath covered and pressed down, causing Chen Anqing's bones to creak and his heart to be filled with wariness. Boom! The black dragon moved its huge body, as fast as lightning, all the way to crush the space straight to Chen Anqing. Chen Anqing offered an ordinary immortal sword and his immortal power surged wildly. The surprise sword technique starts. Extreme air break. Clang clang clang. As soon as he struck out, the shadows of the green-colored sword surrounded his body, and his entire body rushed headlong towards the black dragon. Anon! The black dragon roared hostilely, and its regrown dragon claws ruthlessly slapped at the heavy sword shadows that rushed over. Boo! Both sides' attacks connected, and the majestic immortal power spread out, curling and shattering the space in a radius of 1,000 feet. Ooh, that's strong. After receiving the black dragon's strike hard, the sword shadows around Chen Anqing's body were shattered, and his entire body flew backward before he could stabilize his stance. The black dragon's tail had already swept in front of him. My lord, you have lost. This was the black dragon's mastery, and he thought to himself that a human cultivator of the same realm would never be able to block this strike, let alone the fact that his master was only at the immortal 8 realm. You're rejoicing too soon. Extreme Shield Big Dipper. The moment the dragon's tail struck, Chen Anqing extracted the immortal energy in his body and condensed an earth-yellow defense shield. Due to the significant increase in his realm, he didn't have to drain all of his immortal energy when he used the Extreme Shield Heavenly Deity. Boo! The dragon's tail struck the Big Dipper shield, and the shield actually didn't crumble. Only a slight crack appeared. What a strong defense! The black dragon immediately marveled that this immortal power shield was even comparable to an extreme immortal armor. However, the black dragon was not going to stay back in order to win the name change, and the dragon's tail rolled backwards to slam down once more. The powerful dragon immortal force shattered the shield. Where is Gongzi? The shroud shattered, but the black dragon realized that Anson Chen was gone. Not good. After the black dragon hesitated for this 100th of a second, he had already realized that something was wrong, but unfortunately it was already too late. Clang! Chen Anqing instantly moved above the black dragon, and the immortal sword had violently charged above his head. Your lordship, the dragon scale defense is so strong? However, Anson Chen's all-out sword only broke through a piece of scale armor, failing to even pierce the skin underneath the dragon's scales. That's how perverse the dragon's defense is. Not to mention Chen Anqing, even if it was an immortal 9 of the same realm as the black dragon, it would be difficult to break through his defense without a powerful immortal weapon to add to it. Your Excellency, you can't win against Peinu without using that absolute immortal sword, the black dragon said proudly, then released a stream of dragon immortal power, transformed into black mist, and condensed into a 9-headed evil augur, pouncing on Chen Anqing. Chen Anqing was suddenly trapped in a black mist, and a hideous augur head flashed out to tear at him from time to time. You can't beat that. For crying out loud, Chen Anqing's immortal power burst out, but he couldn't break through the forbidden area congealed by the black mist, and could only passively resist the attacks of those augur heads. Within a few moments, his immortal power was depleted and he already had many wounds on his body. The split body technique. Unable to do anything else, Chen Anqing shouted, pretending to utilize his divine power, but in fact, He utilized a split immortal talisman. 8 identical Anson Chans appeared and started charging with the same realm of strength. However, this immortal talisman could only sustain 3 attacks, and after it was used up, the doppelganger would dissipate. Swish swish swish. Sword shadows weaving. I am the Black Mist Forbidden Zone. The evil Zhao's head was chopped up a few times, and the black dragon was also very shocked in his heart. Gongzi is really extraordinary. To be able to use the immortal 8 realm to shatter my divine ability, it can't be said to be strong. Surprised, the black dragon's main body disappeared in place, transforming into a 10-foot-long dragon body that appeared in the Black Mist Forbidden Zone. Gongzi battle power against the sky. Pei Nu was very admired, but, for the new name, Pei Nu was offended. Roar! After the black dragon finished speaking, his figure also began to divide, and in the blink of an eye, the entire Black Mist Forbidden area was roaming with the black dragon's figure. Countless black dragon figures pressed towards Chen Anqing, forcing him to have no way to escape. Boom boom boom. Chen Anqing had taken dozens of attacks in a row, and if he didn't have immortal treasure grade immortal armor to protect his body, he would probably have already been blown up. Of course, as a slave beast, the black dragon would never dare to lay such a heavy hand on Chen Anqing if he sensed that his life was in danger. Can't fight but can't fight. The gap is too obvious. Anson Chen was covered in wounds and shook his head with a bitter smile. Then he whirled his white immortal sword and struck out. Extreme empty sword dance. Burial sword style. Shadowless chain. The surprising wave sword technique killed 18 swords in a row. And with the immortal sword and laws, its power increased steeply. Gongzi, you're cheating. The black dragon's phantom doppelganger was chopped off dozens of times, and even the Black Mist Forbidden Zone was chopped out of the rift. Chen Anqing escaped the Black Mist Forbidden Zone with an instantaneous movement. The black dragon's main body appeared, with a long gash cut into its stomach by the immortal sword. My lord, since you're playing tricks, humble slave has no choice but to use his true strongest strike to fight you. The black dragon was poised and ready to utilize his strongest dragon divine ability. There's no need. Today's battle ends here. Chen Anqing waved his hand. He now understood the gap between himself and the dragon immortal 9. There was no need to fight any further. Yes, my lord. The black dragon instantly wilted, its dragon body shrinking and transforming into a humanoid form as it respectfully bowed to Anson Chen. This battle is considered a win for you. This seat will pass on the 9 Spectre's Shin Chakra Kung Fu to you. After practicing it, your strength will also skyrocket. From now on, your name will also be changed to 9 Spectre Demon Dragon. Do you understand? Chen Anqing faintly said. Pure slave understands. Kowtow and thank you, Your Excellency. The black dragon was immediately overjoyed and knelt on one knee to thank him. Chen Anqing immediately transmitted a demonic technique in his mind that was suitable for beast immortals to cultivate to the black dragon with his immortal thoughts. Subsequently, Chen Anqing's immortal consciousness unfolded. That more than 1,000 miles away, the battle between the 4 men of Long Ke and Li Qing Yuan had not yet been decided. At the command of the 9 specters, follow this seat to kill back and exterminate Li Qing Yuan. After taking a healing elixir, Chen Anqing prepared to go forward and split the difference with that Li Qing Yuan, defeated to the black dragon. Chen Anqing admitted, after all, the strength of a beast immortal of the same realm was already a bit higher than a human immortal. Not to mention the perverted defense of the dragon race, but for Li Qing Yuan, Anson Chan was confident that he could compete with him. 9 specters lead the way. After the name change, the black dragon was much more imposing. Immediately, he transformed into a dragon and carried Chen Anqing in the direction of the dragon family. Look, it's Dragon Father coming back. We're saved. Good. Very good. Pups of the dragon family, prepare to bear the wrath of Dragon Father. In the face of the Dragon Father, your and others' extreme immortal weapons are like kitchen knives. Why don't you quickly kneel down and die? The disciples of the Northern Ancient Holy Land and the other 3 major forces were almost slaughtered by the dragon family's immortal realm, which was wielding extreme immortal weapons. There were only dozens of immortal realm cultivators left, still desperately resisting. It couldn't be helped. An extreme immortal weapon was something that even the immortal 9 realm was afraid of. So how could a lower-ranked immortal realm cope with it? Therefore, when the crowd was in a critical situation, they could not help but rejoice when they saw that 100 feet of dragon bodies soaring in the air. Instead, the group of immortal realms from the dragon family retreated, leaning against each other and looking vigilantly at the terrifying black dragon figure. Fourth brother, that demonic dragon is only stronger than Li Qing Yuan. We don't have a chance. Humph. So what if there's no chance? Long family disciples, listen to the order. Charge the people from the Northern Ancient Holy Land with all your might. Kill one more. Yes. Led by an immortal 7th realm, the blood-soaked Long Clan's immortals once again activated their immortal power, preparing to fight for their lives. 9 specters, get on me and finish off those minions. Anson Chan gave an order. Yes, my lord. The black dragon's body pressure skyrocketed as he prepared to go down and exterminate the Northern Ancient Holy Land and the other 3 major forces. At the same time, Chen Anqing's figure flashed and rushed into the battlefield between Li Qingyuan and Long Ke and the others. Extreme air sword dance. Chen Shang took Li Qingyuan by surprise and struck from behind him, cutting out countless green light sword shadows. How dare you not die? Li Qingyuan sensed Chen Anqing's attack and could not help but be shocked that he hadn't even noticed Chen Anqing chopping off the dragon's claws with a single sword earlier. But when he saw the dragon Zune retreating, he only thought that it was the dragon Zune's means of baiting the BOY. It was only a few moments that passed and the dragon Zune returned. He was full of thoughts that Chen Anqing had been eliminated, but he didn't know that this guy had killed out from behind his back. Sensing the extreme danger, Li Qingyuan had to give up attacking the dragon K, condensed a Dao rule to block behind him, and flashed upwards in a hurry. Boom! Just as Li Qingyuan's figure disappeared, the small piece of space he was originally in was blasted and collapsed by the sword shadow. Old piker, quick reflexes, that didn't even kill you. Chen Anqing stood in the air, his eyes teasingly staring at the fleeing Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan's white hair was disheveled at this time, and his breath was floating, just as if he didn't have the aura of the self-proclaimed lone immortal when he first arrived. Of course, the 4 Long K people were even more wretched than him, each with a layer of blood staining their bodies. Ah! Old ancestor, help! The black dragon has turned against us. Old ancestor, help! Don't kill me! Just at that moment, Li Qingyuan heard a tragic cry for help coming from the other side of the battlefield. Only after casting their eyes over did they realize that the immortal realm experts of the 4 major powers were being beaten up one by the claws of the black dragon. Unresisting, black dragon, what are you doing? Li Qingyuan's eyes glared round as he shouted angrily, Pitbull, stop barking! The black dragon's wild voice, mixed with supreme dragon might, shook Li Qingyuan so much that he couldn't help but take a few steps back. What the hell is going on here? Li Qingyuan had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Not only Li Qingyuan, but the 4 Long K people, too, were frozen in shock. It's only been less than a quarter of an hour. How did that overbearing black dragon turn against his own family and help them? Brother Daoist Chen. It must be the work of Brother Daoist Chen. After a moment's thought, all 4 of Long K's men were shocked as they looked toward Anson Chen, who was dressed in white and had a fairy-like demeanor. This time, Chen Anqing snapped and said towards the black dragon's side, alright, come over and seal the retreat. This seat will personally behead the old piker. The black dragon sniffed and hastily responded, Pure slave obeys. In an instant, the berserk dragon body swam over from the spatial ripples, and the dragon's breath emanated, completely sealing off all of Li Qingyuan's paths of retreat. A humble slave? Hearing the black dragon's response, Li Qingyuan's entire body was confused. The arrogant and incomparable dragon Zune actually called himself a humble slave in front of an immortal 8-realm kid, who told the old man, what the hell happened? Dragon father, you can't be joking with lone immortal. Li Qingyuan was so anxious that his Dao heart was unsteady, and he almost asked with a crying voice. Instead of responding, the black dragon blasted through space with a claw, instantly striking Li Qingyuan's chest. Li Qingyuan was rushed by that berserker dragon immortal force, rolling over and over in a sorry state. Only then did the black dragon speak, idiot, why don't you kneel down and beg for forgiveness from my son? Buzz. Hearing this, Li Qingyuan's mind was like filled with water. Blank and buzzing, this arrogant black dragon has really become that kid's beast slave. Accepting an immortal 9-realm berserk dragon as a slave was something that he, Li Qingyuan, would never dare to dream of. After learning of this situation, everyone in the Long family, too, was in a state of confusion. The shock was completely no less than Li Qingyuan's. Supreme Immortal Chen is only the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Otherwise how could he be so powerful? The heavens have mercy on me, allowing my dragon family to have the honor of befriending Immortal Chen and avoiding this calamity of clan extinction. Master, he is too invincible. The members of the dragon family, whether they were in the immortal realm or ordinary cultivators, could not help but half kneel in the void at this moment, paying homage to Chen Anqing. Seeing this situation, Li Qingyuan only felt that the sky had collapsed, and that he was alone, facing the Long family ancestors, who each possessed 2 extreme immortal artifacts, was an even level. Now the black dragon whose strength is higher than him has turned against him, and another mysterious kid who has subdued the black dragon has joined the battlefield. He, Li Qingyuan, no matter how he counts, is only left with a dead-end collapse. That little friend, the lone immortal, lone your old mother, you old shrew, a mere 1 immortal 9-realm and you dare to call it lone. Shame on you for your father. Li Qingyuan had just opened his mouth when he was disliked by Anson Chen. Li Qingyuan angry heart strangling, but did not dare to attack. Red old face said, yes, little friend lesson is, in this time I was abrupt, today to the little friend to make amends. Also hope, what are you looking for? Don't look. You're dead. Chen Anqing coldly opened his mouth, dying before knowing to beg for forgiveness. Where in the world is such a good thing? Kid, don't go overboard. If you push me aggressively, even if lone immortal dies, I will definitely pull you on my back. Seeing that begging for mercy was fruitless, Li Qingyuan began to threaten again. Go, you, motherfucker, of. In the next moment, Chen Anqing's figure disappeared, and he didn't bother to maneuver around Li Qingyuan any longer, directly sacrificing his snow-white immortal sword. Quick, let's all go together and help Supreme Immortal Chen kill the old man. Seeing that Chen Anqing had already made a move, Long Ke gave an order, and all the immortal realms of the dragon family prepared to rush up and surround Li Qingyuan. Click. Suddenly, the dome of the sky cracked open and hideous thunder and lightning covered the entire sky. An overwhelming sword shadow rushed down from the 9 heavens above. Li Qingyuan's complexion changed drastically, and his immortal power worked desperately, grabbing several defense Dao rules to add to his body. At the same time, he condensed a Dao battle sword and frantically chopped in front of him. Die for me, brat! Li Qingyuan's face was hideous, as if he had already seen the scene of Chen Anqing being split in half. In this situation, the hearts of everyone in the dragon family were in their throats. Only the black dragon was very calm, swaying leisurely in the middle of that storm. Boom! A large area of space was destroyed, and the chaotic fracture laws wanted to destroy everything in a radius of tens of kilometers. Retreat! The 4 ancestors of the dragon family hastily activated their defenses to protect the dragon family members as they retreated far away. When the space was recondensed, underneath that heavenly dome, in the middle of the storm, Chen Anqing and Li Qingyuan stood opposite each other. What kind of sword is this? Li Qingyuan's eyes were tinted with a layer of dead gray as he murmured and spoke. You can call it the lone immortal sword if you like. The corner of Anson Chen's mouth picked up a smile. Put! Li Qingyuan furiously sprayed a mouthful of essence blood. His body transformed into 2 halves and fell down from the air. The body is dead. There was silence in all directions. The earth was full of holes and broken arms and limbs. The children of the Long family who survived cheered wildly. The 4 Long Ke people were also overjoyed, gathering up the remnants of their bodies and flying to Anson Chen. Brother Chen Dao, Long Ke shouted out, suddenly felt that it was inappropriate, and changed his words. Many thanks to the upper immortals for their help. Please accept our worship. After saying that, Long Ke took the lead and half-kneeled, and the remaining 3 followed suit. Brother Long Dao, please rise quickly. You and I are of the same generation. Why do you perform such a great honor? Chen Anqing used a wave of immortal power to lift up the 4 Long Ke people. When Long Ke and the others heard this, they all laughed bitterly, secretly saying that the identity of Supreme Immortal Chen was only many times higher than that of themselves and the others. That sword cultivator, Long Yu, immediately arched his hand and saluted, saying, the Supreme Immortal has discounted us. How dare I talk about my peers? Chen Anqing smiled faintly and said, Taoist brother is wrong. In the next area of a casual cultivator, no family without background. If he ascended to the immortal world, it will be like a lonely soul and wild ghosts in general, where compared to the world of family origin of all the Taoist brothers, the 4 of them, Long Ke, were all old men who had practiced for tens of thousands of years, so how could they not hear the meaning of Chen Anqing's words? Immediately, Long Ke looked solemn as if swearing an oath and said, Immortal Chen, your great kindness will never be forgotten by my dragon family. Even if we ascend to the immortal realm in the future, it will still be the same. As long as my dragon family hasn't died out, you will always be my dragon family's most honored benefactor. On the side, Long Yu added, KD is right. In the future, if we and Immortal Chen both ascend to the immortal realm, if Immortal Chen needs anything, just ask. Taking a step back, even if my dragon family's seniors in the immortal realm don't step forward, I, Long Yu, will still go through fire and water for Immortal Chen. Me too. The dragon family's 3rd elder ancestor, a bearded man who was not good with words, only followed to state his position, willing to go through fire and water for Supreme Immortal. The last old ancestor, too, resolutely stated his position. Chen Anqing nodded slightly and said, since this is the case, why do you all need to call me Supreme Immortal? We are all of the same generation, and the drinking can be a bit more enjoyable, can it not? The 4 of them looked at each other and laughed, and Long Ke said, ha ha ha, then we will have the cheek to call ourselves Brother Taoist Chen. Afterward, Long Ke ordered his men to collect all the extreme immortal weapons and prepare to return them to Anson Chen. Chen Anqing waved his hand and said, this bit of stuff, a few Dao brothers can keep it. Long Ke's face changed drastically, saying, Brother Dao, this can't be allowed. All of our lives were saved by Brother Dao, so I wouldn't dare to be greedy again. What's more, with so many superb immortal artifacts left behind, in the future, when we ascend, that bunch of brats in the clan might fight each other, causing my dragon family to fall apart. Long Ke's words were not unreasonable. A huge family such as the dragon family was much more complicated than a mundane palace and royal dynasty, leaving behind so many extreme immortal artifacts. Once the older generation ascended and left, there might be some kind of chaos. Makes sense. then I'll take everyone else's. And the 4 Taoist brothers' immortal weapons will be kept for their own use. With a wave of his hand, Anson Chen collected the broken copper and iron into his storage bag. The 4 people finally relaxed a bit, otherwise owed another big favor. The genus is not able to pay back. Brother Taoist Chen. This time, all the experts of the 4 major forces have been put to death. So I suggest that Brother Taoist Chen take the territories and remnants of the 4 major forces under his wing as soon as possible. Long K said, yes, Taoist Brother Chen. These 4 forces have a long history and have accumulated a lot of good things from generation to generation. You'd better go and collect them quickly, so that those remnants of the cubs don't hear about it and escape with their treasures. Long Yu said. Anson Chan mused for a moment. The 4 great powers and the dragon family had dominated the entire Yuxian realm for countless years. The talented disciples collected under the door, the exotic treasures, and the countless treasures, could be considered to be taken thus? Chen Anqing lightly called out, where is Xiao Yan's disciple? Long Xiaoyan had long been waiting at the side, only seeing the elders talking amongst themselves. He didn't dare to join in. This time when he heard the summoning, he immediately flew over. Apprentice is here, Chen Anqing said seriously. With immediate effect, you are ordered to bring people to take all 4 major forces under your command and establish a new sect, True Immortal Sect, appointing you as the first sovereign of the True Immortal Sect, with the task of recruiting talented people and growing the sect. No mistakes. Long Xiaoyan's brain buzzed. He never expected that his master would let himself go and command the 4 major forces. So, he said in fear, reporting to the master, the disciple's cultivation is still shallow. What virtue can he have? Before he could finish his words, Chen Anqing coldly interrupted and said, how the teacher arranges it has its own reasoning. How can it be excused by you at will? Upon hearing this, Long K immediately reprimanded with a stern face. Xiao Yan brat, in the future, in front of your master, make less of that wriggling attitude. Understand, old ancestor's lesson is correct. The brat understands. Long Xiaoyan gave a respectful salute, then half-kneeled in front of Chen Anqing with a serious face. Disciple leads the way. Good good good. Chen Anqing smiled and nodded his head, then instructed, the treasure vaults of those 4 major forces, you quickly bring people to inventory. I have another list of medicinal herbs here. All things on the list, collect and present them. The rest, such as spirit stones and weapons, will be distributed by yourself. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Long Xiaoyan didn't dare to say half a sentence redundantly. Very well, go and do it. Anson Chan nodded. Long Xiaoyan led the order and took the immortal realm cultivators and his family and ran around. A little later, Anson Chan and the others arrived at Long K's residence. This place and the ancestral shrine were the only ones in the entire Long family that hadn't been destroyed. After ordering the people to serve the wine and food, Anson Chan and the others drank freely, while Black Dragon waited on the side to pour the wine. During the meeting, Chen Anqing said, now that the 4 major forces have been destroyed, and no one in the entire Yuxian realm dares to hit the dragon family, shouldn't the 4 Dao brothers consider ascending to the immortal realm? Long K was the first to shake his head when he heard this, saying, the matter of ascension is too early. Anson Chan was puzzled and asked, why? Long K pondered for a moment and slowly said, although the 4 major forces have been eradicated, several forbidden zones are still present. My dragon family has left an ancestral tradition that as long as the forbidden zones are not eliminated, the clan must retain at least 4 old ancestors above the immortal 7th realm to sit in on the situation, or else unauthorized ascension to the immortal realm will be subjected to punishment as well. The Long family now, apart from the 4 immortal 8s, only had 2 immortal 7s, and they didn't dare to ascend until the other 2 immortal 7s were born. Oh, Chen Anqing raised an eyebrow and said, what kind of forbidden area is it that makes your family's forefathers so scornful? All 4 of them looked at the Black Dragon in unison. The Black Dragon choked, and even said, don't look at my father. My father has long since made it clear to Gongzi that the grudge with your family's forefathers is lifted. Long K sighed in his heart, secretly saying that resolving this matter of Long Zun's grudge against his family owed another great favor to brother Chen Dao. Retracting his gaze, that most inarticulate 3rd elder ancestor, Long Fei, said in a reckless voice, brother Daoist Chen, you've been living in seclusion for many years, so you don't know. There are 3 major forbidden areas in the Yuxian realm that no one dares to go to. One is the Dragon Bone Abyss, the second is the Sword Immortal's Tomb, and then there is the Burial Spirit Valley. These 3 forbidden areas, the Dragon Bone Abyss is the most calm. The other 2 forbidden areas, every 100 to 1,000 years, there will be a supreme murderer, scourge of the earth. Therefore, all the major forces have left an ancestral training that no one above the immortal 7 realm may ascend at will, and stay to guard the family and protect their descendants. Chen Anqing sniffed and probably had a number in his heart. The Dragon Bone Abyss he knows very well. Is that the wrong ascension of the law cultivation, old man? Leda Ban, the lower realm of the immortal realm cultivators, since it is not able to break in.as for the other two forbidden zones, to be able to exist for so many years and to make the major powers afraid, it must also have a great deal of origin. The current me is not strong enough. I have to at least step into the true immortal realm before I can go treasure hunting in the forbidden zones of various realms. Anson Chen knew that the forbidden zones that appeared in the lower realms were not simple, and it would be extremely dangerous for him to explore them with his current strength anyway. The forbidden area was there. No one could move it, and it wouldn't be too late to explore it later after crossing a great realm. 3 days later, Long Xiaoyan had already taken over all of the 4 major forces, and after inventorying the treasure trove, he had collected many medicinal herbs that Chen Anqing needed. After accepting all the things, Long Xiaoyan stood quietly and did not leave. So Anson Chen asked, "Anything else?" Only then did Long Xiaoyan open his mouth and said, "Master, you often go to the spirit pool to cultivate. My disciple was worried that you would be eroded by the evil flame, so I took it upon myself to prepare a large amount of antidote for you. Please don't be offended by it." Chen Anqing sniffed with a serious look and said, "Well, you have a piece of filial piety. How could the master blame you? However, where did you kid get the antidote from? Can you force it?" Long Xiaoyan hurriedly explained, saying, "Master, the disciple doesn't dare to force himself. It is the disciple from the 4 forces of female disciples selected, each one in a million, pure and incomparable." They all rejoiced when they learned that they would be able to get rid of poisons and heal their wounds for their master in the future, and some of those who weren't chosen even cried out in sadness. In the immortal cultivation world, news transmission was just a thought away. 3 days ago, Anson Chen's great display of power, collecting the dragon dignitary and beheading the immortal 9, had long since spread. In this world where the strong are honored, who doesn't look up to them? Well, so very good. Chen Anqing pretended to nod his head, and then instructed the waiting Mu Wan, "You and go to select again, but all that play the heart, or hold themselves a few posture, pretending to be proud, all expelled, as you wish." Slave girl, the dignified and absolutely beautiful Mir obediently owed her body and immediately went on her errand. Another 3 days passed. These 3 days, Chen Anqing has been in the antidote. Each color antidote taste is different. Summed up, only cool word adjust. Immortal world. When Anson Chen returned, he immediately sank into cultivation. Half a month rushed by. On this day, Anson Chen felt his power grow rapidly, a sign that he was about to step into the immortal 9 realm. Sensing this, Anson Chen but suddenly stopped, a sliver short of the immortal 9 realm. It can't be raised any further. Anson Chen gave a silent thought in his heart. Why? He was preparing for a date in half a month, leaving only a trace of the realm unbroken, only waiting for the battle to rise. A breakthrough at the most critical moment might achieve the effect of surprise. That Feng Wujiu must not have expected that I would raise 1 realm in just 1 month's time. Everyone in the 4 great caverns knew about Chen Anqing's promotion to the immortal 8 realm by relying on the spatio-temporal vortex. No one could have imagined that he would be able to raise a realm in January even by relying on his own normal cultivation. Get out of the gate and go see if there are any suitable feats from the Bayan Cave. The Bayan Cave specialized in sword cultivators and passed down quite a few sword Dao techniques. Anson Chen was going to go on a search to see if there was anything suitable for him to practice. "Senior brother Chen, why have you come out of the gate?" Yao Jianyuan sensed Chen Anqing's aura and flew over at the first opportunity. "Cultivation is almost done. There's nothing to be gained by continuing," Chen Anqing said. "That's right. It's only been a month. How to cultivate is just like that." Yao Jianyuan patted Chen Anqing's shoulder and continued. "By coincidence, it just so happened that Momo came over, and it took some maneuvering by my second great master to convince him to let you continue your seclusion." "Oh, what's Ink Mist coming over for?" Anson Chen frowned. "What else can do? For the 2 of us to join the immortal mansion thing? In addition, my Dao couple gave birth to a son as well as your filial piety. The matter of the defeat." Yao Jianyuan shrugged his shoulders. Chen Anqing rolled his eyes. This kind of lie can be fooled at the time, but it cannot be forbidden to inquire. And what did he say? May he blame us both? Chen Anqing asked. "The blame is not so much, but it just says that after your battle, the 2 of us will have to report to the immortal mansion." Damn. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Yao Jianyuan sighed. Chen Anqing was also disturbed. Anyway, he felt that Xin Yang immortal mansion was not normal, so he would wait until this competition was over. At this time, Yao Jianyuan suddenly stared at Chen Anqing, as if he had seen a supreme beauty, his gaze refusing to move away. "Good fellow, how did your kid turn into an extreme unsullied sword body?" This cry of surprise shook Anson Chen to the point that his eardrums itched. However, Anson Chen did not panic. He had prepared his words long ago. He countered with a look of surprise and asked, "Could it be that your physique hasn't changed?" "It shouldn't." Yao Jianyuan froze and said, "What do you mean?" Chen Anqing looked surprised and said, "Your physique really hasn't changed? When I was practicing in the space-time vortex, there was a strange aura that remained in my body. And since then, I have noticed that my physique is slowly changing. And I thought that you were the same. Yao Jianyuan was confused. What the hell is that? Nothing at all. However, since it was a space-time vortex, anything could happen. And it was a matter of luck that he hadn't been baptized with that mysterious aura. Yes, you kid. What luck? It's your turn to get the chance. Thinking so, Yao Jianyuan released his mind and said with a smile, it seems that I am a bit lucky. Chen Anqing laughed nervously, then said, Brother Yao, about my physique, don't tell outsiders about it for now. You know, that's for sure. Yao Jianyuan made a grand gesture and said, if we really go to the immortal mansion, I don't know what might happen. It's time to hide our clumsiness. Chen Anqing nodded, then looked at Yao Jianyuan. Brother Yao, you must have more than just a Shin grade true spirit sword body as well, right? Yao Jianyuan raised his eyebrows and lowered his voice. Sacred products? You know, Anson Chan. Good guy. Yao Jianyuan. This guy is what is called a deep hiding awe. It is actually a saint grade sword body. Chen Anqing hammered Yao Jianyuan's shoulder. No wonder you didn't get that mysterious aura in the space-time vortex. It's that the aura doesn't deserve it. Nonsense. Isn't there still Zoom Pin and Emperor Pin up there? Even if you give Little Master a great upgrade. Yao Jianyuan shrugged his shoulders. It just so happened that an Arnaldo beautiful senior sister flew by in front of him. He secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and lowered his voice again. Senior brother Chen, tell me honestly, have you ever had that with a woman? Chen Anqing froze and said very innocently, how can that be? It's not like I have a Taoist couple. Yao Jianyuan had a face of pain and pity, saying, difficult brothers. Senior brother, I was broken by that evil bitch in the beginning, and I missed a lot of opportunities. Now when I want to lay hands on my senior sisters, I always feel ashamed again. I don't know how that tastes as well. Chen Anqing could not help but secretly laugh. Really poor kid. Old brother, I have tried all the tricks. Wonderful. Not long after, Yao Jianyuan brought Chen Anqing and arrived at the Sword Cloud building, which was the place where the Bai Yen cave collected sword secrets. There is a technique called Immortal Soul Sword hidden in the building. It's powerful as hell, but it can only be practiced if the spirit power is extremely strong, so you can go and try it out. Senior brother. Once he entered the pavilion, Yao Jianyuan took the lead in introducing himself. Have you practiced yet? How difficult is it? Anson Chan asked. I've practiced it, and I only know the third weight, but it's only powerful if I know the ninth weight, so it's not much use to me, Yao Jianyuan said. Then I'll try. On the 33rd floor, follow me. Afterward, the two of them, together, traveled towards the topmost floor of the Sword Cloud building. Chen Anqing had just arrived at the 33rd floor when he received a secret voice transmission from Zhongli. Dumbass, come to the cave entrance. I have something to find you. Chen Anqing immediately laughed. You little bitch. I did not go to look for you, but you still dare to send it to the door. Soon after, Yao Jianyuan fetched Chen Anqing the jade slip of the sword skill. Try, Yao Jianyuan said. There's no rush. There's still half a month left. I'll slowly comprehend it. Chen Anqing collected the jade slip. His mind was not on practicing at this time. He had been recalling all the grudges on the revenge notes. That's fine, Yao Jianyuan nodded, then said, let's go. Let's go see my second grandmaster first. Chen Anqing had a headache for a while. This had just come out of the gate. Not going to see the cave master seemed inappropriate. Let's deal with it first and then go after the demoness. The Great Hall of the Sword Spirit. Disciple has met the cave master and Elder Mo. Arriving in the middle of the hall, Chen Anqing saluted Yao Qingtian and Mo. Aha! Yao Qingtian nodded his head, then said, Kid Chen, this battle of yours is very dangerous. The fact that Lord Mo purposely sent you kid some treasures to defend yourself shows how much Lord Mo values you, so you should know how to be thankful. Upon hearing that there was a treasure, Chen Anqing was instantly interested. Elder Mo, I wonder what treasure you want to bestow upon your disciple. Mo Wu glanced at Chen Anqing and said lightly, you think it's beautiful. Your kid scavenged fewer resources the other day. Who is the old man to gift you a treasure? However, in the future, you are my immortal mansion disciple. You can't disgrace the immortal mansion, but you can lend you one thing for self-defense. With that, Mo offered a small golden seal and sent it to Chen Anqing with his immortal power. Elder Mo, what is this? Anson Chen couldn't help but ask. This seal contains the laws of the Big Dipper, and can release a defensive shield 3 times, with each defense being enough to withstand a peak true immortal strike. Ink Mist explained. Chen Anqing was immediately a bit disappointed and said, Elder Mo, 3 times of defense which is enough. Is there any magic treasure that can always defend? Lend it to the disciple. Mo Wu glared at Chen Anqing and said, foolish, if you could use a more powerful magic treasure, do you think Shu Min wouldn't know to lend it to the kid from Qianyu Cave? I agreed with that Zhu Min that all magic treasures used in the match between the two sides shall not exceed the immortal treasure level. If not, if old me grants you a peak level attack and kill talisman, and the other side also comes with one, then what the hell is the point of fighting? Both of you just go to hell. Anson Chan scrunched his neck. That's what it's all about. 2. If they could use powerful magic treasures at will, it would be pointless, and both sides would be blasted to death by each other in a single glance. Disciple understands. Chen Anqing took the seal and then said, by the way, Elder Mo, do you have any pills that quickly replenish immortal energy? Grant disciple a few of them. No, Mo Mao coldly said. On the path of cultivation, how can one always think of relying on external objects? One should face the difficulties head-on and rise to the occasion. Chen Anqing heart disdainfully poo-pooed. It is not because that kind of elixir is expensive. You cannot afford to give up. Talk about hairy axioms. Chen brat, what's the point of wasting so many words? Why don't you quickly thank Lord Mo? Yao Qing Tian, who was on the side, spoke out to remind him. Only then did Chen Anqing salute. Thank you, Elder. Mo waved his big sleeve, turned around, and said, all right, this seat still has important things to do. On the day of the appointment, this seat will personally be there to sit on the spot. Greetings, Lord Mo. Greetings to Elder Mo. Anson Chan and the others watched Ink Miss leave. After Mo left, Yao Qingtian gestured for Chen Anqing to take a seat. Chen kid, why are you lying? When Yao Qingtian opened his mouth, he caught Chen Anqing off guard. Lying? What was he referring to? After freezing for a long time, Chen Anqing arched his hand and said, please also ask the cave master for instructions. Yao Qingtian took a sip of tea and said lightly, brat, even making up lies like cursing your parents to death? It seems that your kid is not an oil light either. Say it, why did you lie? This, Anson Shan didn't know where to explain. Poof, Yao Qingtian gave a light snort before saying, don't stammer. You don't have to say this. Cave master knows that it must be that kid Jian Yuan who was suspicious and has scared you. Cave master is wise. Chen Anqing smiled. An expert was an expert. Best at asking himself questions. At this time, Yao Jian Yuan, who was hiding in the back hall, jumped out. How am I being paranoid? You're my own second grandmaster. Even if I don't usually respect you much, you can't push me into the fire pit. Think about it. After so many years have passed, who of the chosen disciples in our cave have come back to visit you? Yao Qingtian said helplessly. I see that you kid is nervous. Your Dao injury is not healed at all. Since the death of your parents, I have been feeding you with a handful of shit and urine. I cannot harm you? You two boys. In the future, not to find any more excuses, time to immediately give me to Xianyang Immortal Mansion report. No mistakes. Yao Jianyuan made a vomiting gesture and said, usually, I advise you to read more books and learn some cultural knowledge. But you just don't listen. What do you mean by feeding me up with a handful of shit and urine? Convinced, you old illiterate. Yao Qingtian was stunned for a moment, then sank his face. Brat, lecturing me? Dog leg broken for you. Yao Jianyuan didn't care at all, crossed his legs and laughed. Go ahead and beat me. Break my legs. My god grandfather can't spare you. What's more, it's hard for you to break through to the heavenly immortal realm again in your life. While I can definitely do it, you beat me up. I'll beat you back later. You rabbit brat. Yao Qingtian had the intention to clean up Yao Jianyuan for a while. Some bleak memories surfaced in his heart again. In the end, he didn't do it. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about you. Anyway, you two brats stop being suspicious and guessing around. This cave master guarantees that Xianyang Immortal Mansion will not harm you is all. Disciple knows. Chen Anqing sniffed and took the lead in arching his hand to state his position. Yao Qingtian was willing to let Yao Jianyuan go to the Immortal Mansion, so it was assumed that he was aware of the inner workings of it and that there was no danger. Yao Jianyuan still looked disbelieving. Ignore him, senior brother Chen. Let's drink. Stop. Yao Qingtian lightly shouted. Forgot what day today is? Yao Jianyuan put away the playful smile on his face. He then remembered that today was the anniversary of his parents' death. He had to go and sweep the graves. Alright, Chen kid, back off. The disciple obeys. Afterward, Anson Chan exited from the hall alone. Shortly after coming out of the hall, Anson Chen received another transmission from Zhongli. Lazy ass, have you come yet? Chen Anqing picked his mouth and smiled, thinking, look at you in a hurry. This big master will come over to clean you up right away. And then, Chen Anqing leisurely walked towards the entrance of the Bayan Cave. With Anson Chan's current popularity and status as a core disciple, no one dared to stop him. After exiting the Bayan Cave, Chen Anqing followed Zhong Li's guidance to a small forest in the mountains. Immortal sense unfolded, and Anson Chen immediately searched for Zhong Li's figure. Come here. Zhong Li had waited for a long time and had long since gotten a little impatient. Zhong Li, how dare you? You still have the face to find me. Kneel down for me. Chen Anqing pointed at Zhong Li and walked over quickly while saying menacingly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li's legs immediately went weak, and she felt the urge to kneel down, and she had to sacrifice her spiritual power to resist Chen Anqing's command. After resisting the order, Zhong Li was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. Bastard! What are you yelling for? Looking for death? Chen Anqing rushed in front of Zhong Li and suddenly laughed again. Just kidding, senior sister. What's with the fire? While speaking, Anson Chan observed Zhong Li only to see that she was full of energy just a moment ago. This moment her face was a little red, and her legs seemed to be involuntarily trembling a few times. Chen Anqing was thus certain that the old man of Dharma cultivation was right. Zhong Li was indeed already half a puppet of his own. However, Anson Chen did not intend to reveal this matter now. In case the female devil jumped over the wall and died with himself, what should he do? What's more, wouldn't it be more fun to pretend not to know and slowly tease her? Zhong Li, on the other hand, had a black line on his face and said, "Who has the time to joke with you? Do you have long ears on this dumb ass? Said not to talk nonsense in front of me? You can't listen to it. Right." Chen Anqing smashed his mouth and said, "You still have the face to talk about me? You're always scamming Gongfu from Laozi, not to mention that you've almost killed Laozi a few times, so you're still justified. Logically speaking, you really should kowtow to me and apologize." At that, Belle's knees went weak again. "Your uncle, this dead dumb ass, broken mouth is even more bitchy than Li Xiao Yuan's bastard. What a gas, but there's nothing to be done about it." After forcibly cancelling out the order to kneel down and kowtow once again, Zhong Li struggled to calm himself down. Alright, shut up. Let's not talk about anyone in the future. Let's get down to business first." Chen Anqing leisurely glanced at Zhong Li, seeing her flushed face but trying to pretend to be calm. His heart couldn't help but feel very happy then. Anson Chan said, "What's the rush? I just finished practicing. Let me take a break." "Ah, it's so hot." Chen Anqing grunted as he removed the long shirt from his body. Zhong Li frowned. "You nerd, what are you taking off your clothes for?" Anson Chen said indifferently. "Look at you. You're minding me again. I'm hot. Isn't it normal for me to take off my clothes? You don't like it. You also hurry to take off. You." Zhong Li was trembling with anger. She had resisted Chen Anqing's orders twice in a row, and had long been dim-witted. If you forcefully resist once more, it is estimated that you will faint due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, and then the situation is worrying. Phew, the earth's heat is so abundant here that even I can hardly resist it. It is indeed a bit hot. After struggling for a few moments, Zhong Li chose to compromise submissively and dutifully took off the short sarong that covered her romper. Chen Anqing appreciated the snow-white beauty in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little restless. It should be said or not, the female demon's body was impeccable, and as a Xianxian immortal realm, her temperament was even better than all the fairies in the lower realms. She was simply beautiful. Okay, now to business. Zhong Li desperately wanted to change the subject, trying not to make this broken mouth Anson Chen mention any other strange requests, which knew that Anson Chan directly picked up the conversation to business. "I don't believe you have any business. Every time you say you're doing something, you're either pitting me against a technique or putting my life in danger. And what about me? I can't get any benefits. Alas, to think that I, Mr. Chen, have had an ill-fated and lonely half-life, and have been bullied everywhere since I was a child. What a miserable life. What a miserable life. Senior sister, if you really have the heart to treat me as a fellow traveler, hurry over to hug me and comfort my wounded heart." At this moment, Zhong Li exploded. She covered her head and had the urge to headbutt. She cried out in her heart, "You've had a hard life? What's wrong with your life? Being turned into a half-puppet by such a dumbass like you is what I call a bitter life. What's wrong with you? Senior sister, could it be that you're at the Xianxian immortal realm and you're also having a seizure?" Seeing this, Anson Chen carefully stepped back a bit, fearing that the female devil and herself would burn with jade. After a few moments, Zhong Li finally quieted down. She lifted her head feebly, faint tear stains hanging on her face, and said miserably, "It's nothing, I'm just infected by your sadness," and remembered some unpleasant things. Chen Anqing looked at the weak and powerless Zhong Li and snickered in his heart. Then he walked over to her in a big way. "So senior sister is also a bitter person. Let me hug you and give you some warmth." Chen Anqing didn't wait for Zhong Li to react and swept her over with one hand. Zhong Li dropped her chin on Chen Anqing's shoulder. She had no strength to resist now, so she might as well borrow a shoulder to lean on and save her strength. "Alas, we are all in the same boat. Please, can you stop talking? I just want peace and quiet and your warmth." Zhong Li was sick and straight in her heart when she said this, but in the end, she didn't want to resist the order anymore and chose to put down her innate arrogance, resigning herself to drooping on Anson Chen's shoulder. Good. Anson Chan hugged Zhong Li tightly. It's so soothing. I don't have any big wishes in my life. If I can be a Dao couple with a peerless beauty like you, senior sister, Hearing this, Zhongli's entire body stiffened. And oh no. The dull donkey is not a good color. Think of his time in the ancestral land. Even the strange senior sister who was taking a nap dared to molest. This way on his own will certainly be. Spell it out. It has to be spelled out. Tai. Brat. In broad daylight. How dare you fool around here? What a shame. Just then, an old man appeared out of nowhere and caught Anson Chan and Zhongli in the act. Ha! Zhongli's entire aura changed in vain. Chen Anqing was also flabbergasted and immediately retreated behind Zhongli. Senior sister, go on. The old man dares to spoil our good deed. Beat him up for me. Anson Chan was egging it on from behind. Shut up. You have to shut up if you want to live. Zhongli had not hesitated to secretly burn a trace of his soul power in order to resist this order to attack from Anson Chen. This is something that hurts the very essence of the soul. Anson Chen frowned. Other than that one time in the beast cart, he had never seen the female demon so nervous, and this old guy in front of me. I can't sense his aura at all. There's something odd. Thus, Anson Chen put away his playfulness and solemnly said, Senior sister, you seem to know this old guy. Who is he? Zhongli gritted his teeth and said, that's the main thing I'm telling you. Today my senior brother was ordered to come and find the two of us. Anson Chan, your ass, the demoness senior? Wouldn't that also be a great devil? Why didn't you? Earlier? Before he could finish his words, he saw a knife man's gaze in Zhongli's eyes. Forget it, I don't blame you. Anson Chan shrunk back. TSK, little senior sister. You really got the true essence of master. Her old man. And you like this kind of fine skin gadgets the most. In the shadows of that party, a pudgy old man with wrinkled skin and yellow teeth appeared with an ugly smile. Chen Anqing was a bit nervous and quietly transmitted his voice. Senior sister, has this senior brother of yours ever had a crush on you? Will he karma me because he's jealous of what we just did? Zhongli was completely convinced. She completely couldn't guess what kind of shit this bastard's mind was thinking about day after day. Firstly, there was nothing between the two of us just now, and there won't be anything in the future either. Secondly, in order to cultivate the supreme magic power, he has already committed suicide. Thirdly, he is temperamental and kills without blinking an eye. If you want to live, don't bullshit even half a word. I will maneuver around myself. Got it? I see. I'll listen to you this time. Chen Anqing wimped out. Not daring to joke with his own little life, the old man swings over. A foul-smelling breath surged into Anson Chan's nostrils. Eldest brother. Zhongli's face was expressionless and he arched his hand. He. The old man grinned, revealing large yellow teeth stained with paste, and laughed. Good you beaver girl. In the past in the door no one could get close to. How come when you went outside you changed your nature and played the little white girl? Eldest brother, don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Zhong Beaver focused her gaze elsewhere and coldly said. The old man withdrew that ugly smile and put his hands behind his back, his gaze turning to Chen Anqing, who had revealed a head from Zhongli's shoulder. Is this the kid? Zhongli let out a hum and gave up a seat. His name is Chen Anqing, a member of the same path, and his teacher's origin is suspected to be higher than the two of us. Chen Anqing hurriedly revealed an awkward smile and greeted him with an arch of his hand. I've met this senior brother. I haven't asked yet. How is senior brother addressed? The old man stared at Anson Chen and did not reply, giving Anson Chen an instant feeling of creepiness plus a vicious chill. After a little silence, Zhongli looked at Chen Anqing. He doesn't like outsiders to call him senior brother. Just call him Master Ghost. Chen Anqing only let out an "oh" and quietly leaned towards Zhongli's back again. In fact, he wasn't that scared. After all, if there was really danger he could forcefully order Zhongli on, and he himself could still cross the border to escape. Doing such a move was simply because hiding behind Zhongli smelled good. 3 things. Master Ghost ignored Anson Chen for the time being and said, first, the forbidden area object is handed over to me. Second, you little plaything, come back to the gate with me. Third, Master has a new task for you. At those words, Zhongli and Chen Anqing both frowned. Chen Anqing couldn't help but transmit his voice to inquire. What exactly did you tell him? And why did you take me away? Zhongli returned. Just because I don't say anything doesn't mean they don't know. Don't be in a hurry. Wait for me to maneuver around, and I'll discuss this matter with you later. After saying this, Zhongli closed her sea of consciousness so that Chen Anqing wouldn't transmit any more strange words that would disturb her. Then she took out the metal piece she had gotten from the forbidden zone and said faintly, warrant. Master Ghost grinned and said, do I still need a warrant to do my job? Bell ignored it and emphasized once more, warrant. Master Ghost let out a low grunt, and with a wave of his black palm, a black token surfaced in front of him. Zhongli used his immortal sense to sense a bit before throwing the metal piece out. Master Ghost collected the metal piece, then transmitted his voice to Zhongli. Your new mission, Xianyang Immortal Mansion. The identity has been arranged for you, and the content of the mission will be informed to you by someone. Bell was stunned for a moment. If I remember correctly, it seems that the dull donkey will also go to the Xianyang Immortal Mansion. It made her suddenly feel a sense of coincidental destiny. Moncler Outlet Store. However, this also gave Zhongli an excuse to keep Chen Anqing. After all, if he went to the Purple Cloud Sacred Cave with the Ghost Master, he might get killed, and then he himself would probably find it hard to live. After the explanation, Master Ghost looked at Anson Chen. Kid, follow Master Ghost. Zhongli immediately dissuaded him. He can't go with you. He has great use in staying with me. The Ghost Master looked at Zhongli, squeezed his eyebrows, said, Beaver girl, the old does not go, new does not come. This point you have to learn from the master. Her old man play dead a few and then look for a few. Will not be like you, this alone favor one person addicted. Zhongli sank his face and angrily rebuked. Don't talk nonsense. You go to your master's place to resume your orders by yourself, and I'll take the consequences if there are any. Ghost Master's body. Suddenly a burst of ferocious aura to emerge, said in a deep voice, you bear? You can afford it. Don't think I don't know what you have done. Girl, advise you not to play with fire. Overplayed. Beware of corpse and bones. Zhongli said coldly, I don't need you to teach me what to do. Good. Very good. Master Ghost snorted. Your wings have hardened. Privately unsealing the seal and privately swallowing the supreme divine skill. Based on these 2 points alone, this seat will be able to kill you on the spot. At those words, Zhongli's face changed drastically. Sure enough, one's every word, every move was being spied on by the division. Seeing the fire rising, Chen Anqing stepped forward and said with a smile, we are all of the same clan. Why be so serious? Master Ghost, the divine power you referred to as the so-called Blood Demon Heart Sutra? A mere remnant of the technique. No big deal. If you really want it, let my master personally pass it on to you some other day, okay? Master Ghost's eyelids twitched slightly as he spoke grimly. Kid, are you threatening Master Ghost me with that master of yours? Chen Anqing sniffed, stepped out from behind Zhongli, straightened his back, and said faintly, sometimes words pick too much clarity, but instead, you make a fool of yourself. You also understand the truth of playing with fire and getting burned, so you don't need me to say more, right? Master Ghost's brows wrinkled into a ball. His blackened hand claws had ignited a layer of black inflammation. Good boy, but you don't know that, Master Ghost. I'm stubborn. The more I can't be messed with, the more I have to touch it. Anson Chen put one hand behind his back and hooked the other towards Master Ghost. Come, then Ghost Master. I'll comply with your wishes and send you on your way. Swish! The Ghost Master transformed into a ghostly light and flashed towards Anson Chen. Eldest brother. Stop! Zhongli's protector instinctively triggered and offered a black immortal sword, violently chopping towards the front of Chen Anqing. Get out of the way. Chen Anqing, on the other hand, coldly bellowed, saying, after today your division will be annihilated. Save your strength and go back to collect a corpse. Zhongli was disturbed by Chen Anqing's order and drew back his immortal sword, and with his powerful spiritual power, Anson Chen sensed that Ghost Master's attack and triggered the cross-boundary stone to escape once he really dared to strike a crazy killing intent. But it subsided in the next moment. The claw of the Ghost Master's hand stopped an inch in front of Anson Chen's forehead. Ha ha ha! Master Ghost laughed dryly and said, good boy, how dare you not dodge? Anson Chen laughed coldly, stretching out a finger and pointing it at the Ghost Master's chest. It's only a fool like you who would be so naive. Do you think that my master would let my true body come out to make waves? Master Ghost was in an awkward position, his eyelids twitching. Kill? He was categorically afraid to kill. This kid comes from a mysterious background. Even his master explained to bring it back. Have used the word please. How dare he kill? Moreover, the moment Master Ghost attacked Chen Anqing's forehead just now, he suddenly felt that there was an extremely terrifying spiritual aura surging in the other party's sea of consciousness. If you really touch it, you might get into some big mess. Don't look at the surface of the Ghost Master arrogant, but in the bones of the careful tight. What cannot be messed with, prefer to mess with the words. Verbal words only. Ha ha ha. After a long moment of silence, Master Ghost laughed dryly a few times. No wonder the little sister, who has always rejected others, is willing to be cradled in your arms. Brother is not simple. Not simple. Chen Anqing carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently, let's cut the small talk short. I'll leave you 2 words. You take them back to resume your orders, and tell your master to be at peace as well. If you are blocking my master's great event, it's tantamount to digging one's own grave. Arrogant. Master Ghost has never seen such an arrogant brat, even daring to order his own master. Immediately, Anson Chen reached out, and on the dirty chest of the Ghost Master, he traced 2 words with his finger. Candle wind. Chen Anqing does not know whether it works or not. Anyway, the force has been installed out. First to the immediate past this level of fooling again. Master Ghost is ticklish. It's not an itchy chest, it's an itchy hand. When I first met this kid, he was a goon who hid behind women. How come you've become so arrogant now? Master Ghost has been around for so many years, But he has never been bullied so much by such a brat. He really wanted to hit someone, but right after Anson Chen scratched out the word candle wind, Master Ghost's sea of consciousness was suddenly invaded by an overbearing and unparalleled consciousness. Ooh! Master Ghost's entire body froze. Master! But your old man has descended. Master Ghost had thought that only disciples who went out on missions all year round would be imprinted by their masters to sense their behavior, unbeknownst to him. The master didn't even trust him, his eldest disciple, and planted that mysterious mark as well. Buzz. There was a turbulence in Master Ghost's sea of consciousness immediately. The figure of a woman wearing a black gauze dress with a fog of laws covering her face appeared. Disciple pays homage to Master. Master Ghost didn't know what was going on and was panicking anyway. What did the seed explain before you left? The woman opened her mouth, her tone not mixed with any emotions. Master explained, let disciple retrieve the forbidden area treasures and invite Mr. Chen to return to the holy cave. The Ghost Master responded with a shiver. And what did you do just now? But did you move to kill? The woman asked when Master Ghost heard that. He was finished. This kid doesn't know what's going on, and it seems like he really can't be messed with. So he hurriedly explained, reporting to Master. Disciple was only testing him for a moment or two, and in no way dared to move to kill. Looking to Master for clarity, the woman spoke. Just now he wrote 2 words on your chest. Can you sense it clearly? Master Ghost felt more and more out of place. His heart was already in a state of fear, and he timidly said, Master, what Mr. Chen wrote down just now was the word candle wind. The woman continued, then this seed tells you that based on these 2 words alone, this seed should have you thrashed to ashes. Master Ghost sensed that ferocious killing intent, and his entire body was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? I followed orders and just teased the kid a couple of times, so how come I should be thwarted? I have to be reasonable, but the devil's door seems to have been not very reasonable. Thus, Master Ghost's idea body, trembling, knelt down and said with a sobbing voice, Disciple knows his mistake. Please spare my life. The Ghost Master knows that this master's temperament of his master must not go to explain. Explaining is sophistry, and will die a worse death. The woman pondered for a moment and said, that's all. Let's spare you for now. From now on, you will be Mr. Chen's slave and protector, and you will always protect him in secret without fail. If he makes the slightest mistake, you will not be able to live or die. Only then did Master Ghost let out a sigh of relief. Disciple accepts the order. Disciple will immediately kowtow to Mr. Chen and apologize for his mistake. When these words came out, the Ghost Master's soul, suddenly, hurt so much that it was about to explode. He braced himself not to scream out, but he didn't know what he was doing wrong again. After a few moments, the woman said, you fool, can't you hear the secret protection? If you dare to take matters into your own hands again, you will not be spared. Only then did Master Ghost come to his senses, and even said, Disciple does not dare. Disciple understands, the woman finally explained. In addition, in the future, if your senior sister acts, it will be as if this seed acts, and there shall be no half interference. Master Ghost nodded his head repeatedly. Disciple obeys. The woman's figure then instantly dissipated. As if she had never appeared. Master Ghost retrieved his life, but it was difficult to calm his heart. He had been in the Purple Cloud Sacred Sect for so many years, and his master had never shown such deep killing intent towards himself. I don't know how terrifying this kid in front of me and that candle wind are. Just don't mess with it anyway. Zhongli and Anson Chen, since they did not know what kind of gut-wrenching situation Master Ghost had just experienced, seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Zhongli transmitted his voice, eldest brother. This time, the master arranged for me to go to the Xianyang Immortal Mansion to do some work, and Chen Anqing is precisely the disciple chosen by the Xianyang Immortal Mansion, so I can make more use of him at that time. What's more, he has a number of divine skills that are suitable for my sex cultivation, so I need to waste some time to get them back. So report this matter to the master. I believe her old man will have his own decision. Upon hearing this, Master Ghost was overjoyed, and was worried about how to settle the matter without showing his face. Thus, he hastily responded, with such a good thing, senior sister should inform my brother as early as possible. In this case, there is no need to report to the master. Senior brother, I make the decision. Just leave Duke Qin to keep this kid by your side. Zhongli felt a little out of place. When did he get so nice? Why does everything feel weird today? It's just that. Perhaps the eldest senior brother was really bluffed by Chen dumbass, and his heart is jealous. How? Are you still going to be unforgiving? At this moment, Anson Chen spoke indifferently with an air of superiority. Ha ha ha. Master Ghost let out his trademark dry laughter. Old Ghost, I always hurt my little sister the most. Just now I was just trying your guts to see if you are a good match for my little sister. Not bad. Very good. Young man, Old Ghost, I appreciate you. From now on we are a family. If there are any difficulties, just open your mouth. Old Ghost will surely give you full assistance. The Ghost Master is paving the way for himself. The master explained the secret protection. In case this Chen Gongzi is detected one day, there is also an excuse to explain it is not. Is that true? Anson Chan almost rolled his eyes. This old geezer is changing fast. I don't know if he was bluffed by himself or if he is really testing himself. That can still be false. Master Ghost patted his chest and swore with conviction. Old Ghost, I've traveled across the world for so many years, and I've never seen a young talent as handsome, imposing, and bold as you, so I'm really happy for my senior sister here. That's okay. Anson Chan loves it, but Zhongli's brain was messed up. She even suspected that this eldest brother of hers was out of his mind. And he could say such an ungrateful thing. Alright, Beaver girl, from now on, follow senior brother Chan and do a good job. I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Master Ghost transformed into a ghostly light and flickered away. Zhongli was sort of convinced, listening to the tone of the eldest senior brother. He really gave the dull donkey a bluff. Why else would he tell himself to follow him and do a good job? You acted quite like it just now. Bluffing my eldest senior brother. Zhongli looked at Anson Chen. Are you so sure I'm bluffing him? If I don't have an invincible master for this divine skill, do you believe me? Anson Chan felt overjoyed and wanted to use the same routine to suppress Zhongli a bit. Zhongli, however, had a disdainful look on his face. What are you pretending with me? You were scared shitless on the beast car. And you think I didn't see that? In the Qianyu cave, you were forced to be a turtle by two ants. Did you think I didn't see that? It's only because my eldest brother didn't know your nature that he was fooled for a moment. And you're still fooling around. Chen Anqing shrugged indifferently. What you see is all deliberate on my son's part. Believe it or not. Zhongli grunted disdainfully and turned around, ready to leave. Stop right there. Instead, Anson Chan called out to her, and she had to stop this time. Instead of getting angry, Zhongli thought calmly, Chen dumbass. This bastard. His brain circuit is strange. We can't be hard with him in the future. Some irrelevant orders. One should just keep quiet and obey quietly so as not to suffer thus. Zhongli changed into a smile against his will. What are your orders, Grand Duke Chen? That springtime smile, but it made Anson Chan take half a step back. A demoness has a time to laugh? Although it was very pretty, Anson Chan always felt that there was a fraud. Never mind. It's better not to push her too hard, lest she rebel. Thus, Chen Anqing smiled nervously and said, how dare I command senior sister? Isn't it that I'm going to be on the battle stage in a few days? And I want to ask you for some battle experience. Bell rolled his eyes. I thought to myself, does this dumbass have multiple souls? His character is always elusive and unpredictable. For example, when we first met, he was so honest that he didn't even have the courage to look at himself. How simple he seemed, however, after spending time with him, only to realize that this bastard has a sick brain. When you think he is coy and greedy, he can occasionally harden up again. When you think he is still pure nature, he will play the scheme to kill, greedy and treacherous. You're a freak. For crying out loud, Zhongli silently spat in her heart for a long time, and when Chen Anqing saw that she didn't reply, he came up to her. Elder sister, are you reminiscing about the sad past again? It's okay, let me hug you and give you warmth. Anson Chan opened his arms, ready to welcome the white, fragrant and soft figure into his arms. Stop. It was good that Zhongli had rested for a while and recovered his mental strength, easily resisting cuddle order. You were the one who delayed business earlier, and you want to come back? Chen Anqing coughed and retracted his arms. That's true. We're sneaking around in this grove. We should do things a bit more sharply so that we don't get caught again. Zhongli half squinted his eyes. Why does this sound so awkward? Forget about not being able to ghost with a dull ass. Killing is all about being quick and precise. If you drag your feet, you're playing with your own life. It's as simple as that. How's that for fast and furious? Letting loose a stunt right out of the gate? Zhongli gave him a blank look and said, what bullshit stance? Fast, accurate and ruthless is not about fancy moves. It's about timing. Once you catch the slightest break in the other party, you will kill them regardless. Anson Chan bristled and said, I understand the reasoning, but how am I supposed to judge if it's a good time? Zhongli frowned. This bastard is also too stupid. If he really has a powerful demonic cultivator master, it is estimated that he is also messed up and delirious kind. Otherwise how would he accept him? However, Chen Anqing's little life was very important to her, and she only had to patiently answer. Taking myself as an example, there are hundreds of Xianxian immortals who have died by my hands, and at least 10 cultivators of the same realm, 9 of whom were attacked by me in a sneak attack and wiped out with a single strike. Chen Anqing said with a lack of interest, it's not much use. I'm going up to the battle arena and fighting fair and square. Where is the chance to engage in a sneak attack? By the way, what about the remaining one? How did you fuck it up? Zhongli replied, demonstrate weakness and wait for an opportunity. This is the simplest way to look for opportunities. Of course, if the other party is also a character who licks blood from the knife's mouth, this move won't work. Instead, It will make you reveal fatal flaws. You weigh it yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen Anqing's eyes lit up. This was the point. It coincided with his own thoughts. After all, in the eyes of the true immortal realm, one was originally a weakling. Learned. Thank you, senior sister. Anson Chan arched his hand. Zhongli was deeply gratified by this and said, "You're finally acting like a normal person. Any more questions?" Anson Chan wanted to spit out a couple of sentences, but was too lazy to talk about her. By the way, that big senior brother of yours, what realm is he in? Chen Anqing is afraid that the old ghost will look for trouble in the future, so that he can have a bottom in his heart. Zhongli saw Chen Anqing's scorn, and inexplicably felt a bit of pleasure in his heart as he said, "A mere heavenly immortal realm. What? Are you afraid?" Anson Chan's heart fluttered. That stinky old man is actually in the heavenly immortal realm? You big man, can't feel it at all. The female devil lied. Right. Looking at the frothing Chen Anqing, Zhongli laughed. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Don't look at his ugly and dirty face, but in fact he is a rare talent in my purple cloud sacred cave who has been cultivated for only 3,000 years and has already entered the beginning of the heavenly immortal realm. The next time you encounter him, I advise you not to be foolish. If he has the intention to kill you, a single finger can point you out. You won't even have time to react. Chen Anqing frowned and said, "It's not reliable." When he struck, I could roughly sense that he was at most one small realm stronger than you. Amazingly peak Xian immortal. How could he be a heavenly immortal? Zhongli disdainfully said, "Your little perception. What do you know?" Eldest brother, he is temporarily sealing his realm because of his cultivation technique and will only unseal and break the realm when necessary. If he explained it this way, Anson Chan could still accept it. Anyway, no matter what, Anson Shen couldn't afford to mess with that old ghost, so he'd better be careful in the future. Alright, this is the end of the day. I'm going to go run my errands. After Zhongli finished speaking, she took out a jade slip and tossed it to Chen Anqing, turning her back to him and transmitting, "This is the method of interpreting the words of the other immortal realm. I didn't pass it on to you earlier because I was afraid that it would be found out by the senior sect, and it would be detrimental to you. Now that eldest senior brother has not made things difficult, this young lady will honor her word and will never play tricks like you." As the words fell, Zhongli's figure had already flashed away as a ray of light. The forest was suddenly hushed. Chen Anqing's hand pinched the jade slip. The corner of his mouth picked up a smile. The female devil seems to be really quite trustworthy in doing things. No, we can't be paralyzed by her caution, because she's the old man's puppet. She's doing this, isn't she? Anson Chan shook his head and left the grove at a quick pace. Back to the Bayan cave, Chen Anqing went to the practice pavilion and prepared to practice the immortal soul sword, listening to Yao Jianyuan. This gong method was extremely powerful. If one practiced it and used it as a killing move, it would certainly be excellent. Taking out the Gongfu jade slip, Chen Anqing's consciousness sank into it. Immediately, a black shadow coalesced. Immaculate sword body. Soul power is abundant. In line with the conditions of practicing immortal soul sword, next I pass you the key points of the heart. And listen carefully. The black silhouette began to pass on its power and teachings. The essentials of the heart dharma were very obscure and complex, so Chen Anqing only memorized them for the time being. After about an hour, the 9 weighted techniques, all of them, were imparted. Phew! Anson Chan opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief after listening to this lecture on the essentials of the heart dharma. Anson Chan already felt much more mentally exhausted. The transmitter of the gong said that whether or not this gong can be cultivated mainly depends on the ratio of realm to spiritual power, not absolute strength. What do you mean by the ratio of realm to spiritual power? Chen Anqing a little pondering. Then understand. To put it simply, is to see your spiritual power beyond the current realm of the normal spiritual power of the proportion is how much beyond the more likely to be cultivated. For example, Anson Chen is now at the immortal 8 realm. A normal immortal 8 realm cultivator's spiritual power is counted as 1, but there are gifted people who can make their spiritual power reach 2. So it will be much easier for him to cultivate immortal soul sword. On top of that, even if you were a Xian immortal or a celestial immortal, you couldn't cultivate an immortal soul sword without your spiritual power surpassing the benchmarks of that realm. In that case, the cultivation threshold of this immortal soul sword is very high. Chen Anqing sighed that the strength of his spiritual power, which was already far beyond the same realm, was extremely difficult to comprehend. That's right, the Nimbus stone. Thinking about this, Anson Chan took out the nimble stone gifted by that otherworldly Dharma cultivation elder. The old man had said that this stone contained the laws of soul power and could increase his spiritual power by another 50%. Anson Chan's basic spiritual power was already strong, with another 50% increase. I'm afraid that the magnitude of spiritual power surpassing the realm would be comparable to those great domain celestials. Immediately, Chen Anqing invoked his immortal thoughts and merged them into the numinous stone. Buzz, the numinous stone trembled and disappeared from Anson Chan's hand to eye, and the next instant, Anson Chen felt that everything in his eyes had become much clearer, and his hearing and perception had also become sharper, truly refreshing. It really is a good treasure. I wonder how fast I can comprehend it now. After his mental power was enhanced, Anson Chen couldn't wait to condense his idea body in his sea of consciousness and start practicing the immortal soul sword. The first weight, condense the soul into a sword. This level, which was the introductory foundation, was mainly about how to utilize powerful spiritual power, mobilize soul power, manipulate soul power, and ultimately reach the point where soul power transformed into a sword. This first weight, which is the foundation, is also quite difficult. Chen Anqing followed the guidance of the essentials of the mind and cultivated for a few hours. He could already manage to manipulate the soul force, but the soul force was like water that could not be shaped by him at all. The key tips suggest that there is no form but no power. And the key to form is meditation, from nothing to something, and condensing emptiness into reality. I understand. I shouldn't use my spiritual power to mold a soul force sword, but should first use my spiritual power to fantasize a sword, from nothing to something, and then condense the emptiness into reality. After thinking for a long time, Anson Chan finally grasped the key. He quieted his mind, and his mental power began to fantastically shape the sword, just as he had used his mental power to outline the scene in the lower realm. Bit by bit, every detail seeking authenticity. Several more hours passed. Clang! In Anson Chen's sea of consciousness, a black sword coalesced, with arcane patterns engraved on it, and every detail was extremely realistic. This sword was inspired by the sword of the Demoness. At that time, when the Ghost Master had struck, Zhongli had first offered her immortal sword to come to fend it off, and it was that moment, that shocking glimpse, that gave Chen Anqing an extremely deep impression of that black immortal sword, and due to his strong mental power, in an instant, Anson Chan captured all the details of that sword and imprinted them in his mind. Nourish it with soul power before it can be solidified. Next, Chen Anqing continued to cultivate according to the heart method. A strand of soul power, dipping into the black sword body. It's getting faster and faster. After only a quarter of an hour, the black immortal sword emitted a clanging sound. The sword was completed. Ha ha, it took more than 10 hours to finally condense. It's really time consuming. Chen Anqing secretly sighed. He did not know Yao Jianyuan originally cultivated this work. It took 11 years to practice the first weight. Moreover, Yao Jianyuan was the only new generation genius in the Bayan cave who had practiced the first level within 500 years. And the reason for that was because his spiritual power was far superior to that of his peers. What do you mean? People are more angry than people? In the aspect of spiritual power, Anson Chen had already crushed Yao Jianyuan to the dregs. Continue. Second weight. Soul sword attachment. After condensing out the soul sword, the next cultivation was in turn much easier. The key to the second level was to let the soul sword condense the potential, which Anson Chen had realized when he practiced the surprising wave sword technique. Only this time it was about melting the sword potential into the immortal soul sword. As long as the mental power was strong enough, it wasn't difficult at all. Half an hour later, the sword fusion was successful. Open the third level and transform the meaning with the momentum. Sword momentum into sword intent was not difficult for immortal realm sword cultivators, and it only took Anson Chen half an hour to refine the sword intent of the immortal soul sword with his powerful spiritual power. The fourth weight. The sword intent transformed into a pull. This one is very crucial. The immortal soul of an immortal realm cultivator is extremely powerful, and can't be fatally traumatized by virtue of sword intent alone. Only after the sword intent was polarized did it possess the effect of slashing the immortal soul. In order to break down the enemy's immortal soul, Yao Jianyuan had planted himself at this level in the first place, unable to break through no matter what, and had to give up practicing this technique, and Anson Chan cultivated smoothly, succeeding in an hour. Fifth weight. Soul sword out of body. Cultivating the immortal soul sword. If you can't release it, then it's all for naught. Only after cultivating this level would the immortal soul sword be considered a true killing move. However, this weight was not so easy. It needed to take time to realize, otherwise it would easily cause the immortal soul to tear, and that pain would be difficult for anyone to bear. A few days later, the Sword Spirit Hall. Jianyuan, where did Kid Chen run off to? Why haven't we seen him in a few days? Yao Qingtian asked. Cultivating. Yao Jianyuan replied as he ate an immortal fruit. Yao Qingtian shook his head. There are only a few short days left before the competition, so even if he cultivates hard, it won't have much effect. But this spirit of his is commendable. Yao Jianyuan said carelessly. Don't be so arbitrary. He's cultivating the immortal soul sword. In case he does, with multiple undefendable killing moves, the chances of winning will naturally be greater. Oh, Yao Qingtian was surprised for a moment, then returned to his normal color. The immortal soul sword is powerful, And the difficulty of cultivating it is also incredibly great. Your kid also cultivated it in the beginning, but didn't give up. Chen kid is afraid that he doesn't have that ability to cultivate it either. Yao Jianyuan smacked his lips and said, "That's right, Chen's spiritual power is slightly stronger than mine, but it's not so strong that it's outrageous, so the chances of success are slim." Right, old man? You honestly say, is it Xianyang Immortal Mansion has given you some unimaginable benefits? You ruthlessly sold me too? Yao Qingtian's face collapsed. This time, but he didn't hold back. He fiercely knocked on Yao Jianyuan's head. "You little son of a bitch. You're neurotic all day long. What are you imagining? I've already told you. There's no danger. There's no danger. Whether you've got long ears or not." Yao Jianyuan ouched for days, covering his head. "Then you tell me, where exactly did those senior brothers who were taken in by the Xianyang Immortal Mansion in the past go?" Yao Qingtian closed his eyes and faintly spat out a few words. "If you don't know, don't bother me." Yao Jianyuan grimaced and flashed his teeth and claws at Yao Qingtian before saying, "Actually, I'm afraid that you'll be fooled and I'll be in trouble. Anyway, you weigh it yourself. If something happens to me, God grandfather will definitely beat you up. You little son of a bitch without old or young. Sooner or later you will be struck by heavenly thunder." Yao Qingtian cursed, then remembered something and said with a straight face, "By the way, I heard that Ji Gi came back from the battlefield. I don't know, I think Miss Jin will be able to hold down the field for that appointment in a few days. In order to be safe, you'd better inform your god grandfather to come over." When Yao Jianyuan heard this, he immediately put away that dangling look. Ji Xiling, his wild father, is back? Didn't that bastard go to the battlefield of the Sea of Sins and Dragons? I heard that I was wounded and came back to recuperate. Yao Jianyuan's expression was grave. When Ji Xiling disgraced the Yao family, the second eldest master always tolerated it. A large part of the reason was because of this Ji Gi, even though it says he went to the battlefield. Who's to say he won't come back alive? I didn't expect that he would actually come back at this juncture. If he had learned that Ji Ziling was dead, he would not just be as simple as relenting his anger towards senior brother Chen, and he himself had not used less force when he had beaten Ji Ziling this time. It's hard to cope. Boom! Just at this time, there was a sudden movement of violent swings on the side of the practicing pavilion. Yao Qingtian and Yao Jianyuan immediately unfolded their immortal sense to investigate the situation. Under this probe, Yao Qingtian realized that a strange sword chi rushed out of the practice pavilion. This is the Immortal Soul Sword. The Immortal Soul Sword was condensed by soul power and was not as easy to sense as a solid sword. If Yao Qingtian wasn't a sword cultivator and was familiar with the Immortal Soul Sword, he would have no idea what the breadth of this thing was. Therefore, it was difficult to detect, and a major characteristic of the Immortal Soul Sword. Senior brother Chen has practiced Soul Sword out of body. This is the 5th level. Yao Jianyuan was shocked to learn this. He himself had spent 11 years practicing the first gravity in the first place with thousands of difficulties, while senior brother Chen had reached the 5th gravity in just a few days. This gap caused Yao Jianyuan to laugh bitterly. I didn't expect Kid Chen to be such a genius. Yao Qingtian also sighed and sighed immediately. He looked towards Yao Jianyuan, who had a bitter smile on his face. He was afraid that his moral heart would be affected again. He even said, "Jianyuan kid, you don't need to be jealous. The so-called geniuses often each has their own strengths. Your spiritual power is not as good as Chen kid, but your physique is better than his. Future achievements will not be lower than him. Understand?" Mentioning this, Yao Jianyuan's complexion became even more deathly pale, rolling his eyes and saying, "He, senior brother Chen, is an extreme unsullied sword body?" At those words, Yao Qingtian stiffened. "What? Extreme grade sword body? A step above you?" Yao Jianyuan nodded his head and sighed. "Yes, in order to find some self-confidence in front of senior brother Chen earlier, I even lied to him and said that I was a sacred grade sword body. Alas, in reality, Yao Jianyuan's true physique was the peak of Xianpin. Upon discovering that Chen Anqing had become an extreme grade sword physique, he had only said that he was a sacred grade sword physique in order to save face. Extreme grade sword body, coupled with spiritual power that far exceeds the base of the realm. Both of them, Chen Kid is one step short of being called 100 years of heavenly pride. Yao Qingtian also made a sound of sigh, counting. Bai Yen Cave had not received such a talented disciple for thousands of years. Yes, it's estimated that after more than 100 years, senior brother Chen will be able to step into the Xianxian immortal realm, while I'll have to take at least 200 to 300 years. There's a huge gap. While speaking, Yao Jianyuan's heart gradually calmed down, and his Dao heart was not affected at all. "Jianyuan, we are here. Just an inconspicuous corner in the immortal realm's unseen domain. There are many heavenly pride saints in those great powers. Sooner or later you will meet a character many times stronger than Kid Chen's natural talent. So it's better to look on the bright side." Yao Qingtian spoke out to comfort. He. Yao Jianyuan's face was full of indifference as he said, "Old man, there's no need to comfort me. Senior brother Chen is my close friend. I can't wait for him to be an emperor-level heavenly pride so that I can hug his thighs in the future. So how could I possibly be affected in my Dao due to jealousy? Yao Qingtian heard this and secretly sensed the fluctuation of Yao Jinyuan's aura. And sure enough, it was as calm as usual. So he laughed and scolded. Brat, you were pretending just now, weren't you? Scared me to death. Yao Jianyuan laughed. Come on, aren't you alive and kicking? Where have you been scared to death? Yao Qingtian made a gesture to fight. Yao Jianyuan's neck shrank and he even said, don't, second Grand Master. Let's go congratulate senior brother Chen first. After saying that, he dodged and slipped away. Yao Qingtian smiled faintly. Then he also carried his hands on his back and marched towards the direction of the practicing pavilion. Dai in the practice pavilion, Anson Chan's face was pale and sweaty afang. He was in such a hurry that he almost slit his immortal soul. But fortunately, he had a scare in the end and finally succeeded with this experience. The next one won't be so dangerous. This 6th level, which involves the comprehension of the laws of the Sword Dao. It's best to wait until I impact the true immortal realm to cultivate it. It's still a bit weak now. When it came to the laws, not only did one need to be strong in spirituality, but one also needed to be strong in all aspects of their abilities to a certain degree in order to withstand them. Right at this moment, Anson Chan's powerful spiritual power sensed an aura sweeping past in a hurry. Subconsciously, Anson Chan struck out a palm towards the side. Boom. After a slap, Anson Chan stomped back. Senior brother Chen, what are you excited about? It's me. In the next moment, Yao Jianyuan's figure appeared. Anson Chen grinned and said, Your Honor, just now I was mentally exhausted and thought someone was sneaking up on me. Chen Anqing shot out almost instinctively, and only when he hit that palm did he wake up. This is the Bayan Cave. There are formations guarding it. Who would dare to sneak up on him? Yao Jianyuan walked over in a big manner and patted Chen Anqing's shoulder. Alright you kid. The immortal soul sword has let you practice deep hiding. Chen Anqing laughed. Didn't you also practice to become a triple weight? We are more or less the same. Yao Jianyuan hammered Chen Anqing and said, almost a hair. Old me cultivated for 17 years before and after before reaching the 3rd level. You're at the 5th level in a few days. Anson Chan froze. Yao Jianyuan used 17 years to cultivate the 3rd heavy? So that makes you a lot faster than him. However, Chen Anqing understood that he was able to cultivate himself to the 5th level so quickly. The Nianli stone sent by the old man of Dharma cultivation took the credit for it. Otherwise it would probably have taken a few years. After all, after the spiritual power reached a certain height, even raising it by a fraction of a millimeter would have a very different effect. Not to mention that the stone directly raised his spiritual power by 50%. In order to not let Yao Jianyuan be irritated, Chen Anqing hammered back, pretending to look envious and said, So what? You're still a sacred sword body. I can't wait to switch with you. Ahem. Keep a low profile. Yao Jianyuan could not help but blush with his old face. Ha ha ha. As the two of them were talking, Yao Qingtian, Gu Jie, Sun Xinhao, and the others came to the practicing pavilion together. Chen kid, good job. It's been 3,000 years since anyone in our cave has actually practiced the immortal soul sword. You kid is good. You have a future. Yao Qingtian couldn't help but praise Chen Anqing as soon as he arrived. Congratulations, senior brother Chen. Even Gu Jie, who had always been unsmiling, held back a hint of a smile to congratulate Chen Anqing. Awesome. In a few years, we'll have to rely on senior brother Chen to cover us. Ha ha. Senior, aren't you going to show your appreciation for such a big breakthrough by senior brother Chen? Right senior. Why don't we throw senior brother Chen a reception banquet plus a congratulatory banquet, so everyone can join in the festivities? The crowd was talking to each other, and they all looked pretty happy. Chen Anqing silently looked at the slightly unfamiliar, yet sincere smiling faces, and his heart couldn't help but sour a few points. It was an atmosphere that he had only ever felt when he was young and with his fellow village playmates. Good. This cave master is also very pleased today. Jier, order down and host a banquet tonight. 1. To celebrate everyone's survival after the calamity. And 2. To celebrate your senior brother Chen's initiation and major breakthrough. After Yao Qingtian finished, he added one more sentence, you can drink wine. Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered and said to Anson Chen that they had dipped into his light and had wine to drink today. Yao Qingtian, get the hell out of here. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor in the Baiyin Cave's forbidden system, and a berserk and violent roar resounded throughout the entire Baiyin Cave. Yao Qingtian's brows wrinkled. He knew that it was Ji Ziling's father, Ji Guai, who had hit the door. Outside the Baiyin Cave, several figures stood in the sky. One of them, a middle-aged man in battle armor, stood side by side with Zhu Min, the young master of the Zhu family. Protector Ji, what this young master means is to let the appointment be held as scheduled. Don't worry, this young master has already made thorough arrangements and will never let that brat leave the battle platform alive. Zhu Min's tone was not as lofty as it had been in the past, and there was even a hint of scorn hidden between his eyebrows, and there was an origin for him to address Ji Guiyi as a protector. Many years ago, Ji Guiyi had worshipped the Zhu family's third elderly master, and due to his outstanding talent, he was deeply appreciated by the third elderly master, and step by step, he grew up to become the protector of the third elderly master's side. Later on, the third elder master Zhu was ordered to go on an expedition and fell in the sea of sins and dragons as Zhu three masters that lineage, and therefore into the power and wealth of the struggle. Ji Guiyi is a smart person, do not want to get involved in this right and wrong. For the name of the teacher to keep filial piety and early exit, the other two veins knew that Ji Guiyi was a rare talent with a promising future, so they were interested in recruiting him. But Ji Guiyi was determined to go, even if the two veins offered him a higher price, he would not be moved. Instead, Zhu Min's father came up with a way to pry Ji Guiyi, so he approached his wife Nangong Xiu. Directly will Zhu family's piece of land Xianyu Cave, divided to Nangong Xiu, let her be the cave master. At that time, Nangong Xiu, although ascension less than 100 years, but already know the suffering of the immortal world, since it is happy to accept the gift of the Zhu family, sitting in the cave master position. By the time Ji Hui knew the news, he couldn't persuade her no matter what, so he had to call it quits. Then later, for reasons unknown, Ji Guiyi also answered the immortal king's call and went to that sea of sins and dragons to conquer the war. When Zhu Min's father learned of this news, he began to regret giving away this piece of land in Xianyudong, because the battlefield of the sea of sins and dragons was too terrifying. Anyone who went there would be in a situation of 9 deaths. Talent did not pull together, but also gave away a piece of land for nothing. Zhu Min's father of course will not be willing, but it would be categorically unfeasible to just take it back. Going back on one's word is a major taboo for those in power. Therefore, Zhu Min's father used the name of partition to divide Xianyu Cave under Zhu Min's command, nominally saying that it was co-managed with Nangong Xiu, but actually waiting for Ji Guiyi's news. If he returns, he will make another pull. If he dies in battle, he will immediately withdraw it. It was not easy for Zhu Min to take over this stall, because the Zhu family had so many heirs. There were no fewer open battles than in the mortal royal family. Taking over the Qianyu cave was almost like tying up his position in the family in the future. The slightest mistake will be a handle for others to attack. The other day when Jiuhua Mountain was enveloped by the alien heaven and earth, it had made him anxious, and if he lost this territory because of it, he would be finished with it. It was also for this reason that after the crisis was lifted, Zhu Min rushed in at the first opportunity to ask for punishment. If we don't dump the pot and find a scapegoat, we will be impeached. After waiting for a long time, but seeing Ji Gui not say a word, Zhu Min once again spoke out. Protector Ji, this young master is worried that Xianyang immortal mansion is taking the opportunity to find my Zhu family trouble. At this time, Ji Gui spoke out. What has it got to do with this seat to find trouble with your Zhu family? Also, don't say young master. Whose young master are you? This seat doesn't recognize it. Zhu Min's entire body froze. He couldn't help but curse in the bottom of his heart. Ji Gui, this son of a bitch, is really rampant. He doesn't put himself in his eyes at all. Why doesn't he die on the battlefield? Zhu Min heart resentment when follow his 2 old men as a loyal slave. Cannot watch the master to suffer. Immediately one of the old men unfolded the momentum, pointing at Ji Gui, burst out, surname Ji, with my young master to speak politely, and then dare to violate the following. Do not blame the old man. Boo! Before the old man finished his vicious words, Ji Gui's body shook, and an immortal force burst out, hardening the old man's arm into broken flesh. Ah! You, heavenly immortal Qi! The old man's eyes were wide with disbelief. However, he had not expected that Ji Gui would go to the battlefield for a while and return with a foot in the heavenly immortal realm. Whoever stops this seed from avenging my daughter today, this seed will set his bones to ashes. Ji Gui's cold words were filled with substantial killing intent, causing Zhu Min and the others to not dare to utter a single breath. Well, it turns out that Ji Protector, you have been a heavenly immortal. Little nephew for the purple spirit sister's matter, also deeply pained, has been thinking of ways to avenge her. Only suffering from the strength is not good. This time you out of the way. Little nephew will be at ease, knowing that Ji Gui was in the heavenly immortal realm. Zhu Min's attitude changed rapidly anyway. No matter what happened, there was Ji Gui, a heavenly immortal, to take the lead, and it didn't have anything to do with him. Right at this moment, Yao Qingtian brought the Xianxian immortal elders in the cave to the back of the cave's entrance restriction. Ha. It turns out to be Brother Ji returning from the battlefield. Congratulations. Yao Qingtian arched his hand and said. Ji Gui's face was as heavy as ice as he coldly said, hand over Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan to be executed by the seat. In addition, you and other self-cancelled cultivation, for my daughter to observe filial piety for 3 years. If you can't do it, you will be sent to the 9 ghosts. Feeling Ji Guiyi's surging killing intent, Yao Chengtian secretly said that it was not good. I'm afraid that today's matter could not end well. Brother Ji, the matter of your Qianjin was really an accident and has nothing to do with others. So why do you need to take your anger out on us? Yao Qingtian said indifferently. No one else's business? Ji Guiyi's eyes deepened, and with a single grab of his bare hand, he grabbed a Qianyu cave elder behind him. Tell me what happened. Tell me what happened. That elder shivered and said repeatedly, Your Honor, that day, we were trapped in the alien heaven and earth and lost our immortal power. But the disciples in the cave were in possession of a strange spiritual liquid that could preserve the lives of all of us. Bayan Cave united with the other 2 caves, bullying the few with the many and hijacking the spirit liquid, causing everyone, including the cave master and the young lady, to be in a state of powerlessness. This is one of them. Secondly, that brat called Chen Anqing deliberately provoked the young lady, who had no choice but to agree to a fair fight with him. However, it was not expected that this son would secretly sabotage the young lady and injure her, causing her to further lose her mobility. What's even more infuriating is that Chen Anqing not only betrayed Qianyu Cave, but also joined forces with Yao Jianyuan of Baiyan Cave, taking advantage of the fact that the young lady was unable to move, and together they abused the young lady. That elder spoke with tears in his voice. If not for those who had personally experienced it, anyone would have hated to slaughter Chen Anqing and the others on the spot. You fart. That's not what happened. At all. At this time, Yao Jianyuan and Chen Anqing emerged from behind that. Lord Ji. These 2 are Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan, the culprits for the death of Miss. Seeing the 2, that elder hurriedly identified them. Yao Jianyuan face sank cold, said, Do not fart here. At that time more than 100,000 people were present. How can you buy you this old shrew upside down black and white? Things go through. Yao Jianyuan wanted to argue, but Ji Guiyi didn't give him a chance at all. A boom. Ji Guiyi flipped his hand and pressed down with a palm. A majestic torrent of immortal power descended, ruthlessly impacting on the Bayan Cave's prohibitions. Bastard! This seat has come to avenge my daughter today, not to listen to your kind sophistry. All of you, go to hell! Ji Guiyi roared furiously, building up a palm and pressing down again. Ji Guiyi, it's not your turn to take revenge on a cuckold turtle. You're not her father. In the heat of the moment, Yao Jianyuan roared angrily. This sentence was like a sharp sword sticking in Ji Guiyi's heart, almost turning him into a frenzied divine beast. Die! All of you! He roared furiously, and the entire Zhohua mountain shook violently. Don't believe? Nandong Xiu himself said that Ji Ziling's real father is someone else. This is known to everyone. Poor you, this cuckold turtle is still in the dark. Ha ha ha. Yao Jianyuan deliberately said these words to irritate Ji Guiyi in order to stall for some time, as he had already used a secret method to send a voice message to his god-grandfather for rescue. Nonsense! Ji Guiyi sniffed, and instead of converging, he became even more manic. Boom! He struck out with another palm, earth-colored law immortal power, and blasted at the forbidden system. Click! Cobweb-like cracks appeared in the guarding prohibitions of the Bayan Cave. Elders, protect the formation with all your might. Seeing this, Yao Qingtian hurriedly summoned all the elders to use their immortal power to maintain the forbidden formation, or else once the forbidden system collapsed, no one would be able to stop Ji Guiyi given his current state of insanity. Right at this moment, Anson Chan flew forward a bit against that violent vibration. Ji Guiyi, with your strength, breaking through the forbidden system and killing us is the nail in the coffin. So why are you in a hurry? Do you really not want to figure out Ji Ziling's life? Think about it. I'm just a laboring bottom. What virtue can make the noble Qianjin Ji Ziling difficult at every turn? Chen Anqing eyed the front and calmly said. Hearing these words, Ji Guiyi really stopped. Of course, the real reason was that his injuries had flared up and he had to stop temporarily to wait for his recovery. Ji Guiyi's eyes flushed a little red as he stared at Chen Anqing with a deadly stare. No matter how much you try to weasel your way out of this today, it's hard to escape death. Chen Anqing smiled and said, I'm a mole cricket. What's wrong with dying? I only pity you for being toyed with by Nangong Xiu, and in the end, I am afraid that you will end up as a ghost in vain. Ji Guiyi gazed at him, still angry on the surface, but slightly calmer on the inside. You thief! My wife kindly took you into the cave to cultivate, yet you enmity and revenge, killing my daughter, and you dare to stir up trouble here. Anson Chan was rather disdainful and said, Look at you. I thought you were a character, but I didn't realize that you are just a brainless man. Nangong Xiu forced me to stay in the Qianyu cave, but to fulfill her and my brother Li's oath. What kind of goodwill to stay? Simply ridiculous. In addition, just because I was introduced to you by brother Li, Ji Ziling made every effort to kill me, but Nangong Xiu listened to me without any control. Is this what you call kindly accepting me? Forget it, it's useless to say any more to you, reckless person. Finally affirmed 2 points. First, Ji Ziling was smashed to death by the tombstone of the ancestral land. You want to take revenge to go to the ancestral land of Jiuhua Mountain to dig the grave. Second, Nangongxiu personally admitted that Ji Ziling's real father is my big brother Li. You'd better accept the reality. Stop deceiving yourself and others. After listening to these words, Ji Guiyi instantly had his qi and blood in reverse, triggering his injuries and almost falling from the air in pain. Li Zhangyang, ha ha, in the beginning I shouldn't have just broken your dog's legs. I should have killed you with a sword. Ji Guiyi's heart was suffocating and strangling. Unbearable. Bitch, my Ji Guiyi's life has been ruined by you. While Ji Guiyi was frantic inside, Nangongxiu's figure, however, drifted to him. Guiyi, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He's treacherous and cunning. He's purposely provoking you, messing up your Taoist mind, and drawing you back to your old injuries. Nangongxiu draped her long hair and stared fiercely at Anson Chen. Ji Guibian showed a pained look and simply closed his eyes. Ignoring Nangongxiu, Chen Anqing sneered. This is what you said yourself. What? You want to argue again? Nangongxiu had an indifferent face and said, at that time, you and the others were bullying others and hijacking the spiritual liquid. My daughter was in danger. And it was only in order to save her life that this cave master had to sacrifice his innocence and reputation, and even kneel and bow down to you, you wolf-hearted thing, in the face of ironclad facts. How dare you still dare to demonize the public here? The atmosphere froze, this bending and twisting, each with his own words, made Ji Guiyi's brain very confused immediately. He looked at Nangongxiu. You've knelt to him? Nangongxiu's eyes were reddened and tears flowed as she said, for my daughter's sake, I had to kneel. And I also had to lie and deceive him that my daughter was Mr. Li's daughter. Unfortunately, my daughter was still killed by them. Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan are the first evil. The rest are all accomplices. If you are still a man, kill them today to avenge your daughter. Ji Guiyi had previously intended to break with Nangongxiu and repudiate her by removing her cultivation, but after hearing these words, the heart wavered. Ah Xiu, I'm going to ask you one last time. Answer honestly and I won't pursue the matter no matter what the outcome is. Between you and Li Zhangyang, have you experienced a man and a woman or not? Pop. Nangongxiu slapped him across the face. Ji Guiyi, how many more times do you want me to swear? These years you repeatedly wronged me, humiliated me. For the sake of my daughter I endured. Now that my daughter is dead, why should I continue to endure the mental torture you give me? You son of a bitch, coward. If you're a great man, give me a good time and kill me. Looked at the Nangongxiu tears, almost crazy. Ji Guiyilian went forward to hold her arms. Show. I believe you. Party. I was a moment of impatience. Chaotic. Only misunderstood you. You do not cry. Today for my husband will kill all the small. To avenge our daughter. Nangongxiu had a lifeless expression as he muttered. If you want to take revenge, stop dragging your feet and be late. Okay? I hear you. Ji Guiyi finally crossed his heart and prepared to go on a killing spree. Humph. This family master thought which immortal king was calling. But it's a yakuza like you. Ji Guiyi, do you really think that I, Zhou Taixian, am dead, coming to my god-grandson's territory to shout and fight? When Ji Guiyi was ready to make his move, hundreds of strong figures came in a flurry above that heavenly dome. The old man at the head, dressed in an arcane-patterned purple robe, his hand resting on the 8 trigrams treasure mirror. His aura was outstanding. That old man was Yao Jianyuan's god-grandfather, the Zhou family head, Zhou Taixian. In this part of Nanzhan, the Zhou family was only slightly inferior to the Zhu family, and was also a behemoth in the eyes of the smaller forces. Ji Guiyi has no backer behind him. He is a loner. Can he still fight against the world family with his own strength? Senior brother Chen, my god-grandfather has arrived. There's no need to worry. Ha ha. Seeing Zhou Taixian arrive, Yao Jianyuan relaxed and smiled. What realm is your god-grandfather? Anson Chan asked. Was a heavenly immortal. Yao Jianyuan said. What do you mean? Now what? Anson Chan was curious. It's a long story. Anyway, even if his old man's realm metamorphoses, he still has the body of a heavenly immortal and the might of a heavenly immortal. He doesn't have to be weaker than the current Ji Guiyi. Don't worry, Yao Jianyuan said with a confident face. That would be good. Chen Anqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise there would be no other way to survive today except for the boundary crossing stone that would allow him to temporarily hide for a few hours. Anson Chen thought so. That was because he didn't know that Master Ghost, a heavenly immortal, had long been lurking on the void several kilometers away. Once he was in danger, Master Ghost would definitely step in to suppress Ji Guiyi even if he forcefully unsealed him. And protecting Duke Chen was a deadly order from his master. Hundreds of strong people, falling down one after another. Zhou Taixian waved his big sleeve and said, Open the mountain gates. Prohibition. Today, I would like to see who dares to spread their wildness. As soon as the words fell from this side, ink mist and a black-robed man whose face could not be seen also came to the sky above. Watching everything below, the man in black said coldly, "Why did you arrange a match for him but not just bring him back?" Mo Mao's expression was a bit unnatural as he said, "My original intention was to let him settle the trouble himself, so as not to have any worries in his mind down the road and delay the big event." The man in black said in a deep voice, "Do you need it? From now on, you may not take matters into your own hands." Mo repeatedly said yes respectfully, then said, "Now that 2 of the people selected by the Jade Disc have been targeted by that half-heavenly immortal, please show me how I should resolve this." "Your Excellency?" the man in black faintly said, "Time is running out. It's not up to these stinky fish and shrimp to fool around. I'll make my own move." Ink Mist's complexion was awe-inspiring, and he already had a number in his heart. In front of the Bayan cave, when Jigui saw the arrival of many powerful people, he couldn't help but look even more gloomy. Zhou Taixian was a person he knew. Rumor has it that he was once in the heavenly immortal realm, but then he went outside of Nanzhan and messed with a strong enemy, and was beaten half to death, with his immortal body and immortal soul both damaged, and his realm fell to the peak of Xianxian. However, a strong person like him who had once set foot in the heavenly immortal realm, even if his realm had metamorphosed, his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary peak Xianxian immortal realm. This point is very similar to the current Ji Guei himself. Several years ago he broke through in the Sin's Dragon Sea battlefield. Only 3 days after crossing into the heavenly immortal realm, the base camp was attacked by a sneak attack, and it took him half a year of fighting to kill his way out of the blood, and he himself was injured in his immortal body and immortal soul, and could not exert the true battle power of the heavenly immortal realm. Otherwise, one of his palms would have been enough to shatter the Bayan Cave's prohibitions. "What? Don't dare to fart anymore? Where's that arrogant vigor to fight and kill just now?" Zhou Taishuan's eyes teased and sneered with great disdain, seeing Ji Gui did not say a word. Nangong Xiao disappointed. "Let you do not procrastinate. Now it's good. Let people as maggots in general look at. If I had known that you're such a wimp. In the first place, even if I head to the death, I will not be from you." Nangong Xiao knew that with the arrival of the Zhou family's powerful men, the possibility of revenge had been lost today. Dropping a few words of counting, the disappointed woman stepped into the air and left. Ji Gui was stimulated to the depths of his soul by these words, and immediately, his eyes burst open as he offered up an unknown purple elixir and swallowed it in one gulp. In the next moment, Ji Gui's aura climbed steeply, pressuring the surrounding space to ripple. Boom! Ji Gui didn't say anything and directly struck out. His large palm clawed forward as if ignoring spatial distance, instantly arriving at Zhou Taixian. Zhou Taixian was horrified, and he was busy offering up his defense to fend it off. Boo! Unbeknownst to him, Ji Gui's hand clawed, but it directly shattered the defense shield and pinched Zhou Taixian's neck in the process. "Bold! Madman! Let go of my family head! Seek death!" At this, hundreds of Zhou clan Xin immortal experts were all shouting in fear. Ji Gui's face was grim. Ignoring those chiding, he grinned and said fiercely, "My old man has crossed the battlefield and killed thousands of enemies. Can't he be taken by you? This old man? The first to kill you." As the words fell out of his mouth, Ji Gui exerted a vicious force with one hand and claw. "Scumbag! Let go of my god-grandfather." Seeing this, Yao Jianyuan, who was on the side, was in a great hurry, and his immortal power was the first to explode. Not even caring about the gap between the two sides, he sacrificed his immortal sword and rushed over. However, he had only flown out less than 10 feet away when the might of a heavenly immortal swept over him, directly crushing the bones in his entire body and sending him flying backward. Kendo. Seeing this, Yao Qingtian became furious, veins rolling on his forehead. All the elders listened to the order. Immortal killing sword formation. Give this cave master a kill. Honorable order. On the other side, hundreds of Xianxian immortal realm from the Zhou family also flew over, and the entire Zhouhua mountain was filled with a shocking killing aura. Under the frantic pressure of hundreds of Xianxian immortals, Ji Gui was inevitably distracted for a moment, and Zhou Taixian, experienced, seized the moment to explode his immortal might. Boom! Zhou Taishuan's old body suddenly stood up. A layer of rigid red light surfaced around his body, hardening Ji Gui's hand claws to shake them away. Ji Gui took half a step back, his face becoming more and more hideous. Ha ha ha! He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Fine, fine, fine. A bunch of mole crickets, all of them come to send themselves to death. This seat is just the right place to kill them today. The berserk voice, mixed with the might of a heavenly immortal, rolled up waves of space that actually forced back all the Xian immortals attacking. Even Yao Qingtian and the others, who had sacrificed their sword formations, were dispersed from their formations by the wild sound. This is the gap brought about by the realm. No good. In the next moment, Chen Anqing clearly felt that he had been locked by a powerful and incomparable immortal thought. When he raised his head, He happened to meet Ji Guiyi's wild beast-like gaze. If it wasn't for you, my daughter wouldn't have died. Today, no matter what, I'm going to make you crumble to pieces to honor my daughter's dead spirit. Ji Gui raised his hand and pressed down in the direction of Anson Chen. Immortal power torrent crushed the space. Chaotic trembling surrounding the crowd, was forced to retreat, and even spit out blood. Chen Anqing's heart and mind were in awe, and he immediately wanted to invoke the cross-boundary stone. Griffin, how dare you hurt people? You, this guy, are too unbridled. Just in the nick of time, there was a black and a white defense that suddenly appeared in front of Anson Chen before two different voices were delivered. Buzz. Ji Guiyi struck out that palm, and when it impacted on the two defenses, it was actually completely engulfed, failing to make the slightest ripple. The people present were all shocked at the sight of this. Who strikes? Zhou Taixian was also surprised for a moment. Even he couldn't sense the presence of those two, so they must be in the heavenly immortal realm as well. Normally, the heavenly immortal realm was a rare sight even in immortal mansions and holy lands. Unexpectedly, today, a small storm has attracted several heavenly immortal experts. This is really rare in the sesame-sized place of Jiuhua Mountain. Rats, if you have the guts, don't cower. Come out and fight with this seat. Ji Guiyi failed to kill Chen Anqing with a single slap. Knowing that there was another change, he roared angrily, "Seek death." Phew! A black ray of light shot down sharply from the depths of that heavenly dome, and in the blink of an eye, it connected with where Ji Guiyi was. Ji Guiyi had fought on the battlefield for many years, and in terms of experience in killing enemies, he was much richer than the average heavenly immortal. When that black light attacked, he sacrificed the immortal sword that had accompanied him in killing for many years and defended his surroundings. The light defense was not enough. In the fluctuating space surrounded by that blade shadow, a golden blade intent broke through the air and chopped straight towards where Anson Chen was. Not good. Seal, open. That black light also did not expect that Ji Guiyi's battle method was so old and vicious that even he was ashamed of himself. In the heat of the moment, he broke the seal, not to mention not caring about the exposure of his figure, and instantly moved over to block in front of Chen Anqing. Swallow the sky. After that person dodged, his palm slashed in front of his chest, and the mysterious power of the laws then condensed into a black ball, blocking that golden blade. As for the others, sensing the power of that destructive blade chi, they had already fled far away. But the light blocking the golden blade chi wasn't over. Only a rumbling sound could be heard as the spatial area where Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan were collapsed, with terrifying sword shadows scurrying all around them. Damn you! This guy's realm is not as solid as mine. How can his strength be so overbearing? The celestial immortal who came to his rescue, for the first time in his life, let out a gasp of amazement when facing the same realm. Shame on yourself. Go! The man unfolded his immortal power and rolled up Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan, rushing towards the sky above. Raging waves of space swept through. Even with this mysterious heavenly immortal protection, Chen Anqing had a feeling that he was about to be torn to pieces, and Yao Jianyuan was even worse. His own bones were broken, and then he was swept by the tidal waves of space, and he was almost killed. Whoever dares to stop me, kill! Ji Guiyi went completely crazy as he held the golden light immortal blade and slashed towards the black shadow that rose up towards the sky. The golden shadow of the blade instantly resisted the black shadow. Damn! His moves are vicious and deadly. This guy is really strong. The black shadow was forced into an unavoidable position, and hastily offered up its own immortal weapon, which was a black, skull-headed scepter. That old man, don't help me yet. The black shadow raised his scepter and invoked the law, directly freezing the space 100 feet in front of him. The golden blade shadow was trapped in it, trembling violently. Seeing that the golden blade shadow was about to break through the solidified space, Zhou Taixian below drew out a large purple gold sword and drew himself up into the air. On the other side, Ji Guiyi, who was wearing battle armor, his figure broke through space and had killed the black shadow. Tai, kid, eat the old man's sword. Zhou Taixian slashed wildly as 18 blade shadows coalesced and formed a circle before rapidly converging towards Ji Guiyi. Old pipsqueak, in the way. Ji Guiyi's immortal power shook wildly, and those 18 knife shadows were forced to hover around his body as they shot eye and eye. In the next moment, the blade shadows were mobilized by Ji Guiyi to mobilize the laws of blade intent and crush them all. Swish. But accidents happen. Ji Guiyi's shoulder was slashed by an invisible blade of law that cut through his shoulder, and the wound was deep enough to be seen on the bone. If he hadn't dodged so quickly, he would have had his throat cut. He. Zhou Taixian gave a contemptuous dry laugh and said, "You're still a bit young to be playing with a big sword in front of the old man." Although Zhou Taixian had currently fallen from the heavenly immortal realm, the blade techniques he controlled were stronger than before. Moreover, with the body of a heavenly immortal and the might of a heavenly immortal, it was not unusual for Ji Guiyi to be injured. At the moment when Zhou Taixian and Ji Guiyi were confronting each other over here, that black shadow celestial immortal also shattered the golden blade shadow that chopped at him, drew himself away, and laid down a defensive boundary with all his might. Ah! Ji Gui hissed angrily at the sight, being at the same heavily immortal beginning realm. If the other party had the intention to flee, there was simply no way for him to catch up again. This meant that his plans for revenge were completely lost. Old thing, let you play the hero. This seat will kill you by 1,000 cuts. Ji Gui had no hope of revenge and was ready to pour all his anger on Zhou Taishan. I'm not afraid of you. Come here. Zhou Taishan, on the other hand, was bursting with battle spirit and had no intention of retreating. Seek death. Ji Gui crossed his sword and condensed the laws on top of his battle sword again. Tiny black electric patterns shone on the blade's body, and the entire range of the Zhouhua mountain was enveloped by a terrifying blade intent. Stupid ass. Do you think old me will fight hard with you, mangaka? Brainless thing. Zhou Taishan let out a dry laugh before offering 10 immortal talismans, each of which could unleash a killing blow from the heavenly immortal realm. In an instant, the immortal symbol transformed into a sword, condensing into a terrifying and unparalleled sword shadow that chopped at Ji Gui. Ji Gui was blocked all the way back. It seems that there is no way to escape. There is only one way to die. Kill. But his face was grim to the point of distortion, and there was no defense. The strong body, lunging forward, pressed out a crack in the space. Chop! He roared furiously, and a black lightning blade chi cut through the shadow of the blade transformed by the immortal talisman in front of him, pressing towards Zhou Taishan. Boom boom boom. Ji Gui hardened himself against the 8 blade shadows, immortal blood splattering on his body, while that opposite Zhou Taishan was drowned by the terrifying black blade aura. Godfather. In the void, the pale-faced Yao Jianyuan scoped out this scene, and tears swished out of his eyes. Ha ha ha, those who stand in my way will die. All of them. Ji Gui was hit by 8 slashes and was drenched in blood, yet he was still standing in the air, ready to kill again. On the other side of the void, the man in black and ink mist witnessed this. When he saw Zhou Taishan being covered by the blade chi, Mo Mao finally couldn't help but move and said, Your Excellency, why don't you make a move to suppress that Ji Gui? The man in black gazed ahead, but appreciated. This Ji Gui is worthy of being a character who has survived from the killing field, under serious injuries with an elixir. He is hard to beat the same realm without any fight. Wonderful. Really wonderful. Such an excellent talent. How can this Gongzi be willing to suppress it? Mo Mao sniffed and instantly understood, saying, What do you mean? Your Excellency, is that you want to bring him under your command? The man in black nodded slightly. Not bad. This person will be of great use in the future if he can submit to this Gongzi. Ink Mist hesitated for a moment before saying, In that case, is your Excellency prepared to give up those 2 boys chosen by the Jade Disc? The man in black, however, said, If it were usual, this gentleman would be able to give up those 2, but this time, the situation is so critical that it's too late to choose another person. So I want both. Both sides. This. Ink Mist froze for a moment. The current situation. The 2 sides are in the same water and fire. They do not share the same sky. Gongzi wants to preserve both sides at the same time. How can it be done? The man in black glanced at Mo Mao, knowing that he had doubts in his mind. So he said, You said that Ji Gui's daughter was smashed to death by the tombstones of the Zhouhua ancestral ground? Ink Mist nodded and said, Yes sir, I saw it with my own eyes. The corpse and bones were gone, and the soul was scattered. Ha ha ha. The man in black laughed and patted Mo Wu's shoulder, saying, Old Mo, you're not even close. You watch well and see how this Gongzi handles this matter. The black-clothed man said, and his figure disappeared in place. Below, hundreds of Shinxian immortal realm of the Zhou family, when they saw the family head being submerged by the blade chi, each and every one of them went crazy as well. Kill this dog thief and avenge the family master. Brothers, even if we blow ourselves up, we can't let this guy go. Hundreds of Shinxian immortals all expanded their immortal power to the limit, and it was also a force that should not be underestimated. What's more, Yao Qingtian and the others recovered a little bit and reorganized their formations, cooperating with the Zhou family to charge over. As for Ji Gui, he had taken that pill and had long since been depleted, and even that last strike was a forced outburst to crush Zhou Taishan without regard for his life, already in a state of severe hammer death. It was difficult for him to resist the attack of hundreds of Xian immortals. Stop. At this exact moment, a flat voice came out, and the space around them for several kilometers suddenly froze. Hundreds of Xian realm cultivators were all confined, their figures not allowed to move in the slightest. There were 2 heavenly immortal auras in the party. This other person is actually Ji Gui's helper? Darn it, we can't get revenge. The group of Zhou clan Xian immortals that were confined were all in despair. Soon, the man in black and ink mist appeared in the crowd's view. Mo Wu took the lead to open his mouth and said, Gentlemen, this is my Xian Yang Immortal Mansion's Grand Duke. You and others should stop and wait for my mansion's Duke to deal with this matter. The Grand Duke of the Xian Yang Immortal Mansion, It was actually the senior management of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion that had come. This time, the people of Bayan Cave breathed a sigh of relief, because they knew that this ink mist was on the side of their own and others. We have met the Grand Duke. The prestige of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion was clear to all of them, and when they learned of the identity of the visitor, they all greeted each other. The man in black waved his hand. Removing the spatial confinement then, he raised his head, looked up to the sky, and faintly said, "That Daoist brother, since you are involved in something, come down and work things out with this Gongzi." In the deep air, the heavily immortal realm man in black armor with a bronze mask on his head trembled, because he realized that even the space around him was imprisoned. But an expert in manipulating the laws, the man was briefly surprised before calming down. The opponent's lawful means were superior, but it wasn't impossible if he wanted to forcefully rush away. What do you two mean? If you want to leave, this seat will take you away. If you want to stay, this seat will follow that person's words and go forward to deal with this matter. The man appeared to be questioning the two, but in reality, he was just asking for Anson Chen's opinion. Chen Anqing mused. What happened today was something he had not anticipated at all. The dangerous, really dangerous. If it wasn't for the several powerful people who had come to help in succession, he would probably have accounted for himself here. When Chen Anqing was hesitant, Yao Jianyuan weakly spoke. Senior, I implore you to send me there. The man sniffed and looked at Anson Chan. What about you? Chen Anqing looked at Yao Jianyuan, whose breath was dying, and his fellow brothers below him, and gritted his teeth. Please, Senior, send the two of us back, because he knew in his heart that the series of things that happened today was mostly because of himself. What's the point of running away when there's a senior member of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion coming to solve the problem? Things have to be said eventually, don't they? Good. After Anson Shen stated his position, the man didn't have any hesitation and directly agreed, and with a flash of his figure, he brought the two of them to land in front of the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke gazed at the black-armored man and said, "Dare I ask, brother, why did you intervene in this matter?" The black-armored man said flatly, "I am his protector of the way, and my duty is to do so." The protector? When the crowd heard this, they were all astonished, and their gazes went to Yao Jianyuan, who was severely injured. While ignoring Chen Anqing, there was no other reason. Everyone knew that Chen Anqing came from a humble background, so it was impossible for him to have a heavenly immortal powerhouse as a protector. That will be fine. The Grand Duke nodded slightly. Then he looked towards Ji Guai, who was drenched in blood and could no longer move, and said, "The cause of this matter has already been understood by this prince, and this prince has come out only to persuade all of your parties to stop and make peace, and to wipe out the enmity with a smile. Get out." Ji Guai was the first to raise his head and rebuke angrily. His face was smeared with blood, but that domineering aura had not diminished. "Grand Duke, this thief killed my family head. It is impossible for us to make peace with him. No matter what the cost, we must put this thief to death. Yes, never let him go." The Zhou family crowd, too, took an angry stand. Seeing this situation, the ink mist on the side couldn't help but have a headache. The Xianyang Immortal Mansion's power was large, but it was not so large that it could arbitrarily dominate the lineage. At least on the surface, the Xianyang Immortal Mansion could not be like this. Gentlemen, take a moment. The Grand Duke, however, had a plan and raised his hand to point at the space in front of him. A circle of spatial ripples swept apart, and a bloody body fell out of it. Then he stroked his palm forward, and a green glow that covered the blood body. Under the gaze of the crowd, the bloody body actually condensed new skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Well, not long after, that person rolled over and rose up, and it was none other than that Zhou Taixian, master of the house. Grand Duke, to have such a wonderful technique. Many thanks to the Grand Duke for making a move. The Zhou family's people were all overjoyed to see Zhou Taixian come back to life, and some of them couldn't even help but sob. The laws of life. This guy is so powerful. When the black-armored man saw this tactic, he was also astonished in his heart. To be able to control a strand of the laws of life at the beginning of the heavenly immortal realm was something the black-armored man didn't dare to think about. Damn! I think my ghost master boasts of his wizardry. Today one kills more fiercely than me, and one means is stronger than me. Still wizardry. Master Ghost's face, hidden under the mask, twisted a little from jealousy. Elder Zhou, how do you feel? The Grand Duke looked towards Zhou Taixian and revealed a rare smile. Originally, it was Grand Duke Lin of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion who made the move. The old man is no longer in any serious condition. Thanks to the Grand Duke for saving the old man's life. I can't thank him enough. Zhou Taixian retrieved his life and bowed to the Grand Duke with a grateful hand. It's just a favor. What's more, I've long heard of Zhou Lao's heroic deeds of carrying a purple gold sword on his shoulder and fighting all over southern Zhan, and I've always admired him. And when I see him today, Zhou Lao's vigor has not diminished, and he is indeed true to his name. Wherever, a good man is not as brave as he is. Let the Grand Duke laugh at you. Ha! Zhou Taixian knew that this was a polite word to flatter his horse, but when this word came out of Grand Duke Lin's mouth, his heart was still very happy. Then he secretly murmured in the bottom of his heart, if Jian Yuan, this kid, does things with half the measure of this Grand Duke Lin, then thank God. The ink mist on the side also thought in his heart that the Grand Duke had enlisted the hearts of the people in just a few words, making people unconvinced. As for that Duke Xu Minju, who had long been hiding in the distance, he was staring ahead with a disdainful expression. That guy is really shameless. Zhou Taixian, this kind of old piker, he has the nerve to put down his stance and lick it? The two old men behind him, however, are secretly sighing, if you have this level, you will not be suppressed in the family peers, and even we are humiliated after you. Alas. On the other side, after dealing with Zhou Taishuan's injuries, Grand Duke Lin once again looked at Ji Gi. Brother Ji, your feelings, this Gongzi understands, but, shut up. Before Grand Duke Lin finished speaking, Ji Gui sprayed over a mouthful of blood and said hideously, who are you to take your turn as a peacemaker, when this seat was fighting on the battlefield? I have chopped up many pretentious contraptions like you. You are not worthy of meddling in my business. Ji Gui, don't be arrogant. When these words came out, Ink Mist was the first to become angry, and just as he was about to rush over, he was stopped by Grand Duke Lin. Old M.O., stand down. Then Grand Duke Lin stroked his palm, and the green power of the laws was added to Ji Gui's body. Brother Ji, if I tell you that your daughter has not lost her soul, will you accept my mediation in this matter? Ji Guibian thought that there was no hope for revenge, and it was still difficult for him to escape death, so he simply did not give anyone's face. However, this Grand Duke Lin, suddenly uttering these words, had caused him to be unprepared and disorganized. He raised his head, the flesh and blood on his face kept trembling. Grand Duke, you are saying that there is still a possibility for my daughter to come back to life? Grand Duke Lin said flatly, if the body dies and the soul is extinguished, no one can return to heaven. But coincidentally, those tombstones in the ancestral land of Jiuhua Mountain are engraved with a soul-locking formation. This formation is thought to be set up by the ancestors of Jiuhua Mountain in order to prevent those grave robbers who have the means to travel to the gods. But therefore, the immortal soul of Ling Qianjin is detained in the monument. Immortal soul is still there. There will be infinite possibilities. Ji brother, don't you think so? Hearing this, not only Ji Gui, but even the others were astonished. Even Anson Chan couldn't help but be moved. If what this Grand Duke Lin said is true, it means that Ji Ziling has the possibility of coming back to life. And if he can really bring her back to life, this Grand Duke Lin is too heaven-defying. Under Grand Duke Lin's treatment, Ji Gi's injuries eased and he regained some mobility. He rolled over and half-kneeled in the air. Mr. Lin, as long as you can save my daughter's immortal soul, I'll agree to any conditions. Duke Lin smiled faintly and said, I came here, originally for the purpose of mediating this matter, and I only hope that all of your parties can shake hands and make peace. Would I make any conditions? Upon hearing these words, both the Zhou clan and the major caverns were praising this Prince Lin. Being from an immortal mansion is different. This temperament, we are ashamed of ourselves. Mr. Lin is worthy of being a heavenly pride of the world, a dragon and phoenix among men, and he is admirable in the way he conducts himself. Ji Gi didn't have any hesitation either, and even said, good, as long as Mr. Lin is willing to help, Ji, will stop from now on and not pursue the matter any further. Duke Lin nodded slightly. A great man's word is his bond, so I won't ask you to swear. Brother Ji. After saying that, Duke Lin looked at Zhou Taixian, Yao Qingtian, and the others. What do you and the others think? Yao Qingtian immediately stated. This time, the Jiuhua Mountain was struck by a great calamity, and a series of things happened that no one wanted to see. If Mr. Lin is willing to step in and mediate, Mr. Yao will comply and thank you here. Good. Duke Lin answered and finally looked at the two of them. Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan, do the two of you have any comments? Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan exchanged glances. Both of them could see the other's thoughts, and this fiasco was calmed down by Grand Duke Lin's mediation. When it was the ending that best served the interests of all parties, they have no reason not to comply. It's all up to Mr. Lin. Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan replied almost simultaneously. That's good. Duke Lin nodded, then said, everyone, please follow me to the ancestral land of the Nine Huashan Mountain. Your Excellency, please. Yao Qingtian led the way, and the rest of the higher status figures followed along as they flew to the ancestral land. After opening the ancestral land prohibition, the place was a mess before it could be repaired. Mr. Lin, my daughter's immortal soul, where is it trapped? When he arrived at the ancestral land, Ji Gui was so excited that he couldn't help but ask, Brother Ji, don't be impatient. It will only take half a quarter of an hour for me to rescue your Qinjin's immortal soul. After saying that, Mr. Lin's spiritual power erupted and began to communicate the power of laws with his mental idea body. He soon entered an ancestral tombstone, the eye in the white space. There were several arcane pillars, and on one of them, Ji Ziling's immortal soul was locked by a chain of black laws. You, who are you? Help me, help me. Upon seeing the figure of Mr. Lin, the deadly Ji Ziling immediately struggled. These days, she was chained to the pillar. Her immortal soul was struck by lightning, burned by fire, and invaded by ice, and she suffered terribly. If she had the ability to self-destruct her immortal soul, she would have done so long ago, but unfortunately, she was bound and could not do it. Ji Ziling, relax. For the sake of your father, I have come to rescue you. After you get out, you shall not be reckless and shall not pursue the past. Can you possibly do it? Duke Lin said coldly. Can do it. Gonzi, Ziling used to be arrogant and domineering, oppressing many people and causing a lot of trouble. I already know that I'm wrong. Please Gonzi, quickly take action and save me from going out. Oh, Ji Ziling sobbed uncontrollably. It is said that a person's words are good when he is about to die, and Ji Ziling is no exception. A few days ago, when she was seriously injured and hammered to death, she regretted in her heart, regretting that she should not be capricious in every way, and that her flat life was a matter of right and wrong. Especially the moment the tombstone hit her, she realized how hard it is for everyone to live, and how abhorrent it is when she herself shouts at others. Well, relax, my lord will save you now. Thank you, sir. Ji Ziling quieted down and closed her eyes, looking forward to escaping this infernal hellhole. Subsequently, Sir Lin began to use his powerful spiritual energy to break through the confining chains. Within moments, the black iron chains were as taut as they could be. Go! After the law was taut, this piece of space was about to collapse, and Duke Lin used his means to roll Ji Ziling away. Boo! The tombstone exploded, shocking the crowd and causing them to fall back. Ziling, are you there? Father's here. Are you okay? Ji Guai exclaimed with some trepidation. Brother Ji, your Qian Jin has been rescued by me. Look at this jade bottle, Sir Lin said, handing over a green-colored jade bottle. Ji Guai condensed a spiritual idea body and couldn't wait to rush into the jade bottle. Daughter, Dad. The moment Ji Ziling saw Ji Guai, she hesitantly called out father, because she had heard her mother's words before she died. Well, as long as your immortal soul is still alive, father will definitely beg Mr. Lin to rebuild your body for you and bring you back to life. My good daughter, Ji Guai said excitedly. Well, father, thank Mr. Lin for me. And, what else, daughter, you tell? There is, also that everything in the past was because I was too arrogant and unselfish. Father, you apologize to Yao Jianyuan and Chen Anqing for me. If I have a new life that day, I will clean up my heart and be a new person. Ji Guai also knew his daughter's character well, and he never expected that she would change so much after a great calamity of life and death. Well, daughter, you've grown up, and father is pleased. At this moment, Ji Guai's heart was incomparably happy, and all the annoyances and grudges accumulated in his heart were swept away. Brother Ji, your Qianjin's immortal soul is weak and should not be disturbed too much. When Duke Lin sent word over, Ji Guai instructed 2 sentences, and his thoughts exited from the jade bottle in a hurry. Then, Ji Guai first looked at Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan, arching his hand and saying, both of you. Ziling said that she is known to have made a mistake and asked me to apologize to both of you on her behalf. Yao Jianyuan and Chen Anqing smiled at each other. None of them had expected things to shift so much. Whether Ji Ziling's apology was sincere or fake, it didn't matter. She had already been punished and received the lesson she deserved. A misunderstanding. Peace be upon you. Anson Chan responded with an arch of his hand, accepting the apology. Ji Guai nodded his head before facing the rest of the people. Previously, it was Ji who was irrational. I hope you all will bear with me if I have offended you. The matter was resolved smoothly, and with Duke Lin's appearance, Zhou Taixian, Yao Qingtian, and the others were unwilling to entangle themselves any further. Brother Ji, remodeling an immortal body is not an easy task, so your Qianjin's immortal soul will have to be temporarily stowed here with me, and when I find all the materials, I will come out to save it. Duke Lin said. Upon hearing this, Ji Guai immediately knelt down on one knee and said with a pleading face, Thank you, Mr. Lin. If you don't mind, please give me a chance to accompany you, and I will not hesitate to go up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire. This scene, watching the heart of Mo Mao on the side, praised it repeatedly. The Grand Duke's intention is to bring Ji Guai under his command, and throughout the process, he did not mention a word about it, and instead waited for Ji Guai to take the initiative to beg to be worshipped under his command. And this is the smart tactic. Duke Lin used his immortal power to lift Ji Guai up and said, Brother Ji, please get up. With you around, It's possible for you to share some things for me so that I can focus on the matter of remodeling my immortal body. I'll be grateful to you in the future. Brother G. I dare not. I dare not. If you have something to do, just command me. Ha ha ha. Good. Accepting this fierce general, Mr. Lin was happy with himself. Well, today's business is over and all are happy. So disperse. This matter has come to a perfect end. Mo Mao commanded, wanting to dismiss the crowd. Slowly, Elder Mo. There's still an oath between us. How can we just break up like this? Coldly, that Jumin was the one who popped up. As Jumin flew out, the two old protectors of the Dao behind him broke out into a cold sweat. What's the point of going out at this hour? Is he going to make a fool of himself again? Your grandpa. It's bad luck to follow you. But what's the alternative? As servants, they didn't dare to stand in the way of their master's business. Seeing that it was Zhu Min who had arrived, Mo Wu, as well as Yao Qingtian and the others, did not have a good face. Young Master Zhu, I think it's better to call it quits on that match we agreed on earlier. So don't make a fool of yourself. Mo Wu coldly said. Zhu Min's face sank slightly. His heart extremely unhappy at this time, not to mention not being able to finish off those sons of bitches from the Bayan cave. Even Ji Guai, the object of his enlistment, was fished out by the Xianyang Immortal Mansion. Things were done like this. When he returned to the mansion, he was afraid that he would be gripped by people. Not only being taunted and insulted so simple. That's why he jumped out and had to find a way to go back to his work. Elder Mo. What are you saying? We've sworn with our soul blood, and you're done with it by saying don't make a fool of yourself? Do you think my Zhu family is made of clay? So easy to bully. Zhu Min coldly rebuked. Mo Mao's brows deeply wrinkled, cursing this son of a bitch, jumping out at this time to find trouble, letting himself in front of the Gongzi. How to explain? However, before he could say anything, Duke Lin spoke out. This matter is an appointment set by Mo on his own initiative. I will veto it on behalf of the Immortal Mansion, so you don't have to dwell on it. Zhu Min couldn't help but feel the terrifying aura of Duke Lin, and couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. At the same time, he was jealous as hell in his heart, counting that he and this surname Lin were of the same generation, and their status was only slightly different, but Zhu Min could clearly feel that he was a heaven and a hell compared to him. He was a dragon in the eyes of the world while he was like a worm. Lin Xian. Mr. Lin. Just now I saw that you were generous and decent in your dealings. How come you changed your attitude when it came to my Zhu family's head, forcibly pressing against fulfillment? What do you want me to do? Zhu Min looked like he was being bullied. Lin Xian's face sank slightly as he said, You, young Lord Zhu, like to make appointments so much. Why don't you personally go on the battle stage yourself, forcing others to fight to the death? What's the point? Pressuring people with your power? If you're not convinced, you can make a date with this young lord. The crowd laughed at the words Zhu Min. This pig-headed 3. This is not to send the door to make a fool of himself. Your Excellency, you're flattering him too much. A few days ago, young Master Zhu, this Xianxian Immortal Realm Wizard, had already competed against the 12 true immortals of the Bayan Cave in a date, and his defeat wasn't considered disastrous. One could only say that he had been beaten to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. Disastrous. Mo Wu seized the opportunity to satirize Zhu Min. Ha ha ha. There was another disdainful roar of laughter from the crowd. Even Lin Xian and Ji Guiyi couldn't help but hold back their laughter a bit. Zhu Min. This fellow was actually such a dish. The hallowed Xian realm. But he couldn't beat 12 true immortal realms? It's a fucking disgrace. How can he still have the face to jump out? It's really odd. Zhu Min, on the other hand, was awkwardly in place. His face flushed green for a while as he angrily said, Cut the crap. If you Xianyang Immortal Mansion still have some face left, then you should comply with the appointment set for the battle. However, if you guys want to be shrunken turtles, this young master doesn't have the ability to stop you. Mo Wu sniffed and rebuked angrily. Zhu Min, in front of Gongzi, how dare you be so unbridled? I can't help but say that this seat will have to step in and discipline you for your father. Zhu Min, however, said, Elder Mo, you're so powerful. The Xianyang Immortal Mansion uses its power to oppress people, and in a few years, not to mention my little Zhu family, I'm afraid that even the Immortal King won't put it in his eyes, so I can't afford to mess with it. At this time, Yao Jianyuan, who had recovered from taking the Immortal Pill, secretly transmitted his voice to Chen Anqing, saying, Senior Brother Chen, this piggyback 3 is shifty. Can you stand it? Chen Anqing transmitted, It's hard to watch, but on this occasion, it's not our turn to talk. Yao Jianyuan transmitted, Did you see Lin Xian's face? He must be very angry as well. But this bastard is bound by qi and is not in a position to make a move. If you take the initiative to accept the appointment and add a bet, he will definitely let the appointment continue. Chen Anqing froze for a moment and asked, Raise the fur bet. It's not like you're on the battle stage. In case I can't beat it, I'll be fucked to death looking for someone to reason with. Yao Jianyuan laughed. Senior brother Chen, what are you afraid of? With eldest senior brother around, how can that Feng Wujiu have the ability to easily finish you off? And since you have cultivated the immortal soul sword, if you coldly help eldest senior brother, he will win for sure, and the chances of winning are very high. Chen Anqing was a bit moved and said, the words are true, I also want that 50,000 ink crystals, but what the hell are you talking about raising the stakes? Yao Jianyuan transmitted his voice and said, you're silly. Later we can only follow to Xianyang Immortal Mansion. There is no danger for the moment. Let's first lick this Lin Xian wave. Find a backer. In the future also good to mix some, is not it? So, you add a bet. Win the fight, let Zhu kowtow to Lin Xian and apologize. How about it? Anson Chen rolled his eyes and said, do you think Zhu Min is really a pig-headed third? How could he agree? Yao Jianyuan laughed, you don't understand. Zhu Tusan is in a family. And there are many things to fight for power and profit. If he can't get compensation and a piece of land back this time, he will definitely be suppressed. Otherwise, why would he come out under the pressure of Lin Xian, a celestial immortal, to embarrass himself? Just mention it and he will definitely agree. Anson Shan thought about it. This guy, Yao Jianyuan, seems to be more treacherous than himself. Before even entering the mansion, giving the Grand Duke of the mansion a face is by definition a favorable and harmless thing to do. What's more, Anson Chen still had his heart set on that 50,000 ink crystal reward. Fuck it. Thinking for a little while, Chen Anqing walked out, bowed his hand to Lin Xian and said, Grand Duke, disciple really cannot bear the villain to slander my Xianyang Immortal Mansion, but also please Grand Duke. Before he could finish his words, Anson Chen saw that Lin Xian's face sank. Chen Anqing secretly said that it was not good, as if this Lin Xian's meaning was not like what Yao Jianyuan analyzed. It felt like he was kissing the wrong horse's ass and expressing the wrong feelings. Zhu Min, however, picked his mouth and smiled, even saying, Grand Duke Lin, look, even the date contractor himself can't stand to look at it. I'm afraid it's hard to convince the public if you forcefully suppress it. At those words, Lin Xian slapped him across the face, but he didn't use much power, merely leaving a bloody palm print on Zhu Min's face. Zhu Min was jerked backward. Angry and terrified, Lin Xian withdrew his palm and said indifferently, do you really think that this Gonzi will spoil a jumping clown like you? If it was usual, the two Xian old men behind Zhu Min should have jumped out and threatened to shout, but at this time, the two of them looked east and west, pretending that nothing had happened and that they had seen nothing. There's no way around it. You fucking pig-headed third, repeatedly jumping sideways in front of the heavenly immortal realm. Who dares to stand up for you? Zhu Min also seemed to be sobered by this slap, secretly said that it is better to hurry and slip away. Otherwise the other party moved the real fire. A slap to kill themselves. How to do? Stand still. Just as Zhu Min grayed out and wanted to run away, Lin Xian faintly opened his mouth and called out to him. Then, Lin Xian scanned Chen Anqing. Since you are good at fighting, how about fighting him? Anson Shan was speechless for a while. Your grandfather, where I am belligerent, is clearly in order to fight for your face. Okay. You sound like you're still upset with me, don't you? On second thought, it was not all Yao Jianyuan's fault. If not for him thinking too much, he himself would not have jumped out to answer the battle immediately. Chen Anqing looked at Yao Jianyuan, but that guy looked east and west, looking like it was none of my business. Anson Chan, answer. Seeing that Chen Anqing froze and didn't answer, Mo Mist on the side gave him a voice message. Only then did Chen Anqing react. He wanted to explain a few words but felt it was redundant. Thus he arched his hand and said, my disciple knows his mistake. I'll let the Grand Duke arrange it. Lin Xian's expression eased, secretly said that this kid did not argue. It seems that it is not like that reckless character who could not recognize himself. Then, Lin Xian looked at Zhu Min and said, since you won't relent, this Gongzi will give you a chance. That appointment battle of yours? Let you fulfill it with Chen Anqing here on the spot. Do you dare to answer it? Zhu Min covered his face. His mouth was crooked from the pain. His heart was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Unbeknownst to him, this idiot, Lin Xian, dared to propose such a ridiculous engagement, which caused the gloom in his heart to suddenly reduce by half. Why not dare? This young man should do it. Mr. Lin, a man's word is his bond. Don't go back on it. Zhu Min even said. Lin Xian sneered a bit and said, look at that little bit of yours. A hallowed Xian immortal fighting a battle with an immortal 8 realm, and you still have the face to be happy about it? Indeed, such an appointment arrangement would be felt as a great insult by any character who had some face, but Zhu Min is not changing his face. A look of peace of mind. He thought, his last defeat, long ago, the reputation has been stigmatized. What else do you want to face? As you like. As for the others, they were all incredulous at Lin Xian's decision. Chen Anqing was only at the immortal 8 realm. How could he cross 2 realms and fight against Zhu Min? Even Mo Mist felt that it was very inappropriate, arching his hand and saying, "Your Excellency." This, Lin Xian raised his hand to signal him not to speak too much, then said, "Zhu Min, this eunuch will suppress your realm below the true immortal realm, and you are not allowed to use any items above the immortal treasure level. Do you still dare to answer the battle?" Zhu Min froze for a moment. There really was a condition, wasn't there? But, Chen Anqing, that little son of a bitch, just an immortal 8 realm mole cricket. That day he can injure himself. All rely on the reverse sky sword array. Without the sword array added, even if the same realm himself can casually pack him. What's more, even if he, Lin Xian, suppressed his realm with the laws, his physical strength was still there, so there was no need to be afraid. Thus, Xu Min said triumphantly, "Fine, this young man will give you, Mr. Lin, face by backing down and letting you suppress my realm to the immortal 9th realm. This guy, Zhu Min, is too shameless to even ask to use the immortal 9 realm against Chen Anqing? Ah shucks, if I were a Xian immortal, even if I suppressed my realm to immortal 1, I would still dare to fight with immortal 8 by virtue of my physical strength. Zhu Min, this waste of a man, really lives up to his name, simply a straw man. What a fucking disgrace to the Zhu family." Seeing how shameless Zhu Min was, the crowd murmured disdainfully listening to those comments. If any, Zhu Min, no matter how thick-skinned he was, felt ashamed of himself. The 2 old men behind him were even more eager to find a crack in the ground. "What are you guys gabbing about?" Zhu Min reddened his old face and said stiffly, "Not convinced, are you? Fine, then this male will make another big step and use the immortal 8 realm to fight with Chen Anqing, lest you shameless goods say that this young man is bullying the small with the big. All of you shut up." When the crowd heard this, they didn't discuss it anymore, and they all stared at Zhu Min with the eyes of a clown. Zhu Min directly ignored those disdainful gazes and looked at Chen Anqing. "Kid, could it be that you're afraid?" Chen Anqing picked his mouth and sneered. "I'm afraid. I am afraid that you will be shameless and use some despicable means to backstab me midway." Zhu Min's face sank, and he said angrily, "Son of a bitch, to clean up a stray fish like you, one finger of this young lord is enough. Less of that yin and yang." Anson Chan was not angry and said lightly, "What's the use of being furious? Since you're so confident, how about we raise the stakes?" Zhu Min said in a low voice, "Raise the stakes? Fine. This young master will fulfill you. Raise it as much as you want." Chen Anqing immediately said, "This time it's quite refreshing. I'm not asking for much. If you lose, just kowtow 3 times to my Grand Duke of Xianyang Immortal Mansion and apologize." Zhu Min's brows wrinkled. This little son of a bitch, he's too arrogant. He really thinks he has a chance to win? Wait and skin him. Seeing that Zhu Min did not reply with an angry face, Chen Anqing raised his eyebrows and said, "What? You're wimpy now?" Zhu Min furiously said, "Jumping clown, don't say 3 heads. You can kowtow 100 heads, but if you lose, this young man wants both your arms." "Okay, it's settled." Without thinking, Anson Chan responded with a single bite. Where does his bottom line come from? 2 aspects. One was that one could break into the immortal 9 realm at any time, and the other was the immortal soul sword. This Zhu Min is only a middle-grade qualification, relying on pills to elevate his realm before entering the Xian realm. It wasn't true that he had the body of a Xian immortal, but he didn't have the soul of a Xian immortal. A weak immortal soul was his greatest weakness. Well, this young master this time will let you see what is called strength. Zhu Min's heart was mixed with joy and anger. The shame of his last defeat could not be washed away, but the opportunity to avenge his loss was right in front of him. The 2 sides' appointment was finalized, and with a wave of Lin Xian's palm, a true treasure-level battle platform landed in the open space in front of him. Then, he looked at Chen Anqing and said lightly, "Don't lose the face of my immortal mansion. Only victory is allowed. No defeat." Chen Anqing nodded. "Disciple will definitely go all out. What's the point of dawdling? Come and fight." Zhu Min was full of battle spirit at the moment and couldn't wait to fly onto the battle platform. On the other hand, Chen Anqing was not too slow and flew down in front of Zhu Min. The rest of the crowd, too, had gathered outside the battle stage. "Senior brother, do you think Senior Brother Chen has a chance?" a disciple of the Bayan Cave asked. "Difficult." Ancient Jedi wrapped his arms around himself, frowned and shook his head. "Yeah, I don't think there's much of a chance either." Another disciple also sighed. "Whatever, there's Mr. Lin present anyway. He's not going to watch Senior Brother Chen lose his life." Sun Xinhao said. "That's true." "Well, don't talk, look closely." A moment later, Lin Xian mobilized the power of the laws and placed Zhu Min's realm at the Immortal 8 realm. "Zhu Min, show everyone if it's the Immortal 8 realm. Don't find excuses to cheat when the time comes." Mo shouted towards the battle stage. Zhu Min himself had the same intention, but he didn't try it first. What if Lin Xian cheated? Immediately, Zhu Min urged the immortal power in his body and crashed out a powerful qi. Stomp. Powerful qi energy swept out, and Chen Anqing retreated dozens of steps back and forth. Of course, this was deliberate on Anson Chan's part. It was because Zhongli had said that showing weakness to the enemy was the easiest way to make the other party reveal their cracks. Zhumin. This goods. The brain was not smart enough, coupled with the childhood pampered. Trouble all rely on the servants to solve. There is no experience, paralyzing others won't work, but bluffing him certainly will. As expected. When Xu Min saw that Chen Anqing had been shaken back by his casual emanation of immortal force, the corner of his mouth lifted into a smug smile. This battle. Steady. Xu Min. Do you have any objections? Ink Mist inquired aloud. This young man has no objection. Xu Min felt that he had one and responded very proudly. Good. Mo nodded before announcing. In this sparring match, the losing party will fulfill everything that was previously agreed upon. In addition, if young Master Zhu loses the battle, he needs to kowtow to Mr. Lin to make amends. If Chen Anqing loses the battle, he needs to break both his arms to make amends to young Master Zhu. Do you both have any objections to this? No. None. Chen Anqing and Zhu Min both responded. Since both parties have no objections, this seat declares that the covenant battle officially begins. And then, Mo quietly transmitted his voice to Lin Xian, saying, Grand Duke, in my humble opinion, Chen Anqing is bound to lose this time, and that side is in dire need of people. So what can we do? Lin Xian, on the other hand, was calm as he transmitted. Your vision is still a bit poor. Without full certainty, would this Gengzi let him go out and disgrace the immortal mansion? Look down. Mo Mao's heart and soul was in a state of awe. The Grand Duke's means are heavenly. Must have seen that Chen Anqing, that boy has something extraordinary. But it is his own mouth. Seemingly stupid. On the battle stage, Anson Chan and Zhu Min stood opposite each other. Young Master Zhu, I'll let you go first so that you don't have to make excuses about not being ready after you lose. Anson Chen spoke indifferently. Son of a bitch. Xu Min never dreamed that in his life he would be taunted so much by a mole cricket immortal 8 realm. You're just looking for death. Xu Min was furious and prepared to finish Anson Chan with a single move. Boom. His immortal power erupted and a faint layer of purple flame ignited on the surface of his body. Die for me. Immediately, he dodged and slashed at Anson Chen with a palm strike with all his might. Chen Anqing did not dodge, but directly activated the extreme shield Big Dipper defense, and then violently slashed out a sword. Griffin, how can your little sword chi break through this young lord's defense? Ignorant to the core. Xu Min crushed through with his physical strength. Click here. Chen Anqing's sword chi was indeed crushed by his strong body. His ferocious palm slapped against the extreme shield Big Dipper shield. Bang! The shield exploded and immortal light rushed to the sky. Anson Chan's figure disappeared in place. Zhu Min was not surprised by this, as he had already seen Chen Anqing utilize this move last time. After this strike, his immortal sense quickly covered the entire battle platform with the intent of capturing Chen Anqing's figure. In the next moment, he locked the location where Anson Chen appeared. To the left, 10 feet away. Show the enemy weakness. Show the enemy weakness. Anson Chan held back and didn't take the initiative to attack. Kid, you're done. With just a flash of light, Xu Min's figure suddenly appeared on Chen Anqing's side. Xu Min's face was grim as his body strength and immortal power exploded to the limit, striking out hundreds of palm shadows in a single strike, covering Chen Anqing. That's not all. To avoid surprises, Xu Min used his best skill, mirror image divine power. Again, a vast number of terrifying palm prints all attacked Anson Chen. Even if Chen Anqing instantly moved, it was useless. After all, the battle platform was only so big, and wherever he landed, he would be struck by that berserk palm print. Hard carry. Don't move. Anson Chan had long been prepared in his heart. The defense of the extreme shield Heavenly Dipper, coupled with the defense of the immortal armor, in drawing all of his immortal power to form a sword body defense, was not so great that he would be killed by a single strike from Zhu Min. And the moment he was attacked, it must be the moment when Zhu Min was at his most relaxed, and the opportunity would come. Kill. Thus, Chen Anqing bellowed furiously as his immortal energy condensed into a sword and surrounded his body. Boom boom boom. A strong palm shadow attacked the Big Dipper shield. Jumping clown. Ridiculous. How dare you use this crap stance? Zhu Min laughed, secretly saying, when this kid instantly comes out, that's when he will be defeated. Under the bombardment of that violent palm imprint, Chen Anqing's immortal body appeared cracked and his internal organs were in severe pain. However, this bit of pain was something he could completely withstand. Break the boundary. While suffering the attack, Chen Anqing's blood chi flew, breaking the sliver of realm barrier in an instant. Dense immortal light, emanating from Anson Chen's body, rose up to the sky beyond the battlements. Yao Jianyuan and the others, their hearts were in their throats when they saw Chen Anqing being attacked by that mirrored palm print repeatedly. They felt that Anson Chen's defeat was certain, and the only suspense was whether he would be seriously injured or die outright. Broken realm. Senior brother Chen has stepped into the immortal 9 realm. Good. At the moment of breaking the boundary, There will be a large amount of immortal spiritual chi integrated into the limbs and bones, so that it won't cause Senior Brother Chen to fall down with serious injuries. Senior Brother Chen was at least able to save a life. Thank goodness. Seeing this turn of events, the crowd breathed a slight sigh of relief. But their hanging hearts couldn't fall after all. On the battle stage, sensing the other party's surging aura of immortal power, Xiumin couldn't help but look grim. Son of a bitch. How despicable. To still keep this hand. However, in front of absolute strength, it's not much use. Give this young master death. The Immortal 9 realm really feels different. The moment Chen Anqing advanced into the Immortal 9th realm, the majestic immortal spiritual power merged into his body and blood, instantly repairing his physical injuries. And his immortal power skyrocketed even more. Even if we don't use the immortal soul sword, we can still put up a fight with him. Chen Anqing's immortal power swung away, condensing into sword shadows that shot off in all directions. Immortal power sword shadows clashed with fist shadows, and the light obscured the entire battle stage. Forget it, can't make waves. Immortal soul sword, out. Chen Anqing took advantage of Zhu Min's moment of distraction to directly utilize the immortal soul sword, so as to avoid any accidents from dragging on. Instantly, a black soul sword levitated out of his immortal soul. Buzz. Under the manipulation of the spiritual intent, the immortal soul sword continuously trembled, and in an instant, it detached itself from the sea of consciousness and exploded out from Chen Anqing's brow. Ah! 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 On the battle stage shrouded in immortal light, miserable screams like killing pigs suddenly came out. The people on the stage were all moved, screaming so miserably. It seems that the victory has been divided. Most likely that Chen Anqing lost. However, Zhou Taixian, Master Ghost, Ji Gi, and Lin Xian, these powerful heavenly immortals, were well aware of the true situation. Good boy. The Bai Yen Cave's inherited mastery has actually allowed you to practice it. Not bad, not bad, Zhou Taixian murmured with a smile. I don't know what exactly is the origin of Mr. Chen. His realm is not high, but his skills are amazing. There really is a heaven-defying expert behind him. Otherwise, how could he even be so scornful of his master? Master Ghost pondered in his heart. As for Lin Xian, he didn't have any special thoughts because as an art immortal, he had already sensed the presence of sword intent in Chen Anqing's immortal soul long ago and knew that he had the means to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Chen Anqing answer the battle at all. After a few breaths of time, the light dissipated. How can it be? Why is Zhu Min lying still? Anson Chan won? Gosh, what's going on? Senior Brother Chen has won. That guy, Zhu Min, must have been defenseless and let Senior Brother Chen's immortal soul sword hit him. This scene was truly unexpected by the vast majority of people, but it's only been a few rounds, and Zhu Min has lost. On the battle stage. However, Anson Chen did not let his guard down as he sensed that Zhu Min had not been seriously injured to the point of passing out with his powerful spiritual power. I'll kill you, son of a bitch. Sure enough, although Zhu Min's immortal soul had been injured, he had not been reduced to the point where he was incapable of fighting again. He sprang up violently, his Xian immortal body, like a terrifying battle sword, pressed horizontally towards Chen Anqing. Now I'll show you who's the jumper. Chen Anqing sacrificed the Snow-White Lone immortal sword, and with the realm of Immortal 9, he performed the 18 styles of surprising wave sword technique, which was even more powerful than before. 18 shocking sword shadows, fused into one, rushed towards Zhu Min. Boom! When the two sides clashed, the entire battle platform shook violently. The sword shadow shattered, and Zhu Min's body, too, fell from the air. I lost again. Zhu Min slammed heavily on the battle stage, finding it hard to accept this fact for a moment. Chen Anqing, you despicable villain, hiding the realm in secret. What kind of skill is that? This young master is not convinced. Zhu Min was drenched in blood, but he was struggling and roaring madly. No? Anson Chan flew over and stomped on Zhu Min's face. In any other Xian immortal, not to mention suppressing my realm to Immortal 8, even if I suppress it to Immortal 1, I would barely have a chance of winning. A raggedy bastard like you. What face do you have to say you're not convinced? Hearing these taunting words, Zhu Min was irrefutable, and his heart and immortal soul were both racked with unbearable pain. He could hardly hold on any longer and fainted in despair and humiliation. Mr. Lin, the victory has been decided. Please allow us to take away my young master. Seeing this, the two old men fearfully flew to Lin Xian and knelt on one knee. Immediately, Lin Xian looked toward the battle stage and faintly said, Chen Anqing, throw him out. Disciple obeys. Chen Anqing kicked Zhu Min flying, and the two old men hurriedly flew over to receive him. It is estimated that because of too much fear and anxiety, he accidentally flashed off and failed to catch Zhu Min face first, sliding dozens of feet away on the ground and hitting a tombstone before stopping. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two old men chased after them, picked up the blood-covered Zhu Min, and immediately had to slip away. Slow, Ink Mist dodged over and stopped in front of the two. First hand over 50. 000 ink crystals as agreed. Scratch the territory, and kowtow and apologize for your mistake before you can leave. This, Lord M.O. Both of us have sworn with our soul blood. We can't play a trick. Besides, my young master is in urgent need of treatment. There is no need for you to be so aggressive, right? An old man said. On this side, Lin Xian faintly spoke. Old M.O. A maggot is just a maggot. Why bother to fight with him? Just tolerate him for 2 days. As for kowtowing, forget it. It's too insulting to my son's status. Ink Mist sniffed, then sidestepped to make way of the two old men. On the other hand, had the urge to be so humiliated that they wanted to run their heads into the ground. Alas, having such a pig as a young master, one would never want to raise one's head in this life. After the two old men carried away Zhumin, Lin Xian commanded, Old M.O. This Gonzi will take the two of them back to the house first, and you bring back the remaining few chosen disciples as soon as possible. M.O. Wu respectfully said, Yes, Your Excellency. I'll get on with it. After the ink mist retreated, Lin Xian then said to Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan, Give the two of you 1 hour. After 1 hour bell, go on the road with this Gongzi. Go. Then, Lin Xian looked at Master Ghost. This Taoist brother, do you have any objections as Yao Jianyuan's Taoist protector? Ghost Master heart straight happy. It seems that everyone thinks of themselves as that surnamed Yao's kid's protector. This will be better. In line with the arrangement of the Master's secret protection, there is no need to ask. Everything is subject to my son's decision. Master Ghost responded coldly. After all, on the Xianyang Immortal Mansion side, the door has already arranged for senior sister Zhong to go there. Not to mention that he himself is not that qualified to sway Duke Chen's decision. Understood. Lin Xian appeared to be as calm as usual, but in his heart he had something else in mind. Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan, on the other hand, glanced at each other with mixed feelings in their hearts, secretly sighing that they didn't know whether this trip to the Xianyang Immortal Mansion would be a blessing or a curse. Bayan Cave, the congregation is gathered. Zhou Taishan, who was sitting at the top, slowly walked down. He first looked at Chen Anqing and said approvingly, I didn't expect that after thousands of years, the immortal soul sword would be practiced by you. I hope that you will refrain from arrogance in the future, and work harder to break into a world of your own. Chen Anqing nodded his head, arching his hand and saying, I'm mindful of senior's teachings. Aha. Zhou Taishan nodded slightly, then looked at Yao Jianyuan. Jianyuan kid, when you go to Xianyang Immortal Mansion, it's not like being in your own home. Your flamboyant nature is restrained, or else you'll easily suffer a big loss. Got it? Yao Jianyuan smiled and said, Don't worry, God grandfather. I am a man of measure. Then, Yao Jianyuan looked towards Master Ghost and respectfully saluted, saying, Thanks to senior's help this time, the kid is grateful. Yet, I wonder what connection the kid has with senior. Master Ghost was pondering how to reply when Zhou Taishan took over. He walked up to Master Ghost and arched his hand with a grave expression. Fellow Daoist is a former friend of Jianyuan's parents? Master Ghost obediently said, Exactly. On the side of Yao Qingtian's solemn respect, Yao Jianyuan's parents has been dead for many years. I did not think that this old friend is so righteous, but also secretly guarding Yao Jianyuan, really touching AH.so. He stepped forward, bent down and said, Brother Dao is righteous. Please accept a bow from Mr. Yao. The Ghost Master was speechless for a while. Secretly, I Ghost Master is notorious for not being righteous. Brother, you worship the wrong however. The Master's orders are in the body. In the future, let's take the identity of the righteous cloud protector as a cover, but save a lot of trouble. A show of hands. No need to be courteous. I still have something to do. I will leave first. Yao Qingtian just wanted to stay, but Zhou Taishan transmitted his voice over to stop him. These characters act as they please. If you make a show of politeness, you will be offended instead. Yao Qingtian answered yes, then made a gesture of invitation. Greetings, Dao brother. If there is any need for Bayan Cave in the future, please feel free to ask. The Ghost Master didn't say anything. He directly turned around and rushed into the sky as a black aura. At this moment, Master Ghost was a bit annoyed in his heart. The Xianyang Immortal Mansion has many experts, such as that Lin de Gongzi. I'm afraid that the years of cultivation is only more than 1,000 years, but it is already a heavenly immortal realm art cultivator. In the future, if Mr. Chen encounters trouble in the Immortal Mansion, it will be difficult for him to protect himself. Go ahead and get 2 helpers ready. Thinking for a little while, the Ghost Master changed directions and flew beyond the South Shan territory to eye in the Bayan Cave. Yao Qingtian called Chen Anqing aside alone and said, There are a total of 50,000 ink crystals in this storage bag. You take it first. Chen Anqing didn't go to pick it up and said, Cave Master, the Qianyu cave side hasn't yet honored their agreement to send compensation, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to take it first. Yao Qingtian laughed, Rest assured kid, when both sides made a blood soul oath, and MO adults have explained, He will personally go to collect this account. The amount of his Zhu family would not dare to cheat. You first take it is. Only then did Chen Anqing accept the storage bag, and then said, this large amount of ink crystals, all into my hands, is really some trepidation. Yao Qingtian heard the words, knowing that Chen Anqing is not that greedy person. His heart is very pleased. He said, that Zhu Min as well as the Qianyu cave, originally wanted to take your life, and only set up this bet. If you do not respond to the fight, I'm afraid that my Jiuhua mountain will not have peace from now on. So compared, 50,000 ink crystals is nothing. What's more, you also helped our 3 families to win a large piece of land. This ink crystal is your deserved thing. The heart of peacefully put away can. Well, disciple understands. Chen Anqing then felt relieved. Then he took out 1,000 ink crystals and handed them to Yao Qingtian. What is your brat's intention? Yao Qingtian couldn't help but frown. Ha ha. Chen Anqing, however, laughed and said, don't misunderstand, cave master. I'm keeping these ink crystals because I want the cave master to use them for treating all the brothers and sisters to a drink on behalf of the disciples. Yao Qingtian smiled at his words. It's rare that you have this heart, so I'll take it for them. If those brats know that there's an endless supply of good wine, they'll definitely offer you up as an ancestor. 1,000 ink crystals. Even if they bought top-grade immortal wine, it would be enough for all the disciples of Bayan Cave to drink painfully for half a month. Then, Yao Qingtian looked serious and said, Chen kid, that Xianyang Immortal Mansion has as many geniuses and experts as there are hairs on the ground. After you and Jian Yuan go there, you mustn't be reckless, and you need to act in a low-key and humble manner, especially that brat Jian Yuan. He is used to having no one in his sight. You help me persuade him. Well, I know cave master. Anson Chan really took that in. He secretly thought, even in the small territory of Jiuhua Mountain, making a mess is a matter of life and death, let alone in a big power like Xianyang Immortal Mansion. Alright, I won't nag anymore. You quickly go and join Jian Yuan, and go and wait for Mr. Lin earlier, so that you don't leave a bad impression on him before he's even formally initiated. Well, thanks for the cave master's mention. Chen Anqing arched his hand and saluted, then looked for Yao Jianyuan and went to the outside of the Bayan cave. Waiting for Lin Xian to arrive about a quarter of an hour later, the space in front of the 2 people swirled with a layer of vortex immediately afterward. The figures of Lin Xian and Ji Gi stepped out of the vortex. Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan, who were not at all different when they faced Lin Xian, were always a bit uncomfortable when they saw Ji Gi. Lin Xian only lightly swept a glance at the 2 people, and saw that the 2 people are uncomfortable. Lightly spoke, on the road of cultivation, there are a lot of ups and downs, today's enemies and tomorrow's friends, countless things. Since the past is over, don't harbor any grudges. This is not what a great man does. In the future, when you enter the immortal mansion, learn more from your fellow disciples. Then, Ji Guai also stated, what the Duke said is very true. The matter between the 2 of you and the girl Ziling has long been over. In the future, you and the others will be practicing in the immortal mansion, while I will be working on the right and left side of the Gongzi. It is inevitable that there will be contact again, so do not harbor any suspicions and miss the main event. Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan heard this before they arched their hands and saluted. Thank you for your teachings. Disciples, keep it in mind. Lin Xian didn't say anything more with a thought. A spatial vortex once again appeared in front of him. Depart with me. Then, a strange force locked the 2 of them, Anson Chen, and they disappeared into the spatial vortex along with Lin Xian. In just the blink of an eye, the 4 figures landed in front of a teleportation array. Arrived so soon? Your Excellency's spatial arts are really powerful. I admire you all, Yao Jianyuan said with some surprise. He wasn't all flattering. He was truly shocked by Lin Xian's series of tactics. Lin Xian glanced at Yao Jianyuan, seemingly a little displeased, and faintly said, once you've entered the immortal mansion, less ass-kissing, lest you cause offense. Also, in the future, there is no need to call me Duke. The disciples in the mansion all call me eldest senior brother. Slightly embarrassed, Yao Jianyuan's neck shrank and he even said, yes, I'll follow eldest senior brother's teachings. After all, it was from a small family. So Lin Xian casually taught 2 sentences and did not take it to heart immediately. He said, with my art and Dao skills, I am far from being as capable as crossing the void. So hurry up and enter the formation, and in 3 hours, you will be able to reach the immortal mansion. At those words, both Anson Chen were taken aback. It turns out that you still have to ride the teleportation array, and even the teleportation array takes 3 hours to ride. You can imagine how far that must be. My lord, please. Ji Gi was, after all, a character who had traveled extensively and gone to war, and had already found his niche. Only after Lin Xian and Ji Gi entered the teleportation array did Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan immediately follow. The teleportation array was activated. and the light in front of him changed rapidly. Outside the transparent boundary was a piece of colorful and brilliant nebulae, completely different from the teleportation array that Chen Anqing had sat in when he went out to work. Crossing the void, when it's really powerful. If there's a fee, I wonder how many immortal crystals it would take to ride it once. Chen Anqing sighed as he looked at the splendid nebulae in the void. Yao Jianyuan, who also looked like he had never seen the world, picked up. It's estimated to be at least 1 ink crystal. 1 ink crystal was roughly equal to 100,000 immortal crystals. Lin Xian closed his eyes and ignored the two men's discussion, but it was Ji Guei who smiled and said, "This formation spans the void, and to invoke it once is less than 100 ink crystals." Chen Anqing and the two of them were taken aback. Over 100 ink crystals? How damn expensive. Senior brother Chen, look, that golden cloud looks like a divine dragon. Sure enough, it's so spectacular. I'm afraid it must be 1,000,000 kilometers long. Hearing the two of them startled, Lin Xian, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and lightly reprimanded. "No raving." The two shut up instantly. After pondering for a little while, Lin Xian added, "Do you two know why you were chosen by my immortal mansion? And what content you should practice in the future?" In order to prevent the two from gabbing anymore, Lin Xian intended to inform the two of them, Anqing Chen, of some things in advance. This was exactly what Yao Jianyuan and Chen Anqing wanted to know most urgently. "We don't know, so I'll ask eldest brother to show us." Yao Jianyuan immediately arched his hand. Wanting to get to the bottom of it, Lin Xian waved his hand lightly, and a set of tables, chairs, and tea sets appeared in the teleportation array. He gestured for the two to take their seats. Yao Jianyuan hurriedly and attentively picked up the teapot on the table and filled it up in turn before sitting down. Lin Xian pondered a little, then said, "You two have already seen my methods. What do you think?" Chen Anqing carefully recalled the means that Lin Xian had performed: spatial confinement, law of life and death healing technique, law of suppression technique, spatial teleportation technique. Moreover, he was not in the middle of a battle when he performed these means. If once he fought with others, I'm afraid that there would be even more powerful technique killing moves to make from this. Chen Anqing could not help but give a heartfelt sigh of relief. Eldest senior brother's means are extremely powerful and unpredictable. We are both admiring and envious. Lin Xian smiled faintly and said, "You've got a good point. What a god and devil." Yao Jianyuan, who was on the side, really wanted to roll his eyes as he transmitted his voice to Chen Anqing and spat out, "What does this guy mean? Just now when I complimented him, he rebuked me for flattering him. Now that you praised him, he praised you. Is there such a double standard?" Chen Anqing transmitted a laugh. "How sincere I am. Unlike you who think about the hook of patting the horse and slipping the whiskers." Yao Jianyuan only pooh-poohed and said no more. Immediately, Lin Xian took a sip of tea and slowly said, "You and others can be chosen by the jade butterfly because you have the qualifications to practice that god's ghost art." At those words, Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan's hearts flinched. Is the reason that simple? Did the Xianyang Immortal Mansion select themselves and the others just to cultivate art cultivators? Eldest senior brother, as far as I know, some people with poor physique can be selected by the jade disc. Could it be that the qualifications of art cultivation differ greatly from normal qualifications? Yao Jianyuan opened his mouth and asked. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, the so-called art cultivation is to utilize the immortal soul to communicate with the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and to reach the point of borrowing and defending them before one can be called an art cultivator. Therefore, the qualifications of an art cultivator have very little to do with an ordinary physique, and focus on whether or not their immortal soul has an affinity for the laws. Upon hearing this, Chen Anqing was puzzled. Eldest brother, as far as I know, the normal techniques we cultivate can also borrow the power of the laws of heaven and earth. For example, the sword technique I cultivate can borrow a trace of the power of the laws of the sword Tao when it is invoked. There is also the immortal soul sword that I cultivate, which also borrows a trace of the laws of the sword. How is this different from art cultivation? Lin Xian pondered for a moment and said, "The techniques that you and others cultivate are only because the moves fit into certain law nodes, drawing in some law power and attaching it to the weapon, but not being able to manipulate it. Whereas a true art cultivator is one that fuses the immortal soul with the laws, and can harness them at will. The two are not comparable." Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan seemed to understand and were slightly confused. A moment later, Yao Jianyuan took the lead to ask, "May I ask eldest senior brother, if we were to compete in the same realm, would it be the art cultivator who is powerful or the unusual cultivator who is better?" Lin Xian pondered for a little while and said, "Strength is not a certainty, but it has to be considered from the level of the realm, the environment, the defense of the weapon, and many other aspects. If we talk about realm alone, below the immortal king realm, it is the art cultivator who is stronger. And if you reach the immortal king realm, normal cultivators have also transcended some of the law boundaries, coupled with powerful martial arts combat power. Often is the immortal body weak art cultivator will suffer." Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan, slightly understood. If other external factors were to be ignored, art cultivators below the immortal king realm were generally stronger than normal cultivators. Eldest senior brother. If you do the math like this, if someone cultivates both paths together, wouldn't they be invincible in the same realm? Yao Jianyuan said excitedly. Theoretically, it is, but in fact it is basically impossible. As for the reason, after you have practiced the art, you will experience it yourselves. Lin Xian's words were like a pot of ice water dousing the blazing fire burning in Yao Jian's heart. Chen Anqing was also slightly disappointed in his heart, listening to Lin Xian's meaning. If he became an art cultivator, he would have to give up the way of gongfu cultivation. Lin Xian was able to see the loss in the eyes of the two men. So he said, you don't have to lose your mind. If you don't want to practice arts and crafts, you can still switch to other disciplines in the future. In that case, it would be acceptable. Do you and others have any questions? After a moment of silence, Lin Xian opened his mouth to inquire questions. And of course, Yao Jianyuan stood up and arched his hand. Eldest senior brother. In the past, our immortal mansion has chosen many disciples from the Zhouhua mountain to enter the mansion for cultivation. How come we have never seen those senior brothers show up again? What is the reason for this? Lin Xian smiled. It seemed to have seen the uneasiness in Yao Jianyuan's heart. However, he did not directly state the reason, but said, don't think nonsense, you will naturally know when you go there. Oh, Yao Jianyuan was resentful and couldn't be bothered to ask further questions. Soon, 3 hours of time passed. The teleportation array trembled dramatically for a moment. Squeezing out of that fractured void, the light in front of me changed. Looking around, one could only see a piece of extended immortal mountains rising and falling. And between those mountains, there were gusts of immortal light. With auspicious beasts soaring, step out from the teleportation array. Chen Anqing and Yao Jianyuan could not help but take a deep breath and felt refreshed. Immortal aura, pure and rich, several times more than usual. Yao Jianyuan exclaimed in surprise. The immortal mansion was originally established in the blessed heaven, and it's enhanced by the ancient spirit gathering formation, so there's no need to make a big fuss about it. Lin Xian said indifferently afterward. Lin Xian led Chen Anqing and the others, flying into the air and heading towards the immortal palace. About a quarter of an hour later, a large and brilliant immortal palace appeared in front of that. Outside that immortal palace, from time to time, there were people riding immortal beast mounts, sweeping across the long sky, flying in front of the 100-feet-high immortal palace door. Several figures stepped out from the twisted spatial vortex. Welcome back, eldest brother. There were a total of 4 men and 3 women, all of whom bowed to Lin Xian. Have all the disciples you've picked up arrived? Lin Xian inquired indifferently, reporting to eldest senior brother. All are ready. Elder Mo will return later with the last few people, so you and the others will first bring all the disciples to the world of laws to undergo the examination. Yes, eldest brother. And the test? Yao Jianyuan said with some consternation. Lin Xian sniffed and said, the qualifications of art cultivators are also divided into strengths and weaknesses. The so-called assessment is to divide your qualifications into high and low levels. And different qualifications have different cultivation areas and ways. So it is. The two Anson Chan nodded. After about a quarter of an hour, Ink Mist returned with the remaining few selected disciples. Alright, all of you follow Elder Mo to participate in the examination. Yes, it's eldest brother, Chen Anqing and the others, led by Ink Mist, walked into a spatial passage. After coming out of that passage, heaven and earth were in another light. On the brown barren soil, there were thousands, the size of a water tank, shaped like a cocoon of crystals existed. A bizarre aura of laws emanated from those crystals, giving people a shivering feeling. Elder Mo, what are those cocoon-like things? Yao Jianyuan was thick-skinned and directly opened his mouth to inquire. Elder Mo glanced at him lightly and said, that's a low-grade space-time crystal, and in the future, you will also cultivate in crystals like that. Cultivating inside? Yao Jianyuan couldn't help but get goosebumps. This won't suffocate one to death. Elder Mo glared at him. What are you farting about? That inside is a space of its own with everything. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Oh, Yao Jianyuan shut up resentfully. A few people followed the Ink Mist and passed through a secret spell restriction. Finally arriving at a huge stone room space, there were already quite a few people gathered in this space. All of them disciples who had been selected by the Xianyang Immortal Mansion this time. Hello, gentlemen. Gentlemen, be courteous. Those disciples, ushering in a new life, were all full of joy and greeted people as they saw them. Elder Dong, the people are all here. Should we wait for eldest brother to come over? Or should we open the examination first? In front of that, there were several core disciples of the Immortal Mansion. While they were all respectfully separated on either side of an old man who was slumped in his seat, Anson Chen, a few people couldn't help but look towards the old man, only saw that his eye sockets were deeply sunken, shaped like a skeleton, with only a layer of wrinkled skin attached to his bones, and he had no breath of life at all. just as if he had been dead for a long time. Definitely a master. Anson Chan pondered in his heart. At this time, Mo quietly transmitted his voice to the two Chen Anshangs, saying, "Two boys, the test later on will be about how you will be treated in the future. So try to hold on as much as you can." Chen Anshang and the two of them were delighted and responded, "Got it. Thanks for reminding Elder Mo." Mo Wu said, "Well, I'll go first. Remind you one more thing. Elder Dong is most disgusted by noisy people. Don't chatter and ask questions after the examination, so as not to displease Elder Dong." Chen Anshang obediently asked. "Understood. By the way, Elder Mo, who exactly is that Elder Dong?" Ink Mist returned. "He is our Immortal Mansion's art cultivation ancestor, and the Grand Duke's benefactor. Get it?" Chen Anshang nodded slightly. Got it. Take your time. Lord Mo, over there." Elder Dong slowly opened his mouth and dawdled for half a day before spitting out a sentence. "There's no need to wait for him. Open the examination." Yes, several white-clothed disciples immediately came forward. "Attention all disciples. You are about to participate in the entrance examination. I will announce the content of the examination below." Immediately after that Dong Lao's dry finger pointed forward. A ghostly light tapped on a black stone, and a black ball of light levitated out from the square behind the crowd. That white-clothed disciple then said, "Wait you," and so on, respectively, into one of the black ball, in which to stay as long as possible the better. But please note, do not blindly hard. Once you cannot hold on, use your fingers to point. A green point of light in front of you can come out. All listen to understand it? Got it. The 300 or so new disciples responded in unison. "Dare I ask this senior brother if his life will be in danger if he holds on strongly?" Someone asked. "Of course, if you forcefully insist, not only will you die, you will also die miserably." The white-clothed disciple responded coldly, then said, "There's one more thing you need to be reminded of. That black ball isolates everything. Not even Elder Dong is able to detect your condition within it, so don't hold on to the hope that someone will come to save you. Do you hear me?" "Got it." Crowd response. "Good. Now, you guys pick a black ball in order to go in." Hundreds of new disciples, in turn, got up and walked towards that black ball of light at the back. "Senior Brother Chen, do you think that thing could be some kind of evil technique? Extracting our immortal souls or something?" Yao Jianyuan transmitted his voice. "Your lordship, don't be paranoid and scare people," Chen Anshang said without a trace of anger. "It's really possible. Siphon off our immortal souls, and then send our bodies to that kind of cocoon crystallization to do some evil deeds that cannot be seen." Yao Jianyuan sent out his voice sorrowfully. Anson Chan rolled his eyes, saying this to himself. "Ah, help, it hurts." Suddenly, a scream came from that front. The second disciple who had entered the black sphere rolled out of it, his hands and claws that had rotted into white bone holding his head as he rolled and wailed. This scene caused everyone to be startled, and they didn't dare to move forward any further. How could this happen? It's only been less than 10 breaths. How could he have been eroded by the laws? A white-clothed disciple frowned at once. Dong Lao, who was sitting paralyzed in his chair, raised his eyelids and slowly spoke. "This son, who does not possess a Fa genus immortal soul, must be an imposter." A few white-clothed disciples sniffed and immediately flew over. One of them offered a jade disc that hovered above the man. "Indeed, you, this fellow, are not the one chosen by the jade disc. How dare you mix into my immortal mansion? Tell me the truth." The white-clothed disciple shouted sternly. "Spare your life. Adults, spare your life. Originally the person selected by the jade disc is my cell brother, but he is a complete waste of material. Stupid. My master then ordered me to take the place. I also hope that the adults to open the grace. Save me. I'm a Xianpin alien spirit body." The man who had fallen to the ground pleaded in great pain. "Son of a bitch, how dare you impersonate? Go to hell." The white-clothed disciple was furious and chopped the man's head off with a sword. Then the few white-clothed disciples flew back to Elder Dong as if they were saying something, looking very frightened. A few moments later, a sweaty white-clothed disciple only came up and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the examination." Only then did the crowd speed up their steps, and in a short while, they all entered the black ball of light. After Anson Chan entered the ball of light, he immediately felt his immortal soul, as if it was being entangled by a giant python, and the entire person almost collapsed. This pressure, it's horrible. As Chen Anshang's heart palpitated, he hurriedly urged his soul power forward to resist, which made it easier. Phew, he took a long breath and sat down. Afterward, he unfolded his immortal sense and began to explore the space he was in. The immortal sense radiated out to a radius of about 10 feet before it was cut off by a mysterious law. However, Anson Chen always felt that there was a familiar feeling with the hint of laws that permeated out from this place. Could it be alien law? A moment later, Anson Chan's eyes lit up and he went to feel it carefully again. Yes, very similar to the aura I sensed at that time when I was in the heaven and earth of alien laws. Anson Chan was certain that the laws within this black ball were not those of the normal immortal realm. It's too strange. Xian Yang Immortal Mansion. There's even someone who can control alien laws? Anson Chen felt that something was very wrong. But what exactly was going on? He definitely couldn't figure it out just by thinking about it. I can only be more careful and take one step at a time. Shen Anqing did not think about that much for the time being. By the way, earlier that white-clothed disciple said that no one could view the inside of the black sphere. So if I run down to the lower realm to mix things up, won't I easily last 7 more hours than others? Thinking of this, Chen Anqing tried again with his immortal sense, and still couldn't penetrate that barrier then. He released the immortal soul sword and impacted that mysterious avoidance barrier, and it didn't make a single ripple. Shouldn't be a problem. That white disciple. There's no reason to make up a rule out of thin air, isn't there? Are we going to have some fun with Greenie? Or are we going to the bishop's pool? It's so hard to choose, all these days. Anson Chen hadn't relaxed much, and had long been pining for Qing'er's divine skill in jiu-jitsu, but, coming to the Xian Yang Immortal Mansion. In the future, there are many people. I am afraid that there are not so many opportunities to go down to the world. Delaying the enhancement of the physique, after pondering for a while, Chen Anqing still tearfully chose to go to the aqua pool. There was no way around it. Upgrading the physique was important. Not to mention that Anson Chen still had some questions to ask that old otherworldly Dharma cultivator. That's just it. Let's go to the underworld first. And when we're done with our business, it's okay to look for girl Mirwan to detoxify her. Immediately, with a thought, Anson Chen's figure disappeared from the black space. The realm of the spectral Xian, Anson Chan appeared out of thin air above the celestial dome. His mighty immortal body that pressed down on the ages caused lightning and thunder to roar, darkening the heavenly dome for tens of thousands of kilometers in every direction. Ooh, this is the power of the Immortal Nine. Cool. This time, Chen Anqing did not collect half of his breath, allowing that wildly domineering immortal might to radiate out. On that vast land, countless living beings prostrated themselves, making pilgrimages to that great, unreadable figure in the dome of the sky. The immortal realm cultivators hibernating in the secret realm couldn't help but cast their immortal awareness into deep space as well. And when they touched that immortal might, they all shuddered, and even their immortal souls almost burst. Anson Chen was extremely satisfied with the effect, fantasizing that one day, he would be able to make all beings prostrate in the immortal realm as well. And that would be perfect. Little friend, stop pretending. The old man has waited so hard for you. Just then, an old and weak voice entered Anson Chen's mind without thinking about it. The only person who could have this ability, in the entirety of the Yu Xian realm, was feared to be that Dharma cultivation elder. Only then did Chen Anqing collect his aura and his figure flashed into the aqua pool. Elder, how long has it been? And you're so weak like this. Is it possible that there's still a dainty hidden in that forbidden area of yours? Anson Chen looked at the old tree in front of him and teased and joked. Cough. The old tree shook its branches and said, "Little friend, you quickly stop poking fun at the old man. Is there any immortal stones for the old man to slow down?" Chen Anqing listened to his words that were about to break, put away his smile and immediately took out 2,000 ink crystals. Seeing the large amount of ink crystals suspended there, the old tree was greatly relieved, secretly saying that it was saved immediately. Chen Anqing threw the ink crystal into the pool and jumped down. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The old tree's spirits lifted and he breathed heavily like a child rescued from drowning. Half a quarter of an hour later, the old tree finally slowed down completely. Many thanks, little friend. If it wasn't for your timely arrival, I'm afraid that the old man wouldn't have been able to hold on anymore. The old tree said like a sigh. Anson Chan was a bit puzzled and asked, did something big happen? The old tree slowly nodded and said, yes, there are a few alien beings, rushing the boundary laid down by the old man. The old man put his life on the line before he was able to scare it away, and the immortal power mana stored in his body was almost consumed, nearly exhausting the lamp. Chen Anqing couldn't help but frown when he heard this. What is a foreign body being? Can it even punch through the restraints you laid down? The old tree laughed bitterly and said, little friend knows that in this Yu Xian realm, there is a forbidden place named Burial Spirit Valley? Chen Anqing nodded and said, I have heard the dragon family mention that the forbidden area is very strange, and every some years, Supreme Fierce Fury would be born and come out to plague the earth. The foreign body beings that Senior referred to, could it be the Fierce Fury that the world speaks of? The old tree slowly nodded and said, precisely, I never thought that in that valley, it has been able to condense such a strong fae. I'm afraid that the Yu Xian realm won't exist for much longer. Chen Anqing looked aghast and asked, is it that terrifying? Just how strong is that foreign body being? The old tree pondered for a little while and said, due to such beings, born in the lower realm, since they are unable to break the shackles of that immortal 9 realm, but their strength is very close to that of a true immortal. This strength is nothing if it is in the martial immortal realm, but in the lower realm, It is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Unrivaled existence. Anson Chan heard and understood all beings born in the lower realms are not allowed to go beyond the realm of immortal 9. No matter how heaven-defying it was, the battle power could only be infinitely close to that of a true immortal, but could not reach the battle power of the true immortal realm. If he did the math like this, Anson Chan felt that it wasn't that scary. A short while later, Chen Anqing asked, Senior, what is so strange about that burial spirit valley that in just 100 years and 1,000 years, such a strong living being can be born naturally? The old tree was silent for a little while and faintly shook his head. I haven't been able to leave the dragon bone abyss since the day I broke through the spatial avoidance barrier, and my immortal awareness can't penetrate through the fog and miasma in the burial spirit valley. Yet I don't know what exactly is hidden inside. However, with my old man's guess, there is most likely an ancient immortal body dropped in that valley. Oh, Chen Anqing became interested. If it was an ancient immortal body that was not destroyed in the spatial turbulence, I'm only afraid that it was a supreme power in the beginning. Perhaps. The old tree nodded, then said, Anyway, with your current realm, don't go exploring. If you go, you'll be in danger. Chen Anqing nodded his head silently, and remembered that there was another side of the sword immortal tomb existing in the Yuxian realm. So he asked, Senior, that so-called sword immortal tomb, do you know about it? The old tree answered, said, This old man is clear. That side of the forbidden area, in fact, is not what the sword immortal tomb, but a broken ascension altar, only because that altar had fallen a sword immortal mighty, residual a little bit of strong sword chi. The world cannot be contaminated, only to be called the sword immortal tomb. What is the ascension altar? Chen Anqing asked before adding, With my current realm, is it possible to go there? The old tree sensed carefully before saying, The ascension altar, as its name suggests, is a magic treasure used by the forces in the upper realm to accurately receive ascended beings. You are an excellent sword body and have reached the immortal 9 realm, so it is possible for you to block the remaining sword chi. However, I don't recommend you to go and explore it. There are only some immortal sword fragments left there. You can't fetch any great benefits, so you don't have to take the risk. No need to take chances? I'd be surprised if I didn't go. When Anson Chen heard about the usefulness of the ascension altar, his heart had long been excited. He originally thought that after the lower realm cultivators crossed the thunder tribulation, they would only randomly ascend to the immortal realm, but he didn't know that they could also use magic treasures to receive them. If he had an intact ascension altar, he would be able to receive those talented disciples he had cultivated in the future and establish power in the immortal realm. Gotta get your hands on that ascension altar. Chen Anqing temporarily pressed down the excitement in his heart and prepared to inquire about the matter of the other immortal realm. Thus, he changed the topic and asked, By the way, Senior, last time I mentioned the otherworldly immortal realm, Senior seemed to have some knowledge of it as well. I would like to know if that so-called otherworldly immortal realm refers to the Dharma immortal realm that Senior was in before he ascended? The old tree laughed and said, No and no, the two are not to be confused. P.S. Is it because school has begun, or everyone has run away? There is no one to urge more. Free gifts are only a few book lovers in the delivery. Writing collapsed. Alas, Chen Anqing was surprised when he heard this. It turns out that the other immortal realm doesn't refer to the Dharma immortal realm? This is strange. Is it possible that the immortal realm is as countless as the cultivation realm? Chen Anqing wondered. The old tree, however, said, That's not right either. After I mistakenly ascended in the beginning, I also had thoughts like yours. It was only after thousands of years of searching that I was able to determine that the only real immortal realms of the same level should be the Dharma immortal realm and the martial immortal realm, and what the world calls the other immortal realm has a different origin. Oh, Anson Chan's interest intensified. Please tell me more about it. Senior, the old tree pondered and contemplated for a moment before saying, The old man has consulted countless canonical books, and has also personally gone to quite a few forbidden zones to explore. The details are tedious and lengthy, so let's leave it aside for the time being. To summarize, the old man deduced that the so-called other immortal realm is actually the lost realm. The lost realm? Anson Chen seemed to understand, and even asked, What is the explanation? The old tree said slowly, To put it simply, it's a realm or world that has been separated from the boundaries of the two great immortal realms. To make an analogy, today, the Yuxian realm was cut off from all the law associations with the martial immortal realm by an extremely powerful force and drifted into an unknown region of the Yu. Then it became a lost realm and the living beings of this realm were either destroyed or, after endless years of evolution, adapted to the new laws of heaven and earth and gave birth to new and powerful living beings. This is one of the understandings. There is another possibility, the early ancient immortal realm, with its many races and great wars. Year after year, powerful people of the opposite world fought against each other, breaking and sinking parts of the immortal realm's earth, drifting to unknown cosmic regions, no longer bound by the immortal realm's laws, thus forming a new world of their own. which can also be called the lost realm. Chen Anqing nodded his head, although the old man's statement is his own inference. But at least people have been groping and exploring for thousands of years. I think there is still a certain credibility then. Anson Shen thought of a question and asked, Senior, in that case, it is likely that there is more than one other immortal realm in existence. That's for sure. The old tree nodded. Then said, the realms bound under the immortal realm are as numerous as the stars. Over these endless years, the number of realms that have experienced certain fortuitous circumstances to break away from the immortal realm's bondage must be countless. Among them, there were always some that would undergo unimaginable changes and form new worlds of laws. There are even new worlds that give birth to beings that may not be weaker than those of the immortal realm. Yes, Chen Anqing expressed his approval. Then said, I'm not hiding it from Senior. Senior witnessed it with his own eyes some days ago. The cause was that the seal of an unknown forbidden area was opened, and the entire immortal mountain where I was located was invaded by otherworldly laws. And a black strange bird that flew out from the forbidden area was also very strong. And numerous Xianxian immortals were no match for it. Ha! The old tree laughed, completely unsurprised, and said lightly, the situation you experienced, when it was the most common kind of invasion that the martial immortal realm encountered. According to the information I have gathered, that realm was most likely devastated millions of years ago, where some of the strong beings with the world laws fell into the space-time turbulence, and all kinds of accidental circumstances encountered a space-time rift before being able to reach the martial immortal realm. Well, this kind of statement from Senior, I have also checked it in the canonical books. Chen Anqing nodded his head, then said, however, there is one thing that Senior could not figure out. Once the laws of that realm invaded, it was able to crush a piece of heaven and earth laws of the immortal realm. Does that mean that the world that was destroyed was even stronger than our martial immortal realm? This is unlikely. The old tree directly denied it, and then explained, I'll make a simple analogy, and you'll understand. The immortal realm, heaven and earth, is like an ocean. If you drop a drop of ink into it, that drop of ink will briefly squeeze the seawater away, forming a ball of thick ink, but it won't be long before it's contained and digested. Do you understand? Chen Anqing pondered for a moment before saying, what Senior means is that the accommodation and digestion between the laws of different heavens and earth requires a certain amount of time, that the otherworldly law descended in vain was only temporarily crowding out the original laws of the immortal world, causing the phenomenon of the alien new heaven and earth, not because it was strong. Is that correct? Exactly. The old tree nodded non-committally before saying, there is another interesting phenomenon. The stronger the otherworldly laws are, the more pressure the formed otherworldly heaven and earth will be subjected to, and the shorter the time of existence will be. On the contrary, relatively weaker otherworldly laws will, on the contrary, exist for a longer period of time. So it is. This other immortal realm's doubts, Chen Anqing was considered to have roughly figured out. Now comes the crucial question: immortal world cultivators. Can they cultivate alien laws, and how should they do it? So Chen Anqing asked, by the way, Senior, do you know that in our martial immortal realm, there is the term art cultivation? The old tree slowly nodded. Of course I know. That is a kind of cultivation path that borrows the laws of the heavens and earth by virtue of a powerful immortal soul, to achieve borrowing and defending. Speaking of which, it is somewhat similar to the old man's way of law cultivation, but after all, art cultivation is only borrowing the law, not creating the law. And there is a huge gap between the two. Oh, Chen Anqing had doubts in his heart and said, where is the gap? How can we discuss the difference when the same person is utilizing the power of the laws? Ha! The old tree smiled smugly and said, it's very simple. I have it. I can call on it at any time. And you borrow. There are times when you can't borrow. Chen Anqing froze. This argument seemed to make sense. Without waiting for Chen Anqing to ask, the old tree continued to explain. Powerful Dharma cultivators and art cultivators often have the means to cut off the laws or isolate heaven and earth. In this case, as soon as you art cultivate, you lose all sources of power, and the end can be imagined. And Dharma cultivation is different. Dharma cultivation, all the power of the laws are stored in the body of the Dharma palace. No matter what kind of field you perform, you can't block the source of its power. Do you think the gap is big? Anson Chan had a feeling of enlightenment when comparing the two. FA cultivation had a greater advantage over art cultivation. The gap is really quite big. In that case, this one of art cultivation is a bit of a chicken rib. After understanding this, Anson Shen could not help but somewhat dislike the art cultivation path. After pondering for a little while, Chen Anqing added, Senior, I have a friend who has recently been measured as having the qualification of art cultivation, and it is said that between art cultivation and martial cultivation, one can only choose one of them, and he is now very entangled about which cultivation he should choose. Does Senior have any good suggestions? Little friend is talking about yourself, right? The old tree laughed. It is not impossible for Senior to understand. This way, Anson Chan also smiled. Then what is still entangled? There is the old man in. To help you art and martial arts dual cultivation since it is not a matter of concern. The old tree paused for a moment, and then said, little friend, do you know that the real powerhouses in the martial immortal realm are those who have dual cultivation in arts and martial arts? Otherwise how can they widen the gap with cultivators of the same realm? Anson Chan's eyes lit up at the words, and that? That's natural. The old tree paused and continued, not to mention those young heavenly prides. Even the strong immortal dignitaries and immortal emperors who are hidden from the world are also tirelessly pursuing the path of dual cultivation. Chen Anqing pondered slightly, then said, Senior, can it be understood like this? For example, if you and I are both immortal emperors, the laws that you know, I also know. You have an emperor soldier's treasure, and I also have it. If both sides want to discuss the highs and lows, they just have to find another way? The old tree laughed and said, right. That's roughly what it means. Chen Anqing was excited in his heart. With this senior, how many less detours he had to take. So he even said, please also pass on the method of dual cultivation to me. Senior, this, however, is not difficult. The old tree immediately nodded. Then said, the old man had intended to pass on your dual position one law, and to open up the palace of laws, you would have had to go through the step of locking the soul and splitting the body, and as long as you reached this step, when you borrowed the laws to defend yourself, your chi and blood wouldn't be rebellious anymore and wouldn't hinder the practicing and cultivation of your martial arts. After saying that, the old tree used his powerful spiritual power to transmit the soul-locking and body-splitting method into Chen Anqing's mind. Anson Chan stowed it away, ready to check it out later. Then, he arched his hand in acknowledgement and said, Senior, in that case, if I were to dual cultivate in arts and martial arts, it would instead be a transitional stage of the dual position law of oneness? Exactly, the old tree said, its branches suddenly shaking violently. Humph, that foreign body being, it's come to impact old husband's prohibition again. Little friend, old me will go first. In the future, if little friend has any questions, you can come directly to the Dragon Bone prohibited area and have an interview with my honored self. Got it. Senpai. Chen Anqing knew that the old man would consume his hard-won immortal power by using the method of spirit possession. So he agreed. The old man's thoughts departed from the old tree. Chen Anqing continued to bathe in the blue water pool, and the spiritual chi in the pool was almost consumed. He then checked his physique. 2000 ink crystals didn't allow him to reach the king's physique. It wasn't surprising. The higher the grade of the physique, the more resources it consumed to raise it. Immediately, Anson Chen threw tens of thousands of ink crystals into the pool before the water reached saturation. A few hours later, the physique advanced to king grade. After reaching the king grade physique, Anson Chen's blood chi operating speed, too, was enhanced. 720 revolutions in one breath. What's going on here? Anson Chan couldn't help but be a little surprised. In the past, he had relied on his own cultivation, and the speed of his blood chi operation had only increased this time. On the other hand, he had been speaking to the old man and hadn't practiced at all, but the speed of his blood chi operation had skyrocketed. Thinking for a little while, Anson Chen guessed that stepping into the king's physique was probably like a cultivator breaking a certain shackled threshold to get this unexpected boost. So it seems that in the future, if I practice diligently, the speed of my blood chi's operation will increase very quickly. However, Anson Chen did not cultivate for the time being. Instead, he prepared to go to the Dragon Bone Abyss to see just how that otherworldly being was. With this in mind, Anson Chan left the aqua pool and arrived at the dragon family's land. Where are the 9 specters? Come and see them quickly. The voice of Chen Anqing's intention traveled out, and a fierce dragon breath pressure suddenly erupted in the distance. Boom! A black dragon, as if flying out of an alien space. Its huge and powerful body twisted and swung a layer of spatial ripples in just the blink of an eye. That black dragon flew over the dragon family. My humble slave, Zhou Yue, pays his respects to your excellency. Well, come with me. Anson Chan nodded lightly. As he was about to leave on his black dragon, Long K and the others came sniffing around. Brother Daoist Chen, where are you going? Do you want us to accompany you? Long K arched his hand and asked, I'm going to do a little errand. You and the others don't need to follow, Chen Anqing said. Then we won't bother Brother Dao. The 4 Long K people retreated. With a flash of Chen Anqing's figure, he appeared above the black dragon's head, to the Dragon Bone Abyss. The black dragon's body trembled a bit when he heard this, and said in shock, My lord, the Dragon Bone Abyss is dangerous. What are you afraid of? If there's danger, you go and get yourself killed. It's not like I have to make a move. Anson Chen laughed. The black dragon froze, not daring to say anything more as his figure pierced into the clouds and flew towards the east all the way forward in a high profile. Wherever they passed, no matter if it was a demon or a human cultivator, all of them prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped. About half an hour later, the black dragon flew into a dark abyss. where the laws were disorganized. White bones were everywhere. And it was eerie. If Chen Anqing didn't know that this was that senior's residence, he would really be a bit scornful. Fresh. Not long after flying into the dragon bone abyss, Chen Anqing and the black dragon heard the cold and merciless sound of a cry. Echoing in the abyss for a long time, the black dragon was shocked by the voice, and his voice trembled a little. My lord, I don't know what kind of demon this is. The aura is not weaker than ours, so be careful. Anson Chen signaled the black dragon to stop, then said, you have thick skin and flesh. Go and fight in the lead, while this Gongzi will cheer you on from the rear. The black dragon was really scornful in his heart, but how dare he disobey his master's order? Thus, he bitterly responded with a yes, and then took on his human form and flew in the direction where the cry came from. Anson Chen followed behind, keeping a certain distance from the black dragon, so that if the alien being was too strong, there would be plenty of time to escape. Soon, a purple aura appeared in front of that. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A purple silhouette, whirling his fists, desperately smashed a wall of law prohibitions blocking in front of him. You sinner, you've got a lot of nerve. In the next moment, a silhouette holding a long spear condensed out of that forbidden wall. Fresh. The purple living being whistled furiously and pounced on the lance shadow. The two exchanged blows, hitting the space shaking and the laws running amok. Within a breath of time, there were at least 1,000 attacks and defenses, so fast that even Anson Chen was a bit unable to see it realistically. Strong indeed. Anson Chen felt the violent shockwaves and secretly said, that purple being has truly reached the limit of the immortal 9 realm. After a few moments of fierce battle between the two sides, the silhouette holding a long spear violently impacted the purple being's chest with a single shot. That berserk shot, however, failed to injure him, and instead, the law lance snapped. The purple being seized the opportunity and pressed across, slamming his fist into the shadow in front of him. Click. Laws broke and shadows crumbled. After shattering the shadow that had come to resist, the purple being grew more and more manic as its body shook and erupted with a breath of shocking purple light, impacting the forbidden system in front of it. Under several impacts, the forbidden wall in front of him was finally hit with quite a few cracks, so I'm afraid it won't last long before it breaks open. 9 specters, why are you still standing there? Give this Gongzi the chance to fuck him. Yes, my lord. The black dragon received the order and turned into a ray of light, heading straight for the purple being. Anon. The majestic dragon breath immortal power transformed into a 9-headed evil augur that pounced on the purple being. The purple being seemed to be furious that someone had come to disturb him. It struck out a few purple lights, and that one 9-headed evil scow, contaminated with this light, turned into black mist and dissipated, and was not an enemy at all. And the black dragon itself has rushed to the purple spirit near the front. Fierce dragon claws, ruthless cover to the purple spirit's head. To the black dragon's surprise, the other party did not dodge. Boo! The dragon's claw struck the purple being's head, but it didn't shake him in the slightest. Instead, the scales on the claws of the black dragon's hands popped and shattered quite a bit. Your grandfather. How could the defense be so perverted? The black dragon was startled and wanted to turn back to dodge first, but he didn't realize that the purple being had already flashed to his back. Boom. A fist slam. The black dragon took this punch from the purple being, and the scale armor on its back shattered, and its figure flew out backwards like a meteor, smashing heavily on the forbidden system in front of it. The back. Anson Chen could not help but be secretly shocked when he saw this scene. This otherworldly being was stronger than he had imagined. Can't afford to mess with it. It's better to take a step forward. Anson Chen was about to bolt, but an inexplicable chill ran down his back. That instant, his immortal thoughts spread out sharply, and he suddenly realized that there were still 2 purple figures with strange auras standing behind him. When he was startled, Chen Anqing instinctively urged his immortal power. Clang clang clang. A sword shadow coalesced, forming a circle of defense around his immortal body. Those 2 purple beings, stimulated by this powerful aura of immortal power, were suddenly covered in purple light. Fresh. The purple spirit cracked its mouth and whistled, revealing a mouth full of fine sharp teeth. Its appearance is very fierce. Whoosh. In the next moment, the 2 powerful purple spirits disappeared in place, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived at the left and right sides of Chen Anqing. Boom. The 2 purple beings attacked at the same time, their sharp claws breaking through space and grabbing at Chen Anqing. Facing the surging and bizarre immortal power, Chen Anqing immediately offered the lone immortal sword. Majestic sword intent, condensed into a Dao sword shadow, flying and chopping out. Clank, clank, clank. The attacks of both sides touched each other, emitting a deafening sound of golden stones and rocks, causing waves of space to roll away one after another. In a matter of moments, those 2 purple beings had shattered the sword shadow, their strong claws aiming straight for Chen Anqing's vitals. Extreme shield Big Dipper. Boo! The claws of the hand attacked on Chen Anqing's shield, which shattered in response, while his figure was able to take advantage of the opportunity to instantly move far away. But before Chen Anqing could stabilize himself, two bizarre and powerful purple light shadows had flashed around him, so fast. Chen Anqing couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. The speed of these two purple beings was not much slower than his instantaneous movement. Extreme air brake. Anson Chen couldn't think about it in time, and the surprising wave sword technique chopped out one after another die in the face of Chen Anqing's attack. The purple being still resisted with its claws. Clang! The huge recoil force came from Chen Anqing, who was slightly traumatized, and his internal organs were as painful as if they were burning with fire. However, it was also this huge force that allowed him to use the momentum to dodge towards the top after this strike against the attack. The purple being also hissed in pain as its handclaw with perverted defense was chopped out of a crack by Anson Chen. Your lordship, the defense is so perverted that even a treasure-level immortal sword can only inflict superficial wounds on him. Seeing this situation, Chen Anqing screamed in the bottom of his heart that it was not good. With 1 against 2, it was impossible for him to decimate these two purple beings. If the fight continued, it would be even more dangerous when one's immortal power was depleted. The only way to try is to use the immortal soul sword. Thinking about this, Anson Chan directly moved to kill. Soul thoughts surged, and in his soul's sea of consciousness, a black immortal sword condensed out. When Chen Anqing's thoughts rose, the black immortal soul sword broke through the sea of consciousness and shot out from his brow. Fresh. The two purple beings, seemingly sensing something, became extremely manic and angry, killing Chen Anqing one after another. The speed of the other party was too fast. Chen Anqing could not avoid it, so he could only activate the extreme shield Big Dipper defense again while the fists and claws attacked. The immortal soul sword split into two, locking onto the two purple figures and shooting towards their heads. Boo! The strong attack shattered Anson Chen's defense, but this time, he actually failed to instantly move away. Because, before the defense shield shattered, the space of the place he was in was crushed to pieces first. How can you move in an instant when space is shattered and the laws are gone? The terrifying power attacked. Chen Anqing hastily urged his immortal power to condense into a defense again, while attacking left and right, chopping out dozens of swords in succession. Hiss! Ah! Chen Anqing was hit. His defense shattered, and his entire body felt like it was about to burst. However, the two purple beings were no better, only to see it too just attack Chen Anqing. Will roll back, both covering the head, wailing and crying. The body is chopped out, a number of gruesome blood marks. Looks very miserable. On the other side, the black dragon had already been forced out of its original body by that purple being. Both sides kept colliding against each other. The black dragon was losing ground. Its dragon scales had been broken many times, and its body was bruised and battered. Eat the tail of my father. While the black dragon was retreating in defeat, he detected that his master was being surrounded and was anxious in his heart. He then didn't care about that much, and without hesitating to burn his essence blood, he attacked the strongest tail, striking at that purple creature. The purple being seemed to not know how to retreat, and slammed hard into that dragon's tail. Boom snap! The immortal light exploded, and space exploded into a black vortex that engulfed both the black dragon and the purple being. In the next moment, a purple and bloody figure flew backwards out of the black vortex and heavily impacted on the prohibition at the back. That purple living being had obviously underestimated the strength of the black dragon's desperate strike. On Chen Anqing's side, the two purple beings had already suffered heavy injuries, but how could they know that only after more than 10 breaths of time, the wounds on their bodies were healed by the purple chi? And it seemed that even the soul trauma had been alleviated. The two bizarre spiritual forces instantly locked Anson Chen firmly in place. Chen Anqing was confused for a while. Perverted defense? Perverted recovery? How the hell can he fight? If you continue to entangle yourself, you will only end up dead. Gongzi, run away. I'll pad behind you. While the two purple beings were attacking again, the space in front of Chen Anqing suddenly cracked, and it was the body of the black dragon that tumbled and crushed out. Anon! The black dragon roared, opening its huge black hole-like mouth and biting forward. That speed was so fast that even the purple living being didn't have time to dodge. However, in the next instant, the huge mouth of the black dragon was pierced through by a terrifying purple immortal power, and two purple beings flew out from that bloody hole. Your grandmother, Grandpa Long, will fight you today. The black dragon was shocked and furious, curling its huge body, burning its essence blood once again, and violently sweeping out with its tail. The two purple beings, however, struck out majestic purple immortal energy to meet the blow that crushed space. Boom! The entire dragon bone abyss was enveloped by the aura of destruction and trembled. Good job, Zhou Yue. This Gongzi will avenge you. Seeing the black dragon's body submerged in a purple and black mixture of light, Anson Chen could not help but prepare to flee first. It was at this moment that a strange change occurred. 8 silhouettes holding long spears were killed horizontally in that wildly broken space. Boom boom boom! The 8 shadows came together to surround the purple being and harden it back. As a result, the black dragon with a tattered body and weak breath was able to catch his breath. Otherwise, he would probably have been torn apart by the purple beings. Come in, little friend. Subsequently, two spatial passages appeared under the feet of Anson Chan and the Black Dragon respectively. Chen Anqing heard the words and knew that it was that old man of Dharma cultivation who was helping him, so he didn't hesitate to flash toward the spatial passage. The three purple beings failed to kill Chen Anqing and the Black Dragon, frantically attacking the forbidden system to vent their anger. After a short period of darkness, Anson Chan opened his eyes. The scenery in front of him changed, and he was now in front of a thatched hut, with green bamboo and red flowers dotting both sides of the house, and a clear stream flowing directly opposite the house. Little friend, you're here, please sit down. Only after hearing this familiar voice did Chen Anqing see an old man walk out of the spatial ripples on the side. The old man was dressed in an outdated gray robe with a kind smile on his wrinkled face. I've met Senior. Thank you Senior for coming to the rescue. Anson Chan arched his hand at the old man. Where? The old man waved his hand. If it wasn't for you coming in time to hold back those few alien beings, I'm afraid that my restriction would have been breached. It's the old man who should thank you. Indeed, the old man had just replenished his immortal power not long ago, and before he had the time to repair and reinforce the prohibition, he was attacked by the foreign body beings, and if it wasn't for Chen Anqing and the Black Dragon blocking the way for a moment, the prohibition would definitely have been breached. A little later, Anson Chen and the old man settled down on the bamboo chairs in front of the house, drinking several large mouthfuls of tea furiously. Chen Anqing said with palpitating heart, that foreign body being is really strong. Both the Black Dragon and I are no match for it. I don't know how much longer can Senior's restriction hold it back? The old man laughed lightly. This time you brought me plenty of immortal power. Blocking it for 4 or 5 days is nothing to worry about. Chen Anqing's face darkened as he said, only 4 or 5 days? What will you do if the prohibition is breached? Senior? The old man calmly drank a mouthful of tea before saying, no harm. No harm. Isn't there a little friend of yours? When the old man helps you to step into the true immortal realm, those few mole crickets will not be enough to worry about. Chen Anqing's heart was delighted at his words. The opportunity is not here again. Senior has only just broken through the immortal 9 realm a few days ago. How can you help me? Chen Anqing knew that this old man had strange means, but he still couldn't help but ask. On your body, can you still have 100 count of ink crystals? The old man asked. Since there is, Anson Chan nodded. That will do. The old man paused and continued. I have a spirit melting talisman here. All I need to do is to melt your more than 100 ink crystals into immortal spirit power, and without the need for you to cultivate them, they can be integrated into your limbs and bones and elevate you to the peak of the immortal 9 realm. At that time, I will be able to help you successfully impact the true immortal realm. So magical? Chen Anqing's eyes lit up and he even said, Senior, how many of these talismans do you have? Little friend, don't think too much. This talisman was obtained by the old man from the relics of an ancient clan in the beginning. No one has been able to refine it for a long time today, so there is only one. The old man laughed. Even you, a Dharma cultivator, can't refine it? Chen Anqing was still undeterred and pursued. It's not a matter of ability. The old man waved his hand and said, rather, the laws associated with this talisman have long since faded, and there is no way to refine it. Chen Anqing gave an O sound and said, I don't know how to address the senior? The old man replied back. The old man's surname is Ji. His name is Hong Fu. I don't know how young friend is addressed? Chen Anqing arched his hand and said, originally, Elder Ji. The name of my junior is Chen Anqing. Ji Hongfu nodded his head with a smile and said, the heart has no side body and does not fight. Where in the world there is no peace. That's a good name. Chen Anqing laughed awkwardly, thinking that my grandmother does not have this literary talent. Her old man to take this name, only to figure a good luck symbolism. Ha right Senior. Where's my black dragon mount? It was only then that Anson Chan remembered the black dragon that had already been beaten and dying. No need to worry. The old man placed him in the spirit pool and he is healing. Ji Hongfu said, that's good. Chen Anqing nodded, then said, if I had known, I would have thrown some more ink crystals into that pool. Once Senior had enough immortal power, I'm sure I could have easily subdued that otherworldly being, right? Ji Hongfu, however, shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. Now that the old man's immortal body is crippled, and the Dharma Palace Dantian cannot be utilized, even if he has more immortal power, he can only maintain his life and the restraints. Chen Anqing then remembered that the last time he met with Elder Ji, he had mentioned this. It's not a problem. Given time, as my senior seeks out medicinal herbs, Senior will definitely be able to regain his peak. Ji Hongfu was slightly relieved and said, then I'm counting on you, little friend. Chen Anqing arched his hand and smiled. Wherever, I also have to rely on Senior to pass on the law. Mentioning the matter of transmitting the Dharma, Ji Hongfu's face took on a bit more seriousness as he said, Junior friend Chen, This double bit one dharma of the old man's is something that no one else in the world has ever practiced other than me. When you open up the dharma palace, it will be exceptionally painful and it is unknown if you will succeed, so you must be mentally prepared. Anson Shen said, that's no harm. Some pain is just a little pain. Just grit your teeth and get through it. This dual bit oneness method is a cultivation path unique to the two immortal realms, and even to many other immortal realms. Not to mention Chen Ansheng, if there is an opportunity, even those unearthly prides will presumably rush to cultivate at the risk of their lives. Fine. Until then you feel at ease to double cultivate the artistic martial way and lay a foundation. On the day when old me recovers, I will condense the Dharma Palace for you and pass on the Dharma. Well, there's no time to lose. Why don't I cultivate the soul-locking and body-splitting technique right now? Begging for Elder Ji's guidance from the sidelines, Ji Hongfu immediately agreed and said, good, while I still have some immortal power, I can help you to separate your soul and body faster. Little friend Chen, follow me. Immediately, Chen Anqing got up and followed Ji Hongfu into the hut. This hut, the appearance of simple, but the inner world, a small piece of heaven and earth. Elder, what are those things? Entering into a tower, Anson Shan saw that in front of that, there was a row of huge transparent bottles. In each bottle, there were things of different colors and strange shapes writhing around. Ji Hongfu walked to the front of the row of bottles, pointed at the first bottle and said, little friend Chen, look at the thing twisting in this bottle. What does it look like? Chen Anqing gazed at the bottle and saw that in the bottle, there was a green-colored flame that sometimes condensed into the shape of a baby, and sometimes into the shape of a demon with open teeth and claws. So he shook his head and said, forgive the clumsiness of my junior's eyes, but I don't know what is contained in this bottle. Ha ha. Ji Hongfu laughed and said, you're not a law cultivator, so it's normal that you can't see it. I won't sell my secrets. This is an otherworldly law that I captured from the Forbidden Zone once upon a time. Anson Shan couldn't help but stare at otherworldly laws. The law can still be imprisoned? That's just unheard of. It was only after a moment that Chen Anqing said in surprise, Senior is truly a good tactician, but I wonder, what is the purpose of Senior catching this otherworldly law? The usefulness is naturally great. Ji Hongfu had a few moments of self-satisfaction as he admired his masterpiece, then said, laws such as this are all born from the lost realm and have uniqueness. When the old man controls it and integrates it into the palace of laws, he can have attacking means that are difficult for other cultivators to understand. And if he doesn't understand it, how can he talk about defense? Unable to defend, there is only passive beating. In this way, does not the old man have the advantage? It was then that Anson Shan came to his senses. I remembered that Elder Ji had said earlier that it was the legendary Immortal Exalted and Immortal Emperor powerhouses that were all trying to seek the path of dual cultivation. For what? In order to have the means that others did not have, and to widen the gap with the great powers of the same realm. Elder Ji's talent is truly admired by the younger generation. Anson Shan couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Ji Hongfu smiled faintly and said, this is nothing. When you undertake the old man's dual bit one law in the future, you will naturally be able to do the same. Anson Shan's heart was filled with anticipation. After a slight pause, Chen Anqing brazenly said, Elder Ji, when I cultivate the soul-locking split body law, can you send an otherworldly law with me to comprehend it? Ji Hongfu waved his hand back and forth, saying, this is a no-no. Chen Anqing couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and said, don't be so petty, Elder Ji. Big deal. I'll take an immortal stone in exchange. Ji Hongfu laughed and said, you kid, in your eyes, is the old man the kind of stingy person? If you can repair, the old man will send all these laws with you can. But unfortunately you did not open the law palace. Cannot repair this otherworldly laws. Chen Anqing frowned and said, this is strange. Didn't you say, Elder Ji, that as long as you practice the soul-locking and body-splitting law, you would be able to cultivate both arts and martial arts? This otherworldly law is also an art. Why can't I cultivate it? Ji Hongfu walked over and slowly opened his mouth, explaining, laws are rooted. Your body, immortal soul, blood, etc., were all born under the laws of the martial immortal world, and thus can only fit into the laws of the martial immortal world. If you want to cultivate the laws of the other world, there are only 3 ways to do so. 1. You are in the middle of an otherworldly heaven and earth. Secondly, remodeling the immortal body, integrating the bones, flesh and blood of otherworldly beings into yourself. Third, condense the palace of laws, the so-called palace of laws, whose essence is equivalent to a piece of chaotic space. Theoretically any law can be deduced and stored in it. Anson Shan's brows knitted tighter as he sniffed, since even art cultivators were unable to cultivate otherworldly laws. Where did the otherworldly laws aura in the Xianyang Immortal Mansion come from? Anson Shan was deep in thought. Elder Ji had said that the beings born in the martial immortal realm could not fit into the laws of the other immortal realm under normal circumstances. If one speculated like this, The Xianyang Immortal Mansion would either have an alien law heaven and earth in existence, or a cultivator who had transformed the immortal body and soul. As for the one who had opened the law palace, that was mostly impossible. In fact, Chen Anqing also guessed a situation that the Xianyang Immortal Mansion had the possibility of captive breeding other immortal realm beings. Either way, it's going to be related to me anyway, so I really need to be more careful in the future. Anson Chan murmured in his heart, why? It was only because the Xianyang Immortal Mansion had gone to great lengths to recruit disciples with the qualifications of art cultivation, and most of them were related to the realm of the other immortals, and how could he, now that he had entered the Immortal Mansion and boarded the ship, be left alone? Why is little friend Chen's brow furrowed? Ji Hongfu spoke out, interrupting Chen Anqing's thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. It's just because I can't cultivate the laws of the otherworldly immortal realm. I feel it's a bit of a pity. Chen Anqing smiled faintly. The path of cultivation is inherently bumpy, not something that can be accomplished overnight. Little friend Chen must not be impatient. Ji Hongfu comforted. Well, the late generation has been taught. Chen Anqing nodded his head. Ji Hongfu did not say any more and led Chen Anqing towards the second level of the tower. The second level, which looked nothing special, was a simple practice pavilion. Junior friend Chen, you can comprehend your cultivation in this meditation pavilion, Ji Hongfu said. What is so special about Elder Ji arranging me to train here? Chen Anqing asked. Ji Hongfu pondered for a moment and said, Old Me has set up a law here that will enable you to quickly quiet down and enter a state of oblivious cultivation. Over these tens of thousands of years, it's inevitable that even Old Me feels lonely and bored, and I spend most of my time here so as not to breed demons in my heart. When Anson Chen heard this, the more he admired Elder Ji's methods in his heart. Good. Then the latecomer will start practicing, begging for more guidance from Elder Ji. After saying that, Anson Chen sat down on the futon and condensed a spiritual idea body into the sea of consciousness. When he opened the heart dharma sent by Elder Ji, he began to study and refer to it. After half an hour, the mental mantra was pretty much understood. This technique was called the soul locking and body separation technique, and its function was to block off the cultivator's immortal soul with a secret space in order to achieve the purpose of isolating it from the immortal body. Of course, this so-called isolation is only effective in the face of certain legal constraints on the cultivator itself, will not cause bad effects. If this step was not carried out, once Chen Anqing became an art cultivator and his immortal soul was integrated into all sorts of complicated laws, it would disrupt the operation of his blood qi, and moving forward to utilize the martial immortal technique, there was a possibility that he would go overboard or explode into oblivion. This is the reason why the masses of cultivators are unable to practice both arts and martial arts. As for those unearthly prides, and even immortal princes and immortal emperors, etc., they naturally found ways to circumvent this drawback, thus achieving the purpose of dual cultivation in arts and martial arts. However, one can imagine how precious this type of immortal law is, and it is simply impossible for ordinary forces to obtain it. From this, Anson Chen felt that he was incomparably lucky to have met Elder Ji, a wizard who was proficient in Dharma Tao and art cultivation. Take the soul as a guide, and take in the Yuanfa of heaven and earth. The Yuanfa becomes a line. The line condenses into a wall, and surrounds and divides it. Before achieving great success, Chen Anqing emptied himself and began to cultivate according to the heart method. Almost instantly, he felt that everything around him ceased to exist, and his mind, body and soul, had only the single thought of cultivation. This is the state of forgetfulness mentioned by Mr. G. One must know that the higher the realm, the deeper the involvement with the laws of everything, the harder it is to reach the so-called state of forgetfulness. As an immortal ninth realm Chen Anqing, it was flatly impossible for him to reach this state without Elder Ji's assistance. More than 10 hours passed. Chen Anqing woke up from his meditation and opened his eyes. How? Is there anything you don't understand? Seeing Chen Anqing wake up, Ji Lao was the first to inquire about the situation. Chen Anqing nodded and said, I have been able to extract some of the heaven and earth's law elements according to the heart method, and was able to condense them into a silk thread. However, that condensed thread of law is extremely easy to break, and I have tried many times, but I was unable to cause it to create a soul-locked space. Ji Hongfu sniffed and revealed a look of approval, saying, in terms of enlightenment alone, you are completely no less than a true law cultivator. Very good. Very good. Regarding the issue of that law filament not being strong enough, it actually has nothing to do with your cultivation. It is only because you are in the lower realms. The laws of the heavens and the earth are inherently weak, and it is only reasonable that the extracted law filaments would not be able to lock down your immortal soul. Does little friend Chen understand? After Ji Lao pointed out, Chen Anqing immediately understood that the strength of his immortal soul was about to exceed the limits of the cultivation world. So how could the laws extracted from the cultivation world be locked? In that case, the only way to isolate the soul body is to wait until I return to the immortal realm before condensing the soul locking laws and thus forming a soul locking space, Chen Anqing said. Exactly. Ji Hongfu nodded his head. then said, "Little friend Chen, this technique that old man has passed on to you, although those immortal emperors will not be able to look at it, the masses of cultivators, even some of the scattered immortal kings, will probably covet it. Therefore, it would be best for you not to expose your skill of artistic martial dual cultivation unless it is necessary." "Well, I understand. I'll be more careful." Chen Anqing nodded his head. Just Chen Anqing verbal promise. Ji Hongfu was still a little uneasy, so he said, "Chen little friend, if you trust the old man can be in your soul memory a strand of strange law, can be your martial breath also or law breath to hide one of them." Chen Anqing's mind turned electrically, and he felt to himself that this Ji Lao would not, and had no reason to backstab himself. Moreover, in the event of an aberration, he could still instantly invoke the cross-boundary stone to escape into the immortal realm. Therefore, he directly agreed and said, "The late generation trusts the senior since, so please make a move." "Good." Elder Ji stretched out his palm and grabbed it out of thin air. His 2 fingers looked like they were twisting a silk thread. "Little friend, you relax. This strand of law can be manipulated on your own from now on. It's equivalent to a top-notch hidden breath technique. As long as you don't expose it intentionally, it would be difficult for an immortal king to sense your dual cultivation aura." The strand of law threads entered Anson Chan's immortal soul. Chen Anqing secretly still retained some vigilance, communicating with the cross-boundary stone at all times. "Alright, the old man will pass on the method of control to you again, so you can try it." Chen Anqing received a few phrases of mantra passed over by Elder Ji, and with a silent recitation in his heart, he hid all of his cultivation aura. "It's really subtle. I'm like an ordinary immortal with no cultivation now. Ha ha." Chen Anqing laughed. Ji Hongfu was also smiling. His heart is a little more solid. After all, this little guy is related to his own old life. Of course, he must do his best to keep him safe. "In that case, Old Me is a bit more relieved," Ji Hongfu said, taking out a blue immortal talisman, saying, "Those few alien beings outside are getting more and more manic, so I'd better help you break into the true immortal realm earlier." Anson Chan took the immortal talisman. Unusual immortal talismans were refined out of yellow paper, but this one was blue, and the Xian ribbon spirit symbol inscribed on it was also very different from ordinary immortal talismans. "Elder Ji, how is this talisman utilized?" Chen Anqing asked. "You take 150 ink crystals out and use your immortal power to ignite this talisman, and the ink crystals will turn into a mortal aura and integrate into your body," Ji Hongfu said. "Good." Chen Anqing did as he was told. The ink crystal was taken out, and the immortal talisman was ignited. In an instant, all the ink crystals melted and turned into light blue immortal aura, which rapidly integrated into Chen Anqing's limbs and bones, the 5 Tibetans and 6 provinces, as well as his blood. Only a few breaths of time had passed, and Anson Chen felt that his realm had reached the peak of Immortal 9, and his body was filled with power. "Next, how should I impact the true immortal realm? I would also like to ask Elder Ji to enlighten me," Chen Anqing asked. "You are a martial immortal. To impact the true immortal realm, you only need to perceive a strand of stray law related to your cultivation path." Ji Hongfu paused and added, "You are a sword body sword cultivator, so I will lead you to comprehend a strand of the true injury law. With the addition of this law, your ability to break through defenses with your sword intent will be even stronger, just in time to deal with that strong defense alien body being." Chen Anqing's heart breathed a sigh of relief. This true injury law, the moment you hear it, it is extremely powerful. If you have to wait for yourself to comprehend, I do not know what year and month to succeed. Then again, when I become a true immortal, even if I don't have the true injury law, I'll still be able to cut down those otherworldly beings with a single sword strike, Chen Anqing said with a confident expression. "The words are true, but little friend, when you're in the lower realm, don't release the power of a true immortal at will, or else you might invoke the laws of ascension and be forcibly picked up by the ascension pools of the upper realm's forces," Ji Hongfu reminded. Anson Chan froze. It dawned on him that such a thing existed normally. The laws of heaven and earth in the cultivation realm only accommodate the existence of the Immortal 9 realm at most, and beyond Immortal 9, one will inevitably be forcibly pulled away by the laws of the immortal realm for ascension. "That's a problem." Chen Anqing smacked his lips, then said, "Elder Ji, when I enter the true immortal realm later, what if I directly touch the laws of ascension and be guided away?" Young friend Chen doesn't need to be overly worried. Ji Hongfu smiled and said, "Take the old man for example. The old man was originally in the heavenly immortal realm. Even though he was heavily injured in the spatial turbulence, the quality of his immortal body and immortal soul surpassed the limit of the Immortal 9 of the cultivation realm, yet he was not ingested by the laws of ascension. What do you think the reason for this is?" Chen Anqing pondered for a moment, then said, "But is it because Senior has not used any immortal power means beyond the Immortal 9th realm?" Ji Hongfu responded, "This is one of the reasons. There is another reason. I was not born in this realm. I have very little intersection with the laws of this heaven and earth. And the ascension pool owned by that upper realm power could not lock onto my existence. So it could not utilize the laws of ascension to force me to ascend. Little friend, you also did not belong to the lower realm. I think that the ascension pool in that upper realm did not lock you in, as long as you are careful to use the power of true immortals. Basically, it is impossible to be forcibly guided to ascension. I understand. Chen Anqing nodded heavily, then thought of a question and opened his mouth to ask. By the way, senior, you have been stranded here for tens of thousands of years and have suffered so much. Why don't you intentionally draw the attention of the laws of ascension, so that the forces of the upper realms can ingest you away? That way you'd be saved. Hearing these words, Ji Hongfu smiled bitterly and said, little friend, your thoughts are still a bit too simple. I am a person who carries strange skills and methods, and when I first tried to do everything I could to stay hidden from the world and not get involved in karma, I was ultimately unable to escape the covetousness of the immortal king. If I were to follow what you said and ascend up there at will, I'm afraid it would be tantamount to sending myself to death as well. Chen Anqing nodded silently. When Ji Lao still had strength, he was all knocked into the space turbulence by the immortal king who coveted his Dharma Palace Dantian. Now that he was all injured, soaring up would be the same as a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. How could he escape? Oh yeah. Anson Chan suddenly thought of a way to rescue Ji Lao. Elder Ji, you said earlier that Sword Immortal's tomb is actually a party of the remaining ascension pool. As long as the late generation takes that ascension pool and brings it back to the immortal realm, and then uses the ascension pool to receive you back to the immortal realm, so you won't have to worry about immortal spiritual power anymore. Hearing this, Ji Hongfu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then fell silent as he said, the idea is not bad, but little friend knows, the ascension pool is not something that anyone is qualified to have. Without the immortal emperor's oracle, privately storing the ascension pool will be characterized as a bandit of the devil's way, and will not be tolerated by the world's orthodoxy, and will definitely be exterminated. Anson Chan was dumbfounded. There's such a thing? I've never heard of it myself. However, on second thought, he was originally a mole cricket at the lowest level, not even a cultivator. So it was normal that he didn't know these rules. It was as if mortals were unaware of the rules that existed in the community of cultivators. According to what you said, Elder G, what qualifications are needed to obtain the immortal emperor's oracle to possess the ascension pool? Chen Anqing's original plan was disrupted, and his heart couldn't help but become a bit anxious. This is complicated to say the least. Ji Hongfu paused and explained. In short, if you are allowed by the immortal emperor of the immortal domain you are in to establish a force and promise to serve him, you can have the ascension pool and recruit ascensionists. As far as I know, those who can be favored by immortal emperors are those who are unparalleled heavenly prides, Gaishur immortal kings, and other outstanding characters, and ordinary people don't have a chance. Anson Chan. Yes, people on the side of the immortal emperor cannot recruit a bunch of thieves to serve for them. It seemed like his plan to cultivate and recruit supreme geniuses from the lower realms was going to be difficult to produce. After a little bit of silence, Ji Hongfu seemed to remember something and said, there is a way that you can have the ascension pool. Oh, Chen Anqing perked up and said evenly, please inform Elder Ji. Ji Hongfu pondered for a moment and said, the immortal realm is a vast land, the sky is unknown, and the earth is far away and cannot be measured. The vastness of the earth is not all owned by the great immortal emperors. There are still some unowned lands that exist. If you can occupy a piece of land in the unclaimed land and establish yourself as the king, you are not bound by the immortal emperors of all parties, and you can have the ascension pool. Make yourself king? Anson Chan couldn't help but roll his eyes. How much skill would one have to have in order to establish oneself as a king? If one had that kind of skill, one might as well just defect to the immortal emperor and work for him. Seeing Chen Anqing's expression of rolling his eyes, Ji Hongfu laughed. Standing up as a king is actually not as hard as you think. There are always some barren land. Immortal emperors, immortal Zun cannot see. Even the immortal king does not bother to visit. When I was hidden in the world, I went to a barren land, where the occupying king is only a Xianxian immortal degraded from the heavenly immortal realm. If you can occupy a place like this in the future, the size is considered a party king. You can have your own ascension pool. Only, if you occupy that barren land, it's hard to lock in quality ascenders, not to mention that even if people ascend up, you won't be able to keep them. Chen Anqing, however, was overjoyed and said, no harm, no harm. As long as we can take up such a piece of uninhabited land, it would be good to save Senior up. Dare I ask Senior, where is this kind of bird shitless place? Ji Hongfu smiled. This Chen kid had the heart to save himself from being trapped. Old me has left the martial immortal realm for many years, and the few barren lands that I knew of in the beginning have only been occupied long ago. So you'll have to inquire about this matter yourself. All right, Chen Anqing nodded and added, Elder Ji, I'll get that ascension pool first. Can you repair it? Ji Hongfu said, It's only a matter of inducing some laws to repair it. It's not hard to defeat me. Chen Anqing rejoiced in his heart and said, by the way, Elder Ji, if I hide the ascension pool in my storage bag, it should be fine, right? Ji Hongfu said. Since there is no problem, only when you place the ascension pool in a dominant place and introduce the ascension law will it be detected by that landlord. After figuring this out, Chen Anqing sat down and prepared to impact the true immortal realm. Little friend Chen, the old man will later draw out a strand of the true injury law. You use your immortal soul to perceive and deduce it, and by integrating it into the sword element in your body, you will be considered to have established a connection with that law. I see. Please start. Elder Ji. Good. The two men sat opposite each other, with Ji Hongfu's powerful immortal soul. Searching for a strand of the laws of the sword Dao would be a breeze. After only a quarter of an hour had passed, an invisible thread of laws descended down. Chen Anqing could feel the pull of Elder Ji's intention, and his soul thoughts surged out. Feeling the wonders of that strand of law with all his concentration, more than an hour later, clang. In the meditation pavilion, the sound of a prolonged sword sound was emitted. In front of Chen Anqing, the snow-white lone immortal sword hovered, with a faint layer of silver-gray light attached to it. Ha ha ha, good. The laws have been realized. Little friend Chen, you can break the realm. With a reminder from Ji Hongfu, Chen Anqing offered a piece of ink crystal and his blood qi flew to digest it. A wisp of immortal spiritual qi entered his body, and Anson Chen was baptized, directly breaking the threshold of the realm. Boom. A burst of immortal strength radiated from Chen Anqing's body, actually shaking Ji Lao to move back half a foot, and then, Chen Anqing slowly opened his eyes, and there was a silver-colored sword aura flickering in those pupils. True wonderland. Into the bargain. Thanks to Elder Ji for his help. Chen Anqing immediately stood up and bowed to Ji Hongfu. Ji Hongfu was full of smiles as he said, I thought that you would need at least 3 to 5 days to comprehend this strand of law, but I didn't expect you to succeed in an hour. Promising. When Chen Anqing heard this, his face almost turned red. He knew in his heart that his qualifications were originally ordinary, and that he was able to have such enlightenment. On the one hand, he relied on the divine pill bestowed by his chief master Candlewind. On the other hand, it was because of the soul numinous stone given by Elder Ji. Both of them had dramatically increased their spiritual power. So how could their enlightenment not be high? Elder Ji, those few foreign body beings, are they still impacting the forbidden system? Anson Chan felt his strength skyrocket and was eager to try out the sword. Still there, Ji Hongfu nodded, then said, however, I suggest that you do not kill it. Why? Anson Chan asked in disbelief. Ji Hongfu smiled and said, that otherworldly being, with its extremely strong defense and recovery abilities, it would be too much of a shame to kill it. Anson Chan thought for a moment and said, Elder Ji, do you want me to capture them for you to explore? Ji Hong said, precisely. However, just wounding and capturing them is categorically not acceptable. Once they recover on their own, the old man will suffer. Anson Chen asked, then what does senior mean? What should I do? Ji Hongfu said without thinking, that puppet art of yours is very subtle. All you need to do is to use your soul sword and heavily damage its soul, and I will have my own means to help you take control of it. Anson Chan slapped his head and said, why didn't I think of that earlier? Ji Hongfu, however, said, earlier, even if you thought of it, it wouldn't work. That foreign body being possesses a foreign soul. When you didn't comprehend the laws of true injury, your soul sword wasn't strong enough to really hit its foreign soul hard. Furthermore, I'm afraid that your puppet technique, which is not an alien law means, would also be difficult to be effective against it. That's right. Chen Anqing nodded and said, then I will go and suppress them first, and you will guide the rest. Elder Ji, well, that's very good. Go on. Immediately, Ji Hongfu waved his hand and condensed a spatial channel, sending Chen Anqing outside the prohibition. Boom boom boom. Newsflash. In the abyss, 3 foreign body beings, roaring madly, continuously released violet light to bombard the prohibitions, and at this moment, they were oblivious to Anson Chan's arrival. Chen Anqing did not delay, and directly condensed the immortal soul sword in his sea of consciousness. Hey, watch the move. As the words fell, a black immortal soul sword shot out from his brow, splitting into 3 and stabbing each of the 3 alien beings. The 3 foreign body beings, sensing the danger, had purple light on their body surface, and their figures crushed the space, pouncing over to Chen Anqing's side. Next moment immortal soul sword, impacting on their heads, but something that surprised Anson Chan 10,000 times happened. The 3 alien spirits were hit by the immortal soul sword at the same time, and only one of them stopped, covering his head and rolling and whistling, looking extremely painful. As for the other 2, a bloodlight emerged from their foreheads, actually obliterating Anson Chan's immortal soul sword, silently, and such wonders. Ha ha ha. Not only was Chen Anqing surprised, Ji Hongfu was both shocked and delighted when he viewed the situation through his soul thoughts facing the two xenomorphic beings that rushed over. Anson Chan was not afraid. He condensed his immortal energy into his palm and pressed it out towards his body. His space was suddenly twisted and shattered. Boo-hoo! With two explosions, those two alien beings that rushed over were directly slapped away by that terrifying palm. Both of their chests collapsed, and purple blood continued to gush out. Feeling the terrifying strength of Anson Chan's crushing force, the two alien beings grimaced and trembled, in a state of both anger and fear. Little friend Chen, do you know why your immortal soul sword failed to injure two of those otherworldly beings? Ji Hongfu's voice entered Chen Anqing's mind. Chen Anqing murmured, thinking for a moment, responded, those two alien beings previously hid once my immortal soul sword. Could it be that they thus my out of the defense method? Ji Hongfu transmitted, your analysis is correct. There must be some kind of very strange law associated with these alien beings, and once they are hit hard, that law will come into play and help them quickly comprehend the law of defense. Anson Chan was very surprised. Pervert, to have this kind of ability. Moncler, really envious. Ji Hongfu laughed, not to mention you, little friend. Even the old man is envious. Just wait until you will be in control. The old man must be a good dissection of the laws of these guys, to see if it can be used for the two of us. Chen Anqing's heart was overjoyed when he heard this. If Elder Ji were to penetrate the defense, recovery, and move-breaking comprehension of this foreign body spirit and pass it on to himself, then he would be rich. The thought of a favor. Chen Anqing dry energy came. Clang! In the next moment, with a movement of his mind, silver grey true injury sword intent erupted and surrounded the three alien beings. Feeling that powerful and unrivaled sword intent aura, the three foreign body beings froze in place with their teeth showing, not daring to attack again at all. Swish swish swish. The sword intent flew, cutting a black spatial rift in the air. Fancy that. The defenses of the three alien beings could not withstand Anson Chen's true injury sword intent, and in an instant, they were killed into three bloody men, wailing in pain in their shocked anger. They tried to crash through space to escape. Chen Anqing's figure flickered and disappeared into space. Boom! The three purple and bloody figures were struck by Anson Chen and thrown out of space, crashing into the prohibitions behind them, already unable to move. Little friend, hurry up and injure its foreign soul, and wait for the old man to help you take control of it, before it's too late. Upon hearing this, Anson Chen once again condensed the immortal soul sword and impacted the foreign soul of the foreign body being. The foreign body being was in a state of near death, and was simply unable to resist Anson Chen's immortal soul sword attack any longer. And the foreign soul appeared to be in extreme agony after receiving a heavy blow, instinctively banging its head against the forbidden system as if it wanted to commit suicide. Puppet seal. Seeing this, Anson Chen immediately condensed three puppet imprints and sent them into the alien being's mind. However, Anson Chan's puppet imprint was actually truly unable to attach to their alien souls. At this time, Ji Hongfu stepped in. He mobilized a strand of alien law and hardened their alien souls to tear a rift. Junior friend Chen, send a seal into that rift. Anson Chan sniffed and sent the puppet seal into the cleft on the alien soul. After the puppet imprint invaded, a purple bizarre aura suddenly emerged from their alien souls, wanting to get rid of the puppet imprint. Ji Hongfu, on the other hand, drew in another slit soul law and instantly repaired the rift. The alien soul was resentful to the point of twisting, but after struggling for a moment, it tranquilized and stopped moving. On the other hand, Anson Chan sensed that he had full control over the three alien beings. It worked, Chen Anqing murmured, but he couldn't laugh at this point. This was because he felt that controlling these three puppets with powerful alien souls at the same time had made his mental power a little overwhelmed. If it went on for a long time, he was even worried that his immortal soul would collapse as a result. Ji Hongfu could naturally sense Chen Anqing's fatigue as well, and he said, Junior friend Chen, these three puppets, the burden of mental energy they are causing you is extremely heavy, so isolate your controlling intent for the time being, and leave the rest to the old man. Yeah, Anson Chan nodded. However, he only isolated two of them, leaving one for driving. Elder Ji, for the rest of this one, I'll bring it to the Sword Immortal Tomb and let it explore the path. Chen Anqing said. Ji Hongfu, however, was a bit worried. Junior friend Chen, after leaving the Dragon Bone Abyss, its aura with you will no longer be isolated by the prohibitions here. If you bring it out, beware of that unknown existence in the Burial Spirit Valley sensing you. Chen Anqing pondered a little and said, it wouldn't hurt to think about it. If that unknown existence in the Burial Spirit Valley could come out, it would have come out a long time ago. I'm afraid. Ji Hongfu slowly nodded his head and said, you have a point, but you still need to be more careful. After all, that Burial Spirit Valley is very weird. Even the old man's soul thoughts can't probe into it. Anson Chen responded, saying, don't worry Elder Ji, I'll be careful. If something goes slightly wrong, I'll have my own way to escape. Good. That's good. Ji Hongfu nodded his head, then ingested the two puppets that could not move and said, "Old me will first go and explore the mysteries on this alien being. When you retrieve the ascension pool, then bring it over to old me to repair it." Chen Anqing answered, arched his hand, and then took one of the foreign body beings and flew toward the dragon bone abyss beyond. Travel through the air for a few moments. Chen Anqing saw that the alien being following him had actually healed from his injuries. Awesome! Awesome! Anson Chan smacked his lips in admiration. "You're my puppet now, so it's better to give you a name." Anson Chen thought for a moment and muttered to himself, "You're covered in purple skin and full of fine, sharp teeth. Why don't we just call you Purple Devil?" A little later, Chen Anqing's immortal sense unfolded, covering the Yuxian realm. In this entire realm, there were only 3 major forbidden zones that his immortal sense could not penetrate. Purple Devil, go! Since he had brought the Purple Devil with him, Anson Chen did not summon the Black Dragon again, and for the sake of his loyalty to protect his master, he let him get well first. The two of them, Anson Chen, traveled through the air and soon landed on the outskirts of that sword immortal's tomb. In front of that, a stream of light and splendor rose up, and the aura of sword intent contained within it drew the sword element within Chen Anqing's body to be restless. According to Elder Ji, a powerful sword cultivator has fallen in this ascension pool. So it's true. Anson Chan was secretly surprised. That person had died for an unknown number of years, and just the little bit of sword intent breath that remained made him feel uneasy. So one could imagine how powerful he should have been when he was alive. Purple Demon, go in and explore. Even if Chen Anqing was now in the true immortal realm, he was still very cautious, first heralding the Purple Devil in. This cautious habit could not be lost, lest he carelessly planted his head one day. Chen Anqing attached his consciousness to the Purple Devil and entered that piece of splendor. After entering, Anson Chan did not find anything unusual. Moving forward through a wooded area, a sudden gust of wind blew through the old trees and the yellowed leaves fell downward. Some of these leaves fell right on the Purple Devil. As the blades slid down, they actually left a subtle trail of blood on the Purple Devil's body. Chen Anqing sensed this abnormality and was astonished. This leaf, how could it be so sharp that it could cut through the Purple Devil's skin? How strong was the defense of the Purple Demon? Before Chen Anqing had comprehended the true injury sword intent, he would need to put his best foot forward, along with the treasure-level immortal sword, in order to injure its skin. And how can it not be surprising that these inconspicuous withered leaves can cut wounds in it just by falling down? No wonder the world doesn't dare to enter this forbidden area. Even if a human cultivator of the Immortal 9 realm came in, he would have to be cut to pieces by this leaf. Of course, Chen Anqing was now in the true immortal realm, and his immortal power defense was incomparable to the Immortal 9 realm, so he was not afraid of these leaves. However, the front was still unknown, so to be cautious, Anson Chan's real body still did not go in, only manipulating the Purple Devil to explore forward through this wooded area. There was no skin left intact on the Purple Demon. Fortunately, its recovery ability was perverted, and after a few moments of repair on the empty ground outside the forest, it had already recovered as before. That would be the ascension pool. Continuing to travel for a few hours, through the heavy fog in miasma, dangerous land, Chen Anqing saw that ahead, there is a bronze square pool, that around the scattering of many white bones. Chen Anqing maneuvered the Purple Devil towards the ascension pool. Swish swish swish. Suddenly, several terrifying sword chi, killing out of nowhere, actually cut off one of the Purple Demon's arms. Anson Chan was suddenly surprised. In a hurry, he maneuvered the Purple Devil to fly back. Clang clang clang. The Purple Demon had only flown back a few feet when several sword shadows condensed from sword intent rushed over from the shadows again. What pure sword intent! Feeling that overwhelming aura of sword intent, Anson Chen could not help but exclaim in shock. The so-called purity didn't mean strong immortal power, but a perfect sword intent that could only be executed when the sword Dao was at its peak. Chen Anqing secretly compared his own sword intent. The power was still okay, but it was relying on the power of the true immortal and the true injury laws, on the quality of the sword intent alone. The difference between the two was far. However, this time with a defense, Anson Chan immediately used his mind to issue the command for the Purple Demon to resist on its own. At that moment, the Purple Devil body surface purple chi flowed. That sword intent impact on his body instantly collapsed, and it was only the defense broken a little, did not suffer damage. That person in the dark, one strike failed, and then used another tactic. The surrounding grass and trees withered leaves left the ground, suspended in the Purple Devil around. Each grass, each leaf, are like a supreme immortal sword, emitting extremely pure sword chi. Subsequently, only to hear a burst of sword sound, breaking sound whistling in the air, that a vast number of grasses and trees withered leaves, as if 10,000 swords piercing through the air, altogether chopped to the Purple Devil. The Purple Demon whistled repeatedly. The purple chi immortal power in his body erupted crazily, and his figure pressed forward horizontally, wanting to rush out a path. The two sides meet. The sound of weapons clanging came out. The space around them for hundreds of feet collapsed, and the purple demon's figure was swallowed up by a darkness. Fresh. In the darkness, the purple demon was impacted by the 10,000 swords, and many bloody cuts appeared on its body, but after all, it was an existence whose combat power was close to that of a true immortal, and under its crazy outbursts, its immortal power shattered all the withered leaves of the grass and trees. Immediately, it violently rushed out of that darkness, turning into a purple light that flew towards the bronze square pool in front of it. Boom! The purple demon attacked forward with a claw. That front looked empty, but its claws stopped hard as if it had struck an absolute defense. Boom boom boom. But the purple demon didn't stop because of this. Instead, it became more and more manic, its fists and claws smashing forward, attacking hundreds of times in a single breath of time. Finally, as the purple demon immortal force exploded to its limit and the alien body immortal body charged forward, the invisible defense shattered. Whoosh! A green-clothed figure holding a red-colored immortal sword flew out in a flash. The purple demon reacted extremely quickly, snapping his claws to the side. However, it did not touch the other party, only to see the green-clothed figure swipe past the purple demon, and the purple demon's stomach was then slashed with a hideous bloody gash, with even its internal organs clearly visible. Who are you? Anson Shen told the purple demon to retreat far away and used its mouth to bellow out. In Chen Anqing's perception, this green-clothed figure was only at a mere immortal 8 realm, and the strength of that body of his was so strong that he actually had the potential to kill the purple demon. This made Anson Shan unable to help but be surprised. The green-robed man stopped his stance, several feet away from the purple demon. When he heard this bellowing cry, a trace of abnormality flashed through his cold, sword-shaped pupils, which returned to normal in an instant. No matter what your origin is, leave this place quickly or don't blame me for being impolite. The green-clothed man's voice was indifferent, with little emotional fluctuation in his tone, just like an ice-cold puppet that way. Joke. Chen Anqing laughed coldly and said, if you can come here, why can't this seat come? If you can't say 1, 2, 3, this seat has its own means to kill you. The man in green was stunned for a moment. I don't know what kind of monster this guy is, but he has such a big mouth. This is the place of my master's inheritance. How can I allow you to trample on it? Cultivation is not easy, and there are no exotic treasures here. So why should Brother Dao risk forcing a fight with me? The green-robed man faintly said. Chen Anqing sniffed and was a little interested in this person. Your bone age is only 800 years old, but this side of the lordless forbidden zone has long existed for an unknown number of thousands of years. Where did you get your master's lineage? It's obvious that you're just making things up and talking nonsense. The green-clothed man's brows wrinkled. It seemed that reasoning with this monster would not make sense. Since it doesn't make sense, we'll just have to see how high or low we are and split the difference between life and death. Sword Pro. Immediately, he spread out his palms, and the sword intent scattered everywhere in this forbidden area rapidly converged and condensed into a green-colored longsword that landed in his hands. Feeling that pure sharpness, Chen Anqing couldn't help but sigh in admiration in his heart. This person's attainments in the Tao of the sword were truly so high that it was enviable. With this overwhelming sword intent alone, the purple demon is no match for it. It seems that I still have to personally make a move to suppress it. With this in mind, Anson Shan ordered the purple devil to vanish while he personally stepped into the forbidden zone. Don't go. Eat my sword. Since the green-robed man decided to make a move, he did not intend to let the purple demon escape. He transformed into a green light and went forward to intercept the purple demon in the blink of an eye. He chased after the purple demon and his immortal sword chopped out. Boo! Accidents happened. That sword of the green-robed man, before it could cut down, an immortal palm slapped out from the space in front of him, striking him heavily in the chest. Shocked and furious, the green-clothed man's figure dodged backward, not forgetting to chop out a pure sword intent towards the front before retreating. When his figure stabilized, he looked ahead, but was shocked by the scene before him, only to see a white-clothed figure stepping out from that distorted space. He raised his hand and lightly stretched out 2 fingers to catch the flawless sword intent he had chopped out. Who are you? The man in green, who had always been unperturbed by changes, was truly flustered this time. Their own this body of sword intent, inheritance to the ancient sword immortal. Chopping immortal 9 is chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Do not expect to still be able to be caught by someone. What realm is this person in and what is his battle power? Chen Anqing's face was indifferent, and with a twirl of his fingers, he flung that powerful sword intent into the sky. Then, his immortal sense unfolded and his thoughts surged, carefully checking out this green-robed man in front of him. Peak Shin Pin Peak Infinite Sword Body. Not bad, not bad. Anson Shen smiled faintly and spoke of the green-clothed man's physique. You? The man in green sniffed and became more and more terrified. One's own physique, which was covered by the flawless sword intent. Yet why was it so easy for him to see it? I'm afraid that this person's cultivation level is beyond his knowledge. Can't be offended. Therefore, the green-clothed man immediately collected all of his sword chi and arched his hand at Chen Anqing. Senior Shen Yuan Lai. I have met Senior. I have been a bit rude. I hope you will treat me with respect. Anson Chan said lightly. Kill if you can beat them. Admit your mistake if you can't. Is that what you mean? Xian Yuanlai body stiff. You say this? Let me how to sophistry. Froze a little bit. Xian Yuanlai hard head, reluctantly open, said, Seniors, this place is just a piece of barren land, and there are no exotic treasures, and seniors stay here, only to guard the master's grave mound before some offense. Seniors, if you do not believe, can be used to a mortal sense probe. No treasures? Anson Chan raised his eyebrows. There's really no treasure. Shen Yuanlai even said. Anson Chan smiled lightly and said, I see you as a treasure. Shen Yuanlai froze, and only after a long time did he say, what does senior mean by this? Chen Anqing carried his hands behind his back and slowly said, you are only in the realm of Immortal 8, yet you are able to press the peak Immortal 9 head-on with all your sword skills and sword intent. Isn't this sword Dao technique of yours a priceless treasure? Xian Yuanlai secretly said that it was not good. So this person was looking at his own gongfu. Regulus Crack was in a hurry. Why? It's because he doesn't have any feats at all. This powerful sword technique and sword intent of his was inherited from an inheritance speed, not cultivated from a gongfu. If the other party insisted, what would he or she hand over? Senior, you may not believe me when I say, then don't make it up. Xian Yuan Crack was speechless for a while, but still hardened his head and said, Senior, this sword art and sword intent of mine was obtained from the inheritance, not from cultivation techniques. This was something that Anson Chan actually believed for a few moments. After all, he was just in Immortal 8 realm, and his physique was only the peak of the Xian product, so it was simply impossible for him to cultivate this kind of sword Dao attainment. However, there was one thing that made Chen Anqing feel strange, so he asked, you said that you hadn't cultivated any kung fu, yet Fang was able to turn grass and trees into swords and attacked Immortal 9. Who are you fooling? Xian Yuan Crack's heart was flabbergasted, and he hurriedly said, Senior has misunderstood. That 10,000 swords firing technique just now was also not due to the late generation's gong method, but rather speculation and borrowing a token for it. What token? Anson Chan spread his hands. Bring it to me. Xian Yuanlai also cannot help. The other realm is unknown. The strength is extremely horrible. If not honestly explain the words, fear of life, afterward. He offered a bronze token and sent it to Chen Anqing. Chen Anqing took the token and scrutinized it in his hands. On it was engraved with the words King of Herders, and some tiny arcane patterns. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. How does it work? Chen Anqing placed his immortal power into it, but there was no reaction. So he asked, when the intention arises, it can be utilized. Shen Yuanlai said. Anson Chan tried to pour his mind into it again, but there was still no response. Never mind. Let's put it away and take it back to Elder Ji later. Seeing that Chen Anqing had taken the token away, Xian Yuanlai was very distressed, but he didn't dare to go and ask for it back. So he said, Elder, that token will be taken as an indemnity from my junior to you, and I ask you to forgive me this time. Chen Anqing said in a big manner, you wanted to kill me just now. Can't a bronze plaque cancel out your sins? Xian Yuanlai lamented in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it, saying, then what must the latecomer do before the senior is willing to let go? Chen Anqing looked toward the ascension pool in front of him and said, that bronze pool, it's not bad. This seat takes it. Do you have any opinions? Xian Yuanlai raised his head fiercely and even said, Senior must not. That square pool is the place where my master's bones are buried. I hope that Senior will be magnanimous and not take it away. Chen Anqing, however, laughed. You're just stealing someone else's inheritance. Where's the master-disciple bond? After saying that, Chen Anqing let go of his aura, and the aura that covered heaven and earth enveloped Xian Yuanlai, giving him the feeling that he was about to suffocate. Xian Yuanlai mentally lamented. This senior's words were not unreasonable. He is a lonely and abandoned child. If he did not fall here by mistake and pick up that inheritance bead, how could he be qualified to be the disciple of that white-boned senior? It's just wishful thinking. After a moment of silence, Xian Yuanlai clenched his teeth and said, Senior, I hope that you can grant my junior a request. Anson Chan said lightly, you speak. Xian Yuanlai knelt down obediently and earnestly said, I implore Senior to accept me as a disciple. There is a saying that one day is a teacher for life. Only when you become my master, your word's disciple will not dare to disobey. Chen Anqing shook his head and laughed, saying, you're using lousy as a shield for peace of mind, aren't you? Alright then, this seat will accept you as a disciple and give you peace of mind. At those words, Xian Yuanlai was instantly delighted. In these hundreds of years, although he had obtained the inheritance and become a powerful sword immortal, he had always suffered from the fact that no one had taught him, and there was no way for him to go further. Isn't today's arrival of this senior with unfathomable cultivation just a chance? Therefore, Xian Yuanlai in fact has long been moved in the heart of the idea of worship. Previously do not know how the character of the other side, whether or not they will spare their own. so do not dare to open their mouths hastily just. Many thanks, master. Many thanks. Chen Yuanlai hurriedly bowed 3 times to thank him. Get up. Chen Anqing waved his hand, lifted Chen Yuanlai up, and said seriously, don't be in a hurry to be happy. This seat temporarily accepts you as a registered disciple, and to see if you are sincere. If not, he will also expel you from the gateway in the next day. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Good. Chen Anqing nodded and said, this time, Master came here to collect this bronze pool. He has his own great use for it. If you go and bury the bones of that person, you can go with Master. My disciple obeys his master's orders. With this real master's order, Shen Yuanlai was at ease. He flew into the bronze pool, removed the white bone, dug a grave to bury it, and then bowed 3 times in front of the grave as a way of thanking him for his inheritance. Afterward, Anson Shen used his immortal power to pull up that side of the huge bronze pool and put it into his storage bag. Master, how did you subdue this monster and make it bow down? As the 3 of them, Anson Shen, flew in the air, Shen Yuanlai sized up the purple demon and inquired curiously, a mere worm. Is it strange that the master can suppress it with the flip of his hand? Anson Shen said very pretentiously. Awesome, awesome. Shen Yuanlai praised from the bottom of his heart and said, begging for master to pass on the law at an early date. For now, let's see how you do. Chen Anqing said indifferently. The truth was that he didn't have any good gongfu to pass on to him right now. Not long after, Anson Chan arrived at the Dragon Bone Abyss. You and others wait here, until master goes to meet his senior. With a command, Anson Shen's figure disappeared into the dark abyss ahead. Behind him, Shen Yuanlai was secretly surprised. As strong as his master, he needed to pay a visit to that senior in his mouth. Then that senior in his mouth. How powerful should he be? My Shen Yuanlai's luck is not bad. Otherwise how could I have this chance to be under the master's tutelage? Shen Yuanlai murmured excitedly. At this moment, he did not realize that the purple devil beside him had changed. However, a hideous ghostly face emerged from its purple pupils and was gazing towards the abyss in front of it. How was it? Did it go well? Ji Hongfu sensed Chen Anqing's arrival and ingested him into the hut. It's not too bad. Chen Anqing nodded. Among that sword twilight, there was a loose cultivator who had obtained the inheritance of that fallen sword immortal and was slightly delayed. Other than that, there were no other obstacles. Oh, Ji Hongfu raised his eyebrows and said, little friend, did you kill that person? What would I kill him for? Chen Anqing smiled and said, although he had the intention to prevent me from taking the ascension pool, he also had a piece of filial piety, and was considered to have a reason for what happened. At the end of the day, that kid took the initiative to worship me as a teacher, so I took him in. Ji Hongfu heard this and nodded approvingly, secretly saying that he, however, had not misjudged this young friend Chen, not the one who showed off his strength and killed indiscriminately. By the way, Elder Ji, my disciple made a token earlier that could actually cause the dead leaves of grass and trees to turn into swords. Look at what it is, Chen Anqing said, offering the token out. Ji Hongfu took the token and his face changed immediately, seeing that Elder Ji did not look right. Chen Anqing even asked, Elder Ji, is there anything wrong with this object? I didn't expect that you, little friend Chen, would have such a chance to obtain this heavy treasure. Ji Hongfu did not reply, but sighed to himself. Heavy treasure? Chen Anqing's heart was delighted as he asked, Elder Ji, what exactly is this that can make even you moved by it? Ha ha ha. Ji Hongfu's complexion returned to normal, laughing a few times and staring at Chen Anqing. This is a military talisman as well. A military talisman? Chen Anqing raised an eyebrow and said in disbelief, a mere soldier's talisman. How can it be called a heavy treasure? Ji Hongfu explained, this is not the kind of talisman you understand. This talisman contains the rare assimilation avenue law, not human casting, in the entire world of the martial immortals, are called rare treasures. Still failing to understand, Chen Anqing asked again, dare I ask Elder Ji, what is the beauty of this so-called assimilation law, and where is it precious? Ji Hongfu pondered for a moment and slowly said, assimilation law is one of the topmost laws in the universe, no matter what level of cultivator. It is not possible to realize it by oneself. Only those with great chances are able to obtain it. As for its effect, very simple. Invoke this talisman. Can the user's soldiers short assimilation to their own realm? You say, is this thing precious enough? Anson Chan was in awe. I didn't expect this law of assimilation to be so heaven-defying. Imagine if an immortal king, who had recruited 100,000 soldiers under his command, once he invoked this soldier talisman to assimilate them, that would be 100,000 immortal kings. How horrible that would have to be. What if it's an immortal emperor? What about an immortal emperor? Anson Chan didn't dare to imagine it at all. Precious, simply precious. After freezing for a little while, Anson Chan roared excitedly. The beauty of it is that this is a king-level weapon talisman. Ji Hongfu sighed, paused, and then said, then again, is this piece of king-level military symbols? I do not know how many immortal kings for the fight for it fell life. You do not bother to get it. Is already a great chance. Ha! Anson Chan also felt that it was enough. You can't be too greedy. You've picked up such a great bargain for nothing. So be content, Elder Ji. On top of this king-level military talisman, is there a Zun-level military talisman? An Emperor-level military talisman? Chen Anqing asked. Ji Hongfu nodded his head in agreement and then said, speaking of which, the division of power throughout the martial immortal realm is actually related to these three types of soldier symbols. For example, if a top immortal king is given a king-level weapon talisman, then it is naturally easy for him to dominate a party. But such an immortal king, again, cannot truly dominate independently. After all, there are still immortal elder powerhouses on top of them. Therefore, the vast majority of hegemonic immortal kings will worship under a powerful immortal elder and be the immortal elder's right-hand man. As for overlord-level immortal dignitaries, they are often the ones that the great immortal emperors compete to bring in, because only immortal dignitary-level powerhouses can withstand the assimilation of immortal emperor powerhouses. At those words, Anson Chan secretly combed through them. Immortal kings with military symbols are dependent on powerful immortal emperors, and immortal emperors serve invincible immortal emperors, and so on. That's why, in the immortal realm, the figure that really makes it to the top has to be, at the very least, that immortal king who possesses the talisman of soldiers. Anson Chen said, exactly. Ji Hongfu nodded noncommittally. However, this soldier's talisman can give people glory and drag them to hell. According to the information that I have consulted, throughout the ages, apart from conflicts between races, it is the strongest people who have fallen in competition for various types of talismans of war. Chen Anqing nodded and said, in that case, I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse for me to possess this item. Ji Hongfu, however, laughed, you don't have to worry. This thing, only at the beginning of the birth of the talisman, within 100 years cannot be recognized as the owner of the time. There will be mighty people to fight. Once the talisman is recognized, even if the owner falls, other cultivators will not be able to recognize it again, unless the owner of that generation automatically disowns it and passes it on to the next owner. And this soldier's talisman of yours is the soldier's talisman that the previous owner, an immortal king surnamed Mu, unclaimed, and after you claimed it as your own, no one will be able to take it away from you again. Oh, Chen Anqing was immediately overjoyed, then remembered something and added, no, my disciple can control this object while I cannot. I think this soldier's talisman has recognized my disciple as its master, but I am unable to possess it. Upon hearing this, Elder Ji laughed. Not really. According to the old man's probing, this weapon talisman is still a masterless object, and what your disciple utilized is just a tiny bit of the weapon talisman's own effect. Chen Anqing was puzzled. That's strange. Is my disciple really that stupid that he didn't try to drop blood to recognize his master? Hearing this, Ji Hongfu was dumbfounded and said, who told you that a soldier's talisman can be recognized by a drop of blood? If you want the talisman to recognize its owner, you need to integrate your immortal soul into it, so that the law of assimilation will take root in your immortal soul, and only then can it be considered as recognizing its owner to you. I think your disciple, not knowing the origin of the talisman, not to mention not knowing the method of recognizing the owner, that's why it has been without an owner. Anson Chan was stunned for a moment. What a coincidence, and this nice bowl of soup waiting for you. Ever since obtaining the crossing stone, one's luck seemed to have become surprisingly good. As if the heavens were chasing after one to feed him. In that case, this item is destined to be mine. Ha ha ha. Anson Chan couldn't help but laugh. Quickly take it and recognize it. Ji Hongfu handed back the soldier's talisman, then said, your disciple, who gave you such a heavy treasure? In the future, give him more guidance and promote him some. That's natural, Chen Anqing said with a smiling face. I don't need Elder Ji to command me. I'll take care of that kid a bit. A little later, under Elder Ji's guidance, it took Chen Anqing less than an hour to make the military talisman recognize its owner. After the weapon talisman was recognized, Anson Chen also obtained some information about using the weapon talisman from IT to IT. Turned out that the assimilation effect of this soldier's talisman also had a limit on the number of people. This king-grade soldier talisman could assimilate about 3,000 soldiers at a time. Assimilation time, from a breath to an hour ranging. The specific can withstand how long the assimilation depends on the pawn's physical quality, soul, bloodline strength and so on. In addition, the soldier's talisman also came with a law constraint, but any soldier assimilated was absolutely loyal and could not revolt against their master. Little friend Chen, you have obtained the ascension pool and the rare treasure of the king's grade talisman. You are already qualified to compete for the king's title. However, your realm is still weak. I suggest that after you return to the immortal realm, it is better to keep a low profile and be quiet. And only when you have enough strength and time can you enter the world to fight for supremacy. Ji Hongfu commanded. Chen Anqing nodded and said, "Of course I understand this. Don't worry, Elder Ji." Ji Hongfu looked relieved and didn't say anything more, but at the moment, what Ji Hongfu was thinking in his heart was quite complicated. As a reverse world Dharma cultivator, his sense of the true nature of things was far sharper than that of other cultivators. In his opinion, it was no stroke of luck for Chen Anqing to come to the marrow cleansing pool to meet himself and obtain a series of treasures. All of this, I'm afraid that it is only fate, their own destiny in the future. From the moment they met Chen Kid, I'm afraid that it has quietly changed, or perhaps even that misplaced ascension of old husband was due to him? It's too complicated, but old me is incapable of seeing through it. Never mind. Heaven's destiny cannot be measured. Heaven's destiny cannot be disobeyed. Just let nature take its course. Ji Hongfu only sighed mentally. Immediately afterward, Chen Anqing took out the ascension pool and handed it over to Ji Hongfu. Elder Ji, this ascension pool, how long will it take you to finish repairing it? This side of the ascension pool, not really crippled, just missing a few laws, just a day or two. The old man will be able to repair it. Awesome. Worthy of being Elder Ji. Chen Anqing praised from the bottom of his heart. What ass-kissing? Elder Ji laughed, then said, if you kid really thinks that the old man is powerful, yet why do you refuse to worship him? Chen Anqing also laughed and said, I didn't know that your old man's methods were so powerful earlier, and casually worshipped the master. In case I couldn't get any benefits, and had to give you an old age in the future, wouldn't it be a blood loss? Ji Hongfu was stunned. Then he said, you kid, you really talk straight. What about now? What do you intend? What else is there to say? I pay my respects to my master. Chen Anqing understood in the bottom of his heart that without the layer of relationship between master and disciple, there would be nothing more than a mere exchange of benefits between himself and Elder Ji, and the real exchange of benefits, at least to pursue a fair. What price you offer? I also what price? Count him a clear, but what about Qi Lao? Not once did he make a single move to make Anson Chan promise this and that. When Anson Chen had questions, Elder Ji knew everything and tried his best to answer them without hiding or defending himself. Elder Ji's sincerity was the fundamental reason that made Chen Anqing willing to worship his teacher. Well, my disciple, please rise. Ji Hongfu was very relieved and immediately lifted Chen Anqing up. One's own miserable half-life. Through all the hardships to create the divine skill and wonderful method, if just because of the living will be exchanged out of the merit law, even a proper heir, how can be willing? This is good. Chen Kid promised to worship under the door. Really do their own heir. That is, to teach, also should be satisfied. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. What the disciple said earlier about fishing for favors was just a joke. The disciple respected your character before willingly worshipping you as a master. And in the future, I will definitely honor my left and right, and pay my filial piety well. Anson Shen put away his smile and said in a slightly serious manner, good. Ji Hongfu looked at Chen Anqing, who was full of sincerity. His heart was touched. It is also deeply gratifying for master to receive a good disciple like you. This side of the worship ceremony had just been completed when Ji Hongfu sensed something strange. Disciple, that sword immortal beyond the abyss, could it be my disciple's grandson? Precisely. Chen Anqing nodded and said, I ordered him to wait outside with the alien beings. Not good. Ji Hongfu frowned and said, there's a fight. What's going on? Anson Chan inquired in surprise. Ji Hongfu pondered for a little while before saying, I think that unknown being in the burial spirit valley has manipulated the foreign body spirits, and at this time is trying to kill my disciple's grandson. Apprentice, you quickly go help him. Yes. Anson Chan looked aghast. He didn't know how that unknown existence in the burial spirit valley was able to control his puppet. However, as long as it was not in its true form in person, Anson Chan had no scruples. Immediately, Ji Hongfu sent Chen Anqing out, and with a flash of Chen Anqing's figure, he appeared over the dragon bone abyss. As soon as he settled down, he saw two figures charging back and forth above the firmament, fighting to the point that space exploded and immortal splendor fluttered about, covering the sky. However, Anson Chen did not immediately kill over, but instead, he concealed himself in space and watched the battle ahead. Deep in the vault of heaven, Xian Yuan Lai condensed a green immortal sword. The powerful sword intense surrounded. The fury has a bit of absolute flavor, and that purple demon, it seemed to be a bit tougher than before, and the means of attack had also changed, only to see that on its body, countless long tentacles extended out, constantly lashing out at Xian Yuan Lai. The tentacle had a deep purple glow attached to it, and it could actually blast and collide with Xian Yuan Lai's sword intent without breaking. You demon! If you weren't used by my master, I would have beheaded you long ago. You to and fro fight for a moment. Xian Yuan Lai's body was pumped out of the channel. Blood marks actually fell down. Apprentice, That demon has already become self-conscious. There is no need to hold back. Chop it with all your might. Chen Anqing also saw that Xian Yuanlai had scruples, and only then did he not dare to let go of his hand to fight with that purple demon, which is why he transmitted his voiceover. Master is here. When Xian Yuanlai heard this, his heart was delighted and he immediately said, Apprentice understands. In this case, Xian Yuanlai had no more worries in his heart. A powerful sword intent, completely bursting out. Kill. Xian Yuanlai transformed into a sword and traveled through the broken dark space to kill the purple demon. The purple demon whistled repeatedly, countless long tentacles, lashing towards Xian Yuanlai. Clank, clank, clank. But this time, just as its tentacles touched the majestic sword intent, they were cut to pieces. Eight-sided Linglong sword. Chop. Xian Yuanlai resisted the approaching purple demon, and the inherited sword art struck, only to see that in all directions suddenly rise up countless strange sword shadow, to the purple devil position as the center, have converged to kill. Go to hell. Seeing that the purple demon was about to be struck, the corner of Xian Yuanlai's mouth picked up a cold smile. In his opinion, as long as he was hit by this move of his, the demon would definitely be chopped into blood and bones. Boo! However, this is not the case. As the sword shadows gathered, a terrifying force of law suddenly descended, actually shattering all the sword shadows. That purple demon's chest was even sticking out, a muscular arm stained with mucus, ruthlessly hitting Xian Yuanlai's chest. Xian Yuanlai suffered a heavy blow and was horrified. He backhanded his sword and slashed at that slime arm. Only a clanging sound was heard. His immortal sword was actually recoiled back, failing to even pierce the skin of that arm. Next moment, Xian Yuanlai screamed miserably as he looked towards his chest, and on that slime palm, a fine thread emerged, like the roots of an old tree, which was piercing through his flesh and blood and penetrating into his heart. Not good. It's really that unknown thing in the burial spirit valley that's causing trouble. Anson Chan, who was not far away, also took in this scene, sensing that something was wrong. Anson Chen appeared on Xian Yuanlai's side with a flash of his figure. He rose his hand and condensed a shadow of the true injury sword. Chopping at that arm, the sword shadow sliced through as if it were slicing tofu, cutting off the slime arm. The purple demon ate the pain, screamed miserably, and when it retreated, there were several more arms behind it that attacked out. Chen Anqing was not afraid, only lest the other party had some weird moves that would kill Xian Yuanlai. So he grabbed Xian Yuanlai's shoulder and disappeared in hidden space. A few kilometers away, Xian Yuanlai's face was pale, and immortal blood was constantly overflowing from his chest. Thank you, Master, for saving me. Xian Yuanlai was stunned. Just now, if it was not for his master's timely intervention, he was afraid that he had already been pierced by that tentacle, and he still did not know what would become of him. That demonic creature is quite powerful. Even you are no match for it. Chen Anqing chanted, but an idea popped up in his mind. I just got a king-level soldier talisman. Do not know how effective. Xian Yuanlai is a sword body. Sword cultivation can be used as their own pawns. Try to assimilate the effect thus. Chen Anqing said, You too, disciple, do not be afraid. My master will help you and pull you up to your realm. So you go and battle it again. Xian Yuanlai was taken aback and said in disbelief, Master, can you really uplift a disciple's realm out of thin air? Then what's so fake about it? Saying that, Chen Anqing communicated to invoke the military talisman. If you call me Lord, I will elevate your realm and send you to battle. When Xian Yuanlai heard this, he didn't hesitate to half kneel in the air and said, Greetings, Lord. Chen Anqing manipulated the soldier's talisman and invoked the law of assimilation. And in an instant, Xian Yuanlai's breath skyrocketed. And the strength of that all-encompassing sword intent was so strong that even Chen Anqing had to offer up immortal power defense in order to avoid its sharpness. What realm is this? How do I feel that I can cut down heaven and earth with a single sword? Feeling the surging supreme immortal power, Xian Yuanlai was so shocked that his entire body was confused. If you don't make a move yet, when will you wait? At this moment, Xian Yuanlai was assimilated into the true immortal realm by Anson Chen. And that violent pressure was almost about to exceed the limit of what this side of heaven and earth could bear. Anson Chen was worried that he would invoke the laws of ascension as a result, so he urged him to do it quickly. Disciple, obey. Xian Yuanlai responded as his immortal might erupted and majestic sword intent burst out from his immortal body, forming a torrent of sword intent that surrounded him. Kill! Xian Yuanlai's figure flashed and arrived in an instant. Arriving in front of the purple demon, feeling that ferocious aura of sword intent, the purple demon's figure immediately hid into space. Wanting to retreat and escape, how could Xian Yuanlai give him a chance? He raised his hand and slashed his sword with an incomparably sharp sword intent, slicing a smooth opening in space. Where do the sins escape? Xian Yuanlai transformed into a sword and killed into that dark spatial rift. In the broken space, all laws were gone, and immortal sense could not be unfolded. However, with the sharp perception of the true immortal realm, Xian Yuanlai quickly locked onto the direction that the purple demon had fled. Sword prison. As Xian Yuanlai lightly chanted, dozens of kilometers away, a cage condensed from sword-intent sword shadows descended without warning, enclosing the purple demon. Sigh. The purple demon was all of a sudden terrified and roared. An intense purple light erupted from his body, wanting to forcefully break that sword prison cage. Boom! The moment the purple devil's figure touched with the sword intent. In the darkness, a terrifying storm of sword intent rolled up. The purple light on his body, which had an extremely strong defense, was actually cut apart inch by inch, and his body was penetrated by a bewildering amount of sword intent, turning into blood, bone, and flesh. Humph! But mole crickets, how dare you compete with this immortal? Experiencing the powerful strength brought about by the true immortal realm, Xian Yuanlai's heart was free to the extreme. However, before Xian Yuanlai finished pretending, a tentacle stained with mucus suddenly emerged from the mass of blood mist in front of him, and at the end of each tentacle, a hideous ghostly face condensed. In the next moment, the mass of writhing tentacles disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it had surrounded Xian Yuanlai. Sigh. The ghostly face, emitting a sharp stern roar, tore towards Xian Yuanlai. Ha! Xian Yuanlai was slightly shocked in his heart, secretly saying that this demon's life force was so strong that it hadn't even died after being cut by his own sword intent. However, at this time, as a true immortal realm, he would not be afraid. The sword rises in shock. Swish swish swish. Sword intent that roamed the sky and the earth rushed out from Xian Yuanlai's body, forming an abyss of swords in that darkness. Deep in the sword abyss, no matter where that tentacle attacked from, it would be resisted by the strong sword intent. Moreover, that sword intent was incredibly sharp, and once it touched, the tentacles would be cut into nothingness. Demon, don't struggle. You are in no way a match for this immortal. Xian Yuanlai lightly drank, and even in this voice, there was a terrifying sword intent attached to it, killing that massive tentacles and causing blood and mist to splatter. Damn human. You'll regret this. Unexpectedly, a dry and hoarse voice with infinite resentment came out of that blood mist. Sinner, how dare you go wild? Give this immortal death. In the next moment, Xian Yuanlai raised the immortal sword in his hand and chopped towards the mass of blood mist. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, and the overpowering and extreme sword intent transformed into a green torrent that submerged him. News and information. The roar, mixed with reluctance and resentment, faded away until it disappeared. Xian Yuanlai leaped forward and darted out of the darkness. The shattered space behind him quickly condensed and returned to its original state. Master, my disciple has already killed that demon. Flying to Chen Ansheng, Xian Yuanlai knelt on one knee and respectfully resumed his orders. Chen Shang, however, raised his head and gazed into the distance. What you killed just now was not the true body of that demon. Xian Yuanlai's complexion was austere. Then he unfolded his immortal sense to probe a bit, and sure enough, he found that in that extreme west, there was an abyss covered by purple mist, with a demonic aura that was monstrous. Master, my disciple will kill over there and cut that demon down to the roots. Xian Yuanlai was so spirited at this time that he immediately asked for orders. Okay, there you go. Anson Chan responded indifferently. Xian Yuanlai was excited in his heart. This heaven-destroying immortal power of his had a use again. However, just as he was about to fly away, the immortal energy in his body faded away like a tidal wave, and a strong sense of exhaustion swept over him, making him unable to resist collapsing into the air. What's going on with this? Master! Xian Yuanlai was dizzy and sweating profusely, feeling like he had turned into a puddle of mud. Chen Ansheng faintly said, Master is only temporarily elevating your realm. Do you really think that you have entered the true immortal realm? I thought I had fallen under some evil spell of the demons, but it turned out to be the master who collected the divine power. Xian Yuanlai said with some intent. Master, why don't you exert your divine abilities again, until disciple goes and beheads the demon? Chen Ansheng's face sank slightly as he chided. That realm of the party is not something you can withstand for long. Don't crave for that powerful illusion any longer so as not to go off the deep end. In fact, this was one of the drawbacks of using a soldier's talisman. After the realm of assimilation receded, the bearer would often fall into an extremely weak state within a short period of time. If one were to receive another assimilation to pull up the realm, the result would only be a bursting death. There was also the point that after being forcibly uplifted to recover from the realm, one needed to immediately meditate and recuperate, or else there was the danger of going off the deep end. Disciple understands. Seeing that Chen Ansheng's face did not look right, Xian Yuanlai immediately responded respectfully. Chen Ansheng nodded indifferently and took out an elixir from his storage bag, saying, take this elixir, empty your mind, and rest for a few moments. Xian Yuanlai respectfully accepted the elixir, and after taking it, that exhaustion immediately slowed down. He then sat down in the air and sank into a state of emptiness. After about a quarter of an hour, Xian Yuanlai felt that he had recovered as before. Master, but I don't know where that demon came from. Why didn't Master kill his real body? After recovering, Shen Yuanlai said with some confusion. Chen Anqing responded, saying, that demon's origins are unknown and very strange. Even your Master Gong can't perceive it with his immortal thoughts. So why should you and I take the risk? That burial spirit valley is very strange. That unknown demon has been trapped in it for many years. Who knows if it has laid down any powerful killing formations? Wouldn't it be a foolish act to rush in? Anyway, Chen Anqing didn't need to rush. Only waiting for the realm to be a bit higher and have the strength to crush that demon. Then it wouldn't be too late to explore the truth. My senior grandfather? Senior, could it be that my senior grandfather lives inside that abyss in front of us? Shen Yuanlai curiously said. Exactly. Chen Anqing paused and said, I'll take you to meet his old man. You kid be sweet-talking later and please his old man. You won't be short of benefits. Many thanks, Master. Disciple understands. Shen Yuanlai said with a joyful smile. Anson Chen had brought Shen Yuanlai there because he was worried that after he had left, there would be another alien body spirit that would come and offend him. With Shen Yuanlai's protection and Master Teacher's own means, there would be no problem in fending off the alien beings inside the Dragon Bone Abyss. Apprentice grandson Shen Yuanlai, pay respects to Master Gong. When he saw Ji Hongfu, Shen Yuanlai was the first to kneel and bowed out. Ji Hongfu was all smiles. Good disciple grandson, please rise. Shen Yuanlai stood up and respectfully listed behind Chen Anqing's side. Then Chen Anqing commanded, Shen Yuanlai, after this, you will stay here and protect your master's grandfather's well-being. There shall be no half-misses. Do you understand? Shen Yuanlai immediately led the order. Disciple understands. Ji Hongfu also knows that Shen Yuanlai's sword cultivation has the power to crush foreign body beings, and his disciple is so arranged. But he has the heart. Senior, when I'm not around, when you have time, instruct this kid and pass on some cultivation techniques to him, okay? Chen Anqing said. Ji Hongfu, however, waved his hand and said, this, however, is not possible. Anson Chan froze for a moment, surprised. Why? Ji Hongfu smiled and said, he is your disciple. What kind of martial arts to pass on, what kind of law? That is your business. Don't want to let the teacher do it for you. Chen Anqing's mind turned electrically, and he instantly understood the true meaning of his master's words. Master is telling me that he will only pass on the Tao to me, and that it is up to me to decide whether I pass it on to others or not. To put it simply, Ji Lao's unique spells only recognized Anson Chen as the inheritor. Understanding this layer of meaning, Chen Anqing smiled. That's fine. Then I won't bother Master. But since this disciple of mine is paying his first visit to you, you must show something, right? Ha ha ha. Ji Hongfu laughed and said, don't worry, I can't treat your disciple badly. Saying that, Ji Hongfu offered a scabbard and sent it to Shen Yuanlai, saying, this is the meeting gift that I bestowed on you from Master Gong. You can try how powerful it is. Shen Yuanlai was stunned for a moment. He secretly said, his Master Gong is also too stingy. Point. At least give a sword. Give a scabbard. What is the use? However, this was a gift from his old man, bestowed only in the face of his master, so even if it was just a hair, he had to gladly accept it. Thank you, Master Chief. Shen Yuanlai took the scabbard and immediately took out his own red-colored immortal sword, wanting to put it in. It's not used like that. Ji Hongfu waved his hand, then said, you go into that scabbard, condense a stream of sword intent, and then try pulling it out. Shen Yuanlai did as he was told and condensed his sword intent into the scabbard, only to see that the scabbard's green light flourished and trembled, while the sword intent in that scabbard actually condensed into a solid immortal sword. Ha! Shen Yuanlai was shocked and reached out to pull out that green immortal sword. Clang! The sword came out, and immortal radiance filled the air. Shen Yuanlai immediately invoked his sword intent and waved his green immortal sword. Swish! The immortal sword vibrated with an eerie amplitude, emitting sword intent that cut through a large area of space. This, Shen Yuanlai was surprised and delighted. Senior Gong, why is this sword intent of mine steeply enhanced? Ji Hongfu smiled but did not answer, but looked to the side of Chen Anqing and asked, apprentice, can you see exactly what is going on? Chen Anqing pondered a little and said, when disciple viewed that sword out, it produced a tiny amplitude of vibration, and each vibration would superimpose a layer of sword intent, thus making the sword intent of chopping out enhanced. Is that correct? Ji Hongfu nodded in satisfaction. Your observation is meticulous. This scabbard contains the law of amplitude, and the effect is just as you said. Apprentice, Shen Yuanlai, who was on the side, was overjoyed with this scabbard. Even if Master Teacher didn't pull up his realm, he would still have the confidence to behead that purple demon once more. Just when Shen Yuanlai was overjoyed, Chen Anqing glanced at him and said, disciple, such an immortal weapon. With your current realm, I'm afraid that you can't manage it. Stay as a teacher to keep it for you for the time being, and when you have enough realm in the future, then it won't be too late to bestow it back to you. Regulus, I don't believe you. I've just gotten a treasure and you want to take advantage of it? But that's something he only dares to think about in his mind, was about to obediently hand over the scabbard. Ji Hongfu waved his hand to stop, laughed, you this kid, even the disciples' treasures are pit. Face don't want it, it's just, for the teacher here there is also a sword sheath. Just right for you. Take it. Chen Anqing's old face blushed and hurriedly put away the scabbard. Then said, Master teacher has misunderstood. Heaven and earth are kind. Disciple Fawn was really worried that he couldn't handle it, but in the future, with you, Master teacher, watching over him, then there is no need for him to turn it in. Ji Hongfu only smiled without saying anything. The three of them then drank tea and chatted for a while. Apprentice, do you have an idea about the search for medicine now? Something is bothering me, so I haven't had time to go and do it yet. Most of these herbs should be available, but the rest such as the immortal devouring insect are nowhere to be found. Chen Anqing said. Ji Hongfu slowly nodded his head and said, it is indeed not easy to find all those herbs. There are even a few herbs that cannot be born within the immortal realm at all, and one needs to find the right forbidden area to be able to obtain them. Anson Chan couldn't help but frown. This was troublesome. The forbidden area of the immortal realm is even more dangerous than the forbidden area of the lower realm. One can't get out of it for the time being, not to mention that even if one has the chance to go and search for it, one doesn't have the strength to do so then. Chen Anqing said, Master, I wonder which herbs are unable to be born even within the immortal realm. Ji Hongfu thought about it and stood up, signaling Chen Anqing to follow him. Chen Anqing explained that Xian Yuan Lai was waiting for the time being, and then followed Ji Hongfu toward the hut. The two then arrived at the 7th floor of the tower. This layer of space was extremely wide, with nothing more than a single space bubble suspended in the air. Look, apprentice, Ji Hongfu casually tapped one of the space bubbles, and immediately a dynamic space painting unfolded. On that image, a short plant appeared with a tricolored fruit hanging from it. This fruit is called the three-colored spirit fruit, and it was only naturally born under the laws of a lost realm on one side. Ji Hongfu said, in that case, not only the immortal realm, but even all the cultivation realms that are dependent on the immortal realm cannot give birth to this fruit. Chen Anqing said, exactly. Ji Hongfu nodded and said, therefore, the chances of finding this kind of fruit are extremely slim. Upon hearing this, Chen Anqing was puzzled. Then where did you obtain the image of this fruit from, master? Ji Hongfu said, when my master had been to many forbidden zones, he was once trapped in the field of consciousness of an otherworldly being, and after breaking the field, he condensed his memories into a spatial painting, and then he obtained this image. Oh, Chen Anqing raised an eyebrow. Master, in the space painting you condensed out, are there any other things to watch? It has been since. Ji Hongfu pointed his finger and another space bubble dispersed. That image unfolded, and there was a man in plain clothes standing in an abyss covered in dense air. Within a few moments, in the abyss below, a black mist rushed out to battle with the man. This battle was fought in such a way that mountains and rivers were shattered and the heavenly dome was shaken. Yet both sides were never seen to cast any law techniques. This image is the memory of that black mist, and the man in plain clothes, whom it calls Heavenly Emperor. The lost realm where they are located, only cultivates martial arts, pure martial arts. Gian Vo explained. Seeing this image, Anson Chan couldn't help but be mesmerized. If I invoke the cross-boundary stone, I wonder if I can go to this lost realm. The Lost Realm. It was a cultivation world that had been formed independently of the immortal realm's boundaries. Chen Anqing wasn't sure if his cross-boundary stone would work, however. Even if he could go, Anson Chan currently did not dare to go there rashly. Why? This was because the laws of heaven and earth in the two realms were completely different. After going there, it is equal to being in a different kind of heaven and earth, unable to use the immortal power again, only by virtue of the physical power, and I do not know whether it is possible to have the power of self-preservation. Thus, Chen Anqing asked, Master, but I don't know what the specific battle power of the cultivators in this realm is? Ji Hongfu shook his head and said, my master has not truly fought against this type of cultivator, and there is no way to know their specific battle strength. However, I have learned from the memories of that black mist that the degree of solidity of this side of the lost realm is much higher than the cultivation realm, but quite a bit lower than the martial immortal realm, and all things considered, I surmise that the battle power of the top powerhouses born in this world is roughly comparable to that of the immortal king realm. Chen Anqing sniffed and once again looked at the image displayed in front of him, saying, this plain-clothed man known as the Heavenly Emperor, with his physical strength and unknown chi, he can crush the sky and dome between his hands and feet, so I guess he represents the highest level of battle power in that world, doesn't he? Ji Hongfu expressed his approval and said, indeed, from the fragmented memories of that black mist, this plainclothes man belongs to the peak level of his world, with a status equivalent to that of an immortal emperor of the martial immortal realm in general. Knowing this, Anson Chan had a rough idea in his mind. The ceiling of battle power in this lost realm was roughly comparable to the immortal king realm. It was impossible for one to go there and reign supreme and be invincible like when one entered the cultivation realm, but the benefits of going to the lost realm are also obvious. A world independent of the immortal realm naturally had treasures that the immortal realm never had, and even more so, a cultivation path that the immortal realm never had. First, write down the mountains and landforms of this realm, so you can try to see if you can go there when the time comes. Chen Anqing no longer thought much about it, imprinting every detail of that space painting display in his mind. Subsequently, Ji Hongfu exhibited a number of space images to Anson Chen. Most of this was about that lost realm of pure martial arts cultivation. Other than that, the other space paintings were images of some of the forbidden areas of the immortal world. Chen Anqing memorized all the images so that he could search for the required medicinal herbs in the future. 2 days later, the ascension pool had already been repaired, and Chen Anqing put it into his storage bag. Master, I still have some things to take care of, so I'll take my leave first. Go on, act outside and be careful. Well, I know. Before leaving, Chen Anqing approached Shen Yuanlai and once again emphasized for him to take good care of Elder Ji's safety. After the explanation, he left the Dragon Bone Abyss and flew to the Dragon Family Land. My disciple pays his respects to his master. In the palace, Anson Chan summoned Long Xiaoyan. During this period of time, have you collected the materials needed by master? Chen Anqing asked. Reporting to master, quite a few have been collected. Saying that, Long Xiaoyan sent a bunch of ownerless mustard seed bags to Chen Anqing. Chen Anqing used his immortal thoughts to scan through it and was surprised to find that there were hundreds of thousands of pounds of various materials that could be sold for a price, another big profit. Chen Anqing put them all into his storage bag, then asked, how is the matter of the clan's acceptance of disciples being handled? Long Xiaoyan respectfully said, Master, our true immortal sect, the original 170,000 disciples, now another 100,000 new recruits, a total of 270,000 disciples. Anson Chan mused. 270,000 disciples. Not much, after all. The true immortal sect had unified the four major powers, becoming the only giant sect in the Yuxian realm. The entire Yuxian realm had a population of tens of billions of people, and even if the disciples were only selected from a portion of them, they were all 1 in a million. Of these disciples, approximately how many have the qualifications to become immortal? Anson Chan asked again. Long Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said, according to the speculations of our clan's elders, within 1,000 years, there are about 300 people who have a chance to become immortals. That's a pretty good amount, after all. There were some slightly lesser realms where not even 300 immortal realms existed in an entire realm, let alone becoming an immortal in 1,000 years. However, Anson Chan still felt that it was too slow. He was now in control of the ascension pool, so he might pick up a piece of territory one day and make himself king. If you want to grow your power in time, you'll need someone going to the immortal world proper to recruit. There was no such capital, and the quality was no match for these geniuses who had ascended up. Thus, Anson Chen was prepared to pass on the nascent soul technique. Let these disciples of the lower realms. Early cultivation of nascent soul skill can accelerate the speed of cultivation, not to mention, later go to the immortal realm, directly to cultivate. The starting point is higher than others. Master passes down a volume of basic cultivation method to you. You pass this method to all the disciples and urge them to cultivate diligently. There will definitely be unlimited benefits in the future. I respectfully request that Master pass on the Dharma. Chen Anqing sent the nascent soul technique, with his mind, into Long Xiaoyan's mind. Then, he took out some immortal crystals and sent them to Long Xiaoyan, instructing, but whenever a disciple reaches the 100th turn of blood qi, you will grant him 20 immortal crystals. On the one hand, it will help him to cultivate. On the other hand, when he crosses a tribulation, he can refine the immortal crystals to form a defense of immortal power, and cross the tribulation without any injuries. Looking at that big pile of immortal crystals, Long Xiaoyan heart is very shocked. Secretly, but also their own master awe. In addition to this world, who else can have such a large sum of money? He didn't dare to imagine at all how powerful the true immortal sect would be in the future with these heaven-defying resources. It's possible to have a family full of immortals. After Long Xiaoyan collected the immortal crystals, Chen Anqing offered 2 more ink crystals and said, as the first generation of true immortal sect's patriarch, your cultivation must not be left behind. These 2 immortal stones, called ink crystals, are 1,000 times better than the immortal crystals, so take them and use them. Disciple, kowtow to the master's gift. Long Xiaoyan was thrilled. He knew that his master had bestowed the item and could not afford to excuse himself, so he gladly accepted it. Well, get up. Chen Anqing nodded his head indifferently, then said, don't be too happy. The next time my master comes out of seclusion, the first time he checks your blood qi operation, if it doesn't reach 100 revolutions in a single breath, he will take you to task. Yes, master teacher, I will definitely cultivate diligently and live up to my master's expectations. Long Xiaoyan's physique was second only to the holy body, and he was even in an abnormal bloodline, so this requirement was not too high for him. Go on, the disciple excuses himself. After dismissing Long Xiaoyan, Anson Chan flew to another special palace, this hall, a detoxification hall set up by the dragon family specifically for Anson Chen, was not to be approached by anyone other than Anson Chen. The matter of detoxification is boring and uninteresting, so let's leave it aside for now. 10 days later, Chen Anqing flew out of the palace and prepared to go back to the immortal realm. I've entered the true immortal realm, and the time I can stay in the lower realm has really gotten longer. Chen Anqing estimated that he would be able to stay in the lower realm for about a month now. However, considering that he was still in the Xianyang Immortal Mansion's examination, he stayed too long for fear of changes, so he went back early. I also wonder what exactly is so odd about the Xianyang Immortal Mansion. Thinking this way, Chen Anqing's figure disappeared in place with a thought. Immortal world dark space. An enormous pressure squeezed Anson Chan's immortal soul. I've been in the lower world for over 10 hours. And that time alone should be more than enough for the majority. Chen Anqing was worried at this point that if he held on too long, he would draw suspicion instead. Moreover, if one excessively expended their soul power to resist that pressure, they would be powerless to do so in case something changed when they went out. Thinking about it, Anson Chan prepared to go out from this black ball in advance. After about 2 hours, Chen Anqing felt that it was almost time, so he used his finger to tap through a small green ball suspended in front of him. At once, an inexplicable force repelled him from this dark space. After coming out, Chen Anqing immediately paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. The third place in the examination has been born. Many gazes, at the same time, were thrown at Anson Chan. Immediately, 2 white-clothed disciples flew over and drove Chen Anqing away, placing him on a futon. Take this elixir and meditate on it. A white-clothed disciple handed Chen Anqing a green-colored elixir. Thank you, Senior. Chen Anqing took the elixir and held it in his mouth, but secretly mobilized a strand of immortal power to wrap it so that it would not melt. Unknown pills. Chen Anqing would definitely not eat them rashly. Besides, his weak appearance was all disguised. There was no need to get high to recover. Senior brother Chen, you finally came out. I was worried that something had happened to you. Yao Jianyuan transmitted his voice over. Anson Chan immediately responded, saying, how can there be any accidents? What about you? How long did you last? Yao Jianyuan said, a quarter of an hour. I think, second to last. Chen Anqing was stunned, then realized and said, you did it on purpose? Yao Jianyuan said, of course, I don't want to follow any art cultivation path at all. Swing for the fences. Love it. Chen Anqing thought for a moment and said, this is good. Not to be in the limelight, more room for maneuver. Yao Jianyuan laughed. It's still senior brother, I'm smart, isn't it? Chen Anqing was just about to reply, but he saw that the thin old man, who was sitting paralyzed in the chair on that side, suddenly looked at himself. Could this old man hear us transmitting? Anson Chan was secretly shocked in his heart. There are plenty of weird spells in this world, so it's not unlikely that the old man has this ability. Never mind. It's better to say less. Just then, 2 figures fell out of that black ball in front of them one after another, and the first and second were born. That first place I recognize. His name is Lu Junyi. He's just a son of the Lu family with medium to mediocre qualifications. I didn't think he would be the first place in this examination. The second place winner, Su Hanyang, is also formidable. I heard that she is the first true biographer of the Green Luan Cave, and is already in the late true immortal realm, so I can't imagine that her artistic Dao qualifications are also so outstanding. The people were all looking ahead, and they were envious. Several white-clothed disciples flew forward and took the 2 paralyzed men next, placing them on either side of Chen Anqing and bestowing pills to make the 2 of them recuperate and recover. Your examination rankings are out. Next, I will arrange for you to enter the soul opening space according to your rankings. Top 3, Lu Junyi, Su Hanyang, and Chen Anqing. The 3 of you enter the first grade time and space crystallization to open your souls. Relax your minds and prepare to receive the soul opening dharma. As the words fell, a mental thought was sent into the minds of each of the 3 Anson Chen. Chen Anqing secretly resisted it with his spiritual power and probed it, finding nothing unusual before receiving it. 4th to 20th place, Wang Chonghe, Zhang Qi, Lu Mingyuan. You and others enter the second grade spacetime crystals. A few moments later, all of them finished receiving the soul opening dharma. In front of that, the old know-it-all stretched out his dry palm and waved it, and all the newly recruited disciples fell into that large brown patch of ground. What happened? My immortal power disappeared? Me too. I can't sense the presence of immortal power at all. The crowd looked at each other in amazement. Silence. At that moment, that elder Dong's figure appeared in front of the crowd. Chen Anqing subconsciously looked at that elder Dong, and his heart could not help but be astonished. This old man was still in a moribund, half-dead state, and when he came to this brown barren earth, Although his appearance didn't change much, his breath became vibrant and vast as an abyss. So it is. After a little thought, Anson Shan had a guess in his mind. When the crowd came to this land, they immediately lost all their immortal power, while that Dong Lao instead became alive and well. Obviously, this earth, when it belongs to a different kind of heaven and earth, and that elder Dawn was definitely an alien law cultivator. You all have taken on the old man's method of opening the soul, so you need to cultivate as hard as you can, and strive to realize the law's avatar as soon as possible, and break out of the gate. Elder Dawn opened his mouth. Disciple understands. The people did not think any more about it, and all of them responded the next moment. That elder Dong waved his sleeve, and the people were each absorbed by the cocoon-like spacetime crystals. After everyone disappeared, a ripple was created in the space in front of elder Dong, and a young man in white grabbed a person in his hand and landed in front of him. This white-clothed youth was none other than Lin Xian. You almost spoiled it. Dong Lao sank his face and said in a reproachful tone. Lin Xian bowed and said, disciples also didn't know that someone would dare to impersonate and blend in, resulting in the number being short by 1. Fortunately, disciple found one person in a small mountain gate that was sufficient to fill the number. Hoof. Dong Lao let out a low grunt and said, this is the critical moment for the recovery of my king's fused body. No mistakes can be made. Next time there will be negligence. You will not be spared. Disciple knows I'm wrong. Lin Xian hurriedly apologized, then said, Master, disciple has always had a question. As strong as my king, yet why would he be able to be injured by a heavenly immortal demon Dao and fall asleep for nearly 6,000 years? This was a question that Lin Xian had once asked, but his master never answered. Now that my father is about to return from his recovery, my master will tell you. This first sentence shocked Lin Xian. Master, you mean that the my king is your father? Not bad. Dong Lao nodded noncommittally, then said, nearly 6,000 years ago, I accompanied my father to go after a demonic Taoist, but I never thought that that demonic Taoist was full of arts and techniques that weren't bound by the rules of heaven and earth. And even if he was trapped in the realm and forbidden to enter a different kind of heaven and earth, he couldn't be cut off from the source of his mana. So that's really bizarre to the extreme. That's why my father was careless and was struck by his spell on his immortal soul. At first, there was nothing unusual, but as time passed, the wound on my father's immortal soul not only failed to heal itself, but gradually worsened. Seeing that my father fell into a coma, I offered up all my territory to beg an immortal king of the artistic Tao to take action. As a result, even that artistic Tao immortal king was unable to cure my father. It was only later, through his guidance, that I sought out a high-ranking person from outside the party who instructed me to find this fusion of foreign immortals to save me. The more Lin Xian heard this, the more shocked he became in his heart. I in this world, how could there be an art cultivator who is not subject to any constraints? No wonder he was able to injure an immortal king at the heavenly immortal realm. Truly heaven-defying. Lin Xian was shocked and even asked, dare I ask, master, what kind of spell did that demonic path cultivate that it is not subject to the constraints of heaven and earth? Elder Dong raised his eyelids and gave Lin Xian an oblique glance. This glance made Lin Xian's scalp go numb. After a long time, Dong Lao's expression loosened a little, said, I can see that you are moved. It does not matter. This huge immortal world, the arts and crafts practitioners under the sky. If you hear about this method that is not subject to the constraints of heaven and earth, how many of them cannot be moved? Lin Xian wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and said, Master, the disciple was mostly just curious and did not dare to covet. All right. Superfluous explanation. Dong Lao waved his hand and said, even my father couldn't help but be moved by that demonic path spell. Let alone you. It's just that that demonic path was initially knocked into the spatial turbulence by my father king, so I'm afraid that he has long since died, and it's a pity that his heaven-defying techniques can no longer be found. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Lin Xian's eyes, and he also sighed in pity. Elder Dong looked at Lin Xian and said, Disciple, in another 3 years, my father will be able to fuse with that foreign immortal and recover. At that time, he will need manpower to attack the demonic demons, so open up as early as you can. At the mention of devilish demons, this elder Dong had a bellyful of fire in his heart when he offered his land and prayed for an artistic Tao immortal king to save his father. That immortal king was unable to save his father, not to mention, he was worried about how to shamelessly ask for some land back, but he didn't know that people were not interested in this projectile and barren land at all. But just because the immortal king couldn't look at it, it didn't mean that the other forces couldn't look at it. More than 10 years later, his family's territory was attacked by a wave of demonic cultivators, eventually forcing him to flee into the forbidden zone with his father. As the saying goes, good fortune and misfortune are mutually dependent, and because of this, he had found a corpse of a foreign immortal, just so that he could use the fusion method instructed by that high person from outside the party to save his immortal king father who had fallen into a coma. Lin Xian respectfully said, don't worry, master. The disciples our immortal mansion has cultivated over the years are sufficiently 30,000 to be dispatched by my king. Elder Dawn nodded slightly and said, Your 30,000 people, together with the alien soul puppet corpses that Master has accumulated over the years. It would be difficult for the demonic demons of that purple cloud sect to escape. Lin Xian knew that this master teacher of his had always had his heart set on attacking the purple cloud demon cave, but I don't know why he had to wait for the immortal king to recover before he would do anything, since master teacher was willing to answer his doubts today. Lin Xian followed up with, Master teacher, what are the virtues of the purple cloud demon crowd that they need to wait for my king to recover before they can attack? Dong Lao pondered for a little while and asked rhetorically, Do you think that there is an immortal king present amongst that purple cloud devil cultivator? And that's why Master is afraid of it? Lin Xian nodded and said, Yes, Master. If it wasn't for the immortal king sitting in the middle, not to mention us, the other two immortal mansions as well as the Wang clan, I'm afraid they would have already made their move. Ha! Elder Dawn laughed coldly and said, South Shen, this projectile and barren land, how could it truly enter the eyes of an immortal king? When my father was first entrenched here, it was only because he had first ascended to the immortal king realm, and his reserves were temporarily insufficient. Hearing this, Lin Xian became more and more puzzled and said, In that case, there is no immortal king present in that purple cloud demon cave? Then what exactly do they have that makes you and several other families so afraid? Dong Lao slowly said, It's only because of a devilish technique called bloodshed tong tian gong. Lin Xian was curious in his heart and asked offhandedly, What is so divine about this gong method? Dong Lao said indifferently, Do you know the existence of the world's exotic treasure, the talisman of war? Lin Xian nodded and spoke eloquently. Disciple knows, the so-called talisman of soldiers is a precious treasure born naturally from heaven and earth, which contains the law of assimilation and can elevate the soldiers to their own realm in a short period of time. This talisman is the thing that the hegemon of the world must fight for. Dong Lao slowly nodded his head and said, The bloodshed tong tian kung fu will have an effect similar to that of a soldier's talisman. That purple cloud sacred mother, who possesses a late-stage heavenly immortal cultivation, invokes the bloodshed tong tian kung fu, and is able to instantly harness 300 late-stage heavenly immortal demonic cultivators. Do you dare to go and attack it? Lin Xian was taken aback. It was unthinkable that there was such a heaven-defying technique in the devil's way. Immediately, he thought of something else and said, Master, as far as my disciple knows, that Tao-level assimilation law is not humanly comprehensible, so how is it possible for the devilish sins to create such a heaven-defying divine feat? Dong Lao waved his hand and said, Oh, that gong law is not communicated assimilation law, but added a rebellious immortal king, inherited the alien law, and there are many limitations. The next person, even if you get it, will not be helpful. Otherwise she a small heavenly immortal demon cultivator. It should have attracted the immortal king to chase and kill. It is important to know that even immortal kings, those who possess the talisman of soldiers, are a very small number of them. If this bloodshed function that could command an army of 300 soldiers was used by others, it would of course attract the covetousness of some powerless immortal kings. Alright, apprentice, you quickly go and replace the alien soul puppet corpses so that they don't disrupt the operation of the formation. Yes, Master. With a bow, Lin Xian carried the unconscious teenager and flew towards the cocoon crystallization at the front. Flying to the forefront, Lin Xian brushed his palm over the top of the teenager's head, and the teenager awoke, only with a mute look in his eyes. Then, Lin Xian sent it into the cocoon crystallization. 399 new altered souls were ready, replacing the group of chosen ones from 10 years ago. One by one, festering puppet corpses, emitting a foul-smelling odor, fell out of the cocoon crystals. These people, all of them, were eroded into this state by the alien laws after being drained of their alien souls and spiritual power. Lin Xian stared indifferently at the crawlers on the ground and drew a law to condense the initial light and shadow of this group of people. It's time to report peace. Lin Xian picked his mouth and smiled, and the group of suspended false figures communicated with their relatives and elders. Apprentice in the immortal mansion to cultivate the secret method. 10 years of small success, but still need to be closed to cultivate. Master, do not miss. Father, the child's art of the road is beginning to accomplish. The vastness of the square of the art of the road, endless also, at the moment need to close the death barrier to break through the bottleneck. On behalf of the Mother of the Lord to ask for the well-being of the Mother. Master above. Disciple in time and space crystallization seclusion. Do not know the years, woke up to realize that 10 years have gone, hereby greeted and bowed. This fusion secret formation has been opened for thousands of years. In the first 3,000 years, only the bones and blood of the strange immortal beasts were needed as a guide, and in the second 2,000 years, immortal herbs and medicines were used as a guide. It was only in these last 1,000 years that the eccentric souls were required to contribute their spiritual power and soul power to achieve the purpose of allowing that immortal king to fuse the eccentric immortals. Over the past 1,000 years, the Xianyang Immortal Mansion had recruited nearly 40,000 foreign soul disciples from the various immortal mountain minor powers as well as the lineages, without exception. They all ended up being drained and turned into puppet corpses. Moreover, the Xianyang Immortal Mansion did this, and on the surface, it never hid its face, and went to all the small forces to collect disciples openly. But instead, it dispelled the doubts of those small forces, just like Yao Qingtian. He had sworn to tell Yao Jianyuan that the trip to the Immortal Mansion was in no way risky. Why? Just because he had received those disciples from the past to report their safety. He really thought that those disciples were practicing hard in seclusion. Besides, the earliest group to be chosen was only 1,000 years old for ordinary people in the Immortal Realm. The time was not short, but for Immortal Realm cultivators who had attained the Tao, it was too normal for them to close their doors for 1,000 years. What's more, the Xianyang Immortal Mansion was famous. No one would have thought that they would do such a thing. Chen Anqing opened his eyes and realized that he was in a blood-red space. That earth, the sky, was covered with dense, meridian-like threads. Something's not right. Something's really not right. The entire space was filled with a bizarre fury. Could this be a place for normal cultivators to practice? A fool wouldn't believe it. Immediately, Anson Chan looked to the side, entering this space with him. There was also Lu Junyi, the first-place winner of that so-called examination, and Su Hanyang, the second-place winner, who was a beautiful fairy, only to see that Lu Junyi, sitting cross-legged on the ground, dense blood-colored meridians, like the roots of an old tree crawling towards him, and he didn't struggle or resist. It was at this moment that Chen Anqing detected something strange coming from the Sea of Consciousness. The soul-opening method that was sent into his Sea of Consciousness was automatically unfolded, and a strange force wanted to invade his immortal soul. Careless! Anson Chan cried out darkly. It turns out that spiritual idea, which could not be detected as strange in the outside world, would only work after coming to this otherworldly world. Reacting, Anson Shen immediately urged his spiritual power and went forward to expel that spiritual intent. However, that spiritual intent was a foreign method, and Anson Chan's intent was simply unable to fight against it. However, Anson Chan did not panic. In the lower realm, he had cultivated the soul separation law, and many threads of the soul separation law remained in his Sea of Consciousness, which just happened to be mobilized to block that spiritual intent. In this way, it had blocked the invasion of that mass of spiritual intent. Shoo! Just as Anson Chen was thinking about what to do next, the mysterious aura on the boundary crossing stone reappeared and condensed into a golden arrow that shot out, dispersing the mass of spiritual intent. Anson Chan let out a huge sigh of relief. Rather, I forgot that the crossing stone has a soul protection function. Without the help of the mysterious aura on the boundary crossing stone, Anson Chen estimated that he would have to go through a lot of trouble to defend himself. Quite capable, actually breaking that secret art on his own. Hearing this sound, Anson Chan immediately turned his head, just in time. He saw the woman called Su Hanyang staring at himself with a smile on her face. Chen Anqing frowned. There was something odd about this woman. Surprisingly, she wasn't eroded by that intention either. Could she have been deliberately gotten in by the old man to monitor the situation? Regardless of whether the guess was right or not, Anson Chan was prepared to strike first and restrain him. Immediately, Chen Anqing's feet powered up and he charged forward with his immortal sword. The woman named Su Huanshan actually did not flash and did not avoid. Seeing the immortal sword stabbing, raised two jade onion-like fingers. Will be Chen Anqing's immortal sword clamped. What a big temper. Daring to make a move on this lady. Su Hanyang said so, but from her expression, it seemed that she was not angry. The corners of Anson Chen's mouth picked up a smile as she exerted force in her palm and violently turned the sword. With tremendous force, the sword was twisted through her fingers. The blade of the sword slashed through Su Hanyang's fingers, leaving a bloodstain. Su Hanyang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and she almost blurted out, "You dull ass. When did you become a true immortal?" Hearing this, Anson Chan was stunned for a moment. The address, the tone. Who else could it be but her? "You big shot. How come it's Yua's senior sister?" Su Hanyang glared at Chen Anqing. She had wanted to tease him more, but she had accidentally revealed herself before Zhong Beaver, her real name, could speak. Anson Chan bullied his way over, almost on the verge of pressing against her chest. "Elder sister, you're also too cruel, right? You obviously have the means to resist that spiritual intent, but you didn't help me just now. If I didn't have two skills, wouldn't you have watched me suffer?" Chen Anqing said with a stern face. "Come on, if you don't even have this ability, why would I save you? Besides, that thing only puts you into a deep silence. It won't kill you, so why are you panicking?" Zhong Beaver faintly said. "Easy for you to say, then how do you keep it from invading?" Chen Anqing blankly glanced at her, then said, "Then again, you're really godlike. How did you get this new identity? What exactly is the purpose of coming to the Xianyang Immortal Mansion?" After a series of Anson Chan's coaching in front of her, Zhong Beaver has learned her lesson. and she no longer resists some small, irrelevant orders. Thus, Zhong Raver said, how simple the identity. I don't know how much I have prepared in my door. As for the purpose of coming here, of course it is to protect you wholeheartedly. Ah, you wolf-hearted dull donkey. Still take this young lady a piece of good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs? Anson Chan was dumbfounded. How many animals can you pull out of one sentence to scold me? Of course, Joan Beaver, this was also considered part of the truth. To protect Anson Chen, that was her instinct to protect her master. After freezing for a moment, Chen Anqing said with a look of disgust, cut the crap. You must know what the Xian Yang Immortal Mansion is doing. Quickly tell me. With a disinterested look, Joan Beaver raised his chin and said, nah, see for yourself. Tricking you into coming over and extracting soul power. It's as simple as that. Anson Chen said, nonsense. I want to know why the Xian Yang Immortal Mansion is doing this? Could it be that someone in the Immortal Mansion is practicing some evil technique? That's not true. Zhong Raven shook his head. Then said, they were there to revive an immortal king. Anson Chan's brows wrinkled. An immortal king? There is actually an immortal king in this Xian Yang Immortal Mansion? Chen Anqing's knowledge of immortal kings originated from his chief master, Candlewind. In his heart, immortal kings were equivalent to supreme powers. I never imagined that this South Shan region, in a small immortal mansion, would also have an immortal king. This was really unexpected. Seeing the shocked look on Chen Anqing's face, Zhong Beaver laughed. Look at your unseen appearance. It's embarrassing. When Anson Chen heard this, his expression recovered and he said disdainfully, that's said as if you've seen an immortal king? Zhong Beaver was stunned for a moment. It seems that he himself has never seen the immortal king. So the original bumpkin is actually myself. No more bullshit with you. Zhong Beaver put away his smile and said with a straight face, to tell you the truth, the division sent me here precisely to destroy the spell formation and prevent that immortal king from merging with the Fey Immortal to revive. Anson Chan was a bit confused. Why did he bring up the Fey Immortals again? Whatever, just know you're in danger now anyway. Look at this. Just now you said you came to protect me. Now you've revealed yourself. Anson Chen smacked his lips as Zhong Ravens had a convinced expression on her face as she said, Grand Duke Chen, please, can you not always look like a deep-rooted woman? Chen Anqing didn't care and stared at Zhong Beaver. You hurt me and you don't allow me to say anything? By the way, this skin of yours is quite pretty. Can you let me hug it? Zhong Beaver revealed a knife man's gaze. What kind of brain circuits did this bastard have? So strange. Since knowing that she was half of his puppet, Anson Chen was no longer afraid of her at all and laughed. Don't be so petty. You have a lot of body anyway. So what's wrong with a hug? That said, whoever marries you in the future, that's really lucky. Changing brides every day. Not repeating the same thing night after night. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. Dead dumbass. Eat my punch. Zhong Beaver's cheeks were slightly red and she showed her teeth. And with that stunningly beautiful face, she couldn't look fierce in any way. The white fist smashed into Anson Chan's face, but before he could hit Anson Chan, Zhong Beaver felt that he had lost all his strength in an instant. Her body was so weak that she was pulled by the strength of the punch, and her whole body lunged forward and drooped onto Anson Chen. Wow! Senior sister, you're for real. Feeling the delicate softness, Chen Anqing subconsciously reached out and wrapped his arms around her. Zhong Beaver, however, could only hook her chin on Anson Chen's shoulder with a tearless look on her face. I don't know what sins this young lady did in her previous life to fall into the hands of this dead dull donkey. Alas! Resign yourself to your fate. Zhong Raven sighed in her heart. Things have come to this. The more resistance the more suffering. Love how to do it. This lady is accompanied by it. With no baggage in her heart, Zhong Beaver suddenly felt an incomparable sense of relief in her entire being. Then again, after so many years of bitter cultivation, I wonder what it's really like to be a Taoist. When this thought arose in his mind, Bell Beaver couldn't help but tingle and his face turned red and hot, smelling that pungent fragrance. Anson Chen had long been unable to resist the urge to move his hand. Will the demoness fight me if it goes too far? The hand had just moved up a bit when Anson Chen stopped and think, and be afraid. It's a strange feeling. Rather, it was even more of a different flavor than when he was with Chinger and Nirwan and the other maidservants, which knew that it was precisely when Anson Chen hesitated for this moment that Zhong Beaver's strength had recovered most of its strength. She shook her head, her long black hair rising and falling in front of Anson Chan's eyes. Your great master, this young lady, how can have that kind of thought? How can it be cheap dead dull donkey? With strength. Zhong Li's thoughts of resignation were swept away. She secretly exerted her strength and bounced off of Anson Chen. Hey! Anson Chen reached out to fish for it, but his grip was empty as Zhong Ravens lightly landed 3 feet away, her absolutely beautiful face with a slight peach color. I don't know if it was because she was angry or what, but her breathing was uneven and her chest was constantly rising and falling. Mr. Chen, are you comfortable? Are you satisfied? Both sides stared at each other for a moment before Belle Beaver spoke with hatred. He. Chen Anqing giggled and said, "Senior sister, when did you become so generous? To be honest, it smells good and is very satisfying. However, if senior sister can be a little more generous." "Shut the fuck up." Joan Beaver glared at him and said, "Look at your feet. If you're not afraid to die, go ahead and make a scene. I don't care anyway." Chen Anqing was stunned and immediately looked towards his feet. This look immediately made his scalp numb, only to see a bewildering number of tiny blood veins, which had already climbed up to his ankles. Writhing unceasingly, subconsciously, Chen Anqing wanted to invoke his sword intent and cut away that bloodline. Suddenly, he remembered that this was an alien heaven and earth, and there was no immortal power left in his body. So naturally, he couldn't use his sword intent either. He had no choice but to sacrifice his immortal sword to slash those blood veins that were constantly squirming over. However, no matter how many Chen Anqing chopped off, new blood veins shuttled in, and in just a few breaths of time, those blood veins had already climbed up his calves. "How are you okay?" Seeing more and more bloodlines climbing up, Chen Anqing raised his head and threw a look of help to Joan Beaver as Joan Ravens, however, wrapped her arms around herself and shook her left and right proudly. This young lady dared to come here, since she had prepared for it. "Who is as stupid as you? Who dares to follow someone when you can't figure out the situation? It's only God's blindness if a nerd like you doesn't get victimized." Chen Anqing had a black line on his face. "Don't make snide remarks. You're still not relying on your division." Joan Ravens turned her face away and said, "Yeah, I just have a division behind me." "Didn't certain people also say that there is an invincible master behind them?" Chen Anqing awkwardly said, "Be a man of conscience. At that time, your inhuman and ghostly big senior brother wanted to make a move to kill you. Only then did Laozi come out stiffly to take the heat. Laozi took such a big risk, but it was not all for the sake of saving you. I think you are the one who took the good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs." Joan Raver turned her face and stared at Chen Anqing suspiciously. "Really? Don't come up with this, you stinking doll ass. More greedy than anyone else. It's only strange that this lady believes you." Anson Chen blanked her and said, "It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I have a clear conscience anyway. Don't dawdle. Quickly help me get this off." Joan Ravens half squinted her eyes, still thinking in her heart, was this dollass really standing up to snub her big brother for herself at that time? The dumbass is full of crap. Joan Beaver, how can you believe him?" After a moment's thought, it was as if a voice in the back of her mind was ghostly admonishing her. Joan Ravens let out a low grunt, before she resumed her gaze at Chen Anqing and said, "How brainless. You're so good at sensing the aura of this place, and it's still this young lady's turn to make a move?" Anson Chan frowned and sensed carefully, "Isn't that familiar?" A moment later, Belle Beaver spoke up. Chen Anqing immediately stretched his eyebrows, with a look of sudden realization. "The breath here is very similar to that black strange bird in the original alien world." Joan Beaver folded his arms and said, "Thank goodness. Elm Brain is finally getting the hang of it." After receiving Joan Beaver's eerie and affirmative reply, Chen Anqing then confirmed that this side of the otherworldly heaven and earth was of the same origin as the one that had erupted at Johua Mountain. "And then what? So what if I know?" However, Anson Chan still doesn't know what to do. Joan Beaver gave Chen Anqing a fierce thumbs up and said, "Talent, don't you have this kind of spiritual liquid of heaven and earth? Take it out and use it." "Ha, right." Chen Anqing instantly reacted and hurriedly offered up some spirit liquid drop by drop. The spiritual liquid hovered on Chen Anqing's palm, and with a single movement of his mind, he melted it away, transforming it into an alien immortal aura that was incorporated into his body. "It's still not working. Look, they're still crawling all over me," Anson Chan exclaimed. "Don't scream," Joan Beaver rebuked, then said, "You haven't cultivated out chi. Of course you can't expel those blood veins. Relax. This young lady will pass on the basic techniques to you." It turned out that it was to use kung fu to condense the chi to defend against those blood veins. "Just say so earlier. Who cares about your lousy gong fu? Isn't it just kung fu? I've got one myself." When Chen Anqing's intention rose, a technique called the 9 orifices opening technique appeared in his mind. This gong method, which was obtained from that metal plate, was only slightly comprehended by Anson Chen the last time he was in the alien world, and had not seriously practiced it. And now that his spiritual power had grown and his enlightenment had greatly improved, and there was no shortage of spiritual liquid, cultivating wasn't just a matter of hand-holding. Cross your knees, drop into a sitting position, and sink into cultivation. After about 10 breaths of time, the Joan Beaver on the side was completely surprised. This dull ass, how dare he enter the state of forgetfulness so quickly? The state of forgetfulness cultivation was very rare, even with Joan Beaver's natural talent. She had only entered it 3 times over the years. Stinking dull ass. A few days gone into the true immortal realm, not to mention, even the cultivation qualifications are very different. Could he be the legendary son of heaven's destiny? No way. No way. Joan Beaver stared blankly at Anson Chen, and her mind couldn't help but recall the scene when she first met him. At that time, he was shy and fearful, and his qualifications were low, but how long has it been? Just like a completely different person. Impossible. This guy couldn't have been taken over by some great power, right? Joan Beaver was unwilling to believe from the bottom of his heart that dumbass Chen would be some kind of heavenly destiny son. It was too ridiculous to eye in the sea of spiritual awareness. The idea body that Anson Chen had condensed was shrouded in a faint layer of white light. The 9 orifices opening method was running perfectly. The Fey immortal aura entered the body and flowed through Anson Chen's body in a certain complex trajectory. Soon, the first blood orifice was successfully flushed open. Immediately after that, the second, third, almost without any hindrance, Anson Chen had opened the 9 orifices, then the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and the 4 limbs and bones. Half an hour later. On Chen Anqing's body, green light surrounded him, emitting a burst of foreign immortal aura. However, Chen Anqing had not stopped cultivating and continued to run the power of the Fey Immortal for the cultivation of the second technique. This second technique was called the Tao Fetus Nurturing Spirit Technique. Open the 9 orifices and the 100 skeletons and 6 bowels. Just the first cultivation qualification, cultivated this Tao Tire Nurturing Spirit Law, is only considered to be the beginning. The Tao Fetus Nurturing Spirit method was even simpler for Anson Chen, only needing to continuously enter into the Dantian to incorporate the foreign immortal aura, and shape the Tao fetus with his spiritual power. About a quarter of an hour later. In Chen Anqing's Dantian, a stream of essence blood surged in, and under the control of his spiritual power, it transformed into a thumb-sized blood man. This is the birth of the Tao. With this, it was possible to turn the Fey immortal aura into Fey spiritual power as a means of attack. It's a no-brainer. Phew, Chen Anqing opened his eyes and an inexplicable qi energy erupted from his body. Boo! Those tiny blood veins attached to his legs were then shattered immediately. Chen Anqing put that Fey immortal qi and added it to his body's skin, and those newborn blood veins stopped scurrying towards him. Why are your eyes so wide? Are you trying to take advantage of me while I'm practicing? When Anson Chen looked up, he saw Joan Beaver staring blankly at him. Roll. Bell Beaver returned to his normal color this time. I can't imagine that you nerd. Cultivating the Fey immortal technique is so handy, Chen Anqing said in a big manner. A mere introductory technique. Any individual would know it. Joan Beaver poo-pooed and said disdainfully, what's the fooling around for? Hurry up and way out is what you need to do. Anson Chan's face turned serious. Although this place was temporarily out of danger, there had to be a way to get out. Not to mention, Chen Anqing was worried about how Yao Jianyuan was doing. Immediately, Chen Anqing said, Senior sister, your master's clan must have made thorough arrangements by sending you here, so don't hide it. Say it, how can I get out? Are you begging me? Zhong Raven spread a smile, revealing his white teeth. I beg you, big head, Chen Anqing said without any good humor. Getting down to business. Can you stop being playful and be serious? Zhong Beaver was stunned. This guy also turned against the guest. When is it your turn to heckle this young lady? Forget it. Don't make a scene if you're not serious for once. Just rest your case. Thus, Zhong Beaver put away his smile and said with a straight face, if we want to go out, the only way is to destroy the spell formation and stop that dormant immortal king from fusing with the foreign immortals. Anson Chen asked, the key lies in how to sabotage it and how to stop it. Also, once the Immortal Mansion's plan is sabotaged by us, it would be strange if people don't catch us both in 1,000 cuts. Zhong Beaver, however, said, you don't have to worry about that. I have my own arrangements. Anson Chen raised an eyebrow and said, tell me in detail? Zhong Ravens looked at the round of bloody sun in the sky and said, look at that bloody sun. That's actually the heart of the Fey Immortal. All we need to do is cultivate some Fey Immortal power and attack that heart. Then cut off all the blood veins connecting to its heart, and it will be finished, and the array will be broken. That simple? To put it simply, it's not simple. Zhong Beaver paused and explained, the key lies in the speed of cultivation. As far as I know, there are about 3 years left before the Immortal King fuses with the Fey Immortal. Within 3 years one of you and I, if we can't cultivate the Blood Wheel Realm, we're done for. What is the Blood Wheel Realm? Anson Chen asked. Zhong Ravens pondered for a moment and said, let's put it this way. You are now almost equal to the alchemy realm of the otherworldly immortal realm, while the Blood Wheel Realm can be viewed as the Earth Immortal Realm. Anson Chen understood. It probably meant that it was equivalent to using 3 years to cultivate from refined Qi to the Earth Immortal Realm. It doesn't feel difficult. Anson Chen estimated and said, we are not true mortals. Our spiritual power and enlightenment are all there. 3 years is enough. You're right. Zhong Beaver nodded and said, but there's a problem. The space we're in now is a truly alien time crystallization space, where time is compressed. 3 years in the outside world is only equivalent to 36 days here. In other words, 1 day here is equivalent to 1 month in the outside world. Anson Chen couldn't help but frown. 36 days? Your Honor, how is this enough time? What? No confidence? Looking at Chen Anqing's sad face, Zhong Beaver laughed. Confidence has a point. Anson Chan skimmed his lips. Don't panic. I'll show you something good. With that, Zhong Beaver offered a black stone tablet with some blood-colored formation patterns engraved on it. This thing, I call it the Monument of Enlightenment, because as long as you cultivate around it, the speed of realm advancement will skyrocket. Exactly how much it will speed up depends on your base qualifications. Chen Anqing for Zhong Beaver did not take the opportunity to ridicule to combat their own. Quite surprised. The original she also has a time not to mouth cheap mark her a credit. Afterward, Anson Chan looked at the black stone tablet. Where did you get it from? Is it reliable? Zhong Ravens faintly said. What do you think? What do you think I've been doing all these years? Sacrificing my life to roam the major forbidden zones for? It's still not for today. Chen Anqing was dumbfounded. Now he understood. It turns out that the female devil was born to break into the forbidden area, looking for techniques, looking for exotic treasures, just for today's destruction of the immortal king's recovery to make preparations. After a little bit of silence, Anson Chen spoke. Hey, senior sister, how much of a grudge does your division have against that sinking sleep immortal king? Is it worth going through all that trouble and risking so much? After he fell into a deep sleep, my master led his disciples, killed his house slaves, and robbed his territory. Is this a big revenge? Zhong Beaver said. Not a lot of guts. Even the immortal king's territory dares to rob. Anson Chen was taken aback. Then said. Then again, he's a hallowed immortal king. How is it that his family subordinates are such a dish? Letting your master's father give them a potpourri? Also, for a generation of immortal kings, he must always have a few powerful friends, right? Zhong Ravens wrinkled her nose and said. Do you think an immortal king is invincible and dominates the world? Listening to my master said. That person is in the forbidden zone, got some inheritance. Overnight from the heavenly immortal got to become an immortal king. Nothing powerful, did not feel the details. Her old man certainly do not dare to take action. That's so. Anson Chen nodded. Then with a look of disgust. But taking advantage of someone's danger is always a bit off-putting. Zhong Ravens gave him a blank look. Do you think you're some kind of good guy? You're still not a character who tricks and kills people. Moreover, that storming immortal king is not a good thing. I heard that he was chasing after a foreign cultivation heavenly immortal, trying to see someone else's foreign cultivation method, and in turn was struck by an injury to his immortal soul, and he fell into a deep sleep after seeking medical treatment from various sources to no avail. There's such a thing? A celestial immortal injuring an immortal king? After pondering for a little while, Anson Chen smacked his lips and said, It seems like that immortal king is also weak enough. Zhong Raver, however, said, It's not that the immortal king is too weak, but that foreign cultivation heavenly immortal is too strong. According to my master's information, that mysterious heavenly immortal not only practiced both arts and martial arts, but also his spells are not limited by heaven and earth. Even if you have the means to isolate all the laws, you can't do anything about him. At those words, Anson Chan was violently stunned. This tactic, why was it so familiar, and how similar was it to his master, Elder Ji's way of dharma cultivation? Jutsu is not limited by heaven and earth. Wouldn't that be the only way to do it if you open the Dharma Palace? It can't be such a coincidence. The immortal world is not so small. Chen Anqing muttered in his heart. Immediately, he asked, Senior sister, do you know when this happened? Zhongli thought a little bit and said, My division has occupied the current territory for about less than 6,000 years, so I guess it happened around 6,000 years ago. Chen Anqing silently converted it in his heart. 1 hour in the immortal world was equal to 1 day in the lower world. Calculating like this, that would be almost about 70,000 years in the lower world. This calculation, Chen Anqing felt creeped out. The time is really right. In that case, that sleeping immortal king is most likely my master's archenemy in life and death. This fucking coincidence is beyond bounds. Or is this what the world calls having karma? Ever since obtaining the crossing stone, Anson Chen had always felt that his life was very wrong. Moreover, at first, that Wang family steward had checked the boundary crossing stone and found no abnormality at all. Could it be that this boundary crossing stone was really specially arranged by God for himself? And then there was this series of luck, chance and coincidence? Hey, nerd, what are you gawking at? Nothing. Zhong Raven's cut, said, Quasi is in the imagination. Fantasize to get that kind of divine power, is not it? Chen Anqing secretly laughed, thinking, Small master do not need to think about it. Small master in the future is really able to get. You gas or not? He, only you are that childish. Anson Chen spat out a sentence, and with a turn of phrase, he said, Senior sister, I decided to go all out to help you get this done. After it's done, how will you thank me? Zhong Beaver showed his teeth and said, The moment your tail curls, I know what you want to do. Save it, you love to help or not. don't want to take advantage of me anyway. Chen Anqing's old face flushed, said, where did you think? We are serious people. Let's do it this way. Based on our relationship, I don't want you to hemorrhage money. Just teach me your transformation technique. How about it? Belle Beaver smiled and said, are you sure? Aha. Anson Chan nodded. How powerful is the art of transformation? Changing appearance and breath at any time and any place. It is really an advantageous tool for doing wrong and committing crimes. But with this technique of mine, I can only change into a daughter's body. I'm afraid. You sultry little slut. You won't even let go of your own body at that time. Giggle giggle, Zhong Raven said, and couldn't help but bend over in laughter herself. Anson Chan almost exploded. You dog woman. Talk is also too hurtful. I do not just hug you. This is a little slut? Ah shucks. However, on second thought, turning into a daughter's body does have many inconveniences, so it's better to forget about it. Little master, I really can't get along with a sweet talker like you. Anson Chen glared at her, then said, then tell me yourself, what kind of favor are you giving me? Zhong Ravens disdainfully said, obviously relying on this young lady to save your dog's life, and you still have the face to ask for favors? But Anson Chen said, don't say it so harshly. It's not unlikely that there will be times when you beg me. Zhong Ravens frowned lightly. This guy had gotten many foreign immortal spirit liquids from somewhere. When the time came, it was estimated that he would really have to ask him for them before he could do so, saying the words to death now. According to this careful character of the dull donkey, when the time comes, he will definitely make things difficult for himself. Mentioning some strange and shameless demands, after thinking for a little while, Zhong Beaver said, how about I pass on a Fey immortal technique to you, called the Great Handprint of the Void. And after you have completed it, you will be able to kill your enemies from 1,000 miles away. When Anson Chen heard this, he hurriedly secretly checked the gongfu on his metal plate, and it just so happened that there was no similar gongfu. That's fine. Then I'll reluctantly agree. Chen Anqing nodded, then said, is it an art technique type, or a martial arts technique? Under this alien heaven and earth, all of them are mainly cultivating arts and techniques, and there are very few martial arts techniques. Zhong Beaver said. Chen Anqing raised an eyebrow and said, then it's art. Don't you know that art and martial arts can't be practiced at the same time? Nerd. Zhong Ravens gave him a blank look and said, this is an alien heaven and earth. You don't even have any immortal power. Where would you get any martial arts? Oh, that's right too. Chen Anqing knew that in order to cultivate an alien art, one only needed to fulfill one of three conditions, either being in an alien heaven and earth, changing the immortal body, or opening up a Dharma palace. Now that he was in the middle of an alien heaven and earth, he was perfectly capable of practicing alien arts. In fact, Anson Chen himself had more than 100 alien feats, but he always felt that without squeezing something out of the demoness, his heart was never happy. A little later, Zhong Beaver passed the gong method to Anson Chen. Alright, don't waste time. Let's start cultivating. By the way, you share a little bit of spirit liquid with me. I'm afraid that I'll advance too quickly by then and won't have enough spirit liquid. Zhong Beaver said naturally, I knew you wouldn't be willing to be taken advantage of. Chen Anqing gave her a blank look, but still took some Fey immortal spirit liquid and gave it to her. This stuff was not worth much anyway. Zhong Beaver also did not talk nonsense with Anson Chen, and directly gazed at her concentration and began to cultivate. Chen Anqing would like to know if his own cultivation speed in the alien world was comparable to that of the demoness. Outside, 3 days had passed. The old man with the surname Dong sat cross-legged on that large brown ground, his body surrounded by a burst of grayish-black mist. Suddenly, his eyes burst open, as if he had sensed something unusual. Lin Xian, come here. As soon as the words went out, the space in front of Elder Dong was distorted, and Lin Xian's figure stepped out from it. What is the master's order for urgently summoning the apprentice here? As soon as Lin Xian landed on the ground, he realized that this master of his had a wrong eye color, so cold that it was oozing. The body-melting grand formation is not functioning well. There must be something wrong with this new batch of recruits. The so-called body-melting formation had to control 399 other souls, supplying soul power to that other immortal at the same time in order for it to work perfectly. Anything less will have an impact. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and said, could it be that something went wrong when I finally captured that kid? Not necessarily. Elder Dong stood up and looked at the piece of cocoon crystallization. You protect my physical body here for me, and wait for me to divinely travel in to see what's going on. Lin Xian was slightly startled. This method of divine travel was extremely risky, especially in this land of disordered laws. If one wasn't careful, the immortal soul would be attacked by the laws, and there was a risk of death. Master, the method of divine traveling is too risky, and disciple is worried about your safety. Why don't I use the puppet eye technique and send some puppet corpses in? Lin Xian suggested. Elder Dong pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, that's fine. If we find anything unusual, It won't be too late for Master to deal with it. Inside the crystallized space, Chen Anqing sank into cultivation, extracting the alien immortal spirit liquid to nourish and strengthen his Dao fetus. As long as the Dao fetus grows to a certain level, it will produce changes, which will in turn allow the realm to grow. This kind of cultivation is not really difficult for those who have become immortals themselves. The hard part was finding the techniques and cultivation resources. Now neither of these two things is lacking in Anson Chan. What's more, Chen Anqing's current spiritual power, enlightenment, and physique were considered true geniuses even in the immortal world. Even if one were to cultivate this unfamiliar path of alien cultivation, it would only take a month or two to become a success. Moreover, this time, Zhong Beaver took out another enlightenment tablet, and with the help of this thing, the cultivation speed would be even faster. However, it was only after less than half an hour that Zhong Beaver was the first to open his eyes. Not good. Dull ass, and I didn't contribute soul power to go out. I think that old thief has noticed something. Zhong Ravens had licked blood from the knife's edge, and after so many years of mixing in the various holy lands, her sense of danger was extremely sharp, and it had almost become her sixth sense. Just now, when she was cultivating, she only noticed a subtle wisp of abnormal fluctuation in space, and she was immediately alerted. Fortunately, before she came here, detailed and thorough arrangements had been made on the division side, and this kind of detailed response was naturally among them. Immediately, she took out some black sand and sprinkled it on herself and Anson Chen, tainted with the black veil, the bewildering number of tiny blood veins that raged and shuttled along the earth, wrapping her in Chen Anqing. In no time, Chen Anqing suddenly woke up and was about to activate his spiritual power to shatter that tiny blood vein, but he heard Zhong Raver transmit his voiceover. Don't move. That old guy outside must have noticed something and sent someone in to check the situation. We need to disguise ourselves for the time being. Chen Anqing sniffed and collected his spiritual power, unfolding the little bit of foreign spiritual sense that he had just cultivated, and indeed found that in front of him, a body covered in ulcers had fallen out of the spatial vortex that was none other than the puppet corpse Lin Xian had sent in through a secret technique. Lin Xian borrowed the sight of the puppet corpse to check out the situation in the crystallized space. This tactic, on the contrary, was somewhat similar to Anson Chan's puppet technique. Soon, the puppet corpse, which emitted a foul-smelling odor, darted in front of Anson Chan's few people. The puppet corpse scanned the three figures wrapped in blood veins in front of him. Barf! It was only because the puppet corpse had rotted too badly that an eyeball, stained with pus, fell to the ground. Then, the puppet corpse's rotting claws reached out to Anson Chen, smelling the foul odor. Anson Chen had the urge to vomit and hurriedly secretly urged his spiritual power to isolate his sense of smell. In the next moment, the puppet corpse hissed and roared, its rotting palms simultaneously slapping at Chen Anqing in Zhongli. Dumbass! Don't ever move. It's testing us. Zhong Beaver was afraid that Chen Anqing would be unable to stay calm, so he quickly transmitted his voice to remind him. We are important to the operation of this formation. Of course it wouldn't dare to actively destroy it. I'm not as stupid as you think. Anson Chan responded. Sure enough, the rotten claws of that puppet corpse stopped in front of the two men's heads and then retracted. It went towards the Lu Juni again and tried the same method, seemingly not noticing the abnormality. Lin Xian was afraid that the puppet corpse would stay too long and affect the operation of the grand formation, so he ingested the puppet corpse away. After the puppet corpses disappeared, Chen Anqing and Zhong Beaver shook that bloodline away, and their body surface regrouped its spiritual defense. Strange, since that old man sensed the abnormality, why didn't he come to explore it himself? Anson Chan said with some confusion. That old fellow is not an immortal soul immortal body abnormalizer, and his real body coming into this space will definitely disrupt the operation of the formation. However, it's hard to guarantee that he has other means to come in and check. We're afraid that we don't have much time left, Zhong Raven said with a serious expression. Chen Anqing's heart flinched and said, the old man has a high level of cultivation. We are definitely no match for him. What if we get caught? Zhong Ravens were silent for a little while and gritted their teeth. The old man has been cultivating in the alien world for many years. His strength is only comparable to the Xian mortals in the outside world, and with our introductory realm, we are certainly no match. However, the realm is not comparable, but my treasures are more than his. There is no problem to protect the two of us for a period of time. Chen Anqing even asked, what kind of treasure? Is it reliable? Seeing Chen Anqing's nervous appearance, Zhongli was angry and amused. This bastard was really a model of greed and fear of death. Immediately, Zhongli offered a few items he had found from the Forbidden Zone. This precious bell. Even that black monstrous bird couldn't break through it, so I don't think it's a problem to resist that old thief, Bell Beaver said, pointing to a dark-colored ancient bell. Oh, last time you were attacked in the Forbidden Zone, I thought your life was gone. It must have been this ancient clock that saved your life, right? Chen Anqing said. Nonsense. If I didn't have some cards, this young lady would have already explained herself an unknown number of times, Zhongli faintly said. And what is the beauty of this black pot? Chen Anqing asked as he looked towards a black iron pot on the ground. Zhong Sivat laughed. Black pot. Of course, is used to carry it. Don't look at it ordinary. The critical moment on the back to resist attacks can really save lives. Anson Chen said maliciously. Carry one for me to see if it looks like a turtle. Zhong Bieber showed his teeth and raised his fists. Let your mouth be cheap now. Later on, certain people are afraid that they will grab their backs and be turtles. Anson Chen withdrew his gaze in boredom and looked at some other items. What kind of treasure is that piece of red silk? Chen Anqing's eyes were quick, and he pulled over the red silk wrapped in a fur garment. The texture is soft and the smell is ethereal. Anson Chan sent it to his nose and sniffed it, saying with a face of enjoyment. Zhong Bieber's face swished red and immediately snatched the silk away. Shameless, did you do it on purpose? Anson Chan looked confused. What are you talking about? Belle Beaver gritted her teeth. Still pretending. That's my lady's corset. Anson Chen froze for a moment, and then with a look of intent, he said, no wonder it smells so good. I should have known to smell it more. Zhong Ravens made a vomiting gesture. Dead pervert. Thanks for not passing on your transformation technique, or else I don't know what you would have tortured yourself into. Chen Anqing, however, thick-skinned, said in a big way, it's just a joke. Who cares about you? Shut the hell up and get down to business. Zhong Bieber put away the red silk and said with a straight face. Then again, where did you get so many foreign immortal spirit liquid from? Did you get any treasure to use for defense? Treasure? Of course there is. Anyway, the demoness was half a puppet of herself, and besides, she had seen a lot of things, so she might really be able to manipulate that broken halberd immediately. Chen Anqing stood up and said, this treasure of mine, dark in color with rugged patterns, is very huge. Do you really want to see it? Zhong Sivat really wanted to slap him, and said hatefully, Chen de Gongzi, are you finished or not? Just that bit of crap. You hang on your lips in different ways, and you still think you are very humorous? If you are like this, no girl will truly like you. Understand? You big shot. Chen Anqing stared at Zhong Bieber with a despicable gaze. I say, senior sister, what kind of nasty things are you full of thinking about? I'm really convinced. Not much more to say. Use your mind to see for yourself. Chen Anqing was afraid that getting that halberd out would attract the old guy outside to notice, so he opened the storage bag that contained the halberd alone, signaling Zhong Bieber to check it out. Fuck off. Don't look. Belle Beaver looked away, looking at Zhong Bieber's look of disgust plus contempt. Anson Chen directly closed the storage bag. Forget it if you don't want to see it. I'm a big baby and I don't want you to see it. Chen Anqing was also too lazy to tell her that it was actually a broken halberd. Just like to see the female devil was shy and annoyed, but couldn't help herself, and the Belle Beaver also understands that the dull donkey is likely to really have treasures. Just that he describes it so nasty. This lady is partial to not being molested by him. Anyway, at the critical moment, it is impossible for him to wait for death and not take it out. Don't waste time. Hurry up and cultivate. Zhong Ravens know in his heart, this kind of trick to hide the sea cannot last long. That old thief will definitely kill the door. Chen Anqing also had an unprecedented sense of urgency at this time. Even if he had a boundary crossing stone, he might not be able to save his life. Outside, through the puppet corpses, Lin Xian examined all the cocoon crystals, but did not find any abnormalities. Master, could it be because the fusion is about to succeed? Therefore the speed of the Great Formation's absorption of soul power has slowed down? Lin Xian guessed, so Dong Lao frowned in contemplation and spoke after a long time. There is such a possibility. Wait for Master to observe for some more time before making a decision. At this critical moment of fusion, the old man surnamed Dong didn't dare to rashly check. In case he destroyed the operation of the Grand Formation because of himself, then these thousands of years of hard work would go down the drain. Inside the crystallized space, Chen Anqing crossed his knees and closed his eyes. Cultivating with full concentration, only half a quarter of an hour had passed, and the Tao fetus in his body had changed, and a thin layer of skin had grown on that blood-colored villain. Time passed bit by bit, and the layer of skin finally solidified, but it was pitch black in color. Anson Chan's realm, too, was elevated as a result. As for Zhang Li's side, with her calm and quiet mind, she was actually entering a state of oblivious cultivation, adding to the fact that she had a fantastic natural talent and was still a huge step above Chen Anqing. The Tao fetus that she had condensed with another basic method had already sprouted a pair of black wings. This meant that her Tao fetus was about to be cultivated to a mature state. This speed, however, was much faster than Anson Chan due to the exaggerated time ratio between inside and outside space. A few hours here. More than 10 days had already passed in the outside world. For the past 10 days or so, the old man surnamed Dong had been sensing the operation of the Grand Formation, realizing that the operation of the Grand Formation was becoming more and more chaotic. The old man with the surname Dong fidgeted and finally decided to take the risk of using the method of divine travel to find out what was going on. Nothing must go wrong. Elder Dawn was so distraught that he didn't notify Lin Xian to come and protect him, and directly invoked the divine traveling method, leaving his immortal soul out of his body in order to quickly check out the situation. Dong Lao even split his immortal soul consciousness and entered each cocoon space at the same time in the space where the two of them, Anson Shen, were located. Dong Lao's immortal soul suddenly coalesced. Click here. His soul, which did not fit the laws of this place, immediately drew out several purple lightning bolts that flashed in the air. Next moment, he immediately sensed that it was in this very space that a change had occurred. Bold hairy thief! How dare you jeopardize my major event? The old man's eyes widened as he gave a furious shout. The old thief is coming. Hearing that violent voice, Chen Anqing and Zhong Beaver, at the same time, opened their eyes, and this time, the Bell Beaver simply did not have time to repeat the trick. Take a step back. Due to Dong Lao immortal soul in person, even if that blindfold will not help, there is no contribution to the soul. The other side of a sense can be known. It's you, brat. The old man surnamed Dong looked towards Chen Anqing. When the so-called examination was being conducted, he had always felt that this kid was a bit odd. He couldn't tell exactly how. Immediately, his immortal thoughts surged and his powerful soul power surged over, wanting to suppress both Chen Anqing and Zhong Beaver at the same time, forcing the two of them to provide soul power for the grand formation. Chen Anqing felt the surging soul thoughts and panicked in his heart, and was about to fly away when a large black bell descended and covered him and Zhong Beaver in it. You're really stupid. The difference in realms is so big. Can we escape? For today's solution, we can only have a chance to live if we hide in this precious bell. Bell Beaver said in a deep voice. I panicked for a moment. Sorry. Anson Shen sensed the seriousness of the situation and didn't playfully smile anymore. Still quiet? Zhong Beaver stared earnestly at Anson Chan. It should be fine. Anson Chan nodded. Good. From now on, don't think about anything and focus on cultivation. Only when we reach the blood will realm and forcefully impact that Fey Immortal's heart, causing a riot of laws, will we be able to complete the mission and get out? Zhong Beaver said. Understood. After Chen Anqing answered this voice, he was already sinking into a state of cultivation. Zhong Beaver was surprised. There were times when this guy was so serious. Who the hell are you people? Daring to make mischief under my Dong Xingchang's eyes? Are you really tired of living? That Dong Xingchang was furious, mobilizing his soul power and condensing it into a substantial lance, violently stabbing at the pitch-black treasure bell in front of him. Dang! The precious bell emitted a crunching sound, swinging up layers of bizarre black runes, but it didn't even quake. Dong Xingchang then panicked. These two brigands, to have such a divine weapon, seemed to have come prepared. A pair of Dong Xingchang's pupils were ablaze with angry green ghostly fire. The Purple Cloud Demon Cult. It must be the Purple Cloud Demon Cult. This group of bastards, I swear to not share the same fate as you. In his anger, Dong Xingchang retrieved all the other split souls and gathered them in this space. Let's see how long you can hide. Boom boom boom. Dong Xingchang, in his full soul state, blasted the black treasure bell with all his might. With each blast, the treasure bell shook violently. Get out here yet. Dong Xingchang's attack, more and more fierce. That vibration aftermath passes in. Actually will Chen Anqing and Zhong Beaver, the impact of the limbs to tremble, but even so, Chen Anqing was actually still immersed in the cultivation state. Instead, Zhong Beaver was disturbed and couldn't force his cultivation to continue, or else he would definitely go off the deep end. I didn't expect the soul will of the dull donkey to be so powerful. No wonder he was able to injure me with a puppet technique when he was only at the tiny immortal fourth realm. Bell Beaver couldn't help but murmur, dang it. The frequency of the precious bell being impacted became faster and faster, and the trembling became more and more intense. If this goes on, even if dull donkey can forcefully sink into the cultivation state, he'll be shocked to death alive. With Zhong Beaver's late-stage Shen immortal physique, he was able to resist the force of the tremor that passed in. I don't know whether it was due to the instinct to protect his master or some other reason. Zhong Beaver didn't hesitate to put that black pot over Chen Anqing's back and mobilized all the power he could muster, adding it around Chen Anqing and condensing a shield for him. After about an hour, the shock that Zhong Li received became stronger and stronger. His internal organs hurt as if they were going to explode, and he couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of essence blood. Beyond the great bell, due to Dong Xingchang's wild bombardment for a full hour, the already disordered laws in this crystalline space became even more tyrannical. Click here. Shoo shoo shoo. Thunder snakes danced wildly, wind blades wreaked havoc, and the blood-colored mist, like ocean waves, churned up a feeling that frenzied law. Dong Xingchang's heart was anxious to the extreme. This space, but the main array I is located. Once destroyed, then it will really be finished. Stimulated by this, Dong Xingchang's immortal soul was racked with pain and roared furiously. A moment later, seeing that the blood mist was becoming more and more prevalent, Dong Xingchang could only lay down his arms and immediately retreated. Shit. Dong Xingchang, who was shaped like a skeleton, hated him so much that blood dripped from his eyes. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had long sensed something unusual and rushed over to check the situation. Master, rest your anger. Just what has happened to make you so angry? Seeing Dong Xingchang's terrifying face, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a palpitation. Swish. Dong Xingchang dodged, his dry hand clawing at Lin Xian's throat, and with a strong killing intent, he said hoarsely, "It's all your fault. You punk! It's all your fault." In this alien heaven and earth, Lin Xian was no match for Dong Xingchang, and suddenly being choked by the other party, Lin Xian was terrified to the core. Master's father rest his anger. Disciple knows his mistake. Lin Xian had no idea what was going on, but with his life on the line, he had no choice but to admit his mistake and beg for forgiveness. Seeing Lin Xian's blood spilling from his 7 holes, Dong Xingchang finally calmed down a bit. He loosened his claws and said fiercely, "You piece of trash. You even invited the devilish bandit to the big formation, spoiling my big plan. Do you think you should die?" Lin Xian's entire body stiffened, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It turned out that there were people from the Purple Cloud Demon cult mixed in the big formation. It's over. Between his thoughts, Lin Xian hurriedly asked, "Master, where is that demonic bandit now? Even if I put my life on the line, I will kill him." "Kill?" Dong Xingchang's wrinkled face, veins writhing, roared. "That pair of bandits obviously came prepared. Make a foreign immortal level treasure clock for defense. Even the old man can't help. How many catty can you kill it?" Lin Xian sniffed, but caught the key, and hurriedly said, "Master, calm down. That double hairy thief, since hiding inside the bell, does not dare to come out. Our first task should be to find a replacement. First stabilize the big formation, and then slowly deal with them." After Lin Xian said this, Dong Xingchang really calmed down a lot. He trembled and grabbed Lin Xian's shoulders. "You have a point in what you say, disciple. It's all because of my master's momentary excitement that I messed up. You quickly mobilize everyone in the Immortal Mansion to search for that foreign soul person. Make sure to find it as soon as possible." Lin Xian was finally relieved in the bottom of his heart and bowed. "Don't worry, master. If I can't find them within the Immortal Mansion realm, my disciple will die and rob them by force and bring them back for you." At this juncture, Lin Xian didn't care about covering up, even if he was exposed. He had to get this done, otherwise, once the Immortal King's plan to revive the Immortal King fell through, he would be finished with it, and not only would he not be able to use the Immortal King's momentum to develop, he would also lose his life, because the condition of his initial worship was that he would hand over his life and death to Dong Xingchang to take charge of it with a secret method. "Good apprentice. I'm counting on you. When my king recovers, you will take the credit." Dong Xingchang had been cultivating in the alien world for thousands of years, and due to some changes, his realm in the immortal world had long since metamorphosed and he was unable to act in person, so he pinned all his hopes on Lin Xian. "Master, you stay well and quietly. My disciple will go." After saying that, Lin Xian arched his hand and his figure disappeared from this alien heaven and earth. Lin Xian returned to the Immortal Mansion, and immediately summoned the elders of his heart, as well as the disciples of his heart with high strength, and made this secret method to hide the breath of all the people, and then took the teleportation array to go. He had 3 goals for this trip: the other 2 great immortal mansions, and the Wang family, only the children of these 3 same-level forces. He did not go to recruit them, for no other reason. These 3 are on par with the Immortal Mansion. Why would they let you choose their children to go? Moreover, in order to avoid any complications, even if Lin Xian found out that these 3 families had sons and daughters who were eligible, he never tried to make any crooked thoughts this time. However, it was not up to him. "Grand Duke, where shall we go first?" "The Wang family's own clan." Lin Xian looked somber and said, "His Wang family owns several huge amethyst veins, so besides kidnapping people, we can do a big job and create the illusion that the bandits from outside the domain are robbing the amethyst." Upon hearing this, a beloved elder said, "Grand Duke, in my opinion, we should hide, lurk for some time, secretly find someone who meets the conditions, and ingest him or her, so as not to cause any complications." Lin Xian sank his face and rebuked, "This is an urgent matter. How can there be that much time to lurk and wait? We will disguise ourselves as bandits and kill the Wang family by surprise, and the chickens will fly. When the chaos starts, the whole Wang family will come out, and we will know if there is anyone who meets the requirements." Upon hearing this, the rest of the group said nothing more. "This is more risky, but it is better than fast." Inside the crystallized space, thanks to Dong Xingchang's retreat, Zhong Beaver was able to catch his breath. "If the old thief attacks this precious bell for another half hour, I won't be able to hold on." Bell Beaver wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured softly. However, she had been out of the division for so many years. What kind of big storm had she not seen before? Just like the time she met Anson Chen, She was injured by a peak Xianxian powerhouse and used all her means to escape from the Holy Land. Perilous situations such as these had long been routine for her. I don't know if the dumbass can escape this. Looking at Chen Anqing in front of him, who was completely immersed in cultivation, Zhong Beaver's heart, even inexplicably, sprang up some worries. What am I worried about him for? This dead dull donkey. Must be due to the instinct of protecting the master. In all of Belle Beaver's life experience, she had never yet felt concern for another person's life, although she desperately denied it in her heart. She subconsciously understood that this kind of worry originating from the deepest part of her heart did not seem to have anything to do with that master protecting instinct. Phew! Zhong Beaver, what are you thinking about? Why don't you hurry up and cultivate? Your own little life is the most important thing. Why worry about others? Belle Beaver shook his head as a voice appeared in the back of his mind, ghostly admonishing himself immediately. She closed her eyes and prepared to sink into cultivation, and this time, her mind was quite unsettled, and she couldn't enter that state of oblivion no matter what. 2 hours later. 5 days had passed in the outside world. In the past few days, a heavenly event had occurred in the outside world, and several major powers had already known that the Wang family had actually been robbed of the Amethyst treasure house by a group of unidentified bandits and thieves, and the family's children had been slaughtered by hundreds, resulting in an extremely heavy loss. In the alien heaven and earth, 18 Wang clan's children were forcibly suppressed by magical means and brought to this place. Master, in order to avoid any further accidents, my disciple has brought back 18 other soul alterans. Well, hurry up and send it in. Just wait for the big formation to stabilize. The teacher will certainly the double devil road bandits, a body and soul all destroyed. Immediately, Lin Envy sent the strongest of the foreign souls among them into the first grade space. With the addition of this fresh blood, the riotous laws in the space gradually calmed down, and the body melting formation finally operated smoothly. Master, should we stand guard and wait for that pair of furry thieves to come out, or should we force an attack? In front of the black treasure bell, Lin Xian respectfully inquired. Humph, Dong Xingchang, killing intent austere, said, now the operation of the big formation has been stabilized. There is no need to force the attack. To wait for the teacher will be. This ancient bell is located in a small piece of space, with a secret method to cut out. Just a month or so, will let these two thieves' wings cannot escape. Spatial cutting. This art, extremely difficult to cultivate and control. When Dong Xingchang, precisely because of the practice of this god's foreign spells, only then the forbidden area of the alien heaven and earth to cut a piece down, arranged into today's appearance, only, this cutting technique was quite time-consuming, and a month of slicing through the small slice of space where the two Chen Anshangs were was already the limit. Apprentice, once master cuts through the space, those two devilish bandits will randomly appear within a 1,000-mile radius. Gather your men and lock down the range, Dong Xingchang commanded. Yes, master. Lin Xian led the way. Afterward, Dong Xingchang then performed a secret technique, carefully cutting through the space in the range where the ancient bell was located inside the ancient clock. Zhong Beaver, who was sinking into cultivation, was the first to notice the difference. This old thief, how dare he try to cut through space? Sensing this, Zhong Beaver's heart felt bad. Once he broke away from this alien heaven and earth, he would not be able to complete his mission, not to mention that the defense of the ancient bell would also be ineffective. At that time, under the siege of the many experts of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion, Zhongli did not have any possibility of defending himself, let alone protecting Chen Ansheng. Make sure you don't let the old thief cut through the space. Dull ass. I'll do my best to delay it. It's up to you to cultivate fast enough, the clock beaver murmured, then violently struck the ancient clock from the inside with a palm. Since Zhong Ravens was the owner of this ancient bell, her attack power could naturally be transmitted out unhindered. That palm force penetrated through, shocking the space where the rift was broken open, twisting it in an irregular manner. Dong Xingchang's secret method was disturbed as a result. You sinner! How dare you go wild? When I catch you, I will definitely strip you of your skin and make you beg for your life and death. Dong Xingchang roared angrily. Filthy piker, don't speak out of turn. If this young lady was afraid of you, she wouldn't have come here. Zhong Ravens laughed. Stupid witch, do you think you can stall for time like this? Childish to the core. Dong Xingchang condensed a mana shield, wrapping up the ancient bell and continuing to cut through space. When Zhong Beaver's next attack struck, the power that was transmitted was resisted by that defensive shield, unable to interfere with Dong Xingchang any longer. However, how can the Bell Beaver be more than just this little tactic? She urged her foreign spirit power and added it on top of the Dao tire in her body, and a silhouette with black wings appeared behind her. Fresh! Zhong Ravens invoked the Fey Immortal Kung Fu and sent out the disturbing force in the form of a weird sound wave. As expected, the shield set up by Dong Xingchang could not block the transmission of the sound wave, and the spatial cutting was once again disturbed. You devil girl! How dare you have such tactics? I'll let you struggle. The more you struggle, the more miserable you'll end up after being caught by me. Let the horses come. Your auntie is waiting. Dong Xingqiang ignored Zhong Beaver again and continued to forcefully cut through space against her interference. Opposite Zhongli, Chen Anqing had his knees crossed and his eyes closed, ignoring everything in the outside world and practicing in a state of oblivion. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days here is equivalent to 3 months in the outside world. During this period, Zhong Beaver tried everything he could think of and used every trick in the book to delay Dong Xingqiang for 2 days. In a quarter of an hour, this space will be separated from the alien world. Zhong Raver sighed in his heart. It seems that this mission will not be completed, and it is estimated that the lives of himself and Chen Anqing will have to be accounted for here. Buzz. At that moment, space shuddered. A sudden burst of ethereal light erupted from Anson Chen's body. Phew. The next moment, Anson Chen opened his eyes. Senior sister, I have reached the peak of the Blood Wheel realm. Upon hearing this, the extremely disappointed Zhong Ravens felt a glimmer of hope again. Reaching the Blood Wheel realm in such a short period of time. Your foreign cultivation talent is not below me at all. Very good. Chen Anqing was slightly surprised. The female devil still sheds compliments on herself. Ah, really rare. Is it too late? What should I do? Chen Anqing's spiritual sense, sensing the not-so-optimistic situation outside, asked seriously, whether it's too late or not. We must fight. As long as we stay in this space, that old thief won't dare to let go of the battle. And you don't have to fight the old thief hard. You only need to disrupt the laws of this place with all your strength. And the old thief will mess up himself. Zhong Beaver said, okay, hurry up and let me out. Chen Anqing understood that if he could survive this time, he could only rely on himself and could not rely on the demoness. Aha! Zhong Beaver nodded and instructed again. You carry the black pot well. It can save your life in critical moments, and I will keep an eye on the situation and do my best to help you. Using his spiritual sense, Anson Chan scanned his entire body appearance. Carrying a big black pot is a bit of a hot mess, but there's no way around it. Ugly is ugly. Life is important. It's too late to drive. Seeing that this small piece of space had been completely cut, Zhongli opened the ancient bell and his figure flew backward. On the other hand, Anson Chen turned into a black light and rushed out in a smooth manner. Bastard! Seek death! Seeing that the space had already been sliced open, but those two devilish cubs had rushed out of their own accord, Dong Xingqiang felt that he had wasted a lot of effort for nothing, and gritted his teeth in anger. Click! With a crunching sound, the boundary laid by Dong Xingqiang was shattered by Anson Chan. After all, Dong Xingqiang was only an immortal soul coming here. Plus he didn't dare to use too strong means so as not to disturb the laws of this space. So Chen Anqing had the chance to break the boundary. Where are the hairy thieves fleeing? Dong Xingqiang was shocked and furious in his heart. Within this very short period of time, that little thief had cultivated such a high level of otherworldly realm. However, he was only surprised by Chen Anqing's cultivation speed. The mere Blood Wheel realm was completely insufficient for him. A Fey cultivator who had cultivated for thousands of years and was comparable to the Xian mortals of the outside world. In the next moment, his immortal soul raised his hands and violently launched them forward. Boo! The strong force collided with the rushing black light. A terrifying wave of power fluctuated away, shaking this area of space. Not good. This little thief is actually using deception. It was only after the strike that Dong Xingqiang realized that the black light just now was not Chen Anqing's own body, but a secret technique that he had used. Upon discovering this, Dong Xingqiang quickly scanned with his soul thoughts, and in a matter of moments, he locked onto Chen Anqing's figure as he rushed towards the bloody sun in the sky dome. Hairy thief! Looking for death! Dong Xingqiang panicked. If he let that thief impact the heart of the foreign immortal, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Dong Xingqiang could not care about that much for the time being and struck out with all his might. Slapping his palm at Chen Anqing's figure, the majestic power of the foreign immortals rolled and surged, killing Chen Anqing. Great handprint of the void. Sensing the crisis, Chen Anqing immediately invoked the Fey immortal technique given to him by Zhong Beaver, which he had comprehended in the course of his cultivation. In an instant, several huge black palms, ignoring spatial distance, connected with Dong Xingqiang's attack. Only, the power gap between the two was too great, and Anson Chen's void great handprint only blocked it for less than a breath of time before it popped and disintegrated. You guy, you're really a foreign cultivation wizard. However, in front of the old man, you're still a bit young. While marveling, Dong Xingqiang used another secret technique just to be on the safe side. At that moment, several black lances appeared out of thin air in front of and behind Chen Anqing, charging towards him. Boo! Chen Anqing's back was the first to be struck by that initial slap from Dong Xingqiang. That wild and unrivaled power penetrated straight through the internal organs. If he hadn't been carrying a black pot on his back, Chen Anqing was afraid that he would have already been reduced to nothingness by that slap. What to do? The realm gap was too great, and Anson Chen felt that he could not stand up to the killing black lance. Just at this moment, Zhongli's big black clock had appeared above Chen Anqing's head at some point. Foolish witch! Do you think you can still stop me with it? Before that big bell fell, the piece of space where Anson Chen was located suddenly distorted. Because of this, when the big bell was covered, he passed by mistake with Anson Chan. Die for me, brat. Seeing that Chen Anqing had no way to escape and would surely die, Dong Xingchang settled down, the corner of his mouth picking up a cold smile. Boom boom boom. In that heavenly dome, Chen Anqing's figure was struck by the long lance of laws that impacted over. Deafening explosions came out, the black mist rolled back, and the violent power swept out in all directions, causing the laws of space in this place to riot and fret, and countless black thunderbolts descended from the dome of the sky, shattering the earth. No good. Seeing this situation, Dong Xingchang couldn't be bothered to make another move to kill Zhong Ravens, and immediately collected all the foreign immortal power, so that the riotous laws could be calmed down. But how could he know that deep in the vault of heaven, Chen Anqing had a huge broken halberd crossed in front of him, and behind him was a black cauldron sheltering the lance that Dong Xingchang had condensed, all of which had been resisted. This halberd, it is worthy of being a supreme treasure. Having escaped with his life, Anson Chan was overjoyed in his heart. In the panic of the party, he had no way to escape. It was his survival instinct that drove him to move his mind, summoning this broken halberd to withstand the lance's attack. Recognize. Taking advantage of the moment when the laws were in turmoil, the black mist filled the sky, and Dong Xingchang was unaware of his situation as he probed. Chen Anqing immediately invoked the Dao fetus, forcing a drop of black essence blood out of it and dripping it onto the broken halberd. And now, Chen Anqing has cultivated to the realm of foreign cultivation comparable to an earth immortal, and after dripping blood, the crippled halberd, whose spirit has long since disappeared, recognizes Chen Anqing as its new master without half a bit of resistance. So strong. After taking control of the broken halberd, a breath so powerful that it was unimaginable rushed into Anson Chen's body. This power, I'm afraid it won't stay for long. We must fight quickly. That powerful force, after all, was not possessed by Anson Chan himself, so he guessed that it would dissipate sooner or later. Before this power dissipates, we must kill old man Dong, otherwise we won't have a chance. Thinking about this, Chen Anqing transformed into a black light and rushed out from the riotous black mist rumble. Space was squeezed by the tremendous force and a hideous fissure appeared. What's going on? Only then did Dong Xingchang realize that something was wrong, and when he looked up, he saw a large divine halberd charging towards him. Just by using his soul to ram that halberd, Dong Xingchang's immortal soul was traumatized, and the unbearable pain made him feel like his immortal soul was about to explode. Oh no! This halberd! I'm afraid it's only an otherworldly imperial weapon. It's definitely not something I can resist. Dong Xingchang no longer dares to have any thoughts of confronting that halberd. The only way for him to survive now is to exit this space. However, after exiting this space, there was no way to stop that kid from attacking the heart of the alien immortal. There was no time. The halberd was madly killing, its powerful and unparalleled aura crushing his immortal soul to the point that countless tiny cracks appeared in his immortal soul. Escape. If he didn't escape, he wouldn't be able to keep the heart of the alien immortal. Not to mention that he himself would be killed. Boom. The halberd finally killed, and Dong Xingchang's immortal soul, after being extremely traumatized, finally managed to retreat and escape from this side of space. Dumbass. Leave the old thief alone and attack that Fey immortal's heart. In the midst of the heaven and earth where the laws were in turmoil, Zhong Beaver had long been bombarded with wounds and was on the verge of life and death when she exerted her last bit of strength and shouted out this cry. Anson Chen did not do as she was told, but instead swooped down sharply. Shrink the fuck up. Anson Chen directly used a commanding tone and yelled at Zhong Beaver. At this moment, how could the Bell Beaver have any energy left to disobey orders, and instinctively carried out the order, curling his body into a ball. Then, Anson Chan removed the black pot on his back and precisely snapped Bell Beaver into it. Seeing that Zhong Ravens were already safe, only then did Chen Anqing draw back, controlling the halberd with his iso-immortal power to kill the bloody sun deep in that heavenly dome. Fancy that. It was at this time that the change began again. Not waiting for Chen Anqing to kill at that bloody sun, a heart-pounding hissing sound came out from that bloody sun eye, and the next moment, the blood sun cracked open, piercing people's eyes with bloodlight. Instantly rushing out of the entire space, countless riotously broken laws were absorbed by that bloodlight. Space was also fragmented due to the heavy and terrifying pressure. Chen Anqing did not know what had changed. His heart was terrified, and he hurriedly maneuvered the halberd to rotate around himself, resisting the violent tearing force that was generated when that space shattered. Outside, Dong Xingchang was in extreme agony, and as he saw the soul-melting formation crumble, he collapsed to the ground in despair. Apprentice, save your master. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian's figure descended into this alien world. Before he could save Dong Xingchang, he saw the brown earth in front of him collapsing, and as far as the eye could see, in the darkness, there were two bodies with an aura like an abyss that pressed down on the heavens and the earth. A body on the left was filled with purple aura, surrounded by immortal light, and a terrifying aura that forced even the darkness back. On the right side was a humanoid body with a pair of black wings. Its aura was full of strangeness and weirdness, but its aura was not inferior to that left side immortal body. It's over. How many years of hard work has finally failed? Lin Envy could only sigh helplessly as he palpitated in shock. Just as he was about to leave this place with Dong Xingqiang, two silhouettes suddenly flashed out from the small piece of brown earth that remained under his feet. Who else could it be if not Anson Chan and Zhongli? At the same time Lin Xian discovered the two of them. Chen Anqing naturally discovered his presence as well. Lin Xian, this guy is a heavenly immortal realm art cultivator. What should we do? Facing Lin Xian, a heavenly immortal, Chen Anqing knew that he had no room for resistance. Nope. This otherworldly heaven and earth, it hasn't completely disappeared yet. He's not necessarily stronger than me. In a moment of desperation, Chen Anqing suddenly thought of this. Immediately, he didn't dare to hesitate and turned into a black light to actively kill Lin Xian. You scumbag! You've spoiled my big event and ruined my future. I'm going to thwart you today. Lin Envy was furious, wanting to think that at that time, he had personally helped this devilish sinful animal to resolve as a crisis. Now that he thought about it, it was really stupid to the extreme. Pretend to be your grandpa, eat your grandpa's halberd first. Only when Chen Anqing killed Lin Xian did he offer his broken halberd, wanting to take Lin Xian by surprise and kill him on the spot with a single blow. Jumper! Lin Xian cursed angrily, but in his heart, he was horrified by the halberd's breath, and did not dare to skim its edge and touch it. However, unlike the previous Dong Xingqiang, he did not exist in the state of an immortal soul. Therefore, the impact of the pressure he received was much smaller than Dong Xingqiang. In addition, the powerful might in that halberd had gradually dissipated and weakened, so Lin Xian was able to withstand it. Die for my lord. After stabilizing his position, Lin Xian activated his Fey immortal power and his figure disappeared into thin air. This guy, Lin Xian, the realm of foreign cultivation is even comparable to the immortal realm. Chen Anqing felt bad. He didn't expect that not only was Lin Xian a heavenly immortal realm art cultivator, but his exoteric cultivation realm was also one realm higher than his own. Chen Anqing's blood wool realm was equivalent to the earth immortal realm in the cultivation world, and Lin Xian's current realm was equivalent to the immortal realm in the cultivation world. Therefore, don't look at the difference of only one realm. When it comes to strength, there is a considerable gap. However, fortunately, Anson Chen was in control of a powerful halberd, so it might not be impossible to fight against Lin Xian. Great handprint of the void. Seeing that Lin Xian disappeared, Chen Anqing instantly invoked his Gungfu and struck 8 large, dark palm shadows around himself. At this moment, this alien heaven and earth was already on the verge of collapse, and the space was extremely unstable. Therefore, these palms of Anson Chen easily punched out several holes in the space here. With a mongrel like you, how dare you compete with this Gongzi? However, Lin Xian suddenly killed his way out of the cracks of those shattered holes as he held a black spear and fiercely stabbed at Chen Anqing's back. Sensing the attack behind him, Anson Chen was not only not shocked, but instead, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Those few palms of mine, even if they hit you, they would only cause you to suffer some superficial wounds. You stupid bastard. You even chose to dodge and head for the dead end. Who is actually the stray fish? Before the words fell, behind Anson Chen, the broken halberd had already rushed out from the hole in space. It was only then that Lin Xian reacted to the fact that this spatial gap just now was a path that this kid had intentionally left open, and that he had taken the bait by dodging his attack instead. However, for some reason, facing that powerful broken halberd to kill, Lin Xian didn't panic even a little bit. Do you think that with a divine weapon in your hand, you can compete with this Gongzi? Naive to the extreme. In the next moment, Lin Xian offered a layer of black defense shield, and the black lance in his hand collided with the killing broken halberd. Boo! Extremely destructive Fey immortal power, scattered in all directions. The powerful impact. The space around the two people were all damaged. The last piece of brown earth also disappeared. The shield defense on Lin Xian's body surface was rushed to pieces by the berserk aura from the halberd, and his black law gun was also rushed into nothingness by the huge force. Put. The strong force that impacted on Lin Xian's body caused all of his organs and bowels to be injured, and he couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of essence blood. But to Chen Anqing's surprise, that Lin Xian was in the middle of the storm, and under the crisis, he actually let out a sardonic laugh. Thank you so much for helping me damage this alien heaven and earth. You stupid fool. Don't you know that after the destruction of the alien space, my lord will no longer be suppressed and will be able to utilize his immortal power? It turned out that completely damaging this remnant of space was Lin Xian's true purpose. Once there was no restriction of the alien heaven and earth, he would be able to resume his art cultivation heavenly immortal realm. And with this strength, why would he be afraid of a broken halberd? Sure enough, when that piece of alien space obliterated, the natural laws of the immortal realm squeezed in, causing Lin Xian's aura to grow wildly. Xianhuang shield. In the next moment, Lin Xian condensed a shield of laws and blocked it in front of his body. The momentum of the halberd impacted on the shield of laws, only knocking Lin Xian's figure back a few feet, but unable to pierce the shield in the slightest. Seeing this, Anson Chan was shocked. Dull ass, quickly flee toward the body of the foreign immortal. Around that foreign immortal, it's still a foreign heaven and earth. At this time, Bell Beaver transmitted his voice. Chen Anqing sniffed and maneuvered his halberd to kill Lin Xian once more before all the alien laws had collapsed. He himself flew towards the two immortal bodies suspended in that distant void. Griffin, how dare you think of escaping? Give this Gongzi death. That Lin Xian fended off the incoming broken halberd while using his law to condense a golden arrow, preparing to shoot Chen Anqing to death. With Chen Anqing's speed at the true immortal realm, it was absolutely certain that he wouldn't be able to escape from this shattered space, and he would be killed by that golden arrow. Just at the moment when the golden arrow was about to shoot out, Zhong Raver's figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Lin Xian. You have recovered, and so has this young lady, and this young lady will never allow you to touch dumbass Chen. Zhong Li was holding a black immortal sword. His immortal power was working crazily, and he chopped out a sword regardless of the situation. She didn't expect this sword to injure the heavily immortal realm Lin Xian. She only wanted to use it to interrupt him from condensing that golden arrow and buy Chen Anqing time to escape. Clang! The black immortal sword, impacting on the defense behind Lin Xian, pushed his body forward by half a zhang, and he was almost pierced through the defense by the broken halberd. You save him? Then this gentleman will send you on your way first. With the halberd pressing horizontally in front of him, and Zhong Beaver charging with a sword at full strength behind him, Lin Xian turned around angrily and shot that golden arrow at Zhong Beaver, revealing the golden arrow that came with a destructive aura. Zhong Ravens didn't even bother to launch her defense because she knew that with her late Xian immortal realm, she would never be able to block a heavily immortal realm strike head-on. Desperate and waiting to die, but as she looked at the white-clothed figure that scurried away and fled, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth instead. Dead dumbass. Don't forget to offer incense to this lady in the future. She smiled, but there were mournful tears in her eyes. The golden arrow, finally descending, pierced her forehead. Boom! With a loud bang, in front of Zhong Ravens, a golden light exploded, piercing through the entire dome of the sky. Beaver girl, you've really changed. You're actually willing to sacrifice yourself for someone else's life. TSK, eldest brother. In the midst of the storm, Zhong Ravens opened her eyes in surprise, just to see Master Ghost sacrificing his defense to block in front of her, resisting all the terrifying power of that golden arrow. I knew the Master would send you to meet me. What a timely arrival. Master Ghost said indifferently. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to pick you up. Back off first. Our men will be here soon. Zhong Beaver was slightly stunned. Who else could it be if eldest brother hadn't come to meet him? Without waiting for her to react, a palm strike from the Ghost Master pushed Bell Beaver away. It's you! That ahead. Lin Xian finally blocked the broken halberd, but when he turned around, he found a celestial immortal standing behind him, and this heavenly immortal's aura was familiar to him. It was the one who had called himself Yao Jinyuan's Taoist protector that day at Jiuhua Mountain. Both of them were at the beginning of the heavenly immortal realm, and Lin Xian thought that he didn't fear any cultivators of the same realm. But he didn't dare to say that he could crush the other. If he was delayed by the other party, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to kill that Anson Chen kid. Thus, Lin Xian said, Dao brother, that senior Yao Jianyuan you are guarding is not in any serious trouble. This time, the demon Chen Anqing of the Devil's Path is causing trouble, so I hope that Dao brother will join forces with me to kill him. Master Ghost heatedly laughed and said, You stupid ass. You still can't see the identity of the seed even now. What a pig brain. Boom. On Master Ghost's body, a powerful and ferocious aura erupted, the same as the aura of Zhong Beaver's sword just now. Lin Xian's gaze sank violently. It turned out that this guy was also a demon of the Devil's Path. He had been tricked again. Good. Lin Xian was so angry that his heart was twisting, and he gritted his teeth. You devilish demons, since you've sent us to the door, today, my lord, will go on a killing spree, and kill as many as come. Want to kill my Ghost Master? You're not worthy yet. A layer of ethereal flames ignited on Master Ghost's body, and with a flash of his figure, he took the initiative to kill Lin Xian. Seek death. Lin Xian waved his hand and invoked the power of the laws, solidifying the space around him. Master Ghost's figure was instantly fixed in it. Break it for me. Master Ghost let out a stern cry, and the black scepter of his own immortal weapon flew out. The runes on that scepter flowed and condensed into a blade that cut through the law of spatial solidification. Ha. Lin Xian, however, smiled. My lord knows that this spatial confinement can't help you. It's just to buy a little time to kill your accomplice. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a golden lance appear in Lin Xian's hand. He bent sideways and violently threw the golden lance, traveling through the dark void, almost ignoring spatial distances. appeared behind the fleeing Chen Anqing in the blink of an eye in the void. Sensing the destructive aura behind him, Chen Anqing directly utilized the extreme shield heavenly deity. He knew very well that this Big Dipper guardian couldn't withstand the golden lance that was killing from behind, but he could utilize the instantaneous transfer effect when the shield shattered and rush into the alien heaven and earth created by that alien immortal body. Boom! The golden lance blasted against the Big Dipper shield. The terrifying force of the laws crushed the shield in an instant. And Anson Chen was only slightly impacted, but it was like he had been hit by a star, and his internal organs were in excruciating pain. Luckily, just as the destructive power was about to overwhelm Chen Anqing, his figure had already instantly moved 100 miles away. That was close. Chen Anqing flew with all his might and finally landed in the alien heaven and earth. And when he looked back, he saw that the golden lance that exploded split into tens of thousands of golden arrows. Still locking him in place, however, Anson Chen was not worried because those golden arrows were condensed from the laws of the immortal realm, and would perish by themselves when they fell into the alien heaven and earth. The power of a heavenly immortal. It's truly terrifying. Looking at the golden arrows engulfed by the alien laws in front of him, Anson Chen sighed. Then Chen Anqing raised his head and looked away from Lin Xian through the dark void afar away. Lin Xian was already annoyed by the fact that he had failed to kill Chen Anqing with a single strike. Chen Anqing, you mongrel fish don't want to live. No matter what, this eunuch will kill you today. Words filled with killing intent were transmitted to Anson Chan's ears through the dark vault. Put your horse down, Grandpa's waiting for you. Anson Chan only returned indifferently as a celestial immortal, but unable to kill a mere true immortal. Lin Xian's lungs simply exploded with anger. However, at this time, he needed to resolve the same realm demonic cultivator behind him and had no way to go after Chen Anqing again. Boom! The solidified space in the back was finally broken through by the Ghostmaster, who was covered in ghostly fire, turned into a piece of residual shadow and rushed towards Lin Xian. The two men's means came out in unison as they battled together. All of a sudden, immortal radiance shot chaotically in the void, and thunder danced in the sky. Chen Anqing looked out from afar, but he saw the horror of the battle on that side, as if two star fields had collided together. A battle at the beginning of the heavenly immortal realm is still so appalling. If immortal kings were to fight each other, I'm afraid it could only destroy the entire heaven and earth where the Xian Yang Immortal Mansion is located. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Chen Anqing sighed at the horrors of the battle on that side, a regular and dull ringing sound came. The ringing sound, like someone beating a drum in his head, made his immortal soul feel alarmed. That's the sound of heart beating. In shock, Anson Chan turned around with a huffed eye in the void less than 100 miles ahead. There was an alien immortal body suspended. The body, dark in color, had a pair of black wings on its back. Its appearance was extremely similar to the alien immortal being that Anson Chan had seen in the forbidden zone of the lower realm. It was just that this foreign immortal body was much smaller, only one finger size of the one Anson Chan had seen. That dull heartbeat sound was coming from the body of the alien immortal. Could it be reviving? As Anson Chan watched, the wings of the Fey immortal were slowly unfolding, while rolling black mist gulped from his body. Wow! In the next moment, the Fey immortal violently opened his eyes and let out a soul-shuddering hiss. Your ass is really revived. Feeling the destructive power sweeping over him, Chen Anqing had a feeling of wanting to cry. He had only just gotten out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den again. Boom! The alien fairy fluttered his large black wings and flew up. However, it had just rushed out less than a kilometer away when countless threads of crimson light firmly bound it. Chen Anqing followed the crimson thread to the side, but he saw that the end of the thread extended above the body of the sleeping immortal king. Fresh! After struggling for a few moments, the foreign immortal failed to break free of his bonds, and was instead pulled by the threads, moving closer to the direction where that immortal king was. Click here, where the strong and incomparable body of the Fey immortal passed. The void was in turmoil and the laws were in turmoil, appalling to the extreme. In particular, Chen Anqing was less than 100 kilometers away from that foreign immortal, and when he was attacked by that horrifying pressure, his immortal body was as if it was about to collapse, and his body's blood chi was in reverse chaos, making it extremely difficult to bear. Anson Chan was tempted to invoke the crossing stone to escape, but he couldn't help but want to see what would happen. Hold on just a little longer. Chen Anqing Chui moved his Fey immortal power to form a defense through the Dao fetus in his body. In this way, it was barely able to withstand that pressure. Looking at the foreign immortal once again, its body was already less than 10 kilometers away from the sleeping immortal king. After struggling for a few times to no avail, the Fey immortal seemed as if it had gone mad, and even unfolded its large black wings and took the initiative to pounce towards the sleeping immortal king. In the blink of an eye, the Fey immortal had already arrived in front of the immortal king, and with a roar, it spewed out a stream of terrifying black light from its mouth, shooting towards the immortal king. Phew! And on that immortal king, a brilliant immortal light broke through his body and collided with the black light. Boom! The powerful force radiated out, rolling up terrifying waves of space. Chen Anqing was shocked, but he still didn't want to flee from this, instead summoning the broken halberd over to block in front of him. The horrifying aftermath impacted on the broken halberd, but the halberd did not move as if it was a mountain, steadily protecting Chen Anqing. Fancy that. At that exact moment, the distant Fey immortal seemed to sense something and became extremely manic, but to our surprise, it opened its huge mouth and hissed for a while before bending one knee and kneeling down in the direction of the broken halberd. Upon receiving this worship, the broken halberd began to tremble and roar. In the next moment, the unknown Xianwen inscribed on the broken halberd lit up, transforming into bizarre black runes that flew towards the foreign immortals. This, Anson Chan was taken aback. Is it going to take my broken halberd? However, in Anson Chen's perception, the broken halberd was still under his control and had not been affected in any way. No, it's borrowing the mysterious power left on this broken halberd of mine. Anson Chan was not making a wild guess, for he felt that he had established some sort of connection, if any, with that foreign immortal, and he heard a voice in a trance, as if saying again, I respectfully request the holy power of my emperor. Then, in Anson Chen's perception, the aura of that foreign immortal was constantly rising and strengthening, and even the alien heaven and earth that radiated from around its body was rapidly expanding and becoming extremely vast. After being empowered by the mysterious power, the foreign immortal once again unfolded its large black wings, and a wave of wild, domineering, destructive black mist emerged, breaking all the crimson threads that bound it. And then, the Fey immortal turned back and charged violently, his hand claws striking at the sleeping immortal king's body. Roar! In that immortal king's mouth, a hissing sound like that of an ancient immortal beast was emitted, and above his immortal body, bloodlight suddenly rose. As the claws of the Fey immortal's hand attacked down, the immortal king leapt up and struck out with a palm, blocking the deadly claw. Seeing this, Anson Shen was so shocked that his eyes were about to glaze over. That immortal king, surprisingly, had also revived. This is a disaster. He must have sensed something when I went all out to sabotage his revival. Chen Anqing felt his scalp tingle. He had incurred a true immortal king. The other side of the void, Lin Xian and Master Ghost, who were in the middle of a great battle, also sensed the changes in the distance. At the same time, the terrifying aura that caused heaven and earth to change color passed over, causing even the two of them to shudder. My king has revived. Lin Xian looked at the immortal king at the other end of the void and was overjoyed. Oh no, he's revived. The Ghost Master's mood, on the other hand, was exactly the opposite of Lin Xian's, his heart filled with worry and fear. That was a true immortal king. Even if Master Purple Cloud Sacred Mother used her bloodshed Tong Tiangong, she couldn't match it. And below that, the dying Dong Xingchang sensed the immortal king's revival, and the entire person forced himself to stand up, blood and tears flowing from his eyes. Apprentice, quickly send Master across the void to my father. Dong Xingchang, against the pain of his immortal soul being torn apart, transmitted his voice to Lin Xian. Senior, you're extremely injured right now, so I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand my air-piercing technique. Lin Xian responded. Foolishness, if my master doesn't ask my father to save him, he will die for sure. Quickly send my master over. Dong Xingchang said sharply. Yes, my disciple obeys. When Lin Xian heard this, he no longer dared to hesitate and prepared to use his secret teleportation technique to send Dong Xingchang to the other end of the void. But how could Master Ghost let him have his way? Seeing Lin Xian make a move, the Ghost Master condensed 18 skeletal war soldiers and charged over. Lin Xian was being impacted by the powerful skeleton battle soldier at close range, and had to give up casting his teleportation secret technique and turn to defending against that skeleton soldier's attack. He. Master Ghost smiled dryly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth as he muttered to himself. Just now, this brat and that old man were looking at each other. There must be a conspiracy. Let's kill the old pimp first. Thus, while Lin Xian was fending off the artistic skeleton soldiers he had unleashed, the Ghost Master's figure flickered and killed towards Dong Xingchang. Bold devil. At this instant, the rest of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion's powerhouses sensed the commotion and had all rushed over, and that Ji Guiyi was certainly among them. Brother Ji, the devilish demon attacked my immortal mansion and killed all of my mansion's art cultivation disciples. Quickly kill them. Lin Xian took the lead in giving orders to Ji Guiyi of the heavenly immortal realm. Honor the Duke's order. Ji Guiyi had been recuperating in the immortal mansion for this period of time, and had been saved by a large amount of immortal medicines. His injuries had long since recovered, and his realm had also completely recovered. After leading the order, Ji Guiyi's aura exploded with murderous intent, and a palm covered the Ghost Master in front of him. A huge fiery palm print attacked, and Master Ghost cried out in his heart that it was not good. He had fought Ji Guiyi head-on before, and the ferocity of this man's strength made Master Ghost sigh in dismay, and he was really a bit scared in his heart. Quickly, help Protector Ji take down the Demon Road Demon. In addition, There were two other heavenly immortal primordial realm Taishan elders who had joined the battle to surround the Ghostmaster. Boom boom boom. A strong attack hit the Ghostmaster. A moment passed, the Ghostmaster defense broken. The retreat is also blocked. Completely fell into the wind. You fellow, why don't you kneel down and die? There are many people who want to kill you, Ghostmaster. Who are you? The Ghostmaster was traumatized quite a bit after resisting that one strong attack, but he didn't admit defeat in his aura. He then sacrificed his scepter and invoked the soul-burning secret art. He. Ghostmaster caricatured smile. Ghostmaster, I do not do losing money business, even if I die, but also pull on your gang of scum cushion back. Not good. He's forcefully impacted the middle stage of Heavenly Immortal. A Supreme Elder, sensing the aura that was madly erupting from the Ghostmaster's body, was instantly startled. Humph. Using evil techniques to forcefully elevate your realm is just that. Let this seed appreciate your strength in the middle stage of Heavenly Immortal. Ji Guiyi was not only unafraid, but his body instead ignited an even more powerful battle intent. Then Ghost Master me. I'll be the first to send you on your way. Boom! On Master Ghost's body, a huge, black battle armor-clad silhouette levitated out. Kill! In the next moment, Master Ghost and Ji Guiyi fought in a mess, and even the Immortal Mansion powerhouses were all forced back above the battlefield. Lin Xian condensed out his law lance and shattered the few skeletal soldiers. Finally freeing up his hands, he immediately flashed to Dong Xingqiang and released his defense to shield him before saying, Master, my disciple will personally send you to my king's side, just in time to kill that bastard Chen Anqing. Good, for the master is dying. You go. At the other end of the void, the Immortal King and the Fey Immortal frantically battled, fighting so hard that the void constantly alternated between shattering and coalescing. Anson Shan, however, did not take much of a hit. Why? The defense of that broken halberd was only one aspect of it. On the other hand, Chen Anqing could clearly sense that the Fey Immortal was utilizing the otherworldly heaven and earth to block and weaken the aftermath of the battle. Because I became the owner of the broken halberd and am a cultivator of the same origin as it, I took the initiative to protect me? Chen Anqing guessed so. Anson Chen, your time to die has come. Suddenly, behind Anson Chen, a strong attack came. Chen Anqing's heart flinched, and the hairs on his body exploded in sweat. Due to the other party's sneak attack, Anson Shan didn't even have time to do any defense. A heart-rending scream came out, and it even traveled to the other end of the void. Only, this miserable scream was not from Chen Anqing, but that Lin Xian. How could this be? You guy, why do you have such a powerful thunderbolt? Hearing the miserable hissing sound, Chen Anqing first backhanded a palm, striking a large handprint in the void, blasting at that Lin Xian's chest before flying back and turning around miserable, only to see that Lin Xian, his abdomen was broken open, his internal organs flowing out, and the rest of his body, his flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only charred black bones. Struck by lightning? Chen Anqing froze for a moment, and then he saw a palpitating black thunder descending from the void. Click. The black thunder struck right on Lin Xian's bone body. Lin Xian collapsed into the void, rolling around in pain. Why are the laws of this alien heaven and earth attacking me? Seeing this scene, Chen Anqing completely solidified his earlier suspicion that it was precisely that Fey Immortal who was protecting him. Lin Xian, you fool, think that because you're in a higher realm than me in the otherworldly heaven and earth, you dare to come and kill me out of the blue? Chen Anqing flew to Lin Xian and teasingly spoke while flicking out a strand of foreign immortal power to pierce Lin Xian's exposed internal organs. Chen's senior brother, don't kill me. There are words to discuss. As the shadow of death descended, Lin Xian's mind went blank, and his instinct to stay alive drove him to bow his head and beg for mercy. The corner of Anson Chen's mouth picked up a cold smile. Discussion? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Chen's senior brother. I was also controlled by that old thief Dawn cast a secret art. I had no choice. As long as you let me go, I would like to lead the Immortal Mansion up and down, to join your Purple Cloud Sacred Grotto, for slaves and pouncers are also willing to do. Lin Xian's blood and tears flowed, and he cried and rolled over in pain while begging for mercy in a miserable voice. Foolish ass, I kill people like crazy. Don't I know this little trick of yours? Chen Anqing had long since not been the small, unworldly miner he once was, and his various experiences in the lower realms had long since allowed him to grow. Kill. In the next moment, killing intent erupted from Chen Anqing's body, and in his hand, he condensed a black spear and violently stabbed at Lin Xian's immortal soul. Son of a bitch, you shall not die. My master will definitely not let you go. Stab, stab, stab. Anson Chan added a few more shots, making that Lin Xian beg for his life and regret. Chen Anqing, how you treated my disciple, I will pay you back tenfold in the future. Dong Xingqiang had been sent by Lin Xian to the vicinity of that immortal king when he arrived, and having witnessed Lin Xian's tragic situation from afar, his indignation had reached the point of indescribable limits. Immediately, he superseded that immortal king with a bow. My child welcomes my father's return. Father, you quickly take action to save my child, and then kill that thief Chen Anqing who destroyed your fusion of the foreign immortals. After saying this, Dong Xingqiang looked up, just in time to meet that immortal king's cold and merciless gaze. This? Looking at that, half golden, half pure black pupils, Dong Xingqiang couldn't help but shiver. The aura of this immortal king in front of him was ice cold to the extreme, without a single fluctuation of human emotions, and was a different person from the father he remembered. Not good. The fusion array has been destroyed. Father is not recovering normally. I'm afraid he won't recognize me at all. Thinking of this, Dong Xingqiang felt so bad that he wanted to withdraw from that side and flee. However, a powerful immortal force suddenly locked him in place. Roar! The immortal king hissed, and countless crimson threads shot out from his pupils. Father, it's me! Dong Xingqiang subconsciously cried out, still being penetrated through his head by the crimson thread. Ah! Dong Xingqiang screamed miserably as he could clearly feel those crimson threads piercing through his immortal soul. No! Dong Xingqiang cried out in agony. Hideously twisted, within moments, his immortal soul was drained by that red silk thread. After absorbing Dong Xingqiang's immortal soul, that immortal king finally regained some consciousness. Xingqiang, my son, he murmured, pounds of memories flooding his mind like a tidal wave. Fresh. As the immortal king followed him, the Fey immortal seized the moment and attacked frantically. Boom boom boom. Claw after claw. They struck the defense that the immortal king had offered up, causing the dome of the sky to shake and immortal light to fill the sky. Under this furious attack, the immortal king couldn't care about anything else for the time being and fought furiously with the foreign immortals. However, when he saw that immortal king strike out a palm, destructive immortal power rolled out, breaking the alien heaven and earth condensed by the foreign immortal. Further, his overbearing immortal body pressed horizontally over, one fist and one palm against that foreign immortal. The vault of the sky was turbulent and roaring. The waves of space that were rolled up, and the aftermath of the radiated immortal power caused Chen Anqing to fly back in succession. This is an immortal king level battle. It's too terrifying. After retreating hundreds of kilometers, Chen Anqing still felt that he could not block the aftermath of the impact. Moreover, as the battle between the two sides became more and more intense, the alien heaven and earth condensed by the foreign immortals became extremely unstable, and if Chen Anqing stayed in it any longer, once the alien heaven and earth collapsed, he would be strangled by the laws and be annihilated. As such, Anson Chen had to completely exit the range of the alien heaven and earth, and flew rapidly towards the other end of the void. The other end of the void. The battle of the heavenly immortals was also raging, and Chen Anqing could only stop in the middle of the two battlefields, not daring to go any further. I wonder if the demoness is dead or alive. Looking at the piece of immortal glory in the distance, Chen Anqing's sea of consciousness unconsciously surfaced the smiling face of Zhong Ravens. Even though he understood that the female demonic head was protecting herself at the risk of her life because of the puppet seal, he still had a touching feeling in his heart. Since childhood, I have been bullied quite a lot, and the ones who really stand up for themselves are just two people, Big Brother Li Zhangyang and the female devil. Alas, the past in the past came to his mind, and Chen Anqing could not help but feel a little sadness in the bottom of his heart. I guess you won't survive, so all the grudges between us will be cancelled. Thinking so, Chen Anqing took out that small yellow paper book from his storage bag. On it was written, stroke by stroke, the crimes that had been committed by the Bell Beaver. Just as Chen Anqing wanted to condense a strand of immortal power and shatter the small book, a figure suddenly flashed out and snatched the small book away. Dumbass! What are you muttering about? Chen Anqing subconsciously looked to the side, but saw that half a zhang away, Zhong Beaver's absolutely beautiful face with a smile, proudly raised the yellow paper book in his hand. Anson Chan froze. It's worthy of being you, senior sister, that you're still alive. Zhong Ravens wrinkled her nose and narrowed her eyes slightly. Is it a surprise? Or are you looking forward to my lady's return? Anson Chen shrugged his shoulders, his entire body relaxing. What nonsense! Quickly, come over and let me hug you. Hearing this, Zhong Beaver was about to spray him with a few words, but when he looked up, he saw the dull donkey standing in front of him, smiling like a fool, and in his eyes was a piece of tenderness that he had never seen before. Are you serious? Bell Beaver cocked his head slightly. You guess. Chen Anqing's figure moved forward and gathered the dumbfounded Zhong Beaver in front of his chest. Then, he lowered his head and whispered in Bell Beaver's ear, "Thank you for being alive, senior sister." Bell Beaver rolled his eyes and tried to say something vicious, but suddenly realized that nothing could be said. It feels weird. Solely close your eyes and just lean back, thinking and doing nothing. After a few moments, Anson Chan gently pushed Zhong Beaver away. Smiling and looking straight into her eyes, Bell Beaver was silent for a little while and suddenly said, "That felt good earlier. Can we do it again?" Anson Chan did not expect that the female devil would take the initiative to make such a request. She must be satisfied. So, Anson Chan put one hand on Joan Beaver's shoulder and wrapped one hand around her waist before the two of them could really get close. Joan Beaver's white palm pushed Chan Anqing's shoulder. No, 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 don't have that feeling, don't come. Then, Joan Beaver's figure flew back half a foot and casually turned over the small yellow paper book in his hand with a glance. A layer of frost immediately covered Joan Beaver's stunningly beautiful face. On February 28th, the demoness bullied me, insulted me, and threatened me. This is a great revenge. The 1st of March, the great vengeance. March 2nd, little revenge. Today, I have been insulted again by the female devil. When I rise up in the future, I will definitely plug her stinking mouth. Yesterday, this Gongzi had a verbal fight with the female devil, and was despised and insulted. This revenge will be avenged in the coming day. On that small book, a series of his own crimes were densely recorded, and there was even a plan of revenge attached at the end. Tortures such as binding, beating and gagging are described in detail. Seeing Joan Beaver's face becoming more and more gloomy, Chan Anqing smiled sarcastically and said, "Misunderstanding, all is a misunderstanding. Senior sister, you listen to my sophistry, is not right, you listen to me, dumbass." Bell Beaver looked up, showed his teeth, and raised his fists fiercely. It's hateful, but it's impossible to really hate it. Forget it. Couldn't fight him anyway. A few moments later, Bell Beaver had a deflated look on her face as she thought to herself, so that's how she was portrayed in the heart of the dead nerdy donkey. It feels weird. Anson Chan opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Joan Beaver's glare. Come on, don't be sophomoric. Then, Joan Raven shrugged her shoulders with an indifferent look. Anyway, you're right. This young lady is originally a murderess, fierce and vicious female devil. Chan Anqing could only smile awkwardly and digress. By the way, senior sister, who saved you? Joan Raven said indifferently. Other than my eldest senior brother, who else could it be? Chan Anqing nodded his head. So it was that ghost master who came. He really has the strength of a heavenly immortal. The Xianyang Immortal Mansion is not bad in terms of its depths, and I'm only afraid that your eldest senior brother won't be able to hold out for long. Looking at the splendid battlefield in front of him, Chan Anqing was worried. What's the point of worrying about others? Take care of your own little life. After Joan Raver finished speaking, she gave Chan Anqing another blank look and said, I forgot that being greedy for life and fearful of death and being small-minded is your nature. So it's superfluous to remind you. Anson Chan had nothing to say. After a little bit of silence, Anson Chan moved his mind and summoned a black skeleton with internal organs pasted all over its body out of his storage bag. Who's this? Even Bell Beaver couldn't help but tremble at the sight of that miserable skeleton. Lin Xian, Grand Duke Lin. His immortal soul is seriously injured and not yet extinguished. How will he be disposed of? Chan Anqing said as Joan Beaver's eyes immediately lit up. Don't you have a puppet technique? Take control of him and keep him. It might be useful. I tried. It doesn't work. Anson Chan shook his head. This Lin Xian was a heavenly immortal realm art cultivator with a powerful Dharma soul that could resist the invasion of the law. Even if he was seriously injured and dying right now, Chan Anqing's puppet imprint couldn't do anything to him. Then cut off the roots and killed him, Joan Raven said. And then he was going to condense his sword to cut down his immortal soul. Chan Anqing stopped her and said, this guy has many strange art cultivation feats. Do you have the means to extract his memories? It's not too late to kill him after I get the feats, Bell Beaver said. You mean soul searching? Anson Chan nodded. Aha! Joan Beaver despised. You are so greedy. Sooner or later you will have to get into trouble. I don't have the ability to learn the soul-searching technique, but my master has similar means. You should confine him first. If you meet my master, then ask her old man for help. Chan Anqing waved his hand repeatedly. Forget it. I don't have that blessing to see your master. Let's not mention it. Joan Beaver sniffed, but looked ahead and said, if you are afraid, then you are afraid. What blessed fate to pull. Look, her old man, this is not coming. Chan Anqing hurriedly turned his head, only to see that in that heavenly immortal battlefield, there was a purple light, traveling back and forth in it. That purple light is your master? So we are saved? That's not necessarily true. Let's see how that immortal king ends up first, Joan Raven said, casting his gaze to the other end of the void, where the great battle was still going on. Much more terrifying than the heavenly immortal battlefield once that immortal king won. I'm afraid it would be difficult to stay alive. Why don't the two of us take advantage of the chaos and run away first? Chan Anqing and that Fey Immortal established a connection. If anything, he could feel that the Fey Immortal was fighting very hard, and at any moment there was the possibility of losing and falling. Run my ass. The Xianyang Immortal Mansion used a supreme prohibition to blockade this place a long time ago. No one will be able to leave until the winner is decided, Joan Beaver said. Then there's no choice but to listen to God's will. And the cross-border stone has to be saved for critical moments, after another half a quarter of an hour. The tremors emanating from that heavenly immortal battlefield in the distance gradually weakened. Chen Anqing hurriedly cast his immortal sense intent over to check the situation. In that aftermath void, a masked purple-skirted woman stood upright in her stance, and around her, there were uncountable remnants of immortal corpses suspended, and several other celestial immortals, all of them with broken immortal bodies, almost paralyzed in the air, so strong, even Ji Guiyi was crippled. Anson Chen deliberately checked on Ji Guiyi and found that both of his arms had been broken, and a palm print had been run through his chest. Miserable to the extreme. Zhong Raver's expression, however, did not relax, saying, "Those people are just minions to my master. The real powerhouses of Xianyang Immortal Mansion have yet to fight. The victory or defeat is yet to be known." Chen Anqing's expression was aghast as he said, "There are still strong people? Who is it?" Zhong Ravens responded, "Have you not noticed that the entire Xianyang Immortal Mansion has always been that Lin Xian is stepping up to take charge, but not seeing the mansion master show up?" Only then did Chen Anqing react. The situation was indeed as Zhong Beaver had said. So he said, "Yes, where is the master of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion? Do you know what realm he is in?" "Senior sister?" Zhong Raver said in a deep voice. "According to my master, the Xianyang Immortal Mansion master, in order to impact the peak heavenly immortal realm, has been in seclusion for nearly 10,000 years. In this great battle, he will definitely come out of seclusion. Just don't know if the impact on the realm has been successful or not." Chen Anqing said uneasily. "Then it's hopeless. Let's wait for death. Not to mention what happened to that immortal king in the end. Just wait until that Lin Mansion master came out of the gate. At least a late heavenly immortal, and possibly a peak heavenly immortal, and this side of the space was sealed. How could he survive? Beaver girl, you and that white-clothed male, both come here." Just then, Zhong Ravens received a transmission from her master, the Purple Cloud's sacred mother. Without saying a word, Zhong Ravens pulled Chen Anqing's arm and flew towards the end of the void. "What are you doing?" To be honest, Anson Chen had a natural fear of Zhong Beaver's master teacher at the bottom of his heart. There's nothing else to it. A female demon's master. That must be a big female demon. "When you meet my master later, be respectful and speak less," Bell Beaver warned seriously as he flew. Chen Anqing only nodded, secretly saying, "That's just it. We still have to rely on the big female devil to fight for a slight chance of survival. Just go." After flying for a while, the two landed in front of the Purple Cloud Holy Mother. It could be seen that Zhong Raver looked a bit nervous, and she introduced herself at the first opportunity. "Master, this person is named Chen Anqing. He is a fellow disciple, and disciple has most of the credit for this mission." The Purple Cloud's sacred mother, however, said, "Beaver girl, that immortal king has been revived, and your task has not been completed. So how can you claim credit?" Zhong Beaver's expression choked and his entire body froze. Only after a long time did Zhong Beaver stammer, "Disciple knows the mistake. Please punish master. However, even if Chen Anqing has no merit, he will still help my heart." "Okay." The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother interrupted Zhong Beaver and turned her head to look at Anson Chen. Chen Anqing pretended to be unintentional and secretly glanced at the Purple Cloud Sacred Mother. From the shape of the body appearance, it is similar to the Bell Beaver, but she is wearing a veil, and there is a purple mist in front of the curtain to hide, so that you cannot see the face. "Anson Chen, meet Fairy Ziyun." Chen Anqing retracted his gaze and hurriedly bowed his head and arched his hand, secretly saying that women all like to hear nice things, and by calling himself a fairy, he would never make a mistake and annoy this one. Unbeknownst to him, this was exactly the taboo of the Holy Mother of the Purple Cloud. "Dumbass! Who told you to shout nonsense? My master's honor hates it when people call her a fairy. She needs to be called the Holy Mother." As soon as Anson Chen's words fell, Zhong Beaver eagerly transmitted his voice. Anson Chen threw a blank stare over and transmitted his voice in response. "Why don't you wait until she slaps me to death?" Zhong Beaver also regretted in his heart that he had not reminded Chen Anqing earlier, and now it was already too late, so he can only wait to kneel down and beg for forgiveness from his master. But the next moment, something unexpected happened to Bell Beaver. "Ha ha ha!" The Purple Cloud Holy Mother actually let out a burst of delicate laughter, then said, "This Mr. Chen, not only is he immortal and handsome, his temperament is extraordinary, and his speech is also pleasing to the eye. Oldney is over 90,000 years old. How can I be worthy of this fairy?" Hearing these words, Zhong Beaver and Anson Chen were both confused, especially Zhong Ravens. She completely did not expect that Chen Dumbass had violated her master's taboo, and not only did she not get angry, but she had never been more polite. After a short silence, Bell Beaver thought of something that made her tingle. So, she transmitted her voice to Chen Anqing. "Done with dumbass. You might be looked upon by my master. I'm afraid you'll be reduced to her plaything." Anson Chan's scalp tightened and he couldn't help but shiver, saying, What do you mean? Zhong Beaver responded helplessly, saying, my master is more wannabe, so that's what that means. Anson Chan was jolted. There's also this good thing, or bad thing? Bad. Absolutely bad. This little body of my son. Where can he stand up to the old demoness tossing and turning? Mr. Chen, I have some words that I want to talk to you alone, so don't panic when I offer up the barrier. Seeing that Chen Anqing was frozen, the purple cloud sacred mother waved her hand, ready to cast a forbidden system to isolate a separate space to facilitate her work. Hearing this, Zhong Beaver's entire body was not good. She hurriedly knelt down and begged, Master must not. Chen Anqing, he is already a disciple Dao couple. The purple cloud holy mother paused for a moment and said, get up. Master won't blame you for having a private Taoist couple. Zhong ravens were stunned, secretly saying, is this a deliberate attempt by Master to look at the right and the left? This is finished, and I do not know where the Master looks at the dead dull donkey. The thought that the dumb donkey will be tortured by the Master. Zhong Beaver felt uncomfortable, and his heart followed the tightening, but this feeling, it seems to have nothing to do with the instinct to protect the Master. After all, that kind of thing, the dead dull donkey bone seems to be very eager, right, Master? In any case, Bell Beaver was unwilling to accept such a thing and was ready to beg again. If you have anything to say, wait until Master finishes his business. However, just as Zhong ravens opened their mouths, the purple cloud sacred mother cast a secret technique to isolate the space. Zhong Beaver was staggered on the spot. His brain exploded, as if he had received a thunderbolt from the sky, and his heart was pinched as if it had been pinched by an invisible hand. Master, you can't be like this. How will you let disciple behave in the future? Zhong ravens tried to use their immortal thoughts to transmit their voices in, but unfortunately, it was also futile. Ha. At this time, the scaly and battered ghost master, whose big yellow teeth were knocked out, came up. Beaver girl, accept the reality. Senior brother, I could tell long ago that kid is the type that Master likes. Bell Beaver turned his eyes, glaring hard at Master Ghost, and coldly slammed his fist over a Ghost Master's seriously injured body, even difficult to move, since the face door solidly received a punch. So annoying. Punching the Ghost Master still can't relieve the stuffiness in his chest. Zhong Beaver sacrificed his black immortal sword and rushed towards the Xianyang immortal mansion under the dome of the sky. This girl, really crazy, even want to steal a man with Master. Master Ghost deflated his mouth and spat out a sigh, secretly saying that it was better to be himself. His rootless heart cleared itself inside the space barrier. Chen Anqing and the purple cloud sacred mother stood opposite each other with a feeling of being at a loss and at a loss for words. That fairy There is a saying that a strong twisted melon is not sweet. I see. Chen Anqing heart left and right struggle, ultimately still cannot pass that hurdle. After all, the other party is older than his grandmother. The purple cloud sacred mother, however, was pondering what kind of identity she should face Anson Chen with. Thinking for a little while, the purple cloud sacred mother made a decision. Instead of covering up, it would be better to be frank and honest earlier. So the holy mother of the purple cloud straightened her dress and knelt down on both knees. Slave servant Zi Yun, greetings to young lord. Boom. Blow up. Anson Chan's mind exploded as well. What the fuck is going on here? Chen Anqing was already prepared to use the cross-boundary stone to escape. Why did she just kneel down? It also mouthed the title of young lord. This. She doesn't have a play fetish, does she? Seeing Chen Anqing's face turn green and red, the purple cloud sacred mother could roughly see the chaotic thoughts in Chen Anqing's mind. So she took the initiative to explain, Your Excellency is my lord's heir. So the slave girl has the audacity to call Your Excellency a young lord. If there is anything wrong, please forgive Your Excellency. Hearing this, Chen Anqing frowned and said with a bitter face, Senior, don't tease the kid. Truth be told, Zhong Beaver is already pregnant with the late generation's flesh and blood, and I hope that you will let the late generation go for the sake of being a master and disciple with her, so that it won't be spread out to ruin your reputation. The purple cloud sacred mother sniffed, but laughed. Congratulations, young lord. For the beaver girl to be able to carry young lord's flesh and blood is a blessing that she has cultivated in her 3 lifetimes. Chen Anqing's face was dark. What kind of show is she playing? Is it true or not? Seeing Chen Anqing's odd expression, the purple cloud sacred mother added, Young lord, my lord's name is Candlewind. Now you should believe the slave girl. Chen Anqing's heart was flabbergasted. It turned out that the master she spoke of was actually his own master, Candlewind. So it seems like she's not playing play acting. No wonder Zhong ravens also know part of the contents of the True Demon Heart Sutra. If it weren't for this, I would probably have been gagged by her. Connecting a series of previous events together, Chen Anqing then believed the words of the purple cloud holy mother. He looked towards the front, but saw that the purple cloud holy mother was still kneeling respectfully, and hurriedly used his immortal power to lift her up, saying, Holy Mother, please get up. It's not true that I've taken on the mantle of my master. But his old man didn't account for the issue of my identity, and I would never dare to let my predecessor refer to me as a young master. After the Purple Cloud Sacred Mother got up, she said, then this matter will not be discussed for the time being. Dare to ask your son, the master he. Speaking here, the Purple Cloud Sacred Mother paused, waiting for Anson Shen to answer. Chen Anqing sighed quietly and said, my master his old man bitter before he was born, first suffered great difficulties. After all the hardships and dangers he finally became an immortal, but then he was framed by his red-faced beloved, and finally died with a grudge. Master him, did he really pass away in immortality? The Purple Cloud Holy Mother sighed sadly. Yes, although Chen Anqing wasn't very sad in his heart, his face was sad as he slowly said, I still remember my master's immortal thoughts repeatedly cautioning me not to risk my life to avenge him. But as his old man's personal disciple, how can I swallow this breath? Naiha's current strength is not good. Just wait until I attain the Tao in other days. I will definitely avenge his old man's death. Master really did not misjudge you. The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother couldn't help but feel relieved for her master as she looked at Chen Anqing's face of grief and indignation. By the way, Holy Mother, would you like me to show some credentials? Chen Anqing thought to himself. There was no reason for the other party to completely believe in him just based on a piece of gongfu. There is no need for you to show it. The slave girl has long been certain of your identity. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother said, since the other party had already determined that. Chen Anqing just nodded his head and did not pursue anything further, and immediately said, Holy Mother must not call herself a slave again. I mistakenly bonded with your disciple, so let's just talk about it according to this seniority. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother even said, how can this be? Chen Anqing said in a big manner, it makes it possible. Moreover, in order to be able to avenge my master's death, I need to remain incognito and try my guts with pay, so it's not advisable to expose my identity too early. Don't you think so? Mentioning this point, the Purple Cloud Holy Mother nodded. Your Excellency has a point. When my master was alive, he made quite a few enemies, so if your identity, young lord, were to spread out, it would indeed be detrimental to you. In that case, let's follow what your Excellency said. Your apparent identity is my beloved disciple's Taoist partner, and behind the scenes, we'll discuss it as master and servant. So very good. Anson Chan readily accepted the arrangement. However, all these things were secondary to Anson Chen. The most important thing at the moment was how to stay alive. Then Chen Anqing said quietly, alas, it's just a pity that now we are in danger and our lives are at stake. I am not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death, but I am just afraid that after I die, there will be no one left to avenge the death of my master, his old man. Sir, there is no need to worry too much. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother revealed a sense of confidence between her words, and then said, the slave girl here has a powerful means given by the master, and even if that immortal king comes to kill you, your life will still be safe. Oh, Chen Anqing's eyes lit up. What kind of means? A sentence and a half can't make it clear, and when the need arises, the prince will understand. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother said, all right. Anson Chan nodded and said, then what should we do for now? Wait and see what happens. The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother slowly said, it would naturally be best if that immortal king is subdued by a foreign immortal. If not, it won't be too late for me to use the means left behind by my master. Why don't we not wait? You kill over now and cooperate with that foreign immortal to suppress the immortal king. Wouldn't it be better? Chen Anqing had long been unable to hold back his desire to run. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother hesitated for a moment and said, your Excellency does not know. Using that secret technique will depreciate the slave girl's longevity and cultivation, which is the second most important thing. I'm afraid that halfway through the process, the master of the Lin Mansion will come out of the gate, and the slave girl will no longer be able to protect your son's safety. Do you think? I see. Then it's better to stick to your plan. Anson Chan understood. If that means was used early, the Purple Cloud Sacred Mother would no longer be able to fight against the Immortal Mansion's householder, which would be detrimental. Slave servant knows. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother nodded, then said, my lord, do you have the Immortal Mansion's Grand Duke, Lin Xian, in custody there? Aha! Anson Chan nodded. The slave girl does have a plan. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother paused, then said, your Excellency only needs to hand Lin Xian over to the slave girl, and when the slave girl tortures him, and draws his old man out of the gate, and just suppresses that old piker, then there will be no more worries. It's a good idea. When Anson Shen heard this, he hurriedly released the Lin Envy, which was only black bones, from his storage bag. By the way, I heard Zhong Beaver say that you have a means similar to the soul-searching technique. Can you get me this guy's cultivation memories? Chen Anqing asked. This is but not difficult. Please wait a moment. Your Excellency. Saying that, The purple cloud Holy Mother condensed a bizarre law and struck above that Lin Xian's immortal soul. Lin Xian was forced to claim his memories and was plunged into unparalleled pain, his immortal soul twisting into a ball as he wailed. Not long after, the purple cloud Holy Mother collected her gong methods. It could be seen that this feat of claiming memories was very spiritually draining, making the purple cloud Sacred Mother look a little weak as well. Subsequently, the purple cloud Holy Mother transmitted all of the memories she had received to Anson Chen with her spiritual power. Chen Anqing only stored it away, and it would not be too late to check out the method of art cultivation when he had passed this life and death hurdle. My lord, later on, please hide farther away with the civet maid, and wait for the slave girl to lure that Lin Mansion master out to see how high or low he is. Yes. Immediately, the purple cloud Holy Mother waved her hand and withdrew the spatial barrier. As soon as she came out, the purple cloud Sacred Mother realized that the civet girl was fighting with some of the immortal mansion minions down below, and had already been killed and bloodied. This girl, I'm afraid she thinks I've done her little groom. Ha! The purple cloud Sacred Mother shook her head and smiled, then looked to the ghost master, who was healing his wounds to the side, and bestowed an elixir. Quickly take this elixir to recover from your wounds, and then summon my master's dead warrior soldiers to prepare to meet the enemy. Master Ghost hurriedly got up and respectfully said, "Disciple obeys." These words had only just fallen, when a strange change suddenly rose from below the dome of the sky, only to see the blood-covered Zhong ravens, fighting with two Xian immortals. But in that space, a large hand was violently probed out, covering down towards her with a destructive momentum. That's good. There's no need for the seat to lure him with his son. He can't help but strike already. Seeing this, the purple cloud Holy Mother fiercely grabbed forward, and the Zhong beaver was wrapped in a strange force, disappearing out of thin air from that side. In the next moment, Zhong beaver landed in front of the Holy Mother of the purple clouds as she explained, "Old pitiful Lin is out of the gate. Beaver girl, protect your little groom." After saying that, the purple cloud Holy Mother added, "And the child in your belly." Before Zhong ravens could react, she and Anson Chen were swept away by a force that swept them into that dark void in the distance. After the two of them stabilized themselves, Zhong beaver used her immortal power to wipe away the bloodstains on her body and stared at Chen Anqing strangely. "How are you doing?" Anson Chen made a big show of saying. "As you can see, I'm fine," Zhong beaver added. "Just now, my master said that what happened to the child in my belly." Anson Chen hemmed and hawed and said, "I was the one who told her that you were pregnant with my flesh and blood." Zhong beaver suddenly became vicious and said, "You fart. Senior sister, calm down, calm down. If I didn't say that, I'm afraid I'd be spoiled by your master. Do you really bear it?" Chen Anqing had an afterthought look on his face. Zhong ravens half squinted her eyes and said, "I can't wait for you to be killed by my master. How can I not tolerate it? You dumb ass. You dare to ruin my innocence. Sooner or later I will find you to settle the score." Saying that, Zhong beaver got a piece of animal skin out of his storage bag, and wrote a line of blood-red text on it with his fingertips. "Chen dull donkey destroyed my innocence. This revenge is not just for heaven, and will be reported in the coming days." Chen Anqing gave a heartfelt chuckle, because he saw that the female devil was clearly wearing a smile that she herself could hardly detect at the corners of her mouth when she wrote down this blood book of sins. "You're obviously very happy, so why are you acting like you don't share the same fate?" Poof. After putting away his revenge notes, Bell Beaver raised his fist in triumph. Boom. Click. Just at this moment, an extremely terrifying power fluctuation erupted from the void at the other end. Chen Anqing and Zhong beaver subconsciously looked towards that side. Within that shattered heavenly dome, two terrifying figures stopped attacking each other. The black alien immortal, one of whose wings had been broken, sacrificed the alien heaven and earth to be crumbled by the blow. Not good. That Fey immortal was finally unable to defeat the immortal king and fell. Anson Chan roared softly. Zhong ravens also had a grave expression on his face. If the foreign immortal lost, that immortal king would have no more enemies. Himself and Dull Donkey, and even his master, would only have to perish here. Boom! As the two of them watched from afar, that immortal king slashed out his final palm, piercing through the chest of the Fey immortal. On the body of the foreign immortal, black mist was running amok. Thunder flashed, and the immortal body was about to burst. "Oh my emperor, please take the humble me away." At this exact moment, in Anson Chan's mind, another mysterious voice came. That voice was clearly not the language of the immortal world, yet Chen Anqing could clearly understand its meaning. "What do I do?" Subconsciously, Anson Chan responded to the voice with his mind. "With my humble body, I will forge your divine weapon, and with my lowly soul, I will be that weapon spirit." Anson Chan got a response and immediately understood. Was that other immortal trying to enter his broken halberd before it was on the verge of collapse? Regardless of whether it was understood correctly or not, Chen Anqing offered the broken halberd out and maneuvered it to shoot toward the broken void. Boom! Perhaps the broken halberd sensed something, trembling violently, its body surface engraved bizarre Xianwen. also once again lit up. Fresh, strange runes, ignoring spatial distances, flew at the alien immortal, covering its body that was about to burst. Click here. The body of the Fey immortal cracked open and flew into pieces towards the broken halberd. In an instant, the broken halberd was actually shattered pieces of that immortal body and pieced together into a complete halberd. As for the spirit of the foreign immortal, it was absorbed into the halberd and became an artifact spirit. As the owner of the halberd, this series of changes were all within Anson Chan's perception. However, this abnormality also all fell into the eyes of that immortal king. That immortal king stood upright in the turbulent heavenly dome, his half-golden and half-pure black pupils twisting as he looked toward Anson Chen, even if they were far apart. Chen Anqing couldn't help but stiffen his body, and his immortal soul trembled the moment he locked eyes with those pupils. Just one look made Chen Anqing feel uncomfortable to the extreme. The immortal king was too powerful. No wonder my master, Elder G, being a dual-bit heavenly immortal, couldn't even fuck him up and could only injure him. Chen Anqing murmured in the bottom of his heart. And from this, he also realized the truth that it was almost impossible to cross a large realm in the immortal realm to kill an enemy, not to mention a large realm. Even if you wanted to cross a small realm to deal with your enemy, you had to have a means or weapon that surpassed the norm to do so. For example, Chen Anqing was now at the beginning of the true immortal realm, and if he wanted to kill an intermediate true immortal, he would need to at least become a true practitioner of the same art and martial arts before he could do so. True immortal realm was still difficult to cross the realm to kill the enemy. Xian immortal realm. Heavenly immortal realm was even harder. As for the immortal king, without extremely heaven-defying means, even fantasizing about crossing the realm was a mistake. Dumbass Hugo, he's going to kill us. The Zhong ravens on the side were also shocked by that immortal king's gaze just now, and only came to their senses when they saw him make a move. Go. Where? At the back of that, the Purple Cloud Holy Mother had just exchanged blows with the Lin Mansion Master, and the fierce battle was in full swing, and she couldn't withstand the aftermath of that battle alone. My lord, humble slave still has some strength left. Please help me fight against that world-defying powerhouse. My lord. Just then, the voice of the Fey Immortal once again came from that halberd. Ha! It's it! Chen Anqing was surprised for a moment. He had only let the spirit of the Fey Immortal hide in the halberd, and he had become its master? This was a good deal. After a slight pause, Anson Chen responded. How do you want this seat to help you? The spirit of the alien immortal respectfully said. The Lord only needs to move his mind to cause my soul to fuse with the Emperor's lines on the divine soldier. Chen Anqing sniffed, and his spiritual intent surged, pouring into that halberd in his field of vision. The spirit of the immortal was suspended above a stone plate with a halberd-shaped groove, which was densely carved with unknown metaphysical patterns, blocking it from entering the groove. Seeing this, Anson Chen immediately understood that only when the spirit of the immortal entered the halberd-shaped groove could it truly become a weapon spirit and merge with the halberd. Understanding this, Anson Chen immediately utilized his controller's thoughts to send that Fey immortal's soul to the alcove below. In an instant, the mysterious arcane pattern lit up, and countless golden runes flew out, wrapping the soul of the foreign immortal. In a matter of moments, the immortal soul was transformed by the runes into the shape of a halberd. In the next moment, the spirit of the Fey immortal was smoothly embedded into the groove, truly fusing with the halberd and becoming an artifact spirit. Many thanks, Lord. After thanking the altered immortal artifact spirit, he added, please accept the nascent divine stone from the Lord and unfold heaven and earth, so that pure slave can go out to battle. Chen Anqing was wondering what was the Nathaniel divine stone, when above that halberd, a thumb-sized ghostly green divine stone flew out in a hurry, and in the blink of an eye, it hovered in front of Chen Anqing. Chen Anqing beckoned, ingesting the divine stone and holding it in his hand. A flood of information entered his mind, and he realized what kind of treasure this heaven nascent divine stone was. This stone contains the laws of the world where the foreign immortals are located, and as long as it is embedded in the Tao fetus, it can be manipulated to unfold the foreign world. It turns out that the alien heaven and earth it unfolded earlier was not because of its great strength, but because of this divine stone. Chen Anqing had previously felt strange as to why that foreign immortal could create an alien heaven and earth around him even when he was in a state of slumber. In that case, with this divine stone, one would be able to unfold the otherworldly heaven and earth anytime and anywhere in the future as well. Griffin, you will pay a terrible price for what you have done. In the distance, that immortal king gazed at Chen Anqing, rolling with killing intent and surging. Chen Anqing was shaken to the point of bursting by that terrifying wave of sound. Thus, without hesitation, he sent the nascent divine stone into his body and embedded it into the Tao tire. Unfold heaven and earth. With a movement of Chen Anqing's mind, a side of the otherworldly heaven and earth had unfolded almost instantly. It was only that he unfolded this otherworld, which was only about 500 kilometers in circumference, much smaller than the otherworld unfolded by the previous otherworld immortal. My lord, please retreat and let the humble slave protect you with all his loyalty. After the alien heaven and earth unfolded, a layer of terrifying black gas was draped over the halberd, straddling between that alien heaven and earth. Alright, do your best to exterminate that guy for this seat. Anson Chan responded. The humble slave leads the way. Fresh. Accompanied by a sharp cry of a cry, the silhouette of the Fey Immortal levitated out of the halberd, just by waving its hand and claw. The halberd began to shrink to just the right size for it. Kill. The alien immortal silhouette, carrying a divine war halberd, stood at the edge of the otherworldly heaven and earth, blocking the immortal king that wanted to rush over. Seeing this, the immortal king became furious. If that strange halberd hadn't appeared just now, this Fey Immortal would have died in body and soul long ago. It's that mole cricket that's causing trouble again. Damn it! Due to the fusion of Dong Xingqiang's soul, the immortal king was naturally aware of all that had happened earlier since his slumber. The house slaves have been killed. It was on the verge of a perfect recovery, and then it was sabotaged by mole crickets. What was even harder for him to bear was that he had to devour his beloved son himself because of this mole's haunting. These kinds of grudges are incomparable. Kill. This king, today, will break you into pieces. Boom! The might of the immortal king erupted and rolled up violent waves of space. Feeling the incomparably violent might, Anson Chan wanted to escape, but he couldn't. This was because once he retreated, the alien heaven and earth would move with him, and the alien immortal soul would not be able to exert any strength if it was not in the alien heaven and earth. Fortunately, when that spatial wave swept over, the spirit of the Fey Immortal began to protect its master, condensing an extremely powerful defense shield to protect both Anson Chan and Zhong Beaver. That other immortal is actually protecting you and me. Zhong Beaver was truly shocked. She had thought that the foreign immortal was dead, but she could not imagine that he had killed again, and even took the initiative to protect her and Anson Chen. Nope. On second thought, Zhong Beaver looked at Anson Chen with half-smiled eyes. Dumbass, you sacrificed that divine soldier. It's the one that subdued the spirit of the Fey Immortal, so that Fey Immortal is protecting you, and incidentally, me, right? Anson Chan didn't deny it and laughed. Worthy of being you. You can see this. Nonsense. Such an obvious thing. If I can't see it, wouldn't I be dumber than you? Zhong Raven spat out, then angrily said, you dead doll ass. With such a divine weapon, why didn't you bring it out earlier, causing this young lady to suffer a great loss and almost perish? Chen Anqing shrugged his shoulders with an innocent face and said, heaven and earth conscience. I said long ago, let you see my big baby. It's your own dirty thinking that refuses to see. Bell Beaver froze to it. Turns out that this bastard so-called big treasure is this divine halberd. How dare you blame me? Who made you describe it so disgustingly? Zhong Beaver glared hard at Anson Chan. Anson Chen lazily said, don't be sophomoric. Just say, is it big? Is it mighty? Is it powerful? Is it a treasure? Bell Beaver. I want to strangle this dumbass. It's only been a few conversations over there. The Immortal King and the Fey Immortal were already at war. Chen Anqing looked ahead, only to see the Immortal King transforming into streams of light, rushing towards the Fey Immortal with unparalleled momentum. Boom! The Immortal King struck out with his palm, rolling up 10,000 feet of immortal radiance and shaking the space for tens of thousands of miles around like waves. On the other side, the Fey Immortal was holding a war halberd, and his body was no longer filled with a black mist, but instead had a faint layer of golden divine light attached to it. Kill! His battle halberd stabbed out and clashed with the palm of the Immortal King that slapped over a rumble. A horrifying roaring sound. Turbulent. Even with the protection of an extremely strong shield, Chen Anqing was shocked by that sound wave, causing his blood to turn over and his face to turn white. This is the true battle power of that Immortal King. Chen Anqing let out a gasp of astonishment, and his immortal sense swept below, and he realized that the mountains and the earth were constantly collapsing, and the rivers and the great lakes, the waves were rolling in 10,000 feet. The rest, such as the ancient trees in the sky, immortal birds and demonic beasts, were all killed and shattered on the spot by the aftermath of that sound wave. What a terrifying battle at the Immortal King level. This was only the first move exchanged, and it caused so much destruction. The battle power of both sides could be imagined. Immediately after that, the Immortal King moved again, attacking hundreds of times with fists and palms in a single breath. The speed of the Fey Immortal was no less impressive as he swung his war halberd to parry the earth-shattering fist and palm, layer upon layer of immortal power. Aftermath waves. Turbulence away. That is, the laws of heaven and earth were also disturbed. Turbulence up deep in the vault of the sky. Thunder snakes danced wildly, and black fissures flashed from time to time, as if they wanted to swallow everything in the world. That's the spatial rift of the immortal realm. If you accidentally fall in, you'll be in deep trouble. Looking at the black fissure that kept cracking and coalescing, Anson Chen murmured dumbfoundedly, thinking too much. Zhong Ravens, however, said, that kind of rift is only the likeness of the laws reversing the chaos. And if you want to truly break the space of the immortal realm, You have to interrupt the laws of the great Tao as well in order for it to appear. According to my master's father, the only one who can truly strike a temporal rift and reverse space is that close to an immortal emperor. Or a true immortal emperor. Oh, Chen Anqing felt novel about this kind of statement. How does your master know about this? Could it be that she has seen the immortal emperor battle? Zhong Ravens blankly glanced at him as if he were a fool and said, with so many world-destroying battles throughout the ages, do you think that no one has recorded the battles? It's just that you and I are like ants, unable to access those books. Anson Chan erupted. Then said, then tell me, what is the law of the great Tao? Zhong Beaver said, the laws of the great Tao. A total of 49. I only know the law of time, the law of assimilation, the law of source space. Ha! You ask so much nonsense why? Some of these great Tao laws can only be controlled by immortal emperors, and some of them can't even be touched by immortal emperors. Asking is also in vain. Anson Chan cut in and said, curious not to? Boom! Zhong Raven still wanted to spray him twice, but the battle in front of them became more and more violent, and the aftershocks of that immortal might impact it over, shaking her and Chen Anqing to the east and west, making it difficult for them to stand up. Vomit. Put. Receiving this huge shock, both of them couldn't help but spit out blood. Thus, Zhong Ravens hurriedly offered up her ancient bell as well as the black cauldron and a series of other defensive items. Clang. The ancient bell trembled, enveloping the two in it. Take the pot from the black. Without being told by Chen Anqing, Zhong Beaver covered the black pot on Chen Anqing's back, while she, herself, put on a black animal skin dress, always putting me on the back foot. What a quirk. Anson Chan grunted as Zhong Beaver looked at Chen Anqing taking the blame, like a turtle, and said, this lady has good intentions, all for the sake of your little life. Don't worry, I will never laugh at you. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Chen Anqing is too lazy to say anything more. Secretly, you just smile. Anyway, smiling is quite good looking. It is better than a plate face. The old man does not suffer afterward. The two of them unfolded their alien immortal awareness and continued to watch the amazing battle die in the turbulent void. The figures of the foreign immortals were everywhere and had surrounded that immortal king die in the next moment. All the figures killed the immortal king together, the roaring sound that shook the heavens and earth rolled away, and a bewildering number of alien immortal figures rushed and killed the immortal king's nearness, coalescing into one more in a flash. Clang! Unfortunately, that wildly domineering and bizarre stab was actually toppled by the immortal king's palm. The tremendous recoil caused the foreign immortals to burst back tens of kilometers. The immortal king, on the other hand, merely retreated over 100 feet. It looks like the foreign immortals are still no match for that immortal king. Anson Chan couldn't help but get a little nervous. If the Fey immortal were to lose again, there would truly be no way to save his life. In the battlefield, the Fey immortal failed to land a single blow, and carrying his war halberd, he once again launched a fierce attack. Its figure flashed, spanning tens of kilometers and killing the immortal king before him. The halberd swung so fast that even immortal sense couldn't capture it, and only a series of sounds of arms clashing could be heard. The two immortal bodies, you and I, battled to a standstill for half an hour. Chen Anqing had thought that shocking battle would still be a stalemate, and in an instant, the battlefield changed. Fresh, however, when he saw the Fey immortal raise his halberd, his soul power surged crazily, forming a sheet of ethereal fire blaze that covered the halberd. In an instant, all of the riotous law power in the otherworldly heaven and earth converged towards the war halberd. That Fey immortal is starting to burn his soul. It looks like he's trying to make a last-ditch effort. Seeing this, Zhong Beaver couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Anson Chen nodded in agreement and added, it extracted the power of the laws, and this alien heaven and earth is about to collapse. This alien heaven and earth was unfolded by Anson Chen, and the specifics, of course, he knew better than anyone else. Roar! Feeling that powerful might, the immortal king unfolded his arms, and a blazing, immortal light that pierced through the layers of space emanated from his chest. Go! Seeing that the two were about to collide, Chen Anqing cried out and pulled Zhongli and began to flee to the other end of the void, because at this point, the otherworldly heaven and earth had already collapsed, and his staying here would not be of any help to the otherworldly immortals. You're too slow. Only a few kilometers out. Zhong Beaver dragged his hand along and swept Chen Anqing over to him, hugging Chen Anqing's chest tightly from behind as he sped away. Chen Anqing's back felt a warm breath, and a sense of sheepish comfort from being pressed by the jade peak. It smells so good. The corner of Anson Chen's mouth curled into a smile as he chanted. It was only then that Zhong Ravens noticed that she and Chen Dolas were too tightly attached. However, if he didn't hug him tightly, he wouldn't be able to withstand the speed of his late Xian immortal stage. All-out flying charge. It'll just have to be cheap for the dead dumbass. Ha! Boom! Click! Boom boom boom! Not long after, that rear came out a series of bursting sound. Blazing light dispersed, scorching air waves rolled, space waves rise and fall. This huge commotion even affected the sparring match between the Purple Cloud Holy Mother and the Lin Mansion Master, and both sides retreated, not daring to move any further. Then, all of them hurriedly sacrificed their immortal power to shield their sight so as not to be blinded by that immortal light. Within a few moments, the immortal light dispersed and the roaring sound faded away. Die in the void at the other end. The alien immortal's shadow disappeared, while the divine halberd pierced through the immortal king's chest. What? Immortal King Dong has been killed. That Lin Mansion Master's eyes were about to glaze over when he saw the immortal king's chest pierced through, and his entire body stiffened. My lord, the humble slave is no longer capable of fighting. Beware of that world-defying powerhouse. At this time, Anson Chan received a weak voice transmission from the Fey Immortal. Is he still alive? Anson Chan inquired in surprise. This person's vitality is extremely strong. The humble slave exhausted his soul power and could only manage to seriously injure him. He was unable to kill him. I hope that the Lord will forgive me. The Fey Fairy answered in the affirmative. Chen Anqing's heart thumped, and he even asked, can there be any other means to help this seed escape this place? The Fey Immortal responded, please Lord, recall Peinu first and then wait and see what happens. Good. Anson Chan sniffed and moved his mind. Boom. The halberd that was stuck in the immortal king's chest flew out backwards, rolling up a cloud of blood mist that covered the sky in the blink of an eye. The divine warrior halberd landed in Anson Chen's hands, holding this divine weapon. Chen Anqing's heart was instantly a bit more solid. Lord, that world-reversing powerhouse needs to heal his wounds and save his life, and he won't be able to move for a while. You need to join forces with that purple-skinned woman as soon as possible to break down the prohibitions of this heaven and earth before you can escape. Fey Immortal said. Chen Anqing, however, had other ideas and said, if I kill over there now and unfold the heavens and earth, can I kill that strong man with my divine weapon? The Fey Immortal hastened to stop it, saying, Lord, you mustn't. That strong man has already transcended the laws and is not restricted by my heaven and earth. Besides, without the peer slave in the heaven and earth, your unfolding heaven and earth will be very fragile, and even if he can't make a move, he can crush the heaven and earth and kill the Lord's fleshly body with his aura alone. When Anson Chen heard this, he immediately gave up that unrealistic thought. At the same time, he also clarified a doubt as to why that immortal king was still able to exert his full power when the foreign immortals unfolded their otherworldly world. According to the Fey Immortals, it was because the immortal king realm was able to transcend the laws that it wasn't restricted by the otherworldly heaven and earth. Then, Chen Anqing's mind entered the halberd to check the situation, only to see that in the groove on the stone slab, the artifact spirit transformed into a foreign immortal had cracked into several pieces. How can I save you? Anson Chan did not want to lose this powerful artifact spirit. Although the Peinu's soul power is depleted, it will not perish yet, and will only need to sleep for some years and months before it can be revived with the help of the array pattern in the divine soldier. The Fey Fairy responded, good, then you can fall asleep as soon as possible. The humble slave obeys. Utilizing the arcane rune formation, the foreign immortal gathered the broken soul body together. His consciousness shut down, and he entered a state of slumber. Then, Chen Anqing put the halberd away and transmitted his voice to the Purple Cloud Sacred Mother. That immortal king isn't dead yet. He's in the process of healing his wounds. We have to settle that Lin Mansion Master as soon as possible. Open up a path to life, and then we'll make a plan. The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother responded respectfully. Slave servant understands. In the next moment, Holy Mother of the Violet Clouds invoked the blood fiend Tong Tiangong, and a dead warrior, levitating out of nowhere, inherited Holy Mother of the Violet Clouds' late-stage heavenly immortal realm. There were a full 300 dead soldiers, all emanating the aura of the late heavenly immortal realm at the same time. What an appalling force this is! It was also for this reason that on this piece of land in South Zhan, several great immortal mansions and several great families did not dare to actively provoke the Purple Cloud Sacred Cave. On the opposite side of that, the same late-stage heavenly immortal Lin Mansion Master, leading several immortal mansion legacy elders, was facing this huge pressure, but his face was as normal. I've heard that you, this old demoness, possessed the heaven-defying power of assimilating 300 soldiers, so it seems that the rumors are true. The Lin Mansion Master said in a deep voice. When the Purple Cloud Sacred Mother heard the words old demoness, her heart immediately ignited with a monstrous rage, which was the word she hated the most. Lin Hunyuan, you piker, since you know that this Holy Mother has this divine power, why don't you quickly kneel down and die? What's the better time to wait? Ha ha ha. Lin Hunyuan, however, laughed wildly in anger. In the next moment, his face sank violently as he roared, unconscionable thing, do you really think that this mansion master can't help you? Boom! As soon as the words fell, Lin Hunyuan's aura erupted and his immortal splendor rushed to the sky. Although that might was not comparable to an immortal king, it was still steadily suppressing the late stage of the heavenly immortal of feeling that wildly domineering aura. The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother's heart sank violently, and she shouted offhandedly, so you, this old piker, have already succeeded in impacting the peak heavenly immortal realm. That's right. The realm aura that Lin Hangyuan was currently emitting was precisely the peak of heavenly immortal. In this way, the next battle would be 301 late heavenly immortals against Lin Hangyuan, a peak heavenly immortal, plus several immortal mansion legacy elders whose realm depths were unknown. Feeling that the advantage was gone, Chen Anqing hurriedly transmitted his voice to inquire, "Are you sure you can deal with it?" The purple cloud sacred mother said, "Don't worry, young lord, even if the slave girl dies, she will still protect you." If you say that, it seems like you are not sure. Where does Ansenshin feel at ease? Old hag, take your life. Lin Hangyuan roared furiously and was the first to attack. Ice field, open. As Lin Hangyuan's domain unfolded, within a radius of thousands of kilometers, all of them were covered by a layer of piercing frost. Being in this field affects all aspects of your ability with the retardation effect. Demon flame field, open. However, the purple cloud sacred mother also had the means to do so, as she let out a low gulp. Another layer of black phantom flames unfolded in the cold ice realm, resisting a portion of that coldness. Oh, carving. Lin Hangyuan let out a cold smile. Then he gave a wink to the few remaining elders around him and transmitted. This mansion master is fully committed to suppressing the old demoness and her dead soldiers. All the elders will kill the other devilish demons as soon as possible, especially that mongrel called Chen Anqing. If we don't thwart him, you and the rest of us will bring your heads to the table. The several legacy elders immediately led the order. Yes, Prefect, kill. Lin Hangyuan transformed into a ray of immortal light and rushed into the large formation formed by late-stage heavenly immortal dead soldiers. The purple cloud sacred mother also immediately struck out, offering a green-colored circle and rushing towards Lin Hangyuan. The dome of the sky was once again in turmoil, and the residual waves of immortal power, rolling and raging, resounded through the heavens and earth with explosive sounds, shaking the earth below to continuously crack, appearing as a huge fracture dot on Anson Chen's side. When the great battle started, the 8 late-stage heavenly immortal dead soldiers automatically protected around him and Zhong Raven's eye in this case. There was even the existence of the Ghost Master. Unlike the other dead soldiers, Master Ghost had inherited the realm of the Purple Cloud Holy Mother and still retained his self-awareness. Kid, go to hell. Just then, a dry palm suddenly grabbed from below Anson Chen. The terrifying aura of immortal power caused Anson Chen's heart to palpitate. It's not that easy to kill my masters, man. Master Ghost roared in anger and transformed into a ghostly light, then blasted towards that big hand. The rest of the dead soldiers, on the other hand, activated their immortal power to protect Chen Anqing and Zhong Ravens, and then fled from this place with the two of them. Boom boom boom. As soon as the two of them, Anson Chen, had just left, several immortal mansion legacy elders killed out of that space and battled with the Ghost Master, late heavenly immortal. In the distance, Zhong Raven sensed the realms of several immortal mansion legacy elders and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. She was never expecting that there were so many experts hidden in the Xianyang immortal mansion. You guys, go help my eldest senior brother. Bell Beaver issued orders to the few remaining dead soldiers, but the men didn't move a muscle. Anson Chen frowned a little. If he let the Ghost Master fight 1 against 4, I'm afraid that he would quickly lose. After all, the other party was a true late-stage heavenly immortal, while the Ghost Master was only plucked up by the Kung Fu to this realm. There was a gap in battle power. Leave one person to protect us, and all the rest go to help. So, Anson Chan also ordered. When his order was given, 6 of the late heavenly immortal dead soldiers moved at the sound of his voice and led the order to kill. Seeing this, Zhong Ravens couldn't help but beat their mouths, their hearts extremely unhappy. She secretly thought, Master really did put the dull donkey that one, didn't he? Or else how could he be so biased as to give even the dead guards to him to command then? She looked viciously at Anson Chen. Tell me honestly, has my master done you in or not? Looking at Zhong Beaver's exasperated appearance, Anson Chen suddenly perceived that this female devil seemed to have changed, not as vicious as before, and had a flavor of a small woman. Hey, why don't you say that I was the one who did your master in? Anson Chen squeezed his eyebrows and smiled cheaply. Go to hell. A blade light appeared in Zhong Beaver's eyes, and he suddenly had the urge to fight with dumbass Chen. Teasing you. Anson Chen felt that gaze and couldn't help but shrink his neck. The female devil is coming for real this time? This side of the battle was in full swing. Above the small world where Xianyang Immortal Mansion was located, 18 peak heavenly immortal powerhouses, accompanied by a man and a woman, were watching the battle below through that forbidden system for a long time. Your Highness the Holy Sun, that immortal king has already been seriously injured. It's a good time to force him to surrender to my lord. Do you think you should make a move? The young man shook his Jasper Dragon skin fan and said indifferently, as an immortal king, even if he is seriously injured, he has his own dignity and majesty. Can't you be forced by a few of your celestial immortals? This time, the Holy Lord ordered me to peacefully receive Nanzhan. which is not a difficult task. Yet an immortal king suddenly appeared, which is surprising to this holy sun. A woman wearing a neon-colored gown with an extraordinary temperament on the side, coldly opened her mouth. But it's only the first stage of the immortal king realm. Why is senior brother Mo afraid of him? Just say the name of my Red Lotus Holy Land, and I'm afraid he'll dare to disobey. The man, however, shook his head in a tone of sage advice. Senior sister is wrong. The immortal realm is so vast that there are countless powerful people and magnificent overlords against the world. How dare you be so conceited as to treat an immortal king as a piece of grass? If you incur karma and lead to trouble, how can you afford it? The woman's cheeks immediately burned a little when she was taught this lesson. Then, in senior brother's opinion, how should we act? Is it hard to go and beg that immortal king to give up Nanjan? That won't do. Before the man could speak, the peak heavenly immortal old man on the side said, this time we are acting under the Holy Lord's order. We represent the majesty of the entire Red Lotus sacred ground outside. How can we bow down to a loose wild immortal king? Isn't that a self-inflicted damage to my sacred ground's majesty? Ha! The man smiled faintly and said, bowing down and begging is of course impossible. However, granting him some favors to be used by my saint will not be a disadvantage. What favor is senior brother going to grant him? The woman asked. It's simple. The man carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently, do you know why the Holy Lord suddenly wants to take this poor piece of land in Nanjan? This is unknown. Please ask your highness the saint's son to clarify. An old man said. The man did not speak, but instead transmitted his voice to a few people, saying, Elder Shui, sensing heaven's destiny and knowing about creation, has probed the southern Zhan region and discovered that there will be 3 innate Dao fruits coming out. Innate Dao fruit. At those words, several people were shocked. The so-called innate Dao fruit is the best innate treasure for the immortal king realm to merge the Dao and advance to the realm. Just one can help an immortal king beginner realm to break into the middle immortal king realm without any obstacles. In the Red Lotus sacred land today, there were exactly 3 immortal kings eagerly waiting to break the boundary. If these 3 Dao fruits were obtained, the underlying strength of the Red Lotus sacred land would increase dramatically, and might thus be looked upon by the immortal elders and included in their sphere of influence. At that time, the Red Lotus Holy Land would be considered to have truly stepped onto the great stage of the immortal world. So, senior brother, you're prepared to promise that immortal king a Dao fruit? The woman said in surprise. Oh, there are 4 in total. So what if I promise him 1? The man laughed. Just now clearly said that it is 3. How to become 4? The woman's words have not yet finished. Suddenly is to understand. Elder brother brilliant. Your highness, if we act in this manner, that immortal king will eventually realize that we have deceived him, and at that time, he will be extremely angry. So what should we do? An old man asked. The man said indifferently, this saint's son's so-called non-involvement in karma is because he's afraid that destroying him will instead attract the attention of other forces and affect the seizure of the Dao fruit. When the Dao fruit is in our hands, do we still need to worry about it? If he is obedient, if he dares to be rebellious, we will have to see if he can withstand a slap from our Holy Lord. A few people understood the Holy Son's intention, and they all slowly nodded their heads in agreement. The rest of the forces, such as that demonic cultivator crowd and the old forces of Nanjan, how does the Holy Son deal with them? Some mole crickets are just ants. If you are willing to submit, you can accept them. If you are unwilling to submit, you will have your own plan. However, the Holy Lord's intention is to try not to cause trouble, so as not to cause trouble. We understand. Within the forbidden heaven and earth, the great battle continued. However, he saw that Lin Hongyuan, using his own strength to fight against 293 late-stage heavenly immortals, and even shattered several dead soldiers. On Anson Chen's side, the Ghostmaster plus several dead soldiers against 4 late-stage heavenly immortals were also losing the battle and were gradually showing signs of defeat. I wonder if I can restrict those old pikers by unfolding the otherworldly heaven and earth. Seeing that the situation is unfavorable, Anson Chan wants to help, and the only thing he can do now is the alien world. However, Anson Chen had learned from the information attached to the nascent divine stone that the stability of the unfolding alien heaven and earth was related to the strongest person in it. For example, earlier when Anson Chen unfolded the otherworldly heaven and earth, due to the presence of the otherworldly immortal, it was solid enough to withstand an attack from an immortal king. But now that the soul of the Fey immortal had shattered and fallen asleep, unfolding the heavens and earth with his own realm of Fey cultivation, the degree of solidity would definitely have to be much weaker. Who cares? When experts like them duel, even if they are affected for a breath of time, it may sway the victory or defeat. Thinking for a little while, Anson Chan decided to give it a try. However, before unfolding the alien heaven and earth, Chen Anqing first explained to Zhong Beaver, Senior sister, prepare your treasures. Once the alien heaven and earth appears, the 2 of us will kill them, not seeking to injure the other party, but only seeking to interfere with them in order to allow the Ghostmaster to take advantage of the situation. Zhong Raven sniffed and frowned lightly, saying, "What are you talking about? Could it be that with that battle halberd, you are able to unfold the otherworldly heaven and earth at will?" Anson Chan nodded noncommittally. Zhong Beaver's eyes were astonished, saying, "Okay, I can't imagine that you, a dull donkey, have all the luck in the world to pick up such a heavy treasure." Chen Anqing blanked her and said, "What pick up? This is what I got from the Forbidden Zone based on my strength. Cut the crap and prepare for war." After making preparations, Anson Shen moved his mind and the otherworldly heaven and earth quietly unfolded. Kill! Kill! Two black rays of light suddenly charged towards the four old men in front of them. Not good. There's a change in the heavens and earth. Senior brothers, follow me to crush this alien heaven and earth. The four old men immediately sensed the change, and before their immortal power was completely lost, they frantically bombarded this small world that was only 500 kilometers in circumference. Boom boom boom. The four of them struck out together, and in a matter of moments, they punched out some tiny cracks in the alien heaven and earth. At the same moment, Anson Chen and Zhong Li had already rushed over. Boom! Chen Anqing lifted his halberd and violently stabbed at the old man. "Griffin, don't measure yourself. Give me death." The old man frantically struck with a palm, slapping it on the halberd, wanting to knock it back and backstab Chen Anqing to death. But, however, the sharpness of the halberd far exceeded the old man's expectations, and his palm was pierced through by the halberd. Not good. This halberd is very strange. It can even break through my body's defense. Don't take it lightly. The old man panicked and reminded it had to be said that the power of a late-stage heavenly immortal was simply not something that a minion like Anson Chen could contend with. At the same time that the halberd pierced through the old man's palm, an extremely terrifying force was transmitted over, and Chen Anqing immediately let go of the halberd and flew back while screaming, "Senior sister, protect me." Belle Beaver smiled. "It's been ready for you for a long time. Take the pot." Clang! Immortal power shook over and blasted right onto the black pot behind Anson Chen. Even so, Chen Anqing was so dizzy by that huge force that he couldn't help but spray out his essence blood. However, because of this, the Ghostmaster and those few dead soldiers found a break in the old man, and they seized the opportunity to frantically crush over, hitting the old man together. Bang 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 bang. The old man was slowed down for a thousandth of a breath before he was hit by hundreds of extreme attacks. Ah! He screamed miserably. His immortal body was already riddled with cracks and his immortal energy was rapidly draining away. Master Ghost didn't give him a chance, and smoothly condensed a phantom flame battle blade to slash down, splitting the old man in half, even chopping off his immortal soul. Shidoshi! The remaining three old men saw this and their eyes glazed over. They roared and charged over with all their might. Boom! Powerful immortal might swept out, and the otherworldly heaven and earth unfolded by Chen Anqing was ultimately unable to withstand the raging power and collapsed. Kill! Kill that little bastard with all your might to avenge your senior brother. The remaining three old men, their immortal thoughts frantically locked onto Chen Anqing. Boom boom boom. All of their intrinsic immortal weapons smashed towards Anson Chen. Luckily, the Ghostmaster and those few dead soldiers, all of them also erupted crazily, blocking the opponent's attacks with all their might. Beaver girl, quickly escort Mr. Chen away. Seeing that the other party had gone berserk, Master Ghost was worried that Chen Anqing would die in the immortal power turbulence. After all, he was the Master's man, and if he was killed, his own little life might be at an end. Zhong Beaver sniffed and his immortal thoughts unfolded. Suddenly discovering a wonderful place to go, immediately, she transmitted her voice to Anson Chen. "Dull ass, quickly follow me." Anson Chan asked, "Where to?" Zhong Beaver smiled faintly and said, "You're so greedy, you still don't know where to go?" Chen Anqing raised his eyebrows and almost blurted out, "Xian Yang Immortal Mansion's treasure trove. Go!" Zhong Ravens let out a low cry and took the lead as they flew towards the heavy ground of the immortal mansion below the sky dome. Chen Anqing took a dead soldier with him and followed. Before long, the two landed on top of the group palace. This time, the Xian Yang Immortal Mansion is covered by a layer of prohibitions, and those who remain within the immortal mansion are only disciples of lower realms, the highest being the Xian realm. "Blast through the restraints for me," Anson Chan ordered that dead soldier. "Stupid. It's useless." Zhong Ravens gave him a blank look and said, "The aftermath of that Immortal King level battle earlier hadn't even shattered the prohibition. How could a dead soldier break it?" "What then?" Anson Chan shrugged. "Just follow me." Zhong Beaver's division had been plotting for thousands of years to stop the Immortal King's recovery, and had long since mapped out everything in the Xian Yang Immortal Mansion. Without saying a word, Anson Chen followed Zhong Beaver as he flew towards a piece of rubble. Soon, the two men plus a dead man came to a spatial passage. "It's still senior sister that you're enough of a thief. Admire, admire, admire." Chen Anqing showed his teeth and smiled. "If you can't speak human language, don't say anything." Zhong Raver glared at him and took the lead into the passageway. With Chen Anqing and the dead soldiers following, Buzz, after a slight dizzy spell, they appeared in the Immortal Mansion Group Palace. Where is the treasure trove? Chen Anqing could not help but feel a little excited. Even those small forces in the Zhouhua Mountain are rich as hell. The hall of Xianyang Immortal Mansion. I do not know how much money and treasures have been accumulated as Zhong Beaver was trying to point out the direction, but Chen Anqing saw more than 10 Immortal Mansion disciples, sneaking and probing. Looking like thieves, Chen Anqing immediately ordered the dead soldiers to directly subdue those people. With a burst of miserable screams, those 10 or so people were all crushed to the ground by the immortal might of the dead soldiers. Unable to move, only then did Anson Chen fly over and stomp on the chest of one of them. Say, did you steal the treasure trove? The faces of the people turned pale and wailed. One of them said with difficulty, My lord have mercy. We did not steal the treasure trove. Shu, Zhong Ravens, who was on the side, curled his fingers and a ray of immortal power shot out to blow the white-clothed disciple's head off. If you don't tell the truth, you'll end up like him. Seeing that their companions were killed, the rest of them were terrified to the extreme and cried, We really don't dare to steal the treasury. We just took the amethyst that the Grand Duke robbed from the Wang family some days ago. I beg for the grace of a few lords, and my disciples won't dare to do it again in the future. After saying that, these white-clothed disciples took the initiative to unrecognize their storage bags and handed them all over. Chen Anqing's eyes were quick, and he hurriedly stowed away more than 10 storage bags before releasing his immortal thoughts to investigate. Good fellow. I'm afraid it's no less than 1 billion amethysts. Roughly sensing the number, Anson Chan was simply stunned. This huge amount of wealth was exactly what Lin Xian had gained from looting the Wang family's vault the other day by pretending to be an outlander robber. I didn't expect this guy, Lin Xian, to actually do house robbing, but it's cheaper for me. After transferring all of the amethyst crystals to his own storage bag, Chen Anqing's heart was already bursting with joy immediately. Those white-clothed disciples warily asked, Are the several adults from the law enforcement hall? What law enforcement hall? I'm the young master of the Wang family, and I've come to collect the debt today. Chen Anqing roared. It turned out that it wasn't the disciples of the law enforcement hall, but that the Wang family had killed their way in. Young Master Wang, there's a right to be wronged and a wrong to be done. The slaughter of your Wang family's descendants and the looting of the treasure trove were all done by Grand Duke Lin and his inner circle. It has nothing to do with us. Please don't kill us. Get out. These Immortal Mansion disciples may not necessarily be 10 evil people, and besides, they were just ants. So Chen Anqing was too lazy to kill them. Boom. This side had just finished collecting the purple crystals, but over at the Immortal Mansion treasure trove, immortal might erupted, and it was clear that there was a battle going on. And Zhong Ravens immediately unfolded her immortal sense, but under this exploration, she laughed and said, That's good. Those Immortal Mansion elders who wanted to supervise the theft took the initiative to open the treasury. We'll just go and pick up the advantage. Chen Anqing also discovered the situation. A group of black-clothed masked Xianxian immortals were in a fierce battle with a group of white-clothed elders guarding the treasure vault. If Zhong Ravens did not mention it, Anson Chen would not have thought that the group of black-clothed people were also Immortal Mansion elders. That's what it's called. People dying for money and birds dying for food. In the next moment, Chen Anqing brought his dead soldiers and killed the Xianyang Immortal Mansion's treasure trove. You bold bandits. You dare to kill my Wang family's children and rob my Wang family's treasury. Today I will make you pay for your blood. Chen Anqing concealed his breath and hid in the shadows with a fierce shout before ordering his dead soldiers to kill. What? The Wang family is killing their way in. Oh no! It's a celestial immortal. Most of the elders on both sides of that ongoing fierce battle had participated in the slaughter of the Wang family, and at this moment, they were so scared that their immortal souls were about to explode. Run! Boom boom boom! When the crowd saw that something was wrong, they were about to run away, but the dead soldiers struck it pressed down with a palm, and the berserk and unrivaled power of a heavenly immortal condensed into a huge palm print that covered down from the dome of the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth was sunk, and all the Xianxian elders in that party were subdued into flying dust. Then, Anson Chan rushed into the treasury with Zhong Beaver weapons and armor, Immortal Dan talisman seal scripts, spiritual herbs and immortal medicines. Whatever he is, Chen Anqing collects them all into the storage bag, collecting from space to space. When they reached the last few spaces, they were full of immortal crystals, amethysts, and ink crystals, much more than what they had seized from those white-clothed disciples earlier. Fortune, fortune! Anson Chan's heart was beating wildly. This was a fortune that he had never dared to dream of before. The entire inventory of wealth of an immortal mansion all landed in his storage bag. Now, no more worrying about resources. Over the Xianyang Immortal Mansion, the Holy Maiden of the Red Lotus Holy Land, who was watching the battle, suddenly noticed the situation over at the Immortal Mansion treasure trove. Senior brother Mo, the treasury of this immortal mansion has been robbed, the ne'er-do-well woman said with a deep coldness. Senior sister, Is it hard to believe that you want to do justice to this immortal mansion? The man said indifferently. Naturally not. The woman shook her head. The resources accumulated in the entire immortal mansion is not a small amount. How can we let the mole crickets plunder it? Why don't I go and get it? Senior sister you, the man sighed and said. Your biggest flaw is that you are too greedy. Only this time, no more. Remember, conceal your breath. Don't ruin my holy land's reputation. Thank you senior brother. The neon-clothed woman smiled, then said to an art cultivation heavenly immortal beside her. Elder Wu, please escort me inside. The old man known as Elder Wu, however, arched his hand and said, Your Highness, there's a late-stage heavenly immortal existing in that room, so it's best if you don't take any chances. A mere plucked realm deadman will certainly not be able to defeat you. Elder Wu, the neon-clothed woman said in a delicate voice. Elder Wu, I know you love me the most, so just let me go. Ha. Elder Wu couldn't withstand that petulance and laughed. Since the holy maiden insists, I'll help you suppress that heavenly immortal. Go and return quickly. Thank you, Elder Wu. The woman smiled like a flower immediately. Elder Wu stroked his hand, and the space in front of the woman distorted, and in the next moment, she was directly sent into the immortal mansion group palace. Space lock. Then, Elder Wu cast a reverse heavenly technique to completely block the dead man who had followed Chen Anqing. Your Highness, that immortal king has moved. Just at that moment, another peak heavenly immortal elder next to him, sensing the explosion of immortal radiance on immortal King Dong, had opened his eyes. Good. Follow this saint's son down and talk to that immortal king. The man said. Your Highness, does the holy maiden's side need the old man to stay and look after it? An old man said. Senior sister has been practicing for 100 years and is already at the peak of Xianxian immortality. If a few brigands can't handle it, how can she be worthy of the position of holy maiden? No need to worry too much, the man said indifferently. Immediately, that old man Wu performed a heaven-defying air-penetrating technique and entered the void that was blocked. On Anson Chen's side, he was about to leave after collecting the treasure trove, but the dead man behind him was suddenly unable to move. Dumbasses, get out of here. Someone has sealed the dead. Zhong Beaver, however, was the first to notice that something was wrong and pulled Chen Anqing towards the spatial passage. Stop. Suddenly, a neon-colored figure flashed by, stopping in front of the two. Anson Chen, seeing the woman with a clear and beautiful face and an overwhelming aura. Zhong Raver wrinkled his brows. This woman, however, she recognized. Immediately, she transmitted her voice to Anson Chen. This woman's name is Yuning Xiang, the newest generation of the Red Lotus Sacred Land's Holy Maiden. Chen Anqing's heart choked as he transmitted. Red Lotus Holy Land? It's the same force that chased you earlier? Aha! Zhong Ravens answered. When she had mixed into the Red Lotus Holy Land and wanted to enter the forbidden area of the Holy Land, she accidentally exposed her identity and was severely injured. Later on, she was lucky enough to escape and happened to meet Anson Chen in that auger beast vehicle. She can seal the dead man. So aren't we screwed? Chen Anqing was already prepared to use the cross-boundary stone to escape. What's the point of panicking? Don't think that the Holy Maiden is strong. She only has outstanding natural talent, but her cultivation time is only 100 years or so. Don't be afraid, Zhong Beaver said. Chen Anqing let out a sigh of relief. Cultivating for more than 100 years, counting her as 100 years of heavenly pride. She's still at the early stage of Xian Immortal. She can't beat you, right? Zhong Ravens responded. It's not so much of a dish that it's comparable to you. People are at the peak of Xian Immortal, one small realm higher than me. Chen Anqing was speechless, only spitting in the bottom of his heart. Your grandfather, cultivating for more than 100 years, already at the peak of Xian Immortal. No wonder people's identity is the Holy Maiden. It is really more than people are angry with people. At this exact moment, the Holy Maiden Yuning Xiang coldly opened her mouth. What are you waiting for? How much have you robbed? Hand them all over to me. Zhong Ravens, however, pretended to be unaware of her identity and asked, Dare I ask who you are that you dare to come and rob the two of us? Yuning Xiang sneered a little, said, You two thieves, do not know this. This is the Xian Yang Immortal House Protectorate. Upon hearing this, Chen Anqing was quite surprised. He could not imagine that this holy maiden of the Red Lotus Holy Land would also disguise her identity and come to do this line of robbing and plundering. You Xian Yang Immortal Mansion. Kill my Wang family's children. Rob my treasure trove. This young master is only here to seek justice. You really dare to block? Are not afraid of things spread out? Cause public anger. Anson Chan said indifferently. Hearing this, Yuning Xiang stiffened for a moment. So these two were not just robbing a house? Forget it. Anyway, we have already come. How can we return empty-handed? What kind of bullshit justice he seeks is none of this holy maiden's business. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over all the treasures of my immortal mansion, I'll be sure to chop off your head. As the words fell, Yu Ningxiang had already unfolded her aura, crazily crushing towards Anson Chan and Zhong Ravens. Dumbass! Unfurl alien heaven and earth and fuck her! Bell Beaver gave a reminder. Yes. Chen Anqing immediately urged the nascent divine stone, and an alien heaven and earth with a radius of 500 kilometers unfolded. Ha! Yu Ningxiang instantly sensed that something was wrong. Alien heaven and earth. You're actually able to perform the alien heaven and earth. Chen Anqing had used this move earlier, but Yu Ningxiang and the others' attention had all fallen on the battle between the Purple Cloud Holy Mother and Lin Hengyuan. So how could they have the time to pay attention to such a minion as Chen Anqing? Moreover, even if she had previously discovered that there was an alien heaven and earth unfolding, she would not have thought that it would be done by Anson Chen, and thus she was not at all on the defensive against Chen Anson. Seek death. Yu Ningxiang understood that in the alien world, her immortal power would be lost rapidly, and if she didn't kill these two as soon as possible, she herself would be in danger instead. Clank! Yu Ningxiang sacrificed her immortal sword and took the lead in chopping at Chen Anqing. Just you? While Chen Anqing did not move, Zhong Raver sacrificed his black immortal sword and killed Yu Ningxiang. Although Zhong Li's realm was one small level lower than Yu Ningxiang's, she had cultivated the Dao fetus and could use the power of the Fey Immortals in conjunction with it, and in this way, it leveled the gap between her and Yu Ningxiang. The two figures intersected, and instantly, sword chi spread out and immortal light scattered in all directions. After dozens of rounds of fighting back and forth, Yu Ningxiang and Zhong Beaver both lost a large amount of their immortal energy, and in this situation, Zhong Beaver, who possessed a Dao tire, naturally began to gain the upper hand. The phoenix soul dances to the 9 heavens. Seeing that she was about to lose, Yu Ningxiang invoked her spirit phoenix bloodline, and a huge fiery phoenix shadow emerged behind her. Dumbass! It's your turn! That phoenix silhouette, with its powerful immortal might, pressed Zhong Beaver to the point that he couldn't breathe the spirit phoenix bloodline. Rare in the world. This was the real reason why Yu Ningxiang had become the new generation of Holy Maiden. Break for this Holy Maiden! What made Chen Anqing feel surprised was that this Yu Ningxiang didn't charge over after casting her secret technique. Instead, she tried to break open this alien small world. We can't let her break through. Once she breaks through the heavens and earth, she'll be able to transmit her voice to seek out and find help. Zhong Ravens hurriedly reminded because she knew that as the holy daughter of the Holy Land, it was impossible for her to not have a Dao protector by her side. The strong man who had locked up the dead man earlier was probably nearby. Chen Anqing sniffed and immediately offered his war halberd. Demonis! Eat my halberd! Chen Anqing threw his halberd out with all his might and rushed towards that phoenix shadow. Chirp! The phoenix silhouette hissed and detached itself from Yu Ningxiang, also flying and rushing over. Boom! The two collided, both stagnating in mid-air. With only deafening roars that continued to emanate, Yu Ningxiang was shocked when she saw this. She didn't expect that kid would have the divine weapon to fight against her divine phoenix shadow in hand. No matter what, I have to kill you first. In the next moment, Yu Ningxiang borrowed the power of the divine phoenix. Her figure transformed into a fiery light, killing close to Chen Anqing. Stab! With a full-force sword, she stabbed at Anson Chen's chest. Seeing that Chen Anqing would be pierced through his chest, Zhong Raver was ignoring him and transformed into a stump, appearing behind Yu Ningxiang. Why? It was only because in front of Anson Chen's chest, a large black cauldron emerged, protecting him tightly. Clang! With a crunching sound, Yu Ningxiang's sword stabbed on the large black cauldron, and her figure was directly shaken back. This! Yu Ningxiang's face turned pale before she had time to react. In the back, Zhong Ravens made a smooth sword strike, piercing Yu Ningxiang's abdomen from behind. Ah! Yu Ningxiang screamed miserably. It was the first time in her life that the shadow of death had been cast over her. Don't kill me! I'm the Holy Maiden of the Red Lotus Holy Land. In the heat of the moment, Yu Ningxiang had to declare her identity. The hell with you! Chen Anqing bullied his way up and struck Yu Ningxiang's chest with a palm. Seeing this, Zhong Beaver glared at Chen Anqing. Dead dumbass. So many places not to hit, but to hit others there? Really nasty. Anson Chen withdrew his palm and said indifferently, fighting is a matter of you dying and me dying. Who cares about that? Zhong Raver put away his sword and flew down next to Chen Anqing with a cold expression. Cough. Yu Ningxiang knelt on the ground, coughing up blood continuously. I am really the holy daughter of the Red Lotus Holy Land. My senior brother and my Dao protector are all here. If you guys dare to kill me, you will surely die without a burial place. Zhong Beaver sniffed and raised his sword, ready to kill, but he heard Chen Anqing transmit his voiceover. Don't be in a hurry. It's a pity to kill it just like that. Zhong Ravens gave Chen Anqing a blank look. Shameless, do you want to keep it for your betting? Chen Anqing looked righteous. I, Chen, am a gentleman. How could I possibly do such a thing? We've gone through so much trouble. We have to get some benefits back, don't we? Also, as the holy daughter of the Holy Land, she suddenly arrived. Surely it can't just be as simple as robbing. When I take her in as a puppet, in the future to be an eyes and ears, It's good to ask for some information. Joan Beaver felt that Chen Anqing had a point and responded. That's true, and her Taoist protector is nearby, so if she kills it, it's bound to lead to big trouble. Immediately, Anson Chan walked closer to Yu Ningxiang. You say you are the holy daughter of the Holy Land. Do you have proof? Yu Ningxiang immediately offered up a green-colored token. Open your doggy eyes and see clearly. Chen Anqing snapped a slap over and said fiercely, it's a fake at first glance. Hand over your storage bag right away so that I can check it out on my own. Lest you play tricks again. Yu Ning Aroma sprayed a mouthful of old blood, but his own life in the hands of this kid cannot go against him. So, Yu Ningxiang obediently offered the storage bag and lifted it to recognize the owner. There is something inside that proves my identity. Just now there was a misunderstanding. After you check, we do not care about each other. How about this? Chen Anqing checked the storage bag. There were some resources in it, but it was far less than the treasure trove of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion. So you're really a holy woman. Then, Anson Chan pretended to be taken aback and withdrew the alien heaven and earth. Your Highness, the party was a misunderstanding. Let me help you up. Seeing Chen Anqing's panicked appearance, Yu Ningxiang's heart was finally solid, only waiting for her to transmit her voice to ask for help, and then it would not be too late to get this kid killed. Nevertheless, before she had the chance to transmit her voice, a terrifying immortal soul sword pierced into her brow without her being prepared. Yu Ningxiang's immortal soul was stabbed, and the pain caused her entire body to twitch and spasm continuously. Puppet seal, out. Chen Anqing seized the moment. His powerful soul force and spiritual force crazily poured into Yu Ningxiang's mind, suppressing her severely injured immortal soul. Taking the opportunity to plant the puppet imprint, Yu Ningxiang only struggled for a few breaths before she was completely immobile. It worked. Chen Anqing was satisfied with this. After crossing into the true immortal realm, his mental power had improved a lot. Otherwise it would be difficult to successfully plant the seal when facing such a talented Xian immortal. Dumbass! Heal her! Aha! Chen Anqing searched out an extreme-grade healing elixir and sent it to Yu Ningxiang's mouth, ordering, recover from your injuries with all your might. Yu Ningxiang swallowed the healing pill, and the injuries on her body's surface quickly recovered. Then Joan Beaver used his immortal power and wiped away the blood and dust from her body, and she looked as good as new. I'll send her to see how things are going over there. The great battle in that void grew more and more violent, and Anson Chen just didn't need to go over and risk himself immediately afterward. Anson Chan's consciousness attached itself to Yu Ningxiang and went out from the spatial channel, flying into that void. Those guys? They're actually talking to the immortal king. As Chen Anqing looked at the situation at the other end of the void, he couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment in his heart immediately. With his gaze, he followed the puppet and flew over. Your Highness, did it go well? When he saw Yu Ningxiang, that elder Wu was the first to inquire about the situation. All the best. Yu Ningxiang nodded expressionlessly. Wu Lao frowned a bit. He always felt that the holy maiden seemed to be a bit out of place, but he didn't dare to probe with his immortal thoughts. After all, this was a matter of committing a crime below. It was at this moment that the immortal King Dong, who was seated in the front, spoke up and said, it's not impossible to get this king to join your holy land. You need to agree to the king's 3 conditions. Your Excellency, immortal king, please speak. The holy son of the Red Lotus Holy Land said with a smile. First, this piece of land in South Zhan is still under the command of this king. Secondly, this king does not listen to the tune, not listen to the declaration. Nominally do you Holy Land guest elder. No big deal. Do not go out. Third, you and so on and go to that side of the devil demon. As many as possible to exterminate. No mistake. Immortal King Dong said coldly. Poof. At these words, an old man took the lead and coldly snorted. Your Excellency Immortal King, you're clearly not giving face to my holy land, so there's no more to talk about. This piece of land, Nanzhan, has been under the jurisdiction of my holy land for some years, and now that my lord has taken it back, it is reasonable. If the immortal king is unwilling to join my holy land, it would be best to find another place to take root. Upon hearing this, Immortal King Dong's eyes sank as he coldly said, you're threatening this king. The old man arched his hand and said, this time we have come, we are just passing on a message. Immortal King, if you feel that something is not right, you are welcome to go to my holy land to find my holy lord to discuss the matter. Immortal King Dong was stimulated by these words, and a surge of immortal might violently erupted, but in the next moment, he withdrew his immortal might, that Red Lotus sacred land, although it is not a dominant strength, but people at least have 4 immortal kings to sit in the town, and is not their own alone person can fight against? This is the life of no family, no background. Even if you become an immortal king, you are suppressed everywhere and you can't help it. After thinking for a little while, Immortal King Dong spoke up and said, good, after this king finishes dealing with the matter, he'll find your family's holy lord to talk to. Over and out. Hearing the conversation between those two parties, Anson Chan felt bad. What's going on? Zhong Beaver saw that Chen Anqing looked terrified and hurriedly inquired. Chen Anqing told the matter roughly. And Zhong Beaver's heart was also clouded. That immortal king didn't die, not to mention that now there were signs of joining forces with the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Next. It was difficult. Waited in place for a quarter of an hour. A shocking popping sound came from the southern dome of the sky. A terrifying immortal power swept down, impacting on the immortal mansion's prohibitions and shaking the palace inside the immortal mansion, causing it to continuously collapse. On the master's side, I'm afraid we're only about to decide the winner. Dumbass. Let's go. Zhong Ravens greeted him and took the lead to fly towards that spatial passage. Chen Anqing immediately followed. The void of this place had been blocked. Hiding was definitely not an option. Coming into the void, Chen Anqing looked toward the terrifying battlefield. Boom boom boom. One after another. The dead soldiers were blown up by the blood-soaked Lin Hengyuan, broken pieces of their bodies falling from the air. Ha ha ha, old demoness. You're dead today. Even though Lin Hengyuan had also suffered a considerable amount of injuries, he still had the strength left to fight fiercely. On the contrary, the Holy Mother of the Purple Clouds had one of her arms broken, and her immortal body was riddled with cracks. You're laughing too soon, old piker. On the body of the Purple Cloud Holy Mother, a heavenly might erupted, turning into a stream of light to kill Lin Hengyuan. Boom boom boom. Both sides once again fought furiously. Both figures were in a state of flowing light, colliding no less than hundreds of times between breaths. Suddenly, there was a turbulence in the depths of the sky, and a huge palm shadow of immortal power descended from that deep sky. Not good. It's the immortal king striking. Seeing this, both Anson Chen's duo and the Ghost Master's side all changed their faces drastically. Master, be careful. Having just finished resolving those few remnant elders, the Ghost Master, who was in a state of serious injury, recklessly flashed toward the Purple Cloud Sacred Mother. The berserk and unrivaled palm imprint descended, and Master Ghost let out a stern whistle. Screw you, immortal king. I, Master Ghost, am not afraid of you. In the next moment, all the essence blood on Master Ghost's body boiled and burned, erupting with unprecedentedly powerful immortal power as it clashed with that palm print. Bang! Master Ghost's immortal power was dispersed, and his immortal body fell downward, smashing through a large mountain. Griffin, how dare you fight against this king? The figure of immortal King Dong appeared in the void, like a star as it covered over to the side of Holy Mother of the Purple Cloud. At the same time, immortal King Dong flicked his fingers, and a strand of strong and incomparable immortal power transformed into an immortal power sword, killing Anson Chen. Well, good timing. Sensing the immortal king killing the Purple Cloud Sacred Mother, who was in the middle of a bloody battle with Lin Hengyuan, was smiling maliciously. The next moment, she opened her mouth and a black bead levitated out of her mouth. Peinu respectfully requests that the Lord Spirit descend and help Peinu exterminate the thieves and murderers. Immediately afterward, the black bead began to absorb the immortal soul of the Purple Cloud Holy Mother. Ah! The Purple Cloud Holy Mother let out a mournful scream in pain. The purple light on her body faded, and her black hair danced wildly in the wind. In an instant, a silhouette levitated out. It was a peerless man wearing black battle armor and holding a battle axe, with an aura that crushed the heavens. The shadow of Master Candlewind. Seeing that virtual shadow, Chen Anqing's eyes rolled in surprise. However, unlike the shadow he had seen before, this one clearly came with some immortal dignity. This showed that this shadow was not simply a soul thought, but was truly a strand of the immortal sovereign soul. What? This is, in front of the Purple Cloud Holy Mother, Lin Hengyuan, who was in the late heavenly immortal realm, sensed that invincible aura, and his legs couldn't help but tremble, and he actually had the urge to kneel down and worship. No, she must be killed, or the old man is finished. Lin Hengyuan forced himself to calm down, desperately urging his body's immortal power, even burning his body's immortal blood, defiantly erupting and charging over. However, he felt that around him, an extremely powerful resistance appeared, and for every inch of distance he advanced, a hideous bloody gash would be torn open in his immortal body. Roar! Lin Hengyuan roared madly. Even though the flesh and blood on his body was torn into pieces by the huge force, he still went forward, because this was his last chance. Above, as immortal King Dong's overbearing immortal body descended, it was also blocked by that divine aura, and his figure was much more sluggish. A wisp of immortal dignity aura is so terrifying. When immortal King Dong was faced with that aura, his heart was also beating wildly, his pupils shrinking in terror. In a matter of moments, that shadow had already merged into the Purple Cloud Holy Mother. Kill! Lin Hengyuan also finally rushed to the Purple Cloud Sacred Mother. At this time, all of his flesh and blood had disappeared. Only a bloody skeleton remained, and he rushed over with his battle sword. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother's face was cold to the extreme, just like a metal puppet. and in her purple golden pupils, there was no semblance of emotional fluctuation. Perish, only to see her raise her palm and gently push it forward. A golden torrent of immortal power burst out. The void in front was crushed out hideous cracks, that Lin Hangyuan's blood and bones, touching the golden immortal power. Even the screams did not send out. Has been obliterated, disappeared in the river of years, as if it had never existed in the immortal world. On Anson Chen's side, when the immortal king's condensed immortal power sword shot in, it was silently obliterated by an invisible and terrifying force, failing to make any waves, and dispersed as a seven-colored light. So this is the means that can suppress an immortal king, as the purple cloud Holy Mother said. Anson Chen felt the invincible aura inside in his heart. In the next moment, Holy Mother of the violet clouds extended a finger and crossed it toward the sky. Click here. The laws were taught and countless bizarre thunder flickered. The seal of this heavenly dome also collapsed directly. There's not much time. Go. Icy cold words entered Anson Chan's mind. Anson Chan was instantly jolted and his mind cleared up a lot immediately. He pulled Zhong Beaver's hand and prepared to leave from this void. My big brother. Zhong Raven stared at the bloody corpse that fell below, and finally couldn't hold back the tears. Staying a moment longer is more dangerous. Go. Anson Chan said in a commanding tone, pulling Zhong Beaver to fly out at a moment's notice, because he could sense that with the strength of the immortal body, immortal soul of the purple cloud sacred mother, she simply couldn't withstand that strand of immortal dignity soul for long. If we procrastinate and don't leave as soon as possible, I'm afraid that things will change again. I in the back. That immortal King Dong gazed at Chen Anqing's distant figure, but he didn't dare to make the slightest move. Humph. The might of an immortal dignitary is certainly powerful, but you're just a heavenly immortal. You won't be able to hold out for long. Immortal King Dong let out a cold cry as his figure drew up and flashed toward the other end of the void. The purple cloud sacred mother's golden eyes instantly locked him in place, and her figure disappeared in place. Boom. Suddenly, the space in front of Immortal King Dong shook and cracked, and a golden torrent of immortal power blasted out from that rift. No good. Immortal King Dong could no longer maintain that kingly demeanor, and his face twisted in horror. Roar! Almost instinctively, Immortal King Dong let out a frantic cry as his immortal soul detached itself from his immortal body and shot out explosively, fleeing towards the back. Click! That golden immortal power, which blasted onto the immortal king's torso, instantly caused it to be torn apart. This is a terrifying battle power. The Red Lotus Holy Land and the others who were watching from afar were also shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. Just a wisp of immortal dignities might attach to it could slaughter an immortal king at will. If a true immortal dignity were to descend, how terrifying would it be? These guys, they can't even think about it. That immortal King Dong was decisive enough to give up his physical body directly. Otherwise he would have already lost his soul and body. The old man surnamed Wu looked at the fleeing immortal soul of Immortal King Dong and said approvingly, fellow Taoists, can you make a move to preserve this king's immortal soul? The fact that Immortal King Dong had fled in haste did not mean that his immortal soul was free from worry. He knew that among these few from the Red Lotus Sacred Land, there was a peak heavenly immortal art cultivation expert. The only way to have a chance to save your immortal soul is to beg him. Upon hearing this, Wu Lao looked at the man to the side and inquired, Your Highness, the Holy Sun, do you want me to make a move? The Holy Sun picked his mouth and smiled coldly. That demonic cultivator woman. She won't be able to withstand the power of the immortal emperor anytime soon. Making a move to bring that immortal king's soul foul will be beneficial to my holy land. Do it, by the order of the Holy Sun. After the saint's son made his statement, Elder Wu offered a Xian-ribbed pottery jar. Don't look at this jar as ordinary, but it is an extreme immortal weapon that can even detain the soul of an immortal king. On the other side, the purple cloud Holy Mother crossed the void and landed in front of Immortal King Dong's immortal soul in the blink of an eye. Die! The purple cloud Holy Mother raised her hand and blasted out a wave of golden immortal power. Quickly save this king, and this king will agree to all your conditions. Immortal King Dong was so frightened that his immortal soul trembled, and he slept for 6,000 years, even sacrificing his heir to revive. How can you be willing to die like this? Roar! After asking for help, Immortal King Dong's soul power erupted to its limit, condensing a battle sword and blasting it at the strand of golden immortal power. Click! The two collided, and Immortal King Dong's soul force blade collapsed in response. That golden immortal power, however, was unrelenting, blasting towards him. My life is over. The might of an immortal dignitary was simply not something that he, a primordial immortal king, could fight against, and could only wait for death. Resentment and despondency instantly flooded his heart. It was at that moment that a sudden change occurred. A black hole appeared out of nowhere in the space where Immortal King Dong was. The powerful tearing force instantly sucked his immortal soul and boom, golden immortal power blasted onto a clay pot. The clay pot was blasted out with a few cracks, but it didn't shatter. Instead, it borrowed the huge recoil and catapulted towards the other end of the void. Put. On the other side, Elder Wu violently sprayed a mouthful of blood, simply because that clay pot was his original immortal weapon. The pottery pot was damaged, and he was severely injured along with it. Elder Wu, are you alright? Seeing this, even that saint's son couldn't help but change his face drastically and asked with concern, "It's still holding up. Fortunately for me, this clay pot is an extreme immortal artifact, coupled with the fact that the immortal might on that female demon has drained away for the most part, or else I would have already died a violent death." Elder Wu said heartily. Ugh, the icy cold eyes of the purple cloud Holy Mother finally had a trace of radiance, which also signaled that the wisp of immortal dignity attached to her body had faded. It's just a pity that someone is making a mess of it. That strike just now had failed to wipe out Immortal King Dong's immortal soul, and now there was no chance. At this moment, Chen Anqing and Zhongli had already escaped from the range of the immortal mansion's small world through the teleportation array laid down in advance by the Holy Mother of Purple Clouds. I also wonder how my master is doing. The two landed in a deserted forest, and Bell Beaver was anxious. Don't worry, I'll use the puppet to see what's going on, Anson Chen said. Right, why did I forget about this? Check it out quickly and let me know first thing. Aha, immediately, Chen Anqing's thoughts were induced and added to Yu Ningxian's immortal soul. I in the void. A few people from the Red Lotus Holy Land, observing for a moment, saw that the aura of the Purple Cloud Sacred Mother had completely subsided, so they flew towards her side. Good means. The saint's son applauded while saying, I never would have thought that a small Nanzhan would still have a strong person like you in existence. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother turned her head, her gaze coldly staring at the other party. Why did you stop me from killing that immortal king? Ha! The saint's son laughed and said, if you were strong enough, wouldn't you be afraid of people obstructing you? In the end, it's just that you're not qualified to kill an immortal king. You! The Purple Cloud Holy Mother was so angry that she trembled, almost falling down from the air due to all her internal organs being crushed by the immortal might. Count on it. We'll see. The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother braced herself and did not dare to dwell on it, wanting to leave. Stop. An old man, however, dashed over and stopped in front of the Purple Cloud Holy Mother. Looking for death? Get the hell out of here. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother roared. At this time she didn't dare to show her cowardice and could only feign toughness. He. The old man snorted and said, your immortal soul is damaged. Your meridians are shattered, and your internal organs are severely injured. So don't try to show off in front of the old man. So, the Purple Cloud Holy Mother raised her chin, her eyes surging with a substantial killing intent as she coldly said, big deal. I'll take on the might of the immortal dignitary once more and die with you. Do it if you have the balls, and if you don't do it, you're a bastard. This, the old man was swept by a wave of air, and he actually couldn't help but take a few steps back for a moment. Several people were subdued by the domineering aura and glanced at each other. I think it's better if we don't mess with this woman, in case she can really perform that invincible immortal might once more. I'm afraid that we'll be killed by her with a single slap. Chen Anqing maneuvered Yu Ningxiang and timidly transmitted his voice to a few people. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden is right. There's no need for us to take a huge risk and get on her bad side. Elder Wu had just experienced the overbearing nature of that golden immortal power for himself, and his heart was also scared to death. Not only were these two people who were persuaded, but the Holy Sun himself was also scornful of that invincible might. Ha. Then, the Holy Sun laughed. Fairy, calm down. I am Red Lotus Holy Land Holy Sun Imo Qingfeng. This time by the order of my Holy Lord, I came to receive this piece of land in South Zhan, and widely invite all the major forces, the world's group of heroes to join me in the Holy Land. Fairy, what do you think? Receiving Nanzhan? The Purple Cloud Sage Mother's brow wrinkled. She was clear about the strength of the Red Lotus Sacred Land's heritage, but she just couldn't figure out how a Holy Land could look at the poor countryside of Nanzhan. Exactly. Imo Qingfeng put his hands behind his back and slowly said, South Zhan was once my Holy Land's sphere of influence, but for a long time it was neglected, so it was mistakenly thought to be an unowned land. Now my lord will take it back, since it is reasonable, such as Fairy, this kind of woman heroine. My Holy Land very welcome you to join. What do you think? This seat is used to being idle and can't be bound by others. Farewell. The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother refused on the spot and prepared to walk away. Slow. Elder Wu let out a low gulp and said, since you don't want to join my Holy Land, we won't force anyone to do so. The Sacred Lord has ordered that all forces that do not wish to join my sacred ground are limited to moving out of Nanzhan within 3 days and finding another precious place to take root. If they do not follow, they will be responsible for the consequences. The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother turned her back to several people. Her chest rose and fell, and she took a deep breath. She paused only slightly before dropping downward without looking back. This female devil is so arrogant that she has no one in her sight. Is it true that she won't be beheaded? That peak heavenly immortal old man said with great displeasure. Don't cause any trouble, just wait for the 3-day deadline to arrive. If she doesn't comply, there will be someone from the Holy Land to dispose of her. Mo Qingfeng said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. Yu Ningxiang nodded her head in a hurry. It's not that big of a deal. No need to risk your life. Hearing this, Mo Qingfeng looked at Yu Ningxiang with a somewhat surprised gaze. Yu Ningxiang was stunned for a moment and said, Am I wrong? Mo Qingfeng said indifferently. No, I'm just wondering how you suddenly understand things. Senior sister. In Mo Qingfeng's cognition, this sister was spoiled since childhood. The most can't bear to be angry. A word to kill. Today but how to change sex. I've always been a good boy. Yu Ningxiang winked playfully and spat out her tongue. You're not right. Mo Qingfeng's complexion sank and he reached out to grab Yu Ningxiang's shoulder. Ah! Yu Ningxiang screamed. What are you doing? Elder brother. Mo Qingfeng glared at Elder Wu and said, Check it out. Wu Lao immediately unfolded his soul thoughts. I'm offended. Your Highness the Holy Maiden. From top to bottom, inside and out, including the sea of consciousness. Wu Lao probed them all. A moment later, Elder Wu withdrew his thoughts and arched his hand, reporting to the Holy Sun, there is no abnormality. Only then did Mo Qingfeng let go of his hand. You girl, less of those weird movements, causing senior brother me to think that you've been taken over. You're the one who has been taken over. Your whole family has been taken over. Yu Ningxiang rubbed her shoulders and pretended to be angry to turn her face away to eye in the distant barren forest. Chen Anqing had thought that he would be discovered, but it turned out that he did not expect the puppet mark to be so powerful that even the art cultivation heavenly immortals could not detect it. How's it going? Zhong Beaver saw that Chen Anqing was very nervous in the party and couldn't help but ask. Those people from the Red Lotus Holy Land, who were bluffed by your master and didn't dare to make things difficult for her, are now coming out with the corpse of your eldest senior brother. Thank God. Hearing Anson Chan say so, Zhong Beaver was relieved. However, her heart was still very saddened by the death of her eldest senior brother, Master Ghost, a man who, despite his ugly appearance and extreme lack of martial virtues and fellowship, has been good to Zhong Beaver since he was a child. And Zhong Ravensclear, the eldest brother for the cultivation of the technique, has long been self-possessed, and is not on their own, have not substantial thoughts to their own good. Really like their own elder brother in general. Condolences. Anson Shen could see that sadness in Zhong Beaver's eyes and patted her shoulder with a comforting remark. Zhong Ravens looked up at Chen Anqing and said, Didn't you have a friend in the immortal mansion? He's mostly dead. And you don't care at all? Chen Anqing knew that Zhong Beaver was referring to Yao Jianyuan. I also escaped from death. What can I do? Whether he can live or not depends on his destiny. It's useless for me to worry. Zhong Ravens faintly said, not being tied up by outsiders. You are really a talent. Hey, dumbass, if I die in front of you one day, will you not care at all? Chen Anqing thought about it and grinned. You've written down lousy in your little revenge book. So what the hell do I care about you? Bell Beaver showed his teeth and waved his fist. Sure is a heartless dead doll ass. After saying that, Zhong Beaver silently took out the animal skin and carved a line of bright red words with her fingernails. That doll is surnamed Chen. Let this lady be very disappointed. Stab this lady's heart. This is a great revenge, and will be repaid in the coming days. Chen Anqing rolled his eyes and tried to use his immortal thoughts to peek at the contents, but he was isolated by Zhong Beaver's secret technique. Let me see. Get out. Bell Beaver put the animal skin away then. Anson Chan also got out a small book and said disdainfully, You think you're the only one who can hold a grudge? Soon. Anson Chan made a note in the small book. 2. What's written? Show me. Zhong Beaver wanted to come and grab it, but Chen Anqing had already put it into his storage bag. When you die someday, I'll burn it for you. Anson Chan giggled. Go to hell and get out. Zhong Ravens gritted their teeth, itching to rush up and bite the small-minded dead dull donkey a few times. Stop it. Your master is out. Contact her quickly. With a single sentence, Anson Chen toppled the indignant Zhong Beaver, who immediately unfolded her intention and used a secret method to send a voice message to the Holy Mother of the Purple Clouds. After about a quarter of an hour, the Purple Cloud Sacred Mother arrived in this barren forest. Master, are you okay? Bell Beaver rushed forward to assist. For his part, Anson Chen stayed put and looked up at the Purple Cloud Holy Mother. At this moment, her body was drenched in immortal blood, and even the purple mist that covered her face could not coalesce anymore, revealing her true face. What made Chen Anqing feel surprised was that this Purple Cloud Holy Mother's face, instead of being old, looked like a stunningly beautiful flower season fairy. At the heavenly immortal realm, she can at least live for 100,000 years. So it's true that you can't speculate on appearance based on age. Anson Chan murmured in his heart, can't die. The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother returned coldly, then looked at Anson Chen. What are your plans for this part of Nanjian, which can't stay any longer? Chen Anqing was also clear about the causes and consequences. The entire South Zhan was about to be overrun by the Red Lotus Holy Land. Either submit and join the Holy Land or migrate away. After a little thought, Anson Chen directly dismissed the idea of joining the Red Lotus Holy Land nowadays. He is no longer the miner who seeks for immortality. The world is so big. Where can't he find a place to stay? Must he be sent under the fence? Thus, Anson Chan asked, Holy Mother, do you know where there is a masterless land? The purple cloud Holy Mother was slightly stunned for a moment and said, I do know something about it. What Mr. Chen means is that he wants to move to the Lordless land? Exactly. Anson Chen nodded. Then said, in someone else's territory, one is always a parasite, and it is more comfortable to go to the land of no one. The purple cloud Sacred Mother's heart was suddenly a bit disappointed as she said, Mr. Chen, most of the so-called Terranalayas are barren and penniless, which is detrimental to your cultivation. No matter, I have my own plans. Just inform me of the place. Chen Anqing's words were somewhat akin to a commanding tone that only the purple cloud Sacred Mother herself could appreciate. After a little bit of contemplation, the purple cloud Sacred Mother spoke. As far as I know, north of Nanzhan, there is a piece of land with no owner, not to mention immortal aura. There is no ordinary aura there. Moreover, it's filled with poisonous miasma all year round, so ordinary immortals can't go there, and those who have attained the way can't look at it, which is why it's been left behind to this day. Chen Anqing sniffed. His heart couldn't talk about being happy. After all, establishing a force in this kind of barren land, it was especially difficult to develop in the future. Is there anywhere else? Anson Chan asked. Master, in the Sea of Sins and Dragons, isn't there a large area of land with no owner? Zhong Ravens at the side voiced out. The Sea of Sins and Dragons? Anson Chan raised an eyebrow. As if remembering, Big Brother Li Zhangyang had mentioned that he would be going to the Sea of Sins and Dragons. There was also the Ji Guiyi, who seemed to have returned from the battlefield of the Sea of Sins and Dragons. It turned out that there was actually a piece of unclaimed land in that Sin Dragon Sea. Not bad. The purple cloud Sacred Mother nodded. Then said, the Sinner Dragon Sea is vastly commendable and boundless, and is the junction of the three great regions. 300 years ago, a sea island surfaced in the Sin's Dragon Sea overnight, becoming the first ownerless island. Not long after, masterless sea islands sprang up even more one by one, and finally connected into a masterless land that was 100 times more vast than Nanzhan. There is still such a thing. Anson Chen instantly became interested and asked, has that piece of masterless land been taken over by immortal elders, immortal emperors, and other powerhouses? Not really. The purple cloud Sacred Mother shook her head and continued, as I said earlier, the Sea of Sins and Dragons is the junction of the three great domains, and a piece of unowned land suddenly appeared, and it was unknown to which immortal emperor's name it should belong to. Later on, there were rumors that the lord of the three great domains had an order that no matter which domain's cultivators, they could all go and fight for it, and the one who could would get it. Anson Chen frowned when he heard this. In that case, wouldn't it attract those peerless immortal kings to fight over it? The purple cloud Sacred Mother said, that's not the case. That piece of land with no owner is not considered to be a treasure land, and in order to avoid causing too much fighting, the tripartite domain has stipulated that only forces at the early immortal king stage at most are allowed to go and fight for it. And as long as you don't break this stipulation, no one will care if you do anything. Yes, great. Anson Chan got excited. Lao Zi has the Ascension Pool, an immortal king-level soldier talisman, and a large number of disciples in the lower realms. So this piece of land is simply tailor-made for Lao Zi. If you don't go for it now, when will you? Seeing that Chen Anqing was so agitated, the purple cloud Sacred Mother had seen his intentions. That piece of land was indeed big enough, but there were also enough strong people who went forward to fight for it. Thus, the purple cloud Sacred Mother reminded, Mr. Chen, as far as I know, there are at least 18 scattered wilderness immortal kings that have gone forward to fight for that territory, and all of them have already laid down certain roots. If you want to go, it would be best to choose an immortal king to defect to and work for them for the time being. Chen Anqing understood what Holy Mother Ziyun meant. To put it simply, you are currently only a true immortal realm, simply do not have that qualification to compete for the territory. It is best to defect to others, temporarily help others work. Chen Anqing pondered for a little while and said, we left Nanzhan because we don't want to be a parasite anymore. As for what exactly is the situation on the side of the Sea of Sinful Dragons, let's go and poke around a bit before we say anything. In fact, what Anson Chan said about not wanting to be a parasite is only one aspect, and more importantly, he needed to find a place to place the Ascension Pool, because according to Elder Ji, anyone who privately placed an Ascension Pool in a large domain as well as in a dominant land would be considered a rebel by the true upper echelons of the immortal realm, and would have to be exterminated. Not to mention Chen Anqing being a small true immortal realm, even if it was a peak immortal king, I'm afraid that he wouldn't dare to privately place the Ascension Pool to receive the ascending people from the lower realms without permission. After all, who could afford the wrath of an immortal duke or immortal emperor? Then let's follow Mr. Chen's advice. The purple cloud sacred mother nodded her head, then looked at Zhong Raver and commanded, Raver girl, notify the congregation that anyone above the Xianxian immortal realm will migrate to the Sea of Sins and Dragons with the sacred mother, and the rest of the disciples will disband on their own. Master, let's follow this dumbass too. Zhong Beaver was surprised. Do you have a better place to go? The purple cloud sacred mother asked rhetorically, and before Zhong Beaver could answer, she added, what's more, you don't want the child in your belly to be born without seeing its father, right? Zhong Beaver's face suddenly turned red, wanted to explain, but was afraid that after revealing it, the master would blame the dull donkey for lying, so he could only stammer out a perfunctory response. The three of them then left together, preparing to return to the Purple Cloud Sacred Cave to finish packing up their belongings before heading to the Sea of Sins and Dragons, Purple Cloud Mountain. What's going on? The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother had just returned to the front of the mountain when she realized that the mountain protection formation had been broken, and from the bottom to the top of the mountain, the bodies of many of her disciples were lying. After hurriedly flying into the cave, the situation became even more tragic. That practice field was littered with corpses that had been hacked into pieces, and the immortal blood had pooled into a small lake in a low-lying area. Master, our treasure pavilion, too, has been looted. In the entire Purple Cloud Cave, there was not a single living soul, but of course there were some corpses of the invaders among them, which were brought over by Zhong Beaver. The Purple Cloud Sage Mother sensed the aura of those corpses and her face sank. It's the people from the Qilin Immortal Mansion. Even if the Qilin Immortal Mansion knows that Master Teacher is out, they don't dare to act rashly, and they can't break our mountain protection formation. Unless there is a mole. Zhong Ravens analyzed, then his face also changed drastically, and he urgently said, Master, we should still leave first. Zhong Beaver had honed an extremely sharp sixth sense over the years with her knife and blood, and she felt that it was dangerous now. As soon as Zhong Beaver's words fell on his side, Chen Anqing had already pulled out his legs and ran away. Boom! Suddenly, an immortal force violently blasted towards Anson Chen. Chen Anqing was startled and subconsciously utilized the extreme shield heavenly deity. Boo! The shield exploded, and only then was Anson Chan's figure able to instantly move backwards. Ha ha ha, old Demoness. You wouldn't have thought that there would be a day. As an open-hearted laugh came, a figure with a powerful aura descended and surrounded the three of them. Anson Chen, Lei Qiankuan, you piker, how dare you betray this holy mother? The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother looked up into the sky. There were two heavenly immortals side by side there. One of them was none other than the Purple Cloud Sacred Cave's right protector, Lei Qiankuan. Ha! Lei Qiankuan sneered. This seat was originally the Qilin Immortal Mansion's supreme elder. It's you old demon woman who was blind and didn't recognize the seat's identity. So what's this talk about betrayal? Purple Cloud Holy Mother's face turned blue. So this piker was a spy planted by the Kirin Immortal Mansion. Good. Very good. The Violet Cloud Holy Mother was furious and said coldly, I didn't expect to be counted by you, a mole. You slaughtered my disciples just fine. Who gave you the guts to dare to come and besiege this holy mother? Looking for death? Poof! Lei Qiankuan snorted disdainfully. Old demon woman, you don't pretend. All your actions, this seat is well aware of. Your 300 dead soldiers were wiped out. Your own serious injuries have not yet healed. How dare you speak out of turn? The green-clothed middle-aged man beside Lei Qiankuan also laughed. Even if you were at your peak, this mansion master wouldn't be afraid of you, let alone the fact that you've lost all of your means now, and are already at the end of your strength. The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother looked around with cold eyes, and there were enough 4 late heavenly immortals blocking off the dome of that sky, as well as several heavenly immortal primordial realms, guarding the 8 directions. It's hard to escape. Young lord, later on, I am the civet girl. Fight to the death to buy time for you. Whether you can escape with your life or not, it all depends on your destiny. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother transmitted her voice to Anson Chen. Don't you have the blood fiend Tong Tiangong? Assimilate my realm to the late heavenly immortal stage. I'll fight them. Chen Anqing said, Young lord, you have not practiced the technique of bearing the Tong Tiangong, and the slave girl is unable to assimilate you. The Purple Cloud Saint Mother responded. Anson Chan's heart sank. He had become a burden to them. If he did not take into account himself, and merely uplifted Zhong Raver's realm to the late heavenly immortal stage, the two of them would have had a chance to kill their way out, right? Thinking this way, Chen Anqing transmitted his voice. When the battle starts, you and Zhong Ravens will just kill out on your own. You don't have to care about me. The Purple Cloud Holy Mother was shocked and said, This cannot be allowed. How could a slave girl dare to abandon young lord? Chen Anqing said, I have my own means to hide for some hours. Don't break your life for me. This is an order that must not be disobeyed. Young lord, you. The Purple Cloud Sacred Mother was still about to say something, when the crowd of that Qilin Immortal Mansion had already erupted with immortal might and rushed over. Old demon woman. Suffer death. Boom boom boom. Immortal weapons of various colors hung in the sky, and a terrifying immortal power blasted over. Young lord, be careful. Dumbass. When a terrifying immortal force blasted towards Chen Ansheng, the purple cloud sacred mother immediately invoked the bloodshed Tong Tian Kung Fu and uplifted Zhong Beaver's realm. Then the two of them flew over together, trying to defend Chen Ansheng against that strike. Unfortunately, is half a step too late. Bang! A huge hole was blasted out where Anson Chen was, and his figure had disappeared. Young lord, the purple cloud holy mother murmured, her heart twisting. Dumbass Chen. Bell Beaver hooped and almost cried out. No, the dumbass isn't dead. In the next moment, Zhong Beaver's immortal soul, if anything, sensed Chen Ansheng's aura. It was just like when dumbass Chen disappeared in the small courtyard of the Qianyu cave. Blah blah blah. Chen Ansheng's figure smashed down from the air, grimy. Even his mouth had not a lot of mud. No, how come I don't feel invincible? Anson Chan climbed to his feet, wanting to use his immortal power. He wiped away the dust from his body, but realized that the immortal power in his body had long since disappeared. This is the lost realm. Anson Chan reacted instantly just now. When that terrifying immortal force attacked, Chen Ansheng subconsciously invoked the cross-boundary stone. In that critical situation, Anson Chen had no time to choose which world to go to, and instinctively suspended some scenes in his mind, which he then locked onto. Therefore, he did not go to the familiar cultivation realm, but came to the lost realm. It's probably because I'm even more curious about this lost realm. An instinct drove me to cross over to this realm. Chen Ansheng was at Elder Ji's place at the time, and had the image of the lost realm firmly imprinted in his mind, and had intended to wait for a higher realm before trying to see if he could cross over, not realizing that this time, in the heat of the moment, he had actually come over directly. Just as well, with the strength of my immortal body, as long as I don't provoke the top powerhouses of this world, I'll have no problem at all defending myself. Elder Ji had said that the strongest person in this world, the Heavenly Emperor, had a battle power roughly equal to that of an immortal king. With this speculation, the ordinary cultivators of this realm should also have a large lower battle power than the cultivators of the immortal realm, and now that I'm here, it's a good time to look for those few needed herbs. What is this place? After a moment's respite, Anson Chan looked up and around. It was nighttime, and the moonlight poured down on the earth, reflecting a tall grave. Every now and then a chilly wind blew, shaking the trees and rustling their shadows. Let's walk out of here first. This quiet graveyard. Chen Ansheng was not afraid, but just wanted to quickly find a populated place to get a good understanding of this side of the world. Just waddling along. Swish! Suddenly, a sword chi rushed out from a grave beside him. Anson Chan backhanded a palm, dispersing the sword chi with ease. The body died, but the sword chi didn't dissipate. In this tomb, there must be a sword Dao expert buried. Of course, the so-called masters were only for this side of the world. If we were to compare it to the sword chi and sword intent left behind by the one when Chen Ansheng took the ascension pool, this one would appear to be too poor. Along the way, passing by those graves, from time to time, there were inexplicable earthly chi energy spinning out and attacking Chen Ansheng. At first, Chen Ansheng even parried it with his hand, but later on, as the attacks became more and more frequent, Chen Ansheng didn't even bother to raise his hand, letting those chi impact on his immortal body, which couldn't create half a bit of damage anyway. Beyond the graveyard, in a cave. A woman in white was practicing cultivation, but she suddenly sensed something and suddenly opened her eyes, muttering, "Today's god burial ancestral ground, but why is it so unsettling?" Desolate knew. Follow this goddess to see what's going on. As the woman lightly called out, a hunched old man palmed up the oil lamp and said, "Miss, today is the night of the full moon. The ancestral land is quite heavy with grievances. Miss is better not to go." My own ancestor. What am I afraid of? The woman stood up and walked towards the outside of the cave. I'm just afraid that something that doesn't know how to die will break in and steal the spirit grass, disturbing my ancestors' peaceful sleep. Ha! The old man shook his head, laughed hoarsely, and said, "Miss is overly concerned. In this eastern desolate land, who would be so bold as to dare to break into the ancestral land of my divine King Zhang clan?" The woman didn't respond, and her figure had already flown to the edge of the burial ground. She took to the air, and by the bright moonlight, she looked toward the gloomy burial ground. This look made the woman shiver. One could only see that the divine burial ground was heavy with shadows and chaos, and from time to time, there was a terrifying killing aura that rose up to the sky. What made her even more chilled was that in the midst of that heavy murderous aura, there was a man in white, walking in the middle of it. Who is it? Dare to break into my Jiang clan's divine burial ancestral ground? The woman subconsciously gulped. As the voice passed out, she mentally regretted it again. The man in white, walking peacefully in the burial ground, not fearing all the shocking killing aura, was thought to be an extraordinary powerhouse. At this point, he was disturbed, but he didn't know what the consequences would be. In that graveyard, Chen Ansheng heard the woman's voice, and when he raised his head, he looked upwards. Finally, we see the living. Chen Anqing did not have immortal power and did not know this world's aerial feats, so he only had to force his feet and stomp, and the whole person flew towards the woman and bounced over. Hey! Seems to be pushing too hard. Don't you come any closer. Anson Chan was too fast for the woman to dodge. Ah! Like a meteor, Chen Anqing crashed into the woman's arms and slammed heavily into the mountain wall at the back with her. It hurts. It hurts. The woman was knocked out of her mind and suffocated in her chest. Sorry, I was pushing too hard. Chen Anqing climbed up, patted the dust on his body, and took the woman's hand. Dragging her out of the broken mountain wall, the woman really wanted to kill this bastard with a sword. But she didn't dare to strike at all just based on the force of that impact just now. She could sense that this person's strength was only more than 100 times better than her own. Thus, the woman held back the anger in her heart and looked at Anson Chen. I didn't expect this person to be so young and handsome. Only the attire is slightly strange. Can't it be that he is a foreign cultivator? Since you're so handsome, I'll forgive you for now. Where do you come from, sir? And why are you trespassing on my Jiang clan's divine burial ground? The woman opened her mouth and asked. I am a cultivator from outside the domain who mistakenly entered your precious place. If I have offended, I hope the girl will bear with me. I don't know how the girl is addressed. Chen Anqing is also polite. After all, when he first came to the country, it is never wrong to provoke less right and wrong. My name is Jiang Chuyu, Divine King Jiang clan, 10th Divine Daughter. Jiang Chuyu reported his name and identity, hoping to use his family's prestige to subdue this brat, which knew that the other party didn't even react with half a bit of shock and still looked calm. So it's Ms. Jiang. Disrespectful. Chen Anqing arched his hand. It looks like you don't know my name. So what's the respect for? Fake courtesy. Jiang Chuyu said. Ha! Anson Chen didn't want to say anything more and turned his head to look upwards. There's a cave there. It's quite windy and dusty here. Let's take a step to talk. After saying that, Chen Anqing's feet stomped, and he flew towards that cave. Jiang Chuyu, however, was splattered all over by the dust rolled up by Chen Anqing's kick. After the smoke and dust dispersed, Jiang Chuyu looked at the crack spreading away from the mountain with a stupefied expression and murmured in shock. This person, I'm only afraid that he's a divine king level expert. With shock and apprehension, Jiang Chuyu flew upwards. That cave, the dojo for her cultivation, has a killing formation laid down by the family elders at the entrance of the cave, and let us see how he will deal with it. Chen Anqing landed at the entrance of the cave, and with a step, he headed inside. Boom! Suddenly, dozens of black iron fists smashed towards Anson Chan. Dang! Anson Chan didn't bother to dodge, letting those iron fists hit his body, making a series of sounds of gold and stone. Then, those iron fists crashed down, all deformed, and some had even become pieces of iron. This body defense, it's too perverted. Seeing this situation, Jiang Chuyu's heart once again rolled in shock waves. This person must not be messed with. After freezing for a long time, Jiang Chuyu finally calmed down. This kind of worldly figure appeared in the world. No matter what his motives were or what his purpose was, Jiang Chuyu had made up his mind to tolerate what he could and never offend him rashly. What a cave! When Anson Chen entered, he found that the cave was magnificently decorated, with both living and cultivation materials available. Ms. Jiang doesn't have to be polite. Come in and sit down. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuyu had a black face and flew into the cave in a ghostly manner. Elder, this is the dojo where my youngest daughter cultivates. Ahem. Jiang Chuyu carefully explained so that the cave would not be directly occupied by this guy. Is it your cave? Rather, I have taken the liberty of offending you. Anson Chen didn't blush and said a salty sentence before wandering around to take a look. Jiang Chuyu gritted her teeth. This cave was her private dojo. It was equivalent to the boudoir of a mortal lady's family. In other words, even the elders of the family could not come in and out as they pleased. But he was not polite. Anson Chan made his rounds for a moment and stood still in front of a bookshelf. The 10-story high bookshelves were filled with all kinds of ancient books, which aroused Anson Chan's interest. Ms. Jiang, would it be possible for me to borrow these books? Chen Anqing asked without turning his head. Oh, senior, please make yourself at home. Jiang Chuyu let out an awkward smile. This bookshelf has her family's inherited internal arts, as well as secret arts and techniques. Not to be outsourced, but it can't be helped. He is at least a great power whose physical body is comparable to that of the God King realm, and he doesn't have the ability to stop him. Xian Tian Miscellany. The text is actually the same as the immortal world. Chen Anqing took out a book from the bottom. This world still followed the language and writing of the immortal world. This miscellany, totaling millions of words, contained all-encompassing content, and after reading it, Chen Anqing roughly understood the foundation of this side of the world. This realm was called the Xian Heavenly Realm, and the main cultivation path was the internal and external martial path. Its realm is divided, roughly, into refined vein opening realm, punching realm, Secret Mansion Divine Elemental Realm, 100 Skeleton Xian Realm, Spirit Martial Heavenly Realm, True Martial Supreme Realm. After these 6 realms, it was the realm of transcendent powerhouses, the God Realm, the Heavenly God Realm, the God King Realm, the Lesser Sacred Realm, the Holy Realm, the Great Sacred Realm, the Emperor Realm, the Xian Emperor Realm, as well as the legendary Supreme Realm and the Heavenly Emperor Realm. Generally speaking, a God Realm cultivator would be an unattainable existence for the masses of cultivators. As for that sacred realm, Emperor Realm powerhouses, it was rumored that they were all practicing in the heavenly beyond, and even God Kings could not be easily seen therefore. In the Xian Tian Realm, cultivators of the general cognition, God King Realm power, in fact, is equivalent to the absolute master. After all, that the so-called Seda, Emperor and so on the strong, is not the real existence of them or doubtful. In addition to understanding the realm of cultivation, Chen Anqing also learned that this world also has many secret realms. Forbidden areas exist. These dangerous places often have divine medicine. Innate treasure exists. Throughout the ages attracted countless powerful against the world to go to explore. All are more evil than good in millions of words of miscellaneous notes. With Chen Anqing's powerful mental strength, it took less than a quarter of an hour to scan through them. After reading the miscellany, Anson Chen picked up another cultivation technique called the Divine King's Opening Technique. Ms. Zheng, this technique is your family's inherited technique? Anson Chen asked. Yeah, Zhang Chuyu nodded his head, but in his heart, he was spitting. This guy just picked up the miscellaneous records and flipped through them for a while. He didn't even look at the content. I think his own family's gongfu was his goal. In fact, Zhang Chuyu was not afraid of Chen Anqing checking out the gong methods. After all, these gong methods were tailored by the ancestors for the descendants of the family, and it was impossible for him to cultivate them without having the bloodline of the Zhang family. Moreover, his physical body strength was so strong that he didn't need to cultivate this kind of basic technique. If it's convenient, I'd like to take a look at the contents. I wonder if that's possible. Anson Chan inquired. Zhang Chuyu frowned lightly and said, Senior, if you're just looking at it, there's no harm, but please, Senior, don't try to cultivate it. This technique was created by my family's ancestor, for the descendants of the bloodline, and onlookers will go off the rails if they practice it. Zhang Chuyu honestly said that he was afraid that if this guy went to practice and caused any discomfort, he would blame himself instead. Thanks for the reminder. Chen Anqing gave a thank you and sat down on the futon, checking out the gongfu. It's easy. The 6 layers of gong methods were understood by Anson Chan with a sweeping glance. Immediately, he condensed a mental idea body and began practicing in the sea of consciousness, the first level. Drawing chi and quenching the veins, blink and it's done. For no other reason, Anson Chen's entire body meridians, limbs and organs, are all true immortal level, only need to attract the Xian Qi of this world, naturally smooth. No need to quench the veins at all. Followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Chen Anqing successfully stepped into the first cultivation realm, the refined pulse opening realm. Of this would be considered an introduction to cultivation. Being able to sense and invoke the Xuanqi of heaven and earth, sensing the fluctuation of interest on Chen Anqing's body, Zhang Chuyu's eyes widened and said, Senior, you actually practiced? Chen Anqing opened his eyes and said, this introductory realm is just that. It is not difficult for me to defeat. Zhang Chuyu was once again shocked, but her heart was filled with doubts. Senior, my daughter sees that you are at least a great power above the divine realm, but why do you still want to cultivate this small introductory technique? Chen Anqing smiled and said, I have been enlightened since the forbidden area outside the domain, and I have never practiced the worldly dharma. So I was curious, so I tried something. Kang Choryu was stunned for a moment. Where exactly is the so-called extraterritoriality? She was puzzled, but did not dare to venture to ask in detail. Anyway, know that the other party is just out of the world on the line. Their own mistaken acquaintance with him. It may not be a great opportunity. Have to be careful to grasp. Then please feel free to watch as you please. Of course, if Senior is willing to guide Choryu's cultivation when he is free, Choryu will certainly be grateful. Zhang Chuyu said, well. Chen Anqing nodded and then brought the cultivation technique for the next realm, concentration of Qi extreme orifice gong. This technique, which could shock the blood orifices to their limit state, was much more subtle than unusual cultivation methods, and at the same time, it was extremely difficult to cultivate without saying a word. Anson Shen started practicing with his idea body. It was also less than half an hour before the orifice charge realm was reached. Buzz. Inside this cave, Xian Qi converged and condensed into a layer of white mist. Oh my god. Perfect orifice rush realm. Sensing the fluctuations in Anson Shen's aura, Zhang Chuyu couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm. The so-called perfect orifice punching realm had to be reached by punching each blood orifice with qi and then supplementing it with precious medicines and quenching it over and over again for several years. The process, which is excruciatingly painful, has an extremely high chance of failure and death. The entire generation of the Jiang family, no one has reached it. But I can't imagine that this guy has succeeded in just less than half an hour, without using any medicine. It's so anticlimactic. According to the family's ancient records, the Jiang clan's first-generation god king, the world-defying powerhouse Jiang Wushu, was no more than that. The stunned Jiang Chuyu silently watched as Chen Anqing continued with the next stage of cultivation. As before, he picked up a gongfu and scanned it for a few breaths before closing his eyes. Hoo. Not long after, the cold wind poured sharply into the cave from outside. Jiang Chuyu slightly sensed some. That where is what cold wind? Clearly is the world of Xuanqi absorbed by this guy. Calm down. This is a good time to practice. As the 10th goddess of the Jiang clan, Jiang Chuyu's natural talent had been of great magnitude, but she had never experienced the feeling of Xuanqi transforming into a gale blowing. She instantly seized the opportunity to sit on the ground and inhale Xianqi to cultivate, with the meaning of Chen Anqing eating meat while she followed and drank soup. After an hour, the wind of Xianqi stopped. On Jiang Chuyu's body, a green-colored qi energy broke out, shaking the entire cave. I broke into the true martial realm. Feeling the changes brought about by the growth of the realm, Jiang Chuyu almost wept with joy. Of the entire Jiang family generation, a total of 10 divine sons and daughters each reached the true martial arts realm. Only 3 only that ride, far ahead of the first divine son. Cultivation for 100 years to step on the divine realm. However, Jiang Chuyu had only just turned 18, younger than all the other divine sons and daughters. At this age, stepping into the true martial realm, looking at the entire eastern wasteland, one could be called a proud daughter of the heavens. This senior, it's really a great chance for me. Oh, Jiang Chuyu pressed down her excitement and looked towards Chen Anqing, who was still practicing, itching to rush up and kowtow to him a few times. There's spiritual light radiating from the senior's limbs and bones. Heavens, just what kind of wizard, what kind of demon is he to have such heaven-defying cultivation qualifications? It's not that Jiang Chuyu has never seen anything in the world. It's really that the one in front of him is too heavenly, breaking the realm like drinking water. Not to mention that every realm is also cultivated into a perfect state, which is the state that those so-called heavenly prides can't reach by working hard for their whole life. In the next moment, Anson Chan opened his eyes and violently threw a punch forward. The fierce chi blasted out, hitting the stone wall in front of him with many marks, as if the entire cave was about to collapse. This is the 100 Rex Shin realm? Not bad. The power is fair. Anson Chan was satisfied and nodded to himself. Jiang Chuyu, who was on the side, cautiously asked, "Senior's punch just now was this powerful because of some fleshly strength attached to it, right?" Chen Anqing said indifferently, "I just wanted to test the power of this technique of your family, so I only used Shin Qi, lol." Jiang Chuyu's entire body was confused. When did a punch from the 100 Rex Shin realm become so powerful? That punch just now, that is, one's own true martial supreme realm. One would have to use more than 80% of one's underlying strength to be able to block it. Could it be that this is the beauty of cultivating each realm to perfection? Jiang Chuyu murmured in his heart, only hating that he didn't meet the senior earlier. If he had met him earlier, he would have followed him to cultivate the perfect realm. How good would that be? Elder, it's still early. Please continue cultivating. I still want to drink some soup. Oh no, I'm going to drink some tea. Jiang Chuyu stammered, longing for Chen Anqing to draw the wind of Xin Qi again and follow to reap some benefits. Chen Anqing smiled. He could see Jiang Chuyu's motives. After all, he had cultivated someone else's ancestral gongfu, so it was reasonable to let her follow and drink some soup. Next, Chen Anqing began to cultivate the spiritual martial heavenly realm and the true martial supreme realm. These two major realms were also difficult to defeat. Anson Chan only. These two realms could not only be reached by drawing Xin Qi into the body, but also by continuously pressing Xian Qi into the body's secret mansion to reach a certain limit before the realm could be broken. The night passed, and the day dawned. Overnight, the entire cemetery Xian Qi, which had been accumulating for years, decreased by close to a third. This volume of Xian Qi was enough for the 20 divine sons and daughters of the Jiang family to use for 10 years of cultivation, but today, the vast majority of this was pressed into Chen Anqing's body and used to break through the true martial supreme realm. Only a small portion of the Xian Qi that had condensed into liquid droplets was picked up by Jiang Chuyu and used to consolidate his realm. Well, it's finally fixed. Anson Chan stretched and stood up from the futon. It was a hard enough night, and even though he was a true immortal's body, he felt a little tired. Meanwhile, at the other end of the cemetery, in the cave of the first divine son of the Jiang clan, Jiang Chuyu's slave, desolate slave, didn't dare to make a move last night after realizing that a strong person had intruded, but instead, he hid and fled, going forward to ask for help, only that the entire Twilight Garden was cut off from the outside world, and all he could do was to ask for help from the other divine sons and daughters who were practicing here. Having waited outside the first divine son's cave for a full night, Arakanu's heart was burning with anxiety. What is it? Finally, the cave opened, and a green-clothed man, with a divine light, hovered in front of the desolate slave. "It's not good, Your Highness the Divine Son. An uninvited guest has come to the cemetery and forced his way into the 10th Divine Maiden's cave. It's been a whole night, and I don't know what kind of encounters the Divine Maiden has had." The Arakanu trembled and reported, "Boom." With these words, chi energy exploded out from the man in green, shaking the entire cemetery. This was the might of the god realm. "You lackey, why didn't you come to report this earlier? If my clan's goddess is defiled by someone, and the word gets out, won't it be a disgrace to the world?" The desolate slave shivered and said with a sobbing voice, "The old slave came to wait last night, but did not dare to disturb His Highness the Divine Son's cultivation. I hope the Divine Son will forgive me." In fact, with the man in green's ability, he had long since sensed the arrival of the desolate slave. He only thought that the desolate slave was sent over by the 10th goddess to ask for resources, and deliberately hung him out to dry for one night. How could he have known that this would happen? "How dare you argue?" The green-clothed man slapped his palm over and knocked the desolate slave down, and then spun around and flew toward the other end of the cemetery. The 10th goddess's cave. In Jiang Chuyu's cave. Jiang Chuyu, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly screamed and blood spilled out of his mouth. Chen Anqing raised an eyebrow and went up to support Jiang Chuyu's back. "You've overrushed your cultivation and your meridians are damaged." With a slight sensing, Anson Chen detected that within Jiang Chuyu's body, a few meridians were tautly broken. That hurts." Jiang Chuyu cried out miserably in pain, and her entire body collapsed onto Anson Chen's arm. "Don't worry, I'll use my Xin Qi and see if I can connect your broken veins." Chen Anqing immediately catalyzed his Xin Qi and gently pressed his palms on Jiang Chuyu's abdomen slightly above her, rubbing back and forth. Jiang Chuyu's face turned white with pain, trying to hold it back, but she couldn't help it and let out a gurgling cry of pain. "Bold thieves, how dare you violate my clan's goddess? Suffer death." Boom! At this very moment, a furious voice shook this cave dwelling violently. A man in green, his body glowing with divine light, flew in. He felt immense shame and anger when he saw Anson Chen's nasty movements, as well as when he heard the sounds that Jiang Chuyu made. A divine daughter of the divine King Jiang family should not be allowed to be defiled like this. Kill! Boom! The man raised his hand and slammed a palm over Chen Anqing, with Chen Anqing's true immortal body's reaction. How swift it was! When that palm had only been struck, Anson Chan had long since turned around and blasted out with a fist. Boo! The fists and palms connected, and the divine force exploded. The man in green, feeling as if he had been hit by a star, his figure flew out backwards, spitting out a line of blood in midair along the way. The man in green smashed heavily into the ground, smashing a huge crater into the ground. He looked up at the mountain wall above him, wide-eyed and too stunned to speak. His own hallowed god realm cultivator was actually lightly punched by the other party, breaking his right arm, and even his internal organs were shaken out with many cracks. It's appalling. This person's strength was only not inferior to that of the family head. Inside the cave, "You rest for a moment. I'll go and behead that sneaky thief," Anson Chen said to Jiang Chuyu. "Don't, elder. He's my clan brother and the first divine son in my clan." The pain in Jiang Chuyu's meridian slowed down slightly and he struggled to get up. "So it was someone from your family. Yet why did he sneak up on me?" Anson Chan said indifferently. At those words, Jiang Chuyu's face flushed red and whispered, "Just now, I was in pain and made some strange noises. I'm only afraid that my clan brother misunderstood that we were doing that kind of thing." Anson Chan froze, thinking back to the scene just now. His own hand was rubbing around there, and Jiang Chuyu let out a shallow hum. Indeed, very similar. "So it's a misunderstanding. I'll go explain." After saying that, Chen Anqing urged his Xin Qi and his figure shot out. Don't you dare." Chen Anqing landed in front of the man in green who had collapsed to the ground, and the using pressure made him unable to hold back a jolt as his face turned white with fear. "The first son of God? How effeminate." Anson Chan faintly swept a glance at him. The man in green was furious in his heart, but he didn't dare to take offense. So he said, "Who exactly are you? And do you know my family's old ancestor's mighty name?" Chen Anqing reckoned that he couldn't explain it himself, so he wanted to bring him to the cave and let Jiang Chuyu explain away. Then, Anson Chan reached out and pressed his hand on the green-clothed man's shoulder. The green-clothed man was startled and hastily urged his divine power, trying to resist. Boo! It was a pity that the divine power he had urged was directly crushed and dispersed by Anson Chen's palm. The green-clothed man's heart tightened, so anxious that he almost fainted. His heart cried out, "What kind of fucking monster is this? Crushing my godly power with physical strength alone. Go!" Chen Anqing grabbed the man in green and flew into the cave like he was lifting a chicken. A moment later, Jiang Chuyu explained what happened. Once again, in reality, the man in green was not very convinced. Doing or not doing that kind of thing for now, cultivating from zero to the true martial realm overnight, and also reaching perfection in every realm? No one would believe that, however. Given that the other party's physical strength was too terrifying, it was better to pretend to believe even if you didn't, lest you suffer. Late generation Zhang Yuntian mistakenly thought that there were thieves intruding before rashly offending senior. Please bear with me, there's no harm. As the saying goes, you're pretty good without fighting. Zhang Yuntian compensated for the smile with an embarrassed face, secretly saying, I can't even catch a single move from you. You're deliberately undermining me. I don't know what senior's business is here. Zhang Yuntian sidetracked the topic. Wanting to probe the mysterious tall man's intentions, Chen Anqing was also direct and said without hiding anything, I am going out to the mountains to find some medicinal herbs. I wonder if you two can help me. If I can find the herbs, I will not treat you too poorly. It turned out to be a search for medicine. That's good to know. Zhang Chuyu was the first to speak, saying, we do have quite a few spirit medicines growing in this ancestral cemetery of ours. I don't know which one senior needs. Chen Anqing immediately listed some of the scarce medicinal herbs, all of them, and attached a drawing of the herbs, and handed it over to Zhang Chuyu. The two of them, Zhang Chuyu, looked carefully for a while. Zhang Yuntian said, Senior, you listed these medicinal herbs. Senior only recognized half of them, and there are all of them in the family. The rest of the herbs such as the three-colored spirit fruit, red cornelian flower, underworld dragon's whiskers are unheard of, and one needs to consult the elders in the family to see if he knows. Chen Anqing sniffed and lightly glanced at Zhang Yuntian, the corner of his mouth drawing up a smile. How could he not see the little plan in Zhang Yuntian's heart? This kid is trying to notify his family elder experts to come and test if he can hold his own, and if you can't top it, you can't avoid a reckoning. If he had held his own against it, he thought that his family would have tried to pull it together, and it would have been another treatment. However, the other party has this kind of idea. Chen Anqing think there is no excuse. No matter which cultivation world, all are honored by strength. You are not strong enough, cannot bring benefits to others. Why people pull down the face to lick you? Then I'll be obliged to Godson. Chen Anqing arched his hand and faintly said, You're welcome, just call me Yun Tian, or Little Jiang. Senior, since Senior has agreed, then I will immediately go and invite my family's ninth uncle to come over, so as not to delay Senior's big event. Go on. Chen Anqing waved his hand, and Zhang Yuntian respectfully retreated. Zhang family, God King Hall. On the temple, the Zhang family had landed on the top seat. Yun Tian, what happened in the cemetery? The family head, Jiang Buxu, being at the 3-star Divine King realm, had since sensed the movement in that cemetery, but he couldn't probe exactly how things were, because a strange aura that appeared and disappeared, elusive, appeared in that cemetery. Father, a white-robed man has come to the cemetery, ethereal and elegant, handsome and dusty in appearance. Cut the crap and get to the point. Zhang Yuntian was shaken awake by this drink. Father, my child was severely injured by a mysterious expert, with a single punch, and that person didn't use any Shen power, divine power. At those words, Zhang Buxiu stood up from his seat and paced to Zhang Yuntian. After a long moment of silence, he said, How could there be such a strange thing? Can't it be that a certain physical cultivation powerhouse of my Zhang family has been reborn in a broken coffin? Father, this is unlikely. Those who can be buried in the cemetery are all my Zhang family's ancestors who have gone against the world. So what's not to like? After a slight pause, Zhang Buxiu asked, Does that person have any explanation? Zhang Yuntian even said, He said that he went out this time to search for medicines. Father, look. This is the list of medicinal herbs he listed. Zhang Buxa took the list of medicinal herbs and looked at the crooked handwriting on it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The writing style is bizarre, but it implies the rhythm of the Tao. This person is really not bad, and in fact, just because Chen Anqing from the former years of mining, not much writing ugly words, there is a fart of the Taoist rhyme. Family master, this person's origin is strange. Why don't we let the old man go ahead and try to find out if he has the breath of my family's bloodline and how strong he really is? A gray-robed old man volunteered. May not. Zhang Buxiu waved his hand, before figuring out his identity, as well as his strength. It's not appropriate for us higher-ups to step forward, so that even if something unpleasant happens, there's still room for maneuver. Then in the opinion of the family head, Zhang Buxu smiled and said, This family master will send the Void Sky Spirit Exalt over to probe him. Upon hearing this, a few old men nodded their heads if they were enlightened. That spirit Dharma, its strength is comparable to that of a 4-star Divine King. If it senses the aura of my clan's bloodline, it won't lay its hands on it. If it wasn't my clan's forefathers, it wouldn't have stayed its hand. This is a brilliant move by the family master. At the entrance of the cemetery, a divine beast with its body ablaze with ethereal flames, resembling a Qilin, appeared. It exuded a powerful aura of divine power, and even the space around it became somewhat distorted due to its arrival. Roar! Once they entered the cemetery, The divine beast spirit Dawn seemed to sense the aura of its former owner and couldn't help but open its mouth and roar furiously. This movement caused the divine sons and daughters who were practicing in the various caves around the cemetery to wake up from their initiation and be stunned. Whoosh! A figure, flying out from the cave, looked toward that divine beast spirit Exalt. What's going on? Why is spirit dignity here at the cemetery? This morning I heard the sound of screams in the garden. Could it be that the spirit sovereign has gone berserk and killed someone here? Gentlemen, are you alright? The 10 or so divine sons and daughters were all checking each other out. It was discovered that only the first divine son and the 10th divine maiden were not on the spot. Roar! The spirit sovereign looked toward the divine sons and daughters in the sky and let out another wild roar, scaring the crowd backward. It is an existence stronger than the head of the family. Everyone didn't dare to utter a single breath, and they were all carefully staring at where spirit sovereign was going. Not long after, the spirit sovereign's figure appeared outside the 10th goddess's cave. In that hole, a man and a woman flew out. Who is that man in white? This person's Shin-Chi fluctuation isn't too strong, but when I went to explore him, my heart didn't give birth to a sense of fear. That's why. It can't be that the 10th sister stole a man here and was noticed by the spirit elder, so she came to clean her up. The second goddess muttered, "Don't be ridiculous. How could the 10th sister possibly do such a thing? Besides, even if there was such a thing, how would the spirit sovereign care?" Another goddess said, "How is it impossible? If she really performed that illicit act here, wouldn't she have dishonored the ancestors? That's why the spirit father can't tolerate her." "You don't say. That kid is a good-looking guy." The goddesses chattered. It is true that as long as a woman, even if you are a goddess, you can't help but love gossip. Outside the cave door, Anson Chan and Jiang Chuyu stood side by side, looking at the majestic spirit dignity below. Jiang Chuyu's face changed drastically, and she said in horror, "Senior, it's my clan's divine beast of suppression. Senior mustn't provoke it, and let it leave on its own." Chen Anqing picked his mouth and smiled, but he understood that this beast must have been deliberately sent over by the Jiang family's senior management, and how would it leave without sharing a fight with itself immediately? Anson Chen stretched out his palm, bent a few fingers back and forth, and shouted, "Come over here, Buzz." Seeing this scene, all of the divine sons and daughters of the gods were dumbfounded. This bastard had a pit in his brain, didn't he? How dare he take the initiative to provoke the spirit Exalt? Really don't know how to spell death. Not only were these divine sons and daughters, even the crowd of Jiang family executives who were secretly checking out the situation were also frozen in their tracks by Chen Anqing's actions. Is he really not afraid of the spirit sovereign's might at all? Is it ignorance and brainlessness, or is it really something? Roar! The spirit dignitary had lived for tens of thousands of years and had long been humanized, and when it was provoked in such a way, the animal blood in its body boiled up. Boom! Divine power erupted, and a wave of air tumbled over the distant divine sons and daughters, all of which were flipped over and slammed backward. However, that powerful air wave, when it reached Anson Chen, it failed to make any waves. Chen Anqing's robes, hunting in the wind and waves, his immortal body was motionless, as stable as a divine mountain. "Come on, you beast, eat my palm and try it." As the words fell, Anson Chan lifted his hand and violently launched a palm forward. A domineering force struck out, pushing the air and striking towards that spirit Exalt. The spirit dignitary raised his head, showing his teeth, and the fierce light in his eyes shot out like substance. However, its figure did not move to avoid it, and it seemed to be really discussing the highs and lows with Chen Anqing. Boo! The aura that was squeezed out hit the spirit Exalt. The entire cemetery shook, and on the surface of the spirit Exalt's body, the psi inflammation rioted, transforming into a ray of light that spread out, piercing everyone's eyes. The spirit Exalt has retreated 3 feet. How is that possible? He didn't even use his Shin-Chi, and by merely pushing a gust of wind, he was able to shock a spirit Exalt back. This person, what kind of strength is he, to be able to wave his hand and force back a spirit sovereign who was comparable to a 4-star divine king? After the light dispersed, everyone stared at the 2 lines of scratches on the basalt floor that were 3 feet long, shocked beyond measure. In that case, the first time they met, it was the man in white who easily gained the upper hand. It's horrible. Immediately afterward, Chen Anqing, who was in the wind of Lingli, had a smile on his lips as he stretched out a finger and shook it. No. Surprisingly, the spirit sovereign didn't go crazy this time, but instead was awfully quiet. It was seen crouching low, like a fierce tiger hibernating and waiting for an opportunity to feed. Whoosh! In the next moment, it fiercely glared at the ground, leaving 4 large pits covered in spiderweb cracks on the arcane stone floor, and its figure had arrived against Chen Anqing in the blink of an eye. Boom boom boom. The spirit sovereign's claws flapped rapidly, and in the eyes of the crowd, all that could be seen was a trail of residual shadows, and what shocked them was that the man in white didn't dodge, lifting his hand without any pattern, but blocked every attack from the spirit sovereign. Boom! As the spirit sovereign attacked hundreds of times to no avail, His divine power erupted to its limit, transforming into a true divine beast that pounced on Chen Anqing. That divine power airwave impacted over, and Chen Anqing finally stepped back half a foot. Yes! Anson Chan roared softly, just in time for me to try out how powerful the heavenly martial supreme realm I just practiced is. And then, Chen Anqing urged his Xin Qi and condensed it on top of his palm without any fancy moves. Chen Anqing's figure pressed horizontally over and fiercely slammed his palm at the spirit exalt. The spirit dignitaries felt that their majesty had been swept away today, so they refused to retreat. It raised its huge head and fiercely lunged towards Chen Anqing's palm. Ka-ching! The two forces clashed. A black electric flower actually flashed out in midair, and the space was impacted by the huge force, turning up a circle of ripples and pushing outward. Pffffffffff. Those divine sons and daughters who were watching from afar were swept away by that spatial wave, and all of them suffered internal injuries and couldn't help but spray blood furiously. On the contrary, Jiang Chuyu, who was hiding behind Anson Chen, was not at all bothered. Senior's strength is truly unimaginable. Jiang Chuyu, who was unharmed, was dumbfounded as a whole. After this battle, regardless of whether the senior won or lost, it wouldn't change the fact that his strength was comparable to that of a 4-star god king. The tremor lasted for more than 10 breaths of time, and the raging thunder and lightning disappeared, and countless tiny black fissures in the spatial in that air. There was only a white-clothed figure standing silently, but there was no spirit dignity in sight. Where's spirit dignity? Did he obliterate it? Oh my god, how is this possible? Not only were those divine sons and daughters terrified, but those higher-ups of Jiang were also in a state of extreme trepidation and shock. Spirit dignity? Was he really blown to oblivion by his palm? This man, invincible. In fear, the Jiang family, up and down, the heart in grief, the void sky spirit sovereign, guarding the Jiang family for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect to be wiped out just like that. Family master, with the death of the spirit exalted one, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to explain if the old ancestor comes out of the gate. A gray-robed old man said worriedly. Ugh, Jiang Buxiu sighed. It's my fault for being careless. I didn't expect that person to be so strong. The rest of the elders, too, had mixed emotions. Losing their spirit elder was like someone had killed their closest relatives in front of them. It's hard as hell. Family master, what should we do now? The crowd was out of ideas. Jiang Buxiu pondered for a little while and looked at the pale-faced first divine son, Jiang Yuntian, who was on the side, and said, Yuntian, hurry up and take your ninth uncle over there. I don't need to teach you what to do and what to say, do I? Jiang Yuntian instantly understood what his father meant. Such a strong person, even if the family lost their spirit exalted, they could never be offended and must try their best to draw them in. What's more, the death of the spirit dignitary was due to the family's poor decision-making, not the other party's violent killing, so it's not the other party's fault. The child understands. Jiang Yuntian answered and immediately flew towards the Divine Pill Pavilion to find his ninth uncle, who was known as the Pill Emperor, Jiang Buxiu. In the cemetery, when everything calmed down, all the divine sons and daughters of the gods were dumbfounded. They had the intention to go over to meet that white-robed powerhouse, but they didn't dare to go, for fear of offending the other party if they were not careful. Ugh! Behind Anson Chen, Jiang Chuyu sighed despondently. Why the long sigh? Anson Chan turned around and asked. Seniors don't know. The spirit elder has been guarding my clan for tens of thousands of years. When I was a child, I loved to go and find the spirit elder to play with. I didn't think that it would end up with a dead body and soul today after it had rammed into seniors. Saying so, Jiang Chuyu was already in tears. Anson Chan, however, smiled. As the saying goes, if you are a doer, you will see each other in the future. Chen Anqing knew that the divine beast was sent by the Jiang clan to test his strength, so how could he possibly kill it with a cruel hand? Well, there's no need to cry anymore. I'll just give it back to you. With that, Anson Chen raised his hand, condensed his palm into a sword, and chopped forward with 10% of his strength. Instantly, space was sliced through an opening, and an ethereal light violently exploded out of that opening. Ah, that's the aura of a spirit exalt. The spirit exalt is not dead. Raising one's hand and slicing through space. What a strong means. The crowd was astonished again at the sight. Come out before it's too late. Anson Chan made a fierce grab towards that crack. A capsized, unicorn-like divine beast then rolled out of the crack. Roar! As soon as it came out, the spirit exalt opened its bloody mouth, claws flailing and roaring madly. You're still not convinced? Anson Chan's gaze sank upon hearing this icy cold gulp. The spirit dignitary immediately drooped his head down and let out a whimpering sound. Oops! Spirit Dignity's tail was pinched off by the spatial rift. Behind him, Jiang Chuyu, who had broken into tears, revealed the mystery of the Spirit Sovereign's frenzy. So it's a pin tail. Then let's just give you a little lesson. Are you convinced? Chen Anqing said indifferently towards the Spirit Elder. The Spirit Dignitary's entire body prostrated, his hostile aura disappearing into thin air, behaving like a house dog. Senior, misunderstanding, don't make a move. At this exact moment, Zhang Yuntian brought his pill emperor ninth uncle and arrived in the cemetery. Zhang Yuntian saw the spirit father is still alive, pleasantly surprised. The bottom of the heart is also finally relaxed. If not the Zhang family up and down, the bottom of the heart will always fall. A goosebumps cannot be melted. Just now, the latecomer went to invite ninth uncle. The road was far, so he was delayed. I hope that senior will forgive me. Zhang Yuntian came to Anson Chen and hurriedly confessed. Chen Anqing nodded his head indifferently, then looked at the middle-aged man beside him, dressed in a plain suit, and arched his hand. Greetings, brother Daoist. You're welcome. Zhang Bushua hurriedly returned the salute, then said, I've already seen that list of herbs from Dao brother, and I have all of them here except for 3 of them. Chen Anqing's eyes lit up and he made a gesture of invitation, saying, I'm honored to have you. Please enter the mansion to discuss in detail. Zhang Bushua froze for a moment, then glanced at Zhang Chuyu on the side, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. Zhang Chuyu's cheeks blushed slightly as she even said, Senior, ninth uncle, please. Only then did the few people enter the cave together, and Zhang Chuyu personally made tea and served it. After taking his seat, Chen Anqing went straight to the point. Dare I ask, brother, which 3 herbs are the ones you don't have there, and is there a way to find them? Zhang Bushua took a sip of tea and said, 3 colored spirit fruit, underworld flower, and devil worm shell. These 3 herbs, I have only heard of their names, but have never seen them before. Anson Chan nodded. He had listed a total of a dozen or so hard to find herbs, and now he was only 3 short, which was not a waste of time. Ha right, Dao brother there, do you even have immortal devouring insects? It was only then that Anson Chen remembered that he had listed the immortal devouring insects of that immortal realm as well. Zhang Bushua nodded his head and said, the kind of immortal devouring insect you mentioned, we call it the god-destroying insect. It's a good thing that brother Dao left a pattern imprint for me to recognize it. That bug is exceptionally fierce, and the few I have were also passed down from my benefactor to preserve them to this day. Anson Chan's heart was delighted. Immortal devouring insects are extremely difficult to find, and even if they are found, they may not be able to catch them. But I never thought that this one in front of me would have them. However, listening to him, that immortal devouring worm was not easy for him to come by, so I don't know if he is willing to take it out, or what price he needs to pay. Thus, Chen Anqing said, I'm not going to hide it from you, Taoist brother. I desperately need all the herbs on that list, including the immortal devouring insect, so name your price, Taoist brother. At this time, Zhang Bushua was the one who stood up and said, I'm afraid you can't afford to pay the price I've set. Hearing this, Zhang Yuntian, who was on the side, immediately passed a look over and transmitted his voice with a secret jade. Ninth uncle, the family head's meaning is to do his best to befriend this person. Why don't we give him the medicinal herbs he needs, without making any conditions? But Zhang Buxie ignored Zhang Yuntian. Chen Anqing looked up with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, Taoist brother, just name your price. I'll take it if I can. If I can't, even if I go robbing all over the world, I'll still put together the cost of the medicine for you. He. Zhang Buxue also smiled and said, it seems that these medicinal herbs are really very important to you, Taoist brother. Right. Anson Chan nodded non-committally. The salty conversation between the two heard Zhang Yuntian's heart burning with anxiety, so he transmitted his voice over again. Ninth uncle, you are also really, even if we have some plans, you cannot say out if you talk to him like this, even if it comes together, it's just a deal. Alas, Zhang Buxie still ignored Zhang Yuntian immediately. He arched his hand at Chen Anqing and said with a straight face, whether brother Dao thinks I'm being petty or whether I'm taking advantage of the fire, I must make this offer today. I want to ask brother Dao to help me save someone. Oh, Anson Chan raised an eyebrow. He had thought that this middle-aged man would ask for equivalent resources or something, and that he would have to find a way to get them. I didn't realize his price. But saving lives? What man are you trying to save? And where is he? Anson Chan asked directly. When Zhang Buxue sniffed, he seemed to recall something, and his eyes suddenly reddened. After calming down for a moment, he responded, please help my son, brother Dao. He was captured by an evil demon 15 years ago and taken to the Forbidden Abyss. Hearing this, Zhang Yuntian reacted greatly and couldn't help but speak directly. Ninth uncle, aren't you making things difficult for senior? In that Forbidden Abyss, the dangers are incomparable. Even if a great emperor went there, he might not be able to come out alive. My nephew knows the pain in your old man's heart, but I advise your old man to put off the idea of rescuing his clan brother. That's impossible. Shut up. Ginger Buccaneer chortled. Then he looked at Chen Anqing and solemnly said, Dao brother, I am not requesting that Dao brother go and rescue my dog's son immediately. I only hope that in the future, on the day of Dao brother's rise to prominence, You will not forget what I have entrusted you with. If you promise, I will help you find all the herbs even if I give up this old life. Chen Anqing also stood up and said, deal. However, if that forbidden abyss is really as treacherous as your nephew said, your son is only afraid that he is already in grave danger. Jiang Buxue even said, no, my son's life lamp is not extinguished, proving that he is still alive in the human world. That's good. Chen Anqing smiled and nodded, then said, but there is one thing I don't understand. Why did Brother Dao entrust such a heavy responsibility to me? Jiang Buxue didn't reply. He only took out the list of herbs and handed it back to Anson Chen. Anson Chan took the list and scanned it, only on the 3 words immortal devouring insect. The word immortal was left as Xian Qi mark by Jiang Buxue alone. It leaves its mark on the word immortal. I guess that is answer? Looks like it. Immediately, Chen Anqing laughed. Brother Dao has extraordinary eyesight. I'm impressed. Jiang Buxue also laughed. I knew something by mistake, so I had the audacity to make some guesses. Chen Anqing arched his hand and said, I will have to rely on Brother Dao for the matter of the medicinal herbs. As for the matter of saving your son, I will only wait until the time is ripe and I will make my move. Hearing this, Jiang Buxue solemnly bowed to Chen Anqing and said, I will never fail to fulfill your trust. This scene caused the 2 divine sons and daughters of the Jiang clan to look confused, especially Jiang Yuntian, who didn't understand what the 2 were up to at all. Reaching an agreement in a few words and seemingly both being satisfied. A little later, Jiang Buxue left, and Jiang Yuntian invited Chen Anqing to the Spirit Lake Island for the banquet. Divine King's Palace. Spirit Lake Island. This overhanging Spirit Island, with its beautiful scenery and sparkling lakeshore, was the place where the Jiang family held their highest level banquets. In the past, only those heads of families of the same level, or emissaries of higher powers, were qualified to attend the banquet here. Senior, please. Under Jiang Yuntian's leadership, Chen Anqing entered Spirit Lake Island. As for Jiang Chuyu, she was not qualified to accompany her here. Your Highness, the Son of God, stay back. Just as he entered the path, an island guardian flew in hurriedly and very respectfully stopped Jiang Yuntian. Jiang Yuntian's face sank. What is it? The guard hastily bowed and said, please, Divine Son and this Lord, rest here for a moment, and do not enter for the time being. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuntian became furious and slapped his face. You dog, don't you know that today, a distinguished guest is coming to the door? Even my father and all the elders are waiting. Please also ask the Divine Son and Your Excellency to wait for half an hour. After the guards were slapped back, they immediately came forward again, kneeling on one knee to stop Jiang Yuntian. You minion! Jiang Yuntian felt that there was a loss of face and was about to hit him again, but he was stopped by Anson Chen. He's just following orders. No need to be difficult. Only after hearing Chen Anqing's persuasion did Jiang Yuntian stop and coldly asked, you insisted on stopping this Divine Son. Why exactly? Who authorized this? The guards were shocked by Jiang Yuntian's aura, causing their faces to turn purple. If he didn't tell the Divine Son the reason, he would only be afraid that he would break in hard, and then it would be even harder for him to explain himself. Thus, the guard said with difficulty, Your Highness, the Divine Son, only because the Holy Son of the Wind family is coming in person and is meeting with the Taigong. It is the Taigong who ordered the villain to stop all comers. I hope that the Divine Son will forgive me. The Holy Son of the Wind family. Jiang Yuntian looked aghast. It was the guard who was to blame. The Saint Son of the Wind family was the heir of a saint-level family, and was also the man of words for the Wind family outside of Spirit Sky, walking the world. Then, Jiang Yuntian turned around and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, Senior. It's because I didn't make good arrangements. I'll first take Senior for a stroll and enjoy the beauty of this place. I wonder what Senior would like to do. Good thing too. Anson Chan didn't care and answered directly. About half an hour later, the Jiang family had flew directly to the other side of the Great Lake. Before the person arrived, he was first heard confessing, saying, Dao brother, I'm really sorry. I've been slacking off. I hope that Dao brother won't be offended. This is the Jiang family master, right? Chen Anqing arched his hand and returned the salute, saying, compared to the banquet, I prefer the scenery here. Ha ha ha. Jiang Buxu made a few polite fake laughs and complimented. Brother Dao is truly a person who is free and spontaneous. However, the banquet has already been prepared. I still hope that Dao brother will show his face to the banquet. Well, respectfully, please, Anson Chan answered. And not long after, under the willow tree by the lake, several senior members of the Jiang family accompanied Chen Anqing for a drink. Father, my son heard that the Holy Son of the Wind family had come here just now. I wonder what it was about. During the seat, Jiang Yuntian asked. The matter was about to be explained to you. Jiang Buxiu put down his wineglass, his expression suddenly serious. The Wind family sent a letter saying that the ancient spirit realm will open. ordering our clan to select 10 eligible sons and daughters to go to the spirit realm to compete for the treasures. I told you nothing good could come from that guy. Jiang Yuntian had a cold face. A look of displeasure. Chen Anqing spoke out at this time, asking, letting you go to the spirit realm to search for treasures. How come you're still angry? Jiang Yuntian sighed and said, Senior, you don't know. The so-called treasure hunt is just for my clan's sons and daughters to sell their lives for his Win family. And all the treasures found will have to be handed over to his Win family. Anson Chan instantly understood and said, can't I go? No way. Jiang Yuntian bitterly shook his head. The Win family is powerful. If I dare to disobey, I'm afraid I'll incur a disaster. This Win family is quite domineering, Chen Anqing said. Yes. Jiang Yuntian sighed quietly. Last time the spirit realm opened, several of my clan brothers and sisters all fell in it. The Wind family, took all the treasures but didn't even mention a word of thanks. Yun Tian, no nonsense in front of Dao brother Chen. After all, this was something the Jiang family had lost face over. So Jiang Buxiu hurriedly chided. Chen Anqing smiled and looked at Jiang Buxu, saying, Jiang family master, what exactly are the treasures in that spirit realm? And why doesn't that Feng family send his own children to the spirit realm? The Shen Tian miscellany that Chen Anqing had read before had mentioned the so-called spirit realm, only saying that it was a relic left behind from ancient times, but not what was inside. Has brother Daoist Chen never been to the spirit realm? Jiang Buxiu asked back in slight surprise. I cultivate in the mountains of the outer regions and seldom ask about things in the outside world. Chen Anqing said, yes. This matter was mentioned to me by Cloudy Sky, and I forgot about it for a moment. After saying that, Jiang Buxa took out an object and displayed it in front of Chen Anqing's eyes. Going to that spirit realm is for this object. When Anson Chan looked at it, he was instantly happy. That's it? It was a lotus-sized, turquoise and translucent stone. Since collecting the treasury of the Xianyang Immortal Mansion, this stuff Chen Anqing had more than enough of. That's right, it's immortal crystals. However, Chen Anqing was somewhat curious in the bottom of his heart as to how there could still be immortal crystals born in this lost realm. Master Jiang, may I borrow this for a moment? It's too much of a favor to say borrow. If brother Daoist Chen likes it, it'll be given to you as a gift to meet you. Chen Anqing took the grain of immortal crystal. I thought that the immortal crystals born here would be different, but they turned out to be exactly the same as the immortal crystals in the immortal realm. I wonder what effect it has after refining. Thinking this way, Chen Anqing moved his mind and refined that one immortal crystal. To his surprise, the immortal spiritual power that was transformed out of the immortal crystal could not be absorbed, but instead dissipated into a puff of clear air. After a little thought, Anson Shen realized that the laws of heaven and earth in this world did not allow the cultivation of immortality, so the immortal spiritual power could not be absorbed. Hiya, senior, you're too careless. Once this treasure is refined, it will go up in smoke. What a pity, what a pity. Seeing that one immortal crystal dissipate, Jiang Yuntian's father and son, both of them had expressions of flesh pain. Chen Anqing laughed, not caring in the slightest, then asked, you guys value this crystal so much? What is its use? Useful. Before Jiang Buxu could say anything, Jiang Yuntian jumped the gun and said, this item is called the 10,000 Spirit Stone. It can be used to cultivate the Enlightenment Tree. It can be used to catalyze divine weapons as well as puppets, and it can be used to concoct pills. And what's more, there are some mighty cultivators who can use it to create a small heaven and earth. Yun Tian is right. Jiang Buxu nodded before adding, the wonderful uses of the 10,000 Spirit Stones are too numerous to mention, especially for those against the world powers who use them for cultivation in order to be able to defend themselves in the spirit realm, the ruins, the abyss, and other perilous situations. So it is. Chen Anqing nodded his head indifferently, and in his heart, he had some guesses about that ancient spirit realm. This lost realm was a new world of laws that had been formed in ancient times when it had broken away from the bonds of the immortal realm and drifted into the unknown universe. Therefore, Chen Anqing guessed that the so-called ancient spirit realm, relics, abyss, etc., actually still retained the immortal Dao laws. Otherwise, it would be impossible for immortal crystals to be born. Interesting. Chen Anqing laughed in his heart and said, so it seems that if I enter the so-called relics and forbidden abyss, I might be able to regain my immortal Dao strength. In order to figure out if it was as he thought, Chen Anqing looked at Jiang Yuntian and said, Jiang family master, when will that ancient spirit realm open? Jiang Buxu returned, it will probably be just 3 days later. Good. Chen Anqing nodded his head and said, since that spirit realm is treacherous, I will personally go there and look after your family's descendants. Hearing this, Jiang Buxu looked overjoyed and hurriedly stood up and arched his hand. Is brother Daoist Chen serious about this? Anson Chen laughed. Naturally, I've eaten this good meal of yours, so I have to show something, don't I? Ha ha ha. Jiang Buxu laughed out loud and said, Brother Taoist Chen's high righteousness is appreciated by Mr. Jiang. By the way, Taoist Brother Chen, the matter of your search for medicine. I will definitely urge my ninth brother to do his best to handle it. With pleasure. Anson Chan responded with an arch. Jiang Yuntian, who was on the side, also hurriedly picked up his wine cup and bowed in thanks while making a toast, with this senior whose physical strength exceeded that of a 4-star divine king protecting him. This trip to the spirit realm would be a worry-free one. It's nothing less than a lifesaver. What are you waiting to be happy about? At this time, a white-haired old man, with his hands behind his back, came stepping from that shore. Greetings, Taigong. The crowd hurriedly rose and bowed. This person was the only 6-star divine king of the Jiang clan who was currently not in seclusion. Reporting to Taigong. Fong just now. This senior promised. Jiang Yuntian arched his hand and tried to explain what happened, but was interrupted by the old man waving his hand. The old man heard everything that happened just now. The old man took his seat and said indifferently, "Don't you and others know that spirit realm has a bone age restriction, and if the bone age exceeds 1000, you cannot enter?" Hearing this, both the Jiang father and son were stunned. Can't believe I forgot about this one. This one in front of me, from the looks of it, was only in his 20s, but can a cultivator not guess his age by his appearance? He was so strong in battle, so he might be an old monster who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Immediately, the old man looked at Chen Anqing. This fellow Daoist, you have suppressed spirit exalted and your battle power is no less than a 4-star divine king. If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation time is no less than 8,000 years, right? 8,000 years. This is still. The old man is not good to thin the face of Chen Anqing in front of the face. Deliberately guess less. His heart estimate. This kid at least cultivate tens of thousands of years. Otherwise how could have this cultivation? Chen Anqing was straightforward. Sorry, you guessed wrongly, fellow Daoist. The old man frowned slightly and said, is it hard to believe that you are so gifted that you have only practiced for 5 or 6,000 years? Anson Chen shook his head. Old sir, you are wrong again. The old man hesitated for a moment, wanting to guess big for once, when Chen Anqing had already taken the initiative to open his mouth. In my cultivation, less than 1,000 years. I should not be restricted by that spirit realm. The moment these words came out, everyone present stiffened. Cultivating for less than 1,000 years. Yet he possessed a battle power comparable to that of a 4-star divine king. If he's not lying, this is a bit anticlimactic. It was estimated that only those imperial sons and prides had such heaven-defying qualifications. Ha! After a short silence, the old man snorted. He didn't believe it at all. This kid was just lying to save face. That spirit realm prohibition. It's incredibly dangerous. For the sake of your friend's safety, can you let me probe your bone age? Check on the spot. The rest of the people, who had this in mind, were just not in a position to speak. No harm, no foul. Chen Anqing waved his hand and said indifferently, let alone checking the bone age. Even if the old gentleman wants to bestow me with a few moves, I have no problem with it. Ooh, that's a bit of an arrogant thing to say. Hearing the crowd of the Jiang family, their faces changed in unison. Taigong's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6-star divine king, and he actually dared to challenge? Ha ha ha. The old man pondered for a little while and let out a loud laugh. Since you have this pleasure, after I finish probing the bone age, I will ask you for a couple of lessons. Yes. Anson Chan nodded, then collected his aura and extended his palm out. The old man immediately held Chen Anqing's wrist and used his divine power to sense Chen Anqing's bone age. At this exploration, the old man's entire face twisted. When the crowd saw this, they all had a guess in the bottom of their hearts. Seeing that Taigong was so out of sorts, could it be that his cultivation was really less than 1,000 years old? Taigong, what is the bone age of his senior? Exactly? Jiang Yuntian couldn't help himself and took the lead in asking. The old man's eyes were filled with a shocked look, and only after he withdrew his palm did he say, Yuntian boy, Chen Dao's bone age is 80 years younger than you? The title of old man, don't mention it again in the future, and hurry up and apologize. Jiang Yuntian let out a hefty giggle and whispered, so it's 80 years younger than me. It was a slip of the tongue on the kid's part. Sorry. Only after he finished speaking did Jiang Yuntian react, and his entire body froze there as if he had been struck by lightning. What? Half the time? He growled. This senior, cultivating for only 40 years? The practice is only 40 years old. It's so fucking creepy. Is there really such a great talent in this world? I'm afraid that the legendary Heavenly Emperor's qualifications are just like that. I'm offended. It was old man's presumptuous words in the past. Please don't take it to heart. Old man punished himself with 3 cups, while the others' hearts were pounding. The Jiang family's eunuch had already drained 3 cups in a row and rushed to apologize to Chen Anqing. What a joke. A god king who had cultivated for no more than 40 years was simply unheard of. I'm afraid that this person's true origin is not something that a small Jiang family can speculate on carelessly. Chen Anqing sat at the table, looking calm and relaxed, without any sadness or joy. In fact, as he watched the shocked demeanor of this family of young and old, he felt kinda cool and happy in the bottom of his heart. Since the bone age is fine, let's ask the old gentleman to give us a few moves. Anson Chen wanted to have another good time and see what attitude this family should have after he defeated the 6-star God King. The Jiang family eunuch's old face reddened, and his attitude actually squirmed a bit. He could not help but curse himself. Jiang Wendian, you old thing, a handful of years have lived to the dog. How dare the dog eyes to see people low you? This is awkward, isn't it? Go out and beat him. How can you do that if people get angry, pretending to be undefeated? I think, undermines your majesty. It's a mistake to go sideways. Tai Gong, what's wrong with you? Elder is asking for your advice. As he was about to muddle through, Zhang Yuntian foolishly reminded, asshole. Jiang Wendian was instantly on fire. Fellow Daoist Chen just said that he would give a few strokes of instruction, but it's just a polite word. You really don't know how to be courteous. You're not allowed to eat wine with the old man at the same table in the future. Zhang Yuntian instantly cried out. He could sort of see that this old guy was clearly a wimp and was still taking it out on his head. Chen Anqing, however, smiled and said, where are the words of politeness? I truly want to have a fight with you, old man. If old sir looks down on this bit of my cultivation, then forget it. How dare I not? Jiang Wendian immediately stood up and arched his hand. Fellow Daoist Chen is so young and has such a high level of cultivation. I'm not as good as him. Moreover, fellow Daoist Chen is an honored guest of the family. Fists and feet have no eyes. If we hurt the peace, then the old immortal would have committed a great sin. So old sir is afraid of injuring me. Chen Anqing's expression was flat, saying, a martial arts sparring match. Point to point, you and I can split the difference between a palm at full strength. What does the old gentleman think? Jiang Wendian froze for a moment. It seems that this kid is having a hard time with his arrogance just now, so he can't untie this knot without sparring with him, just as well. Then apply 20% of his battle strength to face him with a slap immediately. Jiang Wendian laughed. Alright then, let's split the difference with one palm, please. Anson Chan got up and left the table. He actually wanted to know what the battle power of the so-called 6-star God King in this world was. Please. The Jiang clan eunuch also made a gesture of invitation, signaling Chen Anqing to fly towards the sky above that big lake as soon. The two of them lifted up and stood over the large lake. Seeing this, these senior members of the Jiang clan were all excited and hurriedly got up to go and watch. Father, does Senior Chen really have the strength to rival Tai Gong? Jiang Yuntian asked. Ha! Jiang Buxu laughed and said, silly boy, that Daoist Chen, no matter how heaven-defying he is only slightly better than a spirit elder? How could he possibly be a match for your Tai Gong? The rest of the elders also nodded. One of them said, but don't worry Yun Tian, Tai Gong has his own way of doing things. I reckon that his old man will intentionally let the water out of the water and fight a tie with Dao brother Chen. Letting off steam? Jiang Yuntian raised an eyebrow and said, this is yet meaningless. I want to see Senior Chen's true strength. Stupid. Jiang Buxu, however, let out a chorus of curses and said, at the level of your Tai Gong and Dao Friend Chen, the highs and lows don't really matter anymore. What matters is the human condition. So you brat learn more. Jiang Yuntian nodded in disappointment. Over the lake, please make a move. Fellow Daoist Chen, then I'm welcome. After Chen Anqing spoke, he raised his palm and ruthlessly struck towards Jiang Wendian. Boom. A loud sound came from the sky, but it was the sound coming from Chen Anqing's palm that shattered the space. Ooh. Feeling that terrifying and incomparable power, Jiang Wendian's complexion flinched, and he actually felt a trace of uneasiness. 20% of his power. Absolutely can't help him. I've underestimated him again. At this moment, the palm had already blasted in, not allowing Jiang Wendian to think too much. He immediately activated his Xianshan power and struck a palm with 80% of his battle power, but in the next moment, Jiang Wendian was so shocked that he couldn't help but roar. Fellow Daoist, you mustn't. Why? It was only because when the two palms were about to clash, Anson Chan suddenly withdrew his palm force and pressed his entire body over. That's right. Chen Anqing was trying to try out his body's defense to see if it could withstand a slap from a 6-star divine king. On the shore of that lake, Zhang Buxiu and the others saw this scene, and they all stared in shock. Taking a 6-star God King's palm with your chest? This Taoist Chen is also too conceited. What to do in case he is seriously injured? Boom! In an instant, Jiang Wendian's palm had blasted onto Chen Anqing's chest. Xuanqi exploded. Space was in turmoil, and divine light filled the sky. Put! The power that collapsed out actually caused Jiang Yuntian to vomit blood as he rushed out. A moment later, the light dissipated above that large lake. Anson Chen stood proudly, only moving back a few feet from the spatial position he was originally in. What? Jiang Wendian roared in shock. A palm of 80% of his own strength had only shaken Daoist Chen back a few feet, and had failed to even break through his fleshly defenses. How can it be so strong? Jiang Wentian's mind buzzed as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. His own 6-star divine king realm that proudly stood out in the eastern wasteland was like child's play in front of this Taoist Chen, who had only been cultivating for 40 years. You're a big man. The Taoist heart is about to collapse. Elder Jiang is really powerful. Chen Anqing flew over, then said, "You didn't use your full strength just now. Why don't we have another slap?" Jiang Wentian had a bitter look on his face as he said, "Fellow Taoist Chen is joking. Not to mention using his full strength. Even if I were to ascend 2 more realms, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to help fellow Taoist Chen, so I'm willing to submit to your defeat. And I'm convinced." Zhang Buxiu and the others gazed at the white-clothed figure in the sky. It had been too shocking for words. It's too heaven-defying. If he strikes, Tai Gong isn't a match for him. Zhang Buxiu murmured in his heart and suddenly thought of something. This girl, Chu Yu, seems to have some affinity with him. We have to find a way to get girl Chu Yu to marry him, in order to hold on to this big tree. Just then, one of the guards came to report in a panic. "Family master, something big is wrong." "What the hell?" Zhang Buxiu's complexion sank. His heart had a bad feeling. After all, if there was no heavenly matter, the guards would not dare to report it hastily. It's the holy son of the Wind family. What happened to Windstorm?" The guard stammered back. "Family master, the Wind family's saint son seems to have gone crazy. He beat and killed many people from our clan and captured all the goddesses, wanting to force them to serve in the bed." "What?" The people of the Jiang family were all shocked and angry.